I clearly awakened the ability to manipulate thunder magic. But my classmates mocked me as a useless person in name only because the thunder I summoned was only the size of a caterpillar and the electricity it emitted was weaker than a Nanfu battery. This also led me to become a bottom-tier existence among the supernaturals. At this moment, my fiancée chose to break up with me in public. Even my good buddies turned their backs on me. But I felt no anger. Instead, I sneered in my heart. As a transmigrator, I know the power of thunder and lightning ability. With the offensive 5 thunder method of Taoism, the defensive golden light spell of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the elusive Thunder Step, and the captivating purple Thunder True Eye. Thunder and lightning were top-notch spells in my original world. Definitely not a harmless ability. Right now, I was pondering this question in the classroom when a cold voice from the platform interrupted me. It emphasized once again that there was a risk of death in the martial arts college entrance examination. For those with low-level awakened abilities, I suggest not choosing the martial arts college entrance examination. It's not too late to change your major now. After the head teacher Chen Fan finished speaking, his gaze lingered on me. Of course, I understood the head teacher's meaning. Every year, the few who die in the college entrance examination are mostly D-level awakened individuals. I was the first student to participate in the martial examination with an E-level ability. Yet, I still stubbornly faced the head teacher's mocking gaze. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Deep Blue System activating. Seeing that I still insisted on taking the martial arts exam, my homeroom teacher Chen Fan directly started to speak strangely to me. Are you really not planning to change your volunteer choice to the liberal arts exam? With your awakened abilities, are you going to be a cannon fodder? Or choose the safer path of being an ordinary person by taking the liberal arts exam? I ignored Chen Fan's sarcasm. To survive in this world where beasts run rampant, the only way out is to keep getting stronger through martial examinations, especially since I just activated the system. Although I don't know the functions of this system yet, it must not be too weak. After school, I rushed home without stopping. Both my foster parents died in the beast tide in their early years, so when I returned home, I was all alone, making it convenient for me to explore the system on my own. As I activated the Deep Blue System in my mind, countless blue thunder arcs began to appear around my body, causing me to be like a lightning ball, accompanied by piercing arcs of endless thunder arcs spreading in the center of the living room. In an instant, everything that came into contact exploded. And such a huge explosion naturally caught the attention of the homeowners. Many people had already dialed the fire department, and some even fled the neighborhood in fear. However, I was completely unaware of all this, still immersed in my own supernatural transformation. Perhaps because of the change in my supernatural powers, the originally clear sky outside began to be covered with dark clouds, instantly turning into a dark night, accompanied by a series of deep thunder, and purple thunderbolts were shuttling through the clouds like dragons. Such a strange weather change has plunged the entire city of Jiangcheng into panic, with everyone worried that a fierce beast capable of controlling thunder and lightning is about to invade the city. The Legion stationed in Jiangcheng is also on high alert, entering a rare state of readiness. And at this moment, my supernatural transformation has reached its final stage. A purple thunderbolt descends from the sky, pouring into my body like a mosquito dragon, followed by the thunderbolts surrounding my body being absorbed like a tide. Absorb! With a roar from me, the transformation was completed, the purple thunder constantly emerging from my body, my eyes slightly glowing. The thunder power I have now is not as simple as before, because what I awakened turned out to be one of the ancient top 10 origin thunders, the purple sky god thunder that possesses the power to destroy immortals and gods. When I put away the joy of just transforming, I found that the disturbance I caused seemed to be too great. The entire living room seemed to have been hit by a missile, and for a while, I couldn't find anything intact. Fortunately, I made an effort to control it at the last moment, otherwise the rampant thunder could easily blast through the entire building. At this moment, the urgent knocking on the door suddenly sounded. Before I could react, with a bang, the whole door was kicked out directly. Immediately, a group of firefighters appeared in sight. When they saw that the expected fire did not occur, and even a living person was standing there, they all stood still in an instant. Faced with the firefighters who came to the door, I simply explained that I have the ability of thunder and lightning, without telling them the truth. After knowing that there were no casualties, they didn't say anything more and hurriedly left. After they left, I picked up the long spear leaning against the wall and also left the house quickly. Tomorrow is the time for my own college entrance examination. Before that, I must understand how much my strength has improved after awakening the power of purple sky. The place I am going to now is the Thunder Martial Hall. It is said that the owner of the Thunder Martial Hall is also an electric power ability user. I wonder if one day in the future, I can create a martial hall of my own. Soon I arrived at the hall of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, but I found a familiar figure in the crowd. Sister Chi, Why are you also here at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall? I greeted the tall girl in front of me with a smile. She is my cousin. Since I lost my parents at a young age, my aunt who lives in Zhangcheng would often come to see me. Over time, I became familiar with this cousin. However, since Tang Chi awakened to a B-level ability, while I only awakened to an E-level ability, our connection has diminished a lot. Tang Chi didn't expect to meet me at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. She was obviously stunned, nodded slightly, and said she came with a friend. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I tactfully left. After all, in her mind, perhaps we are no longer people of the same world. Just as I left, the tall girl next to Tang Chi curiously asked who I was. When she learned that I was Tang Chi's cousin, her eyes lit up. Could it be that she could finally get out of being single? However, the next second Tang Chi's words made her lose interest instantly. Xiao Ye, my useless cousin who awakened at level E, has to take this year's martial arts entrance exam just like us. After listening to this, Xiao Ye immediately resumed her usual aloofness. Everyone has their own circle, and most people in the same circle have similar strength. Even though Xiao Ye is a face lover, she has no interest in me at all. Dare to participate in the martial arts entrance exam with an E-level ability? At least he is commendable for his courage, even though he is basically going to his death. A young man accompanying him joked. Tang Chi sighed, shook her head, apparently not wanting to continue this topic, and then walked in the opposite direction. At this point, I was already in the training room, first testing my physical abilities without using my superpowers. I gripped the long spear in my hand and thrust it fiercely towards the circular target in front of me. Accompanied by a piercing impact sound, the target made of memory metal directly caved in with an exaggerated curvature, and a number popped up on the nearby smart screen. 321 cards. 321 cards. Pure physical strength has actually increased almost twice as much as before. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. Card is the standard unit used to calculate the strength of an attack. One card is equivalent to the energy generated by the explosion of a black spider firecracker, the strongest attack that most awakened people could inflict, relying on their physical strength, was only about 100 cards. Prior to this, relying purely on his physical body, Su Jingming had only been able to strike around 140 cards. Of course, at that time, he wouldn't be able to improve much even if he used his powers. Of course, it's different now. With a movement of his heart, the violet heavenly divine thunder was then summoned. Crackle! At this moment, Su Jingming seemed to be transformed into a thunder god, with countless purple thunder lingering around him and ear-piercing sounds of electric arcs jumping. Raising his hand and pointing, a purple lightning bolt shot out, blasting at the center of the target with a furious aura. This time, the bullseye, made of memorized metal, paused for 7 or 8 seconds before recovering from the dent. An exaggerated number popped up on the smart screen next to it at the same time, 3012 cards. The power actually reaches 3000 calories. It's almost 10 times the physical power. Su Jingming sucked in a breath of cool air. Realize that the general attack strength of a first-order alien is only 1,000 cards. The strength of an attack of 3000 cards was pretty much something only a first-order medium exalt could achieve. It's worthy of being an S-class psychic ability. It's too heaven-defying. Su Jingming couldn't help but smack his lips. According to the information in his memory, the altered abilities above the awakened were divided into 9 ranks, from the 1st to the 9th. Each level is further divided into lower, middle and upper, and he was still only an awakened. Relying on the S-ranked supernormal ability Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder, he was already able to emit an attack strength comparable to that of a first-ranked intermediate supernormal ability. No wonder every country is pursuing high-grade abnormal awakenings. The gap between the different qualities is just too great. But 3000 calories is not my limit. Su Jingming took a deep breath as the electricity from the Violet Heavenly Divine Lightning spread onto the black flare gun. Lightning blast break. There was a flash of electricity in the training room, and the lance seemed to transform into a purple and black dragon as it charged towards the wall. Rumble. Lightning flashed, and under the powerful impact, a deafening crash rang out, and the entire training room shook slightly as a result. When the lightning cleared, a bullseye crafted from memory metal was on the wall. As if struck by lightning, it melted right in the center, creating a metal crater that never recovered, and horrible cracks, centered on the memory metal, spread throughout the wall like a spider's web, exposing the cables that were still flickering with electric sparks in the cracks of the wall. These cables are connected to the memory metal and are used to count the strength of the attack. It's a look that just doesn't work. Su Jingming twisted his head to look at the smart screen on his right-hand side, and sure enough, there was no data displayed on it. The one I entered was the primary training room, which was equipped with a memory metal capable of withstanding the attacks of a first-order upper-level alien at the highest. Now that the memory metal has been destroyed, it was obviously caused by the intensity of the attack it withstood reaching its limit. That is to say, this strike of mine is already able to rival that of a first-order upper alien. Worthy of a battle technique, it's really powerful. Lightning Blast Break was the only battle skill Su Jingming currently possessed in his hands. Sure, this battle technique had also been carefully selected by him, and it could blend his lightning-type supernatural ability and gunplay well together. In fact, most of the battle techniques of an alien are closely related to the alien ability mastered by the alien himself. Peak attack strength is comparable to a first-order upper-level alien. It looks like tomorrow's college entrance exam is going to be fun. An expectant smile appeared at the corners of Su Jingming's mouth before he received the black flare gun behind him and walked out of the training room. The training room of the Thunder Martial Arts School has a specialized maintenance staff, and even if the equipment is damaged, it will be maintained in a timely manner. And, of course, there is no need for compensation. After all, those who were capable of damaging the equipment were the type of people most welcome at the Thunder Martial Arts Center. After turning around, I feel that it's still better for us at the Storm Bear Martial Arts Center. Not only is the training room on this side of the Thunder Martial Hall small, the strength testing equipment used isn't up to date either. Nonsense. You think we pay 100,000 daxia coins a year for membership for nothing? Speaking of which, it's been a bit boring after all that spinning. Boring? Why don't we go to the actual fighting room and have a few games? Tang Chi's group of 4 people walked down the corridor of the Thunder Martial Arts Center. They had come to the Thunder Martial Arts Center because they wanted to relax and unwind before the final entrance exam. But after wandering around, he soon felt bored. So, when someone mentioned going to the actual room, several people's eyes lit up and they jumped at the chance. Boom! Right at this moment, a crash so sharp that it was even a bit ear-piercing rang out, and even the ground they were standing on was slightly shaken. What a strong energy fluctuation. It's reached the alien level. The boy with the earrings was surprised. His awakened psychic ability was a C-rank psychic ability, and he was very sensitive to energy fluctuations. As I recall, this is a floor dedicated to high school students. Those few perverts of ours in Jiangcheng who have entered the alien level trained at the Storm Bear Martial Arts School. How come they came to the Thunder Martial Arts School? Xiao Ye, a cute girl in a dress, frowned slightly and said in confusion. Although Jiangcheng is located in the barren region of Jiangnan province, the educational heritage is not really deep. However, there were still 1 or 2 perverts who had broken through the awakened and become psychics that existed in the high school population. Is one of the perverts coming over here to train? Or is there a new shifter high school student being born? Go on, check it out. The sudden commotion instantly made Tang Chi's few people come to be interested. Turning around and walking in the direction of the training room, Tang Chi's group walked quickly on the corridor and turned a corner. Instead, he ran into Su Jingming, who was carrying a black lance behind his back and walking head-on. Tang Chi also didn't expect to encounter Su Jingming again, and after a slight freeze, she quickly reacted and asked, "Ready to go home? Training is over and I wanted to get back early to get ready again." "That's fine. Cheers for the Wookiee entrance exam tomorrow, but remember to keep yourself safe too." Although in his heart, he felt that Su Jingming, who only had E-class psychic abilities, was out of his depth for taking the martial arts entrance exam, but after all, it was his cousin, so Tang Chi still encouraged. "Okay, Qi, you go for it too." Su Jingming grinned a bright smile before rubbing his shoulders and leaving, and without stopping, Tang Chi's few people continued to search for the source of the wave of power just now. There weren't a lot of training rooms in this neighborhood, just 8. Thus, Tang Chi's few people didn't have to make much of an effort to find the training room that Su Jingming was using. When they saw the same cobweb-like broken walls in the training room, the 4 people in the group were all wide-eyed. Even Tang Chi, who had always been cold in nature, had her small mouth slightly opened wide. Good lord, even the memory metal was shattered. How strong of an attack must this be? The young man in a white leisure suit had an exaggerated expression. I can still feel that incomparably violent power even from the residual energy. The one who sent out this attack is definitely a peak first order, if not a second order alien. The studied youth who had awakened his mental faculty ability also said with a serious face. Peak of the first order? There's even a possibility of a second rank? We still have such a strong high school student in Jiangcheng? You looked disbelieving. I don't think it's a high school student. It's possible that one of the aliens wasn't aware of the rules and mistakenly entered the 3rd floor and used the training room for a strength test. Tanji shook her head. It's also true that there's no way an attack of this intensity would be something a high school student could achieve. Peak of the first rank. Even the geniuses from the provincial capital cities can't. It's impossible for such a character to appear in our Jiangcheng. The rest of them were relieved to hear that. Just those few exalt candidates from Jiangcheng were making people feel pressurized. If any of the candidates had reached the 2nd stage, then they, a group of candidates who had consumed an unknown amount of resources but were not even alter egos yet, would simply buy a block of tofu and run headlong into the ground. Just now, Only Su Jingming walked past this side. You guys, could he have caused this attack? Su Jingming is actually a super genius. He's just been secretly hiding his strength, just waiting to make a splash in tomorrow's college entrance exam? Sayaka blinked, suddenly whimsical. You've read too many internet articles about pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, haven't you? Such an outrageous thing can be thought up by you. The earring youth was a bit speechless. Hidden strength. Also need to have the conditions to hide strength. E-class alien ability awakened person. Attack strength can have 300 cards would be good. Both corridors of this place lead out, and that powerful alien should have left from the other side, which is why we didn't encounter it. Alien ratings are not asserted out of thin air, but are based on development potential. Grade E alien ability. From the root, fixed Su Jingming's upper limit. Fair enough. Sayaka thought about it and nodded in agreement. Tang Chi, who was listening to the whole process, thought of the upright figure that had just left, and was suddenly skeptical about her previous certainty. Is Su Jingming really out of his depth for taking the martial arts entrance exam? The liberal arts college entrance exams in Zhengcheng were held in the teaching buildings of various middle schools. The martial arts entrance exams, on the other hand, were held in a military area near the outskirts of the city. Students will need to meet at the city gym before being transported to the military area in one place. Rendezvous time is 8 a.m. So, the next day Su Jingming woke up early and put on a good outfit. In addition to the F-ranked weapon black flare gun, which was about 2 meters and 1 long behind his back, he also wore an F-ranked black battlesuit and black battle boots. The battle clothes and boots were made using the skins of ferocious beasts and were very tough. While not breaking easily when fighting and slaying ferocious beasts, it could also resist some of the damage. Martial arts entrance exam. Here I come. With his gaze fixed, Su Jingming took a large step out of the room with a steady pace. River City, Fairview neighborhood. Here, it's a famous villa neighborhood in Zhengcheng. Inside one of the villas, Tang Chi finished breakfast, put on her equipment, and was about to go out. She was suddenly called out by a noblewoman who looked 7 or 8 times like her. Kiki, you and Ming are in the same exam room, right? Mom, didn't I tell you last time that there is only one martial arts college entrance examination center in the entire Zhengcheng? And of course he and I have the same examination center. As she answered, Tanji was making a final equipment check. She had awakened the special lineage B rank ability, Phantom Cat. After the activation of her powers, her physique, flexibility, and reaction speed would increase drastically. As such, her weapon of choice is also a dagger that is more flexible to use. Battlesuits also tend to be snug and lightweight. Then if you meet Ming in the exam room, help out if you can. After all, your cousin he is merely an E-ranked alien ability. It's too dangerous in the martial arts entrance exam. The noblewoman couldn't help but exhort. Also you should pay attention to your own safety. Even if your grades are almost the same, don't force yourself to fight with high-grade ferocious beasts. Although Tang Chi was tempted to say that the map of the martial arts high school was so large that the probability of encountering it after entering the examination room was almost zero, but looking at the worry in her mother's eyes, she nodded. Got it. Having said that, after making sure that the full body equipment was okay, Tang Chi then got into the driver's sedan parked at the entrance and set off for the city gym. There were a total of 3 high schools in Zhengcheng, with almost 3,000 students in all the seniors combined. In addition to the students who took the liberal arts entrance exam, there were 400 people who all took the martial arts entrance exam. In order to transport all of these 400 odd candidates to the test center, the city deployed almost 40 buses. These 40 or so buses, according to different schools and classes, were neatly parked outside the city gymnasium. Candidates arriving will simply enter the corresponding bus. Son, I don't want you to get good grades in this martial arts college entrance exam. The most important thing is to be safe. Dad, I know. Daughter, protect yourself in the exam room. Candidates arriving at the city's gymnasium, some alone, others accompanied by their parents. For those who are accompanied by their parents, the last few words of advice before being put on the bus are to pay attention to safety. Su Jingming, who had just arrived at the city gymnasium, looked at this scene from afar and said in his heart that it was impossible not to envy. Orphaned in his previous life, he similarly longed for the love of his parents. Unfortunately, after crossing over, you're still alone. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming gathered his emotions. After finding the Zhengcheng Second High School, senior class, the S bus among the many buses, he walked straight up. This is Su Jingming? I don't usually see it, but I didn't expect it to be quite handsome in a battlesuit. How come I didn't notice his temperament was so stern before? Oh, so handsome. Because of the introverted character of the predecessor. In Class 5, Su Jingming is considered to be the most inconspicuous type of people. Even if he didn't show up to class one day, probably no one else would notice except for his best friend, Zhang Hao. and the homeroom teacher. Of course, Su Jingming's own conditions are very good, with a height of 1 meter 86 and relatively handsome looks. It's only the fact that the predecessor likes to cave in and his eyes are more evasive that makes him unremarkable. Now that Su Jingming had crossed over, his eyes no longer flickered, but were instead clear and godly, and his body stood straight, coupled with a black battle dress and the thick, long, and hideous black flare lance carried behind him. It gives a completely new look, appearing stern and powerful. It made many of the girls on the bus cast surprised and hot glances, looking at Su Jingming who walked up. Chen Fan, the class teacher who sat in the passenger seat and was responsible for counting the number of people, was also stunned, but quickly responded by checking off Su Jingming's name on the check-in roster. With the slow passage of time, the names on class teacher Chen Fan's roster were gradually filled in. When the last class 5 student taking the Wuko advanced placement exam arrived, the class teacher, Chen Fan, also announced, "The people of class 5 have arrived. Let's go." The college entrance exam is an event in the great summer country. In order to ensure that students get enough rest, a month before the college entrance exams, provinces and cities began to implement night noise management. Even higher-end neighborhoods will bring in special classes of sonic system psychics. As soon as it's 9 o'clock at night, he exerts his psychic powers to isolate all outside sounds from the neighborhood. And when it comes to the day of the entrance exam, the protection of the candidates is even more demanding. Not only was traffic control implemented on the roads, but there were even squads of gun-toting soldiers and Xenos patrolling back and forth along important transportation routes to prevent emergencies from occurring. Because of this, the 40 or so buses that participated in the martial arts college entrance exams were unimpeded all the way through the city, and soon drove into the military district located in the outskirts of the city. The bus then drove to a clearing where students got off one after another. Around the clearing, every 3 meters, there was a soldier, holding a gun in an upright position. The seriousness on that face left no doubt that if anyone dared to storm the square, he would be greeted by a hail of bullets. At the very front of the open space was a temporary podium. Behind the podium is an area surrounded by barbed wire. The area was the ruins of the crumbling town, an area so large that you couldn't see the end of it as far as the eye could see. Between the ruins, dark shadows of ferocious beasts flashed vaguely, while the hissing and roaring belonging to the ferocious beasts could also be heard. Phew, there's our test site. Crap. I think I just saw a one-horned rhinoceros. A one-horned rhinoceros? No way. This year's exam questions can't be this hard to pervert, right? The ruined town within the military region was originally named Weiyuan Town, a small village and town belonging to the lower part of Zhengchang. It was overrun by a wave of beasts decades ago and became a ruin. The back was recaptured by the army, but since it was already in ruins, there was little value in rebuilding it, so it simply became a practicing ground for the troops stationed there. However, on June 7th every year, it is also used as a test site for the Wuko High School examination. Sure, the types of ferocious beasts placed inside wouldn't be as random as they usually were when the troops practiced, but would be decided by the questioner of the martial arts entrance exam in Jiangnan province. The same pairing of ferocious beasts would be used in all the examination centers of the martial arts college entrance exams in all the prefecture-level cities under Jiangnan province, ensuring the absolute fairness of the martial arts college entrance exams. And the species and strength of the ferocious beasts determine the difficulty of the martial arts entrance exam. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any powerful ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the ruined town. It would only be common ferocious beasts like shadow cats and iron hairpigs. However, in all the years of the entrance exams, on the outskirts of the ruined town, there were also rare and strong ferocious beasts like the unicorn rhinoceros and the arm-blade tiger. However, this also means that this year's Wookiee high school exams are more difficult than usual, and the risk of death faced is greater. Thus, after seeing the one-horned rhinoceros in the ruined town through the barbed wire, many people's faces went white and cracked right open. So what if it's a one-horned rhinoceros? If you can't even deal with this level of ferocious beasts, you won't be able to become a great man even if you are lucky enough to get into the University of Exoticism. A high voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of students, drowning out their murmurs. It was a young man wearing a light green-colored battlesuit, as if he was an ancient swordsman, carrying a long sword in his hand. His own temperament was somewhat similar to that of a chivalrous man, frank and sharp, and his eyes were like those of an eagle's to give a powerful sense of oppression. A number of students twisted their heads around with anger, wanting to argue, but after seeing that it was him, he was dumbfounded and snapped, not daring to make a sound. Such a scene caused Su Jingming to feel strange, and he wondered to a tall boy beside him who carried a sword and shield behind him. Who is this guy, with such a big mouth? The tall boy's name was Lu Jie, and he had awakened the reinforcement department's C-rank ability, Enormous Enchantment. After exerting his powers, his body was able to expand more than twice as much, and his strength would be increased accordingly. In Class 5, Besides his best friend Zhang Hao, Su Jingming had the best relationship with him. Who else could it be? The first high school's light wind sword Zhou Mingyang chanting. Lu Jian nuzzled. So it's him. Su Jingming was suddenly dazed. The first high school in Jiangcheng is the high school with the deepest educational heritage in the entire Jiangcheng. Not only are there real alien ability classes inside, but from time to time, they will also arrange practical battles with ferocious beasts. Cultivated students are also more than a raw Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination of the top 10 candidates, almost all from the first high school. And this Zhou Mingyang is one of the best students in the first high school. Possesses the elemental class B rank wind ability Light Spirit Blizzard. After exerting his supernatural ability, he was not only able to condense wind blades, but also reduce air resistance, allowing his running speed and attacking speed to be greatly increased. Light Spirit Blizzard was considered to be in the first tier amongst all the awakened psychic abilities in the entire Jiang city. And not only that, Zhou Mingyang was also one of the very few candidates in Jiangcheng who had broken through the awakened to advance to the level of alien. Before the college entrance exam, he was among the favorites to be the top martial arts student in Jiangcheng, and he also won the title of Light Wind Sword. Such a powerful alien. Ordinary candidates naturally didn't dare to provoke. Not bad. Practicing the sword is to have this kind of unrelenting momentum. The principal of the first high school in the group saw this scene and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Soon, all the students on the 40-odd buses entered the open space and arranged themselves neatly according to their schools and classes. In front of each class is accompanied by the classroom teacher. At that moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform also walked up on the podium in front of the open space. The man was tall and had a long scar on his right cheek. With a mere sweep of his gaze, the students who were originally murmuring quietly in the entire open space suddenly shut their mouths. If Zhou Mingyang's eyes merely only made people feel a sense of oppression, then this officer's gaze was as if it was like a ferocious beast, causing people to feel palpitations. Definitely a second order or higher alien. Su Jingming, who was in the team, said silently in his heart, "I'm Wang Ocean, the chief commander of this Jiangcheng martial arts entrance exam, and before the exam, I'll reiterate the precautions. This Wookiee high school exam begins promptly at 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m. The total length of the exam is 12 hours. The exam location is the ruined town behind me, the same as the previous high school exams. The ruined town is divided into the outer, central, and core areas. The outer regions are all uninitiated beasts, and the central regions are peak uninitiated beasts as well as first-order beasts. The core area is all filled with ferocious beasts of the first rank and above, while the very core is coiled with high first-rank ferocious beasts as well as second-rank ferocious beasts. The voice of the commander-in-chief, Wang Haiyan, echoed in the clearing. He didn't use a microphone, but his voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of every student. Peripheral, central, core, and the very core. It's really just like a math paper, where different areas correspond to different levels of difficulty. The very core of the area where the high first order as well as second order ferocious beasts are entrenched is equivalent to the last question of a math paper, reserved for the top students to attack. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Jingming's mouth in the group. If he had placed it before, he would have at most dared to kill the ferocious beasts in the outer regions. But now, not only did he have the confidence to enter the core, he could even explore the very core. Killing different types and levels of ferocious beasts will earn you different points. The higher the ferocious beast's rank, the stronger it is, and the higher the score it receives after killing it. However, all of you should also act according to your strength and choose an area suitable for you to kill the ferocious beasts. Okay, now the distribution of resources will begin. With a wave of Wang Haiyang's right hand on the ceremonial platform, several teams of soldiers stepped out from the side while a large truck drove over from the distance. The truck's cargo door opened, and inside was a single black tactical backpack. As the soldiers distributed them, each candidate was given a tactical backpack. There are 3 items in the backpack. One was a smartwatch that was used to count the number and types of ferocious beasts killed and accumulate points. Also inside is a map of the ruined town, confirming the candidate's location. The other is a compressed energy bar. There are 3 of them in total, which can quickly replenish your physical energy after consumption. The last item was the safety ball, which was a silver-white metallic ball. When activated, it is able to form a high-voltage grid around its body that ordinary ferocious beasts cannot break through. Of course, once the safety ball is used, that also means that the high school exams end early. Su Jingming put his smartwatch on his wrist. The 3 energy bars were placed in his tactical backpack and carried behind his back, and the safety ball was hung around his waist. In this way, in case of danger, you can also activate the safety ball as fast as possible to save your life. Most other students, too, choose to be equipped in this way. But even with a safety ball, it doesn't mean absolute safety. After all, In the process of killing this ferocious beast, life and death in an instant. Even the use of safety ball is too late. Each backpack contains a smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and a safety ball. Please check the candidates, and if any are missing, please make them up on this side of the podium as soon as possible. After Wang Haiyan said this, he then walked off the podium. It was now 8:40, more than 20 minutes before the start of the Wookiee high school exam. Thus, when Wang Haiyang stepped down from the podium, the many students in the open space also relaxed. Is there a squad that lacks meat shields? I have reinforcement deranked powers that can resist an output. Hey, the difficulty of this high school exam is too great. I can't even think of not forming a team. The mental system see great ability, can stagnate the ferocious beast's mind to a certain extent. Is there a small team that wants it? Our squad is short of a violent output. Those with D rank or higher output system powers can come to our squad. The martial arts advanced placement exam does not prohibit students from teaming. Of course, the points gained from killing ferocious beasts in a group were divided equally among all members of the entire squad, and the efficiency was much lower than killing them alone. As a result, most people still all choose to enter the test center solo. But the one-horned rhinoceros that had just been discovered had proved that the difficulty of this martial arts entrance exam would be extraordinary. So the candidates who originally didn't intend to form a team also began to look for team members at this time. Su Jingming, I don't think you've joined the squad, have you? Why don't you come to our squad? Our squad is still short of a secondary output, and your lightning-based psychic ability can just make up for it. In the Class 5 team, a young girl wearing a silver-white tight-fitting battlesuit that outlined her slender figure came before Su Jingming. The young girl was pretty and had a faint smile on her face. Ordinary students, faced with an invitation from such a beautiful young girl, I'm afraid they'd be begging for it. However, Su Jingming's eyebrows jumped. The young girl's name is Lin Xingkue. She is the class president of Class 5, and she is also a kind and gentle person with a good old personality. Coupled with her beauty and figure, she has a high reputation in Class 5. This gentle character of the class president, at one time after learning that Su Jingming's parents are dead, in the usual class activities and academic life, will secretly help. Lin Xingkue thought that she had done it very secretly, but her introverted and sensitive personality could still quickly notice this point of difference. He even secretly thought in his heart that Lin Xingkue had a crush on him. However, Su Jingming, who had traveled over, knew very well that this series of Lin Xingkue's actions were simply because she was kind-hearted. It was for the same reason that he now sought himself out to form a team. But, my aunt, you have to learn to see the occasion. The martial arts college entrance exam is a test that determines life and death. No one would want to have an extra liability in their team, and the other members in the squad would definitely feel uncomfortable when Lin Xingkue sent out an invitation to form a team to herself. Su Jingming looked back. As expected, when they saw Lin Xingkue send out an invitation to form a team, several of her other team members' faces instantly turned the color of pig's liver. Class president, I'm going to go into the exam room solo, so you guys can just team up. Su Jingming shook his head. At the same time, his heart lamented Lin Xingkue's naivety and kindness. Of course, purely from this point of view, Lin Xingkue's family should have protected her very well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have developed such a character. Like this? Well then, be safe when you get into the exam room. Lin Xingkue was about to continue persuading, but she looked at the seriousness in Su Jingming's eyes. Then he knew that it was useless to persuade him any further. So he sighed and turned away in disappointment. It's a good thing the kid knows what he's doing. In the class team, several other members of Lin Xingkue's team also breathed a sigh of relief. In their squad, Lin Xingkue was the captain, and there was no way for them to make a block on the captain's decision. It was only that if Su Jingming, who only had E-ranked psychic abilities, was allowed to enter the squad, then the scores of their entire team would drop by quite a bit. Refusing all the teaming invitations from big beautiful Lin. Ah Ming, you're good enough. How many people can't wait to team up with her? When Lin Xingkue left, Lu Jia came over with a lewd smile on his face. Come on, it's not like you don't know that our class president has this kind of nature and likes to help the weak. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. So you knew? Ha, I thought you took it as someone else having a crush on you. Lu Jia pretended to be surprised as he returned. But then again, are you really going to enter the examination center alone? This martial arts entrance exam is very difficult. Just E-ranked psychic ability you enter the field alone. I'm afraid it's not very easy to get. But if you're willing to call me big brother, I'll grudgingly give you a hand. Lu Jia tossed his hair in an extremely flirty manner. That being said, Lu Jia used to be just as non-verbal as Su Jingming. However, since awakening the C-rank psychic ability, it was more and more stuffy. Although the wording was very beaten up, Su Jingming also knew that Lu Jia was worried about himself, not ashamed to be a good brother. Of course, there was no way his mouth was going to show it. Oh, Jokes, I still need you to carry? Su Jingming gave an exaggerated sneer, revealing a mysterious and unpredictable smile. To tell you the truth, I'm not what I used to be. I'm not what I used to be. I'm going for the Jiangnan Provincial Top 100 this time. If you're willing to call me dad, then I'll reluctantly take you into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. After saying that, Su Jingming followed Lu Jie's example and flirtatiously tossed his head. Boys' friendships are like that, competing to be each other's dads. Jiangnan province's top student? You're really good at bragging. How come I didn't realize you were so capable of bragging before? If Shang Hao were here, I'm afraid you'd laugh your ass off. Lu Jie's eyes glazed over in heat sked. TSK, no one believes in telling the truth these days. It's really a world of change. Su Jingming shook his head inside. Time passed quickly as Su Jingming and Lu Jie flirted with each other. Soon it was 9 o'clock sharp. Wow. Thus, the gate leading to the ruined town was pulled open by the soldiers, and Wang Haiyan also stood on the podium and announced, Zhang Cheng's 2037th Martial Arts Entrance Exam officially begins. Candidates enter the examination center. As soon as his words fell, all 400-odd candidates acted. The martial arts entrance exams have begun. This time I'm going to hit it out of the park. My goal is the Gangnam Shifter University. With their expectations as well as hopes for the college entrance exam, the candidates wearing battle clothes and carrying weapons rushed into the ruined town like locusts. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, Su Jingming also removed his lance and rushed in after the crowd with a big smile. The ruined town, like an abyssal maw, swallowed all the students, and the open space outside was quickly becoming empty. Activate the ruined cameras as well as the follow drones and get ready to start the high school broadcast. The Daxia country is full of martial virtues, and every year the actual martial arts college entrance exams are broadcast live to the public. The battle is not only being watched by the Education Bureau and the principals classroom teachers of each school, but each school also arranges time to organize the first and second year students to watch. So, when the candidates had all entered the examination room, tens of thousands of cameras hidden in the ruined town were activated at the same time. At the same time, more than 50 military drones rose up in the air to follow and photograph the star candidates who had gained a certain level of fame before the Wuko entrance exam. Soon, an image was projected on the sky of the clearing, and the principals of the middle schools, the classroom teachers, and people from the Board of Education all talked to each other and entered the audience. The ruined town. Although it was a small village and town under the river city, it covered a huge area. More than 400 candidates entered it, except for some crowding at the entrance. Subsequent to continue to go deeper. It is like a drop of water dripping into the sea, not able to make a single ripple. Also, ferocious beasts are creatures that possess intelligence. So when so many candidates entered the ruins, instead of immediately launching an attack, these ferocious beasts hid. As a result, the squads, as well as the solo travelers, also acted individually, heading deeper within the ruined town. The first high school's light wind sword Zhou Mingyang, after entering the examination room, even more directly used his supernatural ability, manipulating the blistering wind to reduce air resistance. He then ran out like a cheetah. Su Jingming also picked a direction and carried his lance downward while activating the smartwatch on his own wrist. Instantly, a blue virtual screen was projected from the smartwatch and appeared in front of Su Jingming's eyes, with a row of black text on it. Please ask the candidate to authenticate their identity on their smartwatch. Blue Star's technological development was more developed than in the previous world, and virtual projections like this were already very mature technology. Su Jingming wasn't surprised, stretching out his left thumb and pressing it on the smartwatch screen. Fingerprint confirmation in progress. Confirmation successful. The candidate is Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, Senior Class, 5, of Su Jingming, pass number 2037-214-7849. On the virtual projection, Su Jingming's identity information surfaced. Also, 2 small boxes pop up in the upper right corner. The first one with information about your score. Name Su Jingming. Class, Gangnam No. 2 High School, Senior Class, 5. Score, 0. The second box shows the score rankings of the JCWK entrance exams. First place, Zhou Mingyang, 7 points. Gangxiang No. 1 High School, No. 2, Li Yuan, 5 points. River City High School No. 1, No. 3, Tiger Zhao, 4 points. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, No. 874, Jingming Su, 0 points. Gangxiang No. 2 High School, worthy of being the first high school, killing the ferocious beast so quickly. Shaking his head, Su Jingming clicked on the map option on the virtual screen. A map of the town's ruins then appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. The maps are irregular circles with different areas marked in different colors. The outer area is labeled green. The middle area is labeled yellow. The core area is labeled red, and the very core area is a deeper, darker red. The white point of light that represented Su Jingming himself, on the other hand, was right at the edge of the map. There's still a good distance from the periphery to the core, so let's head straight for the core. Su Jingming adjusted his direction and set off towards the red zone on the surface of the map. Before he could walk for a while, he was stopped by a leopard-sized ferocious beast. The fur of this ferocious beast was as black as ink, but a pair of vertical pupil eyes were a light orange color. If you ignored the fangs in his mouth, and the sharp claws on his paws that had remnants of dark red blood on them, it was an extremely beautiful creature. Feral beast, Shadow Cat. Su Jingming, who was well versed in the illustrated guide to fierce beasts, recognized the identity of this fierce beast at the first moment. This was a ferocious beast that was extremely common in the wilderness area. Of course, being common didn't mean that the Shadow Cat was a ferocious beast that was easy to deal with. Instead, it means they have good adaptability, agility, razor-sharp claws and teeth, and a bite force of thousands of kilograms. There were quite a few candidates that were planted in the hands of Shadow Cats. Roar! Spotting the human, the Shadow Cat let out a bloodthirsty low roar, then stepped away from its limbs and ran towards Su Jingming. The fresh scent of blood and flesh tingled its taste buds, causing it to speed up its run once more. Generally speaking, awakened people who fought against ferocious beasts for the first time would have their hands full without realizing it. However, Su Jingming, who had met the Shadow Cat for the first time in reality, was bland. Soon, the Shadow Cat then approached to within 3 meters of Su Jingming before leaping up. Raising his sharp claws, he aimed at Su Jingming's head and swung down hard. You should know that the sharp claws of ferocious beasts are comparable to alloy. If this strike was struck, then Su Jingming's entire head would explode like a watermelon. As if anticipating this scene, a touch of humanized excitement actually surfaced on the Shadow Cat's hideous beast face. However, the next moment, a black phantom flashed by. The entire Shadow Cat was then nailed to the air with the sharp end of the gun through its throat. Bright red blood, like a fountain, gushed out from the aorta pierced through the Shadow Cat's neck. Kill one Dark Shadow Cat, an uninitiated beast, plus 3 alien energy points. Fierce beasts, why are they labeled with the word fierce? In addition to the fact that this creature was brutal by nature, it was also because the ferocious beasts all had a special ferocious aura. This ferocious aura, analogous to humans, was akin to that of a murderous professional killer. Ordinary people, when they meet such professional killers, the other party merely gives them a look. It's likely to be mind-blowing, even frightening, a ferocious beast that possessed such a special aura. As a result, most awakened who fought a ferocious beast for the first time, under the breath shock, a body strength often could not be utilized by 30%. Some of them even went straight to body stiffness, forgetting how to even attack, use their powers or weapons. So, before the Wookiee entrance exam, families with a little bit of background would hire professional alien bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness area to get used to fighting ferocious beasts in advance. Su Jingming naturally did not have such conditions. Therefore, before the martial arts entrance exam, he had anticipated whether his body would have some negative reactions after actually encountering a ferocious beast. However, after encountering the Shadow Cat, there was absolutely no reaction to this ferocious aura of the ferocious beast. It was even able to accurately calculate the trajectory of the Shadow Cat's leaping lunge as it usually did, and then nail it with a single shot. I've heard that awakened people who fight ferocious beasts for the first time have to go through several battles before they can customer service that feeling of fear that comes with facing a strong creature. But there are those who are naturally insensitive to such sense, and it seems I am such a special case. Su Jingming jerked his right hand, and with the help of inertia, he pulled the black flare gun out of the Shadow Cat's neck. With a thud, the corpse of the Shadow Cat slammed into the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. This Shadow Cat probably hasn't seen a weapon like a lance before and dares to jump up like this. Isn't this just looking for death? Unlike the clumsily built iron hairpig and armed blade tiger, the Shadow Cat was agile, and its running speed reached a terrifying 17 meters per second. When encountering the first two types of ferocious beasts, awakened ones could still run if they couldn't beat them. If you encountered a Shadow Cat, you wouldn't even be able to run away. You would only be chased to death. As a result, Shadow Cat was also labeled as the newcomer killer. Under normal circumstances, without the aid of supernatural abilities and relying solely on physical strength, it was almost impossible for Su Jingming to achieve a one-strike kill, especially when he had little to no experience fighting ferocious beasts. But the Shadow Cat made the fatal mistake of jumping and swinging its claws to attack. If they were facing an awakened who used a long sword or a greatsword, this move might still work. After all, by the time the long sword and the greatsword were able to slash the Shadow Cat's sharp claws had also been able to attack the awakened one. But Su Jingming's black flare gun was a full 2.5 meters long. As the saying goes, an inch is an inch. so the shadow cat flying in midair was stabbed to death by Su Jingming before it could even enter the attack range. Also, if it weren't for the system beep, I almost forgot that killing ferocious beasts also earns you alien ability points. Looking at the new 3 extra alien ability points on the system panel, Su Jingming's heart was on fire. This also meant that if he gained enough exotic points in the upcoming battles, his strength could be further enhanced. But the amount of exotic energy points gained from killing an uninitiated ranked fierce beast is too little. It's better to hurry up and head to the middle region. Same as altered beasts. Fierce beasts were similarly categorized into 9 ranks from the 1st to the 9th rank. As for the ferocious beasts below the 1st rank, they were known as uninitiated ferocious beasts, corresponding to the human awakened. Su Jingming, who had no experience in fighting ferocious beasts, had originally planned to adapt more in the outer regions first. Since he didn't have much of a reaction to the ferocious beast's aura, there wasn't much point in staying in the outer region for much longer. Su Jingming then brought up his black flare gun and ran with all his might towards the middle area of the ruined town. Compared to Zhou Mingyang, who had mastered the elemental wind ability, Su Jingming's running speed was not considered too fast, but in the process of running, he was likewise constantly killing ferocious beasts. Kill 1 iron hairpig, a ferocious beast of the incomplete order, plus 5 alien energy points. Killing 1 dark shadow cat, a monster beast of the incomplete order, plus 3 alien energy points. Kill 1 unicorn rhinoceros, a ferocious beast of the incomplete order, plus 6 alien ability points. During the battle with the ferocious beast, Su Jingming didn't utilize his supernatural abilities. On the one hand, he was trying to hone his marksmanship and gain more combat experience. After all, utilizing the S-Class Violet Heavenly Lightning on these unranked ferocious beasts would only result in a second death, and would not have a refining effect at all. On the other hand, the rarer the ability, the more consuming it is to use. Su Jingming's original E-ranked psychic ability, Weak Electricity, could last for more than 3 hours under full exertion. However, after switching to the S-ranked supernormal ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, when it was exerted at full strength, it might not be able to sustain it for even an hour. You know, the martial arts exam lasts a full 12 hours. If he were to exhaust his alien energy during this time in front of him, then when he entered the core area, Su Jingming would have no other means of output when faced with a first-order intermediate, or even high-ranking ferocious beast, so it was only possible to refrain from using the powers for now, and wait until after entering the core area. In addition, after each battle, Su Jingming could also feel his improvement. These battles stacked on top of each other, causing his battle sense as well as his marksmanship to improve at an exaggerated rate, especially the gunplay. The more he used it, the smoother it became, even reaching a feeling of doing whatever he wanted. And that, never before. Could it be that my marksmanship has broken through without even realizing it? On the dilapidated old pathway, the corpse of a ferocious beast lay at Su Jingming's feet. This ferocious beast was as huge as a small car, with sharp horns like knives on its head, thick limbs, and dark brown skin. Even though it was dead, it still exuded a powerful and ferocious aura. This was exactly the ferocious beast that the candidates were most unwilling to face, the one-horned rhinoceros. This one-horned rhinoceros was covered in bull-sized wounds up to this point, and the fatal blow came from the head. Only the head of the pitch-black flare gun was seen to penetrate directly into the brain from the eye socket in a furious gesture, destroying the most important brain nerves. The one-horned rhinoceros is naturally dead as well. The lance was pulled out, and some red and white ones were brought out from the head of the one-horned rhinoceros along with it. Ordinary people suddenly faced with this scene, I'm afraid that those with poorer mental quality would vomit on the spot. However, Su Jingming was bland, and even opened his system panel on the spot. Name Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, Yes. Physical, 141 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunnery, Intermediate plus. Lightning Blast Break, Elementary plus. Ability points, 213. Sure enough, the spear technique has broken through to the intermediate level. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and then he couldn't help but sigh. In that case, it's still the actual battle that has the greatest boost to strength. His predecessor had practiced marksmanship for more than 6 years, yet he was still only a beginner, and he had only come to dozens of battles with ferocious beasts before he had raised his spear technique to intermediate level. While there is certainly an element of chutzpah in this as well, it still speaks to the importance of the real world. The intermediate level shooting skill makes me feel like I can do whatever I want. So what will happen if I further improve my shooting skill? More than 3 hours have passed since the start of the Wookiee entrance exam. Along the way, even though Su Jingming hadn't deliberately searched for them, he had encountered more than 40 ferocious beasts. There were relatively low-level shadow cats amongst these, as well as higher-level armed blade tigers and unicorn rhinoceroses. Every time you killed a ferocious beast, you could gain some exotic energy points. But how much was gained in total was not looked at closely. Now that he looked at it, he didn't realize that he had already accumulated 213 alien energy points, enough for him to upgrade his skills. 213 alien energy points is just the beginning. When we enter the central region and cast Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder to kill the ferocious beasts, the accumulation of alien energy points will be even faster. In that case, after thinking for a moment, Su Jingming still failed to resist the temptation and directly tapped down the plus sign after the marksmanship. Instantly, countless techniques related to marksmanship poured into his mind like a tidal wave. This kind of infused memory is not like a movie that you can walk through and forget in a short time after watching it. Rather, it was as if Su Jingming himself had truly practiced his marksmanship for decades. After the memorization of the spear technique had been infused, Su Jingming fiercely shot out his gun. Next moment, within a short span of 1 second, the black flare gun stabbed 4 times in the air one after another. It was like black lightning, swift and dangerous. On the old streets, the black flare gun, made from F-class alloy, was as flexible and swift as a black swimming dragon in Su Jingming's hands. Thumbs down. When Su Jingming violently stopped swinging, the head of the black flare gun that had gone from extremely moving to extremely still. Surprisingly, the temperature rose due to the violent friction with the air, and a hot vapor steamed up. With this spear technique alone, it's possible to kill a first-ranked ferocious beast. Su Jingming had originally thought that marksmanship wasn't as good as the 2 basic attributes of physique and spirit, but when he actually acquired advanced gun skills with the help of the Deep Blue system, he realized how wrong he was. With his gun technique upgraded to advanced, the speed of his gunshots was more than twice as fast as before, and the various techniques of using the lance are all blended together, so that no matter what kind of enemy you have, you can find a way to deal with it. It could be said that even if a first-order ferocious beast with a physique several times stronger than his, under such a shot, it would only be played alive. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. Upgrading his gunplay to advanced cost him 200 alien points, leaving him with only 13 alien points on the panel. It's a pity that there aren't enough exotic points, or else I really want to see what kind of terrifying level of master-level marksmanship would be. Shaking his head, Su Jingming opened the map. The white point of light representing himself was already located at the edge of the green outer area, not far from the yellow area in the center. There's almost half an hour left before we can enter the central region, which is filled with peak uninitiated ferocious beasts and first-order ferocious beasts. There, I'll be able to harvest alien energy points much faster. The ruined town's predecessor, Weiyuan Town, was built decades ago, but it wasn't too far from a modern city. The buildings are also constructed of concrete and are equally divided into urban and suburban areas. The location Su Jingming was currently in was a small district on the outskirts of the ruined town. After the invasion of ferocious beasts, and the erosion of time, the entire neighborhood looked very dilapidated. Most of the 6-story residential buildings are in a state of collapse, and the ones that aren't are equally weathered. The stone pavement underfoot was also overgrown and a desolate sight. When Su Jingming put away his black flare gun, he was ready to turn around and leave. At the end of the road on the opposite side, it was the figures of several other candidates that appeared. It was a party of 5 with 3 women and 2 men. At the head of the group was a tall girl wearing a silver-white battlesuit, and this girl was none other than Lin Xingkui, the Class 5 leader who had also invited Su Jingming to join the team before entering the examination room. Su Jingming? Lin Xingkui on the opposite side also spotted Su Jingming, and in surprise, she took 3 steps up with her slender strides. Most women's battle dresses are tighter and have a slimming effect. The one Lin Xingkui was wearing was no exception, and the silver-white battlesuit that clung to her skin outlined the curves of her concave and convex figure. The legs wrapped in the battlesuit were even more slender and tight while striding. Squad leader. On the way before this, Su Jingming had also met other candidates, but these candidates are either from other schools or from other classes. This was the first time he had encountered his classmates, so he couldn't help but have a smirk on his face. Phew, I didn't expect to run into you here. Did you get here by yourself? Lin Xingkui looked around and didn't see anyone else, so she asked curiously. As for the 14 members following behind, they were also a bit surprised when they looked at Su Jingming, who was alone. Generally speaking, E-rank alien awakenings would be eliminated an hour or 2 after the start of the martial arts entrance exam, and it was now almost past 12 noon, more than 3 hours after the start of the Wookiee entrance exam. How is it that Su Jingming is not only fine, but has gone deeper into this place? It's easier to be alone. Facing Lin Xingkui's inquiry, Su Jingming did not hide it and nodded. Awesome. Lin Xingkui's beautiful eyes lit up and she gave a thumbs up. We were all able to get over here with the help of Little Bridge. A petite girl in the group behind her nodded shyly. This girl named Xiao 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 had awakened the auxiliary class D grade ability sprinting, which was able to increase the movement speed of herself and her teammates to a certain extent. It was because of the small bridge that Lin Xingkue's squad was able to run so far. I was relatively lucky. The ferocious beasts I encountered along the way weren't too strong. In the face of the smile displayed by Lin Xingkue, Su Jingming also spoke a few more words in a rare manner. After all, what could be more pleasing to the mood than the sight of a beautiful woman in this hellhole of hideous monsters everywhere? Next, after chatting with Lin Xingkue for a few more moments, Su Jingming proposed to take his leave. Class president, time is short. We'll talk after the exam. Well, go on, and good luck getting a good grade. Lin Xingkue also knew that this was the period of scrambling for the martial arts entrance exams, and did not block it. I really didn't expect Su Jingming to make it this far. It's true that he had his own considerations when he signed up for the martial arts entrance exam. Su Jingming, who had lost both of his parents since he was a child, was also a poor man in Lin Xingkue's opinion. It would have been even more unfortunate if she had died in the martial arts entrance exam, and now that she saw Su Jingming alive and well, her heart was relieved. Captain, come look. This one-horned rhinoceros seems to have just died not long ago. A startled cry drew Lin Xingkue's attention. Only a few other people were gathered in front of the corpse of the one-horned rhinoceros, talking and discussing. The blood from the wound has not yet dried, indicating that the time of death would have been in the last few minutes. There were many wounds on the body, but the fatal wound was in the head. Looking at the shape of the wound, this appears to be a penetrating wound formed by a long-handled weapon that looks kind of like a long gun. This one-horned rhinoceros carcass Lin Xingkue's squad had seen it a long time ago, but didn't care too much about it, thinking that it was killed here by whichever candidate's team struck it before. However, when he got closer, he realized that this one-horned rhinoceros hadn't been dead for long at all, and the wounds on his body all looked like they were caused by a lance. You don't mean to say that this one-horned rhinoceros was killed by Su Jingming, do you? One of the boys said with a strange look on his face. The one-horned rhinoceros, a very difficult beast. They also dared to fight against the unicorn rhino because there were 5 of them. To say that an E-ranked abnormal awakened could kill a one-horned rhinoceros on his own, they definitely didn't believe it. Isn't it just a matter of looking at his score ranking if Su Jingming killed it? A boy opened his smartwatch and quickly found Su Jingming's name in the score ranking. 46th place, Su Jingming, 256 points. Jiangchang No. 2 High School, Su Jingming, 46th place? Crap, he stormed into the top 50 here? I'm not mistaken, am I? Seeing this ranking, the boys first froze, then rubbed their eyes hard. After making sure he was right, he looked like he had seen a ghost and shrieked out in shock. What 46 names? Did you find Su Jingming's ranking? The rest of the remaining team members leaned in. After seeing Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual screen, his expression became similarly shocked. Even Lin Xingkue, who was the captain of the team, couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression. A few other people's hearts were even more puzzled at the same time. Hell, can any E-class alien ability awakened person be this fierce these days? The top-ranked Xiaoming Yang with a score of 412 seems to have already started some killing in the central region. His light spirit blizzard is really good for catching up, and his traveling speed is not weak even when placed in a provincial capital city's martial arts entrance exam. That said, it's still Principal Lu who's great. The top 10 are almost all from your school. In the open space outside the ruined town, there were 10 huge projected images. This was tracked and filmed with a military drone, and the top 10 candidates in terms of scores so far. Below these 10 huge projection images, there were also densely packed thousands of smaller projection images. Those were taken by fixed cameras placed in the ruined town and only zoomed into the main projection when needed. Next to the projected screen, there was a ranking list with a detailed display of each candidate's scores as well as ranking information. In the temporary audience set up below the projected screen, principals and teachers from the Board of Education and various schools were commenting on the students on the rankings, and one of them, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair, was the center of conversation. He was Lu Hang, the principal of the first high school in Jiangcheng. Among the top 10 of the martial arts ranking list, all of them were students of the first high school, except for the only student of the third high school. Xiaoming Yang is our ace in Jiangcheng. This martial arts entrance exam, he should be able to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. In the front row of the audience, a short and fat middle-aged man, looking at Xiaoming Yang who was killing it on the first projection screen, he couldn't help but nod slightly. His name is Zhang Wenshan, and he is the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Speaking of which, it's been many years since our Jiangcheng has produced a candidate who entered the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Lu Hang, the principal of the first high school sitting next to the Secretary of Education, was also somewhat emotional. Jiangnan province is a large population province in the country of Daxia. The province has 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangcheng, on the other hand, is located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan province, with a lack of resources and an economic development that exists at the bottom of the list of all 24 prefecture-level cities. Along with this, the education funding allocated by the capital of Jiangnan province, Ning'an City, is very small every year. It was also because of this that Jiangcheng had not been able to do too well in the annual martial arts entrance exams. The best result in history was still 7 or 8 years ago, when someone awakened their A-class psychic ability, before they rushed to the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Several years had passed, during which time, although there were again A-class adepts in Jiangcheng, they never managed to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. But this session's Zhou Mingyang was the one that gave them renewed hope. I've always been more than satisfied with your first high school education. Zhang Wenshan, the director of education, nodded. Also, the third high school is not bad. Finally someone has squeezed into the top 10. The second high school was a little worse, though, with the best grade only being 18th. The first high school in Jiangcheng, the best high school in Jiangcheng. The second and third high schools are much less impressive compared to the first. In previous years, the top 10 of the Wukou High School exam were monopolized by students from the first high school, and students from the second and third high schools were not seen at all. We did have a few more talented students emerge in this class. The principal of the third high school had a smile on his face that he couldn't stop. Compared to him, Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school next to him, had a somewhat awkward expression. You know, in past years, it was the second high school that crushed the third high school. This year it seems to be the other way around. But it does seem like our high school isn't doing too well this year. Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school, searched through the score rankings for half a day and found that only 8 students from the second high school appeared in the top 50 score rankings. Lai Ming, Yang Jian, and Tang Wu. These are all students from Class 1 Rocket Class. But who is this Su Jingming? How come I've never seen this name before? The results of the Wukou Advanced Level Examination, WALE, directly determine the allocation of education funds to each secondary school. Therefore Zhao Yao knew more or less about the outstanding students of his school. However, the name Su Jingming was one he had never heard of before. Maybe it's a hidden student from one of the other parallel classes. Just ask the respective homeroom teacher later. At this, Zhao Yao didn't care too much. After all, with so many students in the second high school, it wouldn't be strange to occasionally have 1 or 2 students who hid their strength. Principal Zhao Yao didn't care much about it, but the back row of the seat, Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of the 5th class of the senior year of the second high school, was confused. To Su Jingming, he knew it plainly. The other party was only an E-ranked abnormal awakened. How could he have rushed into the top 50? And right now, in their entire class 5, the highest ranked person was Su Jingming. It's unbelievable. Did he hide his strength? But no matter how it's hidden, an E-ranked ability is an E-ranked ability. Can it suddenly become an S-ranked ability? And how on earth did he get such a high score? Chen Fan, the class teacher, is puzzled. The martial arts college entrance exams are all about authentic head-on fights with ferocious beasts, and it's unlikely that there will be any water. Unfortunately, the main screen above only showed the top 10 students in terms of scores, and the thousands of fixed cameras below were too dense to see. It was simply impossible for Chen Fan to find Su Jingming's image from it. Can't see the screen. Don't know what Su Jingming relied on to get such a high-score class teacher. Chen Fan, like a kitten that smells catnip but can't get it in its mouth. It's itchy. In the ruined town, after half an hour of running, Su Jingming was finally entering the central region. Roar! Ow! Compared to the outer region, the central region had significantly more ferocious beasts. Walking along the road, Su Jingming could hear the growls and hisses of ferocious beasts in the distance. The air seemed to be filled with a scent of blood and fury. Kaching dash! Su Jingming carried a long rifle, a nutritional bar in his mouth, and his combat boots stepped on a broken plastic tub on the side of the road. The originally tough plastic, after decades of exposure to the elements, has become as crispy as dry pasta and crumbles into crumbs when gently stepped on. While walking, Su Jingming observed his surroundings. The former town of Ruined Town, Weiyuan, had a population of almost 100,000 people. When the ferocious beasts breached the city's defenses, a number of people had not yet had time to evacuate, and almost 50,000 to 60,000 people were buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. In the outer suburbs, there's not much sign of anything special yet. It can be accessed after entering the equivalent of the downtown area of the ruined town. Yet you could see the dark red blood that had dried on the broken ground from the cars that hadn't had time to drive away around them, as well as on the scattered human skeletons that are still weathered. The bloodshed and cruelty of those years is evident. The downtown area was the place where the largest population was gathered, and it was also the place that was scourged the most by the ferocious beasts back then. Of course, That's exactly why the buildings downtown are more rundown than the suburbs. There was hardly a single intact building as far as Su Jingming's eyes could see. The Great Summer Kingdom uses actual combat as the assessment method for the martial arts college entrance exams. And in addition to testing their strength in this way, I'm afraid that they also have the intention of letting the awakened personally witness the powerful destructive power of the ferocious beasts. The Daxia state can be said to protect its nationals to the utmost, except for some of the more unlucky citizens who lived in cities that had been overrun by ferocious beasts. Other citizens, even in their entire lives, will never see a ferocious beast in real life. For the average person, there is nothing wrong with doing this, but in order to cultivate the alter ego, naturally, the sooner one recognizes the brutality of the ferocious beasts, the better. Roar! As Su Jingming was pondering, a low hissing sound rang out, and a ferocious beast scurried out from among the ruins. It was somewhat similar in appearance to a tiger, but it was more than one size larger, and its fur was a mix of yellow and green. The most striking thing was the bone blades that grew like blades on its forearms. It was clearly bone, but it seemed to have a metallic sheen to it. Behind it, there was a whip-like tail that dangled to the ground. First-ranked ferocious beast, armed sword tiger. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. Like the shadow cat, the armed blade tiger was a relatively common ferocious beast. The method of determining the rank strength of the armed blade tiger is also very simple. Just observe the length of the bone blades on their forearms. Those shorter than 20 centimeters are not in the rank, while those longer than 20 centimeters are ferocious beasts that have entered the rank. The armed blade tiger in front of him, the bone blades on his forearms were 22 or 23 centimeters long, and it was a first-order lower-level ferocious beast, compared to the uninitiated ranked armed blade tiger Su Jingming had encountered earlier. The aura of this ferocious beast was clearly much stronger. In a pair of amber eyes, there was even a raging bloodlust. It seems like I'm lucky to have encountered a first-ranked ferocious beast just after entering the central region. Drinking down the remaining liquid in the energy bar in one go, the corners of Su Jingming's mouth, who felt a renewed sense of fullness in his abdomen, turned up slightly, just in time to try my marksmanship on you. Throwing the energy bar in his hand casually, Su Jingming advanced instead of retreating, dragging his black flare gun towards the arm blade tiger as he charged. Ding 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 ding. The black flare lance dragged along the dilapidated concrete road, accompanied by ear-piercing friction sounds and sparks. As a first-order beast, this armed sword tiger already possessed some preliminary intelligence. Seeing that such a human with a weak breath in front of him dared to take the lead in attacking himself, the armed blade tiger, whose personality was already brutal, let out an angry hiss. Roar! Immediately afterward, the huge body was like a tank rushing towards Su Jingming. Even if it ignored its bloody mouth as well as its sharp bone knives, the sheer size of the body alone is enough to keep most candidates at bay. However, Su Jingming was undaunted, without a hint of panic in his eyes. With a forceful right hand, the black flare gun that was dragging on the ground was swung up as if it was a windmill. It was followed by a fierce thrust towards the arm blade tiger. Su Jingming's original blood value was 140 points, and his physique was stronger than most of the candidates. Now that the spear technique had reached an advanced level, the speed of the gun was more than several times faster than before. So, faced with this shot that seemed like lightning, only hearing a plopping sound, this first-order lower-armed blade tiger didn't even have time to react, and a bull-sized hole was added to its abdomen. The hole was extremely deep, piercing through the thick layer of hair and skin, and one could even see the writhing internal organs inside through the spilling blood. Ow dash! Ordinary creatures that suffered such a heavy blow were bound to have lost their mobility. However, the armed sword tiger merely wailed in pain, and immediately afterward, as if it had been inspired to be ferocious, it madly pounced up, worthy of being a first-ranked ferocious beast with tenacious vitality. Without using his supernatural abilities, Su Jingming didn't expect the strike to kill him directly in seconds, so he carried his black flare gun and fought with the arm blade tiger. With the help of the advanced gun technique, the black flare gun was wielded by Su Jingming like a swimming dragon. Every time he shot, he managed to put an extra hole in the armed sword tiger, and in the way of the length, armed sword tiger simply did not have the ability to Su Jingming effective attack damage. That's it, just under a minute. This first-ranked ferocious beast, the armed blade tiger, which was enough to kill 99% of the candidates in the examination hall, was then killed by Su Jingming. The massive body with thousands of holes collapsed, splattering layers of ash on the ground. Su Jingming himself was unharmed, and not even a single drop of blood was stained on his battlesuit. That's what makes the lance so rascally. Not strong enough to be stabbed to death alive, but not even able to touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Kill one first-order armed sword tiger, plus 10 alien ability points. Along with the death of the armed blade tiger, a system beep sounded. The alien energy points gained from killing a first-ranked ferocious beast are almost twice as much as those gained from killing an unranked ferocious beast. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. In that case, it's all the more reason for me to seize the time to kill the ferocious beasts and harvest the alien energy points. Putting the black flare gun behind him, without stopping for a moment, Su Jingming ran towards the direction where the hissing sound of the ferocious beasts sounded the most intense. According to the strength of the ferocious beasts, the ruined town was divided into 4 areas: the periphery, the center, the core, and the most central area. Most of the candidates are merely strong enough to move around in the outer areas. Only a small number of candidates dared to enter the central area. In the core area, even those few candidates from the rocket class of the first high school in Jiangqing needed to hesitate. As for the most central area where second-order ferocious beasts existed, in the entire Jiang city, almost no one was able to go there. That's a place where only geniuses from provincial capitals dare to venture. Su Jingming, who possessed the S-grade purple heavenly thunder, naturally had this qualification. However, due to the limited duration of his alien energy, Su Jingming planned to stay in the central region first, wait until the last 2 hours before entering the core. Of course, the real wilderness area didn't have any power divisions like outer and central areas. It's very likely that while walking in the wilderness area, a high-ranked ferocious beast will pop up and eat you. And Su Jingming knew deep down that this was the only opportunity he had access to at the moment to obtain a large number of ability points. Thus, after killing the arm-sword tiger, he began to search for the ferocious beast. After finding the ferocious beast, Su Jingming didn't even need to use his supernatural abilities. Directly relying on his strong physique, as well as his advanced marksmanship, he was able to kill it. Look for the ferocious beast, kill, gain alien points. Look for the ferocious beast, kill, gain alien points. Throughout the process of killing the ferocious beasts to gain alien energy points, he also discovered a pattern that the acquisition of exotic energy points had a stronger correlation with the strength of the ferocious beasts. For example, the shadow cat and the unicorn rhinoceros, 2 ferocious beasts, under the same level. A unicorn rhino could deal with 3 or 4 shadow cats at the same time, and that's exactly why. The amount of ability points gained from killing a peak uninitiated ranked one-horned rhinoceros was even the same as killing a first-ranked lower shadow cat. This law, however, did not have too much of an impact on the current Su Jingming, who was done with killing anyway. Just like that, Su Jingming didn't stop for a single moment, either fighting the ferocious beasts or on his way to find them. As more and more ferocious beasts were killed, the alien ability points on the system panel skyrocketed, and his martial arts college entrance exam score, too, rose wildly. What Su Jingming didn't know was what kind of sensation such a scene had caused in the outside world. The Wuko Advanced Placement exam will last a full 12 hours, during which the principal of each school and the classroom teacher will be present throughout the process. After all, the Secretary for Education is present, and it is impossible for them to leave in the middle of the meeting. In addition, the results of the Wuko Higher Education Examination are used as a criterion for the disbursement of education funds to schools in the second half of the year, and principals and teachers are concerned about the results of their students. Of course, since the exams are so long, the military district side will still provide lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. Now more than 4 hours had passed since the start of the Wookiee High School exam, and the time came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. By this time, most of the candidates in the examination hall have started consuming their first energy bar. Outside the examination hall, the principals and teachers of the schools also finished their lunches in the military canteen and headed in the direction of the audience. First grade is as tough as ever. The top 10 are almost all theirs. The first middle school gets the most education funding every year, and the student population is the best in the entire Jiangcheng, so it's not surprising that it has this achievement. That being said, our second grade school is actually doing okay this year, with 8 people making it to the top 50. Whereas in previous years it would have been nice to have 5 or 6. Unfortunately, this year, the third grade has been even more aggressive and has gone straight to the top 10, putting us in an awkward position. The crowd in the teachers group of the second high school in Jiangcheng was talking and discussing with each other as they walked. They are not surprised that the first school has a strong educational background and dominates the top ranking. Between the words, the discussion was also all about our school and the other third high school. By the way, Mr. Sun, what's the situation with Su Jingming in your class? How come I didn't know that there was this character in your class before? Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming and looked towards a middle-aged man in a black suit in the crowd. His name is Sun Yang and he is the homeroom teacher of the rocket class in the second middle school. Su Jingming isn't in our class. I was just about to ask you guys which class he's in. Sun Yang, the teacher of the rocket class, was dumbfounded. Su Jingming isn't from your class? But who else can be so fierce besides a student from rocket class? The surrounding teachers were also slightly stunned and asked Su Jingming which class he was in. After all, every middle school would reclassify their students after their powers awakened, placing those with potential and excellent strength into the rocket class. The second school is no exception. It is for this reason that those who excel in the WKCSE are basically students from the rocket class, and it is difficult to have students from the parallel class. Old Chen, how are your class grades? Behind the team, a middle-aged man with a mustache came up to Chen Fan, the class 5 teacher, and followed up before he could reply. Our class is not bad. The best grades have shot up to the top 100. The best students in the second middle school were concentrated in the rocket class, which led to the fact that students on other parallel classes were already considered excellent if they could make it into the top 100. Yo, that's pretty good. Chen Fan glanced at him and said in a salty manner, this middle-aged man is the class teacher of class 4 next door, Lai Jun. A few years ago the two had a bit of conflict because of some things. The relationship is not very good. In the latter years, Lai Jun was also openly and secretly against him, and the two of them were also considered to be deadly rivals. Not bad. Looking at his old rival Chen Fan reacting so flatly, Li Jun couldn't help but have a touch of smugness appear on his face. It's just that this year's bonus for the college entrance exams, I'm afraid I'm going to have to be that much more than you, in order to supervise the school spirit. The bonuses of them, the class teachers, were directly linked to the results of the candidates of the Wuko higher education examination. There are students in the class who enter the top 100 scores in Zhangchang, and the bonuses he can get at the end of the college entrance examination are all at least 10,000. In this small city where classroom teachers are paid just under 6,000 per month, a $10,000 bonus is already very good. The old Chen surface pretends to be calm. This time in the heart I am afraid that has long been envious of death, right? Just as Li Jun's heart was secretly happy. Chen Fan's voice sounded once again. Yeah, then you're going to be disappointed. Our class did pretty well too, with some people making it to the top 50. Top 50? Old Chen, you're not kidding, right? Those are all from the rocket class. How could anyone from your class possibly charge into that high of a ranking? Ri Jun subconsciously retorted with a disdainful expression. Wait. However, he quickly reacted, his eyes glaring as he exclaimed, could it be that Su Jingming is from your class? Compared to Li Jun's shock, Chen Fan's reaction was much more muted, and he only nodded lightly. Su Jingming is from your class. Then why didn't you answer when they were asking Su Jingming about his class just now? Lai Jun was still in a bit of disbelief. There is? Then maybe I didn't hear it. Chen Fan returned with a feigned bewilderment. Nima, what do you mean you didn't hear me? You simply did it on purpose. Nice guy. So he's been waiting for me here all along. Looking at Chen Fan's pretense of calmness and a clouded appearance, Li Jun really wanted to punch him in the face. However, the other party's next sentence was more than enough to make him almost spit out blood from anger. Su Jingming but just made it into the top 50. It's okay, the highest rocket class has rushed to 18th place. What do you mean it's only the top 50? The prize money for the top 50 is over $20,000, and you're a parallel class. Can you compete with the rocket class that concentrates the entire school's elite? Ri Jun's mind roared madly. It should be known that over the years, he had only trained the best student who had only gotten the 64th place on the martial arts college entrance exam. It seems like Mr. Chen has produced an exceptional student. Ri Jun took several deep breaths before barely calming his emotions and sourly congratulated him. It's okay. It's all about Jingming's own efforts. It doesn't have much to do with me. Watching his old rival being infuriated, although Chen Fan remained humble on the surface, his heart had already been happy. You like to show off. You've been humiliated this time, haven't you? In the past, Lai Jun had always been on top of his head, but this time, he had finally managed to pull back once. Just thinking about this, Chen Fan's heart was secretly happy. Su Jingming was originally from class 5? Mr. Chen Fan has educated you well, with so many parallel classes. Your class is the only one whose students have rushed into the top 50. When the second half of the year rolls around, you can have Mr. Chen give a lecture about his teaching experience. Learning that Su Jingming was a student of class 5, the teachers around him congratulated him. Even the class teacher of rocket class, Sun Yang, was giving Chen Fan a friendly smile. The best students have long been picked off by the rocket class, and to be able to produce such a student in a parallel class shows that Chen Fan's teaching skills are really good. The group of teachers joked and laughed and were soon back in the audience again. After Chen Fan, the class 5 teacher, sat down, he immediately looked at the virtual screen in midair, searching for Su Jingming's ranking. Soon, he found Su Jingming's name amongst the crowd of rankings. 32nd place, Su Jingming, 328 points. Jiangchang No. 2 High School, 32nd place? Seeing this ranking, the class teacher Chen Fan was stunned. You were 46th just now. weren't you? How come you've risen more than 10 places since you got back from dinner? Just as he was puzzled, Su Jingming's name suddenly jumped, and when it reappeared it was already in another ranking. 25th place, Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. This, Chen Fan stared with wide eyes, his face full of shock. What happened? How did Su Jingming's ranking rise so much all of a sudden? A total of more than 1,400 candidates participated in the Jiangcheng Wushu Higher Education Examination, and it was normal for the rankings to change from moment to moment, but suddenly going up a dozen or so rankings, or down a dozen or so, tends to only happen in the lower ranked ranges. The strength of these people was similar, and once there was a slight change in the scores, it was more than a dozen rankings that fluctuated up and down, and the candidates who made it to the top 50 were powerful and had a relatively large gap in their scores with each other. Even if there is a ranking change, it's only a place or two at best. It is very rare to see a rise of more than 10 rankings at once like this. As a result, not only did Chen Fan notice this scene, the other teachers in the second middle school also noticed the situation and talked about it. Su Jingming has risen in rank and has rushed to 25th place. I go, 25th place? Seriously? We only went to dinner and came back. How did the rankings change so dramatically? Is he really from the parallel class? It's too raw, isn't it? At this point in time, the ranking list of the Jiangcheng Wukou High School entrance examination has a total of 9 people from the second high school in the top 50. Aside from the 18th and 22nd in front of them, the most highly ranked player in the second high school is 25th ranked Jingming Su. The rankings jumped straight from 32nd to 25th and the score jumped from 328 to 372. At the front of the audience, second middle school principal Zhao Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. As a psychic C-rank alien, even though it was only a mere first rank, he was able to memorize all the ranking information on the ranking list. The information about the second high school candidates was even more important for him to focus on. Su Jingming's change in score ranking is naturally insightful, but even so, he still felt incredible. According to the score calculation method of the martial arts college entrance exam, killing a peak uninitiated ranked ferocious beast would earn you 6 to 8 points. Slaying a first-order lower ferocious beast earns you 14 to 16 points, and the smartwatch kill count interval is about 4 seconds. Su Jingming raised 44 points in one breath, which meant that he had killed 5 peak uninitiated ferocious beasts, or 3 first-order lower ferocious beasts, in just 4 seconds. But whichever it was enough to illustrate Su Jingming's formidable strength. This strength, even if it's not comparable to the first echelon like Zhou Mingyang and the others, is definitely considered to be of the top 10 caliber. Our school. When did such a fierce student emerge? Principal Zhao Yao was a bit bewildered. According to the regulations of the Great Summer Country, the principals of all the high schools in the country, as well as the directors and deputy directors of the education bureaus of all the municipalities, must all be first-order or higher Xenos. Although Headmaster Zhao Yao hadn't been able to see Su Jingming's battle footage, he was able to surmise Su Jingming's approximate strength just by relying on the instantaneous change in rankings. The other two principals, as well as the Secretary for Education, naturally looked out. Principal Zhao, it seems that your school still has good students. This Su Jingming should have not exerted any power earlier, and now when he did, his ranking was immediately raised. Zhang Wenshan, the Director of Education, nodded slightly. This student of Principal Zhao is almost in the top 10. Lu Hang, the principal of the first high school, also added, by the way, what kind of psychic ability has this student of yours awakened? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhang Wenshan was a bit puzzled. A candidate with this kind of strength shouldn't be silent. Truth be told, this student Su Jingming only suddenly broke out today during the college entrance exams, and for his relevant information, I'll have to ask their homeroom teacher to find out. Mr. Chen, come over here for a moment. Facing Director Zhang Wenshan's inquiry, Zhao Yao directly called the class teacher Chen Fan over. Thus, under the envious gazes of a group of teachers in the second middle school, Chen Fan sat next to the principal. To Chen Fan, an ordinary classroom teacher, the director of education as well as the principals, who were xenomorphs, were absolute bigwigs, so he faced a few gazes, and rightfully so. His expression was a bit constrained. Headmaster and director, as far as I know, Su Jingming merely awakened an E-ranked psychic ability, weak electricity. Class E alien? Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Mr. Chen, you didn't remember it wrong, did you? Headmaster, I remember correctly. I specifically warned him not to take the martial arts entrance exam before the entrance exam, Chen Fan said with a bitter smile. In fact, as the class teacher, he was also a bit skeptical that the registration of the awakened psychic ability back then was not a mistake. To be able to go this far with just an E-ranked psychic ability, it seems like this Su Jingming should be superior in other aspects. Director Zhang Wenshan was thoughtful. Unfortunately, not being in the top 10, we haven't been able to see his battle footage. The live streaming system for the Wuko High School exams was run according to a program customized by the province, and even he couldn't interfere with it. And to find Su Jingming from the thousands of fixed camera feeds below is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just wait. With his strength, he should be able to rush into the top 10 soon. Although Su Jingming's situation is somewhat special. As the Secretary for Education, this point of patience is still there. Then it will have to wait. Zhao Yao, the principal of the second middle school, also nodded, while calling out to Chen Fan, who wanted to go back to his seat. Also, you can sit here, Mr. Chen. Chen Fan's face was delighted at the words. Not all teachers had the opportunity to be so close to the directors and principals. Time passed slowly, and the rankings of the martial arts entrance exams were changing from moment to moment. In the midst of this crowd of rankings, there was yet one name that was rising up the rankings. 25th place, Ko King Ming. 21st place, Ko King Ming. 16th place, Ko King Ming. No. 12, Ko King Ming. 9th place, Jingming Su. After just less than an hour had passed, Su Jingming's ranking had rushed into the top 10. Su Jingming did it. He really made it into the top 10. Class teacher Chen Fan face excited. Just parallel class teacher of him. Dream also did not expect his class actually have students can enter the top 10 in Zhangcheng. In the top 10, Zhao Yao, the principal of the second middle school, was also relieved. Otherwise, he would not look good as a principal if he kept being pushed head and shoulders above the third form. Now it's finally clear what Su Jingming entered the top 10 on the basis of. The Director of Education, Zhang Wenshan, on the other hand, looked expectantly into midair and waited for a while before the virtual projection screen belonging to the 9th place flashed. In its place was a slightly taller youthful figure. The youth wore a black battle suit. His face was resolute, and his eyes were firm and divine. In his hand, he held a black lance about 2 meters long. The head of the lance was sharp and pointed, and the bright red blood stained on it added a touch of hideousness to it. At the youth's feet, there were also several ferocious beasts that had lost their breath. Not far away, there was another ferocious beast cowering and not daring to come forward. Black clothes, lances, and fierce beasts, various elements of the whole picture were composed together, and an overpowering and powerful aura spread out. Next moment, the youth moved, his gun coming out like a dragon. Just for a moment, the remaining ferocious beast didn't even have time to react before it was slammed to death by the long spear. Hiss, that was a fast shot. What a fast shot! It's like a bolt of lightning. The speed of his strikes is comparable to that of a wind-type ability awakened. But isn't he a thunder-type ability awakened? Seeing the black figure on the projection screen that was like lightning that killed the shadow cat fierce beast directly in seconds, the many teachers in the audience were shocked. Fast, precise, tough. This was their first impression of Su Jingming. Chen Fan, the class teacher of class 5, even glared. He also basically knew the fighting strength of most of the students in his class since the school would arrange for actual sparring sessions. However, in the actual combat class, Su Jingming's level could only be described as poor, and it was simply impossible for him to be at the level he was at now. Good guy, actually managed to hide it from me for so long. If you have this kind of shooting skill, isn't it good to take it out earlier? You have to wait to make a splash on the college entrance exam, but with this kind of marksmanship, even if it's only an E-rank psychic ability, you can indeed get a decent grade in the entrance exam. Chen Fan nodded slightly. In that case, it seems that it was redundant to advise him not to take the martial arts entrance exam at that time. A powerful physique and strong marksmanship? Zhao Yao, the principal of the second middle school, let out a long breath, then shook his head. It's a pity. Yeah, it's too bad. The Secretary for Education, Mr. Zhang Wenshan, was also a bit disappointed. Strong physique and weapon use skills were indeed considered a great advantage during the awakened period. But later on, as the level gets higher and higher, the advantage that comes from physical fitness and skill will gradually become smaller and smaller. After all, shifter, the main thing is still to rely on your powers to fight. But if he has a C-ranked psychic ability, paired with this kind of physique and marksmanship, the first place in Zhangcheng is definitely his. It's a shame he's yet only an E-ranked alien. Zhang Wenshan couldn't help but feel sorry once again. Compared to the regret of the principal and the director of education, Chen Fan, the teacher of class 5, is quite open-minded. Top 10 in Zhangcheng, as long as he could keep it up until the end of the college entrance exam, he would surely be able to go to a good alien university. Of course, even if Su Jingming stopped killing ferocious beasts in the next few moments and ended the college entrance exams with such grades, he would still be able to go to the exalted university. It just wouldn't be that good. And this kind of result, compared with his expected result of falling out of the list, or even death, has been better than I don't know how many times. Kill 1 First Order Shadow Cat, plus 9 alien points. Within the ruined town, Su Jingming, who had just finished killing a shadow cat, was in a very happy mood as he listened to the beeps ringing in his head. There were more ferocious beasts in the central region of the ruined town than he had imagined. He had only just come in for an hour or so, and he had killed more than 20 First Order lower ferocious beasts, in addition to more than a dozen peak undeclared ferocious beasts, and the alien ability points accumulated on his system panel had reached 312 points. Not bad. It's true that killing ferocious beasts is more efficient in the central region. Su Jingming nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he heard the humming sound of the propeller rotating at high speed. A drone flew in from the distance, hovering dozens of meters above his head. Tracking camera drones? I scored in the top 10 already? Su Jingming opened his smartwatch and checked his ranking. 9th place, Su Jingming, 607 points. Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Sure enough, it's already in the top 10. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's face. The appearance of the camera drone meant that the entirety of his next fight would be known to the outside world. Even with the subsequent use of his supernatural ability, his S-Class Purple Heavenly Thunder would likewise be exposed as a result. After all, the S-Rank Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder he summoned nowadays was too extraordinary to be disguised as an E-Rank weak electricity ability. Of course, Su Jingming didn't think of hiding it. The Martial Arts College entrance exam is supposed to test the strength and potential of the candidates. And the better the results of the Martial Arts College entrance exam, only then will they have the right to choose. Only a fool would give up getting more points to hide his powers. Su Jingming's gaze stared as he opened his system information panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 141 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Blast Break, Beginner plus. Ability points, 312. It's already over 300 exotic points, and the level can't even be raised yet? Su Jingming, who failed to find the plus sign after the rank, frowned. There can only be 2 possibilities when this happens. The first possibility was that the amount of ability points needed to metamorphose from an awakened to an exalt was too much, and 300 ability points weren't even enough. The second possibility was that there existed some kind of condition for becoming an alien from an awakened person, and until such a condition was met, there was no way for even the system to directly raise the level. To metamorphose from an awakened to an alien, you need to learn the alien cultivation method first. It seems that it's because I haven't learned the alien cultivation method yet, so I can't upgrade yet. Su Jingming guessed in his heart. The alien cultivation method is the basic requirement for an awakened person to advance into an alien. But even the worst of the alien ability cultivation methods sold for over $1 million. With Su Jingming's wealth, there was naturally no way to purchase a copy. Originally, he thought that with the system in place, he could bypass this basic condition, but now it seemed that he was the one who thought wrong. But with my current combat power, it's not that bad compared to a real alien. Then let's wait until we finish the college entrance exam, enter the alien university, and learn the alien cultivation method before becoming an alien. Su Jingming didn't think too much about it. The most crucial thing now was, these 300 or so alien energy points, how should they be used? Currently, the only things that can be boosted are the basic attributes and battle techniques, and the battle techniques can't be used for the time being. So let's just boost the basic attributes. After thinking for a moment, Su Jingming directly allocated all of his ability points to the 2 basic attributes. Physical split 200 points, spiritual split 112 points. Physical fitness, 141181 Chi and Blood. Spirit, 160182H. Su Jingming, whose basic attributes had been boosted, instantly felt power surging through his entire body, and his consciousness was clearer than ever before. The fatigue accumulated from rushing and successive battles before were all swept away at this moment as well. Yes, Su Jingming laughed out loud and casually danced a beautiful gunshot with his black flare gun. The speed as well as the strength of the gun was again much stronger than before. With this kind of physique, coupled with my advanced spear technique, even if it's a first-ranked mid-ranked ferocious beast in the core area, even if I don't utilize my supernatural abilities, I'll still be able to kill it with ease. At this moment, Su Jingming was confident in his own strength. The ferocious beasts in the core area are stronger and more numerous. Since my strength has been boosted once again, there's no need to stay in the central region, so I'll go directly to the core region. The lance shook, and because of the inertia, the bright red blood stained on it was shaken off cleanly. Afterward, carrying his lance behind his back and glancing at the map bearing, Su Jingming ran in the direction of the core area, with his physique strengthened. At this moment, his running speed was even that much faster than that Zhou Mingyang who had added the wind ability, and behind him, camera drones, as close as a heel. Ruined town. Central region. As its throat was slashed by the sharp dagger and blood gushed out furiously, this first-order lower shadow cat collapsed with a loud bang. Behind her, Tang Chi's slender figure holding a dagger slowly emerged. She was seen wearing a purple and black outer veil of cat-shaped energy, and a pair of cat ears on her head, which were not deliberately controlled, but appeared to be very agile. Enhanced B rank ability. Phantom Cat. During activation, it is able to drastically increase her running speed, reaction time, as well as her attack power. It was also with this B rank ability that she, who was merely as an awakened, was able to kill a first-ranked ferocious beast. Of course, she herself was someone who practiced the alien cultivation method. Although there was still a bit of a gap from metamorphosing into an alien, the physical quality foundation was there, so it wouldn't be too bad in any way. However, killing a first-order lower-level ferocious beast was already the limit of her strength. It was precisely because of this that she only dared to wander around the central region, not daring to head to the core region where there were first-order median ferocious beasts entrenched. In order to conserve her powers, just after killing the ferocious beasts, Tang Chi exited her phantom cat form. The cat-shaped energy veil that lingered around his body disappeared, and a pair of cat-shaped vertical pupils immediately degenerated into their original form. 12th place. Tang Chi, 567 points, Zhengcheng No. 1 High School. Opening her smartwatch, Tang Chi, who saw her ranking, frowned. The ranking dropped by 1 place. She subconsciously looked upwards to see who had pushed her down the rankings. However, I didn't expect to see a familiar name in the 9th position. 2nd High School Su Jingming, 607 points. 9th place? Tang Chi was slightly stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses, her mind conjuring up that upright figure carrying a long spear. Sure enough, it was you who caused that blow yesterday, cousin Jingming. It wasn't that she hadn't suspected that the name on the rankings was just a renaming of her cousin, but both in the 2nd high school and with the same name. What in heaven's name is so coincidental? Plus the flash of suspicion that arose yesterday at the Thunder Martial Arts School. More than that, she was certain that Su Jingming, who was on the ranking, was that own cousin. But how did you manage to do all this with just E-rank powers? Tang Chi couldn't help but flash a flash of curiosity on her pretty face. It seems that cousin isn't as honest as he seems on the surface. Crap, is Amin so fierce? I should have called him daddy and just hugged him. In the outskirt area of the ruined town, Lu Jia, who had giganticized to twice his size, looked at Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual projection with remorse. Compared to the results of Wookiee's high school entrance exams, what's a call for dad? Su Jingming is in the top 10. Too fierce. In our 2nd middle school, he's the highest ranked one right now. Lin Qingkui's squad, ever since discovering Su Jingming's 46th ranking, had been paying attention to the other party. At this moment, seeing Su Jingming enter the top 10, each and every one of them were overwhelmed with emotion. This guy, how the hell did he do that? If Su Jingming is in the top 10, we have to work hard to be in the top 300 as well. Looking at the ranking list, Lin Qingkui's pretty face was also filled with emotion. Although they didn't know how Su Jingming did it, they were different from Su Jingming. It's satisfying to be in the top 300. When Su Jingming was not yet ranked in the top 10, the ranking was not really conspicuous. But when he entered the top 10, almost everyone in the examination room noticed him. Some of those who knew Su Jingming even had different reactions. However, he was unaware of all this, and at this moment, he was running towards the core area with all his might to catch up. After his physique was strengthened, Su Jingming's running speed was much faster than before. Plus, his position in the central region wasn't too far from the core. And so, in just over 30 minutes, Su Jingming stepped into the range of the core area on the map. The core area of the ruined town was the most prosperous downtown of the original Weiyuan town. Compared to the central area, the buildings here are taller, and the sophistication of those days can be vaguely seen in the already dilapidated finishes on the surfaces of the buildings. What's more, the grade of the ferocious beasts in the core area was the lower first order to the middle first order, and there were no more uninitiated ferocious beasts. Candidates who had the confidence to enter the core area were all at least in the top 5 in Jiangcheng. Of course, he's the exception. In the process of rushing, he didn't purposely look for ferocious beasts, which led to him only killing a mere 4 or 5 ferocious beasts in these 30 minutes or so. The rankings dropped to no. 10 instead of advancing. As long as I can find a large group of ferocious beasts, I'll soon be able to raise my ranking again. This time, I'm going to get first place in one breath. Su Jingming's gaze condensed, and with the same strategy as before, he went wherever the hissing of the ferocious beasts was the densest. Roar! Ow dash! The hissing of ferocious beasts rose and fell in the midst of the dilapidated city, which was a paradise for ferocious beasts. Su Jingming listened carefully and eventually chose the southeast, where the hissing of the ferocious beasts was the most powerful and still the densest. As he sped off, most of the candidates, within the examination point, were moving forward cautiously, fearing that too much commotion would attract the attention of the ferocious beasts, leading to a siege. Yet Su Jingming ran through the city like a sturdy cheetah. Behind his back, the black flare gun, which weighed 50 kilograms, didn't cause a single hindrance to his movements. Su Jingming ran on the dilapidated road, the wind whistling in his ears, the scenery on both sides swiftly skimming by, and one or two ferocious beasts could be vaguely seen active amongst the ruins. For such sporadic ferocious beasts, he didn't even have the desire to strike. Soon, the source of the intensely loud hissing sounds came closer and closer, and a rust-covered, wrecked bus barricaded itself at the end of the road. However, Su Jingming's speed did not slow down at all, and it was only when he was about to hit this bus that he exerted his legs and violently leapt 5 or 6 meters high. Boo! Su Jingming's combat boots stepped on the roof of the bus, his gaze looking downward, the scene below in full view. This was a fitness plaza, and in addition to the various fitness-wrecked fitness equipment in the plaza, there was also a ferocious beast inhabiting it. There were a large number of ferocious beasts, causing the air to have a unique stench of animals intermingled with it, in addition to the smell of blood, causing Su Jingming to frown slightly. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. There are 10 ferocious beasts here, and they're all arm-blade tigers. It seems like I've encountered a group of arm-blade tiger ferocious beasts here. Ferocious beasts were categorized into herd types and solitary types, and the arm-sword tiger belonged to the herd type of ferocious beasts. Ordinary candidates, when they encountered this kind of ferocious beast swarm, they all walked around. However, Su Jingming's cold, black and white eyes were tinged with burning battle intent. That's exactly what he wants. If you want the armed blade tiger to achieve the effect of living in a group, you have to have a king whose strength suppresses everything. Su Jingming looked towards the center of the fitness plaza, where there was a half-eaten, bloodied corpse of a one-horned rhinoceros, and next to that corpse, there was an armsword tiger king lying on its back that was clearly larger in size than the other armsword tigers. Its limbs were thick and sturdy, and the bone blades at its forelimbs were even bigger and sharper. A mid-first-ranked arm-blade tiger. It seems that it is the king of this group of ferocious beasts. The corner of Su Jingming's mouth rose slightly. By killing all of these ferocious beasts, then he would be able to gain quite a few more exotic energy points. Su Jingming's height of 1.86 meters, coupled with the fact that he was standing on the roof of the bus, just as soon as he appeared, he drew the attention of the armed sword tigers in the square. Apart from the centermost armed sword tiger king, which was still lazily lying on its original position, the other 9 resting armed sword tigers all got up at the same time. Eyes glowing menacingly, he paced in the direction of the bus. Their speed was not fast, but the sense of oppression brought about by the 9 armed sword tigers as large as sedans gathering together was extremely frightening. It was also because of this that the ferocious beasts had always been very difficult to deal with. It could be said that this 9-headed armed blade tiger, even a first-rank high-level ferocious beast, would not dare to easily mess with it. However, in the face of the 9-armed blade tiger that was simultaneously walking towards him, Su Jingming was not the least bit afraid. A leap from the top of the bus and a thump to the ground. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar, the 9-headed armsword tiger that was originally walking slowly forward unexpectedly dispersed in a very humane manner. Then, they charged towards Su Jingming in different directions. As expected of a ferocious beast group with a ferocious beast commander, they actually learned a simple formation. With a backhanded grip, the black flare gun was already held in Su Jingming's hands. The bus was just less than 30 meters away from the plaza, which was not worth mentioning to these first-order lower arm blade tigers. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the 9-headed armsword tiger burst into a position less than 5 meters in front of Su Jingming. However, these armed sword tigers did not swarm up to them, but rather, the 5 armed sword tigers took the lead in charging, pouncing in a flying lunge. The 5 huge armed sword tigers crowded together, blocking all directions forward for Su Jingming. Behind him, on the other hand, was the abandoned bus, and there was no way to back up. In other words, at this moment, Su Jingming had no way to escape. In the face of this situation, Su Jingming's eyes remained resolute, while the 2-meter-1 black flare lance was danced by him like a great windmill. The dancing black flare gun transformed into a black phantom, as if it was a high-speed rotating propeller. This moment, the armsword tigers realized something was wrong, yet it was already too late. The 5-headed arm-blade tiger, without the slightest defense, slammed into the high-speed rotating black flare gun. Pust, pust. The sharp head of the black flare gun was like a meat grinder, directly cutting the head of the 5-headed arm-blade tiger. It then fell headfirst under the force of the powerful impact. Although the head suffered a heavy blow, this 5-headed armsword tiger didn't die there. Lying on the ground, obviously still breathing, pure physical strength is still lacking. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. This move, the Great Windmill, was wielded purely relying on his physical strength and was not a battle technique. If this move was a battle technique that fused body strength with alien energy, these 5 ferocious beasts would have been directly killed in seconds in that moment just now. But it's okay, just need to make up for it. Su Jingming ran up again, and the remaining 4 armed blade tigers attempted to block Su Jingming's steps, but they were all bypassed by Su Jingming's agile footwork. Subsequently, the black flare gun was like the scythe of the god of death, taking away the lives of the 5 critically injured armed blade tigers one after the other. Roar! And at this time, the First Order median arm sword tiger king that had been lying in the very center finally realized that something was wrong, and got up and walked over to the remaining 4 arm sword tigers, just in time to finish you off together. With a mischievous sound, the black flare gun was pulled out from the corpse of the arm blade tiger. Su Jingming held his lance in his hand and faced the 5-headed arm sword tiger alone. There was not the slightest bit of fear in his clear eyes. There was an endless coldness and murderous aura. Roar! It didn't know if it was because its companions were too dead or injured, or if Su Jingming's unyielding eyes had angered it. The arm sword tiger king let out a roar and then charged with the remaining 4 arm sword tigers. Su Jingming carried his lance and charged head-on, battling the 5-headed arm sword tiger. Although the arm blade tiger was a ferocious beast, it also possessed a certain level of intelligence, especially since this group of arm blade tigers had experienced many times of cooperation and did not know how many powerful ferocious beasts they had killed together. If such a 5-headed armed sword tiger was placed in the middle of the city, it would be enough to annihilate a squad of hundreds of elite soldiers. However, Su Jingming transformed into a black phantom, weaving in and out of the middle of the gap between the arm sword tiger groups. The arm blade tiger couldn't do any real damage to Su Jingming at all. Instead, each of Su Jingming's shots were aimed straight at the vitals, and the arm blade tiger was either killed in seconds straight away, or severely injured by the stabbing. Thus, in just less than 2 minutes, all the arm sword tigers fell under his lance. A first-rank median ferocious beast is nothing more than that, not even forcing me to use my supernatural abilities. Looking at the arm blade tiger king at his feet, who had already lost his breath of life, Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. Although with the help of the system, his physique had been enhanced, he was actually not very clear as to how strong a fighting force he possessed. The fact that he dared to launch an attack on the arm sword tiger fierce beast group like this was also because he had the purple heavenly divine thunder to back him up. Unfortunately, this group of ferocious beasts didn't even have the strength to let him use his powers. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. This wave alone allowed him to harvest a full 106 alien energy points. A great harvest. Su Jingming's face was delighted. At this rate of progress, when the martial arts college entrance exams were over, he didn't know how many alien ability points he could accumulate. It's useless to think too much right now. It's still important to harvest the ability points and grab the next location. Wiping the blood on his lance, Su Jingming put it back on his back and hurried to the next location. On the day of the college entrance examination, all high schools in Jiangcheng will organize the first and second year students to watch the live broadcast of the Wuko College entrance examination. On the one hand, it's to make these students realize the blood and cruelty of the Wuko entrance exam. On the other hand, it was also to let the students familiarize themselves with the habits of ferocious beasts in advance. At this time, the playground of Jiangcheng Second High School. In mid-air, there was the same virtual projection as the military district. All the freshmen and sophomores in the surrounding audience had been watching the live broadcast for quite a while. In past years, the top 10 in River City were all candidates from the first high school. Therefore, the ones they talk about the most are also candidates from other schools. But this year was different, and their school also had candidates who broke into the top 10. Su Jingming. When Su Jingming rushed into the big screen with a 9th place finish, the entire second high school's teachers and students were abuzz. In particular, the image of the shadow cat being killed by a single slam shot thrilled the students. Crap, that was a cool shot. Senior Su's name was unheard of before, but from now on, he's my idol. Senpai is tall and strong, simply not too handsome. Unlike the directors and principals who were in the military region who sided Su Jingming, the students who saw Su Jingming rush into the top 10 were heartily happy and excited for him. Many people even use him as a benchmark and role model. However, since Su Jingming had been rushing for the next half hour or so, he rarely made a move. This caused students to feel a sense of disappointment, especially after Su Jingming's ranking was lowered to 10th. Some students were anxious. He couldn't wait to transform himself into Su Jingming and then kill the 4 directions to take back the rankings. Hey, it seems that our second high school still can't do it. It's hard to produce a senior who rushed into the top 10, but it turned out to be a weak successor. As much as it pains me to admit it, Senior Su is indeed lackluster. Forget it. I'll just look at the first place light windsword Zhou Mingyang. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It was hard for the second high school to produce a candidate who had rushed into the top 10, and they naturally wanted the other party to impact a better ranking. However, Su Jingming's performance had caused some bad words to ring out sporadically from the audience. An even larger portion of the students began to rewatch the live feeds of the other star candidates. Look! Senior Su has found the ferocious beast. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere turned everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's live feed. In the middle of the image, Su Jingming was seen standing on top of the bus, while below him, there was a huge arm-sword tiger ferocious beast. It's over. Senior has encountered a swarm of ferocious beasts. Arm-sword tiger ferocious beast group. Finished. Why isn't Senior leaving yet? If you don't leave, it's really over. It's over. The arm-blade tiger has surrounded over. He can't get away. Senior isn't activating the safety ball yet? This is a dangerous situation. Although Su Jingming's performance just now had somewhat disappointed the students, he was after all the senior of his own school. Thus, when he encountered the group of ferocious beasts, all the students couldn't help but worry. And when the five-headed arm-sword tiger flew at Su Jingming, who had not activated the safety ball, some of the girls were even frightened and covered their eyes. However, the imagined scene of being devoured by the ferocious beast did not appear. Instead, it was Su Jingming who wielded his black flare gun and sent the five-headed armed blade tiger flying in an unrivaled manner. Crap, so fierce. At this moment, none of the people in the audience had their hearts skip a beat. A lance, and it works like that? This power is just outrageous. If an ordinary person were to wield a lance like this, not only would they not be able to injure the armed blade tiger, but they would be directly pressed to death by that massive size. It seems that this senior Su should have awakened a flesh-strengthening type of psychic ability, or else he wouldn't be able to do it to this extent. In a short moment, all of the students' earlier dissatisfaction with Su Jingming disappeared, and next, Su Jingming transformed into a black phantom, holding the black flare gun. Like the wind and lightning, he shuttled in the middle of the five-armed saber tigers, constantly surging forward to decapitate them. His black lance was also bright red due to being stained with too much ferocious beast blood. No one felt uncomfortable about such a scene, but instead it was a straight-up delight. It's so violent, but I love it. Cool. This feels so much more painful than watching the light and fluffy light windsword. Guns to the flesh. What a dominating shot. It was everyone's consensus that ferocious beasts were the enemies of humans. Therefore, when the arm-blade tiger was slaughtered in a lopsided manner, no one felt pity, but instead, it was incredibly painful. Especially the slender and tall figure that weaved in and out of it. Every time he fired his gun, it carried a special sense of violence. This violence is not gory, but rather full of beauty. It made these 16 or 17-year-old, youthful teenage girls' blood boil, and one by one, their faces reddened. Phew, that hurt. Cool, it's so cool. Worthy of being Senior Su. It's awesome. Great guy. I'm so hot to watch that I want to get a lance and try it myself. With the fall of the arm-sword Tiger King, the students in the audience were as satisfied as a well-fed gourmet, sending out their own comments. And at this time, Su Jingming's screen jumped violently, directly to the 6th place position. 6th place, Su Jingming, 796 points, Zhongqing Second High School. I'll be damned. What's going on? How did the seniors' ranking jump to the 6th place? Senior score just now was only 634. How come it went up by almost 160 points all of a sudden? Even if there are 4 or 5 first-ranked ferocious beasts in here, it's still not enough to take such a high score in one breath, right? For a while, the crowd was a bit puzzled. The points were added too much. Crap, I just realized that Senpai is no longer in the central area, but has entered the core area. A startled cry came out of nowhere, causing the crowd to subconsciously check the map on the virtual screen. Sure enough, the area Su Jingming was in was already within the red core area. I said I felt that the size of these armed blade tigers wasn't quite right. So it's not a peak not entry rank, but a first rank fierce beast. So, the ones that Senior killed just now were all first rank beasts? Bullish. Killing first order beasts is like chopping up vegetables. Originally, all the students had thought that Su Jingming was still staying in the central region, and that these ferocious beasts were only of the peak inaccessible rank and first rank. However, what he hadn't expected was that Su Jingming had already entered the heart of the danger. Just now, he was fighting with the lower first rank and the middle first rank ferocious beasts. It wasn't really any wonder that they didn't notice at first, it was just that the battle was too intense. At the same time, they also finally understood why Su Jingming didn't make a move just now. So it turned out that he was rushing to the core area. Even the first place light wind sword Zhou Mingyang can only pull back and forth when facing this kind of ferocious beast herd. There is no one as fierce as Senior, directly killing all the ferocious beasts in one breath. The crowd subconsciously compared Su Jingming to the number 1 ranked Zhou Mingyang. However, It was discovered that even that star candidate Zhou Mingyang seemed unable to do the same powerful dominance as he did just now. One person against 10 armed sword tigers. And one of them is a first-ranked intermediate? I'm afraid this fighting strength is even stronger than even Zhou Mingyang? Which teacher taught Su Jingming of the second high school to be so perverted? Spectators outside the military area. When Su Jingming faced the group of ferocious beasts alone, he attracted the attention of all the teachers. However, they didn't think too much about it, thinking that Su Jingming would simply flee. After all, from the beginning of the competition, there had never been any candidate that dared to challenge the ferocious beasts in the core area. However, the next strong performance of the other party, which was almost crushing, caused one teacher and principal to drop their jaws in shock. Especially Chen Fan, the class teacher of class 5, was an old face reddened, obviously excited to the extreme. The students shine, and he, the classroom teacher, follows suit. Su Jingming is actually this strong. Even the principal of the second high school, who had always been emotionally flat, couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and a face full of incredulity. Out of the gun, swift as a dragon, as fast as lightning, advanced gunnery. This is definitely advanced marksmanship. Zhang Wenshan, the director of Education Bureau, was equally excited, yet his focus of attention was Su Jingming's marksmanship. Realize that it takes decades for an ordinary person to practice a certain weapon skill to intermediate level. It's simply impossible to practice to an advanced level without most of your life. And Su Jingming was only 18 years old. What kind of genius is this? However, when he thought of Su Jingming's supernatural abilities, he couldn't help but slap his thigh and sigh. AI, too bad. With the strength Su Jingming had shown so far, it was already stronger than Zhou Mingyang. If he had a better psychic ability, then he might be able to break Jiangqing's record for many years and rush into the top 50 in Jiangnan province. However, Su Jingming's E-rank alien ability doomed the opponent's successor. Advanced gun technique. No wonder it's so fierce. Su Jingming is only 18 years old, and he's already practiced his marksmanship to an advanced level? What kind of enlightenment is this? Even a genius from a provincial capital city wouldn't be able to master advanced weapon techniques, right? Hearing the sigh of Zhang Wenshan, the director of education, the many teachers then reacted with another burst of surprise and emotion. Principal Zhao, congratulations! It looks like the first place in Jiangcheng is going to fall to your second high school this year. After that battle just now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Jingming was stronger than Zhou Mingyang, and it was only a matter of time before he got first place. Although the principal of the first high school, Lu Hang, was upset, he still generously congratulated on Zhao Yao's congratulations. Principal Lu is too kind. The exams are not over yet, and it's not certain what the results will actually be. First high school. The best middle school in Jiangcheng is not only rich in educational resources, but also brings together the best students enrolled in the entire Jiangcheng. Every year, after the awakening of their powers, the second high school had a number of outstanding students transferring because of the favorable conditions bestowed by the first high school. Therefore, for the first high school, it was impossible for Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school, to say that he did not carry any hostility. However, the first high school was just too strong and there was no chance for the second high school to perform. Now that the high time for the second high school to suppress the first high school was coming, Principal Zhao Yao was instead not in a hurry, and his tone was very humble. Anyway, Su Jingming's strength is there, and it's not bad for us in Jiangcheng to have two people rush into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Zhang Wenshan, who had managed to regain his emotions, nodded to Zhao Yao. This time, your second high school was very good, producing a student like Su Jingming. When the college entrance exams are over, I'll propose to the city that your second high school be honored. Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhao Yao's face was delighted. Ultrans like them who chose to become principals no longer had much hope of improving their strength themselves, and their focus was more on their career paths. An accommodation will not only bring more resources to the second high school, but he, the principal, will also benefit from it. It is not impossible to go further and enter the Education Bureau in the future. Su Jingming, you really gave me a big surprise. Zhao Yao's heart was filled with emotion. He had never thought that the second high school would actually have such a day. Just as Zhang Wenshan had predicted. In the following time, Su Jingming's scores were like rockets rubbing up. In just less than an hour, it surpassed Zhou Mingyang and became the first place. And by this time, the time had come to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That means that in 6 hours, the Wookiee high school exam will be over. Ruined town. The core area. Within a dilapidated neighborhood. More than 10 ferocious beasts were divided into two camps, killing each other as lunch prey. The two camps are the unicorn rhinoceros and the armed sword tiger, and if both sides have the same number, it will be the unicorn rhinoceros that will end up being fully crushed. But there were 8 armed sword tigers here, but only 4 one-horned rhinoceroses. In terms of strength, the gap between the two sides wasn't that big, and the arm-blade tiger only had a slight upper hand. Because of this, although both sides fought for quite a while, tearing out quite a few bloody wounds from each other, no ferocious beasts died in battle. Fierce beasts were brutal by nature, and once they started fighting, they would not stop until they had killed all of the other party. However, right at this moment, one of the arm-sword tigers sniffed its nose, but suddenly stopped its charge. Crouching low, he let out a low, threatening growl towards the cell door. This low roar, as if it was a chain reaction, caused all the arm-sword tigers and one-horned rhinoceroses present to silently stop killing each other. It then reversed direction, head toward the gate, face fierce, body in a charging stance ready to explode at a moment's notice. Amidst the gaze of the ferocious beasts, a tall human youth slowly appeared. The youth wore a black battlesuit and boots, with a slender and tall figure. The eyes were clear and soulful, but the eyes seemed as sharp as a lone wolf's. A thick, dark lance was casually slung over his shoulder, the sharp blade of the lance glistening with a cold light under the sunlight. 12 ferocious beasts. Very good. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. This wave of ferocious beasts was the most numerous wave he had encountered in the past hour. With a forceful slap of his right hand on the end of the gun, the leaping black flare gun fell into Su Jingming's hands. Just as he raised his gun and prepared to kill the ferocious beasts, he suddenly frowned and stopped, his gaze looking to the right. Over there, there's a crumbling old building. Come out. I found you. Worthy of the first place, the senses are really sharp. A good-looking boy with a long sword behind his back stepped out from the shadows of the building. Zhou Mingyang? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This person was, indeed, that light wind sword Zhou Mingyang who possessed a B-rank wind ability, compared to the drift outside the martial arts examination center. At this time, Zhou Mingyang already had a somewhat dusty appearance. His hair was disheveled, and his battlesuit was stained with dark red blood that he didn't know if it was his own or that of a ferocious beast. Of course, most of the candidates in the exam room were in this same state. Su Jingming himself was the same, only because he was using a long spear. There was that much less blood splattered on his body. But how did you know it was me? Su Jingming was a bit puzzled. He didn't think the big-name star cadet would know about himself in the second high school. There are only a few that dare to enter the core area. We are all old acquaintances. Now a stranger suddenly appears. And of course it could only be you in first place. Zhou Mingyang explained with a smile. So it is. Su Jingming nodded. For the Wuko higher education examination, candidates are not allowed to attack each other and will be permanently disqualified from the examination if they are found to have done so. Plus, both of them had tracking drones above their heads, not to mention that they didn't have to worry about Zhou Mingyang sneaking up on them or anything like that. Su Jingming then carried his gun and was about to walk towards the group of ferocious beasts not far away. Wait, are you preparing to take on this group of ferocious beasts alone? Zhou Mingyang froze and quickly reached out to stop him. What, you want to steal the monster from me? Su Jingming's gaze became dangerous. To him, ferocious beasts not only meant points, but also alien ability points. These ferocious beasts, there was no way he was going to let anyone else have them. When he met Su Jingming's gaze, Zhou Mingyang felt as if he was being stared at by a powerful beast king. Goosebumps rising straight up. So fierce. With a heartfelt sigh of amazement, Zhou Mingyang quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "There are 2 first-order median ferocious beasts in here. You can't deal with them alone. The 2 of us teaming up might still be somewhat possible." These were 2 different groups of ferocious beasts, each of which had a mid-first rank king in it. He had been hiding on the side, also wanting to wait for them to lose both of them before striking. And now, although the 2 ferocious beasts were injured, they were not attenuated, and were in a state of frenzied ferocity. Choosing this point in time to go up there is basically looking for death. No, I'll be fine on my own. Seeing that Zhou Mingyang wasn't trying to rob monsters but wanted to cooperate, Su Jingming's attitude instantly became much better. Patting him on the shoulder, he then charged out with his gun. Zhou Mingyang wanted to persuade him further, but seeing that Su Jingming had rushed out, he had no choice but to stop. Just as well. Since you're so confident, then let me see what exactly you have up your sleeve. Zhou Mingyang stood aside with his sword and began to watch the battle, his eyes focused on Su Jingming. He would also quickly join the fray should anything go wrong. However, the next scene made Zhou Mingyang's eyes widen. Only Su Jingming, who had rushed into the group of ferocious beasts, was seen as if he had turned on matchless. The black lance in his hand was like a phantom, taking away the life of a ferocious beast every time he shot. In just less than 3 minutes, the 12 ferocious beasts in the field were down to the last 4. This, Zhou Mingyang was shocked. Until 2 hours ago, he didn't even know there was such a person. But then the other side rose like a comet. Not only did he quickly break into the top 10, but just over 10 minutes ago, he outright took his first place. Zhou Mingyang was naturally very curious about such a raw character, and would even imagine what kind of terrifying supernormal abilities the other party would possess. Isn't some kind of powerful to the point of being a class A psychic? However, the other party had accomplished a crushing that he didn't even dare to think about just by using that one black spear. Gulp. Zhou Mingyang gulped, feeling his mouth dry. Could it be that he possesses some kind of enhancement-type psychic ability? Just that I didn't see it? Just as he was secretly guessing and pondering in place, Su Jingming in front of him also quickly completed his harvest, and the last Armblade Tiger King fell to the ground. Kill one First Order Inferior One-Horned Rhinoceros, plus 12 alien ability points. Kill one First Order Lower Armblade Tiger, plus 10 alien ability points. Kill one First Order Medium Armblade Tiger, plus 15 alien energy points. Listening to the flurry of prompts in his mind, Su Jingming's expression enjoyed it. It's a wonderful feeling. But when the martial arts entrance exams are over, there won't be such a good opportunity. So it's important to get a grip. Su Jingming returned to his senses, greeted Zhou Mingyang, and quickly left. By the time Zhou Mingyang reacted, Su Jingming had already leaped out 7 or 8 meters away. So he hurriedly asked aloud, Su Jingming, is it an enhancement type ability you possess? No, it's the lightning system. Su Jingming's voice came from far away, but his own figure had completely disappeared from sight. Thunder. Thunder and lightning? Zhou Mingyang was confused. Just now where was this half a bit of the lightning department? If you don't want to tell me about the alien ability category, you don't have to be so perfunctory. What a bad character. Zhou Mingyang's expression was ghostly. And that look in his eyes just now. He's actually worried that I'm going to steal his monsters? This kind of ferocious beast swarm. Who else but a pervert like you can deal with it? Besides, with so many ferocious beasts in the core area, why worry about not having any to kill? Speaking of which, I've been waiting here for more than 10 minutes, and when it comes to robbing monsters, you're the one who robbed me. Given Su Jingming's poor attitude, Zhou Mingyang was still cursing even as he left. After seeing Su Jingming's toughness, Zhou Mingyang cursed on his lips though. However, in his heart, he was also very clear that Su Jingming was, indeed, stronger than him. I don't know where the monster popped out from, and by the look of the scent it doesn't look like an alien. Yet it's as simple to kill a first-ranked ferocious beast as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. After silently spitting out a few sentences in his heart, Zhou Mingyang also continued to start his own path of killing the ferocious beasts. The strength couldn't compare to Su Jingming, but this second place was still to be taken. Thus, his figure traveled through the core area, looking for ferocious beasts that he could deal with to kill. The first 2 hours were fine, and from time to time, one could encounter a single first-order medium fierce beast, or a small group of only 3 or 4 fierce beasts, but by the 3rd hour, Zhou Mingyang clearly felt that there were many fewer ferocious beasts on the road, and by the 4th hour, he froze after half a day of circling around the core area without being able to see a single ferocious beast. What's the situation? Where did all the ferocious beasts go? Zhou Mingyang people are numb, venting like kicking a fist-sized gravel on the side of the road. Being an alien, he was not too powerful. The kicked stone shot out violently, hitting a rusty tin billboard with a loud thud. If it was placed before, he would never have made such a move that would attract the attention of a ferocious beast. But now, instead, he hoped that a ferocious beast would be attracted to him. However, instead of attracting the ferocious beasts, it attracted a few humans. It was a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, who were walking this way, waving and greeting from afar. Yo, Mingyang, how did you guys get together? Zhou Mingyang looked suspiciously at the 3 people who walked up to him. Like him, they were all students of the first high school's rocket class, First Order Lower Shifter. We know each other. We're old acquaintances. Other than him, these 3 occupied the other 3 rankings of the top 5 rankings in martial arts. You'll have to ask Su Jingming about that. The boy with the bald head on the far right shrugged helplessly. Su Jingming killed all the ferocious beasts in the core area, and we had no choice but to come together because we were all unable to find any. The middle girl added in a soft voice. She was petite, but carried a large sword with her, giving a great sense of contrast. We've been wandering around this way for over half an hour, and when we heard a noise over here, we thought it was a ferocious beast. I came here on a whim, but I didn't realize it was you. The boy on the left with long hair shook his head inside. Su Jingming killed all the ferocious beasts? How is that possible? Zhou Mingyang frowned and subconsciously chose not to believe it. After all, in order to prepare for the martial arts examination, there were at least 300 to 400 ferocious beasts put in the core area. With so many ferocious beasts, it was simply impossible to kill them all in these few short hours. One look tells me that you haven't looked at the rankings in a while. No, just look at Su Jingming's score for yourself. The bald boy opened his own smartwatch, and with a buzz, the ranking interface was then projected into mid-air. First place, Su Jingming, 34-35 points, Zhangqing No. 2 High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1103 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 High School. 3,400 points? Looking at the horrifying score value of the first-ranked Su Jingming, the always graceful Zhou Mingyang almost didn't stare out of his eyes. Now you know why we're saying it was Su Jingming who killed all the ferocious beasts, right? The bald boy smiled bitterly and turned off the virtual projection. The points gained from killing a first-order lower fierce beast are around 14 to 16 points, and the points gained from killing a first-order middle fierce beast are around 20 to 22 points, at 34-35 points. Even if you subtract the 700 or so he gained in the central region, you're all still left with over 2,500 points. In other words, Su Jingming had killed almost 200 ferocious beasts in the core area alone. In addition, a few of us have also killed quite a few. Counting together, isn't it that we've killed all the ferocious beasts in the core area? These words made Zhou Mingyang listen to Zhou Mingyang. After entering the examination center, all he wanted was to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and get a higher score. But it had never occurred to him that there was still a time when the ferocious beasts were killed off. Nima, no wonder Su Jingming was so afraid of being robbed of monsters before. So he thought of this long ago. As soon as he thought of that conversation with Su Jingming at the very beginning, Zhou Mingyang felt 100,000 grass mud horses galloping past his heart. 3,435 points. This score is too heaven-defying. Su Jingming is in the top 10 of Jiangnan province at worst. Top 10 ah. When have we ever had such good results in Jiangcheng? Broken record. Su Jingming broke our Jiangcheng record. While Zhou Mingyang inside the exam room was shocked at Su Jingming's score, the principals and teachers outside the exam room were already overjoyed. 3,435 points. Destined Su Jingming up to be able to rush into the top 10 in Jiangnan province. And this score is the best ever for River City. I really didn't expect Su Jingming to be able to achieve such a level with that lance alone. Zhao Yao, the principal of the second middle school, felt like he was so hot and excited that he couldn't help himself. What is the concept of the top 10 in Jiangnan province? That's the pride of heaven that all the top 10 alien colleges in the country would snatch up. Fields produce unicorns. I didn't think we could have a student like Su Jingming in Jiangcheng. Zhang Wenshan, the Secretary of Education, was likewise smiling from ear to ear. At this point, he no longer cared that Su Jingming was merely an E-class alien ability. After all, with grades like that, there were schools that would snatch up even F-rank psychic abilities. But Su Jingming is really crazy. In just 3 or 4 hours, he almost killed all the ferocious beasts in the core area. By the looks of it, I'm afraid I won't be a fighting maniac in the future. Zhou Mingyang and the others didn't know how many ferocious beasts had been placed in the core area. Could Zhang Wenshan, who was the director of the Education Bureau, still not know? A total of 450 first-order lower ferocious beasts and 40 first-order middle ferocious beasts were placed in the core area, excluding the number of ferocious beasts killed in battle with each other and the number killed by Zhou Mingyang's 4 men. Su Jingming had killed almost half of the ferocious beasts in the entire core area by himself. And yet, this only happened within 3 or 4 hours, which was enough to show the terror of Su Jingming's strength from the side. Su Jingming's parents both died in a beast wave when he was a child. And it's probably because of that he hates ferocious beasts so much. Classroom teacher Chen Fan added. So it is. Zhang Wenshan nodded indistinctly, his face cold. Sooner or later, one day, we humans will wipe out all the ferocious beasts. Don't worry, there will be a day. Thinking of the ferocious beast's brutality, Headmaster Zhao Yao couldn't help but add in a cold voice. Oh, you've met Su Jingming? Tell me quickly, what kind of psychic ability does he have? Inside the examination room, when they heard that Zhou Mingyang had met Su Jingming, a few people around them immediately became interested. I can't be sure about the type of psychic ability, but he has a strong physique, and his chi and blood values are all at least 180 points. Zhou Mingyang shook his head and stated his guess. 180 points of chi and blood? No wonder it's so raw. The bald boy sked. An ordinary awakened person's chi blood value would only be around 100 points. They, the first order lower exalted, only had a blood value of just over 130 points. 180 points of chi blood was a target they were going to be out of reach. Strong physique. Odds are it's a reinforcement alien. It's okay to have this kind of chi and blood after turning on the supernatural ability to strengthen your body. The long-haired boy pretended to be bashful, but his tone was a little sour. No, Su Jingming is still only an awakened. Zhou Mingyang shook his head again. He didn't deny the long-haired boy's suspicion that Su Jingming possessed enhanced psychic abilities. After all, that's what he thought. The awakened? The petite girl carrying a large knife exclaimed out in shock. So the few of us who have powers are still no match for an awakened? The girl's words instantly dried up the silence of several people in the room. It was only after a while that Zhou Mingyang said quietly, I have to say, Meng Di, you're still as good at getting to the point as ever. Meng Di is the only girl among them, and her awakening is a B-level ability, currently ranked 4th. I'm just scared. Meng Di spat out her tongue. The cute appearance and the large sword she was carrying in her hand formed a strong sense of incongruity, but Zhou Mingyang's few people were used to it. Su Jingming, what a pervert. Still only at the awakened stage and he's so fierce. The bald boy looked complicated, and after a pause, he added, what are we going to do next though? It's almost an hour and a half until the end of the entrance exam. The core area ferocious beasts have been killed off. Do we have to go back to the central area again? For the martial arts entrance exam, everyone was scrambling to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and gain more points. With this remaining hour and a half, they naturally couldn't continue to loiter. We're all at least a good half hour from here to the central region, and there's too much time wasted on the road. Moreover, most of the central region is filled with peak uninitiated ranked ferocious beasts, and the points gained from killing them aren't that high. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mingyang said, instead of going back to the central region, why don't we try going to the very core together? The very core? The hearts of the crowd couldn't help but stutter at the words. The ferocious beasts within the very core area were at the lowest rank of the upper first order. And there was even a second-order beast king. With such a lineup of ferocious beasts, even if they were first-order lower-level adepts, they would have to risk their lives by entering it. Going into the very core alone is tantamount to death. But with the four of us united together, it's possible to give it a try. The bald boy hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Martial arts entrance exams, one exam to rule them all. Although the result of failing the martial arts college entrance exams for them, these aliens, was not so serious. But they won't give up if they can get into a better college. I don't have a problem with that. The petite girl, Meng Di, smiled cheekily. That seems to be all that's left for now. The long-haired boy nodded back. Okay, let's hurry up and get going then. Zhou Mingyang was also a man of thunder and lightning, and after deciding on a plan, he then quickly left with the three of them. Ruined town. Somewhere in the core. Su Jingming carried his lance behind him as he walked on the road. This was originally a downtown street, but now it's a deserted look with cracked concrete floors and reborn weeds. The buildings and stores on both sides were also in a state of disrepair. However, Su Jingming didn't pay attention to his surroundings. His attention was all on his system panel. Level, awakened. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 181 chi and blood, plus. Spirit, 182 h, plus. Skills, marksmanship, advanced plus. Lightning blast break, beginner plus. Ability points, 2413. 2413 alien points. Su Jingming's eyes glowed. That's all he's gotten since entering the core area. That many alien points is not impressive. But even so, the plus sign still doesn't appear after the rank. And it confirmed to him that it was indeed because he hadn't yet practiced the alien cultivation method that he hadn't been able to metamorphose into an alien. But this way, I've killed all the ferocious beasts in the core area. If you want to continue to gain alien energy points, you must go to the very core. But there are second-ranked ferocious beasts there. So we need to strengthen some strength before we go. Su Jingming tapped the plus sign behind the battle skill Lightning Blast Break. Alien points minus 100. Lightning Blast Break, beginner intermediate. Alien points minus 200. Lightning Blast Break, intermediate advanced. Su Jingming spent 300 exotic points in one breath, directly raising his battle technique to advanced. In a flash, this battle technique was as skillful as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Now, I'm also more confident in dealing with that second-ranked ferocious beast. Although he had a lot of exotic points on his body, Su Jingming didn't use them in a big way to improve his basic attributes. It was only at the very beginning of the boost to 180 points of chi and the current battle skill boost. It can be very frugal. On the one hand, because of the preciousness of alien energy points, when the martial arts college entrance exams were over, there would never be another opportunity to harvest alien energy points like this. On the other hand, when they entered the alien university, these alien points would have another great use. Of course, the most important thing was that with his current strength, it was already enough to deal with the second-ranked ferocious beasts in the very core area, and there was no need to make any further enhancements. After refueling, he downed the 2 remaining energy bars in his backpack in a single gulp to replenish his stamina. Su Jingming glanced at the map and then took a big step in the direction of the very core area. Compared to the entire map of the martial arts high school, the very core area could be said to be pitifully small, almost just a small dot. Put into reality, though, and it's not just a small dot, it's a whole neighborhood. This was a neighborhood called Jinsei Yuan, and dozens of ferocious beasts were inhabiting the vacant lot of the neighborhood. Unlike ordinary groups of ferocious beasts, these ferocious beasts were of different types. There were shadow cats, iron hair pigs, and even unicorn rhinoceroses. Realize that fierce beasts are brutal by nature, and different groups will treat each other as prey. If such a large number of different types of ferocious beasts could stay together harmoniously to form a colony, there must be a beast king that suppressed everything. And this beast king was none other than a grizzly bear that was prostrate in the deepest part of the clearing. Unlike ordinary grizzly bears, this grizzly bear was huge, as if it was a tank. A pair of eyes were even scarlet like blood, as if they were hiding a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was such a ferocious beast that had an appalling aura emanating from just perching there. And by this time, Zhou Mingyang and his group had already arrived nearby. Standing on the roof of a building, looking down, when they saw the grizzly bear perched below, the faces of the crowd changed. It's actually a bloodthirsty tyrant bear. Zhou Mingyang's face was ugly. There is also a difference in strength between different beasts. For example, if they were of the same rank, how could a shadow cat not beat a unicorn rhino? This is racial suppression. The bloodthirsty tyrant bear, on the other hand, was also a notoriously rare group amongst the ferocious beast groups and was difficult to deal with. Not to mention the exaggerated to terrifying strength. Just its thick fur that was gnarled together all over its body was going to be stronger than an E-grade alloy. Even missiles can't easily shatter it. This is trouble. Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If it were any other ordinary second-order ferocious beast, with the four of them united, they might be able to hold their own for a little while. But according to the strength of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear, the bear paw that looked like a large iron pot slapped down, everyone would have to die. Can't even top it at all. There's another possibility, and that's that we've just entered the neighborhood. It didn't even take the bloodthirsty tyrant bear to make a move, and it was directly destroyed by a regiment of these swarming first-rank high-level ferocious beasts. The bald youth bristled. The four of them, united together, could only deal with 3 or 4 first-rank high-level ferocious beasts at most. However, there were more than 30 first-order high-level ferocious beasts in the open space of the cell below. That is to say, whether it was that second-order bloodthirsty tyrant bear. Still, these remaining first-rank high-level ferocious beasts were all ones that they didn't even dare to mess with. The difference in the configuration of ferocious beasts between the very core and the core area is too great. The strongest ones in the core area are only in the middle of the first order, and when they are switched to the core area, the strongest beasts become the second order. Not to mention, even these ordinary ferocious beasts are all at the high first rank. How can this be fun? The petite girl, Mang Di, pouted unhappily. I heard before the exams that the questioner for our session of the martial arts college entrance exam was old Lu, and I didn't believe it. Now it seems that this kind of perverted ferocious beast pairing is definitely something he hasn't run away from. The long-haired boy gritted his teeth. The questioners for the martial arts college entrance exam rotate every year in Gangnam province. The questioner, Lao Lu, is one of the many ruthless questioners. The mortality rate of the martial arts entrance exams arranged by him was more than double that of other years. The first-order high-ranking ferocious beasts and second-order ferocious beasts in the most central area are a fixed pairing for the national martial arts entrance exam. It was just that old Lu had replaced it with a more difficult-to-deal with bloodthirsty tyrant bear. It's no one's fault but our lack of strength. Zhou Mingyang sighed. The Wookiee high school exam is supposed to be the best of the best, and the most central area is the equivalent of the last big question on the math exam. Only those who could solve this big question were considered to be the true meaning of heaven's pride. He was the genius in Jiangcheng who was in the limelight, but put in the whole Jiangnan province, but he did not even touch the qualifications of this last exam question. That being said, that Su Jingming fellow worked his ass off to stay busy for such a large portion of the day, and went through a lot of trouble to get the 3,000 or so points. Yet, it's not as fast as killing this second-ranked ferocious beast in front of us, and the 30-odd first-ranked high-ranking ferocious beasts. The corners of the long-haired youth's mouth turned up slightly, his expression somewhat gloating. The scores of ferocious beasts in the very core are much higher than in the core. 100 points will be awarded for killing a first-order high-level ferocious beast. If he could kill the final second-ranked ferocious beast, he would even be able to gain 4,000 points in one breath. Humans need strong people with outstanding battle prowess. What's the point of killing more scum? The long-haired boy was obviously quite resentful of Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang frowned at his words, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, it's true. The martial arts entrance exams require strong people with ferocious strength. Instead, it was a killing machine that only knew how to kill low-ranked ferocious beasts, as is the case with the present-day Blue Star, though the ferocious beasts are rampant. However, as long as they could kill all of the 9th-ranked beast emperors in the Fierce Beasts group, the remaining fierce beasts would not be attacked, and without killing all of the beast emperor, Even killing more ordinary ferocious beasts would be useless. It was precisely because of this that the martial arts advanced examination had set the score for the fierce beasts of the innermost core zone so high. In this way, by killing the second-ranked ferocious beasts, one could gain points for suppressing the entire field. The second-ranked ferocious beasts were also a mandatory target for candidates who were interested in striking the provincial scholarship. But despite the words, Zhou Mingyang added silently in his mind, Su Jingming is of no use. Then wouldn't those of us with lower scores than him even be of no use? He thought so, but he had to fight side by side later, so he didn't refute it. Well, don't say that much. Later on, we'll go down and try to see if we can seduce a few first-rank high-level ferocious beasts out. A vacant lot in a neighborhood with a second-order bloodthirsty tyrannical bear sitting in it was definitely not something that could be directly entered. Therefore, Zhou Mingyang's strategy was to seduce one head at a time and kill as many as he could. Sure, it's also possible to not be able to seduce a head. If that was the case, this group of them would have no choice but to return to the central region. Worked. TSK, running to a place where second-ranked ferocious beasts sit to seduce them. Is this really not a death wish? Oh, even if it's a death wish, isn't it still the same to try? A few people flirted with each other as they prepared to go downstairs. However, right at this moment, a black figure came running quickly from the distance. The silhouette was very fast, as if it was a cheetah, and in just a few seconds, it arrived at the entrance of the Jinsei Yuan neighborhood from a distance. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's gaze was slightly condensed. Although he was on the roof of the 8th floor, he relied on the powerful vision of an alien. He still realized at the first moment that the figure below was Su Jingming, with whom he had met once. Su Jingming came over too? Where? Su Jingming? Humph. I'd like to see just what kind of person he is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, a few of Mengdi's people had not encountered Su Jingming. Thus, after hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, the few people who had all reached the stairway hurriedly reversed back and looked down. When an awakened person metamorphosed into an alien, not only would their alien ability be strengthened, even their physical quality would be improved accordingly. Therefore, the height of the 8th floor was nothing to them, enough to see the figures below. Only a young man stood there in front of the vacant lot in the neighborhood below. The youth was tall, with a resolute appearance and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. I don't know how many battles he had encountered, but most of the black battle clothes the youth was wearing were actually dyed a dark red. As for the black lance he was carrying behind him, the originally sharp and clear blade of the lance seemed to have become uneven as if it was a chopper that had chopped more than one bone. It was also because of this lance that the youth's steady and powerful aura had gained an extra point of hideousness out of nowhere. What a handsome little man! Women will always be sensual creatures, no matter the time of day. Thus, the moment she saw Su Jingming, Mengdi's beautiful eyes lit up. It's unimaginable how many ferocious beasts he's killed when an F-ranked lance can be used by him in such a broken state. The bald boy, on the other hand, marveled at the dilapidated state of Su Jingming's weapon. Realized that F-class alloys were tough as nails, and the fact that they could be used in such a way was a testament to the frequent brutality of the battles. Daring to appear in front of a group of ferocious beasts like this, isn't this looking for death? The long-haired boy at the end, however, grunted coldly. Roar. Ow dash. Sure enough, because of Su Jingming's appearance, the ferocious beasts below quickly stirred. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen first-rank high-level ferocious beasts roared and rushed towards him. It's over. He startled the ferocious beasts. Mengdi let out a gasp. Why is Su Jingming so reckless? Zhou Mingyang frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late, and by the time they rushed down, I'm afraid Su Jingming would be too dead to die. Why else? First place gives him confidence. He doesn't know what he's doing. The long-haired boy let out a cold laugh. His gaze fixed on the bottom. It's actually the one who uses a gun. But I'm afraid that gun of his won't be able to protect him. Just like he said. At first Su Jingming was able to deal with the few ferocious beasts that rushed up, but the follow-up immediately after the ferocious beasts he was unable to fight. The figure was soon drowned in more than 10 ferocious beasts among Su Jingming. It's not going to die just like that, is it? Looking at the figure that disappeared into the group of ferocious beasts, Zhou Mingyang was somewhat incredulous. The other side has risen like a comet in just a few hours. And now, is it going to fall like a shooting star? Most importantly, what does Su Jingming really think? Knowing that the very core area was filled with high first order as well as second order ferocious beasts, how did they still dare to strut in front of the ferocious beasts? But then again, he really was lying to me, and from the beginning to the end he never used his lightning-based powers. Forget it, people die like lamps. So it's a lie. Zhou Mingyang and Su Jingming were only one-sided acquaintances, and they didn't feel much about each other's well-being. At best, he was puzzled by this foolishness on the other side, and right at this moment, Zhou Mingyang's few people suddenly had a palpitation in their hearts. A low, authoritative voice rang in his ears. Divine thunder. Next moment, accompanied by a chaotic and ear-piercing thunder, a purple shockwave violently stirred from the center of the ferocious beast group that was in their line of sight below. Boo! The ferocious beasts that came into contact with this shockwave all became charred and black as if they had been hit hard, and flew out 4 or 5 meters backwards. The originally dense group of ferocious beasts also seemed as if it was like a graffiti that had been lightly erased with an eraser, instantly clearing out an empty space. In the center of the open space, Su Jingming's tall and slender figure stood like a god of war. Around his body, a streak of purple thunder lingered, as if welcoming the arrival of his monarch, constantly cheering and leaping. And it was only at this time that Zhou Mingyang's few people realized with a start. That wasn't a shockwave just now, but a high-voltage power grid condensed from purple thunder. This? Looking at the figure in the center of the open space that looked like the god of thunder, Zhou Mingyang was dumbstruck and only reacted after a while, muttering, Su Jingming, it's really a lightning-type ability. Crackle, crackle. In the center of the open space, with Su Jingming as the center, the purple sky thunder spread out more than 3 meters. The thunder was as piercing as thousands of birds chirping at once. The terrifying thunder seemed to make the vicinity of Su Jingming a forbidden zone of life. 3 meters away was a ferocious beast that had been electrocuted and scorched. Within 3 meters, there was only Su Jingming, who seemed like a juggernaut and was haunted by lightning. Sure enough, it's still barely enough to try to deal with so many first-stage high-level ferocious beasts with physical strength alone. Su Jingming raised his left hand, looking somewhat mesmerized at the purple arcs of electricity leaping from his fingertips. The power of the ability is closely related to the level and the 2 basic attributes. Although he was still only an awakened, his 180 points of blood and spirit made his purple heavenly thunder quite a bit more powerful again than when he first awakened. It could even be extremely lethal to a first-rank high-level ferocious beast. This is an S-class alien ability. Domineering and strong. Su Jingming looked ahead. The severe injuries and near death of more than a dozen ferocious beasts had already attracted the attention of the Beast King here, and the bloodthirsty tyrant bear rose upright from its perched state. With a height of 5 meters and a body width of more than 3 meters, it was like a heavy tank. Imagine how oppressive a heavy tank standing upright is. What Su Jingming was facing was such a scene. Rare ferocious beasts, bloodthirsty tyrannical bears. This year's martial arts entrance exam really isn't normally difficult. Su Jingming licked his lips. Sunset is a little later in the south of the river in the summer. The slanting sun in the sky shone on the bloodthirsty storm bear, casting a long shadow on the ground. Because his back was turned to the light, Su Jingming was unable to clearly see the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's face. However, its blood-like scarlet eyes carried a powerful sense of oppression. Influenced by this kind of aura, the remaining dozen or so ferocious beasts that had originally been deterred by Su Jingming's might and had been cowering, not daring to come forward, once again flared up in their postures. Crouching low, he bared his teeth and let out a snarling low growl. It's a scene that would be good to take to a horror movie, but I'm afraid these little monsters will be a bit of a pain in the ass when we fight later. In that case, clear the field first. Su Jingming's gaze was fixed. The purple heavenly divine lightning that was originally only active on the surface of his body, under his manipulation, unexpectedly penetrated directly into his body. Buzz. As if he had been injected with a powerful stimulant, Su Jingming's body shuddered violently. Subsequently, the clear and godly eyes were filled with purple thunder, and at the same time, an incomparably huge power surged out from all his limbs and bones. That's what it feels like. The smile on Su Jingming's angular face was reckless and wild. Allomancy is a power within humans themselves, as utilized as an arm. As such, in addition to the more refined methods of utilizing psychic abilities such as battle techniques, there were also rougher ways of utilizing them. For example, Zhou Mingyang's wind ability could be used at will to reduce air resistance and speed up running speed. Another example was his purple heavenly divine thunder outburst just now, which could achieve an effect similar to that of a powerful plasma cannon. And this state at the moment was also a basic use of the thunder and lightning faculty's supernatural ability. By channeling the thunder into the body and stimulating the cells of the entire body, one's physique can be greatly enhanced. In the past, Su Jingming had also tried to stimulate his body with his E-rank psychic ability, weak electricity. However, other than making his body numb, it had no other effect. However, now that it was replaced with the S-class purple heavenly thunder, it was a completely different story. Su Jingming could feel the purple heavenly divine lightning rushing through his body like a river, causing his physique to strengthen to a very perverse level. Sure, it wasn't a battle technique after all. Moreover, thunder shuttling through the body was also a very dangerous thing to do, and one careless mistake could damage the meridians. Therefore, this state of affairs could not be maintained by Su Jingming for long. However, it's enough to take care of you ferocious beasts. Su Jingming grinned at the corner of his mouth. Next moment, thunder flashed as his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared again, he was already beside a first-order high-level one-horned rhinoceros. The lance was then in his hand, as if it were lightning that traced a purple-black trajectory through the air. Before this one-horned rhinoceros could react, it had an additional line of blood on its neck. Subsequently, the one-horned rhinoceros' huge head unexpectedly fell to the ground in an extremely silky smooth manner. Its skin, which was as hard as steel, did not even play the slightest protective role at this moment. Pust, blood gushed out wildly from the neck like a fountain. With the strong vitality of a first-rank high-level ferocious beast, it could still act even if its abdomen was broken open. But the loss of the head is no longer an option. The headless body of the one-horned rhinoceros just collapsed into a pool of blood. Roar! Seeing that the one-horned rhinoceros was killed in front of him, the bloodthirsty tyrant bear could no longer hold back. With a roar, he charged towards Su Jingming. Although the bloodthirsty tyrant bear was huge, its running speed was not slow. Landing on all fours, it crossed a distance of more than 30 meters in the blink of an eye. It would be better to say that it is running than to say that it is leaping. However, as fast as the bloodthirsty tyrant bear was, Su Jingming's speed was even faster. Under the enhancement of the purple heavenly divine thunder, he transformed into a purple-black phantom and traveled through the ferocious beasts. Every time he struck out, the black flare gun that lingered with purple thunder would be able to harvest the life of a ferocious beast. Ding! Kill one first-order high-level ferocious beast unicorn rhinoceros. Plus 15 alien energy points. Ding! Kill one first-order high-level ferocious beast. Shadow cat. Plus 13 alien energy points. Ding! Kill one first-order high-level ferocious beast armblade tiger. Alien ability points plus 14. A system beep sounded one after another in Su Jingming's mind. At the same time, it was accompanied by the gusts of incompetent rage that erupted from the bloodthirsty tyrant bear that couldn't catch Su Jingming. What kind of lightning-based psychic ability is this? So fierce? On the roof of the building, Zhou Mingyang and his group had all looked dumbfounded. Just by bursting out with his supernatural abilities, he severely injured a first-ranked high-level ferocious beast on the verge of death. And Su Jingming is only just an awakened. There's no way that even an A-ranked psychic ability can reach this kind of intensity, right? The petite girl, Meng Di, swallowed hard. Thanks to the internet, it wasn't like she hadn't seen A-ranked lightning-type psychics before. However, even the sense of oppression brought about by those high-ranking A-ranked lightning system adepts was not as strong as the sense of oppression brought about by Su Jingming at this moment. Stronger than an A-ranked psychic ability, could it be? Zhou Mingyang and the bald boy looked at each other and surprisingly said in unison, S-rank? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Mingyang immediately followed by shaking his head in negation. No, it's not right. If he really is an S-class psychic ability, from the day he awakens his psychic ability, the whole of the Great Summer Kingdom will be shaken. Not to mention that in the present day, it's hard to do anything to hide one's ability level. The awakening of psychic abilities was arranged by the state in a unified manner, and the psychic abilities of each awakened person would be recorded in the National Information Database. If there really were S-class psychic abilities, the country would have already stepped in and sent them for elitist training. How come you're still staying in this Jiangsheng No? 2 middle school where education resources are scarce? Could it be an alien mutation? The bald youth asked tentatively. Alien mutation? Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment and nodded. There is indeed this possibility. The world is a big place. Alien mutations are rare, but not unheard of. There had been cases of D-rank psychic abilities mutating into A-ranked psychic abilities by chance. But no matter what, after today, I'm afraid the entire Jiangsheng will shake for him. Looking downstairs at the black figure with a long spear, galloping through the ferocious beasts, dominating and clearing the field, Zhou Mingyang's complexity was incomparable. Rewind the clock back to 4 minutes ago, when Su Jingming appeared alone in front of the bloodthirsty tyrannical bear ferocious beast group. A burst of gasps rang out from the open space of the military area outside the examination center. What is Su Jingming doing? How did he appear directly in the middle of the ferocious beast's field of vision? Zhou Mingyang and the others knew to hide in a high place and observe first. Why is Su Jingming so reckless? Run, run! The director of education, as well as all the principals, were all second-order psychics with a sharp eye. Naturally, he had long since seen Su Jingming's strength, and it was still fine to deal with 2 or 3 first-order high-level ferocious beasts at the same time. However, wanting to deal with dozens of first-rank high-level ferocious beasts at the same time was tantamount to a fool's errand. Not to mention the fact that there was an even more terrifying second-ranked ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty tyrannical bear, on top of that, which was even more impossible for him to deal with. And so upon seeing Su Jingming appear in the very core without the slightest hint of concealment, the director and principals all panicked at once. Many of the teachers in the second middle school were shouting to escape, but unfortunately, Su Jingming in the picture couldn't hear them at all. Instead, he was drowned in the ferocious beasts because he had startled them. Su Jingming is too confident, actually daring to strut into the very core like this. The director shook his head, his face grave. Even if Su Jingming could eventually survive. When the martial arts college entrance exams were over, and such a reckless performance was seen by the admissions offices of the major alien energy colleges and universities, I'm afraid that the evaluations would also be greatly reduced. This is the end. Is the one heavenly pride that appeared in our school with great difficulty going to fall like this? The principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, had a face like ashes. Doesn't Su Jingming still have a safety ball? Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher on the side, hurriedly said. Not to mention whether or not the safety ball can be opened in this situation. Even if it is opened, the high-voltage power grid released won't be able to withstand the ravages of this group of first-order high-level ferocious beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to look at the commander-in-chief of this martial arts entrance exam. Commander Wang, please arrange for the nearest alien squad to prepare to launch a rescue, in order to preserve the lives of the candidates as much as possible. In addition to the safety ball, another important measure is the alien rescue teams distributed in all parts of the examination center. Unlike the tender candidates, these alien rescue squads were all battle-baptized elites, and the lineup was very reasonable. Although they were all only first order, but the entire squad combined together, facing the second-order ferocious beasts did not lose the wind. Sure, there were only a handful of such elite rescue squads in the entire military region, and they were often used to rescue candidates with great potential in the martial arts entrance exams. Su Jingming, who was ranked number 1 now, clearly had the qualifications to utilize an elite rescue squad. Good. Commander Wang nodded and opened his communicator to prepare to contact the rescue team. Let's hope Su Jingming can hold out until the rescue team arrives. Principal Zhao Yao sighed. It was also at this time that the projected surface belonging to Su Jingming suddenly glowed brightly. With Su Jingming as the center, countless purple thunders surged out furiously. All of the surrounding ferocious beasts, under this violent thunder, were all scorched by the electricity and directly bounced off. Immediately afterward, Su Jingming seemed to be transformed into a thunder god, his eyes electrified and purple thunder jumping on his body surface. Holding a long spear in his hand, he fought his way through the group of ferocious beasts. The second-ranked bloodthirsty tyrant bear, on the other hand, chased after it but was never able to hit it. He could only let Su Jingming reap the rewards of the ferocious beasts. The entire battle scene, in just a split second, accomplished an anticlimactic reversal. The director, as well as the principal and others, were even more stunned by this instantaneous flip. This is Su Jingming's lightning-based supernatural ability? Principal Zhao Yao sucked in a breath of cool air, and Zhang Wenshan, the director of education at the side, was also stunned. Principal Zhao, you guys call this an E-ranked psychic ability? I'm afraid you're not joking with me, right? Ruin Town, within the very core, with the boost from the purple heavenly divine thunder, Su Jingming walked the bloodthirsty tyrant bear as if he were walking a dog. The bloodthirsty tyrant bear also seemed to realize that he wasn't fast enough to catch up with Su Jingming and would only be walked, so he simply stopped chasing. The huge body sat in the center of the district's open space, its scarlet eyes staring intently at Su Jingming's figure. Every time Su Jingming killed a ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty aura of its entire body would intensify by 1 point. There were a total of 34 first-order high-level ferocious beasts in the entire field. 13 of them, when they had surrounded Su Jingming at the very beginning, were already scorched black and on the verge of dying from serious injuries under the electrical outbursts of the violet heavenly divine lightning. As for the remaining 21 ferocious beasts, they were also killed one after another by Su Jingming, who had turned on his cellular activation state. In just a minute, crackle, in a flash of lightning, Su Jingming's tall figure carrying a long spear, his entire body filled with thunder, appeared about 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear. That's pretty smart, knowing I'd come looking for you and waiting straight here. Su Jingming's eyes filled with purple thunder looked at the bloodthirsty tyrannical bear not far away, and could be described as truly electric and compelling. And at this moment, the bloodthirsty tyrant bear was clearly furious to the extreme, his nostrils spewing thick air. The muscular chest also rose and fell dramatically from heavy breathing. A pair of scarlet eyes were even colder. With such a scene, I'm afraid that an alien with poorer mental quality would be paralyzed with fear on the spot. However, Su Jingming's face was unchanged as he clenched his left hand in the void, as if it was the thunder god who dominated everything. The lingering purple heavenly divine thunder quickly converged over, forming a purple lightning bolt. Zira! Purple lightning was hurled violently by Su Jingming, hitting the bloodthirsty tyrant bear in front of him with a booming sound of precision. This terrifying thunder that was enough to kill a first-order high-level ferocious beast in seconds was only pulsing on the surface of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's body at this moment. it doesn't seem to do much except make it more hideous in the face. It's worthy of being a rare group amongst the second-ranked ferocious beasts. With strong defense, Su Jingming's gaze stared slightly. Unlike normal house pets, bloodthirsty storm bears never bother to clean their fur. This causes the hairs to clump together easily and form a good armor-like protection. The strength of such fur armor was even comparable to an E-class alloy. What's more, it's also non-conductive. Although the purple heavenly divine thunder was strong, Su Jingming was still just an awakened after all. It was indeed a bit of a stretch to want to inflict damage on a second-order bloodthirsty tyrant bear across two major orders. Looks like we'll have to find a way to break the defense first. While Su Jingming was secretly pondering in his mind, the bloodthirsty tyrant bear on the opposite side wasn't idle either. Roar! Only to see it let out a low roar. Berserk chi and blood unexpectedly materialized around its body. Like a super saiyan, the red chakra formed an updraft. Immediately afterward, its entire body swelled violently in a circle, and the veins on its hideous bare face were furious. The ground rubble even trembled slightly under the influence of this powerful energy. Subsequently, it slammed its legs together and a deep pit appeared in the ground, and that huge tower-like figure unexpectedly leapt towards Su Jingming. Crap, know what it's like to have a tiger tank come crashing down on you? Su Jingming has such a sense of fait accompli, so his face changed and he hastily dodged to the side. Boo! The bloodthirsty tyrant bear smashed down like a comet on the spot where Su Jingming had originally stood, and the already weathered concrete floor could no longer support it. The center of the bloodthirsty storm bear cracked open and dust flew up. After the dust cleared, the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's super saiyan-like form reappeared in Su Jingming's line of sight, turning on the storm right off the bat. It seems like this really hates to kill me early. Su Jingming scared and marveled. Rare ferocious beasts as well as high-ranked ferocious beasts often mastered skills similar to those of human battle techniques. The stampede was one of the more common skills mastered by ferocious beasts. According to the study, during the onset of the rampage, the few intelligence of the beast will be completely obliterated, transforming it into a killing machine that relies only on instinctive action. In contrast, the strength of a ferocious beast's physique would be drastically increased in the storming state. Normally, ferocious beasts would only turn on their rampage when they were fighting for their lives, but as soon as this battle started, the bloodthirsty tyrant bear directly turned on its rampage. Obviously, he was infuriated by Su Jingming's dog-walking behavior just now. But I'm no fool, and I'm not going to fight you hard. With or without Stormbringer turned on, Su Jingming's original chi and blood was as high as 180 points, and with the addition of cellular activation it had skyrocketed even more, and his strength was incredibly strong. But even so, he had no thoughts of colliding head-on with the bloodthirsty tyrant bear. He was only 1 meter 86. The bloodthirsty tyrant bear was now more than 6 meters tall. Wasn't fighting for strength looking for death? It's best to rely on agility to fight. In a flash of lightning, Su Jingming's lance-wielding figure disappeared in a blur. The bloodthirsty tyrant bear instinctively felt that something was wrong, and before he had time to react, he felt a sharp pain coming from his leg. Pull, only to see a large open wound with purple electric arcs, incomparably sharp, violently bloomed from the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's left leg. Pust! Bright red blood spurted out of the arteries of the legs like a well. Roar! Under the pain, the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's huge fist slammed into the tiny human figure at his feet. Compared to the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's 6-meter-plus height, Su Jingming, who was merely 6'6", was obviously much more agile. This, coupled with the fact that the purple heavenly divine thunder was constantly stimulating the cells of his entire body, brought him a constant stream of power. In this situation, Su Jingming's agility was terrifying. Thus, before the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's fist could arrive, Su Jingming's figure had already dodged at its right leg. Compared to the purple heavenly divine thunder, the sharp black flare lance was clearly more capable of breaking through defenses. So Su Jingming did as he had done, and with a stroke of his lance, he left a long wound in the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's right leg, and at this point, the clumsy bloodthirsty tyrant bear hadn't even managed to capture him yet. Roar! The intense pain caused by the wounds on its legs caused the bloodthirsty tyrant bear to fall into a berserk rage, waving its paws and starting to attack indiscriminately. However, by this time, Su Jingming had already ducked aside. Rumble! The bloodthirsty tyrannical bear that had fallen into madness was like a violent home demolition machine, and many ferocious beast corpses on the ground around it were smashed into meat paste. It was also at this time that the violet heavenly divine thunder was utilized to its limit by Su Jingming. Countless purple thunderbolts burst out from his body, bombarding the bloodthirsty tyrant bear. The speed of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear was originally not as fast as Su Jingming, and now that his legs were injured, his speed was even worse. Although the bloodthirsty tyrant bear had lost all of its intelligence in its stormy state, its basic instincts were still clear, and it knew that the thunder could not cause fatal damage to itself. so he simply hunkered down and took a defensive stance. Zip, 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 rumble. Just like that, the purple heavenly thunder bombarded for almost half a minute or so. The grayish-white fur of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's entire body was scorched black by the blast. Should be about right. Su Jingming's figure flickered and appeared less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear. 3 meters away. For the bloodthirsty tyrant bear only needed to take a small step forward to attack. However, just as it moved its legs, wanting to vent its anger at the tiny human in front of it. However, he was surprised to find that his legs seemed to have disappeared, and he was not able to listen to them at all. What made it feel even more terrified was that its arms were also incomparably heavy and could no longer be swung up, carrying my purple heavenly lightning for more than half a minute. Do you really think nothing happened? Su Jingming shook his head. Although the defense of the bloodthirsty tyrant bear's fur was strong, the black flare gun had already broken the defense at its legs just now. Under that half a minute or so of bombardment just now, a lot of lightning was isolated though. However, there was still quite a bit of thunder that entered the bloodthirsty tyrant bear along the wound, paralyzing its nerves. And that, too, was the effect Su Jingming wanted. Unable to move. Then you're a living target next. Su Jingming held his lance in his hand and began to counterattack. The black flare gun that weighed 50 kilograms was wielded, and the head of the gun that was entwined with lightning kept striking. Pust, pust, the purple thunder lingering all over his body, wrapped in the aura of that ancient origin of thunder of the purple heavenly thunder. Su Jingming seemed like a god at this moment. The lance turned into a phantom, and in just 3 or 4 seconds, it left dozens of bull-sized wounds on the bloodthirsty tyrant bear. Within the wound, there were also countless flashes of thunder, causing secondary damage. If it were an ordinary ferocious beast, it would definitely be dead beyond repair. But for the 6-meter-high, thick-skinned, second-order bloodthirsty bear, these wounds are only minor injuries. It was at this time that the bloodthirsty tyrant bear suddenly realized that he had regained sensation in both of his arms. Just as a sardonic smile blossomed on its huge bare face, it prepared to counterattack. Instead, the human in front of him leapt up to be level with his chest, his cold black and white eyes carrying an incomparable calmness. At the same time, a low and majestic voice rang in his ears. Lightning blast break, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The black lance blossomed with fluctuations of thunder energy that made it feel fearful. It subconsciously wanted to raise its arms to block, but it was already too late. Thus, with a loud boom, the bloodthirsty tyrannical bear, which was covered in wounds, received the heaviest blow. Berserk purple thunder erupted from its chest, and the huge impact caused it to fly backwards like a cannonball. Rumble. It stopped only after crashing the central crumbling flower platform and plowing a chasm in the ground that was more than 10 meters long. Only a big charred black hole was struck out on the left side of its chest. The heart that originally existed there had already obliterated, leaving only the residual purple thunder lingering in it. The bloodthirsty tyrant bear could feel his stamina rapidly draining and his consciousness fading. It subconsciously tried to get up, staggering to its feet. Before he could take his first step, he collapsed to the ground with a bang. This terrifying ferocious beast that was enough to destroy a small town completely lost its breath of life at this moment. Ding! Kill 1 second-order lower bloodthirsty tyrant bear, plus 24 alien energy points. Listening to the beep from the system, Su Jingming, who was holding a gun, also sighed in relief. It's finally over. That battle just now had almost maximized his current strength. Although the battle had only lasted less than 2 minutes, the tremendous intensity of the battle, and the mental strain that was felt all the time, even with his up to 180 points of blood and spirit, he was somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the end result was good. Sure, even if that set of combos just now couldn't kill his opponent, Su Jingming still had a backup plan. That would be to use the alien points again to boost the base attributes. It could be said that the 2,000 or so exotic energy points lying on the system panel had doomed this bloodthirsty tyrant bear to death from the very beginning. Su Jingming exited the cellular activation state, and the thunder that filled his eyes disappeared, and the purple heavenly divine thunder that lingered on his body surface was then retrieved by him. Losing the boost from the violet heavenly divine thunder, Su Jingming immediately felt a wave of weakness in his body. However, he knew that this weakness was an illusion of fading power, and that in reality he was merely regressing to the strength he had before his cells were activated. By killing all the ferocious beasts in the very core, I have no idea how many points I'll get. Su Jingming opened his smartwatch and checked his score. First place, Su Jingming, 10, 835 points, Zhengcheng No, 2 High School. Second place, Shou Mingyang, 1103 points, Zhengcheng No, 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Zhengcheng No, 1 High School, 10,000 points. Although his heart had expected it, Su Jingming was still shocked by the score. After the shock passed, A happy smile then appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's the ferocious beasts in the very core that have the highest scores. I remember that last year. The highest score in our Jiangnan province seemed to be just over 8,000 points. Right? Doesn't that mean that I've already booked the provincial scholar in advance? There were 100 points awarded for killing a first-order high-level ferocious beast. You can get 4,000 points for killing a second-order beast. At the very core of the area, there were a total of 34 first-order upper-level fierce beasts, as well as a second-order lower-level bloodthirsty tyrant bear, all of which were killed by Su Jingming. A total of 7,400 points were earned, together with Su Jingming's original 3,000 plus points. It wasn't surprising that he had gained a total of 10,000 plus points. Put in the rankings, though, a score that's almost 10 times that of second place is an exaggeration. There's still more than an hour before the martial arts exam ends, and I've killed all the ferocious beasts in the core and the very core. Then next, go back to the central region again and kill as many as you can. Sweeping his eyes at the bloodthirsty tyrant bear in the distance, which had already lost its breath of life, Su Jingming didn't stop there. Carrying the already near obsolete black flare gun behind his back subsequently, he headed in the direction of the central region once again. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and the others on the roof were still shocked by Su Jingming's performance. Bloodthirsty tyrant bear. Just like that? Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle to the bloodthirsty tyrant bear being poked to death with a single shot, less than 2 minutes had merely passed before and after. One should know that this kind of second-order ferocious beast with tenacious vitality would take even an elite alien to maneuver around for more than half an hour to kill. Horrible, horrible. The bald boy looked shocked as he looked at the score on his smartwatch. Su Jingming's score has exceeded 10,000 points. Over 10,000 points? Zhou Mingyang's eyes glared. Subconsciously said, I remember that last year our Jiangnan province's top scorer only scored more than 8,000 points. Right? Su Jingming with these 10,000 plus points. Is it any wonder that he will be our Jiangnan province's provincial scholar? Provincial scholar? Boy, is it that scary? Several people in the vicinity sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out. Look, Su Jingming has left. Looking at the direction he left, it seems like he went to the central region. The central region? Worthy of being a provincial scholar, killing all the second-ranked ferocious beasts. He actually doesn't even slack off and rushes to the central region. The bald boy sked, and Zhou Mingyang came back to his senses at this time, slapping his thigh. Bad. I don't know if Su Jingming is the provincial top student, but I know that if we don't hurry to the central region next, I'm afraid we won't even get a point in the last hour or so. Right, crap. With that speed Su Jingming won't kill all the ferocious beasts in the central region, right? Hurry, move. Since that's the case, then I, Zhou Mingyang, will take my first step. A few people reacted instantly, and they didn't have time to think about it more, so they rushed downstairs with their weapons in hand, while Zhou Mingyang, who no longer needed a teammate, was the fastest one as he harnessed his wind ability. The open space outside the exam room. While the many principals and teachers were shocked by the horrifying might of Su Jingming's supernatural powers, they all nervously watched Su Jingming operate. A second-order bloodthirsty tyrannical bear was in existence to be avoided even at the peak of the strength of these principles of theirs. At this moment, this terrifyingly ferocious beast was being played with like a toy by Su Jingming, easily dodged the storm bear's leaping attack, and wasted the bloodthirsty storm bear's legs with 2 shots. The lightning powers continued to bombard it, causing it to enter a paralyzed state where it could not move. The lance struck out frantically, instantly poking the bloodthirsty tyrant bear into serious injury. The final blow of the gun-like thunder battle technique goes through the heart and completes the kill. This series of maneuvers flows smoothly and is very silky, so much so that when the bloodthirsty tyrant bear collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, the entire room was plunged into dead silence. No one expected that the second-order bloodthirsty tyrannical bear, which even the provincial capital city's heavenly pride would have a headache, would die just like this. Until the ranking list was refreshed and Su Jingming's score reached 10,000 points. The director and the many principals and teachers had yet to react. 10,000 points. Broken record. Broken record. At this point, a teacher from the second high school cried out in excitement. Under the reminder of this voice, the many principals and teachers in the audience only then reacted, erupting into incomparably raucous sounds of shock. 10,000 points. Not only has it broken our record in Jiangchang, it's also broken the record in Jiangnan province. Genius. Absolute genius. God bless Jiangchang. This term's provincial scholar will fall to us. At this point, the principals and teachers of the 3 colleges were cheering to their heart's content without regard for their image. If anything, the other 2 high schools would still have a problem with Su Jingming before because he was a student of the second high school. But at this point, it's all different. Su Jingming, who was highly likely to become the provincial top scholar, represented not only the second high school at this time, but also the entire city of Jiangcheng. Great job! Principal Zhao Yao also couldn't help but stand up and wave his fist in excitement. Ever stoic, he wondered how many times he had lost his temper. But in the face of this great surprise, it didn't matter if you lost your temper or not. With this score, you can say that you are pre-selected for the provincial top spot. The worst are the top 3 in Gangnam province. To know, Jiangcheng Second High School was built more than 100 years. The best results are only Jiangnan province ranked 64th. And now, what all the previous principals had failed to do, he had done. How could he not feel excited and honored? Such an excellent student. How come he wasn't assigned to our rocket class in the first place? In the audience of the second high school, the teacher of the rocket class was beyond chagrined in his excitement. If he had dragged Su Jingming to their class back then, how honorable would he be now? Well, Su Jingming, good job. Students in their own classes have the potential to hit the provincial top spot. When he thought of this, Chen Fan, the class teacher of class 5, was as unreal as if he was dreaming. But the pain from his own pinched flesh told him that everything was real. It made him not excited to the core. Crap, there's still this character in class 5. Too raw. Didn't expect that. Did you? I didn't expect that either. 10,000 points. I've only scored 102 points in my fucking life. That's 100 times the difference. Late in the process of the Wookiee high school exams, there were also many candidates who were eliminated early because they had activated their safety balls and returned to the clearing. At this moment, looking at Su Jingming's terrifying score, they couldn't help but fall into incomparable shock. 10,000 points. Senpai did it. It's too tough. With these grades, even the top alien universities are casual, right? Oh, more than that. Now it's those top colleges begging for the seniors' enrollment. I declare that from today onward senior Su Jingming is my idol. The second high school playground was also abuzz with freshmen and sophomores as well as teachers. Most of the students regarded Su Jingming as their idol and role model. And one by one, their little faces reddened with excitement. An hour passed quickly, and the time soon came to 9 o'clock sharp. At this point, a red warning screen automatically popped up on the smartwatches of the students who were still located inside the examination center of the ruined town. Meanwhile, the intelligent voice sounded immediately afterward. Attention, the 2037th martial arts examination in Jiangcheng has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer be counted in the scores, so please return as soon as possible. Attention, the 2037th martial arts examination in Jiangcheng is over. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer be counted in the scores, so please return as soon as possible. The notification rang 3 times in a row before ending. Inside the examination center, all the candidates who had been notified, either with emotion or regret, began to return with all kinds of emotions. Woko hi, it's over. Su Jingming drew out his lance from the corpse of a ferocious beast and was also somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, there will never be another chance to harvest alien energy points in such a painful manner. Afterwards, Su Jingming carried his lance and stepped towards the direction of return. What awaits him at the end of the Wookiee high school exam will be a brand new future. First place, Su Jingming, 11, 124 points, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1, 233 points, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1, 045 points, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. When the time went to 9 o'clock sharp, the ranking scores of the Wookiee high school exams were thus fixed. Su Jingming settled into first place with almost 10 times more points than the second place. Zhou Mingyang, the original favorite to win the title, only got the second place. And with the end of the martial arts entrance exam, one after another, candidates came out of the ruined town. Apart from discussing their encounters in the examination hall, the subject of their discourse, however, centered around Su Jingming. More than 10,000 points, this is too fierce. I'm in the same class as Su Jingming. If I say he only has E-ranked psychic abilities, would you believe me? Grade E psychic ability? Are you kidding me? Can an E-ranked psychic ability suppress a B-ranked psychic ability? Zhou Mingyang with 10 times the score? It was worth mentioning that when a student who was in the same class as Su Jingming told others that Su Jingming only had E-ranked psychic abilities, the response was invariably disbelief. Time passed slowly, and in the clearing, most of the students had returned. Only a few students who were deeper into the ruined town remained. Of course, this included Su Jingming. It's just that these students who left the exam room didn't immediately get on a bus and leave. Instead they waited where they were. They wanted to see what kind of person this fierce man who had wildly cut over 10,000 points was. During the wait, they inevitably speculated about Su Jingming's final ranking. Last year, The highest score in our Jiangnan province was only over 8,000, over 10,000 points. Definitely the provincial top student. There's no telling. Who knows if a pervert like Su Jingming will pop up in another city. That's true. But no matter what, the top 3 in Jiangnan province is absolute. The top 3 in Jiangnan province. This is a great honor for our entire Jiangchang. Yes, our Jiangchang. Finally we have a real heavenly pride. Jiangchang, as the economic development of the dozens of prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan province ranked in the bottom of the existence. It is also perennially invisible in the midst of the national event that is the Waco High School exam. Every year, the province's ranking list is released, and it often takes 100 places before you see a candidate from the city of Jiangchang. But this year, it's completely different. Su Jingming, who scored a wild 10,000 points, has the qualifications to hit the provincial top spot. Even if the shock fails, it's still top 3 in the province. By then, the entire Jiangchang would be famous because of Su Jingming. It is also because of this that the excited Secretary of Education, Mr. Zhang Wenshan, as well as the principals and teachers of the schools, long ago, he left the audience and stood at the exit of the examination room, waiting for Su Jingming's arrival. The clearing was also filled with the excitement and pride of the many candidates. Some of the students from the 5th class of the 2nd high school even boasted about how cordial they used to be with Su Jingming, especially Lu Jie, who was originally on good terms with Su Jingming, had his tail practically up in the air. Kiki, is this Su Jingming really that cousin of yours? Among the crowd of students belonging to the 1st high school, Xiao Ye, who had originally lost interest in Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts Center, but her beautiful eyes glowed as she inquired to Tang Qi. My aunt, you've asked 3 times. Su Jingming's cousin, Tang Qi, rolled her eyes. It's not 100% sure, but the odds are that it's him. Okay then, I believe you. Xiao Ya nodded, then hugged Tang Qi's arm and shook it as if she was pampered. My good sister, give me your cousin's contact information, will you? Why do you want contact information now? Weren't you all uninterested yesterday? Seeing this pleading look on Xiaoya's face, Tang Qi couldn't help but tease. Times are different today. Yesterday he was just an E-class alien ability awakened. Today he is our number 1 in Jiangchang. The status is different and the treatment is naturally different. Listening to Xiaoya's taken-for-granted tone, Tang Qi was instantly somewhat speechless. This change of face has become too fast. Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout came. Su Jingming is out of the exam room. Hearing this high cry, the entire clearing was solemnly silent. Everyone, including Tang Qi and Xiaoya, subconsciously turned their heads to look at the exit of the ruined town. A tall figure stepped out of the darkly lit ruined town. It was none other than Su Jingming. He was seen wearing a blood-stained black battlesuit, his face calm and collected, and a 2-meter-long black lance was carried behind his back. This pole was destroyed to nearly scrapped lance. Seems to be telling the tragic battle experienced along the way. Su Jingming, welcome back. Zhang Wenshan, the Secretary of Education, who was standing close by, took the lead and contributed the loudest applause. This was followed by the principals of the schools as well as the teachers. But the welcome from the students was much warmer compared to the welcome from the director and the principals. Su Jingming, congratulations. Our class of candidates shines because of you. Being candidates of the same class, if there was only a difference of 100 or 200 points, they might still be unconvinced and feel that there was not much difference in strength. But a difference of more than 10,000 points was already an all-out crush. Moreover, after this, Su Jingming represented not himself, but the entire Jiangchang. So the candidates offered their cheers and applause without mincing words. Even some of the bolder girls started to show their love on the spot. In the face of this scene, Su Jingming, whose ears were buzzing and who simply couldn't hear exactly what was being said in each sentence, was still a bit confused. He never expected such a grand welcome after the high school exams. It's really dazzling. Not far behind him, Zhou Mingyang, who had also just walked out of the examination room, looked at this scene with some envy, but he also knew that even if he was in first place, he wouldn't be able to get so many cheers. After all, he can't cut these 10,000 plus points. Candidates, get ready to get on the bus. The bus will take you downtown, and when you get there, the cheering lasted for more than a minute before it gradually stopped, and Commander Wang began to arrange for the retreat. As for Su Jingming, he was directly arranged by the principal to ride in a special car home. It also disappointed the class 5 students who had wanted to ride the same bus as him. Su Jingming, have you figured out which alien school you want to go to? The scene outside the window quickly regressed. Su Jingming sat in the back seat of the sedan, but it was Zhao Yao, the principal of the 2nd high school in Jiangchang, who drove the car. Normally, the principal has a special driver when he goes out. At this time, Not only did he personally act as a driver, he was even full of smiles and not half dissatisfied. No. Su Jingming shook his head. He's telling the truth. After crossing over, all he had been thinking about was improving his strength as soon as possible and getting more scores on the exams. But he had never yet thought about which alien university to go to. With your grades, you could go to any college in the country. Principal Zhao Yao looked even more excited than Su Jingming, including the 3 top alien colleges. By the way, you know these 3 colleges, right? Su Jingming nodded. The martial arts style is strong in the country of Daxia, and not only will the martial arts entrance exam be broadcast live to the public, even the thousands of alien colleges and universities across the country organize college leagues every year to determine the rankings of each institution. And among these thousands of alien colleges and universities, there are 3 colleges and universities but perennially occupy the top 3 of the league. They were Qingjing Alien University, Magic City Alien University, and Jincheng Alien University. All 3 of these colleges and universities are schools that were founded upwards of 200 years ago. Educational resources are plentiful, and all of the school's instructors are at least 6th-order psychics. The 3 colleges are above thousands of colleges and universities across the country and are also known as the top 3 colleges and universities. It is a campus mecca that countless high school students dream of. The 3 top universities, that's the highest goal that countless students aspire to. Principal Zhao Yao sounded emotional. But for you, it's within reach. No, even they will beg to let you on. Begging to be let on? Su Jingming inclined his head, his expression puzzled. With your grades, you've already qualified for special admission. When the national rankings are released, the top 10 colleges and universities in the country will make all kinds of offers for you to attend their school. What else could it be if it's not begging to be put on? Principal Zhao Yao laughed out loud. The special enrollment, a deal only available to the top 3 in the province, and Su Jingming, obviously, is among them. I would suggest that once you get back you learn more about the 3 top colleges. You can't wait until the day of the special offer and not have the slightest clue. Also, don't be mesmerized by all the special offers from schools. The most important thing is to choose the school you feel is a good fit. Of course, the 3 top colleges, whichever one you get into, you'll have a great future. President Zhao Yao directly excluded the other 7 colleges of the top 10 colleges and seriously urged. I see. Thanks, Principal. Su Jingming nodded in understanding. With the Wookiee High School exams over, it's really time to think about which school to go to next. It's over an hour's drive from the military district to the city. By the time Su Jingming returned home, it was already 23 minutes past 11 at night. Exhausted, he couldn't wash up in time, but simply took off his battle dress, which smelled strongly of blood, plopped down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. I didn't wake up from my sleep until after 9 the next morning. Phew, I can't believe I slept for over 10 hours in one breath. Scanning the time on his cell phone, Su Jingming leapt up from the bed and leapt into the bathroom. Claptrap. Warm water flowed out of the shower head and rushed over Su Jingming's naked body. Cozy. After 12 long hours of fighting, Su Jingming had sweated a lot and his entire body was sticky. At this moment, the warm water rushing over his body instantly made him feel refreshed. And then he opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 183 Qi in blood, plus. Spirit, 185 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus. Lightning Blast Break, Advanced plus. Ability points, 2534. The biggest gain from the martial arts college entrance exams, other than the grades, was the alien ability points. 534 alien energy points. That should still be enough for me to use for a while when I enter Alien Energy University. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. There was no doubt about the importance of exotic points. If it were an ordinary wilderness area, it would inevitably be impossible to obtain so many exotic points in a short period of time. This time it was also thanks to the Wookiee High School. I don't know if there will be a tournament that also kills ferocious beasts when I enter the Alien Energy University. If there is, I'll definitely be the first to participate. Su Jingming was in a happy mood. After humming a little tune and taking a shower, he went back to his bedroom, turned on his computer, and searched for information about the 3 top colleges. The 3 top colleges and universities, all of which had been established for more than a few hundred years, were famous schools with a very long history, and had produced many strong people for the great summer. So, in the process of reviewing the information, Su Jingming would occasionally let out bursts of amazement. Today's 9th Order Manhwa turned out to be a graduate of Qingjing Alien Energy University. Top alien exercise methods, most of which are actually exclusive to top colleges. It's a shock not to find out. It was surprising that almost half of the country's more famous high-level psychics today came from the 3 top colleges. Half. This is a very scary ratio. After all, There are thousands of alien universities across the country. There are also many others who originally attended alien universities in foreign countries and returned to their home countries after graduation. And with so many domestic and foreign schools combined, the total number of strongmen produced was surprisingly just on par with the 3 top colleges. This speaks volumes about the depth of the 3 top colleges. In addition, the most important point is the alien exercise method. As the foundation of the alien's advancement, there may be good or bad differences between the alien exercise methods, and the speed of cultivation is even more drastically different. An example, using the worst beginner's alien exercise method for cultivation, it would take most awakened people 3 or 4 years to advance to an alien. However, if one were to use the top exotic exercise method for cultivation, it would merely take less than half a year to advance. And according to the information Su Jingming had found out, most of the top exotic exercise methods in the Great Summer Country were surprisingly collected in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder there are rumors on the internet that the 3 top colleges are overbearing and dictatorial school valves that refuse to release the secrets of their feats. Su Jingming came to a realization, but he didn't care too much about it. How precious is the top alien exercise method? Trying to use public opinion to kidnap colleges and universities so as to share top feats was unlikely by any stretch of the imagination. Ding dong! Just as he was about to continue reviewing the information, the doorbell rang outside the house. Coming to me so early in the morning, is it the little ant? With doubt Su Jingming got up and walked out of the bedroom, opening the door to the room. In the doorway stood a large and a small group of 2 beautiful women. The older one was in his 30s, wearing fancy clothes and a delicate face. The younger one was about the same age as Su Jingming, tall, and had a 7 or 8% resemblance in looks to the big beauty, only colder. These two, indeed, were the youngest aunt Su Qingwan and cousin Tang Qi. Auntie, cousin, Su Jingming shouted with a smile and brought the two into the living room. However, embarrassingly, because of the alien evolution the night before, it caused his entire living room to be as if it had been burned by fire. Not only were the floor and walls burned black, but the sofa, coffee table, and all the furniture and stuff in the living room had also been burned to ashes. There wasn't even a place to sit in the large living room. Ming, has your house ever been on fire? Xiao Aunt Su Qingwan panicked when she saw this, and hurriedly pulled Su Jingming to double-check. When did this happen? Have you been injured? A little accident. Nothing serious. Looking at the worried-looking sister-in-law, Su Jingming's expression softened. After his parents passed away, his sister-in-law was the only one who brought him the warmth of family. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. Little Aunt Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, then said, I came over this time, mainly because I wanted to ask you about your results from yesterday's martial arts college entrance exam. Sister Qi didn't tell you? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. I thought it would be better if you told my mom in person. So I didn't. Cousin Tang Qi smiled wryly. So it is. Su Jingming nodded. Then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. Su Jingming brought the two downstairs and went to a cafe next to the neighborhood that he frequented called Morning Glory Little Shop. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning at this time of day, and the cafe was not very crowded. Su Jingming found a seat by the window and ordered 3 cups of hot coffee. The Morning Glory Bistro doesn't sell any high-end hand-ground coffee. So, in no time at all, 3 cups of steaming coffee were brought to the table by the waiter. Enjoy yourselves, 3 of you. The waitress left a warm smile and turned to leave. Can we reveal the mystery now? Little Aunt Su Qingwan held her coffee cup with a smiling face. Your sister makes it so mysterious. Isn't she afraid that I'll beat you up like when you were a child? Don't worry. Think about it. Since you've been in high school, when have I ever punched you? Even when you wanted to take the martial arts entrance exam, didn't I agree to it all the same? I won't beat you up this time even if your grades are worse. Listening to his young Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. Auntie is a typical Jiangnan woman with a gentle and polite nature. But this is limited to when there are no final exams. And once there was a certain dip in final grades, he would be greeted with a painful stir-fry of bamboo shoots, and he hasn't been able to fight back. After all, he was 11 years old the year his parents died, and his sister-in-law was officially appointed his legal guardian. Mom, don't worry, my cousin won't let you down this time. Seeing that her mom misunderstood her intentions, Tang Qi quickly explained. Oh, is that so? So you did pretty well on the exam this time. Ming, how many points? 100? Little Aunt Su Qingwan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly pursued the question. 100, which is the nationally recognized minimum score for admission. A score of over 100 gives you the hope of attending the University of Altered States. There's 100%. Su Jingming smiled and nodded. And it's a lot more than 100 points. It's 10,000 points. 10,000 points? This score was so shocking that the youngest Aunt Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes glared, directly freezing on the spot, not reacting. Regarding the college entrance exam, because of Tang Chi, Su Qingwan also knew quite a lot. Knowing that over the years, the highest score in Jiangcheng was just over 1,000 points, the entire Jiangnan province's provincial scholar is only 8,000 or 9,000 points. Thus, when she heard Su Jingming say that she was 10,000 points, her little aunt Su Qingwan froze for a moment. However, it quickly reacted, and subconsciously chose not to believe it. Frowning, Ming, don't joke, tell us your real score. Mom, Jingming wasn't kidding, he's just 10,000 points. No, that's not right, it should be 11,124 points to be exact. It's been reported on our official news account in River City. Tang Chi smilingly handed over her cell phone. On his cell phone, it was a story that had just been released not long ago, from the official account of River City. The title name is 10,000 points, the absolute dark horse from the second high school in Jiangcheng. The article's accompanying picture was the image of Su Jingming carrying a long gun to kill a second-order bloodthirsty tyrant bear. It's Ming. Xiaogu also recognized Su Jingming from the accompanying picture and hurriedly skimmed up the article. Su Qingwan had a gentle character, and ordinary things would not cause her much emotional fluctuation. But as she read the article a little bit, her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. A touch of excited redness also slowly surfaced on her pretty face. 10,000 points. Number 1 in Jiangcheng. Great, great. It was as if Su Qingwan had won a jackpot of tens of millions of dollars. And the article on her cell phone was like the lottery ticket that was cashed in, viewed over and over again. His mouth was even whispering something like Xiao Ming has finally made a fortune. Now we have a successor in the Su family. And so on. It took a while for her emotions to return. Xiao Ming, with this score of yours, when the day comes to fill out the volunteer application, won't you be able to directly choose the top 10 colleges in the country? Little Aunt Su Qingwan asked with glowing eyes. Yesterday the principal told me that I already have special admission status, so I don't need to fill out an application, just wait for those colleges to make an offer. Su Jingming explained with a smile, and Tang Chi on the side chimed in. Mom, with cousin Jingming's grades, it can be said that he's pre-selected for the provincial top prize, even if he didn't become the provincial scholar. The top 3 in Jiangnan province certainly couldn't escape. With this ranking, even the 3 top colleges are going to grab special recruits, and they won't even let him go the way of the filler. 3 top colleges? Special enrollment? Well, Xiao Ming, you've really given your little aunt a big surprise. Su Qingwan said 3 good words in a row, and then asked with some impatience. By the way, what day was the announcement of the rankings of the martial arts college entrance exam? The time is not certain, but it should be in 5 days at the latest. After a little thought, Su Jingming returned. The results of the Wukou high school exams will be released at the same time on the same day across the country. Prior to that, provinces will scrutinize the videos taken at the Wukou high school exams to prevent any cheating. That's still a lot of work, but the results will be posted in 5 days at the latest, by June 13th. Good. When the results are announced, little auntie will treat you to a big meal. Benefit Su Qingwan had a very bright smile on her face, and after a pause, she asked the biggest question in her mind. But Xiao Ming, aren't you only an E-ranked psychic ability? How could you get such a high score? Throughout history, it was a recognized fact that the rarer the psychic ability, the stronger the combat power. Though there were also the kind of people who relied on low-level psychic abilities to achieve the path of the strong. But such people are extremely rare, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are rare. And according to the description she had read on her article, what with the thunder stirring, a large number of high-level ferocious beasts of the first rank would be dead or injured. This simply could not be the power that could be exerted by an E-rank, weak electricity, ability. After all, Su Jingming is still just an awakened person, not even an adept. Hearing Su Qingwan ask, Tang Chi's beautiful eyes also looked over expectantly, obviously very curious about this as well. At this, Su Jingming was prepared for this and explained with a smile. I was working out in the living room the afternoon before last when suddenly a thunderbolt struck down outside the window and knocked me out. When I woke up, I realized that my original powers seemed to have been metamorphosed and became quite powerful. That's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts Center to test your powers back there. Tang Chi came to a sudden realization, and her little aunt Su Qingwan followed with a slight nod. It was indeed thundering for a while the afternoon before last, but you were lucky not to be struck by lightning, and instead, your powers mutated as a result of the disaster. When you find some time later, go to the Martial Arts Center and get another alien ability test to see what level your alien ability has mutated to. According to the power described in the article, all of your powers should have at least morphed to be rank or above. Su Jingming nodded at his words. Alien mutations were rare but not unheard of, and using this as an excuse for his alien metamorphosis was something he had thought about a long time ago. It just so happens that the day before yesterday when the powers metamorphosed the window split lightning in the house, and most people knew it too. Well, no matter what, Yu's siblings, one 12th place in Jiangcheng and one 1st place in Jiangcheng, are both good. Walk, let's go to the market to buy some food, and I'll fix you a good meal for lunch. Su Qingwan's face was overflowing with a smile she couldn't hide. Su Jingming could not help but smile slightly at the sight, and together with his cousin Tang Qi, he walked side by side beside his sister-in-law. June 11th, 9 p.m., Magic City Alien University, admissions office. The 3rd and 4th ranked psychics, which were rare to see in other places, filled the entire office at this time. They were seen sitting around a large round table, numbering as many as 30 or 40 people, to say the least. These altered beings, looking a bit anxious, seemed to be waiting for something. Not a moment later, a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby build walked in quickly. At the same time, he raised a mechanical disc held in his hand. The National Martial Arts rankings are out, so get ready. The ranking placements of the National Martial Arts College entrance exams are kept absolutely secret until the list is issued. But this was only for ordinary people. For top colleges like them, getting the rankings of the placements a day in advance was not a difficult task. Finally out of the rankings. The rankings seem to be coming out a little slow this year. It's not even close. And last year it was just a day earlier than this year. The admissions office of the Magic City Alien University. The busiest days of the year are these days. They need to develop different special recruiting strategies based on the strength of the top 3 candidates in each province. Certain students are so strong and have so much potential that it takes more resources to recruit them. If there are students who are relatively weak and have little potential, then it is appropriate to spend less resources. In fact, it was not only the Magic City Alien University, but also the other 2 top universities, Qingjing Alien University and Jincheng Alien University. As per the old rules, let's first see how the provincial champions of each province perform. The middle-aged man in the front inserted the mechanical disc into the projection apparatus that had been prepared long ago. With a buzzing sound, a list recording the score rankings of all the candidates in the country's 30-odd provincial administrative regions was immediately projected. The 1st provincial district, Qingjing City. The middle-aged man's low voice rang out, and the projection in front of him seemed to possess intelligence as if it directly revealed the ranking of the candidates in Qingjing City, the capital of the Great Xia country. Everyone looked straight to the 1st position on the ranking list. 1st place, Zhouyi, Qingjing Middle School, 9,343 points. Eva, display the information related to Zhouyi. As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, an ethereal electronic voice rang out. Yes, Director. A holographic projection image then floated in the center of the round table. What was shown on the screen was exactly the battle footage of Zhouyi in the martial arts examination. Zhouyi, 18 years old, awakened to the Reinforcement Series A-Class Psychic Ability Bronze Body, Rank 1 Upper. Father is a 4th order shifter. Every top college and university possessed an amazing ability to gather information, and the Magic City Alien University was no exception. While the central holographic projection played Zhouyi's battle scene, his relevant information echoed in the ears of every enrollment teacher. Bronze body? That's not bad at all for an A-ranked psychic ability. Indeed, looking at the battle footage, it's not a bad use of powers. All the teachers were talking about it, and before long, the video on the holographic projection finished playing, and the middle-aged man in front of them also said in a deep voice, Zhouyi, designated as an A+ level special admission quota. Mr. Wang Jian, I'll trouble you to make a trip. Okay. A teacher rose and nodded. When the meeting was over, he would immediately leave for Qingjing City, the 2nd provincial administration, Hunan Province. Time passes quickly, and the provincial top students in each province are evaluated by the director of the admissions office as well as by various teachers to determine the level of special admission. There are better A+ grades and average A grades, plus worse A-. Of course, to be the top student of a province, the strength couldn't be any worse. Soon, it was the turn of Jiangnan Province, the 13th provincial administration, Jiangnan Province, along with the middle-aged man's low voice. The ranking on the projection also quickly switched to Jiangnan Province. Last year, Gangnam Province came out with an A+ special recruiting spot, so I don't know what's going to happen this year. Should be an A+ as well. Jiangnan Province is a populous province of the Great Summer Country, and the strength of the provincial winners in the past years have all been very strong. Thus, all the teachers, including the director of the admissions office, looked at the ranking that was at the top of the list. 1st place, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng 2nd High School, 124 points, more than 10,000 points. Jiangnan Province is making a strong start this year. Jiangcheng? This isn't the capital of Jiangnan Province, is it? The many teachers were initially shocked at Su Jingming's scores, But after realizing that the other party came from the second high school in Jiangchang, they were all a bit bewildered. Jiangchang? Isn't the capital of Jiangnan province Ning'an City? What the hell is River City? How come I've never even heard of this city? Su Jingming, 18 years old, awakened to the natural system E-class alien energy weak electricity. Rank awakened. Parents on 7 years ago. When Su Jingming's informational blurb rang in his ears, the teachers in the room who were already a bit confused were even more confused. What the hell? An E-ranked psychic? Awakened? These two things can be linked to a provincial scholar? In the previous decades, the Jiangnan provincial scholar was usually born in Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan province. Or maybe it was born in one of the richer cities near Ninian. Of course, this is quite normal. After all, poor in literature and rich in martial arts, those who can afford to live in these cities have small assets in their families and produce strong offspring. The eventual provincial winners were also all just like the capital city of Qingjing, possessing class A psychic abilities, as well as first-order upper strength. But now the Jiangnan provincial scholar was not only not born in those few cities in Jiangnan province that the teachers of the Magic City Alien Energy University were familiar with, and wasn't even a psychic, merely an awakened. And even his psychic ability was only the second to last E-class psychic ability. Who would dare to believe that? Thus, when Su Jingming's message echoed in the ears of many teachers, their first reaction was disbelief. An awakened can also become a provincial scholar? This can't be a mistake, right? Is it possible that the information was collected incorrectly, on someone with a duplicate name? That's a possibility. The results of every candidate for the Waco Advanced Placement exam have been professionally reviewed by the State Board of Education. No one is doubting the authenticity of the results, just wondering if the information was collected incorrectly and gathered on heavy celebrities. It could be the information gathering ability of the Magic City Alien University. It was impossible to make this kind of low-level mistake of mistaking someone for someone else. Eva's information is not wrong. Seemingly feeling challenged, a ball of light with an extraordinarily nerdy appearance was holographically projected into the room, and there was even a humanized expression of anger on the ball of light. It was the artificial intelligence responsible for the information collection and management of the entire Magic City Alien University. Eva is the highest level AI and wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Su Jingming's information was probably faulty at the beginning when it was registered into the information database. The middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure waved his hand. Won't it all be clear when we watch his martial arts entrance exam video? Eva, open Su Jingming's college entrance exam video. Okay, director. With the director's reassurance, the angry expression on Eva's ball of light faded away. At the same time, Su Jingming's figure was projected above the center of the round table. At the beginning of the image, it was clearly the scene when he entered the very core area and faced many first-order high-level ferocious beasts as well as second-order ferocious beasts. It's rare to see a lance used as a weapon. A teacher's eyes lit up as he looked at the upright figure carrying the lance. Among the more than 10 provincial scholars in front of them, almost all of them used long swords or large swords as weapons. Gun-type weapons? For the first time, a lance can be more difficult than a sword. A teacher also nodded slightly. Although Su Jingming's weapon had attracted the teacher's attention, they hadn't forgotten their main objective: determine Su Jingming's psychic ability and rank. The powers hadn't been cast yet to be sure, but the rank was pretty well determined. There was a fundamental difference between the altered and the awakened before, and over there was breadth. Although Su Jingming's aura in the picture was overpowering, it didn't allow the admissions teachers present to detect the characteristics belonging to an adept. So, Su Jingming really is an awakened? After repeated confirmations, all the teachers in the room were shocked. What's the concept of the awakened one's provincial champion? That's something that hasn't been done in recent decades. Immediately afterward, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder erupted and killed many first-order high-level ferocious beasts, it even made many teachers look dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is definitely not an E-class ability. This power, it's all at least grade A. How could it possibly be an E-rank weak electrical energy? What's wrong with the guys who registered the powers that this could be wrong? The experienced enrollment teachers immediately saw that something was wrong with Su Jingming's supernatural power, and the director of the enrollment office in front of them also narrowed his eyes and commanded, Eva, parse Su Jingming's alien ability level. Abilities need to be tested with a specialized meter to determine the type of level, but with an advanced AI in place, it can be analyzed much the same way. Su Jingming's psychic ability belongs to the thunder and lightning psychic ability under the nature department. Due to his inability to gather information about the elements in the air, just from analyzing the video footage, Su Jingming's psychic ability had a 4% probability of being level B, 10% probability of grade A, 83% probability of grade S. 1% probability of grade SS, and 0% probability of grade SSS. Artificial intelligence Eva quickly came up with the results of her analysis, while the director of the admissions office who got the conclusion had her pupils slammed shut. The S-rank probability is 83%. As an advanced AI, Eva's judgment was almost never wrong. With a probability of 83%, it was already almost certain that Su Jingming's psychic ability was S-rank. S-class? All of the teachers present also instantly became short of breath. What's the concept of S-class? Once it grew up, it was an absolute top fighting force. And nowadays, in the great summer country, there hadn't been an S-class alien awakened person for 3 or 4 years. At this time, Su Jingming in the holographic projection also ended the life of the second-ranked bloodthirsty tyrant bear with a single shot in an incomparably violent manner. With suspected S-ranked psychic abilities, coupled with this powerful real-world combat ability, Su Jingming's provincial scholar is well-deserved. The director of the admissions office in front of him let out a long breath, and after pondering for a moment, he said with a grave gaze, Su Jingming, set it as an S+ level special recruitment quota. We have to recruit at all costs. S+ level special recruiting quota. It's been years since we've used this special recruiting specification, hasn't it? S+ level special recruiting. Looks like we can't even do it without coming up with something good. Director Zhang, I was the one who went to the Jiangnan province special recruitment last year, so why don't I go this time? Director, I want to go to Gangnam special recruitment too. The S+ level special recruitment quota, coupled with the basically certain S-level psychic ability, instantly made Su Jingming a flavorful bun. Many teachers are scrambling to try to run this special trip to Jiangnan province, but Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the enrollment office in front of him, shook his head. You all don't need to go. I'll run personally this time. The director himself. So that's solid. Although the other teachers were a bit disappointed, as a fifth-order psychic alien, Director Zhang Chaoyang, who had once recruited many students with boundless potential into the Devil's Capital Alien Energy University, was indeed the most secure choice for this trip. S-class alien ability. Su Jingming, I hope you won't let me down. Looking at the upright figure on the holographic projection, Director Zhang Chaoyang could not help but murmur in a low voice. June 12th, the 5th day after the end of the Wookiee High School exam. Jingming don't be in a hurry. The results will come out today at the latest. Principal, I know, I'm in no hurry. Well, it's good that there's no hurry. I'm just afraid that you young people are too anxious. Su Jingming walked in the small area, talking for half a day, and it was hard to hang up the call from the principal. Good guys, one and all telling me not to rush. But actually more than anyone else, Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. During the days waiting for the rankings to be announced, he had received more than one call from his classroom teacher, the principal, and even the Secretary of Education. The implication of the words is that one should not rush and the rankings will be announced sooner or later. However, they don't sound like they're not in a hurry, and they even hate the fact that the rankings are announced the day after the entrance exams are over. Sure, Su Jingming could understand. After all, they needed a chance to prove themselves too much in Zhangchang, but it's already the 5th day, so the results should be announced, right? Just as Su Jingming was secretly muttering, there was a ding-dong sound and a text message alert sounded. He took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the contents of the text message. Candidate Su Jingming of Zhangchang No. 2 High School. The rankings of Jiangnan Province's Martial Arts College entrance exam have been released. The text message was followed by a URL link. The high school rankings are announced. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. Then he clicked into the link without hesitation. At once, a document densely filled with the ranking of the results of all candidates in the province appeared on the phone. Su Jingming looked directly at the first line of the document. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Zhangcheng Second High School. Total score, 11,124. First place, the top student in Jiangnan Province. I did it! At this moment, even the taciturn Su Jingming couldn't help but show joy on his face and wave his fist in excitement. June 12th was the last day for the release of the National Wookiee Advanced Placement Examination, WAPE, results rankings. This means that on this day, the ranking of results will definitely be announced. The capital of Jiangnan Province, Ning'an City Education Bureau, the director, as well as a group of teachers, waited in front of the computer for the announcement of the ranking of the results. There was even a number of cakes as well as champagne drinks ready in the not-so-small office. Just wait for the results to be officially announced and have a joyous celebration. This year, Lei Zhu from Ning'an No. 1 High School played well and got more than 9,200 points. The provincial first prize winner should be him. The probability is high, but it's not a sure thing. I've heard that there are a few talented students in the next province. Fair enough, it's up to each to make their own luck. teachers were talking and debating among themselves. Coming from Ning'an No. 1 High School, Lei Zhu, who possesses class's psychic abilities and first-order high-level strength, is the favorite candidate for the provincial top prize. The results are in. Just then, the teacher who had been waiting in front of the computer's eyes lit up and opened the ranking list, but then he was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Sensing that something was wrong, the director of education of Ning'an City frowned and came forward, and was surprised to find that the first place was an unfamiliar name. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng Second High School. Total score, 11,124. What? The provincial scholar is actually from the Jiangcheng side? The director's eyes glazed over with shock. Such a scene not only happened in the Ning'an City Education Bureau, but also among the education bureaus of other prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan Province. However, compared to the shock of the education boards, the newsmen in Gangnam Province are all sniffing around. Realize that Jiangnan Province is the most populous province in the Great Summer Country. There are 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities under the province. As the capital of the province, Ning'an City as well as several nearby prefecture-level cities were recognized as the most prosperous and also the place where the largest number of psychics gathered and where geniuses were most likely to be born. While Jiangcheng, located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan Province, was recognized as having a lack of resources and a scarcity of geniuses. In the past years, the Jiangnan provincial top scholar was born in Ning'an City or a few nearby prefecture-level cities. But this year, it's all different. The provincial top scorer turned out to be from an obscure, even unknown to most people in Jiangnan Province, Jiangcheng. What does that mean? That means traffic and pop. As a result, all of these journalists began to frantically collect information related to Su Jingming. It's a shock not to find out E-class psychic abilities, awakened who had not yet advanced. One word or phrase picked at their nerves. It made them wonder and at the same time their eyes were shining. It was a natural hotspot. So, in the guise of tentacle monsters, they edited an article of thousands of words in just a few minutes. The absolute dark horse, the provincial scholar from Jiangcheng. Shocking, the provincial scholar is still only an awakened. Who says that an E-class alien ability can't be a provincial scholar? The headlines of these articles, one after the other, whet the appetite. As soon as it was posted on the internet, it attracted a lot of internet users to click and browse. Netizens in Jiangnan Province, in particular, continue to leave their own comments underneath these articles. Aren't provincial champions usually first-order high-level aliens? Can an awakened person also get the provincial champion? An E-class alien ability awakened person can win the provincial championship? If this is true, I'll eat shit on the spot. Upstairs, just wait. I'm going to find his martial arts entrance exam video right now. The comments on these stories are most often skeptical. After all, the Jiangnan Province's top students in previous years could all be first-order high-level aberrations. The alien ability levels were all at least A or B rank as well. Now that an E-class alien ability awakened provincial scholar had popped up, everyone was naturally unconvinced. Even some people with extreme personalities screamed under the comments, saying that there are shady practices in this Wuko entrance exam. Su Jingming is actually the unworthy son of a certain behind-the-scenes bigwig who was forced into the position of provincial scholar. Cheating on the Wookiee entrance exam is an extremely serious matter. With such comments, public opinion is also gradually fermenting. Many people went directly to the official account of Jiangcheng and left messages under it, requesting to return the truth to everyone. Seeing that the public opinion had a tendency to intensify, the official account of Jiangcheng was in no hurry to release the video of Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance exam. In response, some unsuspecting spammers who had been preparing for a good hard spray were dumbfounded. Jiangnan Province's top scholar, Su Jingming, is really an awakened person. Crap. One shot stabbed through the skull of a first-order one-horned rhinoceros. Good lord, this power is stronger than even a first-order alien, right? It looks like a strengthening system power increase type of psychic ability, but it's only an awakened. How can the psychic ability increase be so strong? Nima, I can't believe it's not the reinforcement department. It's the thunder and lightning department. This power and you're telling me it's an E-class alien ability? Unscrupulous media. Bottomless rumors for traffic. Su Jingming's Wuko Gaoxue video is 12 hours long and perfectly encapsulates every moment of his time in the exam room. Thus, once the video came out, the voices questioning Su Jingming quickly disappeared into thin air. Instead, people were marveling at Su Jingming's superb marksmanship, as well as his powerful lightning powers. The topic of Su Jingming on the internet was skyrocketing, and the same hotspot was detonated locally in Jiangcheng. The Wuko higher education examination is a topic of universal participation. Only Jiangcheng's previous college entrance exams, the best results are only the top 100 in Jiangnan Province. It's embarrassing to talk about it. That's why people in River City didn't pay much attention to it before. But not anymore. Jiangcheng has produced a provincial scholar. Many people are excited to post topics on the internet. Some of the people who had originally known Su Jingming had even taken it upon themselves to be Su Jingming's friends. As for the local media in Jiangcheng, they were even busier, swarming to Jiangcheng Second High School, wanting to interview the principal. As early as when Su Jingming got more than 10,000 points, the principal had predicted this scene. So, dressed in his suit, he faced the many microphones, not flustered at all, and spoke eloquently. On top of that, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher, as well as the group's many classroom teachers, were also interviewed. This time, the always stern homeroom teacher didn't stop smiling on his face. Between the words, there was also unstinting praise for Su Jingming. In addition to the second high school in Jiangcheng, the city's education bureau, the city government's senior staff were also interviewed. Su Jingming is the pride of our people in Jiangcheng, and he could not have achieved this without his own efforts. And, of course, it couldn't have been done without a great deal of nurturing from the school and the Board of Education. In accordance with the usual practice, the Secretary for Education, Mr. Zhang Wenshan, made a few impassioned remarks of an official nature. It was then stated that Su Jingming would be rewarded with a great gift that included $1 million in cash, and the exotic exercise method. After the city school board's commendation, the city government followed suit. It said it would send $1 million in cash to Su Jingming's classmates and a set of luxury apartments in the city. It's an old tradition in the provinces to honor the provincial scholar. Although Jiangcheng was much poorer compared to a provincial capital city like Ning'an, it could still afford to shell out a few $1,000,000. Also, the heat Su Jingming has brought to Jiangcheng is far greater than what the government has paid. The storm on the internet was not known to Su Jingming. He went straight to the Thunder Martial Arts Center after receiving consecutive congratulatory phone calls from his sister-in-law as well as the principal and director of the school. Despite the system, the usual basic training cannot be put down. Inside the training room, only the black flare gun, which was already on the verge of being scrapped, was transformed into a black phantom as he waved it around. Because the speed of the swing was so fast, the air emitted a sharp whistle from time to time. The black flare gun's weight of up to 50 kilograms didn't seem to affect him in the slightest. Every movement is very standard. Jingle bells. The phone rang, interrupting Su Jingming's training. He frowned and put away his gun before picking up his cell phone. The caller ID showed Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangcheng Second High School. Didn't the principal just call a while ago? Why is he calling again? The identity of the provincial scholar was destined to make Su Jingming famous next. He himself, however, was not too fond of the feeling of being interrupted, especially when he was training. That's why the phone was set to whitelist mode early on. But I didn't realize that the principal was the one who called 2 or 3 times in a row. However, Su Jingming also knew that with the principal's character, he wouldn't have called in if it wasn't anything important. He then pressed the connect button on the screen without further hesitation. Sure enough, as soon as the phone was connected, Principal Zhao Yao's excited voice came up. Su Jingming, hurry up and come to school. The enrollment teachers from the 3 top colleges have already come over. The admissions teacher arrived so soon? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. 3 top alien energy colleges, of which Qingjing Alien Energy University was located in the northern part of the Great Xia country, and Jincheng Alien Energy University was located in the central part of the Great Xia country. All of them were relatively far away from Jiangnan province, and probably only the Magic City Alien Energy University was slightly closer to Jiangnan. According to his prediction, these enrollment teachers would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Don't dwell on that much. Where are you? I'll arrange for a special car to pick you up right away. I'm over here at the Thunder Martial Arts Center. Okay, just wait a little bit, the special car will be right over. On the other hand, the second high school in Jiangcheng, originally were still being interviewed by the principal Zhao Yao. When he learned that the 3 top college admissions teachers joined forces, first he was shocked, then he immediately stopped the interview and called Su Jingming to inform him to come to the school. Then he personally guided the 3 tutors to the school's VIP reception room, and each of them was served a cup of hot tea. Teachers, please sit down for a moment. Su Jingming won't arrive for another 10 minutes or so. As a second-order psychic and in charge of the principal of a middle school, Zhao Yao was considered a number 1 figure in the entire Jiangcheng, but now his posture was lowered and his attitude was very respectful. It was because he knew that these 3 bigwigs were the ones he couldn't mess with no matter what. Even the aura that the other party unintentionally exuded, belonging to a high-level alien, made his heart tremble. It's fine, Principal Zhao. Go ahead and get busy. We'll just wait here for a while. Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the admission office of Magic City Exotic University, waved his hand with a gentle smile. After letting Zhao Yao back off, he turned his head and then looked at the other 2, smiling. You too. It seems like it's been a long time since we've been together like this, doesn't it? Inside the room, besides him, there were two other people, a man and a woman. They were Su Yun, a woman with a plump figure and a better face from Qingjing Alien Energy University, as well as Wu Yuan, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with long hair, from the Jinchang Exotic University. Like Chaiyang Zhang, they are all directors of their respective schools' admissions offices. Back in the day, all three of them had encountered each other at the special recruiting sites in the provinces before they were all directors. But since becoming director of admissions, they have both rarely walked outside and haven't met up. Now, for the sake of Su Jingming, the three of them are very rare to run into each other again. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to say so many polite words, right? The purpose of everyone coming over this time is very clear to each of us. For the record, Su Jingming, we at Qingjing Alien Energy University will take him. The character of Su Yun, the enrollment of Qingjing Exotic University, was as hot as her body. Nor did he say anything polite, and made his purpose clear as soon as he came up. Oh, you're saying it's going to be finalized? I also said that our Jincheng University is going to be finalized. Wu Yuan, the enrollment teacher of Jincheng University, was also not willing to show weakness and snorted coldly. Zhang Chaoyang could not help but rub his temples with a headache at the sight. Due to the annual collegiate tournaments, the three top colleges have always had a need for the best of the best in terms of student body, especially like this provincial scholars special recruitment site. The atmosphere is even more tense, and even the admissions teacher thought the situation is not uncommon. He certainly didn't mind this, and when it really came time to use his strength to show the school's depth, he wouldn't be shy about it. This time, though, it's not quite the same. Only Zhang Chaoyang gave a dry cough and said, "Both of you, this time you came all the way here not only because of Su Jingming's provincial scholarship, but also because of his supernatural abilities, right?" Crap. Su Yun rolled her eyes. The moment she met Zhang Chaoyang and Wu Yuan, she knew that everyone had the same purpose. It was all for the supernatural ability in Su Jingming's body that had a great possibility of being S-class. In that case, when Su Jingming arrives later, how about we determine his alien ability level first? Listening to Zhang Chaoyang's proposal, Su Yun and Wu Yuan glanced at each other and then nodded. Yes, let's determine the level of the supernatural ability first before we talk about recruitment. For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell into silence. It didn't take long, though, before a whirring sound was heard and the sliding door to the conference room opened. A tall figure carrying a long spear just walked in under the leadership of Headmaster Zhao Yao. This person was none other than Su Jingming. Just as soon as he walked into the reception room, 3 lines of sight then focused on him at the same time, because he had come over from the Thunder Martial Hall side. Su Jingming was still wearing his normal loose training clothes. Behind his back, he carried the broken black flare gun. This gesture seemed a bit shabby compared to the suited and booted Principal Zhao Yao next to him. Yet that upright stance, and the calmness and composure revealed in those black and white eyes. However, it was incomparable to Zhao Yao, who appeared to be treading on thin ice in the face of the 3 major special recruitment teachers on the side. Nice. Su Yun couldn't help but nod. After the martial arts entrance exam, most candidates will indulge themselves recklessly because of the 3 years of repressed high school life, and will not even think about training. But the Su Jingming in front of him had obviously just finished his training, and based on that alone, it was something that ordinary candidates couldn't compare to. Moreover, the 3 of them, all of them were 5th-ranked psychic adepts, even though they hadn't exerted their adepts. However, the sense of oppression emanating from the intangible was not something that an ordinary alien could resist. This could be seen from Zhao Yao next to him. Su Jingming, on the other hand, had no reaction to this, and was clearly strong-willed and easily unshakable. All of them were 5th-order psychics, and if Su Yun could see this, everyone could naturally see it. As a result, Su Jingming had left a good impression on several enrollment teachers just after the meeting. Su Jingming, let me introduce you. This is Su Yun, a teacher from Qingjing Alien Energy University, and this is, from Magic City Alien Energy University. Under the introduction of Principal Zhao Yao, Su Jingming quickly learned the identities of the 3 teachers. Hello teachers. Su Jingming looked respectful. He could vaguely feel the dangerous aura that these 3 teachers brought with them. Needless to say, they were all at least 4th-order Ultrans. Student Su, we've all seen your martial arts high school combat video. The practicality is great and very stunning. However, I have a question. It seems that your psychic ability is not the E-rank psychic ability, weak electricity, that was registered during the original psychic ability awakening. Can you tell us why? If you're not comfortable talking about it, that's fine. We're just a little curious. Zhang Chaoyang took the lead and spoke in a very gentle manner. The principal on the side, Zhao Yao, couldn't help but show a curious expression when he saw this. Sure, the day before the entrance exam. In response, Su Jingming, who had been prepared for this, repeated what he had said to his sister-in-law earlier, being struck by natural thunder, thus resulting in a mutation of psychic abilities? That's a possibility. The three teachers had done their homework long before they arrived, knowing that Su Jingming had been struck directly by lightning the day before the entrance exam. So he nodded, recognizing the statement. Zhang Qiayang, who was in the very center, then spread his right hand, as if by magic. A black instrument full of science fiction appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The other two teachers were not surprised by this. Student Su, you shouldn't know what your supernatural ability is after your mutation, right? It just so happens that I brought over an alien detector from school, so come over and try it out. Su Jingming nodded at his words and walked straight forward. The alien detector. He had only seen it the year he awakened to his alien ability at the age of 16. The one from the alien awakening ceremony was a large instrument, almost somewhat similar to a double-door refrigerator. He hadn't used this kind of small testing instrument, and he didn't know how to use it yet. Just perform your powers, Zhang Qiayang reminded. Su Jingming nodded at his words, and after taking a deep breath, he also directly invoked the violet heavenly lightning. Crackle! In a flash, violent and dazzling purple thunder lingered around him. What furious thunder! Several of the teachers were stunned. They could sense the raging power contained in the thunder. The power was such that even they, as fifth-order Ultrans, were slightly palpitating. At that moment, the alien ability detector in front of Su Jingming also began to operate, and a head of blue light projected out from within the instrument. Scanned thunder as well as Su Jingming from head to toe, including him. Then, under the expectant gaze of the three special recruiting teachers as well as the principal, a mechanical electronic beep sounded from within the instrument. Abnormal ability detection is complete. The ability is Purple Heavenly Lightning, rated at level S. It's actually an S-class ability. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He guessed that Su Jingming's alien ability might have mutated, but he didn't expect that it would directly mutate from E rank directly to S rank. Although the other three teachers had expected this, they still couldn't help but become short of breath when they really saw that Su Jingming was an S-ranked psychic ability. Wu Yuan, the enrollment teacher of Jincheng University, was even more green-eyed and took the lead. Student Su, as long as you come to our Jincheng Alien University, you'll be rewarded with a $4 million scholarship for enrollment, plus a set of C-class equipment. In addition, for the 4 years of college, any alien exercise method or battle technique you need, our school will provide it for free. 4 million in scholarships. The heart of Zhao Yao on the side was shaken. Just now the city had already rewarded 2 million, and now it was 4 million. Do you really think money isn't money? Also, this set of C-rank equipment is worth tens of millions of dollars. Of course, for an alien, the alien exercise method, as well as various battle techniques, were even more priceless treasures that could not be bought for a bit. Sure enough, geniuses are priceless. Zhao Yao's heart sighed. Back when he was at the University of Alien Energy, he didn't know how many ferocious beasts he would have to risk his life to hunt and kill in order to purchase a battle technique to get it all together. But now, people are just giving it away for free. Oh, you can't even take this stuff? Xinjiang University's Su Yun raised her eyebrows and stared straight at Su Jingming. Student Su, if you come to our Xinjiang Alien Energy University, not only will you be able to obtain the alien energy exercise method as well as various battle techniques, plus we'll give you $6 million in enrollment incentive money and all the gear you'll need for 4 years of college. The Xinjiang Exotic University, located in the capital of the Great Summer Country, was obviously even more wealthy and generous, directly smashing down a heavy amount of money as soon as it made its move. The last Zhang Qiayang, after thinking for a moment, also stated his school's conditions. It goes without saying that the alien exercise methods and battle techniques are all that they have at their school, and all that we have at ours as well. It's just that our school doesn't provide scholarships as well as equipment. It just provides you with an S-rank cultivation resource every school year. S-class cultivation resources? What's that? Su Jingming's face was puzzled. On the other hand, Su Yun and Wu Yuan, who were on the side, looked at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Su Jingming doesn't know, don't they know? The so-called S-rank cultivation resources were treasures that could not be valued in terms of value. Even for them, 5th-ranked exalts, S-rank cultivation resources were of great use. And now, the Magic City Alien University actually directly promised to give 1 copy a year. What kind of bravado is this? You know about the dragon beasts, don't you? Facing Zhang Qiayang's inquiry, Su Jingming nodded. There are races of ferocious beast groups. Some groups are weak and some are strong. And certain groups of ferocious beasts that were naturally powerful and similar in size to the dragons were given the title of dragons. As soon as they were born, they were of the 4th or 5th rank, and after they became adults, They could even reach the 7th or 8th rank. It's good to know. Among our S-rank resources, there is a resource called Dragon Blood, taken from the heart blood of an 8th order dragon beast. After taking Dragon Blood, the physical body would be greatly strengthened, and could even be comparable to dragon-type ferocious beasts. And every single one of our S-rank resources is at the level of Dragon's Blood. Now you get the picture, Zhang Qiayang said with a smile. It was also the fact that Su Jingming's special recruitment grade was rated at the S+ level, or else he wouldn't have offered such extravagant conditions. Dragon Blood, S-rank cultivation resources. Principal Zhao Yao used to think that he had seen the world, but after seeing in order to the conditions offered by the 3 major universities in order to recruit Su Jingming, it was only then that he realized, with a heck of a lot of surprise, that his eyes were still too small. Su Jingming couldn't help but be shocked at what he heard. S-class cultivation resources are indeed tempting. Well, it's time for you to make your decision. Which of our 3 top colleges do you choose? The 3 teachers' gazes focused on Su Jingming at the same time, waiting for him to make a choice. Facing the gazes of the 3 teachers, Su Jingming remained silent for a moment and said, I'll choose Magic City Alien Energy University. Since the ability points had to be obtained by killing ferocious beasts, he was more concerned about the practical cultivation ability of the top colleges and universities. Through his access to resources during this time, he found nearly 20 college league tournaments that were known for their practicality. Almost half of them were titles taken by the Magic City Alien University. This was enough to show that Magic City Alien Energy University's cultivation of its students' practical combat abilities was the strongest among the 3 colleges, coupled with the S-rank resources that the other party had smashed down. The Magic City Alien University could be said to be the best choice. Sure enough, it's the Magic City Alien University. Both Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. In front of the S-rank cultivation resources, the conditions put forth by their 2 schools were indeed much paler. It's not their fault though. The school only has so many resources for special enrollment recruiting. It was impossible for the school to use an S-rank cultivation resource like this, which was of great use to even high-level adepts. For freshman recruitment, the school won't allow it, and they can't make a more enticing recruiting offer. Teacher Zhang, congratulations! Your Magic City Alien Energy University has snagged a good seedling this time. The saber-rattling atmosphere was limited to robbing people, and now that the result was finalized, Su Yun and Wu Yuan could not help but congratulate Zhang Qiayang. Then they didn't linger much longer and left the place with a sigh. They were out of luck for the Jiangnan provincial champion, but the other 2nd and 3rd places still needed to be fought for. Take your time. You too. Zhang Qiayang sent the 2 teachers away with a smile on his face, then turned his head to look at Su Jingming. Student Jingming, welcome to choosing our Magic City Alien Energy University, and our school will definitely not fail you. After saying that, he directly took out the long-prepared acceptance letter and handed it over. This is your acceptance letter. You'll need it to report to school when the time comes. Also, here's a special recruiting contract. Sign it. Zhang Qiayang handed over another contract. The text on the top of the contract was very concise, and the general content was that Su Jingming could access all of the exotic exercise methods as well as battle techniques in the library of the Magic City Exotic University. In addition, you can also get a copy of the S-grade cultivation resources every year. The contract was in duplicate, and both of them already had the official seal of the Magic City Alien University on them. After making sure that the content was okay, Su Jingming signed his name. 1 copy for Zhang Qiayang and 1 copy for himself. Very well, student Jingming, you are now a member of our Magic City Alien Energy University. Magic City Alien University, looking forward to your arrival. Zhang Qiayang, who had the contract in his hands, was also relieved. The S-class alien awakened was taken down by himself, and this trip had finally lived up to the school's expectations. With a flip of his hand, the contract disappeared back into thin air. This scene caused Su Jingming, who had long been very curious on the side, to ask with his eyes glowing, Mr. Zhang, where did your contract go? You mean this? Zhang Qiayang smiled and raised his right hand, wearing a delicate ring on his index finger. With that, the ring flashed with light, and the contract unexpectedly appeared in his hand out of thin air. This is a spatial ring, made based on the psychic abilities of spatial psychics, and it can store small things inside. Zhang Qiayang explained with a smile. Space ring. Su Jingming was shocked. Wasn't this something from the metaphysical novels of his previous life? Surprisingly, it was realized out in this world, but on second thought, he was relieved. It seemed reasonable to create a spatial ring when one even had spatial powers. I'll get a whole one when I get a chance later. Su Jingming secretly made a decision. There was no way around it. Something like a space ring was indeed too tempting. Space rings aren't cheap, so if you want to buy one, then you'll have to work hard. Seemingly seeing Su Jingming's thoughts, Zheng Chaoyang encouraged. There was a pause. Also, our school's new student orientation is September 1st. You can also choose to report for early enrollment, which is no problem, and we will provide you with accommodations. Of course, for special enrollment like yours, we always encourage early enrollment and reporting. You can enroll in school and report early, then you'll be able to access the library's alien exercise methods and battle techniques after enrollment? Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Of course there's no problem. Zheng Chaoyang nodded. Fantastic. Su Jingming had thought that he would have to wait until the beginning of the school year before he could enjoy the vast cultivation resources of the Magic City Exotic University. But now that early enrollment is possible, how could he not be excited? Teacher Zhang, I will report to the school for enrollment as soon as possible. Okay, here's my contact info. Just call me directly when you get to school. After leaving his contact information, Zheng Chaoyang did not stay long and got up to leave. Thus, only Su Jingming as well as Principal Zhao Yao were left in the large VIP reception room. Phew, finally they're all gone. These high-level aberrants. The sense of oppression they give off is not normally strong. Zhao Yao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, then looked at the exquisite acceptance letter in Su Jingming's hand as if he was looking at a treasure. An acceptance letter from the Magic City Alien Energy University. This is a great honor. Come on, get your homeroom teacher and let's go take a group photo. Led by Principal Zhao Yao, Su Jingming held the acceptance letter from the Magic City Alien Energy University. At the entrance of the second high school, a group photo was taken with the principal, Zhao Yao, and various teachers of Class 5. In the photo, each teacher's smile is especially bright, and this photo, too, was placed in the most central position of the honor room of the second high school in Zhangcheng. Become a role model for many students to emulate and learn from later in life. During the group photo, Su Jingming also received calls from the city's education bureau as well as the city government. After learning of the generous rewards given by the other party, just needing to show up on the day the rewards are given out, Su Jingming then agreed without hesitation. After all, people are giving so many rewards. Shouldn't you show up and promote your hometown? After leaving the school, Su Jingming went to the city center to buy more gifts, then took a taxi to the Jinghu neighborhood where the sister-in-law's family lives. Unlike Su Jingming's humble neighborhood, Jinghu neighborhood is a high-end villa area. The security at the entrance is also very strict, and there is almost no way for anyone else to get in without the owner's consent. Luckily, Su Jingming had recorded visitor privileges here before, which allowed him to enter the small area unhindered all the way. Ding dong! Su Jingming stood at the entrance of the villa and rang the doorbell on the gate. Not a moment later, the door opened and the figure of his youngest aunt Su Qingwan appeared. Seeing that it was Su Jingming, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Xiao Ming, why are you here? Come in, come in. With the release of the province's rankings, I thought you'd be busy as the province's top student. I didn't expect you to come over at this time. Old Tang, Xiao Ming is coming over. Go make some tea. The youngest aunt, Su Qingwan, enthusiastically brought Su Jingming to the villa's living room. So Ming's here. A stocky man came out of the den. Auntie, Su Jingming shouted politely. This man is his aunt, Tang Daolin. Why don't you sit down for a while and I'll make you some tea? Aunt Tang Daolin smiled and nodded, then shouted upstairs. Kiki, your cousin is coming over. Thump. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Tang Chi walked down the stairs with slender steps. Sister Chi, Su Jingming shouted with the same smile. Jingming, it's very good. You actually got the provincial top student. I didn't get a chance to call earlier, so it's not too late to say congratulations, is it? Tang Chi smiled sweetly and sat next to Su Qingwan. Of course it's in time. Su Jingming smiled and said, by the way, this is the gift I brought for you. There's a face mask for you, little auntie. Skincare products for Sister Qi, and tea for auntie. Su Jingming took out the gifts one by one. You have a heart, Ming. Her sister-in-law Su Qingwan wasn't too polite and was about to accept it when she realized that the gifts were all more extravagant brands. Together, it was at least $10,000 or $20,000, and he couldn't help but stare. Why did you buy such an expensive gift? You'll need a lot of money when you go to college. Hurry up and take it all back later. And when you make some money, it won't be too late to buy it for us. Auntie, these are the ones I earned. Su Jingming grinned. The city is prepared to reward me with $2 million, plus an alien energy exercise method and a set of luxurious apartments because I got the provincial first prize. These gifts of $10,000 or $20,000 are not quite a burden to me. Of course, even without the city's reward. With how much the sister-in-law's family has helped them over the years, it's only right to buy some expensive gifts. Wan Qing, then you should take it. I also saw the reward announcement from the city on the internet. In addition, not only the city, but quite a few of our local enterprises in Jiangcheng have openly expressed their intention to send you equipment and resources. My aunt smiled and brought up a cup of steaming tea. So it is. Su Qingwan nodded. So she didn't push back any further. The rewards from the city can be taken, but those things that the companies want to send can't be taken. Su Jingming nodded in understanding. The city has an official background and has no problem taking incentives issued by the state, but it's not always the case with private businesses. If you take something from the other side, you might get into trouble later. Right. Your aunt just said that the city also gave you a set of apartments. Where is this set of apartments? Xiao and Su Qingwan asked curiously. The city said for me to pick whatever I want, as long as the range is in Jiangcheng, but I haven't figured out where to pick yet. Su Jingming returned. Then you'll just pick our Jinghu neighborhood. It's good to walk around in the future. Su Qingwan hastily proposed. Good. Su Jingming readily accepted the good advice. For a man whose parents are dead and alone, a house is just a place to sleep at night. Anywhere. Since my sister-in-law wants to live this way, she'll come this way. On the side, his aunt Tang Daolin sniffed but was a little emotional. The house was something he had struggled most of his life to earn. And now, not only does Su Jingming not need to spend a dime, everyone else still has to grab a delivery. It's true that the latter is a good thing. It just so happens that I'm having some problems with my training. So when you move in here, Jingming, I can ask you for advice, Tanji said with a smile, although she and Su Jingming, one used a dagger and the other a lance. However, the other party was clearly much more experienced in combat and was able to provide some training guidance. Yeah, Su Jingming nodded, paused, and said with some hesitation, but I probably won't be able to guide you for much longer, and I'll have to leave when things are all settled over here. Go where? Su Qingwan's heart was startled. Report to Mordor for enrollment. Su Jingming took out his acceptance letter. Just a moment ago, I've been accepted into the Magic City Alien Energy University. Already accepted? But isn't it not even time to start volunteering? Su Qingwan froze slightly. Filling in the volunteers is done only on the third day after the release of the results of the Wukou Higher Education Examination. Xiao Ming is a provincial top student, taking the special admission path, and doesn't have to wait for volunteers to fill out the application. Aunt Tang Daolin shook his head and answered. Special admissions. I can't believe I have to report to enrollment so soon. Su Qingwan was a little lost. Originally, she had wanted to take advantage of this vacation to bring Su Jingming to have a good time. However, she also knew that the Magic City Alien Energy University was the top college in the country. Su Jingming must have had his own considerations when he chose to enroll and report to school early. The child is growing up after all. Su Qingwan shook her head, her emotions quickly recovering. It's good to go to Magic City Alien University. I'll treat you all to a big meal today. It just so happens that it's also a celebration for Xiaoming's provincial scholarship. Yeah, I want a lobster dinner. Tang Qi's eyes lit up, and Su Jingming was also beaming. With that, a large family went out happily. In the days following this, Su Jingming first made an appearance at a city government event and received a cash award of $2 million. Subsequently, he picked a single house with upper and lower double floors, covering a total area of more than 400 square meters in Jinghu district. All the furniture in the villa is brand new. As for the original small area furniture furnishings, those, he did not move. In addition, he invited his old high school buddies, Zhang Hao, as well as Lu Jie, for a meal. At the dinner table, the two diehards were envious of Su Jingming's rise. After learning that Su Jingming had been struck by lightning and as a result, his psychic ability had mutated from E rank to S rank, he was even more outspoken about his luck. Wickedly, I ordered a couple more jumbo lobsters. Of course, both of them are not bad at all. Lu Jie took 245 points on the martial arts college entrance exam, and the University of Alien Energy was a sure thing. Zhang Hao, who participated in the cultural college entrance examination, also reached the first grade line. However, in terms of the Magic City Alien Energy University that had accepted Su Jingming, there was naturally no comparison. In the end, Zhang Hao and Lu Jie were both drunk. Ah Ming, when your kid gets into the Magic City Alien University, you must ask for a signed photo of Goddess Jiang for me. Before getting into the cab, Zhang Hao was still muttering in a fuzzy consciousness. Goddess Jiang, formerly known as Jiang Chushen, was an empath from the Magic City Empathic University. In the last 6 months, it has become popular on the internet because of a video of decapitating a ferocious beast. In the video, her stunning beauty contrasts sharply with her dry chopping style, thus the name Goddess Jiang. And Zhang Hao is her hardcore fan. Su Jingming naturally agreed to this with his mouth full, and it was with great difficulty that he was able to calm him down and send him to the cab. By this point, everything in Jiangcheng had been dealt with. The next day, June 16th, under the gaze of his sister-in-law's family, Su Jingming carried his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Magic City. I'm afraid that once little Ming goes, he's just going to soar into the sky. And Tang Daolin looked at the high-speed train that was gradually pulling away with emotion on his face. Before this, who would have thought that Su Jingming could become the provincial top student and be accepted by the Magic City Alien University? By the way, Kiki, you're going to start applying for volunteers recently, right? Since your cousin Jingming went to the Magic City Exotic University, you should also try to choose a university over in Magic City, so that you can take care of each other in the future. Your father is right. The Magic City side is developing well. The economy is developed, and it's not too far from Jiangnan, so it's a good choice. Mom and Dad, I know. The straight line distance between Jiangchang and Mordor was almost 600 kilometers, and even by high-speed train it would take more than 3 hours. Su Jingming called Zhang Chaoyang before getting on the high-speed train, with the intention of informing the other party that he arrived today. I didn't expect Zhang Chaoyang was surprisingly enthusiastic, saying he would drive ahead and wait at the Magic City high-speed train station. Su Jingming couldn't argue with him, so he had to let him do it. After getting on the bus, Su Jingming put his luggage away and found his seat. Then he closed his eyes and rested slightly against the window. At the same time, his mind recalled about the alien exercise method. In addition to the $2 million bonus and a villa that Jiang Cheng had given him, the most important thing was this exotic exercise method. It was an alien exercise book called the Abyssal Exercise Method. Just like psychic abilities, psychic exercise methods have different ratings. There are 4 different levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top. The higher the level, the faster the speed of cultivation. And this abyssal exercise method was an intermediate level exotic exercise method. The original of the alien exercise law was held by the Jiangcheng government, and what was given to Su Jingming was only a copy, but the content was the same, and there was no difference in practicing it. There isn't much on the alien exercise method. With Su Jingming's mental power that was as high as 180 Hz, it only took more than 2 days to memorize everything. According to what is written on the exotic exercise method, there is a special kind of energy swimming between heaven and earth. Only by absorbing this energy can the alien power be enhanced. On the first day he had gotten his hands on the exotic exercise method, Su Jingming had sensed this special energy according to the exercise method. At the same time a plus sign appeared after the level on the system panel. However, he didn't first choose to use his ability points to upgrade, because according to what was written on the abyssal exercise method, metamorphosing from an awakened to an exalt, the higher the grade of the exotic exercise method used to breakthrough, the greater the benefits of the breakthrough. And by the time he got into the Magic City Alien Energy University, he would be able to peruse the top alien energy workout method for him. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to use the intermediate exotic exercise method to make a breakthrough. The first thing you do after reporting for enrollment is to check the library for the alien exercise method first. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Since the road was really boring and there was no way to train, originally just closed his eyes to rest, he lightly leaned against the window, feeling sleepy, so he just fell asleep directly on the desktop. The high-speed train from Jiangcheng to Mordor would stop at several stations in the middle of the journey. Among them is the city of Ning'an, the capital of Jiangnan province. A few seats around Su Jingming were originally empty, but they were filled up when they arrived in Ning'an city. There appeared to be a couple of young men on the bus, and one of them, a boy, had been talking non-stop since he sat down. In no time at all, it managed to make Su Jingming's already fuzzy drowsiness disappear all of a sudden. So he had to end his slumber and open his eyes. He was in a seat for 4 with a table in the center. At this time, the originally empty seats across the street had been filled with 2 more young people, a man and a woman. Next to herself, a girl with glasses was similarly seated. The one who had been chattering on and on since he got into the car was the boy directly across from Su Jingming. Huangpu Alien University is also considered a good school in the Magic City, and last year's minimum admission scoreline was 406 points. I scored 421 this time around, which isn't much of a higher score, but it's basically a sure thing. And my brother is also from Huangpu Alien University, so when we get to Mordor later, I can show you guys around inside. Huangpu Alien University is usually not open to outsiders, which means that with my brother around, you guys are lucky this time. Boys dress well and talk a lot. Most of them were bragging about their martial arts high school grades and their connections at Huangpu Alien University. The girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was still listening with a smile on her face. The quieter girl next to the boy across the room, however, was looking vaguely impatient and barely answered. In fact, Lu Qian's patience with Zhang Chang was indeed nearing its limit. The Wuko College entrance exam is over, and both she and her best friend want to apply to universities on the Magic City side. So I bought a high-speed train ticket for today and wanted to go straight to the field. However, He didn't expect to meet Zhang Chang next to him after getting on the bus, and after learning the purpose of the two of them, he began to constantly brag about it. At first, she was patient and would smile and agree, but as time passed, the fact that these two things were brought up over and over a dozen times was something that bored her a little, but out of politeness, she couldn't just open her mouth and tell the other to shut up. No, it woke up even the quiet sleepers across the street. Lu Qian was about to apologize out loud. However, after seeing the other party's looks, her beautiful eyes lit up. What a handsome little brother! Only to see the opposite boy with a firm appearance. High nose, a pair of eyes is even more clear and godly. The looks were no less impressive even when compared to the male stars on TV. Although she wasn't a nymphomaniac, she couldn't help but feel good at the sight of such a handsome young man, especially if it's set off by the ever-chattering fly on the wall. Sorry about the noise, Lu Qian said with a slight apology. Su Jingming waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Hello, I'm Sun Rue. Are you going to Magic City too? Compared to Lu Qian's quietness, the girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was obviously much more generous. Seeing that Su Jingming was about the same age as himself, he took the initiative to greet him. Su Jingming, also going to Magic City? Facing Sun Rue's inquiry, Su Jingming nodded politely. Both going to Mordor? Then we're really related. Lu Qian smiled sweetly and said in a friendly manner as well. I'm Lu Qian. I'm preparing to go to Magic City to take a field trip to look at the Alien Energy University over there. I was traveling over there and stopped by the Huangpu Alien University to see my brother. The boy beside Lu Qian also came up. My name is Zhang Chang. Brother, are you also going to Magic City to visit the school? Su Jingming was about to say that he was there to report for enrollment when the boy continued on with himself. Seeing as you're about our age too, that must be it. Tell you what, I'll take you all to Huangpu Alien University later. Zhang Chang smiled cheekily, a faint sense of superiority in his tone. It's not that I'm bragging. There are so many universities in the Magic City, and the Huangpu Alien Energy University is all ranked. When the volunteering is over, I'm going to go to Huangpu Alien University as well. Su Jingming sniffed but was somewhat speechless. Mordor, as an internationalized metropolis, besides the top Mordor Alien University, there were indeed some good alien colleges and universities as well. However, among these colleges and universities, the Huangpu Alien University, which had an admission score of just over 400 points, definitely couldn't be called too good. Of course, it does count as a prestigious school for the average candidate. For people he didn't know well, Su Jingming didn't have much desire to talk. Lu Qian is also a girl with a quieter character, and Sun Rue has a slightly more lively character, but she seemed to enjoy listening more than talking. So, in the ensuing chat, Zhang Chang naturally dominated. Selling his college entrance exam results and his connections in Huangpu Alien University, he wanted to attract Lu Qian's attention. It was just that the words were so clumsy that Su Jingming couldn't help but secretly shake his head as he listened. Not to mention Lu Qian, who was close to writing the word disgust directly on her brain. But compared to when she first got on the bus, Lu Qian's endurance was much stronger. After all, now there's one more eye-catching little hottie, isn't there? So, in the next time, Lu Qian eyes almost all wandering in Su Jingming body. Time passed quickly, and by 12 o'clock past noon, the train finally arrived at the Magic City high-speed railway station. Su Jingming and his group followed the crowd outside. On the way, Zhang Chang tried to ask for Lu Qian's contact information. However, touched a nose. Soon, the group walked out of the high-speed train station. Outside the station, a pickup cab and private car were parked. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up when he saw one of the sedans, and he hurriedly came over to Lu Qian to make a big offer. My brother's car is here. Why don't you guys join me? Just so we can visit the Huangpu Alien University. When he finished speaking, he feigned an apologetic look at Su Jingming. But my brother's car doesn't have enough seats, so you'll have to take a cab yourself if you want to tag along. But don't worry, we'll be waiting for you at the school gates. The average sedan has 5 seats, and with my cousin as the driver, it's only 4, which is naturally enough. He deliberately said this to squeeze Su Jingming away. After all, he wasn't blind. Just now in the car for a while, the beautiful Lu Qian's attention was almost all on Su Jingming. Any fool could see that Lu Qian had a crush on Su Jingming, but if he could squeeze the other side out, then there was a chance that he might still have a chance. However, not only did he not get the desired result with this tawdry maneuver, instead, he welcomed Su Jingming's gaze that was like looking at a fool. When did I say I was going to tag along? Lu Qian also reacted, her willow eyebrows raised, slightly angry. Zhang Chang, your family's car only has 4 seats. Ha, aren't you targeting on purpose? I definitely didn't mean that. I just thought it might be a little cramped with all the people sitting around. Since you put it that way, we might as well go together. My brother's car will fit. Seeing Lu Qian get angry, Zhang Chang slightly froze, then immediately changed his words. He was trying to squeeze away Su Jingming, but there was no point in Lu Qian leaving. You think anyone cares to visit Huangpu Alien University? Lu Qian's eyes glared, and then she turned her head to look at Su Jingming. Jingming, if you don't mind, you can take a taxi with us. We had planned several universities that we needed to visit and examine before we came here, so we could do it together. Huangpu Alien University, indeed, was still a good school, and it's generally not open to outsiders. If it had been any other day, she would have loved to visit. But she was really fed up with Zhang Chang's bottomless greasy bragging. Now there was a deliberate attempt to squeeze someone else, which was more than she could tolerate. Sun Rui, who was on the side, could also see that Zhang Chang seemed to be deliberately targeting Su Jingming. Although she wanted to visit Huangpu Alien University, she stood firmly by Lu Qian at a time like this. Smiling at Su Jingming, he invited, "Come with us, there's just one more person, and it happens to be more lively. You guys." When Zhang Chang heard this, his face, which was still quite handsome, immediately rose to a pig liver color. However, Su Jingming didn't even look at him and said to both Lu Qian and Sun Rui, "I'm going over to Mordor University City, just in time to be picked up by a car. I'll ask if I can take you guys with me, and if I can take you there with me." Magic City College Town. Lu Qian was slightly stunned at his words. Magic City University Town is a famous attraction in Magic City. There is not only the top 3 top colleges in the country, the Magic City Alien University. Several of the neighboring colleges are also ranked among the best in the country and receive extremely high scores. Of course, it is precisely because they are all prestigious schools that you need to make an appointment in advance if you want to visit them. It's just that because it's so popular, the reservations for the tour have been lined up for months, and they haven't been able to snag a spot at all. Even if you go, it's just a wasted trip and there's no way to get into the school. But with such a famous attraction as the Magic City University Town, it's pretty nice to see it even if it's off campus. After thinking about it, Lu Qian still nodded her head and said, "Okay, then let's go over there together and ask, and if it doesn't work we'll take a taxi ourselves." Su Jingming had already seen Zhang Chaoyang's car when he exited the subway entrance, so he took Lu Qian and Sun Rui together and went that way. Guys who didn't even get an appointment at Huangpu Alien Energy University. I don't believe you can still get into the school over in the Devil's Capital University City. Looking at the 3 people who left together, Zhang Chang could not help but feel a bit gloomy. Immediately afterward, however, after realizing the direction Su Jingming had walked over, his eyes glazed over. Is that? Only to see that a Mercedes-Benz X100 off-road vehicle was parked in the direction Su Jingming had walked past. The Mercedes-Benz X100, a military-style off-road vehicle, accelerates to 100 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds and is suitable for any complex terrain. It's the favorite off-road model of wilderness area adventurers, with an official price tag in the tens of millions of dollars. Of course, in the economically advanced Magic City, tens of millions of dollars of cars are nothing. The most striking thing is the huge emblem painted on the hood of the vehicle as well as on the doors. In the center of the emblem is the sharp sword, surrounded by roses with thorns. The overall look is both dominant and gorgeous. This badge was recognized by almost every person in Mordor. That was the crest of the Magic City Alien University. Although Zhang Chang was not a local of Mordor, as a high school student, he naturally recognized the emblem of Mordor Exotic University. In fact, he noticed the car just as he stepped out of the high-speed train station, only thinking that it was used to pick up whichever of the Magic City Alien University's honored guests. He didn't care. I didn't realize that this car was actually waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. He must have been heading for another vehicle. Zhang Chang stared at Su Jingming with a deadly gaze, hoping that he had guessed wrong. However, the other party is with Lu Qian and Sun Rui. Incomparably silky smooth ride on the car after the long departure. This car, it's really waiting for Su Jingming specifically. Zhang Chang in the distance was confused. The special car of the Magic City Alien University could not be easily called upon and was usually only used to receive important people. In other words, this simply dressed Su Jingming was actually a VIP of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Good lord, the VIPs are all so low-key? While shocked, Zhang Chang was also a bit thankful. Luckily, I didn't get too cocky just now. On the other hand, after getting the consent of Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the enrollment office, Su Jingming took the 2 of them along to the car. The 2 of them, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, naturally recognized the school emblem of the Magic City Alien Energy University. It was just that he didn't expect that what was waiting for Su Jingming was such a car. By the time they came back to their senses, the 2 had been taken to the car. "These are your friends?" In the driver's seat, Zhang Chaoyang asked with a smile. I met them on the high-speed train. They want to fill in the university on the Magic City side, and they came to visit the field this time. I think there are quite a few schools over in the Magic City University town, so I'll take them there on the way. Su Jingming in the co-pilot's seat briefly explained a few things. Oh, there are indeed a few good schools over in the university town, but if you want to visit them, you need to make a reservation in advance to do so. Have you all made your reservations? Si Zhang Chaoyang mentioned himself. On the back seat, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who had been shocked by Zhang Chaoyang's high-level alien aura since they got on the car and were as quiet as quails, hastily shook their heads. You have to make an appointment in advance to visit the school? Su Jingming frowned. This was something he hadn't expected. It's my lack of consideration. I'll take a cab to take you to where you had planned to go when we get there later. Su Jingming apologized, but Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who were in the back row of the seat, waved their hands in a hurry. It's fine. It's fine. All we were going to do was just hang out outside the school too. How can you just turn around? Here are 2 passes to visit all the schools in the Magic City University town. You guys can just take them. Taking advantage of the gap between waiting for the red light, Zhang Chaoyang handed over 2 passes from the front row. Visit pass. Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up at the same time. Of course they know that Magic City University City has a visit pass, but the visit pass on the official website can't be grabbed at all. Scalpers do have tickets, but they cost $20,000 to $30,000 per ticket, which they can't afford as students. It's too expensive. We can't have it. Although they wanted it badly, Lu Qian and Sun Rui resisted the temptation and shook their heads to refuse. It's just 2 tickets. What's so expensive about it? I've got a bunch more here. Zhang Chaoyan laughed and directly opened the box in the car where the miscellaneous things were kept. Inside the box, a stack of such passes, at least 100 of them, was neatly arranged. It was all given to me by someone else, and it's useless for me to hold on to it. Since you're all friends of Su's classmates, it's not a big deal to send to. As director of the admissions office, Zhang Chaoyang gets a number of these passes every year, but the students of the Magic City Alien University's own school could have entered and exited all the schools in the university city at will. So naturally, they could not use this kind of pass. Staying with him is like a waste of paper. In fact, it's only a small portion of what's on this car. He still has hundreds of them in his office drawer, to say the least. Since the other party had said so, Lu Qian and Sun Rui knew. It would have been too much of a show if I hadn't taken the 2 tickets. So after a serious thank you, the 2 passes were accepted. As the director of the admissions office of the Magic City Exotic University, Zhang Chaoyang is still very experienced in this aspect of volunteering. Along the way, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were given a lot of advice on volunteering, like which schools in the Magic City might expand this year, which schools might lower their scores, and so on. Inside information like this is not accessible to the general public, and so while they were delighted, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were also incredibly glad to have met Su Jingming on the road. Otherwise, it is unlikely that one would have access to such confidential information. The SUV sped along and soon drove into the Magic City University town. Eventually, it stopped in front of the entrance of the Magic City Alien Energy University. I'll go ahead and park the car. You guys wait here for a minute. Putting the 3 Su Jingming down, Zhang Chaoyan went to park the car alone. Su Jingming also got this chance to survey the top school in the country in front of him. When he was still in Jiangcheng, he had looked up the information of the Magic City Alien Energy University on the internet, knowing that the Magic City Alien University was built in a very grand manner. But when this school actually appeared in front of him, he felt shocked. Just what I saw myself. A school gate was hundreds of meters wide. The flat concrete pavement below could almost accommodate dozens of cars passing through at the same time. The height was even more, almost 10 meters. On the huge school gate, the 6 big words Magic City Alien Energy University were written in a dragon's flight. It gleamed in the light of the midday sun. Good guy. The entrance of the school is repaired so elegantly. What will it be like inside the school? Su Jingming finally realized why so many candidates aspired to top colleges. In addition to that deep pedagogical heritage, it is a visual treat to enter and exit such magnificent gates on a daily basis. At the same time, Su Jingming couldn't help but look forward to his next 4 years of campus life. On the side, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally shocked by the grandeur of the Magic City Alien Energy University, staring intently at the school gates without blinking. How's that? Shocking, isn't it? At this time, Zhang Chaoyang, who had parked his car, appeared on the side with a smile. He just loved to see the freshmen get blown away by the school. This was one of the reasons why he chose to pick up Su Jingming in person. Our Magic City Alien Energy University, which covers an area of 40,000 acres, a total of 26 square kilometers, with a school gate like this, is just right. Zhang Chaoyan's subsequent sentence. however, caused Lu Qian's small mouth to open and her eyes to glaze over. 26 square kilometers? I remember that your Magic City Alien Energy University only enrolls 1,000 freshmen every year. There's only about 4,000 students in all 4 grades combined, right? Such a small number of people living in such a big place? Lu Qian knew that the Magic City Alien University was very large, but he didn't think that it actually had 26 square kilometers. That's almost half the size of a county. And it's such a large area to house just over 4,000 people. You know this is in the Magic City, where every inch counts. It's almost magical that a school can be so large. Not that few people. All the teachers and staff together. There are almost 10,000 people. And the per capita footprint is just over 2,600 square meters. Zhang Chaoyang's immediately following just as well made Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes redden with envy. What is the horrifying figure of over 2,600 square meters of floor space per capita? At the average university, it would be nice to have 1% of the floor space per capita. In this way, amongst all the shocking emotions, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were brought together into the Magic City Alien Energy University. By the time he returned to his senses, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. I've told Mr. Zheng that you guys can visit the school as much as you want, but if you go out, you can't come back in. So, you two, let's say goodbye here. I wish you all the best of luck in finally getting selected by the college of your choice. For a Lu Qian like Su Jingming, whose height and looks were perfectly in line with his own aesthetics, it was impossible to say that he didn't have a good feeling. But looking at the other party's figure that followed Zhang Chaoyang and left, she gathered all her courage but couldn't even call out to the other person to voice her request for contact information. After all, not of the same world. Lu Qian shook her head. She merely came from an ordinary family, and to Su Jingming, who was able to make the Magic City Alien Energy University personally come to pick her up, she was like a passerby. It's not bad to have a one-sided relationship. It's a fool's errand to want to develop a deeper relationship. Si Yaoxing, I know who Su Jingming is. Sun Rui, who was on the side, suddenly shrieked out, handing her cell phone to Lu Qian's eyes. I told you how he looked a bit familiar. So he's that provincial scholar from our Jiangnan province. So it's him. Looking at a news item on Sun Rui's cell phone about Su Jingming and the accompanying photo. Only then did Lu Qian connect Su Jingming with the provincial scholar who had caused a ruckus throughout Jiangnan province some time ago. So he ended up choosing the Magic City Alien Energy University. No wonder a teacher personally went to pick him up. For all the hoopla on the internet, it's not always recognizable when you actually see it in person offline. This is the instinctive reaction of most people. And Lu Qian is no exception. And there has been no definite news on the internet about which college or university Su Jingming will eventually choose. But he didn't expect that the other party had already chosen the Magic City Alien Energy University, and had even begun to enroll in the school. Sure enough, we're not from the same world. Learning the real identity of the other party, Lu Qian, on the contrary, relaxed, smiling and pulling up her girlfriend Sun Rui. Let's go. It's not easy to come in here. We're going to have a nice stroll. With the director of the enrollment office leading the way, Su Jingming's enrollment report did not encounter the slightest obstacle. It took just over half an hour to do all the paperwork. Get your student ID card, and your dormitory key. Originally, Su Jingming had been shocked once at the entrance of the school by the door of the Magic City Alien Energy University, but when he saw his dormitory, he was once again shocked. Dormitories, which he had seen quite a bit of in his previous life when he was studying until he graduated from his PhD program. Even by myself, I've changed colleges and lived in 3 or 4 different dorms. There are quadruple rooms, single rooms, and even a 3-bedroom apartment assigned exclusively for PhD students. But he had never seen one like the Magic City Alien Energy University, which used villas as dormitories. This villa in front of him looked even much more luxurious than the one he had in Zhangcheng. This time, Su Jingming finally realized why the area occupied by the Magic City Alien Energy University was so large. All these villas offered to the students will take up a small portion of the area. I'm afraid, every student in our school lives in a villa. But of course, the luxury of the villa varies depending on the score. A provincial top student like you lives in the most luxurious one, with a total area of over 800 square meters. But you don't have to worry about being alone. The villa is assigned by pairs, 2 floors up and down. You and your roommate, 1 floor each. Hearing Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming was relieved. Orphaned before and after crossing over, he'd had enough of living alone, and having a roommate to keep him company was certainly better. In fact, he preferred the kind of conviviality of a 4-person dormitory. A double dormitory is not bad. It's better than one. Su Jingming took out the key, opened the door to the villa, and entered the villa with his suitcase. The interior of the villa is more luxurious compared to the exterior decoration. The floors were made of large marble floors that were polished to a shine. The furniture and furnishings in all parts of the house were also unbelievably exquisite. The dorms are cleaned weekly by housekeeping staff, so there's no need to worry about hygiene. Zhang Chaoyang, who followed him in, added, "It's impossible to clean an 800 square meter dormitory in less than a day." Recruiting students in was to allow them to receive the most professional strength training, so naturally it was impossible to let them struggle with such chores. All the paperwork for enrollment has been completed, so I'm going to tell you a few more things you need to pay special attention to at our school. You say. Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he and Zhang Chaoyang sat opposite each other on the sofa. Magic City Alien University. There are two things that need the most attention. One is the credit system and the other is the exclusive tutor system. Zhang Chaoyang slowly said. The first thing is the credit system. In Magic City Alien University, credits are everything. Whether it's eating, buying equipment or purchasing some heavenly treasures, you need to use credits. The value of one credit is almost equivalent to 10,000 daxia coins. Of course, the actual value could be much higher than 10,000 daxia coins. After all, a lot of the stuff inside our school mall is priced out there. Credits can be earned in a number of ways. One category being fixed awards based on ratings. Each new student enrolled in the program is rated accordingly. You, for example, are enrolled with an S rating and receive 100 credits each school year. Also, ratings are not set in stone. Under Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming probably understood what credits were. Credits are the hard currency of the Magic City Alien University, and with credits, you can buy almost anything you want. There are also a number of ways to earn credits. In addition to the basic credits that are issued at regular intervals throughout the academic year, you can also get them by doing school quests, climbing the battle list rankings and such. An individual's credit balance can be found by checking on the school's website. Zhang Chaoyan clapped his hands and lightly shouted, "Eva, come out." Su Jingming hadn't reacted to who this was calling. Not far in front of him, in mid-air, an orb with a droll shape was projected. This is the AI that comes with every dormitory. Eva. Eva's body is the school's advanced AI, and the ones in the dorms are just its subsets. Of course, even if it's a subbody, it's still up to the standard of a level 4 AI, and assisting in daily life is perfectly adequate. Zhang Chaoyang explained. A single subunit has reached level 4 AI? Su Jingming sked. When he first crossed over, he thought that the Blue Star world didn't seem too different except for the fact that it had more ferocious beasts and supernatural powers than his previous life. But later on, he realized that Blue Star's technological development was much more advanced than in his previous life. Not only does it implement the holographic simulation technology that is a favorite among gaming enthusiasts, but the artificial intelligence aspect is also very impressive. With a level 4 AI, it's already possible to talk to a real person without any breaks. As for the highest level of artificial intelligence, it is even heard that it possesses real feelings and is no different from a real person. Of course, both holographic simulation technology and advanced artificial intelligence were things only accessible to the upper echelons. With a simple family background, Su Jingming himself has been untouched since birth. That's what led to the formation of the impression at the beginning of the crossing that Blue Star technology was developing more or less the same as in the previous life. Next, with Zhang Chaoyang's help, Su Jingming also learned to use this artificial intelligence named Eva. And when I checked my remaining credits on the school's official website, I did have 100. It also made Su Jingming wonder about the school's bravado. 100 credits is equivalent to 1 million daxia coins. Although this is only for S-level students, all other levels of freshmen have a minimum of 20 credits earned upon enrollment. And every year, there were almost 1,000 freshmen who were admitted into the Magic City Alien Energy University. In other words, every year, just the basic credits gifted to the new students would cost the Magic City Alien Energy University 200 million daxia coins. Not bad for a top college with a lot of money. Su Jingming secretly marveled. And Zhang Chaoyang on the opposite side began to speak the next key point. The second thing to look out for is our school's exclusive mentorship system. Each student can choose their favorite tutor to worship and make the other person their exclusive tutor, only if the instructor agrees. Of course, exclusive mentor? Su Jingming was a bit puzzled. Don't all tutors go to class during the courses arranged by the school? Why is there a need for special worship? Can the efficiency of a group lesson in a class be compared to a one-on-one instructional presentation? Zhang Chaoyang smiled and explained. In addition, the instructors in our school are all high-level Xenos. Almost every one of them had their own original battle techniques and alien energy exercise methods. Some of these not so very important battle techniques, alien exercise methods, maybe choose to share it with our library and become one of the volumes in the collection. But like those tutors' famous stunts, the battle techniques with overwhelming power, How could they share them out selflessly? It is also only possible to learn after worshipping a master. With this explanation from Zhang Chaoyang, Su Jingming then fully understood. Also, many of the powerful battle techniques were originally the result of a lifetime's work of the alien. It's simply not realistic to expect the other person to selflessly share out in a regular classroom. It would also be possible to learn only after a closer mentor-apprentice relationship has been established. Then, Teacher Zhang, is it troublesome to worship a teacher? What preparations do I need to make? Su Jingming asked in a hurry. Although there was a system in place, having an additional mentor would undoubtedly make one's cultivation path smoother. It may be more troublesome for others, but for you with your S-class powers, the difficulty tends to be almost nothing, Zhang Xiaoyang said with a smile. You just need to find your favorite Thunder and Lightning Department tutor and pay a visit to your home, and show your S-ranked psychic abilities, as well as your current strength. I'm sure no tutor would turn you down. After that, he added, we have a total of 4 Thunder and Lightning Department instructors at the Magic City Alien Energy University, and among them, Yang Zhentian, the Dean of the College of Weapons, is my primary recommendation for you to pay your respects to. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming sent Zhang Qiayang away and relaxed alone on the living room sofa. Luckily, there is such an enrollment teacher to guide me. Otherwise, I really didn't know that there are so many things to pay attention to in the Magic City Alien University. Su Jingming was a bit thankful. Of course, Zhang Xiaoyang also said that these contents are available in the mandatory reading for new students on the school's official forum, but in the end, it wasn't as carefully told as the other side, especially the one mentioned by the other party, the one that best suited him, the Thunder and Lightning tutor. Thinking of this, Su Jingming opened his mouth. Eva, help me search for my mentor. Yang Zhentian. Okay. The virtual light sphere in midair flickered with a faint light, and then projected all the information interfaces related to Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, age 52, Dean of the Arms Academy of the Magic City Alien Energy University, 7th Order Upper Level Alien, possesses the Thunder and Lightning A-ranked psychic ability Wind, Fire, and True Thunder, and specializes in the use of various weapons such as fists, great swords, lances, and long swords. Among them, the long spear was the most skillful, with the nickname of Thunder Gun. Once, in the wilderness area, he fought with the 8th Order Beast Jinti Demon Python for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally completed the kill alone. In the conversation with Zhang Qiayang just now, Su Jingming already knew. Magic City Alien University, divided into 5 colleges. They are the Elemental Academy, the Weapon Academy, the Tactical Academy, the Auxiliary Academy, and the Logistics Academy. Each college has a different teaching style, and a different biased focus. The Elemental Academy, as the name suggests, mainly recruits students with elemental-type psychic abilities. Of course, the lightning-based psychic abilities under the nature category were likewise within the scope of recruitment. The Elemental Academy focuses on developing the students' psychic abilities, with the ultimate goal of maximizing the power of elemental-based psychic abilities. The Weapon Academy is more specialized in training close combat killers, using the weapons in their own hands as their main means of attack. It could be a good combination of psychic ability and weaponry. Every student who graduated from the Weaponry Academy was a weapon master without a doubt. The Tactical Academy mainly recruits psychics and trains them to command combat abilities. Sure, this was not to say that the students of the Tactical Academy were weak. In contrast, students of the Tactical Academy who have developed their psychic powers to the extreme, a single look can directly destroy an enemy's mind, turn your opponent into a retard and just end the fight. The Auxiliary Academy enrolls possessors of auxiliary-type psychic abilities, and students of this academy, after casting their psychic abilities, it can bring a very powerful increase to yourself and your teammates, and is an indispensable and important partner on the battlefield. As for the final Logistics Academy, most of them were students with special class powers, mainly responsible for some logistical type of production work. It was obvious from the 5 major colleges set up in the Magic City Alien Energy University. It's training people in different directions for the Feral Beast War, and those who were qualified to serve as the deans of the academies were even stronger among the strong. For example, this dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian, killed an 8th-ranked ferocious beast alone with the strength of a 7th-ranked upper. This is a very scary record. After all, high-ranked adepts weren't like low-ranked adepts, where there wasn't much difference in strength between each rank. At the higher levels, the strength between each small segment would change drastically, a large order. And the difference in strength was even more frightening. High-ranked adepts like Yang Zhentian, who possessed the ability to fight across ranks, were extremely rare throughout the entire Great Summer Country. It's also true that it's impossible to become the Dean of the Arms Academy if you're not strong enough. Su Jingming nodded slightly. Thunder and Lightning A-ranked psychic ability. 7th order upper level strength, and skilled in the use of lances. He has the nickname of Thundergun. From this series of information presented, Yang Zhentian was indeed a very suitable mentor for his current situation. There are 4 lightning instructors in our school, so check out the information on the other 3. Su Jingming checked the information of the remaining 3 lightning department tutors again through Eva. These 3 tutors, all of them, had A-class psychic abilities, and the lowest ranked ones were all at the upper 6th rank, but 2 of them were instructors from the Elemental Academy. That is to say, both of these instructors will not use weapons and will only hone their psychic abilities, in a different and easy to understand way of describing them. That is, you can think of them as a lightning mage in an online game that only casts spells remotely. The last one, though, was also an instructor at the Arms Academy. However, it only had the strength of the lower 7th rank, and the main weapon used was not a lance, but a long sword. Compared to Yang Zhentian, who possessed the nickname of Thunder Gun, this tutor was undoubtedly much inferior. As it now appears, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, is indeed the best choice for me to worship. Later on, after you get your room cleaned up and have lunch, you can go to the door and try to pay your respects. Su Jingming told Eva to turn off the projection and return to standby. Then carrying his suitcase, he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa had 2 floors, and he preferred the 2nd floor which had a wide view and an open-air balcony. Since the other roommate hasn't arrived yet, he'll move in first. In the process of going up the stairs, Su Jingming finally discovered the only drawback of the villa. That is, there is no elevator and wooden handheld stairs are still used. However, with his current high chi blood of 181 points, it was very easy to lift a 20-kilogram suitcase up the stairs. Going up to the 2nd floor, Su Jingming quickly found the bedroom. The bedroom was large, almost 50 square meters, and in the center was a large bed 2 meters by 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. On the bed, brand new bedding had been laid out. Across from the bed was a desk with a computer on it. The desk is flanked by windows. Through the window, you can see the flat road below. Just now, he and Zhang Chaoyang came from over there. The whole bedroom, everything is brand new. I should have known better than to bring so much stuff. Su Jingming has a lot of stuff in his suitcase. Not only do you have a change of clothes, but additionally toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other odds and ends. By the time everything was put away and cleaned up, it was half an hour later. Phew, hurry up and eat, then go find Mr. Yang Zhentian. Su Jingming looked at the time on his cell phone. It was now 1:30 p.m., just in time for lunch. Not like a regular college though. Magic City University has 4 cafeterias, each of which serves food 24 hours a day. Even if you miss your meal, there is no problem. Su Jingming took his student ID as well as the villa key and left the villa. When he came over just now, he had been chatting with Zhang Chaoyang and did not pay attention to his surroundings. So this time, he purposely slowed down and paid attention to the scenery around him. As a top university, the Magic City Alien University has an impeccable on-campus environment. On both sides of the road were green meadows blooming with flowers of all colors. The faint scent of flowers wafted through the air. Along the way, there are even gazebos and seats for resting everywhere. This time period was during the summer vacation of the Magic City Alien University. However, there are still many students in the school. There were 2 and 2 walking side by side, and some alone. And the auras of these students were all very powerful. All of them were at least 1st or 2nd order psychics. Even, one could occasionally see students whose breath was merely only weaker than Zhang Chaoyang's. Worthy of being a top college, there really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Su Jingming lamented in his heart. In the chat just now, he already knew that Zhang Chaoyang was a 5th order inferior alien, being able to be just 1 point weaker than the other party's breath. Their strength was basically above the 4th rank. There were a total of 4 cafeterias at Magic City Alien University, and Su Jingming went to the one closest to his dormitory. Just as he walked to the entrance of the cafeteria, he smelled a burst of meat. After entering the cafeteria, he realized that apart from ordinary food, the cafeteria actually offered meat made from ferocious beast meat. Although the ferocious beasts had thick skin and a brutal nature, it could be said that they were full of treasures. Tough ferocious beast skins were not only an excellent material for making battlesuits, and even if it is made into a purse, it is a luxury item that many rich people compete for. The bones of ferocious beasts, ground into powder, were also an excellent medicinal herb. As for the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, consuming them for a long period of time would likewise strengthen the body. It was also because of this that there were many exalts who would form adventurer squads and venture into the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts. Then they bring the carcasses of the ferocious beasts back to the city and sell them for a high price. In fact, those ferocious beasts that Su Jingming had slain on the martial arts examination could be sold for a similarly high price. but those are the property of the military district, so naturally they can't be taken away. Of course, the dishes made from the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts in this cafeteria were much more expensive than ordinary dishes. For normal dishes, you can buy a serving for only 0.001 credits, or 10 daxia coins, but the ferocious beast dishes, the lowest of which cost 0.1 credits, or 1.000 daxia coins. Even Su Jingming saw that there were ferocious beast dishes priced at 10 credits and worth up to 100,000 daxia coins. Good lord, if you don't have enough credits, you can't even afford to eat. Su Jingming shook his head, then chose to purchase a 0.1 credit portion of the fierce beast's dishes for a taste. I have to say that the school chef's cooking skills are excellent. The tough blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts were actually cooked to melt in the mouth and fill the mouth with flavor. More than 10 minutes later, after filling his stomach, the somewhat unfulfilled Su Jingming then got up and left the cafeteria. The Magic City Alien University, apart from providing dormitories for the students, would likewise provide accommodation for the teachers of the courses. And of course, it's all villas, and it's going to be more luxurious than student housing. After all, the teachers who were qualified to teach at the Magic City Alien University were all at least 6th order alien. Even if it was put in the outside world, it was a big deal. The dean of the Arms Academy, Yang Zhentian, was residing in the 23rd building of the teachers' villa area. Su Jingming left the cafeteria and spent another 20 minutes or so to arrive at the teachers' villa area. Compared to the student dormitory area, this side is even better. The villa complex is backed by a large mountain with a not-so-small artificial lake in the center. Apart from that, views like bridges and waterfalls, rockeries and waterfalls are everywhere. How dare you believe that the school puts Sitting Hills specifically as a backdrop? It's only the top colleges and universities that are so ostentatious. Silently spitting out a sentence. According to the map at the entrance of the teacher's villa area, Su Jingming easily found villa number 23. It was a villa with a strong ancient style of the Great Summer Kingdom, and the exterior walls were painted in the same color as the wooden structure. There were some light green wind chimes hanging under the eaves, which looked both quaint and very elegant. Su Jingming came straight to the front door of the villa and was about to ring the doorbell when a voice with a smiling tone sounded behind him. "You've come to pay your respects?" Su Jingming twisted his head, and there was a young man dressed in white standing at the 5-meter position behind his left. The youth was a good-looking man with short hair and a smile on his face. Unlike the smiles of ordinary people, the youth's smile appeared somewhat wanton, as well as cynical. Su Jingming frowned slightly at his words and didn't answer. How does he know what he's up to when he doesn't know him? The youth did not care when he saw this, and seeing Su Jingming's indifference, he smiled and continued. Usually those who come to see Mr. Yang, other than his disciples, are those who want to come and worship him. I've seen most of Mr. Yang's students, and there's no you in there, so you could only be here to pay your respects. And of course, I'm here to worship. Before the youth could finish his words, he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Su Jingming's breath. Awakened? But he quickly reacted and raised an eyebrow. Special enrollment? Aha! Su Jingming didn't hide it. In fact, even among the special enrollment crowd, I'm afraid he was the only one who was merely at the awakened rank. And now the volunteer application for the martial arts college entrance exam had just begun, and the Magic City Alien University hadn't even announced its acceptance list yet. Guessing that he was a special enrollment, he wasn't surprised. In previous years, the special enrollment was either first order upper or first order middle. I didn't expect there to be a special enrollment for awakened people this year. The youth scared, but didn't underestimate Su Jingming because of it. After all, to be able to become a special enrollment of the Magic City Alien University at the awakened rank, being strong was certain. Also, the potential is much more frightening. Senpai is? Seeing that although the other party was a bit self-conscious, he didn't seem to be carrying any malicious intent, Su Jingming took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Arms Academy. Sophomore. No, it should be junior year now. Junior. Tan Ming Yang. Tan Ming Yang introduced himself, then asked rhetorically, what about you? Su Jingming. Freshman. Just reported today. Just reporting for duty, and you already know to pay your respects to the master. Senior brother Su, you're quick. Normally freshmen wait for the freshman competition before they know to pay their respects to the master. Freshman competition? Su Jingming frowned at his words. Just now Zhang Chaoyan didn't seem to mention this matter. The freshman competition is a customary practice of our Magic City Alien University, usually held 3 or 4 days after the freshmen have finished reporting. By then, most of the teachers from across the school will be there to watch. Freshmen who perform better at the freshman competition will be snapped up by each academy, and the mentors will personally come out to accept them as disciples. Seeing that Su Jingming didn't know, Tan Mingyang briefly explained a few things. Of course, It's also true that special enrollment students like you don't have to wait until the freshman competition to worship their masters. Tan Mingyang did not deny what Su Jingming did. What he didn't say, though, is that even with special enrollment, the probability of being able to worship a dean-level mentor right after enrollment is as low as winning the jackpot in a lottery. Chances are it will just be a wasted trip. However, special enrollment students are often the top students and geniuses of a certain province or city, with pride in their hearts. Even if he voiced this fact, the odds were that he wouldn't listen, which is why he didn't say it. Thanks for the answer, Hokage. Su Jingming thanked him and said with some curiosity, Senior Tan is also here to pay homage to Mr. Yang? Yeah. Tan Mingyang nodded his head, his tone emotional. For the past half year, I've made several trips, but I've never been able to meet the standard of worshipping the master. I was on the verge of giving up, but my heart was never satisfied. Never mind. Without further ado, let's go in together. Tan Mingyang sighed, then pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the villa. It didn't take long to wait for the villa door to open and a butler-style middle-aged man appeared. Welcome both of you. Mr. Yang is already waiting inside. You guys come with me. The smile on the butler's face was as warm as the spring breeze. Su Jingming, who had come over for the first time, didn't feel anything unusual, while Tan Mingyang, who was on the side, was a bit flattered. It wasn't his first time here, and in the past the butler had been polite, but definitely not this enthusiastic. And from the tone of the housekeeper, Mr. Yang is actually waiting inside specifically? How is that possible? 7th-ranked aliens weren't idle every day. On the contrary, they were all very busy. Before that, even if Tan Mingyang had paid a visit to the door, it is also often necessary to wait in the villa for half an hour or an hour to see the person in person. And now, that busy dean of the Arms Academy was actually waiting inside ahead of time? What's going on here? With doubts, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming entered the middle of the villa together. Under the butler's guidance, Su Jingming and Tan Mingyang both entered the villa's living room. Just as he walked in, Su Jingming saw two people sitting on the living room sofa. The one on the right was a young man who looked about the same age as Tan Mingyang. The looks are rather ordinary, belonging to the kind that can't be found without a close look when thrown into the crowd. However, this youth's aura was very stern, and just by sitting there was an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating out. Sitting next to the youth was a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a gray power suit, with a robust figure, and there was even a thunderous essence flashing in his eyes. When he met his gaze, Su Jingming felt as if he was being stared at by the topmost dragon-like ferocious beasts, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Compared to this middle-aged man, the aura of the youth next to him seemed if anything, and Su Jingming, who had previously accessed his mentor's information through Eva at the villa, naturally knew that this middle-aged man, it was Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Arms Academy and a 7th-order upper-level aberration with the title of Thunder Gun. Dean Young, I brought them all here, the butler said respectfully. Okay, you go down. Yang Zhentian asked the butler to step back. Then his gaze looked directly at Su Jingming, a smirk emerging on his face. You're Su Jingming, aren't you? Zhang Xiaoyang has already spoken to me in advance. Come on, let's go to the training room. After saying that, he got up and headed for the 2nd floor, and Su Jingming hurriedly followed him when he saw this. Tan Mingyang, who had witnessed the entire process in its entirety, stood in place, somewhat confused. Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Arms Academy, was notoriously strict. The Arms Academy under his control had the most rules and regulations of the 5 major academies in the entire Magic City Alien University. Therefore, the students privately nicknamed Yang Zhentian as Yang Yan Wang, and the others' usually unsmiling face fit the nickname perfectly. But just now, he actually saw Yang Yan Wang smile. Moreover, the other party seemed to know Su Jingming and actually brought the other party directly to the training room. Obviously it's going to be a personal inspection. What exactly is Su Jingming's origin? Could it be the principal's son? Tammy Yang quickly dismissed her thoughts. Even the principal's son? I'm afraid he doesn't have this treatment in front of this Yang Yan Wang. It would have been better if the principal himself had come. Akio-senpai, we're still the same? The remaining young man on the couch looked over with a grin. Only then did Tan Mingyang come back to his senses. His complexion perked up as he cupped his fists and said, Then I'll trouble Senior Lu. After saying that, the two of them walked together towards the fighting room on the 1st floor. In addition to moving to take in disciples, other students, who wanted to become Yang Zhentian's disciples, had to show the appropriate strength to do so. And this Senior Lu was one of Yang Zhentian's many students. As long as he could defeat Senior Ryu, who had taken out 1/10 of his strength, then he would be considered qualified. But in all these years, he has never succeeded in any of them. On the other hand, under Yang Zhentian's leadership, Su Jingming arrived at the training room. It was a room of roughly 100 meters or so, with weapon racks next to it holding various weapons. Among them was Su Jingming's familiar lance. I've seen your martial arts entrance exam video, and your real-world combat ability is really strong, and your marksmanship is at an advanced level. But before that, I'd like to take another look at your S-rank psychic ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder. Yang Zhentian looked at Su Jingming expectantly. S-class Thunder and Lightning System Supernatural Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder. When he had currently learned from Zhang Chaoyang a few days ago that a student who had awakened an S-rank Thunder and Lightning faculty psychic ability had chosen Mordor Psychic University, he had been waiting for Su Jingming's arrival. But I didn't realize that the other person waited until today to report to school. In the face of Yang Zhentian's request, Su Jingming didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly utilized his supernatural abilities. Crackle, zip, zip, zip. Accompanied by dull thunderclaps and the sound of electric arcs leaping, the purple heavenly divine thunder was summoned forth. Lingering around Su Jingming, the bluish-purple thunder seemed to carry a pale aura of the distant past, powerful and ancient. The moment the purple heavenly thunder appeared, the entire training room was filled with an inexplicable grandeur. This is the S-class supernatural ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder. Yang Zhentian looked mesmerized at the blue-purple thunder that filled the area around Su Jingming, though he also possessed lightning-based psychic abilities. Even as a 7th-order upper psychic he was. A trace of thunder moved at random possessed incredible power, but his A-ranked supernormal ability wind, fire, and true thunder couldn't possess such an aura in any case. This was a gap from the origin of the alien energy, and it was simply not something that could be bridged by rank. Only after several deep breaths did Yang Zhentian's agitated state of mind gradually calm down. His eyes looked at Su Jingming with a serious expression. Su Jingming, I'm also clear about the purpose of your visit. With your psychic abilities and potential, there is naturally no problem in becoming my disciple. But there's one thing I want to make clear up front. I was walking around back in the day. Although he made some friends, he made just as many enemies. You become my disciple. You graduate in the future. And you will be equally affected by this. There may even be enemies against you. So I wonder if you're still willing? The student is willing. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jingming looked respectful and performed a salute. Just kidding. Which high-ranking alien's rise to power wasn't accompanied by a bloody storm? An alien like Yang Zhentian, who was famous for killing. Even more so, he didn't know how many ferocious beasts and enemies he had subdued. If you won't even take that risk, then I'm afraid that the entire Devil's Capital Alien Energy University wouldn't be able to find any suitable teacher. Fine, fine. From today onwards, you are my 32nd disciple. Yang Zhentian said 3 good words in a row, and his emotions were slightly agitated. The entire country of Great Xia only appeared that one in a few years, and there are so many different types of psychic abilities that even if an S-class psychic awakening occurs, it's probably some other category. He had taken in more than 30 disciples over the past 20 years, including those who possessed the A-class lightning lineage and the B-class lightning lineage. There was even a C-ranked lightning system psychic. However, the S-class lightning system ability, Su Jingming was still the first one. Most of your older brothers and sisters have graduated, and there are only 3 that are still in school. The looming downstairs just now is one of your senior brothers. The other 2 senior brothers and sisters. I'll introduce them to you one by one when I'm free next time. After saying that, the ring on Yang Zhentian's right hand shimmered. 2 secret books then appeared in his hands and were handed over. This is the top exotic exercise method, as well as the body forging class battle skills created by the master. Su Jingming took the 2 secret books. The alien energy exercise method was called the extreme alien energy exercise method, and the other battle skill was called the thunder indestructible body. Battle techniques were divided into different categories. There were body technique type battle techniques and sword technique type battle techniques. For example, Su Jingming's lightning blast break was a spear type battle technique, and the body forging class battle skills were different from ordinary battle skills, mainly used to enhance the body. It's also much rarer compared to ordinary battle techniques. It goes without saying that the altered exercise is one of only 3 top altered exercises in the school. As for the other body forging type of battle skill, the Thunder Indestructible Body, it is a collection of my master's life's work, duly recognized by the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Storm Bear Martial Arts School. The rating is S rank. Yang Zhentian slowly opened his mouth, but Su Jingming's heart shook when he heard this. S-class battle skills? A 7th order alien, also known as a clan master. This was because the understanding of supernormal abilities in martial arts for supernormal abilities at this level had already reached an extremely deep point, qualified to create their own alien exercise method or battle technique. And the battle skills also have the same rating, and the same as the alien ability rating, divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. These 9 grades, The higher the level, the more powerful the battle technique. Of course, corresponding to this, the higher the difficulty of cultivation. Most 7th rank sect masters would be lucky to be able to create an A-ranked battle technique. S-rank and above SS and SSS rank battle techniques were created by 8th rank grandmasters, or 9th rank martial saints, and Yang Zhentian, who was only at the 7th rank, had created an S-rank battle technique. Moreover, it was also the most complex body forging type of battle technique among the many types of battle techniques that involved the mysteries of the human body. It had to be said that Yang Zhentian's martial arts talent was simply frighteningly high. The Thunder Indestructible body is only suitable for Thunder and Lightning system adepts to cultivate, and there are 13 levels. With each advancement, the physique would be metamorphosed accordingly, but even I, now currently, have only cultivated to the 10th level, the final triple, none of which have been verified yet. However, according to my speculation, eventually practicing to the full layer, that physique can truly reach eternal indestructibility. Yang Zhentian's eyes glowed. The Thunder Indestructible body condensed his entire understanding of martial arts and lightning-based psychic abilities. If there was no way for him to climb to the pinnacle of martial sainthood in the future, then Su Jingming was his best hope of verifying this technique. Also, the Thunder Indestructible body requires an alien rank to cultivate, so during this time you'll first use the extreme alien exercise method to advance. After you advance, I'll help you mold the foundational roots of the Thunder Indestructible body. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment and added, in addition, you have to practice your boxing skills. Practicing boxing? This was something Su Jingming hadn't expected. Of course, when you cultivate the Thunder Indestructible body, your physique will be greatly enhanced. Pair this with close combat skills and lightning-based powers, and your combat prowess will be greatly enhanced. Also, weapons are only one of our means of combat and should not be overly relied upon. If one day your weapon is destroyed while fighting a ferocious beast and you are left without it, are you going to turn and run for your life? Yang Zhentian spoke eloquently, giving an realistic example. Back then, I fought with the 8th ranked ferocious beast, the earth-shaking demon python, until the next day, my lance, which was cast in SSS rank alloy, had been shattered right into pieces due to the prolonged overload. Even my lightning-based powers were almost drained, and on the last day, it was only by relying on my body and fists that I was able to accomplish the final kill. Yang Zhentian's tone was flat, but Su Jingming could imagine the ferocity of that battle, all the while nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it never hurts to learn more about combat tactics. Of course, the marksmanship I will grant you in tandem. After you have reached a certain level of proficiency in your boxing and spear skills, I will also teach you the use of the battle sword and long sword. Yang Zhentian said immediately afterward. Teacher, can I ask, what level of proficiency have you reached in all these techniques? Su Jingming was somewhat curious. Boxing and spear techniques, they are all at the Grandmaster level. As for the other sword techniques and swordsmanship, they are going to be slightly worse. Just at the Grandmaster level. Yang Zhentian's tone was very flat, but Su Jingming couldn't help but feel his heart jump at the words. There are 6 levels of skill proficiency: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and consummate. For an ordinary alien, it would take decades just to raise a certain weapon use skill to an advanced level, master level, which you may not be able to reach with all the time of your life. As for the higher sect masters as well as consummation, they were even more esoteric realms. And Yang Zhentian not only boxing and gun skills reached the Grandmaster level, even the other skills of using weapons have reached the Master level. I turned to other weapons because I couldn't progress any further in my boxing and spear skills. As for you, it's still early. Seeing that Su Jingming seemed a bit intimidated, Yang Zhentian couldn't help but laugh. At the university stage, you only need to specialize in boxing and marksmanship. The learning of battle techniques also centers around these 2 aspects, so remember to be greedy and chew on more than you can chew. Teacher, I understand. Su Jingming nodded. Although there was a system list body, the proficiency increase in weapon skill only required the investment of alteration points, but soldiers are not more expensive, but more valuable, with limited ability points. It was obviously better to specialize in a particular weapon. Just follow what the teacher said, and specialize in boxing and marksmanship first. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Yang Zhentian then gave Kame a list that recorded the names of the battle techniques Su Jingming needed to learn next. Just go to the library and find the secret battle techniques and learn them. This caused Su Jingming to feel a secret emotion. Sure enough, it's better to have a mentor to guide you. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to develop such a detailed study route just on your own. More than 10 minutes later, the harvested Su Jingming walked out of the villa. However, it was at the door that he met Tan Ming Yang, who had also just left the villa. It was just that he no longer had the same smile on his face that he had a moment ago, and all he had was bitterness. It looked like this worship had failed after all. Seeing this, Su Jingming didn't insensitively inquire about the results, but simply greeted him and prepared to leave. Senior Tan, I'm leaving. Wait, how did your worship turn out? Did it work out? As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Tan Mingyang inquired. However, instead of saying that answer he wanted, Su Jingming nodded. It really worked? Tan Mingyang almost didn't stare out of his eyes. Dean-level tutors usually didn't take on disciples before the freshman competition. What is this now? Could it really be the principal's son? But it doesn't look like it. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, after several failures Tan Mingyang fell into infinite self-doubt in the midst of. On the other hand, Su Jingming returned to the villa and went straight up to the second-floor training room. The upper and lower floors of the student villa have identical room configurations. In addition to the training room and bedroom, there is a shower room, audio-visual room, study, and his favorite open-air terrace. Compared to teacher Yang Zhentian's training room, this training room was slightly smaller, only about 80 square meters, but it's fine for some regular training. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the ground, opening the extreme alien exercise method and reading through it. Compared to the intermediate level profound C alien energy exercise method, this top-level extreme alien energy exercise method was obviously much more profound. It took Su Jingming more than 4 hours to get through the whole book. Then, with his eyes slightly closed, he began to sense the special energy that existed between heaven and earth in the manner recorded on the extreme alien energy exercise method. Within a short while, many white points of light appeared within his sensory range. It was dense and vast. That was the special energy called Yuan energy, and only by absorbing it into the body could the supernatural ability be metamorphosed. Worthy of being a top-level exotic exercise method, the Yuan energy sensed is way too much compared to an intermediate-level exotic exercise method. Su Jingming's face was delighted, and he then opened his eyes. Since the top exotic exercise method was able to sense Yuan energy, it proved that his cultivation was fine. You don't have to practice step by step next, just add points to advance directly. Deep blue. With a low cry in his heart, the light blue system panel then appeared in his mind. Name Su Jingming. Level, awakened, plus. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 186 chi and blood, plus. Spirit, 187 Hz, plus. Skills, marksmanship, advanced plus. Lightning blast break, advanced plus. Ability points, 2534. Add sum. Without hesitation, Su Jingming tapped the plus sign behind the rank. Next moment, the Yuan energy in the surrounding air was injected into Su Jingming's body at an extremely terrifying speed, and it automatically operated according to the cultivation method recorded on the extreme alien energy exercise method, constantly enhancing his alien energy, his physical body, and his spirit. It didn't slow down until it broke through a certain boundary. Level, awakened first order inferior alien. Phew, a breakthrough. Su Jingming slightly clenched his fist, and could feel the power contained within his body was several times that of just a moment ago. What's more, the psychic abilities were also enhanced. Purple divine thunder, with a low cry, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of electric arcs leaping, blue-purple thunder appeared around Su Jingming. Compared to before the advancement, the violet heavenly divine thunder was obviously thicker and darker in color. If I were to encounter that second-ranked bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, I'm afraid my thunder would be able to kill it without the need for a gun. Looking at the blue-purple thunder that pulsed on his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Successful promotion. He finally took the first step toward the peak of the alien. Su Jingming probably tried his strength in the training room, metamorphosing from awakened to altered. He had almost quadrupled or quintupled his strength. With that, he opened his system panel again. Name Su Jingming. Rank, lower first order, plus. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 283 chi and blood, plus. Spirit, 289 H, plus. Skills, marksmanship, advanced plus. Lightning blast break, advanced plus. Ability points, 2234. Advancing to the first rank only cost me 300 alien energy points. The consumption of alien points isn't too much, but this increase in base attributes is a bit beyond my expectations. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel emotional. If he were to use the profound C exotic exercise method to make a breakthrough, his chi, blood, and spirit would only increase by 30 or 40 points at most. But when he switched to the top exotic exercise method, both of his basic attributes were almost raised by more than 100 points. It certainly makes a world of difference. No wonder the exalts want higher level exalted energy cultivation methods. The gap, it's just too big. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. At the same time, he was also very glad that he didn't rush to upgrade after getting the Abyssal C exotic exercise method. There are still a lot of exotic points left, but the level is something that can't continue to be raised for the time being. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. On the one hand, You still need alien energy points to learn battle techniques afterward. On the other hand, he also needed to adapt to his strength after the promotion, and would make further advancements when he was fully adapted. Then next, let's take another look at this S-ranked body forging class battle skill. Su Jingming flipped open the secret book of the Thunder Undying Body and read it in detail. As a 7th order psychic, Yang Zhentian's understanding of martial arts, as well as lightning-based psychic abilities, was extremely deep, and all of these understandings of his were incorporated into this body forging class battle skill. Thus, Su Jingming, who had just come into contact with this secret discipline, quickly immersed himself in it. Worthy of being an S-class battle technique, it's really subtle. It was only after 2 hours that Su Jingming closed the secret book with great interest. There were a total of 13 weights in the Thunder Indestructible Body, but he was currently only able to read the first 3 weights. As for the content after the first 3 weights, it was too esoteric for him to understand yet, but even just the first 3 reps opened up a whole new world for him. General body forging type battle techniques required the use of different ways to beat up the flesh. It is only after 1,000 refinements that the physical body gradually becomes stronger. Instead, this body forging class battle skill was one more step than normal body forging class battle skills, casting the foundation. The first level of the Thunder Indestructible Body was that it needed to use the blood of a Thunder-type ferocious beast to cast the foundation of the Indestructible Body. It was only after that he used his own lightning-based psychic abilities to beat up his body. And the strength of the Thunder Indestructible Body that was ultimately achieved was closely related to the blood of the Thunder-type fierce beast that was initially used to forge the foundation. If one used the foundation laid by a high-level ferocious beast, then the subsequent strength of the body would become stronger and stronger. If one were to use the blood of a low-ranked ferocious beast, or even an ordinary ferocious beast at all, then the strength of the physique would be further reduced. The blood of a lightning-type ferocious beast, it's a bit troublesome. Su Jingming rubbed his chin. In Blue Star, low-ranked ferocious beasts would merely rely on their bodies to fight. The high-level ferocious beasts, on the other hand, were like psychics, mastering all sorts of incredible abilities. For example, the famous Silver Moon Nine-Tailed Fox had a seduction ability similar to that of a psychic alien. If he didn't react in time, it would only end in death. Thunder-type ferocious beasts, like lightning-type psychics, control the power of thunder. It was just that all such ferocious beasts were at least at the 4th rank. Relying solely on Su Jingming himself, there was definitely no way to get such ferocious beast blood at the present time. Luckily, though, he had a mentor. Teacher said this afternoon that I would go to him for root casting when I advance to altered, so I'll go directly to him tomorrow. Early the next morning, washed-up Su Jingming once again found Mr. Yang Zhentian. Upon learning that Su Jingming had already advanced, Yang Zhentian was however slightly surprised. That fast? In these 20 years of teaching at the Magic City Alien Energy University, he didn't know how many geniuses he had seen, but even for these geniuses, it really took a lot of time to metamorphose from awakened to altered back then. But Su Jingming had less than 24 hours from yesterday when he got the secret book until now. Full stop. Surprisingly, they just managed to advance. It's probably thick and thin. Su Jingming smiled humbly. Alright, since you've already succeeded in advancing, I'll cast the foundation of the Thunder Indestructible Body for you today. Yang Zhentian didn't look too deeply into what he heard, nodded his head and continued. The root of the indestructible body I prepared for you is the essence blood of the 7th-ranked high-level lightning system ferocious beast, the storm giant bear. Yang Zhentian's ring glowed slightly, and a transparent glass bottle then appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The glass bottle had a capacity of about 800 milliliters. The bright red blood inside swirled slightly, and there seemed to be silver-white lightning flickering vaguely. High-ranked thunder fierce beasts are extremely rare, and over the years, the highest-ranked thunder fierce beast I've killed is this storm giant bear. There's a higher-grade 8th-ranked thunder fierce beast blood in the school's resource pool, but unfortunately that belongs to the SS-ranked resources, so even your teacher and I don't have the means to exchange it easily. Yang Zhentian was somewhat helpless. Although he was the dean of the Arms Academy, there was no way he could use the school's resources as he pleased. However, the school also gives them a large amount of credit-like points to redeem for resources each year. But as a 7th-ranked upper-level alien, he spent a lot of money on his own cultivation. The points on hand had long since been spent, and there was simply no way to exchange the account balance for any more SS-ranked resources. Sure, the 7th Order Upper Storm Giant Bear Essence Blood was already very rare and belonged to a fine S-grade resource, which was more than enough to be used to build a foundation. It was just that he felt that Su Jingming was an S-class alien awakening, so he subconsciously wanted to use a better Essence Blood. By the way, I heard Zhang Chaoyang say earlier that you receive an S-rank resource every year? Yang Zhentian suddenly asked as his eyes lit up. Aha! Although Su Jingming was a bit uncertain, he still nodded. Very well, your share of S-rank resources. coupled with the storm giant bear essence blood in my hand, might be able to be exchanged for that SS rank resource. But despite saying that, Yang Zhentian still chose to seek Su Jingming's opinion first. Jingming, do you have any other use for that S rank resource? Just leave it at teacher's disposal. Su Jingming shook his head. Just kidding. Even if that S rank resource had other uses, others had come up with fine S rank resources. Moreover, the SS level resources that were eventually exchanged were still used on himself, which would really be foolish if he still refused. Okay, then wait here for me. I'll be right there. In a flash of lightning, before Su Jingming could even react, Yang Zhentian's figure disappeared into thin air. This stance, it feels almost as good as instantaneous movement. Su Jingming mentally marveled. However, he also knew that this was merely an illusion that the other party was moving too fast, thus giving him the illusion that he was moving too fast. Student Su, the dean won't be back for long later. Have some fruit first. Not long after Yang Zhentian left, the butler who opened the door yesterday came up with a plate of fruits. Thank you Fubuki. Su Jingming politely thanked him. This Uncle Fu was not only the villa's butler, but he had once been born and died with Mr. Yang Zhentian. This is what I heard from my teacher yesterday in the training room. And the other party's strength was extremely strong. A 6th order median alien. Therefore, in the face of this steward, he is also all a bit cautious. Su Jingming stayed in the villa for more than half an hour before Yang Zhentian was finally back. With just a flash of electricity, Yang Zhentian's figure appeared in the villa's living room. Teacher. Su Jingming hurriedly got up. The SS rank resource exchange has arrived. Let's go. Let's go to the training room. Yang Zhentian looked a little excited and couldn't wait to bring Su Jingming to the second floor training room. This time, exchanging SS ranked resources still wasted a bit of effort. Originally, the side of the resource department was unwilling for me to exchange 2 S-ranked resources for SS-ranked resources, but luckily I called the principal, and that's how I agreed to the exchange. Yang Zhentian flipped his right hand and another glass bottle containing essence blood appeared in his hand. However, unlike the essence blood from the previous one, the blood in this was surprisingly a strange silver-white color. There were even hints of electric arcs as well as a tyrannical aura lingering in it. This is that SS rank resource, the essence blood of the 8th rank lower thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Looking at the bottle of essence blood in his hand, Yang Zhentian was also slightly emotional. Dragon-type ferocious beasts were the worst of all ferocious beast groups to be messed with. He was able to cross the ranks and kill the earth-shaking demon python of the lower 8th rank, but he was unable to kill any of the dragon beasts of the lower 8th rank, and such a bottle of essence blood would be of great use even to him. Sure, if it wasn't for being so valuable, the school wouldn't have designated it as a SS grade resource. Su Jingming took this scene in his eyes and at the same time kept the kindness of his teacher and principal in his heart. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring, let alone such a precious SS grade resource. On the day when he is strong, all these favors will be returned several times over. Take off your coat and sit down in a cross-legged position. Su Jingming followed Yang Zhentian's instructions and took off his shirt, revealing the strong muscles of his upper body, then sat down cross-legged. Next moment, he then felt a slight ice on his back, while a slight tingling sensation came from his back. The tingling sensation was weak, but it seemed to go deep into his bones, causing him to frown slightly. The essence blood of a thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is naturally nothing to a high-level exalt like me, but for a low-ranked alien like you, it's like a highly poisonous substance. Even skin-to-skin contact produces a tingling sensation. Yang Zhentian, who was behind him, explained while applying the blood from the glass bottle in his hand to Su Jingming's back. At this moment, his eyes were filled with blue-white thunder. It was possible to see every blood vessel meridian in Su Jingming's back, making it easier for him to apply it more precisely. After 10 minutes or so, all the blood in the glass vial was consumed, and Su Jingming's back was covered in blood, a silvery white. Next, I will use my wind and fire true thunder to mold the foundation of your indestructible body for you. In fact, the shaping of the root foundation is, in the end, melting the blood of the thunder system fierce beasts into your own bloodline. In this way, it was possible to obtain a body that was comparable to, or even stronger than, that of a ferocious beast. But how much essence blood you can ultimately absorb is all up to you. Yang Zhentian took a deep breath, then let out a low roar. Wind and fire true thunder. Crackle. A crimson thunder that was countless times more powerful than Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder burst out from Yang Zhentian's body. The sound of thunder filled the room, and the entire training room seemed to have drastically increased in temperature due to the appearance of this thunder. The whole molding process will last about 4 or 5 days, and the process will be a little painful, so bear with me. Also, the most crucial thing is not to lose consciousness, otherwise the efficiency of essence blood absorption will be greatly reduced. As the words fell, all the crimson thunder swarmed up and drowned Su Jingming whole. Any one of those thunderbolts, if accidentally catapulted onto Su Jingming, would directly obliterate him on the spot. However, with the manipulative power of a 7th-ranked upper-level alien ability, such a thing was naturally impossible. The power of the wind and fire true lightning was manipulated by Yang Jintian to be within the range that Su Jingming could withstand. Surging in from Su Jingming's back, filaments of thunder carried the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon and traveled through Su Jingming's body, constantly transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and even his bones. And this series of behavior, for Su Jingming himself, but as 10,000 ants bite, pain into the bone marrow. Still, it was good that he didn't faint on the spot, just gritted his teeth and suffered in silence. 5 days later, inside Villa 23, Uncle Fu, it's already the 5th day, isn't it? It's still not over at the teacher's place? Yang Jintian's other disciple, Lu Ming, sat on the living room sofa and asked the butler at the side. This is the 3rd time he's come over in the last few days, but every time he came over, the answer he got from the housekeeper, Uncle Fu, was that Yang Jintian was still shaping the foundation of the Thunder Indestructible body for Su Jingming. It's not over yet. The Dean is using 8th-ranked Ferocious Beast Essence Blood this time in shaping Su's foundation. It's more energy-intensive and a little bit longer in terms of time consumption. The butler, Fubuki, returned. Although Yang Jintian was currently unable to take time out, he could still communicate with basic communication. That was why he was able to know what happened, as well as the fact that it was the essence blood of an 8th-ranked Ferocious Beast that was used for Su Jingming, the essence blood of the 8th-order Fierce Beast Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lu Ming knew about this news the last time he came over. It is impossible to say that one is not envious of this at all. After all were equally disciples of Yang Jintian. Back then, when he was shaping the foundation of his indestructible body, it was all just the essence blood of a 7th-ranked inferior Thunder Fierce Beast that was used. However, after learning that Su Jingming possessed S-ranked psychic abilities, he was relieved. An S-class alien ability awakened person was indeed worthy of the teacher taking the trouble to cultivate. The essence blood of a Class 8 dragon-like fierce beast, coupled with the Class S Thunderbolt systemic ability. I'm somewhat looking forward to senior brother Su's Thunder Indestructible body. As an S-class body forging type battle skill, the power of the Thunder Indestructible body was not set in stone. In contrast, it was tied to the essence blood used in shaping the root, as well as the Exalt's own lightning-based exotic energy, and the 8th-ranked Ferocious Beast essence blood, combined with the S-ranked exotic abilities, was obviously a very explosive combination. Roar! Right at that moment, a roar that sounded like a fierce dragon-like beast exploded violently inside the villa. The voice was filled with a sense of majesty and violence. Just hearing it in the ears, it was as if he had seen a powerful and violent dragon-like ferocious beast. Senior brother's root shaping has succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes glowed. With a flash of lightning, he was actually directly utilizing a body-type battle technique to leap up to the 2nd floor. When he arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor, the first thing he sensed was a sense of threat that seemed like a top ferocious beast. This sense of threat was surprisingly something that made even he, a peak 3rd-order alien, feel some palpitations. Immediately afterward, he saw the source of the threatening feeling, only in the center of the training room. Su Jingming stood there with an upright posture. However, unlike the humble and courteous person he was the last time they met, the Su Jingming at this moment exuded a violent aura. The originally clear and godly eyes also became as scarlet as blood, and the upper half of his naked body, the well-proportioned and powerful muscles above the blue veins, it seems to be under the influence of its owner. The blue-purple terrifying thunder that lingered around him also fell into a berserk state, flickering and jumping non-stop. The entire training room, all brightened and flickered with the thunder that pulsed around Su Jingming's body. Perfect! It's perfect! In the face of this scene, Yang Jintian, who was in front of Su Jingming, however, had an agitated expression on his face. 98%. Jingming's essence blood absorption rate has actually reached 98%. 98%? So high. Lu Ming, who was standing at the entrance of the training room, couldn't help but feel his heart jump at the words. The root shaping of the Thunder Indestructible body required the absorption of the essence blood of a Thunder and Lightning System fierce beast. But after all, it was Ferocious Beast essence blood. Even if the entire process was assisted by the teacher's Wind Fire True Thunder, the absorption efficiency could not reach 100%. Generally speaking, reaching 90% is a pretty good absorption rate, and as far as he knew, of the 20 or so disciples of the teacher who had cultivated the Thunder Indestructible body, the highest absorption efficiency was only 92%, and his own absorption efficiency back then didn't even reach 90%, only 87%. Now that Su Jingming had reached a record-breaking 98% essence blood absorption efficiency, it meant that this ferocious beast's essence blood was extremely compatible with him. What the others were thinking Su Jingming wasn't clear. But the moment the thunder indestructible body's roots were successfully shaped, he then felt endless bloodlust as well as negative emotions such as violence erupt from the depths of his heart. An urge to destroy everything around him was born. It was also at this moment that the low voice belonging to Yang Zhentian exploded in his ears. "Jing Ming, wake up!" The voice was as vast and righteous as spring thunder, instantly washing away all the negative emotions in Su Jingming's heart. "Sensei, what happened to me just now?" Su Jingming's eyes gradually regained clarity, his expression confused. This kind of emotional loss of control had never been seen before cultivating the thunder indestructible body. "It should have been the thunder tyrant dragon's essence blood that affected your mind just now." Yang Zhentian's brows furrowed slightly. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, amongst the ferocious beast clans, is also notoriously violent. You've absorbed its essence blood and reached a staggering 98% absorption efficiency. It's probably just a side effect of the fit being so high. Before this, disciples who practiced the thunder indestructible body would more or less be affected by some ferocious beast bloodline, but there had never been a change in any of them that was as obvious as Su Jingming's. But you don't have to worry too much. As long as your emotions don't fluctuate violently, you won't trigger these negative emotions. Also, as your strength increases, these side effects will gradually disappear. Yang Zhentian added. These were verified in himself, as well as in those other disciples. That's good. Su Jingming sighed in relief. He didn't want to be the kind of person who was ruled by his emotions all the time. Moreover, he could feel that his physique had undergone an unprecedented metamorphosis. Even if there is a little side effect, it's not a big impact. Subconsciously, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Rank, lower first order, plus. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 391 chi and blood, plus. Spirit, 289 h, plus. Skills, marksmanship, advanced plus. Lightning blast break, advanced plus. Body forging, thunder indestructible body, 1 assay plus. Ability points, 2234. The chi blood has directly skyrocketed by over 100 points. Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly. For exalts, except for the fact that they get a boost in their chi and blood values when they advance. The usual physical training could only raise 2 or 3 points of chi and blood, but he who had boosted his chi by more than 100 points just a few days ago when he advanced, his chi value had unexpectedly skyrocketed by 100 points once again. Of course, the chi and blood values were only one of the data table manifestations of physical strength. As for the other flesh defense and wound recovery speed, they could not be seen from the chi and blood. However, he had a feeling. With his current state, I'm afraid that based on his physical strength alone, without using any battle techniques or supernormal abilities, he would be able to fight the second-ranked ferocious beasts head-on. In addition, he also noticed that a new column of body forging had been added to the system panel. It seems that afterward, one can also use the ability points to directly raise the strength of the forged body. Su Jingming's heart was secretly happy. Congratulations, senior brother. You have successfully shaped the thunder indestructible body's foundation, and the future martial path has a straight path. At this time, Lu Ming also walked up from the doorway and congratulated him with a smile on his face. This is your senior brother, Lu Ming, who you saw the last time he came over. Yang Zhentian introduced it at the right time. Good day, senior brother Ryu. Su Jingming put on his top and shouted respectfully. The last time I saw you, Shitty was not yet a student of the teacher. But this meeting is different. But I didn't prepare anything. What's your school number? I'll transfer some credits to you, just as a meeting gift from elder brother me. Lu Ming had a gentle personality and was about to give a meet and greet gift on the spot. Su Jingming saw that Yang Zhentian on the side didn't stop him, but instead nodded slightly, so he told the other party his school number. Within a few moments, he received an alert on his cell phone that he had an additional 200 credits on his student account. So much? Looking at the text message alert on his cell phone, Su Jingming was slightly dazed. 200 credits. That's $2 million dollars. Is it that expensive for just a meet and greet gift? It's only 200 credits, which isn't much for your senior brother Ryu. Yang Zhentian, who was on the side, said smilingly, senior brother just has to take care of senior brother more. And when you have a senior brother and sister, you should likewise prepare a good meeting gift. The student understands. Su Jingming nodded in understanding. The root shaping was successful. 5 days without eating or drinking. You're also tired. Go back and rest first. Come back in the morning when it's time to learn boxing and marksmanship with your senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian waved his hand immediately afterward, and there was a slight fatigue between his brows. Not eating or drinking for 5 days was nothing to him. A 7th-order alien. However, 5 consecutive days of extremely fine manipulation of the alien energy to transform Su Jingming's body was extremely exhausting. Letting Su Jingming go back to rest, he actually needed to rest even more himself. Su Jingming naturally saw this, so he didn't bother much and left the villa after respectfully excusing himself. June 22nd. I didn't realize it took almost 5 days and 5 nights to shape the roots. Outside the villa, Su Jingming, who looked at the date on his cell phone, couldn't help but feel some emotion. For those 5 days and 5 nights, he had been subjected to inhuman pain and had been required to remain conscious at all times. Luckily, he got through it all and ended up with a 98% absorption rate of essence blood, a near perfect fit. It's still early, so it's a good time to go to the martial arts school to try out the strength of my flesh after molding my indestructible body. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex essence blood of the lower 8th order belonged to the SS rank resources. With Yang Zhentian's help, most of this essence blood merged into Su Jingming's body and became part of him. And the amazing energy contained in the essence blood made Su Jingming, who hadn't eaten anything for 5 consecutive days, not only not feel hungry. Instead, they are energetic and radiant. He then couldn't wait to verify just how much his strength had increased after having Thunder Indestructible. Every student dormitory at the Magic City Alien University was equipped with a training room. However, this training room wasn't that big, and there was no testing equipment such as a fist strength tester, so it could only do some daily training. If you want to accurately know your special ability, battle technique power, and even the speed of your punches and punching power, you need to go to a martial arts school. Within the campus of the Magic City Alien University, there were 2 martial arts schools, precisely the Thunder Martial Arts School as well as the Stormy Bear Martial Arts School, which were the most famous in the Great Summer Country. When he was in Jiangcheng, Su Jingming often went to the Thunder Martial Arts Center. This time he was also prepared to go to the Thunder Martial Hall to test his strength. But just as he was heading that way, he vaguely smelled a faint stench. Su Jingming then realized that because of shaping the Thunder Indestructible body, his body had expelled quite a few impurities that clung to his skin. Never mind. Let's go back to the dormitory and take a shower before going to the martial arts center. Su Jingming didn't want to be a source of odor pollution, turning his feet around and heading in the direction of the student dormitories. As he got closer to the direction of the student dormitory, the more people Su Jingming saw along the way. This became even more apparent when he stepped into the freshman villa neighborhood. There were a number of students, both male and female, walking on this previously very cold road. Some are men and women hooking up, but most are a couple of guys or a couple of girls together. They looked about the same age as Su Jingming, just 18 or 19 years old. Many students were looking around curiously as if they were curious babies, and there were even students accompanied by their parents who dragged their suitcases over. These are freshmen? Su Jingming then remembered that 6 days had passed since he had reported to the Magic City Alien Energy University. By this time, the volunteering for the Wuko Higher Education Entrance Examination has long been completed, and the acceptance letters have all been delivered to the various students. But I'm afraid it's only the top colleges and universities like the Magic City Alien Energy University that have so many freshmen choosing to enroll early. Students who were able to get into the Magic City Exotic University belong to genius-like figures in the province and city. It is natural to understand that one step is faster than the next. Early enrollment allows you to get a head start on the quality educational resources as well as the facilities and equipment of the Magic City Alien University. Naturally, they're not stupid enough to actually wait until September to report for duty. Su Jingming's villa. No. 32 in student dormitory 3. When he walked to the entrance of the villa, he found that the gate, which he had closed before leaving, was wide open. Looks like that one roommate of mine has arrived. Su Jingming walked into the villa with a smile on his face. Sure enough, I saw a boy sitting on the couch in the living room on the first floor, using the AI Eva to look up information. Noticing someone entering the villa, the boys turned their heads. He couldn't help but let his eyes light up after seeing Su Jingming, who walked in. Hurriedly getting up from the sofa, he ran to Su Jingming and graciously extended his right hand. You must be that roommate of mine. Hello, I'm Lu Wentao. Nice to meet you. Lu Wentao is handsome, with slightly tanned skin and a head of broken bangs. At this time, the corners of his mouth were smiling, and the first impression he gave was that he was sunny and cheerful. Su Jingming. Su Jingming also smiled and shook Lu Wentao's hand. Su Jingming, you're that provincial scholar from Jiangnan province. Lu Wentao let out a low cry as if by reflex after hearing Su Jingming's name. You know me? Su Jingming looked at him suspiciously. This was supposed to be the first time the two had met. Of course, I'm nicknamed a jack of all trades. Lu Wentao proudly puffed out his chest. I know all the information about most of the new students in our class, but I hadn't purposely collected any information on you, purely because the commotion you made at the time was just too much. After all, you are the biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province this year. Lu Wentao hemmed and hawed. He was a person who was naturally sensitive to information, and had silently recorded Su Jingming's information in his mind after seeing it on the internet in the first place. It was only after there was no news related to Su Jingming on the internet for some time afterwards that he stopped paying attention. I didn't realize that the other party had enrolled in the same Magic City Alien University and had even become roommates with himself. By the way, are you really from the barren Jiancheng in Jiangnan province? Instead of living in other economically developed cities, you just took your college entrance exams in Jiancheng? Also, were you really an awakened when you were in high school? And how come your psychic ability doesn't look like it's only E rank? Lu Wentao was very self-conscious and had only just gotten to know each other when he started hooking up with Su Jingming, and like a barrage of questions. In response, instead of not minding, Su Jingming had a smile on the corner of his mouth. In his previous life, he was originally born in an orphanage. It was all fine when I was in elementary school, with lots of little ones to keep me company, but when you go to middle school, you will need to leave the orphanage and live on your own. Back then, the thing he hated most about his day was coming home from school. Since he was alone in the house, he had to turn on the TV and pretend he had company. It was only slightly better when I got to high school and could live there, but the weekends were just as lonely. He preferred the hustle and bustle, so he studied hard and went to college. Gagging and hacking games with his roommates every day was one of his happiest times, but 4 years later, he will face the end of being alone again. So he worked his way up to a master's degree and once again had a couple of roommates. Then, later on, it was time to get into a PhD program and gain a hot group of siblings. And then later, he had slightly more wine at his PhD graduation dinner. When you wake up, you've traveled to this world. And tragically, again, an orphan. Although his sister-in-law occasionally came to visit him, loneliness continued to be his main theme. As a result, both in his previous life and in this life, Su Jingming was more resistant to loneliness. At this moment, when he saw Lu Wentao's appearance as a talkative player, he rather liked it better. Thus, Su Jingming sat down on the sofa and joined Lu Wentao in small talk. During the chat, Su Jingming also learned that Lu Wentao came from Sichuan province, which is known as the land of heaven, possessing class A mental faculty psychic abilities, first order intermediate strength. This time the martial arts college entrance examination results are the top 20 in Sichuan province. Enrolling in the Magic City Alien University, he also came for the tactical academy of the 5 major academies. In his words, it was that in the future, he would command millions of troops and slaughter all the ferocious beasts on the blue planet. And Lu Wentao couldn't help but let out a continuous gasp when he learned that Su Jingming was really only an awakened when he took the entrance exam. Well, without further ado, I'm going to make a trip over to the martial arts center later. After chatting for a while and seeing that it was almost time, Su Jingming stood up from the sofa. A martial arts school? I want to go too. Lu Wentao was equally excited. I haven't been to the martial arts center of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Okay, then we'll go over there together after the shower. Su Jingming nodded and walked straight up to the second floor. More than 10 minutes later, the refreshed Su Jingming changed into clean clothes and walked out of the villa with Lu Wentao. It's a little after 11 in the morning. The sun is shining just right outside, and there are a lot of freshmen walking on the road. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walked together in the direction of the dormitory area exit. As usual, Su Jingming's body walked straight without slanting his eyes, while next to him, Lu Wentao was looking around, his eyes wandering to the newborns on the road. Occasionally, he would linger a little longer on some of the pretty female classmates with a slightly lewd smile. Ming, look over there, there's a big beautiful girl there. Without walking for a while, Lu Wentao's eyes suddenly lit up and excitedly patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. Su Jingming subconsciously followed Lu Wentao's line of sight. Just a little more than 10 meters ahead, he saw 2 girls walking out of the villa side by side. The 2 girls were about the same height, both about 6'7". The one on the left is a little shorter and not bad looking, but not quite up to the standard of stunning. But not the other girl, with her delicate features and willow eyebrows and cherry mouth. She is a stunning beauty. The skin was incredibly fair, as pink as a baby's. Even more striking was her figure, wearing a simple white t-shirt, but her breasts were proudly full. Underneath was a pair of light blue skinny jeans, outlining legs that were both long and very full. How was it? Not bad, Lu Wentao asked with a smirk. Not bad indeed. Su Jingming did not deny this. Whether it was her body, or her looks, this young girl was so much better than the netizens under the beauty camera in her previous life. But aren't you known as a jack of all trades? Do you know who she is? Su Jingming joked about Lu Wentao's nickname of being a jack of all trades and hadn't expected him to say it. But I didn't expect Lu Wentao to actually puff out his chest again and proudly say, of course I know. Her name is Song Chioyun, first order upper, and she possesses a natural class light A class ability. Yo, nice. Su Jingming was a bit surprised. It seems that Lu Wentao's self-proclaimed nickname of being a jack of all trades is not all bragging. That's of course. Song Chioyun is from our Sichuan province. This year's college entrance exam totaled over 9,000 points and was our provincial top student in Chuan province. Lu Wentao returned playfully. In fact, long before the martial arts entrance exam, Song Qiuyun relied on her proud appearance and figure, as well as her powerful strength. In Rongcheng, the capital of Sichuan province, it is a little famous. On the other side, Song Qiuyun, who was walking with her friend, suddenly had a footstep. Her A-ranked natural class light ability called Morning Light, besides giving her a good killing power, it also brought her a very keen sense of sensation. It was also with this sensing power that she was able to circumvent the areas where dangerous ferocious beasts gathered in advance in the Martial Arts Advanced Examination Center. And just a moment ago, it was as if she had felt a terrifying gaze from a ferocious beast. The gaze didn't seem malicious, but it was oppressive. The stares came and went quickly. However, Song Qiuyun still very keenly discovered the source of this line of sight, which came from the slightly taller figure not far ahead. Just how is it possible for a human to give off an aura similar to that of a ferocious beast? Song Qiuyun's eyebrows knitted slightly, somewhat puzzled. Ultimately, it can only be blamed on being an illusion. However, Su Jingming's tall figure in front of her quietly left a faint impression in her heart. The Thunder Martial Arts Center in Jiangcheng serves millions of people throughout Jiangcheng. The Thunder Martial Arts Center of the Magic City Alien Energy University merely needed to serve only the 10,000 or so students and faculty members of the Magic City Alien Energy University. However, the scale of the Thunder Martial Arts Center over here was even larger than the one over in Jiangcheng. Opposite the Thunder Martial Arts Center was the Storm Bear Martial Arts Center, which was also 6 or 7 stories high and seemed to be prostrate like a giant beast. I have to say that the Magic City Alien University has taken the construction of such supporting facilities almost to the extreme. With a sigh of praise, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped into the Thunder Martial Arts Center. On the first floor of the Thunder Martial Hall, there was a wide hall with a front desk at the very front. There were also some sofas around for resting, and at the moment, there were people who had finished their training sitting on the sofas, sipping drinks and relaxing and chatting. Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts Center. May I ask what you two students need? A waitress in a short skirt greeted her warmly. We're looking for a training room with a strength tester. Su Jingming returned. The Thunder Martial Arts Center, which is only free for high school students, still charges a membership fee for college students. The membership fee is the same as the Stormy Bear Martial Arts Center. 100,000 Daxia coins a year. Only the Magic City Alien University pays the membership fee on behalf of the students every year. Therefore, for them, the facilities in the Martial Arts Center are free to use. The training room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me, both of you. The staff member revealed a sweet smile and led the way in front, while Su Jingming and Lu Wentao followed behind. The Thunder Martial Arts Center treats every guest with such warmth. You can choose to accept it, or you can choose to reject it. Because it was the first time he came to the Martial Arts Center of the Magic City Alien University and was not clear about the layout, that was why Su Jingming chose to let her lead the way. Ding dong, the 3rd floor is here. The elevator doors opened with a pleasant beep. What came into view was a wide hall. Inside the hall, there were a lot of people, only most of them looked a bit oddly shaped. There were those with fire all around them, those whose size was 2 or 3 meters tall, and even those whose body limbs transformed into some kind of animal. Along with that came all kinds of cacophonous clamor. Ha ha, my C-rank battle skill Yangji Blaze has finally been refined. Hee hee, so what if you've practiced? You still can't break my metallized skin. You're all trash. With my triple giganticization, I can slap you all against the wall. The men all seemed to be in training, and some of them knew each other, and from time to time they argued and tossed words at each other. This is our hall's public training room, which can accommodate 300 people for training at once. The entire hall is also cast using a C-grade alloy laced with memory metal, so there's no need to worry about damage caused by psychic powers or battle techniques. Of course, if it's too noisy, you can also choose a single training room. Staff explained. Su Jingming wasn't too surprised when he heard this. Public training halls like this one were also available at the Thunder Martial Arts Center over in Jiangcheng. The atmosphere in the public training hall was a bit better. After all, with so many people around training, one wouldn't be lazy. Many people with poor self-control choose to train in public training halls. In addition, the cheers initiated by the people around you when a certain battle technique was successfully practiced would make one feel accomplished. The downside, though, is that one's own battle skills and training achievements will likewise be known to others. Okay, here it is. Su Jingming had originally planned to go to the individual training room, but thinking that there was a roommate next to him, he chose to stay here in the communal training room. Yes, please follow me. The staff member led the 2 men down the hall. Those who could be admitted to the Magic City Alien University were basically all aliens. Thus, while traveling through the halls, from time to time, One could feel the powerful energy fluctuations brought about by the other exalts as they experimented with their battle techniques. Good lord! Are these guys competing to see who is stronger? The movements are bigger than one another. Lu Wentao, who felt the floor vibrate under his feet, couldn't help but spit out a sentence. As a psychic alien, he naturally didn't have the means to make such a commotion. On the other hand, Su Jingming, who was on the side, had his attention drawn to the 5 pillars erected in the center of the hall. Above these 5 pillars, many names were densely written, followed by a string of numbers. The 3 names at the top of each pillar, on the other hand, were the most massive, and also shone with a golden light that looked extremely conspicuous. This is our fist power challenge list. There are 5 lists, each corresponding to the 1st to the 5th rank of an alien. Are you two going to try? If you enter the top 3,000 on the list, you'll be rewarded with 50 credits. The staff member on the sidelines explained with a grin. You get a reward for entering the top 3,000? That's simple? Lu Wentao on the side was immediately interested. After all, the entire Devil's Capital Alien Energy University only had just over 4,000 students. Just swipe your student ID on the pillar and you can start the challenge. Oh, but for the fist power challenge, the use of supernatural powers and battle techniques is not allowed. Otherwise it's a foul. Okay, Ming, wait here for me. I'll try. Lu Wentao nodded and directly stepped into the center of the hall. He then swiped his student ID card at the induction of the first pillar. Welcome, school number 203701256. Lu Wentao opens the fist power challenge. Please cheer for him. As if triggering some kind of switch, the high-pitched voice of the host rang throughout the hall. Subsequently, there was even a spotlight hitting Lu Wentao, and everyone in the hall was drawn to attention, subconsciously looking this way. Yo, someone's opened up a fisting challenge. Ha ha, looking at the aura, it's only the middle of the first rank. It seems to be a freshman. Hey, this is going to be fun to watch. Inside the hall, many of the older siblings gloated as they looked towards the figure in the very center. And the most central Lu Wentao people are numb. Did not expect to open the challenge of the movement is actually so big, but at this point, it's impossible to back out again. So he took a deep breath, mobilized his entire body, and blasted the target in front of him with a punch as hard as he could. Boo! The target let out a muffled thud and then rocked violently back and forth. Who dash? Lu Wentao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. For this punch, he was still quite satisfied. Getting into the top 3,000 shouldn't be much of a problem. Fist power of 476 kilograms. Very well played. The voice reappeared, first announcing the power of the blow in a high-pitched manner, followed by a slightly lower tone. But unfortunately, your punching power, ranked after 100, 10, 100, names later? Lu Wentao's entire body was shocked. Wasn't the entire Magic City Alien Energy University only 4,000 students? However, he quickly reacted to the fact that this list of fist power was not only counting current students, it was counting even students from the same previous year. And the Magic City Alien Energy University was founded hundreds of years ago and enrolls more than 1,000 students every year. Doesn't that add up to over 100,000 students? What about the pits? No wonder everyone is looking at me. So they're waiting for a joke. It was only then that Lu Wentao reacted, feeling his cheeks burning a little, and hurriedly grayed out. After 100,000, laugh me to death. It wasn't this low when I was a freshman back then. Look at the little guy, blushing like a monkey's butt. Surely the freshman isn't running. The entire training hall also resounded with all sorts of joyful chatter because of Lu Wentao's performance. Ah Ming, do you want to go up and try? You're definitely better than me up there. Lu Wentao, who somewhat couldn't stand the comments, hastily encouraged Su Jingming, who was on the sidelines. It's better for 2 people to lose face than 1, isn't it? Okay, I'll go up and try too. Su Jingming did not refuse when he heard this. The purpose of his coming over was originally to test his physical strength, and punching power was part of physical strength. Also, he wanted to see it, with one's current power, in this gathering of all the geniuses of the Magic City Alien Energy University since its establishment. How far could one rank? Welcome, school number 203701204. Su Jingming opens the fist power challenge. Please cheer for him. When Su Jingming swiped his student ID, the same high-pitched voice sounded again. Ha! Another challenge has been opened. It seems to be the companion of the man just now. TCH, this one's strength is even lower. Only like the lower first rank. Lower first order? It's hard to tell if you have 400 kilograms of punching power. Unsurprisingly, the audience did not look favorably on Su Jingming, who only had the strength of a lower first rank. Su Jingming himself in the center, however, was not affected in the slightest and took a deep breath. Subsequently, Su Jingming's entire body's qi and blood were mobilized to the limit. The body is posed squarely. The lats are hard, and the lats drive the arms to twist. And with this force, the fist seemed to be like a powerful vector that had left the string, transforming into a black phantom and ruthlessly smashing into the target in front of him. Boo! The deafening sound of a heavy hammer hitting the ground exploded in the hall, followed by the high-pitched cheers. Fist power of 589 kilograms. Peak punching power. Congratulations on breaking the record. Fist power of 589 kilograms. Peak punching power. Congratulations on breaking the record. The high-pitched voice echoed through the hall. At the same time, the first pillar in the center of the hall exploded with golden light. Su Jingming's name, as if a supreme being had descended, shimmered with golden light as it overrode the first ranking. And due to Su Jingming's appearance, the names of the others on the entire list fluctuated like ocean waves, their rankings decreasing backward in order. First place, Su Jingming, punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Second place, Luo Yang, punching power, 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Chen Dahai, punching power, 4,122 kilograms. The sudden scene made the people who originally wanted to laugh at Su Jingming. Like a duck with its neck pinched, it instantly lost its voice. For a moment, the entire hall was plunged into dead silence. The record for peak punching power, broken? Suddenly, a sentence from somewhere echoed through the hall, which made the crowd react. Immediately afterward, there was a boiling murmur in the room. Over 4,500 kilograms. Is that the punching power a human being can deliver? One punch could beat me to a pulp and you're telling me this is a fucking freshman? Realize that. The Thunder Martial Arts Center, built since the beginning of the establishment of the Magic City Alien University. It could be said that the Thunder Martial Arts Center had witnessed the historical changes of the Magic City Alien University. And these 5 ranking lists on the 3rd floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall had accumulated the punching power data of more than 100,000 students of the Magic City Alien Energy University. The top 1,000 on any of these lists, back in the day, would have been era-leading figures, and that's exactly why the higher the ranking record, the harder it is to break. It's been almost a decade or so since the last record was broken on the first pillar, and now, the peak punching power record of a first-order alien was finally broken once again. Moreover, it was still broken by a freshman who was only at the bottom of the first rank. How could this not leave them shocked and incredulous? Many people quickly took out their cell phones and took pictures of Su Jingming's figure in the center, recording this historic scene. There were also a number of people who couldn't wait to share the news with their friends and teachers. It was even posted directly on the student forum of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Inside the hall, there were also people who wondered if Su Jingming had cheated and used his supernatural abilities or battle techniques. After all, pure physical strength of over 4,500 kilograms of punching power was indeed too much. But such a claim was quickly dismissed by the rest. The fist power testing machine in the center of the hall was controlled by the school's artificial intelligence, EVA, and it's a substrate that meets the standards of a level 1 AI. If there had been cheating, the results would have been nullified long ago and would not have been communicated at all. That said, this Su Jingming is only at the lower first rank. It's still far from the peak of the first order. So does that mean this record will still be broken? A phrase rang out from nowhere in the crowd, instantly setting off another buzz. Yeah, Su Jingming was only at the bottom of the first rank and he was so fierce. Wouldn't it be even fiercer when they waited for the first order middle and first order upper? Realize that. The top 10 who had previously left their names on the first pillar could all be the kind that had reached the peak of the first rank and could not break through any further. Su Jingming, on the other hand, was all different, and no one knew where his limits were. On the other hand, listening to the comments of the people around him, Lu Wentu was dumbfounded. What he had thought was that Su Jingming would also go up to Lu's face, so that his own achievement just now would not be too conspicuous. But who would have thought that Su Jingming would be so raw, directly breaking the record held by over 100,000 people with a single punch. This now makes him even more of a clown out of 100,000 names. Brother, you're really my own brother. Looking at Su Jingming who walked down, Lu Wentao was completely convinced. Brother Ming, I'll follow you in the future. I'll go wherever you say. It's not that dramatic. Su Jingming smiled and shook his head. In fact, the punch did go a little beyond his expectations. Originally, he guessed that it should be around 3,500 kilograms at most. I didn't realize it was a full 1,000 kilograms more. It seems that Thunder Tyrannosaurus and I do fit together better. Su Jingming nodded secretly, then looked at the staff member next to him. There are credits awarded for breaking records, right? The female staff member was still a bit confused at this point. Seeing the handsome face that was close at hand, It was only then that she came back to her senses and said with a small red face, "Of course there is. There's a 400 credit reward for breaking the record. And it should have arrived by this time." Su Jingming took out his cell phone to take a look. And sure enough, there was an additional reminder of credits arriving on his phone, together with the 200 credits meet and greet gift from senior brother Lu Ming that he had previously received in teacher Yang's villa, as well as the 100 basic credits issued by the school. He already has almost 700 plus credits on his student account. Good. So if I break the record next time, will I still get credit? Su Jingming put away his cell phone and leapt to his feet. You can only get credit once for breaking a record. However, it was answered in the negative by the staff. It was a bit of a shame for him. His strength was far from the peak of the first stage, and he was bound to break the record of a section of aliens many times later. But there are 4 other pillars, each corresponding to the 2nd through 5th orders of the alien. The same goes for breaking the records on these pillars later on. Su Jingming smiled faintly, already thinking of a way to earn credits. At this time, however, the elder brothers and sisters who had eased up emotionally in the hall came over one by one with smiles on their faces. "Schoolboy Su, this is your first time coming to this side of the martial arts center, isn't it? Come, sister will teach you how to use the equipment." "Little brother Su, first time meeting, I'm Junior Wang Jia. You can call me Brother Jia. Senior, our club is short of people. Why don't you consider our club? Our club has a lot of girls." Fist power rankings, although only reflecting physical strength, unable to reflect the strength of alien energy, the power of battle techniques. But if the punching power is this high, can it be worse in other areas? Besides, those who could squeeze into the top 10 of the fist power ranking belonged to those who only appeared once in a few years and were amazingly talented. What's more, Su Jingming had directly broken the record and became number 1. Anyone who could get into the Magic City Alien University was not a fool. What are you waiting for if you don't take advantage of the opportunity to make friends with such an elementary school brother who has unlimited potential? Su Jingming, on the other hand, saw a scene, but his scalp was a little numb. He also didn't dare to stay in this public training hall any longer, and hurriedly brought Lu Wintao to quickly run away. A separate training room was found for the remaining strength tests. However, what he didn't know was this: the news that the First Order Alien Fist Power record has been broken. Like a whirlwind, it quickly swept across the campus. Many people knew that among the freshmen of this class, there was an additional fierce man named Su Jingming, more than 4,500 kilograms of punching power. The strength of my senior brother's flesh is really exaggerated to the point of being terrifying. Inside a student villa, senior brother Lu Ming looked at the posts on the cell phone school forum and couldn't help but TSK. Back then, he had also gone to challenge the punching power rankings. At that time, he was a first order upper level alien. Thunder indestructible body first level. And yet, it was only a mere 3,500 kilograms of punching power. Compared to the current Su Jingming, it wasn't even close. Qiu Yun, look, this little brother is so handsome. Inside the library, Song Qiu-yun, who was browsing through a secret book of battle techniques, was called out by her roommate, Lak Dongxia, in a low voice. At the same time, a cell phone was handed to the eye. On the cell phone, a young man stood erect beneath a spotlight, and a pillar in front of him was blooming with light. The youth was tall, with a resolute appearance, and a pair of eyes that were even more black and white and slightly cold. Is he? Song Qiu-yun instantly recognized the other party as the boy who had just detected on the road, as if he possessed the aura of a ferocious beast. So he's called Su Jingming, and he seems to be quite strong. Here's a thread on the school forum that's kinda hot. Song Qiu-yun, however, who had skimmed through all of the contents, had her beautiful eyes glowing slightly. In that case, that touch of a strange, ferocious beast's aura, that wasn't her illusion. How did he produce that kind of aura? Though, Song Qiu-yun looked at the figure on the picture, her beautiful eyes with a touch of faint curiosity. Su Jingming, so you've come to Magic City too. This time, I'm going to take back all the honor that belongs to me. Inside the villa, a youth looked at the figure on the picture with some resentment. If it wasn't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have missed out on the top prize in Jiangnan province and been reduced to the laughingstock of Ning'an City. After entering the separate training room, Su Jingming performed a series of strength tests that favored the physical strength aspect. It turned out that after possessing the Thunder Indestructible, the strength of his physical body had received a boost that could be described as terrifying. Skin defense was comparable to E-class alloys, reaching the common sense of being invulnerable to swords and spears. He tried to make a wound on his skin, and surprisingly, the result was that he recovered so in just a few breaths. Powerful defense as well as recovery speed. It's worthy of being an S-class body forging class battle technique. Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly. With this kind of physique in place, It was almost hard to risk one's life as long as one wasn't too death-defying. In addition, he realized that his height had also been pulled up from the original 1 meter 86 to 1 meter 89. The weight was even more exaggerated, skyrocketing directly from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. There was not much change in his appearance though, merely an increase in the density of his bones and his muscles becoming firmer. If you put it in your previous life, this physical quality is definitely considered a little superhero. Su Jingming was very satisfied with his current state. Also, be glad you have such a great teacher. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to obtain such a great improvement in these few short days. Strength test done. We'll check out the library later. Thanks to the S-rank access granted to him by the Magic City Alien University, all the books in the library were open to him for free. Su Jingming had been salivating for a long time over the collection of books owned by the Magic City University of Alien Energy, a top university. After leaving the room, he found Lu Wentao in the next training room and left the Thunder Martial Hall together. You know, Ming, there are so many posts about you on the school forum now. On the way, Lu Wentao said with gusto, there are quite a few other people who are clamoring to challenge you. The moment he was in the training room just now, he was doing nothing but training. I also swiped my phone for a while between breaks and naturally saw the post on the school forum. Challenge me? Su Jingming raised his sword brows slightly. The martial arts style of the Magic City Exotic University is quite strong. Of course, there's the other possibility that all these people are trying to stomp him down and achieve their own fame. However, Su Jingming had little interest in such an invitation to battle. 1-2. Are you going to the Battle Technique Library? At the fork in the road, Su Jingming asked Lu Wentao. I just had one yesterday and I'm not going today. Okay, then you can go back first. Su Jingming nodded, and after parting ways with Lu Wentao, he walked straight in the direction of the library. There are two libraries at the Magic City Alien University. One is a general library with books on history and culture. The other was a battle technique library, containing numerous battle techniques and alien exercise methods for each line of alien ability. Su Jingming went to the second library. As one of the most important places of the Magic City Alien University, the Battle Technique Library was built lofty and tall. It was as if a small mountain stood there, radiating a thick sense of oppression. Moreover, the entire Battle Technique Library was somewhat similar to a mirage, looking somewhat illusory. Rumor has it that the entire Battle Technique Library is under the control of one of our school's vice principals who possesses spatial psychic abilities, so it seems to be true. This was a piece of information that Su Jingming had stumbled upon earlier when he was checking the library's information through EVA. Once anything went wrong, the entire library of battle techniques would exist independently of this space, without the appropriate means. Even a Ninth Order martial saint would have no way to forcefully seize these precious secret books originally. Drip dash. After swiping his student ID at the door, the closed door opened, and Su Jingming thus stepped into it. On the first floor of the library was a large hall. Inside the lobby, there is just a front desk. Su Jingming arrived at the front desk and was about to ask how to access the battle technique secrets. The female teacher behind the front desk, however, stood up directly with a gentle smile on her face. S-rank student Su Jingming, welcome to the Battle Technique Library. How can I help you? The female teacher had a better face and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, as if she were a language teacher at some middle school. However, the aura that was vaguely emanating indicated that these were all at least bit-ranked fourth-order aberrations. You know me? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. Even if he just broke the record, he's not that famous, is he? Even this teacher in the library knows himself. Students with S-rank permissions can freely browse all the battle techniques in the library and are special permission holders. So when you swipe down your student ID at the door, I got an alert on my end. The female teacher had a nice smile on her face, and her attitude was very friendly, even calling it respectful. A fourth-rank alien with a respectful attitude towards a first-ranked alien. This sounded as if it was a bit heavenly, but not for the female teachers themselves. After all, having an S-class authority meant that the other party had endless potential. As long as they didn't die prematurely, they would all be at least sovereign-level exalts in the future. And just reaching the fourth-rank alien had almost exhausted all her potential. Being so respectful is a gesture of goodwill in a sense. This was true of Zhang Chaoyang, the previous director of the admissions office, and it is equally true of this female teacher. So it is. Su Jingming nodded indistinctly and asked immediately afterward. I'd like to see the battle techniques for the lightning powers. How many floors do I need to consult? Battle techniques up to level B are in the public reading room on the second or third floor. As for the battle techniques above level B, they were stored in secrecy because they were too precious. You'll need to make an online selection in the reading room on the fourth floor before you can access the secret books. The female teacher patiently explained. I'll go straight to the reading room then. Su Jingming nodded. Since he was able to access higher level battle techniques, He would not bother learning low-level battle techniques. Okay. Reading room 403 on the 4th floor has been opened for your permissions. All you need to do is swipe your student ID on the sensor at the door to get into it. After a beat on the computer, the female teacher said. Su Jingming then took the elevator to the 4th floor, led by a nearby staff member. Somewhat similar to the student dormitories of his previous life, the reading room on the 4th floor is all one room. It's just more elaborately decorated and has a quirky, classical flavor. After going up to the 4th floor and not walking for a while, a room labeled 403 above appeared in front of Su Jingming. Drip dash. Swipe your student ID card at the doorway sensor and the door to your room opens at the sound of the door. There is a subset of the AI Eva built into the room. Just ask her for anything you need. Click confirm after picking your battle technique online and we will send you the secret originally. In addition, since the secret books of battle techniques above level B were originally very precious, please be very careful in the process of flipping through them. The staff member gave a final word of caution and then turned to leave. And Su Jingming stepped into the room. The reading room wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters or so. In the middle were tables and chairs, and right in the center of the table was none other than the familiar orb shape of the AI Eva that had been projected. S-rank cadet Su Jingming, what battle technique do you need to consult? Eva shook her head and offered to speak. Thunder and lightning, all battle techniques above B rank. Su Jingming wasn't polite and directly stated his request. Okay. The little orb nodded humanely. Then, on the holographic projection on the side, the name of the battle skill appeared in secret and numbness, as well as the relevant synopsis of that battle skill. 10,000 Firmament Heavenly Thunder leads, SSS level using the Thunder and Lightning faculty's supernatural ability as the core. Create a thunderstorm field with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this battle technique is limited to Thunder and Lightning System B rank or higher psychic ability, level 5 or higher psychic ability learners. Wrath of the Thunder God, SS level sends down divine punishment like thunder with great power. Note, this battle technique is limited to Thunder and Lightning System B rank or higher psychic abilities, and level 4 or higher psychic ability learners. Thunder Abyss, SS level opens a Thunder Abyss, sealing a place with thunder. Note, this battle technique is limited to Thunder and Lightning System B rank or higher psychic abilities, and level 4 or higher psychic ability learners. SSS ranked battle techniques. And SS-ranked battle techniques. It's true that it deserves to be a top university, with such a rich collection of battle technique secrets. Su Jingming's eyes glowed as he watched. It was only a pity that SSS-level battle techniques as well as SS-level battle techniques were powerful due to their power. The amount of psychic energy needed to be consumed to release it once was also horrifying. A low-ranked alien, even if they drained their entire body of alien energy, would not be able to unleash it once. Even the relatively less demanding S-rank battle techniques on this. All of them also need to reach the 2nd or 3rd order and have a C rank or higher psychic ability before they can learn. The advanced battle techniques on the list looked like Su Jingming was drooling, but there was no way to learn them. He had to quickly pull the list down and drag it to where there were A-ranked battle techniques and browse through them. Compared to high-level battle techniques, the requirements of these A-rank and B-rank battle techniques were not that high. A first-order psychic can learn it, and the psychic ability requirement is only D rank or above. Su Jingming browsed through a battle technique on the holographic projection as he did so. While taking out the list of battle techniques that Teacher Yang had given him some time ago, he compared them to each other. But after just browsing for a while, he realized that this list of battle techniques given to him by Teacher Yang was indeed very suitable for him. Having a good teacher just saves a lot of work, otherwise it would take a lot of effort just to pick the battle techniques to learn. Battle technique types are generally divided into offense, defense, stance, support, and body forging. A variety of different battle techniques can be combined together to achieve a chain of control-like effect, just like playing an arcade game. If there was no one to guide you, it would really take a lot of effort to research a suitable combination of battle techniques for yourself. And to learn a battle technique, it would take even more time. Once you chose the wrong battle technique and realized it after you learned it, it would all be too late. But Su Jingming was different. Having the list of battle techniques provided by Teacher Yang was equivalent to him already having the past strategy. In addition, Mr. Yang's list of battle techniques of different categories provided at least 2 of them, allowing Su Jingming to pick optimally according to his situation. Just like that, Su Jingming spent more than half an hour picking out 4 battle techniques. They were the Thunder Spear and Chain Thunder Lance of the attack category, the Thunder Flash of the body technique category, and the Thunder Prison of the support category. These 4 battle skills, without exception, all belong to A-class battle skills. The relevant introductions are also clearly described in the list in front of you. Thunder Spear, Grade A, gathers thunder and coalesces it into a spear to throw. Chain Thunder Lance, Grade A lance with thunder attached to it continuously stabs the enemy's vitals in succession. and during the stabbing process the thunder will continue to accumulate into the enemy's body, detonating at the end of the sweep of the battle technique. Thunder Flash, Grade A, bursts of thunder, surging a distance in a certain direction. Thunder Prison, Grade A, condenses a prison of thunder, locking the enemy in place. Of the 4 battle skills, the Thunder Spear belonged to the long-range strike category, and the Chain Thunder Lance belonged to the strong attack category, capable of inflicting a large amount of damage in a short period of time. Thunder Flash, on the other hand, belongs to the sudden advancement class of body combat skills, and can instantly close the distance between you and your enemy in battle. As for the final Thunder Prison, it could lock the enemy in place, unable to escape even if they wanted to. These 4 battle techniques combined together, coupled with my powerful physique, I have almost no breakthroughs to speak of in battle. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction and then clicked to confirm. It has been detected that the 4 battle skills you have chosen are all A-rank battle skills, and the average length of study for each battle skill is 6 months, with a total cycle length of 2 years. The learning time is too long, and you are advised to reasonably combine it with other low-level battle techniques. After realizing that the battle techniques Su Jingming had chosen were all A-rank battle techniques that were very difficult to learn, Eva issued a warning alert. As a matter of fact, not only was the learning cycle of A-class battle techniques long, the consumption of alien energy was also extremely high. Most exalts would choose to pair it with a lower B-rank or C-rank battle technique, but Su Jingming was that exception. There were still over 2,000 alien energy points lying on his system panel. Learning battle techniques would be a matter of adding a point for him, and there would be no time cost at all. Since this was the case, of course, he had to choose a more powerful battle technique. As for the high consumption of alien energy, it's not a big deal. It would naturally be solved when he raised his rank later on. No need to change. That's it. Yes, please wait. Eva didn't wait long after her voice dropped. The staff then delivered 4 secret books of battle techniques and then respectfully closed the door and left. 4 A-ranked battle technique secret books. Looking at these 4 secret books on the table, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel some emotion. In the outside world, the selling price of a D-grade battle skill would require hundreds of thousands of dasha coins. For example, the Lightning Blast Break that he had before was a D-grade battle skill. The C-rank and B-rank battle skills, moreover, were sold for as much as $1 million or $10 million. The more advanced A-ranked battle techniques, even more so, couldn't find a way to buy them even if they wanted to. And now, the 4 secret books of A-grade battle techniques were lying so silently in front of him without requiring him to pay any price. This is the top colleges and universities. The educational resources they have are simply incomparable to other schools. Sighing with emotion, Su Jingming flipped through the 4 secret books of battle techniques in turn. As A-ranked battle techniques, the content on these secret books involving the use of supernormal abilities in chi and blood was very esoteric. Even the words carry some of the creator's mood and chiaroscuro between them. Context. Something esoteric but actual. For example, a sword mark. Just by looking at it, one could feel the state of mind of the person who made the sword, either harsh or determined. In these secret books, the same intention is carried. It was also because of this that many A-ranked battle techniques could only be learned through the original. Duplicate copies, because of the loss of context, cannot be learned at all. This was also why the battle technique library would be so careful to preserve the battle technique secrets originally worthy of being an A-class battle technique. This way of utilizing supernatural energy is simply heavenly. 4 hours later, Su Jingming closed the last of the secret books of battle techniques and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. These 4 battle techniques, he had already initially understood their contents. Following the normal steps, the next step was to keep practicing diligently until this battle skill was thoroughly mastered. But that's for regular people. For Su Jingming, it was different. Deep Blue, add some points. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Spear, primary. Ability points minus 200. Chain Thunder Gun, primary. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Flash, primary. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Prison, primary. As the additions were made, the obscure contents of the 4 battle techniques were all understood. It was as if it had been practiced thousands of times. The 4 A-grade battle techniques that originally took 2 years to learn were all mastered by Su Jingming just like that, and his system panel was refreshed. Name Su Jingming. Rank, lower first order, plus. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 391 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 289 H, plus. Skills, Gunnery, Advanced plus. Thunder Spear, Elementary plus. A-Class Chain Thunder Lance, Elementary plus. Thunder Flash, Elementary plus. Thunder Prison, Elementary plus. Lightning Blast Break, Advanced plus. Body Forging, Thunder Indestructible Body, 1 Essay plus. Ability points, 1434. The ability points on the system panel directly shrunk by a small half, which caused Su Jingming some flesh pain. The 4 A-ranked battle techniques that could be exchanged were undoubtedly also huge in terms of his strength increase. With so many battle techniques, I don't know which lucky person will be the first to taste the power of my set of battle techniques. A malicious smile of anticipation surfaced on Su Jingming's face. Of course, if the strength of the opponent is too low, I'm afraid that he will not even wait for him to finish releasing a whole set of moves, and he will directly GG on the spot. I'll go back to the villa later to try out how much the alien energy consumption of this set of battle techniques is. Battletech secrets on the desktop will be automatically recovered by a staff member, so Su Jingming didn't clean up and got up to leave the reading room. I also received another respectful greeting from the female teacher as I walked down the first floor hall. Smiling back, Su Jingming walked out of the battle technique library. Taking out my cell phone, I realized that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. This immersion into the secret book, I actually forgot to eat lunch. But it's not a big deal. So have dinner and go back to your dorm to experiment with your battle techniques. After Su Jingming left the battle technique library, he first went to the cafeteria to have dinner before returning to the student villa. Brother Ming, just now a teacher came to the door to inform us that there will be a freshman assembly tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock over at playground number 1. Also, a large group of freshmen has been created. As Su Jingming walked through the living room on the first floor, Lu Wentao jumped over from the sofa, handing over his cell phone. There was a QR code on it with a group name called Magic City Alien University Class 2037 Freshman Group. Okay, I got it. Su Jingming pulled out his cell phone and casually added the group. The group is quite large, with a total of 613 people and growing. The top announcement is for the freshman meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The chat screen, on the other hand, was filled with the swiping chatter of many freshmen. I went to the Battletech library today, and guess what? I have A-rank access to all A-rank and below-grade battle technique secrets for free. Crap, so cool, but I'm a B-rank authority. So wouldn't I only be able to view secret books below B-rank? What a coincidence. I'm a B-rank too. Naya, I can't be the only one with C-rank access, can I? Don't worry, permissions seem to be upgradable. We should talk about it at the freshman meeting tomorrow. Much like the college freshman groups of my previous life, the group chatted about school-related things. Su Jingming glanced at it, not really interested, and stepped straight up the stairs. Lu Wentao seemed to be very interested in this and chatted endlessly on the sofa with his cell phone. At the same time, his mouth kept saying, "By the way, Brother Ming, didn't you go to the battle technique library in the afternoon? What level of battle techniques did you pick in the end? For A-class battle techniques." Su Jingming's reply on the stairs caused Lu Wentao to faintly stare. A-class battle skills? Or 4? It's going to be sophomore or junior year if we have to wait until we learn it all. Not bad for Ming, unusual route. Lu Wentao subconsciously gave a thumbs up, then said with some curiosity, "Being able to browse A-ranked battle techniques. Then you're A-ranked in authority. Ming, it's not A-rated, it's S-rated." After saying these words, Su Jingming had completely walked up to the second floor, his figure disappearing on the stairs. Only Lu Wentao, who was dumbfounded in place on the sofa, was left behind. S-rank? Our school turns out to have higher privileges than A-rank? The large group of new students was added by Lu Wentao from the teacher who came to his door not a moment after he returned to the dormitory in the afternoon. After joining the freshman group, he's been chatting and picking up a lot of information. First of all, every student who reports to the school will be given a level of access. The level of level authority determines how many basic credits you can get. Let's say he's an A-level authority and gets 60 credits. And through his silent tally in the freshman group, he found that most of them had B or C level access. Only a few people have A-level access, so they subconsciously assume that A-level is the highest access a student can get. However, he had not expected that Su Jingming would be amazingly S-ranked in authority. Why is that so? All the other provincial champions I know of are only coming in with A-level access. Lu Wentao was puzzled. On the other hand, upstairs, Su Jingming also entered the training room. A grayish-white 2-meter-long spear was held in his hands. His original F-grade obsidian gun had been nearly scrapped at the end of the martial arts entrance exam. Therefore, he did not bring it to Mordor. This gray long gun was a practice gun stored in the training room, and the metal strength was not even F-grade. The weight is even lighter, a mere 20 kilograms. But right now he couldn't find any other replacement, so he would have to make do with what he had. It was also fortunate that it was just a test battle technique and not a real battle. When training is over later, I can stop by the school mall and see if there's a lance for me. Buy it as soon as you can if you have it. Ever since he had reported to the Magic City Alien Energy University, Su Jingming had been in a very busy state. On the first day of reporting for enrollment, he first went to Yangzhentian to pay homage to his master. and received the exotic exercise method as well as the body forging battle technique. The next day, he went to Mr. Yang's place to shape his roots again, and as a result, this shaping took 5 days directly, and he didn't wake up until today. It was also because of this that he had not yet purchased his battle clothes and weapons. The first thing to try is the chain thunder gun. Su Jingming stood upright in the center of the training room, the bluish-purple heavenly lightning quietly covering the grayish-white lance held in his right hand. Next moment, the long spear transformed into countless phantom shadows, flashing with lightning and stabbing out one after another. Crackle! With a thunderous explosion, the shot lasted almost 2 seconds, ending in an upward sweep. Buzz! The sharp head of the gun, which was entwined with lightning, was still swaying violently at a very small amplitude after the gun barrel had come to a standstill. The alien energy drain is fine, just about an eighth of it, Su Jingming silently estimated. As for the power, it cannot be determined as there is no testing instrument. However, just from the aura of releasing the battle technique, it was more than enough to kill a second-order bloodthirsty tyrant bear in its heyday. Next up, Thunder Prison. Just like that, Su Jingming tested all 4 of his newly mastered A-grade battle techniques. The attacking types of chain thunder lances and thunder spears had slightly higher exotic energy consumption. Releasing it once would consume almost 1/8 of the purple heavenly lightning. Thunder Prison was slightly better, requiring only 1/10 of the alien energy to be expended. As for the stance-type Thunder Flash, the consumption was even lower, requiring a mere 1/20th of an alien energy. So it seems that even if a full set of battle techniques is released in its entirety, the alien energy consumption will be around 2/5 at most, within an acceptable range. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, the training lance in his hand, because the purple heavenly divine thunder had penetrated it for a long time. It was already slightly reddened, as if it had been set on top of coals. If an ordinary person gripped it, the skin and flesh must have been burned long ago. Su Jingming, on the other hand, was unperturbed, casually placing his lance on the weapon rack, and then went to the kitchen refrigerator to get a bottle of ice drink. Yes, the villa has a kitchen, and it's on both the upper and lower levels. Only the average student doesn't choose to go and cook for themselves either. Eva, open the school mall and search for gun weapons. Okay. Su Jingming sat on the sofa, sipping an ice drink while browsing the mall interface projected by Eva. Gun-type weapons. Class F meteorite gun, 0. 45 credits/kg, from 10 kilograms. Class F obsidian gun, 0. 49 credits/kg, sold from 10 kilograms. Class F light rifle, 0. 42 credits/kg, from 5 kilograms. Class E meteorite gun, 1. 11 credits/kg, from 10 kilograms. E-grade obsidian gun, 1. 13 credits/kg, sold from 10 kilograms. Class E light rifle, 0. 97 credits/kg, from 5 kilograms. Class D meteorite gun, 2. 45 credits/kg, from 10 kilograms. D grade obsidian gun, 2. 58 credits/kg, from 10 kilograms. Class D light rifle, 2. 32 credits/kg, from 5 kilograms. Ha! The weight of the mall's weapons can actually be decided freely? Su Jingming raised his sword brows, but the price is about the same as outside. His original obsidian gun, which weighed 50 kilograms, sold for $270,000. That translates to about the same price as in this school mall. As for the weight of the lance suitable for his use, Su Jingming had already specifically tried it out in the afternoon at the Thunder Martial Hall. At 210 kilograms, it was the range he felt most comfortable using. It has some weight to swing without feeling light, but it also has the balance of being extremely fast out of the gun. In that case, it's still going to be an obsidian gun. Only this time it's going to be an E-grade alloy and increase in weight. Su Jingming quickly filled in the holographic projection with the weight he needed, and the amount of credits it would cost to purchase such a 210 kilogram lance was a whopping 237 points. Of course, this was also caused by the weight of the weapons he needed to use due to his powerful physique. An ordinary first-ranked alien, using a 60 or 70 kilogram weapon, would merely cost a mere 60 or 70 credits. After picking out his weapons, Su Jingming picked out a set of E-ranked battlesuits worth 70 credits, as well as E-ranked boots worth 10 credits. Together, the equipment totaled 317 credits. After Jingming Su chose to pay for it, the credits on his student account suddenly shrunk by half, leaving him with 382. 6 credits. Merchandise purchase successful. Weapons and battle clothes will be delivered to the dormitory tomorrow. Please pay attention to checking. Eva's droll reminder rang through the living room. Gear is picked out as well. So let's take a short break before we continue training. Su Jingming picked up the ice drink and took another sip. He has the system on his side, but he doesn't let it make him lazy. And it's still early in the day, just after 7 p.m. In addition to training, you can additionally practice the alien exercise method. The whole evening could be said to have been organized in a clear way. The next day, 8:20 a.m. Su Jingming, who had already completed more than an hour of training on the second floor and had washed up, walked down to the second floor wearing short sleeves and long pants. Instead, he found Lu Wentao sitting on the sofa on the first floor with two large dark circles under his eyes on top of his face. What? Stay up all night talking to girls last night? Su Jingming smiled and sat down on the sofa, patting Lu Wentao on the shoulder. Ming. Lu Wentao's eyes lit up. Then he asked in a somewhat hurried tone, Brother Ming, what is the reason you have S-class privileges? Last night I checked the information of the other provincial top winners all night, and I feel that the difference in the strength you guys played in the college entrance exam is actually not that big. After saying that, he reacted and hastily added, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to give me a word. Is that why you didn't sleep well? Su Jingming guffawed as he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, the purple heavenly divine thunder that vaguely exuded terrifying energy fluctuations leaping at his fingertips. There's nothing I can't say, and the reason is simply because I have S-class powers. S-ranked psychic ability? Lu Wentao's eyes glazed over. No wonder the school had merely given Su Jingming only one person S-rank access. Turns out it's an S-class psychic ability. In addition, he then remembered that the other party was only an awakened when he took the martial arts entrance exam, and that thunder power was indeed a bit too strong. If it was an S-ranked psychic ability, that would explain it. But he was a little puzzled again, and pursued the question. Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday when we first met? And you didn't ask. Su Jingming spread his hands innocently. He had no intention of hiding his psychic abilities. It was only because of those articles on the internet that many people were still under the mistaken impression that he was only an E-class psychic. Even if it was a mutation of an alien ability, one would not think in the direction of an S-class alien ability. Well, the freshman conference starts at 9 o'clock. It's about time. Let's go. Su Jingming didn't proceed to flirt with Lu Wentao and got up to leave the villa with him. Magic City Alien University. There were 4 playgrounds. The place where the freshman meeting was held was none other than Playground 1. When Su Jingming and Lu Wentao entered the playground, there were already quite a few people in the playground. However, because they were not yet divided into colleges and classes, people did not know each other. Most of them are 2x2s chatting individually without interfering with each other. In the crowd, Su Jingming also spotted Song Choyun, whom he had seen once yesterday outside the dormitory. At the moment she was staying with her roommate. Song Choyun's appearance was already among the top, plus that proud figure. It was not too much to say that she was a goddess. There were a number of male students on the playground who were attracted to her attention. There were also some female students whose gazes wandered over some sensitive parts, revealing incomparable envy after secretly comparing them. And right at this moment, Song Choyun suddenly turned her head and met Su Jingming eye to eye. What a keen sense! Su Jingming's heart was shocked, but he didn't feel embarrassed, and he nodded slightly at Song Choyun in greeting before withdrawing his gaze. Su Jingming. Song Choyun on the opposite side couldn't help but blink at the sight. Ordinary boys either shyly bow their heads after being caught peeking at themselves. Either that or turn your head quickly, avert your eyes, and pretend to look at the scenery in the distance. It was only Su Jingming, who not only did not react to anything, but even looked at him for a moment longer and nodded at himself. What a peculiar boy, Song Choyun said in her heart. Next to him, his roommate, Lak Dongxia, also noticed Su Jingming's arrival and couldn't help but have her eyes light up. It's Su Jingming, yeah, he looks even more handsome than in the picture. Su Jingming's looks weren't bad to begin with, and his height was a full 1.89 meters. Among so many people, it also belonged to the existence of a crane like a chicken, coupled with the aura of thunder origin given to him by the S-class supernormal ability Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder. It made him look mysterious. This is definitely a man that countless young girls have longed for. So, with the exception of Lak Dongxia, the other girls present, after seeing Su Jingming, similarly had beautiful eyes that were colorful. Su Jingming is here. Is he the one who broke the school record yesterday? Sure enough, he's a freshman too. Su Jingming seems to be the Jiangnan province's top scholar coming up. Very strong. As the news of breaking the record of the Magic City Alien University for more than a decade yesterday went viral in the forums, it resulted in the vast majority of the freshmen present knowing Su Jingming. Thus, after Su Jingming appeared, a pair of eyes just looked over. All sorts of emotions varied in these glances. There was the admiration and sizzle of a wonderful young girl, and the gravity of a male student facing a strong man. Of course, there was a fair amount of contempt and disdain, but no matter what kind of emotions he was carrying, at this moment, Su Jingming belonged to the absolute center of attention. However, right at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. Su Jingming, I, Lei Zhu, will challenge you. accompanied by an abrupt voice. A group of 4 people stepped out from the crowd. The youth at the head was 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and white pants. The body was slim, but it exuded a faint sense of danger. The 3 men around him were either big and burly or had reckless smiles. The aura on their bodies were also all at least at the middle of the first order, and they were all fierce characters at a glance. The youth in white clothes and white pants at the head of the group was Lei Zhu, who was the first high school in Ning'an City, Jiangnan Province, and the second-place winner of the martial arts college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province. Su Jingming. Lei Zhu's face held a grudge. Both of his parents were fourth-order psychics, and he was born with a golden key since he was a child. At the age of 16, after awakening the elemental class fire A-rank psychic ability Sinran Karma Fire. More so, from then on, he soared into the sky, becoming a hot genius figure in Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Along the way, he crushed the various geniuses in the city, and in just 2 years, he advanced from an awakened to a first-order upper alien, becoming the biggest favorite to win the martial arts college entrance exam in Jiangnan Province this year. And he did live up to expectations, taking a high score of over 9,300 points on the martial arts college entrance exam. You know, in previous years, the highest score in Jiangnan Province was only 8,800 and 900 points. His 9,300 plus points could be said to have directly booked the provincial scholar. However, just when he thought that his provincial top grade was on the line, the city education bureau and his family were all ready to celebrate the banquet. Su Jingming, however, came out of nowhere and took the top prize in Jiangnan Province with a total score of more than 11,000 points. What's more, Su Jingming unexpectedly came from Jiangcheng in the barren north of Jiangnan Province. It is important to know that Ning'an City, as the capital of Jiangnan Province, gets the most educational resources from the province every year. However, this time the provincial champion is in Jiangcheng, which has the least amount of resources. Thus, within the city of Ning'an, there were rumors that the Ning'an Municipal Bureau of Education was a rice bucket, not even comparable to Jiangcheng, a remote prefecture-level city. For this reason, the Education Bureau of Ning'an City has been under great pressure. He, the original pride of the sky in Ning'an City, also fell into the mortal world all of a sudden. Instead, when he studied Su Jingming's martial arts entrance exam video, he realized that the two of them were actually not that far apart in terms of strength. Su Jingming had that extra 2,000 points because he had killed all the ferocious beasts in the core area. And in Ning'an City, the candidates were all very strong, and the ferocious beasts in the core area were all robbed with, and wouldn't be left for anyone else at all. As a result, he had a nagging feeling about the incident. If it was a different college entrance exam that he had taken in Jiangcheng, then it was possible for him to get more than 10,000 points and win the provincial top prize. Thus, it was only after realizing that Su Jingming was likewise at the Magic City Alien Energy University that Lei Zhu wanted to issue a challenge invitation, in order to trample Su Jingming under his feet. Prove to the people of Ning'an City and the entire Jiangnan province that it is not that he is not good, but it is because of the examination point. In fact, he had posted several challenge invitations in a row on the school forum yesterday, but there has been no response. It was only then that he would directly ask for a battle face-to-face in this freshman conference. Lei Zhu, I know him, he's the second best in our Jiangnan province's martial arts entrance exam. Second place challenging first place? Kind of interesting. There are rumors on the internet that do seem to have said that this year's Jiangnan provincial scholar seems to have taken advantage of the test points. The difference in strength between the two isn't really that big, and even Lei Zhu might be a bit stronger. So that's how it is. No wonder Lei Zhu couldn't wait to launch the challenge. This is to prove himself. Among the onlookers and eaters, there were also students from Jiangnan province who recognized Lei Zhu's identity. Acting as a popularizer, he explained to those around him. Su Jingming also learned the ins and outs from the mere words of the onlooker students. Even so, however, he did not agree to the invitation to battle and shook his head to refuse. Sorry, I'm not really interested. If anything, he still had some desire to engage in battle before he advanced into the alter ego, but now he has already advanced to a first-order lower-level alien, and he has even cultivated the S-ranked Thunder indestructible body and mastered the 4A-rank battle techniques. It could be said that if he and Lei Zhu engaged in battle, it could almost be said that it was like an adult fighting a child. Even if you win, you can't raise the slightest sense of accomplishment. Oh, not much interest? I don't think it's because you're afraid of our brother Lei, is it? The school forum is now saying that you're the pride of our school that we've seen for more than a decade. But I think it's nothing more than that. Forget it, brother Ray. There's no point in getting serious with someone like that. Before Lei Zhu could say anything, a few people beside him opened their mouths in a conspiratorial manner. Don't be ridiculous. Su Jingming is not that kind of person. Lei Zhu feigned an angry gulp, then opened his mouth with a leathery smile. Su Jingming, I remember that your sister-in-law's family seems to be in the exotic flower business, right? As it happens, our family is your sister-in-law's biggest purchaser at the moment and owes your family a large sum of money. If this payment for the goods didn't hit on time, I'm afraid your little aunt's family will have a little difficulty. The so-called exotic flowers and herbs are heavenly treasures that condense the essence of heaven and earth. It can only be collected in the wilderness area, and each exotic flower has a special utility, either enhance the chi and blood, or enhance the spiritual power. It was of great use to the exalted, and many exalts were willing to pay a high price for it. As a result, there are a lot of businessmen doing this kind of business all over the country. After the results of the martial arts college entrance exams were released, Lei Zhu found out that Su Jingming and his sister-in-law Su Qingwan had a good relationship, so they had the family place a large order with Su Wanqing's company and only gave a deposit, not ready to pay the final payment. If the other party wanted to file a lawsuit and dragged on for a year or two, even if the lawsuit was won, the company would have closed down long ago due to bankruptcy. Originally, he just wanted to pit Su Jingming, but he didn't expect to use it here. Moreover, Lei Zhu also knew that someone like Su Jingming, who placed great value on affection, could not possibly not react to this. You threatened me? Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. With just a look, the opposite Lei Zhu was palpitating. It felt as if he was being stared at by a top-notch ferocious beast, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. But even so, he forced himself to say, not really a threat, just a heads up for you. Time, place. Su Jingming let out a long breath, his pair of black and white eyes carrying an unprecedented coldness. Not far away, Song Qiuyun, who had extremely strong perception, was able to detect the violence hidden under this coldness. What a violent aura! How on earth did he do that? Song Qiuyun's curiosity about this tall boy was further strengthened. 7 days from now, at 12 o'clock noon, actual ring number 3, seeing that Su Jingming took the bait, Lei Zhu then directly returned. Fine, I'll go, but I hope you don't regret it when the time comes. Su Jingming coldly dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Before he even came to Magic City Alien University, he knew that his aunt's company had come with a large order. For this reason, my aunt's family was so busy that they stayed up all night for 2 days and 2 nights to fulfill this order. It also said that the money earned from this single is enough to cover the company's expenses for a year. I didn't realize that it was a trap laid by someone else in advance. Since this matter was started by himself, it should also be ended by himself. Su Jingming promised. Actual battle ring number 3, there will be a big battle in 7 days. When the time comes, go ahead and take up a good spot. After all, there are provincial champions out there. The onlookers of course did not mind, and they were all excited to see the two men reach an appointment, make a pact to go over to the actual ring together then and watch the action. And that, in turn, was exactly what Lei Zhu wanted. The reason why he set the time 7 days later was to make this matter widely spread and attract more viewers. Then, he would defeat Su Jingming in full view of everyone. That way he would be able to obtain the pinnacle of fulfillment. First of all, I would like to welcome all the new students to choose our Magic City Alien University. This freshman assembly is not an official commencement ceremony. You have been brought together to answer some questions and how to better utilize school resources. The first is the permission level for each of you. After the interlude, the freshman assembly officially began at 9 o'clock. A male teacher spoke eloquently from the podium at the front of the playground. The main things involved are similar to what Zhang Chaoyang said. That is, the credit system, the exclusive tutor system, and so on, but be a little more detailed. The battle power list mentioned therein even caused Su Jingming to become quite interested. The battle power ranking was somewhat similar to the Thunder Martial Hall's fist power ranking, but it tested the actual fighting power of the students. A device called a virtual sneak pod is required to fight in a holographically simulated battle scene. Whoever breaks through more levels will be ranked higher, and the rewards you end up with are great. When the freshman conference is over, you can take a closer look at this so-called battle ranking. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. After all, a concept like holographic sneaking was new to him as well. Next, the freshman conference went on for over an hour, except for the first half hour or so, which was spoken by the male teacher at the podium. The rest of the time was spent by the students asking questions. After the new student assembly, Su Jingming came to Mr. Yang Zhentian's villa. In the villa's living room, senior brother Lu Ming was already waiting there. Come on, go to the training room. I'll teach you boxing in the morning, and sensei will teach you marksmanship in the afternoon. Seeing Su Jingming enter, senior brother Lu Ming directly brought him to the training room. In fact, according to the original plan, he should be the one to teach both boxing and marksmanship. However, Su Jingming's gun technique had already reached an advanced level, the same as his gun technique proficiency. Therefore, it can only be taught by Mr. Yang Zhentian. Just like that, Su Jingming followed his senior brother, Lu Ming, and began his training. Senior brother, Lu Ming, was this year's senior student, and his rank had reached the peak of the third stage, boxing, gunplay, and swordplay, all of which had reached an advanced level, and possessed the lightning system's A-rank psychic ability, a genius in the truest sense of the word. Under his tutelage, Su Jingming began his initial exposure to boxing. In this way, for the next period of time, Su Jingming led a very regular life. Wake up at 6:30 a.m. and start with an hour in the training room. Arrive at Mr. Yang Zhentian's villa at 8:30 p.m. In the morning, he followed his senior brother Lu Ming to learn boxing, and in the afternoon, he followed his teacher to learn marksmanship as well as some applications of the lightning system's supernormal abilities. Sure, senior brother and teacher weren't around every day, and when the two weren't around, Su Jingming trained by himself in the villa's training room. Soon, 7 days passed. On July 1st, at 8:30 in the morning, Su Jingming came to Mr. Yang Zhentian's villa as usual. Let's go to the training room. Senior brother Lu Ming was about to go to the training room with Su Jingming when he suddenly realized something was wrong. With a footstep, he turned back in surprise. You advanced? Su Jingming didn't hide it and nodded with a smile. He advanced using the system last night. The previous advancement from Awakened to First Order Lower Alien cost him 300 alien points. This time, it took 386 alien points to advance from the lower First Order to the middle First Order. It wasn't a whole number of alien points consumed, and it confirmed one of his suspicions. That is, using the system to advance is a matter of consuming alien energy points on top of one's original cultivation progress. If he was just a foot away from First Order Intermediate, the amount of alien energy points consumed to use the system to advance might be even lower. Maybe less than 100 alien points to be able to advance. This is one of the reasons why, every day, he is busy with training. How long has it been? And you've advanced? Lu Ming, who received confirmation, was shocked, but he knew that when Su Jingming had come over in the first place, he was still only an Awakened. Now that less than half a month had passed, he had directly broken through to the middle of the first rank. What kind of demonic cultivation speed is this? One must know that it took him nearly a year to go from Awakened to First Order Medium back then. For that, it was already being called a rare genius. I remember you had a date with another freshman today at lunch? Lu Ming asked with a change of expression. Today at 12 noon. Actual combat ring number 3. Su Jingming nodded. He had mentioned this matter once before with his senior brother, Lu Ming. Well, I'll take 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth tugged. If others didn't know Su Jingming's strength, could he, the senior brother who accompanied him in training every day, still not know? After cultivating Thunder Indestructible, Su Jingming's flesh strength alone was comparable to that of a second-stage ferocious beast. Combined with his own extremely superb advanced marksmanship, it was a raw mess. Moreover, that was even if Su Jingming hadn't utilized his supernatural abilities or battle techniques. According to Lu Ming's prediction, Su Jingming's comprehensive strength could almost be considered a second-order high-level alien. Now that he had stepped into the middle of the First Order, his strength was once again enhanced. He didn't think that any freshman could beat such a pervert. Cheer up. After training later on, elder brother will go over with you. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder. In fact, he was also eager to see just how terrifying this senior brother's strength was in his full state. 1142 A.M. Magic City Alien Energy University. Practical Training Building. On the first floor of the training building, there are numbers 1 through 10, a total of 10 rings. Here, it is used exclusively for students to do practical sparring or to settle some personal grudges. At this time, the audience around the ring was already densely packed with a number of students sitting down. Most of these people were freshmen, almost 400 or 500. Keep in mind that there are just over 600 freshmen who have reported to campus. In other words, most of the freshmen have gathered here because of this incident. Jiangnan Province is a big education province. The battle between the first and second place winners is very interesting. After the school year starts in September is the freshman competition, so it's a good opportunity to see the strength of the provincial champion. But then again, I've been checking the information for a while now and realized that Su Jingming really did take advantage of the exam point. If placed at the same exam point, I'm afraid that Lei Zhu would be the top scholar in Jiangnan Province, so it's more likely that Lei Zhu will win? Not necessarily. After all, Su Jingming just recently broke our school's punching power record. What's a record of punching power? It's not like all of us aberrants rely on brute strength when we fight each other. I think Lei Zhu is the stronger one. There was a lot of talk among the students, each speculating on the winner of the battle. A number of these freshmen, who have consulted the information, have consciously discovered the dark side. It was thought that Lei Zhu was stronger, and that Su Jingming's ability to get the top prize in Jiangnan province merely accounted for the remoteness of the examination center. Qiu Yun, who do you think has a better chance of winning between the two of them? In a corner of the audience, Song Qiuyun and her roommate, Xie Dongxia, had likewise arrived. Su Jingming. Song Qiuyun's red lips moved slightly without the slightest hesitation. That tone of certainty caused Lak Dongxia to faintly freeze. Though she and Song Qiuyun only met after they became roommates, but she knew that Song Qiuyun usually thought deeply about something before jumping to conclusions. It was the first time she had ever seen the other woman so sure of herself. But I do think that Lei Zhu is stronger and has a better chance of winning. Lak Dongxia was loyal to Su Jingming's face though, but in terms of strength, she still preferred Lei Zhu. Also, she agrees more with the rumors among the freshmen. Su Jingming was able to get the top prize in Jiangnan province, and he really did take advantage of the test points. However, Song Qiuyun was unimpressed by this. The state has mandatory rules for the Wukou High School exam, where you went to junior high and high school. You have to take the exam wherever you went. Su Jingming may indeed have taken advantage of the test site, but he likewise did not enjoy the rich educational resources of the provincial capital city. The fact that he came from the barren city of Jiangcheng, but ended up winning the provincial top prize, has already proved that he is extraordinary. If Lei Zhu and Su Jingming's identities were swapped, Su Jingming, who grew up in Ning'an City, can still compete for the provincial top prize, and switching to Lei Zhu who grew up in Jiangcheng might not even be able to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province, let alone compete for the provincial top prize. Song Qiuyun's beautiful eyes radiated wisdom. Lak Dongxia beside her froze at the words, right. Oh, people only know to focus on the differences in the test points, but not on the huge disparity in identity resources between the two sides. If the educationally rich Ning'an City's Wukou College entrance examination is ordinary difficulty, the resource-poor Jiangcheng is hellish difficulty. Su Jingming was able to come out on top of the hellishly difficult Jiangcheng and win the provincial championship, has proven the great strength and potential that he himself possesses. Just as Lak Dongxia figured this out, there was a commotion in the audience, and they all looked in the direction of the entrance. It's Su Jingming coming. She too hastily averted her gaze to the entrance. Sure enough, a tall, slender figure just walked in against the light. It had to be said that Su Jingming's aura was indeed powerful. With a height of 1.89 meters, paired with a black battlesuit, he appeared tall and strong, yet he could not see the slightest hint of bloat. A pair of black and white eyes on a firm and hard face, clear and godly. Behind his back, he carried a dark, thick lance, with a sharp tip with a blood groove, glowing with a cold, eerie light under the noonday sun. He merely walked in, and the powerful aura emanating from his body caused the entire venue to go silent. TSK, my senior brother, with this sellout look, when he plays afterward, I don't know how many more schoolgirls he'll charm. Lu Ming, who had just sat in the back row of the audience, looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel secretly emotional. Decent figure and appearance, combined with powerful strength, would definitely be the most ideal person for the young girls of the Magic City Alien Energy University to date. Sure, there are signs of this in the audience today. Many wonderful young girls are staring at Su Jingming who walked in. Some even took out their cell phones and took pictures to record. Su Jingming leveled up. In the front row of the audience, Lei Zhu, who was his opponent, was keenly aware of the change in Su Jingming's aura. But luckily, I had another plan too, Lei Zhu said in his heart. Being able to get into the second place in Jiangnan province, he was not a stupid person without a brain, and felt that he was sure to win this time, especially when the other team broke the record a while back. He had the confidence to challenge Su Jingming, so naturally, he had prepared a killer weapon. Su Jingming, it's too meaningless to just split the winners and losers, or else, let's add some prizes. Looking at Su Jingming who walked over, Lei Zhu got up and said, what colorful prize? Su Jingming raised his sword brows. Your full credit. Lei Zhu's still handsome face carried a touch of undisguised malice. Of course, I will also offer the corresponding value of credits as well as daxia coins, and whoever wins will take it all. Could be. There was a chance to pick up money for nothing, so Su Jingming would not turn it down. Okay, to prevent cheating, we'll all transfer our credits to Mr. Zhou's account. The battle between the aliens is extremely dangerous. A careless, did not collect the fight into serious injuries near death is very common thing. In order to prevent students from dying on the spot, on this side of the ring area, there were teachers with auxiliary-type healing powers sitting in every day. Today, sitting in the ring area is a female teacher named Zhou Yun. She was a 6th-order median psychic with a B-rank auxiliary psychic ability, healing light. In a fight like this one between first-ranked aliens, even if the fight was strong, she could still salvage it. At the same time, Ms. Zhou Yun is also the referee of this game. Thus, Su Jingming transferred all 370 credits he had on him to Ms. Zhou Yun. As for Lei Zhu, in addition to transferring over 50 credits, another 2 million dasha coins were also transferred over. TSK, a bet worth $3,700,000. What a bold move. Both sides don't look like they're good fighters. This would be a heavy blow to either side if they lost. It's good to have a colorful fight, so the fight will be more exciting. The freshmen in the audience were a bit awestruck by the bet. On the one hand, everyone was a freshman who had only just enrolled in school, and $3,700,000 was already considered a significant amount. On the other hand, the critical moment of the freshman competition would come in 2 months. Losing this money on either side is equivalent to losing a huge wave of cultivation resources. Definitely lagging behind in terms of strength progression. Let's both enter the ring. Making sure that the transfer of credits from both sides was okay. Ms. Zhou Yun spoke up. As for Su Jingming and Lei Zhu, they also stepped into the ring separately. This ring was a 30-meter x 30-meter square ring, and Su Jingming and Lei Zhu, spaced 10 meters apart, stood opposite each other. One man with a gun, one with a knife. Before we begin, I'll emphasize again that if one side admits defeat, or loses consciousness, the other side is not allowed to continue the pursuit. Otherwise, the match will be immediately interrupted and the other side will face the harshest penalties of the school. Do you understand? Zhou Yun emphasized with a grave expression on her face. These two people, one is the number 1 in Jiangnan province, and the other is the number 2 in Jiangnan province. Getting hurt was no problem, but if either side died, it would be a problem. Therefore, real combat is never allowed to continue to pursue a fight when you have conceded defeat. Understood. Su Jingming and Lei Zhu nodded at the same time. Good to know. Get ready to start. Zhou Yun nodded and immediately started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the countdown ended, Lei Zhu, who was holding a large sword, let out a low roar. Sunran Karma Fire. Boom. Flames. Mori white flames spread out with Lei Zhu as the center. Sunran Karma Fire. Elemental Fire A ranked ability. Paired with Lei Zhu's strength of that first order high level, the Sunran Karma flame that was cast possessed a terrifyingly high temperature. The temperature in the surrounding air also all rose dramatically due to the appearance of the Morihan Karma flame. The spectators in the audience, whose seats were more forward, even felt as if they had been set ablaze by flames. Shocked, he rushed to get up against the back of the room. Su Jingming, the honor you made me lose. I will take it all back today. Flame slash. In the ring, terrifyingly hot white flames swept towards Su Jingming, and Lei Zhu himself stepped forward. Straight across a distance of more than 9 meters, he arrived in front of Su Jingming. Then, he raised his right hand, and the white greatsword that was entwined with flames slashed fiercely towards Su Jingming with a dull cracking sound. What a skillful articulation of battle techniques. Get right up close and launch a chopping attack. This should be a battle technique combination of surge and flame slash for him. He did unleash it skillfully. Worthy of being an A-ranked psychic ability, the heat of this flame is too terrifying. The many freshmen in the audience held their breaths as they watched the scene with rapt attention. Surge, a very common stance-type C-ranked battle technique, could directly sprint out a distance. However, like Lei Zhu, bursting through and then releasing another battle technique immediately afterward was something that many people present could not do. It requires an extremely terrifying level of proficiency, and it was a seemingly simple set of combos that 90% of the people in the room couldn't catch. Worthy of being the second place in Jiangnan province. This foundation, very solid. Just as the freshmen marveled at the articulation of Lei Zhu's battle skills, Su Jingming in the ring also moved. Crackle, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of electric arcs pulsing. The bluish-purple heavenly divine thunder was the first to haunt Su Jingming's surroundings. It was like an eggshell, isolating the Sunran karmic flame. Next moment, the dark, cold lance moved as well, but no one could see how Su Jingming struck. They only felt a blur before their eyes. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of a clang of a golden gob that echoed through the arena. By the time the crowd reacted, the black lance had already blocked the large sword slash. Blocked? A casual shot that breaks a battle technique into a move. Can it still be played like this? Crap, what kind of power is this? So raw? Faced with this scene, the freshmen all somewhat had to be dumbfounded. Realize that the battle technique was a fusion of the power of supernatural energy and chi in blood. Normally, when faced with a battle technique, one would either directly dodge it or use the same battle technique to parry it. Su Jingming, on the other hand, was different, as he didn't use any battle techniques. Simply with that long spear, he casually beckoned Lei Zhu's flame slash. To describe it in a different colloquial way, it was Su Jingming's shot of a normal flat A, but it directly broke one of the enemy's big moves. How is this possible? Lei Zhu in the ring was equally in disbelief. However, what responded to him was Su Jingming's indifferent low voice. Nothing's impossible. You're just too weak. Immediately afterward, only a bang was heard. Leizu's body violently bent into a C shape, and his waist was slammed by a huge force. The roiling sun-ran karmic flames lost control under the intense pain and suddenly disappeared, while he himself flew out with a bang like a cannonball. Only after hitting the alloy cables at the edge of the ring did he come to a crashing halt, falling helplessly to the ground as if he were a mannequin, his face covered in blood. And only then did Su Jingming, whose entire body was haunted by the blue-purple heavenly divine thunder, slowly retract his lance at his original position. Just now, it was merely a single pumping blow from his use of the lance, but because the speed of the gun was too fast, Leizu could not react at all and could only be sent flying. And along with Leizu's fall, the audience was silent. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it seemed like Su Jingming had only shot twice in total, right? And then, the battle just ended? What about the promised battle? What about the promised Leizu strength over Su Jingming? How is it that on the contrary, Leizu was directly killed instantly? Refund. What? You don't get paid? Well then, excuse me. Originally, everyone thought that Leizu was slightly stronger than Su Jingming. Even if they weren't much stronger, they were all at least evenly matched. But what is it now? Only a few seconds after the battle started, Leizu was first broken in his battle technique, followed by being directly sent flying. This can already be called crushing, and it was still a lopsided crush. Leizu barely had the slightest power to fight back. And is Reizu weak? He wasn't weak. A rank Mori Karma fire ability, plus skillful articulation of battle techniques. Most of the freshmen in the room couldn't eat that combo. Moreover, they were sure that Leizu was 100% in possession of other more powerful battle techniques. But did it work? It didn't work. Su Jingming, who was the enemy, merely exploded with his thunderbolt abnormal energy, and completed the instantaneous kill with 2 shots immediately afterward. It didn't even utilize any battle techniques. For a moment, a single word popped up in the hearts of all the freshmen in the audience: unfathomable. In the audience, those provincial scholars from other provinces looked at the upright figure in the ring. None of them had a grave expression and a scornful look. It was because they realized that even if they were to go up instead, they were afraid that the end result would still be the same as Leizu. This is too meaningless. Not even 10% of my senior brother's strength was forced out. Lu Ming, who was in the back row of the audience, was suddenly disappointed. To dare to challenge Su Jingming with this strength was simply looking for death. In the ring, teacher Zhou Yun, who was acting as the referee, was also somewhat surprised at this scene. He didn't expect that Su Jingming's strength was actually so much stronger than Leizu. The winner of this game is. Just as she wanted to declare Su Jingming victorious, Leizu, who was lying on the edge of the ring, was the one who spoke in a weak voice. Old teacher, I didn't admit defeat. The match isn't over yet. Immediately after that, a blood-red pill was pulled out of his pocket. Bloodstorm Dan, you don't want to die. Zhou Yun's face changed, and she hastened to stop. This is just a match, not for you to fight for your life. The wilderness area had exotic flowers and plants, so it was natural to be able to refine all kinds of pills based on these heavenly materials. And the blood-storming elixir is a kind of elixir used by the exalted to fight for their lives. After taking it, the strength can be increased several times. Of course, the side effects are huge, and you can't get out of bed for a month or 2 afterwards. No, it's okay, I'll just take the consequences if there are any. The blood violence pill was the killer weapon that Leizu had prepared for Su Jingming. It will not be used until it is absolutely necessary. However, Su Jingming's strength greatly exceeded expectations, and there was nothing that could be done without using it. Put up a fight, I'll admit it if I lose. With a low roar, Leizu swallowed the blood violence pill in one gulp. Although a win in this manner is considered a bit of a victory, but that's at least a win. It's better than losing. So, the next moment, under the effects of the elixir, an incomparably strong aura erupted from his body. Sunran karmic flames bloomed once again in a manner that was several times more powerful than just a moment ago, covering the 5 or 6 meters around him as an ocean of forest white flames. That's a clear foul, isn't it? Looking at Leizu, who exploded again, his roommate Lu Wentao in the audience couldn't sit still and quickly got up to protest. The move, too, drew many freshmen to follow suit. Yeah, you can't take pills for the competition, right? Is it still a fair game when outside forces are borrowed? Leizu committed a foul, so it should be an outright loss. Although the freshmen were looking forward to seeing a more exciting battle, they were also very resistant to this act of taking pills. Of course, most of those who spoke up for Su Jingming were girls. Among them was Song Qiuyun's roommate, Xia Dongxia. This is not an official match, and since there were no rules set up before the start of the match, taking pills is within the allowable range. Zhou Yun in the ring shook her head. If Su Jingming had an elixir on him, he could have taken it just as well. Live sparring is not supposed to constrain too many rules. Just who would have thought that Lei Zhu had actually prepared the blood-storming pill that an alien would only take when fighting for his life? It looks like it's still a not-so-low-grade bloodstorm pill, directly raising Lei Zhu's strength temporarily to a second-order lower alien. This time Su Jingming is in trouble. After carefully sensing the aura on Lei Zhu's body, Zhou Yun could not help but secretly shake her head. As a first-order upper alien, Lei Zhu's actual combat power was originally second-order. At this time, with the assistance of the bloodstorm pill, forcing his way into the second rank, I'm afraid that his comprehensive strength has directly increased to the upper second rank. With this kind of strength, even Su Jingming, who had been acting raw just now, was afraid that it would be difficult for him to fight. However, what she didn't expect was this. Su Jingming in the ring didn't have any panic. Instead, he was holding his lance in his hand with a battle spirit. The battle intent has unexpectedly become more vigorous instead. This mentality, it's quite good. Zhou Yun secretly nodded her head. Only what she didn't expect was that Su Jingming was not only in a good state of mind, but could simply be considered happy. Finally, it's not the rhythm of adults beating up children. The corner of Su Jingming's mouth rose slightly, as if sensing the owner's emotions. The lingering violet heavenly divine thunder was also active. The sound of zippy arcs of lightning leaping resounded one after another. Then, in a flash of electricity, his figure directly disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already less than a meter in front of Lei Zhu. Thunder Flash. Body Technique Class A battle skill that allows you to burst forward in any direction for a distance. And with Su Jingming chosen's current strength of First Order Intermediate, the breakthrough distance was as high as 20 meters away. Bursting in front of Lei Zhu, who was more than 10 meters away, could be said to be a breeze. What speed! Lei Zhu's pupils shrunk as he subconsciously raised his sword to slash, and Su Jingming also swung his gun to counterattack. This time, Lei Zhu was finally able to see Su Jingming's movements. However, just seeing it didn't help. There was no way he could change his stance anymore. One could only watch as Su Jingming's lance crashed over. I don't believe that I can't even compare to you even after taking the blood violence pill power. Lei Zhu clenched his teeth and simply increased his strength directly. However, he soon regretted it. The lance and the greatsword collided, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing that was several times more powerful than before. A huge impact force came from the long blade, causing his tiger's mouth to be directly cracked and blood to flow out. He himself was even directly shaken back 3 or 4 steps. What the hell kind of monster are you? After standing still, Lei Zhu's gaze looked fearfully at Su Jingming, who was not far away. This was his strength after taking the blood violence pill and skyrocketing 3 or 4 times. In the power competition, it was actually still no match for Su Jingming. What made him feel even more desperate was that the Sunran Karma flame that he had been strengthened with still had no way to break through the thunder defense surrounding Su Jingming. Since then, whether it was physical strength or psychic abilities, Lei Zhu had lost. No hard feelings. Lei Zhu's eyes flickered, and he decisively chose to move away from Su Jingming, hiding in a position more than 10 meters away. This was followed by his long-range alien strikes. Flame Streak. The morose karmic fire around Lei Zhu condensed into a basketball-sized fireball that smashed towards Su Jingming one after another. As an offensive class flame system B-rank battle technique, each fireball produced by the flame continuous bomb would explode on the enemy's body. Minor burns can be severe, or they can burn right to the ground. However, for Su Jingming, who was protected by the purple heavenly divine thunder, the fireball explosion could not produce a single bit of damage to him. Instead, it was the shockwave from the explosion that slowed him down. Crap! The shockwave from the flame streak has left Su Jingming with no way to get close enough to Thunder Zeus. Worthy of taking the violent blood pill, the power of this flame ability is somewhat exaggeratedly high. But it's okay, Su Jingming only needs to withstand this wave of attacks and wait for the effects of the Thunder Zeus medicine to recede. The freshmen in the audience were all concentrating on this scene. The bad news was that Su Jingming, a warrior with short legs, was kited by the mage. The good news is that mages don't do damage and don't have the ability to sustain for long periods of time. When the medicinal power dissipated, it was time for Su Jingming to counterattack. Lei Zhu in the ring obviously knew this as well, anxiously maneuvering the Mori Karma flame. It wanted to generate more fireballs to break through Su Jingming's thunder defense. However, the other party was as solid as a rock in a torrent. Damn it, what great is Su Jingming's lightning-based supernatural ability? So perverted. Lei Zhu couldn't help but curse. Be reasonable. Under the medicinal effect of the blood violence pill, his equal rank had been temporarily raised from the upper first rank to the lower second rank. The power of the A-rank Sunran Karmic Fire is massively enhanced. It was impossible to deal with a first-order median exalt without even being able to break through the exotic defense barrier. But luckily, there's still more than 10 minutes before the medicine passes. I still have a chance. Lei Zhu was also not a character willing to give up easily. quickly stabilizing his mind and preparing to think of another method. It was also at this moment that Su Jingming's low voice suddenly rang out. Thunder Spear! Only Su Jingming, who had been suppressed by the flame-linking bomb not far ahead, was seen clenching his left hand in the air, accompanied by an ear-piercing thunderous sound. A blue-purple thunder spear was then condensed. It was followed by a violent swing in this direction. The thunder spear was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had approached within 5 meters of Lei Zhu. Not good. He also has a means of long-range attack. Lei Zhu rushes to the side to avoid it. Pust! The thunder spear grazed the side of his stomach, still ripping his battlesuit apart, causing a scorched black wound with blood pouring out. The purple heavenly divine lightning left behind by the thunder spear similarly spread across the wound. As an S-rank psychic ability, even if it was just a hint, it could still cause great damage. As a result, the pain at the wound that was like the bite of a million ants almost caused Lei Zhu to almost faint on this. However, that wasn't the end of it. The low voice sounded again. Thunder Prison. Jab. On the opposite side, Su Jingming pointed his long spear, and along with the sound of thunder that sounded like the chirping of 1,000 birds, endless blue-purple thunder spread down from the top of Lei Zhu's head. A thunder prison was formed, enveloping Thunder Zeus within. Restricted class battle skills. Lei Zhu's face was ugly. Restricted class battle techniques were often difficult to break through, and even if they were forced to break through, they would pay a huge price. Looking at the surrounding area emitting a terrifying aura of thunder, Lei Zhu felt that if he chose to force a breakthrough, the miserable one would definitely be himself. Thus, he simply followed Su Jingming's example and turned back all of the Sun-Ran karmic flames. A materialized barrier of white flames formed around himself. Humph! I'd like to see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhu snorted coldly, not feeling that Su Jingming could break his flame barrier. However, right at that moment, Su Jingming on the opposite side moved. With a thunder flash, he directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Lei Zhu. Flame barrier? It doesn't look like a bad defense, but I just don't know if it can withstand my attacks. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed, and the 2-meter-1 long obsidian spear in his hand was already wrapped in blue-purple thunder. Chain thunder guns. The dark lance turned into a phantom and stabbed out one after another. Thunder flashed, and that flame barrier that Lei Zhu had pinned high hopes on was stabbed through in mere moments. How can it be? Accompanied by Lei Zhu's terrified shouts, the sharp gun head that was entwined with terrifying thunder rapidly enlarged in his pupils. It's going to die. If you get poked, you'll definitely die. At this moment, Lei Zhu's desire for survival was amplified to the limit. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. Thumbs down. The sharp tip of the gun that was entwined with blue-purple thunder and seemed to glow red like a branding iron. In Lei Zhu's horrified gaze, it stopped 1 centimeter from his brow. Just when he thought he had escaped, the lance suddenly turned and poked straight at his right shoulder. Put! A large hole was stabbed out of his shoulder, and his shoulder blade was directly shattered. The intense and sharp pain almost caused Lei Zhu to just pass out. On the other hand, Su Jingming on the opposite side was putting away his long spear, and the expression on that resolute and hardened face was still calm and steady. The whole fight seemed like a long one. However, from the time Su Jingming used his thunder spear to counterattack to the time he finally completed the suppression, it had actually only taken a mere 4 or 5 seconds. By the time the crowd reacted, Lei Zhu had already conceded defeat. The winner of this match is Su Jingming. Zhou Yun noticed Su Jingming's movements, but didn't say anything more, and duly announced the victor of the match. And at that moment, the audience, the freshmen who had regained their senses also set off an excited fervor regarding Su Jingming's wave of near-perfect battle skill articulation just now. Crush, still crushing, in just 4 or 5 seconds. To have performed 4 battle techniques one after another, this is too much, isn't it? Not only that, the articulation between battle techniques is also very smooth. The Bloodstorm pill had forcibly raised Lei Zhu's level to the lower 2nd rank, and originally, the crowd had thought that Lei Zhu would be able to turn the tables on the Jedi. However, surprisingly, it was still Su Jingming's lopsided crushing, and the most terrifying thing was that Su Jingming had too good a grasp on the timing of releasing battle techniques. If you don't move, it's a thunderbolt. A series of battle techniques were unleashed, leaving Lei Zhu with no power to fight back at all, straight to the end of the fight. And most importantly, he actually stopped the battle technique hard at the end. This is the most terrifying. After a battle technique was released, it was extremely difficult to stop, and even if one was forced to stop, he or she would suffer a chi and blood backlash. However, Su Jingming stopped his battle technique like it was nothing, even without any disturbance in his breath. It made some students couldn't help but feel awestruck. That said, these battle skills of Su Jingming's look pretty good in terms of power. Are they all B-rank battle skills? It's possible. The power is so strong that Lei Zhu's flame barrier didn't even last a second before it was broken. For B-rank battle skills, Awesome. The highest battle skill rank I've mastered is only C rank. Indeed. These 4 lightning-based battle techniques of Su Jingming's brought them a sense of toughness that was completely different from that of low-grade battle techniques. At the back of the audience, Lu Ming, who had heard these freshmen's arguments, went numb. Other people weren't clear about these battle skill levels. Could he, as a fellow senior, not be clear? Thunder Spear, Chain Thunder Lance, Thunder Prison, as well as Thunder Flash, could all be A-grade battle techniques. For A-grade battle techniques, senior brother, you really dare to choose Na? Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel in a low voice. As Su Jingming's senior brother, Lu Ming had similarly obtained a list of battle techniques after becoming Yang Jintian's disciple in the first place. But in the end, he had only picked an A-ranked battle skill, Thunder Flash. The rest of them chose B-rank and C-rank battle techniques. It wasn't that he didn't want to pick a higher level battle technique. Rather, the higher the level of the battle skill, the more difficult it was to learn and the longer the cycle. Naturally, he would not choose too many advanced battle techniques that would slow down the rate of his own strength improvement. However, Su Jingming had not only chosen A-ranked battle techniques, he had also chosen 4 in one breath. What's even more outrageous is that it's all learned. How can you embarrass me? A senior brother who spent more than 4 months just learning Thunder Flash? Lu Ming shook his head inside. With such an excellent senior brother, he, who is the senior brother, is simply under great pressure. Su Jingming, I've lost this time. The credits and Daxia coins go to you. Plus I'll pay on time on your sister-in-law's side. In the ring, Lei Zhu finally slowed down from the excruciating pain. Only after looking deeply at Su Jingming did he cover his shoulder to endure the pain and turn around to leave the ring. Lost. This time he was a complete loser. And it can basically be considered a complete loss. You can't beat it in normal form. And you still can't beat it after taking the Bloodstorm elixir. What had just happened had caused him serious frustration. In addition, the shattered right shoulder blade would also require a costly healing from a healing psychic. And when more than 10 minutes passed and the effect of the blood-storming pill passed, his whole body would immediately lose strength. The next 2 months or so were confined to bed rest. One slow step. One slow step. For the freshmen who had just entered the Magic City Alien University, this period of time was the prime time to improve their strength. 2 months of not being able to cultivate and he was almost half wasted. Even if they can barely catch up after that, they won't be able to be the top tier of freshmen. Trying to catch up with Su Jingming was even more of a fool's errand. But regret? Lei Zhu has no regrets. Before taking the blood-storming pill, he had already prepared himself to bear any outcome. I just didn't expect Su Jingming's strength to be so perverted. Mr. Su Jingming, congratulations on your victory. The referee teacher, Zhou Yun, smiled slightly. All of the credits and Daxia coins were then transferred to Su Jingming's account, including 50 credits from Lei Zhu, and 2 million Daxia coins. By this point, on Su Jingming's student account, there are 422 credits. On the bank account, Lei 7, 420, 000 Daxia dollars. Betting on fights, it's pretty quick money. Su Jingming shook his head. The battle was over, and his feud with Lei Zhu had come to an end. And looking at the other party that way, he was also really scared by the fight, and should not ask for trouble in the follow-up. Casually slinging his lance behind his back, Su Jingming leapt down from the ring. Boom! Su Jingming weighed 120 kilograms on his own, plus the 210 kilogram obsidian gun behind him, weighing a total of 330 kilograms. Just jumping off the 1-meter-high ring was like dropping a big lump of iron. It smashed the ground and shook slightly, which made his roommate Lu Wentao, who came over from the audience side, couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. Brother Ming, how much does this lance of yours weigh? It feels like the weight is not small. 210 kilograms. Su Jingming faintly returned. 210 kilograms. Lu Wentao's eyes glared. He himself are only 65 kilograms only. This one lance, that's like 3 of him? Good guy. No wonder Lei Zhu doesn't dare to go hard with you. More than 200 kilograms smashed down. Who's going to be able to withstand this? Lu Wentao scared. According to his estimation, not to mention Lei Zhu, even if it was a provincial scholar from another province, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to forcefully take this shot. Mr. Su Jingming, are you interested in the club? Suddenly, a girl who appeared out of nowhere came before Su Jingming and asked with a smile on her face. The girl had a pretty face and a tall figure. The legs under the short black skirt were round and slender, and somewhat glowing white. Also, unlike a normal girl, she had very mature makeup and didn't look like a college student. Instead, she looks like an elite woman of society. You are? Su Jingming was puzzled. He didn't know her. Vice president of the Spirit Fox Club, Suman. Suman smiled sweetly and handed over a business card. It says her name, her position, and the society she belongs to. Your battle just now was very exciting. Our Spirit Fox Society is in need of fresh blood like you to join. Suman straightforwardly stated his intention. Our Spirit Fox Club, among all the clubs in the school, is a club that ranks relatively high. The president of the society is a third-order upper-level shifter, usually in addition to organizing exchanges of cultivation experience. From time to time, they would also take the members of the community together to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness area to enhance their practical combat ability. In addition, resources are distributed regularly each month. Anyway, there are a lot of benefits to joining our club, so I wonder if you'd like to? Suman spoke of the many benefits of the society in one breath, then looked at Su Jingming with an expectant expression. And this scene was also watched by some of the surrounding students who were closer. Spirit Fox Society? I seem to remember them as an elite society. Yeah, that's them, and I've seen their recruiting announcements on the school forums before. But didn't they only want second-order psychics? How come they're looking for Su Jingming? Do you think that with Su Jingming's current strength, whether or not he's at the second rank, is it important? Seems to say so. TSK, Spirit Fox Society, NV. As an institution of higher learning, the Magic City Alien University naturally had no shortage of clubs, but it's not like some electronic club or Go club in a normal cultural school. The clubs at the Magic City Alien University don't require you to master any particular skill. As long as you are a shifter, you can join. Sure, there are also clubs that set the bar for recruitment. For example, at least first order intermediate, at least first order upper, and some recruiting thresholds above the second order are called elite clubs. This kind of society, due to the fact that the members are strong, whether it was exchanging cultivation tips or hunting ferocious beasts together, it was a great experience. As an elite club, the Spirit Fox Club is the club that many freshmen dream of joining, but they are suffering from not being able to meet the criteria for the grade, and they are not even qualified for the interview. But now, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Society was directly issuing an invitation to Su Jingming. How could this not make them feel envious? Spirit Fox Society? Su Jingming raised his sword brows slightly. He was not averse to joining a club. It was just that he still needed to find out what kind of club the Spirit Fox Club was. Suman, your Spirit Fox Society has broken the rules. At this time, senior brother Lu Ming was frowning as he walked over from a short distance away. President Ryu, I didn't realize you were here. Excuse me. Suman's pretty face changed slightly, and after apologizing anxiously, she swayed her body and walked away quickly. Senior brother. What are you doing? Su Jingming was a little uncertain. Nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand. Societies absorbing new students usually wait until after the freshman competition. It's a rule that's been in place for a long time in all the major societies. But there are still always some people out there who want to do something small. So it is. Su Jingming drifted off. The society set this rule, mostly because they also wanted to determine the strength of good students at the freshman competition before recruiting. Of course, I can understand them. After all, senior brother, you are too good. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder. Alright, the battle watching is over. I'm going back to the dormitory as well. See you around. Sure Fu. Su Jingming nodded, and Lu Ming waved his hand, so he too turned to leave. Lu Ming, peak third-ranked psychic, mastering the lightning system's A-ranked psychic ability, Jade Pivot True Thunder. Also, the vice president of the elite society, the Ash Society. This senior brother Lu Ming, in person, is even more elegant than in the school photos. Looking at Lu Ming, who was gradually walking away, Lu Wentao, who was nicknamed as a know-it-all, couldn't help but voice out his emotions. The Magic City Alien Energy University, with almost 4,000 students enrolled. However, most of the parts were of the first and second orders, and there were no more than 200 people whose strength had reached the third order. As for the higher fourth order, there were some, but they hardly ever stayed in school. Sighing with emotion, Lu Wentao immediately looked at Su Jingming again. By the way, Ming, have you ever been to downtown Mordor? Never been. Su Jingming shook his head. In the past few days, his entire time had been devoted to training, and he hadn't even gone out of school. So naturally, he hadn't been to the city center. It's just as well. I've never been there either. Why don't we go downtown for the evening? Okay. Su Jingming thought for a moment and nodded. He still understands the truth that one thing is better than the other. It's really time to relax after training for so long. In addition, he was also more interested in Magic City, one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Summer Kingdom. Okay, but there's no point in just the two of us going. I can post a dorm bonding thread on the school forums to see if anyone wants to get together, and it would be great to have a girl. Lu Wentao proposed with gusto, and while leaving behind Su Jingming, He picked up his cell phone and operated it. Soon after, a thread titled "Got a Night to Hang Out Together in Downtown Magic City?" The post. It then quickly appeared on the student forum of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Inside the content of the post, it was also written that he and Su Jingming were ready to go shopping in the center of Magic City at night. Xiao Yun, look, Su Jingming and the others are going to the center of Magic City at night and are looking for companions. In the audience, Xia Dongxia, who had already gotten up and was ready to leave the stage, suddenly swiped this post by Lu Wentao on her cell phone. Unable to help, her face was delighted. Xiao Yun, let's go together. Just as a dormitory bonding. Su Jingming, looking at the tall figure in the distance that had already walked to the exit, Song Qiuyun, who had never been too interested in this kind of fellowship, gave a slight thought and nodded. Good. On the other hand, after leaving the practical training building, Su Jingming received a call from his youngest aunt, Su Qingwan. Xiao Ming, is everything alright over there in Magic City? Well, pretty good. Ha ha, that's good. I forgot to tell you last time I called. Your cousin Tangqi has been accepted into your school over in Magic City. I could hear that my sister-in-law was in a good mood, and there was a smile in her tone. Oh, which school is it? Linjiang Alien Energy University doesn't seem to be too far from your Magic City Alien Energy University. Linjiang Alien University? Indeed, it's not too far from my side. Su Jingming smiled. On this side of the Magic City University City, there are a total of 5 alien energy universities, and Linjiang Alien Energy University is one of them. The national rankings are not bad either. Around 100. So when is Qi going to report to school? The official check-in is September 1, and she wants to check in early, but she hasn't figured out what day to come over yet. Okay, let me know when Qi thinks of something, and I'll pick her up at the station then. After chatting for a while longer, Su Jingming then hung up the phone. The teacher, Yang Zhentian, hasn't been at school lately, so he didn't go over to the teacher's villa, and carrying his lance, he walked into the training room on the second floor and started training on his own. On the other hand, Lu Wentao on the sofa on the first floor was both happy and troubled. Happily, many people below his post left comments wanting to come along. The trouble was that there were so many people that he had no idea who to choose. This Lac Dongxia seems to be Song Qiuyun's roommate, right? Suddenly, Lu Wentao saw a familiar name in the message and couldn't help but see his eyes light up. In that case, let's call up the Lac Dongxia girls first. But 4 still seems a bit short and not very lively. 2 more would be better. In that case, it's whoever the little cockerel points to. Just like that, Lu Wentao randomly chose another dormitory to leave a message. Crackle, crackle. In the training room on the second floor of the villa, Thunder's light flickered. Su Jingming was merely wearing only shorts as he sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Countless tiny thunder and electric arcs swam on the surface of his skin, chest, abdomen, thighs, calves. Wherever the thunder traveled, the skin was slightly reddened and produced a strange sense of toughness. This was the cultivation method of the S-ranked body forging battle skill, the Thunder Indestructible Body. With a special technique, the lightning-based supernatural energy was applied to the physical body as a way to enhance the strength of the physical body. Sure, only a physical body that had been molded with the foundation of an indestructible body could be exercised in this way. Otherwise, this behavior is tantamount to self-harm. Brother Ming, it's almost time, let's get ready to go. Lu Wentao's shout rang out from downstairs. Su Jingming's eyes snapped open, and it was as if electricity flashed through them. Coming, responding, Su Jingming collected the roiling purple heavenly divine thunder. Standing up, he first went to the bathroom to take a brief shower and put on a t-shirt and pants before walking downstairs. 6:41 p.m. At the entrance of the Magic City Alien University. Magic City Alien University, located in the very center of the university city, was sandwiched between several other colleges and universities, and the magnificent gates of the Mordor University of Alien Energy. It caused every other school student passing by to subconsciously glance this way. What's different now than in the past, though, is that some of these female students, in the course of looking at the school gates, one can't help but be drawn to a young man on the side. This youth was tall and slender, with sword brows and starry eyes, masculine and hard. Just by standing there, he exuded a distinctive and special aura. However, intimidated by the youth's powerful aura, many girls just looked at it from afar, but did not dare to go forward to ask for contact information. This person was none other than Su Jingming, and next to him, his roommate, Lu Wentao, was likewise present. The entrance to the school was the meeting place for the appointment, and we left at 7 o'clock sharp. Without waiting for a while, 2 of the 4 people who had agreed with Lu Wentao had already appeared at the school entrance. It was a pair of twin sisters who looked 8 or 9 times alike. Both had delicate melon faces, one with a double ponytail and the other with a single ponytail. The two are also about the same height, around 6'2", and dress in a cute type of style. Surprisingly, they're twin sisters. Lu Wentao was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that I had been so lucky to pick such a beautiful pair of girls with my casual selection in the back. The two women saw Su Jingming and Lu Wentao from afar, waving their hands and walking quickly this way. Hello guys, I'm my sister Li Wanting. Her sister, Li Wanting, who was wearing a single ponytail, took the lead in greeting her graciously. The younger sister with a double ponytail on the side smiled similarly with a cheeky smile. I'm my younger sister, Li Wanyu. The twin ponytailed sister is very cute, and when she smiles like that, she shows a small cute tiger tooth. Lu Wentu, Su Jingming. Lu Wentao and Su Jingming also introduced themselves with a smile. On the other hand, Li Wanting and Li Wanyue, who were on the opposite side of the table, were both subconsciously placing their gazes on Su Jingming. After all, the two of them were here for Su Jingming. In the audience at noon, the two women could also see Su Jingming in the ring though, but it was too far away to get a closer look. Now that he got closer and looked again, he realized that Su Jingming's aura was even better than when he was in the ring. The two sisters looked at each other and noticed the surprise on the other's face. Sure, the girls who were able to get into the Magic City Alien University weren't star-crossed fanboys either. This time, the girls chose to participate in the sorority, and apart from satisfying their little fangirl mentality, the main thing was to make friends with Su Jingming. The end of that fight at noon was obvious to anyone with eyes to see. Su Jingming's strength was completely different from the other freshmen. The future achievements can be said to be unlimited. With such an opportunity to make acquaintances, of course they would not let it go. In fact, most of the girls who commented under the post had this in mind. Of course, if they could really develop further with Su Jingming, they would be willing to do so. Li Wanting and Li Wanyue were both cheerful and generous in nature, and after arriving, they quickly chatted with both Su Jingming, and in the course of the chat, Su Jingming learned both sisters possessed the same auxiliary class healing B rank ability, healing holy water. It could heal all sorts of injuries, and even the two women's supernatural abilities could be stacked to achieve the effect of A-ranked supernatural abilities. So, if you guys want to form a wilderness area adventure squad in the future, you can give priority to our two sisters. Sister Li Wanting smiled sweetly, as auxiliary type aberrants. Although they also had combat power, their combat power wasn't really that high. In the future, even if they wanted to go into the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts, they would have to rely on their teammates to do so, and an alien with great strength like Su Jingming was undoubtedly the most reliable teammate. It wasn't as if they were trying to leave a deep impression on Su Jingming this time they came over. As long as the other party could prioritize thinking of them when they needed auxiliary type psychics one day in the future, it would already be considered a success. Good. Su Jingming smiled and nodded. The wilderness area infested with ferocious beasts was dangerous, but it also contained great wealth. For example, the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, or exotic flowers and herbs that only grow in the wilderness area. Many of the current students of the Magic City Alien University would then choose to form an alien squad. Enter the wilderness area in your free time to hunt ferocious beasts and earn money and credits. And the lineup of the alien squad is very important. Just like playing an online game. Fighters, mages, priests, such roles are essential. It was also the only way to ensure a higher survival rate for the squad within the wilderness area. Su Jingming didn't have the idea of forming an alien squad for the time being though, but it's good to make friends who know people who have auxiliary type psychic abilities. More friends, more ways. Just as he was thinking so, Lu Wentao who was on the side was looking ahead. His eyes lit up as he said, "Brother Ming, the last remaining two have arrived." Su Jingming also subconsciously looked forward upon hearing this, and saw the two people who had walked out from within the school gates. These were two young girls of about the same height. The one on the left, slender and pretty, wearing a floral dress, a pair of jade legs under the dress, long and straight, looked very healthy. The young girl on the left was already very pretty, but the girl on the right was much better. The girl's eyes were as clear as a baby's, her nose and mouth were cherry, and her appearance was delicate. Her black hair was tied up high by a bunch of red silk, revealing her white neck, and she was dressed very simply, just a plain lady's t-shirt with light blue jeans. However, her body was dimpled and her breasts were proud and full. A pair of long legs, wrapped in tight jeans, the curves presented are also round and full. It's a strange sense of contrast, with a delicate look that's still slightly youthful, but the body is like a ripe peach, swaying between the wind and moving. This couldn't help but make Su Jingming think of an adjective, a young girl with a sense of young womanhood. And this young girl was none other than Song Choyun, who he had seen before. Good evening to you all. I've been invited here by Dongxia. Dongxia walked up with a smile on her face. I'm her roommate, Song Chioyun. Song Chioyun, who was following beside her, followed suit. First time meeting, I'm Su Jingming. Su Jingming also introduced himself with a smile. Student Su, I'm afraid we're not meeting for the first time. Song Chioyun blinked her big clear eyes. Seeing the flash of cunning that surfaced on Song Chioyun's pretty face, Su Jingming also recalled that time when he had stared at each other at the freshman conference. Indeed, not quite a first meeting. Alright, everyone's here. Let's get going. Brother Ming, you take Song Chioyun and the two of them, and I'll take the Li Wanting sisters. Seeing that all six had arrived, Lu Wentao did not delay any longer. Divided into two groups, they took two different cabs to the center of the Magic City. There are 5 districts in the main urban part of the Magic City: Huanpu, Suwei, Chongning, Yangpu and Jing'an. The administrative district in which Magic City University Town is located is Jing'an District, if divided according to urban and suburban areas. In fact, the 5 main city administrative districts of Magic City are considered the center of the city and are very prosperous. But the city center that Su Jingming and the others were going to was the busiest place in Magic City, Huaihai Commercial Street. Here, it's one of the top business centers in the country. Not only did they sell all sorts of luxury goods, even the various equipment and elixirs needed by the exalted, they were all sold here. The Magic City Alien University was not considered too far from Huaihai Commercial Street. Su Jingming and his group took a cab and arrived at the entrance of the shopping street in just half an hour. This is Huaihai Commercial Street. What appeared in front of Su Jingming was a bustling commercial street. It was now 7:30 p.m. And it was already getting a little dark. However, the bustling commercial street in front of us was a variety of holographic projections blooming with light, and countless crowds of people shuttling through them. The crowd was boisterous, and Su Jingming found quite a few familiar store names among the stores inside the commercial street. Hagyuan Equipment, Manhwa Pharmaceuticals, Lu Wentao, who was also coming for the first time, as well as Song Chioyun and Dongxia, were also looking at the bustling commercial street in front of them in awe. As for the Li Wanting sisters, it didn't seem like it was the first time they had come over, and their reaction was slightly more muted. I've been to this side of Commercial Street, and there's another snack street next to it. Why don't we go get something to eat first? Could be. Okay, we are all young people of 18 or 19 years of age, and we would not want to eat a proper meal. Thus, when the single ponytailed Li Wanting proposed to go to the snack street, it was echoed by the crowd in droves. After spending more than an hour filling their stomachs at the nearby snack street, Su Jingming and his group only turned back and started strolling through the commercial street. It had to be said that the center of Magic City was much more complete than that of Jiangcheng. Hagyuan Equipment Group, which also sold black flare guns, provided pitifully few models of battlesuits and weapons over in Jiangcheng. But on this side of Mordor, it's all in one place. Even the black flare guns all still had various different subdivided models, and it was a sight to see Su Jingming's heart flutter. Unfortunately, his existing set of gear had been replaced only earlier and was still adequate as well. Then he resisted the urge to buy it. Song Chioyun, who was with them, didn't have so many worries, seeing the beautiful and good-looking battle clothes. Surprisingly, it's as if ordinary clothes are just waved away. In just over half an hour, 3 sets of battle techniques were bought, costing up to several $1 million. This made Su Jingming couldn't help but secretly lament that this Song Chioyun looked simply dressed. But he didn't expect to be a small rich woman. Friendship between young people always grows quickly, and it took more than 4 hours of shopping in Huaihai Commercial Street. They quickly familiarized themselves with each other, talking and laughing all the way. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that I took a cab back to school. Entering the student dormitory area, Su Jingming and his group first bid farewell to the Li Wanting sisters. He then sent Dongxia and Song Chioyun back to the door of the dormitory. We're at the dorm. Bye. Besides, we had a lot of fun today, so thank you. At the door of the dormitory, Song Chioyun said goodbye to Su Jingming with a smile on her face. She was not a girl who liked to go out with the opposite sex. Because of her A-rank psychic ability Morning Glory, her perception was sharp. As a result, she could always sense that hot longing that every boy carried deep inside when he looked at her. However, Su Jingming is all different. Though she could also sense the other's sight, she could only feel the other's appreciation for beautiful things, and not mixed with this other emotion. This surprised her a little while at the same time. She couldn't help but feel a little better. Bye. Su Jingming also smiled and waved his hand. After seeing Song Chioyun swaying her body and Dongxia walk into the dormitory, only then did Su Jingming return to his dormitory with Lu Wentao. Phew. It's still nice to get out and wander around once in a while. Lu Wentao sat on his butt on the sofa. Su Jingming, who was on the side, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it had been a relaxing few hours. and it had left him feeling in a good mood. But after tonight, it's time to move on, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Just as Su Jingming said, ever since that day when he and Song Choyun had gone to the center of Magic City for a stroll, he had once again lived a three-pointed life. Dormitory, teacher's cottage, cafeteria. Every day is either training or on the way to training. Although Lu Winto had a cynical look, the fact that he was able to enter the Magic City Alien Energy University also represented his strength and potential. During all this time, he was also training and practicing. Of course, he takes some time out every few days to go out in style. In his words, work and play make it last. 15 days later, July 16th, 9 p.m., in the training room on the second floor of the villa, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Level, First Order Medium, plus. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 460 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 351 H, plus. Skills, Gunnery, Advanced plus. Fist Fighting, Elementary plus. Thunder Spear, Elementary plus. A-Ranked Chain Thunder Lance, Elementary plus. Thunder Flash, Elementary plus. Thunder Prison, Elementary plus. Lightning Blast Break, Advanced plus. Body Forging, Thunder Indestructible Body, First Weight plus. Ability points, 1048. Almost ready to advance again. Almost half a month had passed since the last time Su Jingming had advanced to the First Order Intermediate. Now even if they leveled up again, although the advancement speed was still fast, at least it wasn't as conspicuous. Then add some. Su Jingming's heart fluttered, and his consciousness clicked directly to the plus sign behind his rank. Alien points minus 456. First Order Intermediate, First Order Superior. Boom! Within moments, Su Jingming's aura skyrocketed by a hair. The rank, finally, has reached the first echelon of entering freshman. Clenching his fist, Su Jingming could feel the chi and blood rushing within his body, which was once again quite a bit stronger than before. Next moment, accompanied by an ear-piercing thunderclap, the purple heavenly divine thunder that shimmered with a bluish-purple light was summoned forth, lingering around Su Jingming. The power of the violet heavenly divine thunder has also been improved. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then opened his system panel again. Name Su Jingming. Level, First Order Upper. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 520 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 421 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Boxing, Elementary plus. Thunder Spear, Elementary plus. A-Class Chain Thunder Lance, Elementary plus. Thunder Flash, Elementary plus. Thunder Prison, Elementary plus. Lightning Blast Break, Advanced plus. Body Forging, Thunder Indestructible Body, 1 Essay plus. Ability points, 592. Advancing to the upper first rank. Both of his two basic attributes had risen by almost 60 points or so. Also, Su Jingming noticed that the plus sign after the rank was missing. It seems that the remaining alien energy points won't be enough to last long enough to allow me to advance to the second order. Su Jingming stroked his chin. Since that's the case, it's also time to make a trip to the wilderness area, hunt down ferocious beasts, and replenish a wave of alien energy points. But before that, let's spend all the alien points and push my strength to the limit. Su Jingming's gaze flickered, and then he once again chose to add points. Alien points minus 354. Thunder Indestructible Body. First level, second level. Thunder Indestructible Body. As the only S-class battle skill Su Jingming currently possessed, when you can't level up, it's natural that the first skill that needs to be upgraded is the skill that needs to be upgraded. And as an S-ranked battle skill, the amount of ability points required to raise the Thunder Undying Body could not be said to be high. However, it was all worth it. When Su Jingming's Thunder Indestructible Body was raised to the second level, he could feel as if there was a thunderous sound resonating within his body. Bone density increased again and muscles became firmer. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. The Thunder Indestructible Body has broken through to the second level, so it's not far from the third level. The Thunder Indestructible Body had a total of 13 levels. As an S-class body forging type battle technique, the Thunder Indestructible Body naturally wasn't just as simple as enhancing the physical quality. Whenever you raise your threefold Indestructible Body, you will be able to gain a special ability, and when the Undying Body was raised to the third level, it could open the special state, the Thunder Extreme State. The Thunder Polar State was somewhat similar to the Thunder Activation Cells that Su Jingming had used on the martial arts exam, but it is an extreme enhancement of it. After the Thunder Extreme State is turned on, whether it's movement speed, gunshot speed, punching power, leg power, and so on, all of them can be strengthened in all aspects. Thunder Pole State. What a great anticipation. Su Jingming looked at his system panel again. After upgrading Thunder Indestructible, there were 242 exotic points left. He spent another 178 exotic energy points to upgrade the Chain Thunder Gun from beginner to intermediate. According to Su Jingming's estimation, upgrading to intermediate should require 200 exotic energy points to be correct, but since he was usually training, he only spent 178 alien energy points to upgrade his quantity degree to intermediate, and on the system panel, there were only 62 alien points left. Since then, Su Jingming's system panel had almost completely run out of ability points. Go talk to your teacher tomorrow and then get ready to go to the wilderness area, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Life at the Magic City Alien University was laid back and cozy. Other than the various lists and training rooms, it doesn't look much different from the universities of the previous world. However, Su Jingming was still desperately trying to raise his strength. The reason is simple. Because from the very beginning of the crossing, he had always had a sense of crisis. He was afraid that one day, when the ferocious beast stepped into the city, he would not be strong enough to fight back. There are also aliens who are responsible for the protection of the public. But Su Jingming was not used to putting the safety of his life in the hands of others. It's up to you to make your own destiny. Just like in his previous life, no one could look at him as an orphanage born. It was thought that he would drop out of school after completing compulsory junior high school, just like the other children in the orphanage. But the facts speak for themselves. Not only did he finish high school, but he also went to college, succeeded in graduate school, and eventually achieved a PH. And all of this is Su Jingming step by step. Solid out. Even after traveling to the blue planet, he would never change. My heart is as one. Unshakable. This is what motivates him to keep training hard every day. The next day, 7:30 a.m. Su Jingming, who had already been training in the training room for more than an hour, put on his battlesuit, put on his black flare gun, and walked down to the second floor. Today was a practical training session with senior brother Lu Ming, so he had to be fully armed. Good morning, Ming. The living room on the first floor. Just out of the bedroom. Still a little sleepy eyes. Lu Wentao was already accustomed to this. In his opinion, Su Jingming was a complete ascetic. Every day is nothing but training. No, it can no longer be described as ascetic. It's almost like a robot with a set program. Of course, Lu Wentao admired this very much. 8 hours of training a day would be his limit. If he really let him train from morning to night like Su Jingming, he wouldn't be able to stand it. For Su Jingming, these new students, the time until the official start of the school year, there's no one at all to constrain. You can do whatever you want. If it were college in a previous life, most people would probably sleep in until they woke up naturally and then start thinking about doing things. But it was different at the Magic City Alien University. Even though it was still early, there were already many freshmen walking on the road outside the dormitory. Some were also as heavily armed as Su Jingming. I don't know if it's going to be a wilderness area or if it's going to be hands-on training. Make your way towards the exit of the dormitory area. While passing by the 12th villa, Su Jingming saw Song Choyun's familiar slender figure walking out of the villa. The two had exchanged contact information with each other since their last trip together to the center of the Magic City. Occasionally, we chat on our mobile apps. Sometimes they meet by chance in front of the dormitory like this early in the morning. After all, the villa that Su Jingming was in was number 32, and heading towards the exit, he would definitely pass by villa number 12 where Song Choyun was. Morning. Su Jingming briefly greeted him, and looking at Song Choyun's outfit, he said with some curiosity, "You're doing practical training today as well?" Since the last freshman meeting, the freshmen knew that there was an exclusive mentorship system. Then they all became active, and all kinds of door-to-door worship. Most of them failed. However, a small number of people have succeeded in worshipping their mentors and have their own dedicated mentors. Song Choyun is one of them. As a provincial top student in Chuan Province, there is no doubt about her strength and potential. Her exclusive tutor, however, was the director of the Elemental Academy, a 7th-ranked upper female teacher who had mastered the natural class light system A rank ability. It was because of this that Song Choyun also went over to the teacher's villa to receive training guidance every day just as Su Jingming did. However, in the past, Song Choyun had worn loose training clothes, but today it was the same as Su Jingming, wearing a battle dress and carrying a long sword weapon. Unlike the men's battlesuits, the women's battlesuits are made slimmer for agility. And under the wrapping of this slimming silver-white battlesuit, Song Choyun's plump and slender body curves were revealed. Morning. Seeing Su Jingming, Song Choyun also smiled sweetly and nodded her head. There's a senior sister coming over today, so it's just the right time to try out some real-world training. I'm not too confident myself though. Teachers' villas are all in the same direction, so Song Choyun, who had met Su Jingming by chance, spoke while walking with him in the direction of the exit. One of the two was tall with a firm, hard look, and the other was delicate with a delicate look. Walking down the road together, it did cause some of the passers-by around them to cast frequent glances. That's right, Su Jingming, why don't we try a real-world sparring match one day when we're free? On the way, Song Qiuyun suddenly said. In fact, she had always been very curious as to why Su Jingming was able to produce an aura similar to that of a ferocious beast, but she didn't ask because she thought it might involve some of the other person's privacy. But if you sparred in person, you might be able to find some clues. Good. Su Jingming was indifferent to this, only when he was free. I'm afraid it would be after he returned from the wilderness area. Only after walking all the way to the teacher's villa area with Song Qiuyun did the two of them separate to go to different villas. Senior, I'm coming. Su Jingming walked into the villa, only to find that in the villa's living room, besides his senior brother Lu Ming, his teacher Yang Zhentian was also there. He only saw his teacher, Yang Zhentian, wearing a loose training robe, sitting leisurely on the sofa. Teacher, Su Jingming shouted respectfully. As a 7th order upper alien, Yang Zhentian also had his own training program every day. Usually, Mr. Yang trained on his own in the morning before coming in the afternoon to teach him marksmanship as well as the use of his psychic abilities. I didn't expect to show up early this morning. Aha! Yang Zhentian nodded slightly and smiled. I heard yesterday that the two of you were going to train in actual combat today, so that's why I made a special effort to take a look. In Yang Zhentian's gaze towards Su Jingming, there was undisguised satisfaction. During this period of time, he had seen all of Su Jingming's performance in his eyes. Every day he arrived at the villa on time for training, never once arriving late or leaving early, and going back to the dormitory for extra training. Even in the absence of himself and Lu Ming, he would not slack off in the slightest. S-ranked psychic abilities coupled with such hard training, what's the worry of not being able to accomplish anything? Yang Zhentian's heart rose with thousands of emotions. Even he didn't work as hard as the other guy when he was younger. In addition, Su Jingming's cultivation progress was also very satisfactory to him. Realize that Su Jingming was only merely an awakened when he first came over, and now that a month had passed, it was already a first-order medium alien. This leveling up is not fast. Just as he was thinking that, he suddenly realized that there was a hint of something wrong. Su Jingming's breath got stronger. After carefully sensing it, Yang Zhentian couldn't help but be surprised. You've broken through to the upper first rank? Was just about to tell Sensei. I broke through the first-order upper last night. Su Jingming nodded. Also, my thunder indestructible body has broken through to the second level. These two pieces of news were dropped one after the other like two bombs. Even Yang Zhentian, who has always been stable and has the nickname of Yang Yin Wang, was stunned by what he heard. Level breakthroughs, forging breakthroughs, it was all one thing that was more difficult than another. But coming from Su Jingming's mouth, how did it feel as simple as drinking water? I told you, junior brother is a complete demon. The senior brother next to teacher Yang, Lu Ming, laughed bitterly. Back then, when he had broken through from first rank intermediate to first rank upper, it had taken him half a year. And after worshipping Yang Zhentian and shaping the foundation of the indestructible body, it even took a full year to advance to the second level of the thunder indestructible body. But now, Su Jingming, who has only been a teacher for a month, has done it all. Good. Very good. Yang Zhentian also reacted at this time and happily patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. The disciple's strength had increased so rapidly, so of course he, as a teacher, was happy. It just so happens that we've prepared practical training today, so let me see how strong you are after you've advanced. Teacher, Yang Zhentian brought Su Jingming and Lu Ming to the backyard of the villa. Here, it's an open-air, hands-on training ground. The site is very wide, almost about 500 square meters. The floor seemed to have been cast using alloys that glowed with a cold metallic luster under the early morning sunlight. This open-air practical training ground was built by me out of A-grade alloy. In here, just let go and fight. Jingming, don't have any worries, just explode your full strength. You can't get hurt with the teacher around. Yang Zhentian said with a smile. Understood. Su Jingming nodded. This was the first time he had fought against senior brother Lu Ming, so naturally he had to give his best. Of course, since this was actual combat training, Lu Ming would likewise suppress his strength. Otherwise, with his peak third-order strength, the lightning supernatural energy surged out. Su Jingming wouldn't even be able to touch his opponent and would simply play through. Junior brother, then I'll suppress my strength to the lower second rank before fighting you. Across from him, Lu Ming spoke aloud. In fact, as an older brother who is already a senior, he had 3 more years of practical training experience than Su Jingming. By all rights, for this kind of practical training, he should have suppressed himself to the same upper first rank as Su Jingming. However, Lu Ming was very clear that if he suppressed his strength to the upper first order, the one who would lose would definitely be himself, and it wouldn't have the effect of real-world training. which is why it's directly stated that it's suppressed to the lower second order. Yang Jintian obviously knew this and didn't make a sound to stop him. Thus, the two of them, Su Jingming and Lu Ming, each holding a lance in their hands, stood in the middle of the training ground. Ready, 3, 2, 1, start. The moment Yang Jintian's words fell, there was a flash of electricity, and both of them unexpectedly disappeared at the same time. Thunder Flash. This Thunder and Lightning Department A-rank battle skill was used by the master and brother coincidentally. The next moment, only a loud clang was heard. In the center of the training ground, a black and a green lance clashed together, presenting an even match. What a strong power. Although his mind was prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked by Su Jingming's power. The other party's power was actually on par with his, and even slightly stronger. Compared to Lu Ming's shock, Su Jingming was burning with excited battle intent. Ever since he had cultivated Thunder Indestructible, he had never found an opponent who was evenly matched with his power. Even Lei Zhu, who had eaten the blood violence pill, didn't dare to go all out with him. But now, finally, there was an opponent who could make him go all out. Chain Thunder Guns. Su Jingming decisively changed his stance, his long spear carrying bluish-purple thunder, turning into a black phantom as he quickly stabbed out. Lu Ming naturally knew the power of this A-grade battle technique and did not dare to touch it hard, and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, the next moment, another voice rang out. Thunder Prison. The blue-purple thunder transformed into a prison to encompass Lu Ming. Immediately afterward, another thunder spear flew this way. Good man. What a way to not give a moment's respite. However, I'm not that newborn Thunder Zeus. Jade Pivot True Thunder. Crackle. Endless majestic white thunder surged out from Lu Ming's body, wrapping his entire body and rushing out of the thunder prison while dodging the thunder spear. Next, it's my turn. Lu Ming carried his spear under the wrapping of the A-grade lightning system supernatural energy Jade Pivot True Thunder. Smile recklessly launches a charge and battles Su Jingming. After more than 20 minutes, under the continuous use of battle techniques, Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder was finally completely consumed. Dang! After another lance impact, Su Jingming stood at a distance, almost on the verge of reaching his limit. He felt exhausted all over and couldn't help but gasp for air and open his mouth. Senior, it's me who lost. Jab. Lu Ming appeared in front of Su Jingming in a lightning flash, and the Jade Pivot True lightning that roamed the sky was also collected into his body. He only shook his head and said, I just took advantage of the powers. Not that you lost. Although he had suppressed his strength to the lower second rank, he was, after all, a peak third rank alien. The depth of the alien ability was far from what Su Jingming, who was at the upper level of the first rank, could compare to. Not bad. A wonderful fight. Yang Jintian walked up with a round of applause. To be honest, in this battle just now, Su Jingming's performance had also somewhat exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that Lu Ming would be able to achieve victory, but he didn't expect it to be a tie. Lu Ming put away his spear, patted Su Jingming's shoulder and asked with a smile, do you know what level of strength you've just reached? What level? Su Jingming, who had slowed down a bit, was curious. Second order invincible. Lu Ming's gaze was slightly condensed. Realize that, to be accepted as a disciple by Yang Jintian, he himself was a heavenly pride with strong strength. Even if he suppressed his strength to the lower second rank, with his rich combat experience and maneuvers, he also had the confidence to sweep away any exalt below the third rank. However, Su Jingming was fighting him evenly. What is this if not second order invincibility? Second order invincibility. Su Jingming nodded thoughtfully. Finally, I have an accurate picture of my overall strengths. As for the third order and above, that would be another world. It was only the upper first rank, and it was only normal that he couldn't reach that level. Okay, practical training is over, so I'll go inside and rest for a while. Yang Jintian greeted everyone and returned to the living room, and as soon as he sat down, Uncle Fu walked over with a plate of cut fruits. This is the clear spirit exotic fruit that Master got some time ago. It can get rid of fatigue and is just right to eat after training. Exotic fruits, the same as exotic flowers and herbs, are fruits that contain strange effects. Su Jingming sniffed and also picked up a piece with his hand. The shape of this clear spirit isolate fruit is somewhat similar to that of a cantaloupe, and just after biting into it, a fresh fruity aroma emanates. After Su Jingming finished eating a piece, he really felt that the exhaustion after the great battle was cut down quite a bit. There's always something nice to rub off on me here at Sensei's, so it looks like I'll have to run this way every day from now on. Su Jingming smiled and joked. Good, as long as you come, teacher, I will prepare exotic fruits for you every day. Yang Jintian laughed. For him, who was a 7th order upper level alien, these exotic fruits were really nothing. Next, Su Jingming and his teacher and elder brother, after chatting for a while, finally cut to the chase. Teacher, I'm going to be away from school for a while in the back, and I'm afraid I won't even be able to come over to this side of the villa to train anymore. What's wrong? Is something wrong at home? Yang Zhentian even asked. No, nothing happened at home. Su Jingming hastily shook his head, then solemnly said, Teacher, I'm going to make a trip to the wilderness area. To the wilderness area? Yang Zhentian frowned slightly. The so-called wilderness areas are areas that are not under the protection of the human army. Those places are often infested with ferocious beasts, and there wasn't a strict hierarchy of ferocious beasts like the ones in the martial arts high school examination hall. It was possible that you hadn't set foot in the wilderness area for long before you encountered a fifth-ranked ferocious beast that happened to be passing by, and were then devoured on the spot. Randomness is high and danger is high. How long are you going to be gone? Come back before the freshman competition. So long? Yang Zhentian's eyelids jumped. It was only the middle of July, and the freshman competition would have to wait until early September to go. In other words, Su Jingming would have to stay in the wilderness area for a month and a half. The dangers of this are self-evident. Yang Zhentian had wanted to persuade, but looking at the firmness in Su Jingming's eyes, he didn't say anything. Never mind. Since you want to go ahead. Yang Zhentian sighed, but still instructed. Remember, if you see something wrong, immediately flee. With thunder flash around. As long as we don't encounter a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, basically our lives won't be in danger. The rise of every strong man has to go through the experience of blood and fire, and the crisis between life and death is the most efficient catalyst to become a strong man. Although he thought Su Jingming could still train in school for a while longer, but since Su Jingming had taken the initiative to go, he wouldn't stop him. Thank you, teacher. Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that his teacher would disagree. But fortunately, Mr. Yang Zhentian was very understanding. Sure, even if the teacher doesn't agree, he'll still go. After all, alien energy points were the core of the Deep Blue system and the key to the rapid increase in his strength. By the way, which wilderness area are you planning to go to? Yang Zhentian asked again. The wilderness area over in Jinshui City. Su Jingming returned. Jinshui. That's alright. Yang Zhentian nodded slightly. Yuanshui City is right next door to the Magic City. A prefecture-level city with decent economic development. Moreover, the highest-ranked ferocious beasts in the Sourcewater Wilderness area were only of the 4th or 5th rank, so relatively speaking, it wasn't that dangerous. Before you go to the wilderness area, the teacher gives passes on some experience to you. Both Yang Zhentian and Lu Ming were experienced exalts who had broken through from the wilderness area. With the two men's explanations, Su Jingming, who had never been to a wilderness area before, added a lot of relevant experience. It was only after more than an hour that Su Jingming bid farewell to his teacher and senior brother and respectfully left. Teacher, since junior brother is going to the wilderness area, I might have to go back over to the guild in a few days as well. Watching Su Jingming's figure disappear from sight, Lu Ming also spoke. So urgent? Yang Zhentian frowned. The war in the southwest is scorching, and the beast tide has broken through several prefecture-level cities. There's not enough manpower over at the guild, and I've been rushed several times. Lu Ming slowly said. Southwest side. Yang Zhentian mused. Nowadays, although humans and ferocious beasts were largely in balance, locally, some small-scale wars would break out every year. Lu Ming had long ago chosen to join an adventurers guild as a reserve member before he had even graduated. From time to time, you will be involved in some of the guild's battles. Now that the guild was in dire need of combat power, Lu Ming, a reserve member at the peak of the 3rd rank, was naturally within the scope of recruitment. You go then. You're a guild and a warband together this time. When you encounter a high-ranked ferocious beast, try to hide as much as you can, and high-ranked ferocious beasts will have their own high-ranked alien to deal with. Yang Zhentian said in a deep voice. Together with Su Jingming, he had a total of 32 disciples, but a small half of them all died at the hands of the ferocious beasts. He did not want anything to happen to Lu Ming again. Teacher, don't worry, it's not like this is the first time I've participated in a battle of this scale. Moreover, I heard that this time it was 8th Order Grand Master Wang Linyan personally leading the group. It's no problem to deal with a group of ferocious beasts whose highest level is only the 7th rank. Lu Ming waved his hand, carried his gun, and walked out of the villa in style. The other side, Su Jingming, who had left the villa, dialed his young aunt Su Qingwan's phone. Auntie, busy? Not busy. Was out shopping with your sister Qi? What's up, Auntie? I have to participate in a special training organized by the school in the recent period. The phone will be off for a while, so don't worry if you can't reach me by phone then. Yes? Well, my little aunt knows. By the way, little, there are no signal base stations set up in the wilderness area, and phone calls can't be made. That was why Su Jingming had called his sister-in-law beforehand to inform her. Of course, the truth couldn't be given to her, lest she worry. Also, cousin Tang Chi, who had planned to report early. I also called a while ago to say that I would like to stay in River City for a while longer, until school starts in September, and then I will report to school normally. As for Lei Zhu owes the payment for the goods of the sister-in-law's family, but also as early as more than 10 days ago has been paid off. It's still early enough to get all the rest of the remaining things ready to leave for Jinsui City in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Su Jingming looked at the time on his cell phone. It was not even 10:30 in the morning. According to the wilderness area survival raters that he had searched for himself earlier, as well as the experience that teacher Yang and his senior brother had imparted just now, when you go to a wilderness area, there are two essential things. One is supplies and the other is gear. Supplies are fine. Just get a tactical backpack and have fresh water as well as energy bars. As for equipment, the set of E-rank equipment that Su Jingming had on him was barely usable in school, but to go to a dangerous wilderness area, naturally the better the equipment, the better. I advanced yesterday, and my physical fitness has increased quite a bit, so it's just the right time to change all my equipment. To purchase equipment, you can place an order on the school's official website, but it won't arrive until the next day. Su Jingming wanted to leave this afternoon, and it was definitely too late to place an order on the official website. Therefore, he was prepared to go directly to the equipment department of the Magic City Alien University. I've heard before that our school's equipment department has some great stuff, so this is the perfect time to go over and check it out. Su Jingming walked out of the teacher's villa area and waited up on the side of the road. Magic City Alien Energy University. The campus is huge, with 40,000 acres. If you take your time, you won't be able to walk around the whole campus in a whole day. Therefore, the school is equipped with specialized campus buses. The outfit is located southwest of the school, a bit of a distance from the teacher's side of the cottage. It's just right to take the campus bus over there. Ding dong, the Magic University Equipment Department station has arrived. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by the arrival reminder, Su Jingming stepped off the bus. What appeared in front of Su Jingming was a building that was more than 20 stories tall. The building is exquisitely decorated, with expensive floor-to-ceiling glass on all the exterior walls. On the side of the building, there were also 5 big words written in a dragon's hand, Magic University Equipment Department. Downstairs, there were a number of courier boys in Mordor's work uniforms, handing out various packaged weaponry to vehicles. The equipment, which will be delivered to each student today. Of course, these courier boys were no ordinary people, with strengths in the lower and middle of the first rank. Otherwise, one can't afford to take the hundreds of kilograms of weaponry that the students have. Good lord, an equipment department is built so luxuriously. With a gasp of amazement, Su Jingming walked into the equipment department building. Hello student, may I ask what equipment you need to purchase? Just as he walked in, a female staff member greeted him warmly. I have to say that the Magic City Alien University does a great job in terms of service. The staff always has a smile on their face wherever they go. I want to see a lance-type weapon. Su Jingming mused. Both the weapons and the battlesuit needed to be bought, but the weapons were obviously a bit more important. So do you want a standardized lance? Or something a little more personalized? Let's see the personalized lance first. Thinking for a moment, Su Jingming returned. The so-called standardized lance was a fixed-style mass-produced weapon, such as the black flare lance he was currently carrying. Personalized lances, cast by a master weaponsmith according to his own ideas, each one unique. The former has the advantage that each model has a very fixed body design. Even if you upgrade your equipment, you're only upgrading the alloy level, and there won't be any major changes. The drawback is that the gun is fixed and may not be suitable for everyone. The latter can be based on the user to use up the feel of the choice, but in terms of price, is much more expensive. Prior to this, Su Jingming had always used the standardized black flare gun. It was natural to want to pick out a weapon that would be handy this time when traveling to the dangerous wilderness area. Yes, please follow me. Led by the staff, Su Jingming went to the 13th floor of the building. Whoa! The elevator doors slowly opened and a hall came into view. Inside the hall, there loomed a single transparent display case about 2 meters high. Inside the display cases, all of them have separate lances on display. These lances were of different styles, either heavy or light. Even, Su Jingming saw one of the dark lances that was over 3 meters long. Seeing this scene, Su Jingming couldn't help but let his eyes light up. As a fan of long gun-type weapons, this is heaven. Hello, I'm Zhou Hai, the administrator of the lance-type weapons on this floor. May I ask what kind of lance do you need? Student? A middle-aged man in a suit greeted him and asked enthusiastically. The staff member beside Su Jingming also retreated in due course. I want a lance that's heavy, but has to be fast out of the gate. Su Jingming spoke. To be heavy, but to be fast out of the gun is a condition that is completely impossible for a standardized lance to satisfy at the same time. But he believed that he should be able to find the weapon he wanted here. Sure enough, after only a few moments of pondering, the administrator brought Su Jingming to a display case. I'm afraid that the only thing that can fulfill both of your conditions is this dark cloud blast gun. Su Jingming looked through the transparent glass inside the display case, where a long spear was displayed on top of an exquisite upholstery. The overall color of the gun barrel was a mysterious dark golden color, with a light golden flower pattern as if it was a white cloud drawn on the surface. The white gold tip of the gun was set with 2 hideous blood grooves on each side, left and right. It could be imagined that once the lance stabbed into the body, these 4 blood grooves would possess a deadly killing power. Dark Cloud Blaster Gun. Total length 2 meters 19. The body of the gun is made of a D-grade alloy with excellent toughness, and the tip of the gun uses a tougher C-grade alloy. The overall total was as high as 260 kilograms, and the gun had been enchanted with wind-type powers by a special system psychic. When dancing the lance, this wind ability can speed up the speed of the lance to a certain extent. Management Abyss Sohai introduced on his mouth, but in his heart, he did not hold much hope that Su Jingming could buy the gun. After all, what most users of lance-type weapons were after was lightning speed out of their guns. As for the first and second order alien, 70 kilograms, 100 kilograms would be enough. At 260 kilograms, it's almost as if it's only used by third-order psychics, and the entire body equipment of a third-order alien was at least C rank or above. Such a D-grade lance was like chicken ribs to them. Lower grades can't be used, higher grades can't be seen. It was due to this awkward situation that the lance had been on display for over a year since it was built. I don't know what that weapon master was thinking. Isn't it a pure loss to build such a lance? Zohai sighed in his heart. Alien enchantment. A very high-end technique that could constant the alien ability of an alien on a certain piece of equipment. The spatial ring, for example, used in exotic enchantment to fix a spatial exalt's exotic ability onto the ring. Such technology is very expensive to utilize every time. It was precisely because of this that the cost of this lance was extremely astonishing, far exceeding that of an ordinary D-grade lance. Thinking of this, Zohai couldn't help but sweep his eyes at Su Jingming next to him. It's only a first-order upper shifter. I'm afraid I'd be shocked to hear the weight of the lance, and besides, I'm afraid I can't shell out that many credits. Forget it. Show him other lighter guns later. Zohai secretly shook his head. Can I try this gun? Okay, let me help you change a lighter rod. Zohai subconsciously wanted to change another gun introduction, and reacted fiercely and slightly. Are you sure you want to try? This gun is 260 kilograms. That's okay, I'm in need of a focused gun. There was anticipation in Su Jingming's gaze. Let's hope for this gun and some surprises. On the 13th floor, there is a room dedicated to providing customers with a test gun. At this time, through the transparent glass, one could see inside one of the rooms. There was a youth with blue-purple thunder lingering around his body, dancing a long spear in his hand, and the black lance entwined with thunder transformed into a gust of purple and black phantoms, as if it was a dragon whistling inside the room. What exquisite marksmanship! I'm afraid this has reached an advanced level, right? I don't know which senior it is, but this hand of thunder shot is really powerful and appalling. That was a fast shot, most likely a third-order senior. On the 13th floor, besides Su Jingming, there were additionally quite a few students who came to see the gun. Everyone was using guns, and at this moment, when they saw Su Jingming's marksmanship, they couldn't help but secretly marvel. Some of those who were more familiar with Zohai even asked with a smile, "Which lance is in this senior's hand? It looks very powerful." Dark Cloud Blaster Gun. Hearing Zohai's reply, the person who had asked earlier was slightly stunned. That gun? And there'll be a third-order shifter looking at it? Yes, there is no third order to look at, but there is a first order to look at. That one inside is only a first-order alien? The person who asked earlier was a bit confused. Just kidding. A first order can wield such a heavy lance? First rank can have advanced gun techniques? That's right, it's the first order. Zohai dropped a sentence and didn't care about this clueless customer, smiling as he greeted Su Jingming, who walked out of the room. Mr. Su, how about this gun? In just a moment ago, he had already known Su Jingming's name. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded. It's just slightly lighter, but it's okay. Breaking through to the second level of the thunder indestructible body, his chi and blood skyrocketed another notch. By his estimation, it was more than enough to use a 300-kilogram lance. However, this 260-kilogram Dark Cloud Blast gun was also okay, as it was powered by a wind-type supernatural ability. Whether it was the speed of the gun, or the speed of the gun's retraction, it was much stronger than this black flare gun that he was currently holding. Also, it may be due to the alloy grade of D. his own S-ranked supernormal ability, Violet Heavenly Divine Lightning, conducted much more smoothly on this gun. That's good. That's good. Zohai's face was joyful and he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Although the equipment belonged to the Magic City Alien University, the equipment department was required to be self-sustaining, except for the basic research funds that were issued every year. And with equipment development, the amount of money that needs to be consumed is extremely large. There are times when those weapons gurus have to burn through tens of millions of dollars for a particular idea. A lance like this one is not worth tens of millions of dollars, but it's still a lot of money to spend. It was a headache for him to just leave it here and not sell it, but now it was finally being looked at. The Dark Cloud Blaster gun isn't too expensive. Our official selling price is 600. I'll give you a 20% discount. Let's say 480 credits. As if afraid that Su Jingming could not afford it, Zohai directly hit a 20% discount. That price, in fact, is close to the cost of the gun. After all, it was built from hundreds of kilograms of D-grade alloy. Can it get any cheaper? Su Jingming blinked. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming left the equipment department with the Dark Cloud Blaster gun. He only had 412 credits on his student account, fully loaded. While he was upstairs, he tried a couple other guns. Either it's not heavy enough or it's not fast enough. Those that fulfill both are also much more expensive than the Dark Cloud Blaster. There was no way around it. So in the end, he had to offset the black flare gun on his body to the equipment department for recycling. And only then was he able to exchange it for 100 credits. But with those 480 credits spent, he only had 32 credits left on him. With 32 credits, there's definitely no way to buy a D-ranked battlesuit at school. But I still have over $7 million on my bank card, so I'll just go out and buy it later. The purchasing power of 1 credit was quite a bit higher than 10,000 Dasha coins, and the equipment produced by the Magic Metropolis Alien University was of a better quality. Unable to do anything about it, Su Jingming's credits were all used up, so he could only go off campus to buy the remaining equipment. Having made the decision, he didn't leave the school immediately, but returned to the second floor of the student villa. Eva, open the school's mission system. Okay. A holographic projection appeared in mid-air. Task 1, collect 32nd order Armsword Tiger tendons. Reward, 60 credits. Sea-level task. Task 2, collect 30 clear spirit grasses that are at least 20 years old. Reward, 43 credits. Level D task. Quest 3, go to the southwest to participate in the battle. Level requirement is at least 2nd order medium. Reward, 600 credits. S-rank mission. Task 4, assist the Magic City Security Bureau and capture the 3rd order lower fugitive Qianram. Reward, 200 credits. Level a task. Task 5. This was the school's quest system, on which everyone could post quests, or take quests, to earn credits. There were various types of these quests, from collecting materials from ferocious beasts to gathering exotic flowers and herbs. There are even large conquest missions, as well as missions to capture fugitives. Of course, the last 2 missions are also much more dangerous compared to the previous ones. On the entire quest system, quests were constantly being picked up and new quests were constantly being put up. This is the training model of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Su Jingming's face was filled with emotion. Different people can get a completely different experience at Magic City Alien University. Some people just go to class and train on time every day and have a comfortable and leisurely day. Some, however, were constantly taking on quests and earning tons of credits while going through life and death experiences. The former is laid back, but slow to gain strength. The latter is dangerous, but the credits are converted into resources and the strength increases extremely fast. No wonder some people say that the best students of Magic City Alien Energy University are not on campus, but off campus. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head as he began to pick a mission on the mission panel. This time he was going to be in the wilderness area for a month or so, just so he could do some quests and replenish his credits. In the end, Su Jingming picked 3 B-ranked missions on the mission system, as well as 1 A-ranked mission. He then went to the equipment store outside the school and spent 1 million Dasha coins to purchase a set of D-ranked battlesuit as well as battle boots. After all the preparations were made, they took the high-speed train at 2 o'clock in the afternoon of that day and went to Yuanshui City, which was next door to the Magic City. Yuanshui City, a few decades ago, was a prefecture-level city with very ordinary development. However, since the suburbs of Yuanshui City were occupied by ferocious beasts decades ago and evolved into a wilderness area, it had developed rapidly. Nowadays, it has the initial size of a developed city. As for the reason for the rise, it's simple. Due to the emergence of the wilderness area in the city of Yuanshui, it attracted a large number of exotics to come and hunt ferocious beasts and search for exotic flowers and herbs. And which of the shifters things don't cost money? Weapons, war clothes, boots, potions, all of these. It is necessary to build supporting facilities to be able to do so. It can't be the aliens who came out of the wilderness area because their battlesuits were torn. Run next door to the more developed Mordor because you can't fix your battlesuit. As a result, a large number of stores and equipment stores related to Ultrons were built. In addition, the aliens who returned from hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness area and made a lot of money often had to go downtown to splurge. The entire city of Jenshui, as it were, has grown. But although Jenshui City had developed because of the wilderness area, it had always been extremely defensive about this time bomb. There are tens of thousands of troops stationed just outside the wilderness area. Also, to facilitate the resupply of aliens entering and exiting the wilderness area, there is also a huge supply base set up outside the wilderness area. July 16th, 6 p.m. A train came from the distance and stopped on the tarmac in front of the source water supply base. Whoa! The car door opened and more than a dozen men in battle dress, Ultrons either carrying swords or shields, stepped out of their vehicles and walked towards the supply base in twos and threes, joking and laughing. Most of the people on the bus were armed with swords. The only person who was wearing a tall youth in a black battlesuit was the one carrying a dark golden lance that was full of mystery. The source water replenishment base, finally. Looking at the building in front of him, Su Jingming slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The high-speed train from the Magic City to Yuanshui City only takes a little over 2 hours to ride, but from the Yuanshui high-speed railway station, taking this direct train to the supply base. Surprisingly, it also took him more than 2 hours. If you come this way often in the future, you can just buy a car, otherwise it's just too slow to take the train. Determining that the building in front of him was the source water replenishment base, Su Jingming didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into the first floor hall. The source water wilderness area was huge, and there were at least thousands of exalts entering the wilderness area every day. As the home base of the exalted, the entire source water replenishment base was also constructed in a very luxurious manner. The marble floors were luminous, and the crystal chandelier in the center of the hall blossomed with light like a small sun. Inside the hall, there were men and women waiters either carrying tea or pastries through. Each face was beaming with youthful smiles, bringing the best service to the shifters who sat on the couches in the lobby and rested. It was the middle of summer, and most of the citizens of Jensui City were wearing very cool clothes. The waitresses in here are no exception. The waitresses, one by one, are wearing short skirts, a pair of big white legs, shaking people's eyes between walks. If Shang Hao were here, I'm afraid he'd be looking at it and wouldn't be able to walk straight away. Su Jingming couldn't help but think of his high school nemesis. After arriving in Mordor, he also still contacted his high school buddies Zhang Hao and Lu Jia from time to time. How can I help you, sir? Seeing Su Jingming standing still and not moving, a clean-looking waitress took the initiative to walk up and ask. Of course, Su Jingming's already extremely handsome appearance was also one of the reasons why she took the initiative to go up and ask. I want to register as an adventurer. What do I need to do? The wilderness area. It's not just something you can get into if you want to. Every alien who enters the wilderness area for the first time needs to register as an adventurer and receive a satellite communication watch before being released. That way, even if you die in a wilderness area, it will be recorded. Of course, this adventurer's identity only needs to be registered once, and after that, it's universal in the national wilderness area. Registering as an adventurer? Yes, please come with me. Led by the waitress, Su Jingming came to the front desk. Just give me your ID card, fill this sheet out, and do a little basic strength certification. The receptionist handed over a slip, and Su Jingming handed over his ID as well. The information required on the sheet isn't much, just basic information like name, age, school, grade, and so on. When he saw that Su Jingming had finished filling in his rank, he filled in the school column as Magic City Alien Energy University. The waitress next to her couldn't help but show an envious look when she saw this. That's nice. Mordor Alien University. By the time you graduate from there, you'll surely all be third order, or even fourth order aliens. Yuanshui City was close to the Magic City, and she naturally knew about this top-ranked college in the country. In fact, quite a few students from the Magic City Alien Energy University would come here to practice. However, most of the students from the Magic City Alien University would only come over after the second stage, which would be safer. Those like Su Jingming, who dared to enter the wilderness area after only being at the upper first rank, were very rare, and based on her age, she could also surmise that Su Jingming was a freshman who had only just enrolled in school and reported to the first order of upper strength. The future graduation usually can advance at 2 or 3 orders. I'm borrowing your advice. Su Jingming smiled slightly. After filling out the form, he was then taken for strength certification. Strength certification is easy, as long as the burst of strength is the same as filling out the sheet. Su Jingming only slightly exploded his supernatural abilities to meet the requirements. It will take a little while for the adventurer's credentials to be made, so you can wait on the lobby couch for a while first. Sir. Good. Su Jingming nodded, ordered an iced drink, and chose an unoccupied seat to sit down. I have to say, supply bases do spend a lot. Just a normal iced drink would cost hundreds of dasha coins. But yeah, an alien goes in and out of the wilderness area once. Bringing back ferocious beast materials and exotic flowers and herbs can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars to say the least. This spending, it's nothing. Su Jingming shook his head. In Blue Star, there were two worlds altogether between the aliens and the ordinary people. What ordinary people couldn't earn in a whole year of hard work, a shifter could earn in one trip in and out of the wilderness area. Of course, ordinary people don't risk their lives, whereas psychics do. We'll get the adventurer's papers done later and purchase some supplies, so we can get into the wilderness area first thing in the morning. Just as Su Jingming sipped his iced drink and planned his next arrangement, suddenly a commotion rang out in the hall. It's Jiang Chuxian. Goddess Ginger is here. Worthy of being a demon University Jeju. This emanation, it's very strong. Accompanied by the murmurs, many people on the sofa looked towards the entrance of the hall. Jiang Chuxian? Why does that name sound familiar? Su Jingming froze slightly and subconsciously also looked in the direction of the doorway. Source water replenishment base, hall entrance. A group of 6 people just walked in with the crowd watching. At the head of the group was a tall girl around 18 or 19 years old. The young girl wore a light greenish-colored battle dress, wrapped in a tight battle suit. The curves of the slightly full breasts and the tantalizing waist-to-hip ratio were perfectly outlined. She had delicate features, with an upturned nose, thick and slender eyelashes, and snowy skin. But what was most impressive was the young girl's hair. It was long white hair that fell to her waist, a white that was not the unhealthy kind of withered white. Instead, it is as smooth and warm as satin. Behind her, followed by several men and women who were either tall or fierce, as if they were bodyguards. One of them, with a heavy camera on his shoulder. It looks like Goddess Kong is going to the wilderness area to shoot material again. I have to say, her videos are all done in groups, but they can't help but be of high quality. I watch every installment. Say, Goddess Kong has almost tens of millions of fans on the internet, right? More than that, it's almost 15 million already. TSK, if only I could have a girlfriend like Goddess Jiang. I'd rather live 10 years less. Oh, it's useless to live 20 years less. She's a sophomore at the Magic City Alien Energy University. Can she look at you? Think of a fart and eat it. Inside the hall, the many exalts were talking, and it was only then that Su Jingming, who was in his seat, remembered. Isn't this the same Jiang goddess that guy Zhang Hao cried out for an autographed picture before he left Zhongcheng? After arriving in Magic City, Su Jingming had been talking to Zhang Hao on the phone from time to time. In casual conversation, Zhang Hao would always mention this as well. Su Jingming was really overwhelmed, so he even paid attention. Too bad it never came up once when I was in school. I didn't expect to run straight into it as soon as I came to the wilderness area, but there's nothing wrong with Zhang Hao's aesthetics. To be fair, whether it was in his previous life or in this life, among the many girls Su Jingming had seen, only Song Qiuyun could compare herself to this Jiang Chuxian. Sure, in terms of face value the two are comparable. Song Qiuyun is dainty and this Jiang Chuxian is cold. As for body shape, Su Jingming felt that Song Qiuyun was slightly better. Just like that, Jiang Chuxian and his group went straight up the stairs in the gaze of the people in the hall. The supply base was a comprehensive building that provided equipment sales as well as acquisition services for ferocious beast materials and exotic flowers and herbs. Higher floors also offer accommodations just like the hotel. Most of the aliens would choose to stay at this supply base if they didn't go back to the city. Sir, your adventurer's certificate is done. Also, this is your satellite smartwatch with a map of the wilderness area built in. Jiang Chuxian and the others hadn't been gone for a while when the waitress came in style, handing over a black card, as well as a smartwatch. The black card was the adventurer's certificate, which recorded some basic information such as name and rank. Su Jingming put the proof away, while the smartwatch was worn directly on his wrist. With a tap on the screen, a map of the wilderness area was indeed projected. Not only was the active situation of the ferocious beasts in each area labeled in detail on it, it even indicated the level of danger. But it was limited to the outer areas. The deeper inner areas were a misty mess. Of course, even those parts that are labeled are not very plausible. This is because the ferocious beasts may leave their original territories at any time and go out to hunt. But it's better than nothing. It's always a reference. Thanks. After making sure that the smartwatch was fine, Su Jingming gave a polite thank you and was about to get up and leave. But he was stopped by a voice. Hey, little brother, want a potion? Turning back, it was a middle-aged man with a lean figure, only to see a smile pile up on his face. He said, Little brother should be entering the wilderness area for the first time, right? You can't go into the wilderness without a potion. I've got all kinds of potions right here. How about it? Do you want to take a look? The price is good. Pills? Su Jingming raised his sword brows. Pills were indeed something that had to be prepared for entering the wilderness area. Whether it was a healing pill or an antidote to poison, they were all of great use at critical moments. What's the price of the pills on your side? Su Jingming asked with interest. A first-grade healing elixir is 20,000 pills, and a first-grade antidote is 15,000 pills. The second-grade ones are slightly more expensive, but they're okay, 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. The middle-aged man saw that there seemed to be a show, and hurriedly introduced himself. Oh, that's not really expensive. Su Jingming said so on his lips, but his gaze was slightly cold. Pills are categorized into 9 grades, from 1st grade to 9th grade. The higher the grade of the elixir, the stronger the effect. However, even 1st grade pills were usually more expensive, at least 30,000 to 40,000 apiece. But this man's offer was almost half as cheap. Coupled with the fact that the other party had a sneaky look, Su Jingming was almost certain that this was a crook selling fake medicines, and, more than likely, a veteran. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically picked on newcomers who were registering their adventurer status for the first time and didn't know much about it. Of course, my elixirs here are notorious for being cheap and potent. The middle-aged man patted his chest as if he was packing his bags. However, it was ushered in by Su Jingming's teasing expression. 20,000 a healing elixir. You think I would believe that this fake medicine would have any good healing effects? The middle-aged man first froze, and the smile that was still piled up on his face disappeared. You saw it a long time ago? What do you think? Su Jingming said faintly. Good. Very good. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he carefully scanned Su Jingming up and down, the aura emanating from his body gradually becoming dangerous. A tiny first-rank upper. How dare you fool me? Before Su Jingming could speak, a dainty shout came from the side. Zhao Chunlin, you're selling fake medicine here again. It was a line of 4 that made the noise. It was one of the girls in her 20s who wore an ink-colored battlesuit and carried a long black sword with her, only to see her willow eyebrows raised. She rushed over in anger, shielding Su Jingming behind her. It's you? Seeing this woman, Zhao Chunlin couldn't help but frown. This woman's name was Wang Qian, and she had been cheated by herself once in the early days. Subsequently, as Wang Qian leveled up, he himself hadn't looked for trouble from her, but he didn't expect to speak out to help a newcomer today. If it were someone else, Zhao Chunlin would definitely not give up so easily. However, there was a squad behind Wang Qian, which was difficult to deal with, and it was not advisable to start a conflict. So he had to grunt. Count your boy lucky to have some help, but you'd better not leave the supply base for a few days, or else, you'll regret it. After looking meaningfully at Su Jingming and putting down a harsh sentence, Zhao Chunlin turned to leave. TSK, being targeted by this Zhao Chunlin guy. This newcomer is miserable. It's not good to mess with anyone but Zhao Chunlin. I heard that he advanced to the middle of the 2nd rank some time ago. This little guy who was only at the top of the 1st rank. I'm afraid that the end result will be miserable. The commotion here also drew the attention of the other aliens in the hall. In this source water replenishment base, a 2nd-order median alien was already considered a very good fighting force, and Su Jingming, who had dared to clash with the other party when he was only at the upper 1st rank, naturally became the object of sympathy. Did you just have a confrontation with Zhao Chunlin? Hearing the murmurs of the people around her, Wang Qian, the young girl who had protected Su Jingming behind her, suddenly frowned. Without waiting for Su Jingming to reply, he said to himself, forget it, since you've messed with him, you shouldn't even leave the supply base these days. Fighting is forbidden in the supply base, and he can't do anything to you. Thanks for the reminder. Although she did not care about Zhao Chunlin's threats, the girl not only voiced out to stop the other party from cheating, also kindly reminding himself, Su Jingming naturally held goodwill towards her. A show of hands. I was pitted by him back then, that's why I don't want others to be cheated as well. Wang Qian waved her hand. So he just keeps practicing deception and no one cares? Su Jingming frowned slightly. Zhao Chunlin has a background in the black market. Who dares to control him? Wang Qian sneered. In fact, the other party not only had a background in the black market, but was also connected to the higher-ups of this supply base. Otherwise, how could they have been practicing deception here for years? Sin, we should go back to our room. Hearing the other team members calling out to her, Wang Qian answered, not forgetting to remind her once more before she left. Remember, don't leave the supply base during this time. Rather an eager girl. Looking at the gradually departing figures of Wang Qian and her teammates, Su Jingming couldn't help but nod his head. There aren't that many good people in the world. And those who have gotten wet not only don't give others umbrellas, but they do break others' umbrellas. Just now, for example, he was sure there were other people in the hall who had been tricked before, but when Zhao Chunlin approached himself, not a single person spoke up to warn him. Some may even be gloating in their minds. Only this Wang Qian not only took the initiative to speak out, but also protected herself like an old mother hen. This character, it's somewhat similar to my high school class president, Lin Xingkue. Both are just as kind and gentle, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. As for Zhao Chunlin, he hadn't given it a second thought from the beginning. After all, it was questionable whether or not a second-order median alien could withstand the power of one of his shots. Next, Su Jingming purchased tactical backpacks through official channels on the supply base side, as well as enough fresh water and energy bars to last more than a month. And he also purchased 10 first-grade healing pills, 10 first-grade antidote pills, and a second-grade blood storming pill. The tactical backpacks and supplies were not expensive, costing less than 100,000 in total, but the elixir had cost him 900,000. Of course, it's worth it. In particular, the second-grade blood storming pill worth 300,000 was a spellbinding artifact. After procuring all the supplies, Su Jingming took a room at the supply base and slept for the night. Early the next morning, he walked out of the supply base fully armed. However, when Su Jingming had just stepped onto the square in front of the supply base, a familiar voice rang out from not far ahead. Yo, I didn't think you'd have the guts to come out. In front of the source water recharge base was a wide plaza. You have to break through the plaza to enter the wilderness area. Su Jingming had just left the supply base and stepped onto the plaza when Zhao Chunlin stopped him in his tracks. At this time, Zhao Chunlin was no longer the businessman he was yesterday. He had changed into his battle clothes and carried a long sword, obviously having prepared for it. You really don't listen. I told you not to come out of the supply base, but you wanted to come out. Well now, I'm stuck here. Looking at Su Jingming in front of him, Zhao Chunlin's face was filled with a smug smile. He had estimated yesterday that Su Jingming wouldn't be so obedient to stay at the supply base, so he had waited outside early in the morning. As expected, Su Jingming had no intention of avoiding himself at all. I, Zhao Chunlin, am not that easy to mess with. Slap yourself 10 times, and then compensate me 200,000, and this will be over. Zhao Chunlin drew out his longsword, and all of his aura belonging to a second-order intermediate adept erupted out. It caused the eyes of many people in the square to be drawn over. At this moment, at the entrance of the supply base hall, Wang Qian and her team members also walked out. At a glance, he saw Su Jingming, who was confronting Zhao Chunlin not far ahead. Crap, didn't I tell him not to leave the supply base for a while? Why did he come out anyway? Seeing this, Wang Qian immediately became anxious and was about to run over again. However, she was directly called back by Yao Mushi, the captain behind her. See Yao Tsing, don't rush, just take a look. This was a girl about the same age as Wang Qian, just a little taller. She was seen staring at the lance behind Su Jingming with a thoughtful expression. So, well, as a member of the squad, Wang Qian naturally had to listen to her captain. In addition, she was also a little angry that Su Jingming hadn't even listened to her words. It's good to make him remember a little bit, so that he doesn't have to be so self-centered and disobedient, Wang Qian said in her heart. On the other side, a trace of impatience flashed across Su Jingming's stoic face in the face of Zhao Chunlin's threats. What if I say no? Oh, then I'm afraid you're going to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Because, I'm going to remove both of your legs. Zhao Chunlin had an icy smile on his face. He hadn't just been hanging out on this side of the supply base for a day or two. Where would he put his face if people knew that he had been fooled by a newcomer? Standing up for authority is definitely the way to go, and it has to be tough enough. That way, it will deter others. Thinking of this, his entire exposed skin transformed into a grayish-blue color with a metallic luster. Class C powers, metallized skin. With the addition of his metallized skin, his defense was extremely strong, and he could be called invulnerable to swords and spears. With metallized skin and my D-rank battlesuit, you can't even break my defense. Little one, you still have to follow me. Before Zhao Chunlin could finish his words, he was interrupted by the low voice of Su Jingming in front of him. Noisy. What? Zhao Chunlin hadn't reacted yet, and then he felt a huge force coming from his waist. Under this huge force, his D-rank battlesuit as well as his metallized skin were as if they were just for show, and did not do anything to stop it. Then, his entire body was like an energized cannonball, flying directly backwards. Boom, boom, boom. Smashing the ground out of several small craters, he flew out 8 or 9 meters away before stopping, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The person who started all of this, as if nothing was wrong, didn't even look at him and just walked in the direction of the entrance to the wilderness area. Hiss, seconds to kill, so scary? Holy shit, how did he strike? I didn't even see it? Oh, Zhao Chunlin has kicked the bucket this time. Thanks to that. I was worried about that little brother yesterday. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Zhao Chunlin, who was at the middle of the second rank, was also considered a little famous in this source water replenishment base. The opponent's crushing defeat naturally drew heated comments from the crowd in the square. In response, quite a few people who had once been pitted against him but didn't dare to make a move felt incomparably pleased. There was even someone who purposely ran next to Zhao Chunlin to take a look. The opponent's waist was covered in blood as if it had been blown up by a high-intensity bomb. Although he was still gasping for air, he was also out of breath and his breath was very weak. On the other side, Wang Xian at the entrance of the supply base had her eyes glazed over. Never in a million years did she realize that things would turn out to be completely different from what she had imagined. Su Jingming had actually counter-killed Zhao Chunlin, and it was still a second kill. What's more, as a second-order lower alien, she hadn't even been able to see how Su Jingming had struck. It's a whip leg. The captain behind him, Yao Mushi, did see it clearly. Only she didn't expect that her opponent's whip kick would be so amazingly powerful. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered, and it's not certain that he'll survive. Even if he can be saved, I'm afraid he'll be a wheelchair-bound invalid in the future. It's worthy of coming out of the Magic City Exotic University. It's strong and ruthless enough. Yao Mushi had admiration in her almond eyes. Out of the Magic City Alien Energy University? Captain, how do you know? Wang Xian was slightly stunned at his words and hurriedly asked after him. The two remaining members of the team cast similarly curious glances. On his lance, there is the crest of the Magic City Alien Energy University. This was something Yao Mushi had realized just now. The emblem of the sword surrounded by thorn roses is found on every weapon that comes out of Mordor's Alien University. Also, other than this kind of student from a top university, have you seen anyone else with this kind of cross-step spike strength? That's true. Wang Qian dawned on him, and then proposed with gusto. Isn't our squad still missing a strong attacker? Why don't we pull him into our squad? Anyway, our school is right in the Magic City University town, so it will be convenient to team up in the future. How can I pull it when the people are far away? Besides, when our squad was formed, didn't we agree that we would only have girl members? Yao Mushi said slowly. They were all current students of Linjiang Alien Energy University, within the Magic City University City. This time, he also came over because he wanted to take advantage of the summer vacation to hunt more ferocious beasts and accumulate some money and resources. Ha ha, Xiao Tsing, are you interested in someone else? But that little brother does look quite handsome, and I have no objection to his joining us. The other two little sisters burst into giggles at that. Different places have different rules. The rules of school are to learn, to train. The rules of the wilderness area, on the other hand, are that the weak eat the strong and the big fish eat the small fish. Even the supply bases outside the wilderness areas are just as weak. It was because of the great benefits that came from the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts as well as exotic flowers and fruits. Supply bases are generally a mixed bag, with forces intertwined. Under such an order, even the Security Bureau, which is in charge of crimes, cannot control this place. This is a veritable gray area. As long as you're strong enough and don't make too much noise, no one cares at all. Of course, no one can help you if you are blind and mess with the wrong people. Zhao Chunlin was in this situation, trying to crush Su Jingming on the strength of his second-order intermediate, but he didn't realize that Su Jingming was the giant dragon, and he himself was the crushed ant. After swiping the adventurer's certificate at the entrance to the wilderness area, Su Jingming successfully entered within the wilderness area. Roar! Ow dash! Compared to the test site of the Wookiee High School, this source water wilderness area was significantly larger. The ferocious beasts were also more brutal and bloodthirsty, and only just after walking in, Su Jingming heard roaring hisses from the ferocious beasts. The hiss was extremely distant, but still majestic. All of them are at least fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the higher the intelligence. The intelligence of a fourth-ranked ferocious beast was already similar to that of a child in his teens, knowing to maintain the territory. The occasional growl was also a sign that this was his territory. If a ferocious beast of the same rank intruded, it would surely receive the most terrifying blow. Of course, they, the more flavorful human aliens, were naturally hunted. The Jinsui wilderness area is roughly divided into two areas, the ruined towns as well as the mountain forests. Su Jingming opened the map on his smartwatch and scrutinized it. His current rank was only an upper first rank, but his true combat power was at the peak of the second rank. He needed to find a place where the number of ferocious beasts was high and where there weren't that many high-level ferocious beasts infesting the area to hunt them to his heart's content and harvest alien energy points. In comparison, the ferocious beasts active in the ruined towns within the Sourcewater Wilderness area were slightly weaker. The ferocious beasts that lived in the forests of the mountain ranges were slightly stronger. Su Jingming's current goal was naturally placed amongst the ruined towns as well. There are a large number of ferocious beasts in a city, but most of them are of the first rank, and their grades are too low. The sea town on the contrary has a majority of second-order ferocious beasts, but there have been traces of third-order and even fourth-order ferocious beasts around, so the danger factor is a bit higher. And look at other towns. After a bit of selection, Su Jingming finally chose a ruined town called Ping'an County Town. Most of the ruins of this county were filled with second-order ferocious beasts, and there were very few first-order ferocious beasts. There was not a single third or fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Moreover, the area was huge, and the ferocious beasts coiled inside were all at least 500 to 600. It was one of the best spots for him to hunt at the moment. Peace County. Go here. Su Jingming's gaze was slightly condensed, and after determining his location based on the map, he leapt out like a sturdy cheetah. The city of Ping'an County, almost 20 kilometers away from the entrance to the wilderness area, running at full speed. It won't take 40 minutes to get there, but this is in a dangerous wilderness area, not a plastic track where you can run free. Su Jingming proceeded cautiously along the way, carefully skirting around areas where high-ranked ferocious beasts might be found. It took almost 3 hours or so to arrive. Peaceful County. Here it is. What appeared in Su Jingming's line of sight was a ruined city that resembled a martial arts college entrance exam site in general. The city's once glorious skyscrapers have long since fallen into immense disrepair. On the ground, vehicles abandoned in place by people who were busy running for their lives back then can be found everywhere. After decades of time, these vehicles are basically nothing more than iron frames. The original concrete pavement was also overgrown with weeds, and in the middle of the weeds, you could even see some skeletons that had been chewed clean. Among them, there are ferocious beasts and humans. Ho ho ho! Ow dash! A terrifying roar rang out from the ruined city, one after another. Unlike the ferocious beasts that were captive in the original martial arts college entrance exams, this was a veritable paradise for ferocious beasts and a nightmare for humans. Just that ferocious and berserk roar alone was enough to make the legs of some of the less strong-willed exalts tremble. Su Jingming was unresponsive to this, his eyes still carrying a burning battle intent. Even he could feel that his heart was very eager for the upcoming kill. Thunder Tyrannosaurus's negative emotional impact? The Dark Cloud Blast gun was already in Su Jingming's hands. Only, this time, you can stop holding back and start killing. Su Jingming held his spear in his hand, and with a flash, he entered within the county town. The city of Ping'an County was huge, and there were many ferocious beasts coiled within it. Although Su Jingming had the strength of a peak second stage, he could at most only deal with 2 or 3 peak second stage ferocious beasts at the same time. In large numbers, even he would have to run away. Therefore, not too much noise can be made. Otherwise, with hundreds of second-order ferocious beasts in the entire county jointly chasing and intercepting them, even with Thunder Flash, it would not be good to escape. Thus, after entering the city of Ping'an County, Su Jingming prioritized the selection of fallen ferocious beasts, or a group of ferocious beasts with a size of less than 10 ferocious beasts and without 3 or more peak second-order ferocious beasts to lay their hands on. Ding! Kill 1 second-order lower Shadow Cat. Gain 18 alien energy points. Ding! Kill 1 second-ranked intermediate one-horned rhinoceros. Gain 22 alien energy points. Ding! Kill 1 second-order lower arm-blade tiger. Gain 19 alien ability points. Ding! Kill 1 second-order medium shadow cat. Gain 21 alien energy points. Just like this, Su Jingming, one man and one gun, as if he were a ghost, traveled through the city of Ping'an County and opened up a frenzy of killing. I don't know if it was the influence of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood throughout the process. Not only was he not half tired, but instead, the more he killed, the more excited he became. And along with the start of Su Jingming's kills, the alien ability points on his system panel were rapidly increasing at a terrifying rate. 1 month later, the county seat of Ping'an, a small team of 4 shifters walks along the dilapidated city roads. Compared to the other alien teams walking through the wilderness area, this team seemed much more casual. One carried his weapon behind his back, not half as nervous as he should have been. Captain, what do you think is going on in this peaceful county? We've been wandering around for a day. How come we haven't come across a single ferocious beast? One of the team members couldn't help but voice a complaint. They arrived in the city of Ping'an County last night, and upon arrival they realized something was wrong. The entire city of Peace County was just excessively quiet, but the night vision was not good. Plus many ferocious beasts were inhabiting at night, so they did not look deeper. As a result, I didn't expect to get up on this second day and prepare to formally hunt the ferocious beasts. However, he found that the entire Ping'an County was as quiet as a dead city, and it was terribly quiet. This also led to the fact that from morning to afternoon, they froze without even encountering a single ferocious beast. If it were in the past, they would have already started hunting. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? The captain, a bald and burly man, was also clearly on the verge of an impending emotional outburst at this point, and disliked him without a good reason. There are at least 500 to 600 ferocious beasts in the city of Pingan County. Such a huge group of ferocious beasts. Even if they were to migrate, it wouldn't be possible for them to migrate so cleanly. One team member frowned. The city of Pingan County was a place where their squad often came over. However, I didn't realize that after just a month of absence, the place had seen such a drastic change. 2 more hours of searching, and if there are really no ferocious beasts, we'll be ready to change places. The bald, burly man who was the captain said in a deep voice. They were extremely clear about the various terrains and distribution of ferocious beasts in Pingan County City. If we were to change places, it would take a lot of work to familiarize ourselves again. He didn't want to give up on this place until he had to. Roar! Right at this moment, a second-order lower arm-blade tiger leapt out from the abandoned small building not far away and appeared in the middle of the crowd's line of sight. It's the arm-blade tiger. For their squad of exalts whose ranks were all above the second order, a second-order lower arm-blade tiger was originally nothing. But now, they hadn't seen a ferocious beast all day. Each and every one of them stared at the arm-sword tiger with green eyes like hungry ghosts. It's not easy enough. Finally, we encountered the first ferocious beast. The bald and burly man also had a happy face and waved his big hand. Everyone together, kill it! The crowd was particularly active for the first prey of the day, especially a middle-aged man with a large sword, 3 or 2 steps to chase to the arm-sword tiger not far in front of him, was about to sprint over. Boo! What sounded like a sonic boom rang out from a high building in the distance. Immediately afterward, a thick blue-purple thunder spear that seemed to be like a cruise missile flew in sharply from the sky. What is this? Before the crowd could react, with just a rumbling sound, this thunder spear directly hit the arm-sword tiger in front of it. Crackle! The ground trembled, accompanied by the chirping sound of electricity arcing and pulsing. A blue-purple thunder mushroom cloud with a terrifying aura rose in place. The entire arm-sword tiger was directly obliterated into dregs under the mighty might of this powerful thunder. Crap! The burly man closest to the armed blade tiger was so frightened that his hand shivered and his long sword fell directly to the ground. If he had taken that much faster of a step forward just now, it wouldn't have been just the armed blade tiger that was turned into dregs. The remaining members of the team were also stunned, and one of them even shivered and asked the strongest bald and burly man in the team, Captain, what was that just now? The latest laser weapon? The ferocious beasts had thick skin and flesh, and ordinary bullets and missiles could barely break through the defense. Only a laser weapon could have that kind of lethality. No, laser weapons are much faster. It's like some kind of lightning-based battle technique. The bald man swept his eyes toward the distant high building, then quickly ordered with a grave expression on his face, "Let's go. This peaceful prefecture should be occupied by a certain strong person. I'm afraid that this strike just now was also a warning to us. No wonder we couldn't find the ferocious beasts. It should be that they were all killed by that lightning powerhouse." Hiss! The power of that thunder spear just now was too terrifying. My legs are still shivering a bit. Hurry up and go. If you go slow, you'll be in trouble if you anger that powerful person. The group of people quickly adjusted their direction and traveled at a fast pace in the direction of leaving the county town of Pingan. Fear of going slow and provoking a thunderous spear from that powerful man. Ding! Kill 1 second order lower arm blade tiger. Gain 19 alien ability points. Pingan County City. On the roof of a tall building, a tall youth slowly retracted his right hand that still had remnants of blue-purple thunder. This person was none other than Su Jingming, who had been in Pingan County for over a month. Compared to the cleanliness and tidiness when he first entered the county a month ago, Su Jing at this time was obviously a bit disheveled. The black battlesuit was littered with dark red bloodstains, torn in certain places, and the boots were dusty. The full body equipment, and only the dark cloud blaster gun behind him was cleaner, still showing the original dark golden color. On his head, what had been short hair had grown into medium-length hair, and a good deal of beard had sprung up on his chin, but it doesn't detract from his face, rather it adds a touch of vicissitude to him, especially Su Jingming's pair of black and white cold eyes. More so, it gives a sense of clarity that has gone through vicissitudes of life, but returns as a teenager. Such a look carries a fatal attraction for some middle-aged young women. The thunder gun that has reached advanced proficiency, its attack range has actually directly skyrocketed to over 1,000 meters. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's resolute face. The Thunder Spear just now was him testing the power of the A-ranked battle skill Thunder Spear after raising it to advanced proficiency. I didn't expect it to turn out to be better than expected. That being said, the ferocious beasts in the peaceful county city are getting fewer and fewer, and it's about time to get another place again. In Ping'an County City, there were almost 500 second-order ferocious beasts. Under this month's frantic killing, almost all of these 500-odd second-order ferocious beasts had been turned into alien energy points. 8,000 alien points. This was the total number of alien energy points Su Jingming had obtained after a rough count. As for why it was a rough count, it was simply because after getting the ability points, he would immediately choose to use them and did not accumulate them. And his current panel is a luxury. Name Su Jingming. Level, second order upper. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 1310 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 972 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Master. Boxing, Intermediate. Thunder Spear, Advanced. Chain Thunder Lances, Intermediate. Thunder Flash, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate. Lightning Blast Break, Advanced. Body Forging, Thunder Indestructible Body, 3rd level. Ability points, 112. Rank, from the upper 1st rank, directly crossed a large segment to the upper 2nd rank. The S-ranked Body Forging Battle Skill, the Thunder Indestructible Body, was elevated to the 3rd level, successfully grasping the Thunder Extreme State. The marksmanship had also reached the master level that most exalted could not reach in an exhaustive lifetime. As for the other battle techniques, all of them had also been upgraded to at least intermediate level. 1 month's time, 2nd upper rank, the 3rd ranked Thunder Indestructible Body, as well as a number of A-ranked battle techniques with intermediate proficiency. Who else could do it but me? At this moment, Su Jingming was full of bravado, his clear eyes incomparably bright. Granted, there were reasons for the deep blue system, but his own efforts were equally indelible. Pack up tonight and make a trip back to the supply base tomorrow before we continue deeper into the wilderness area. Su Jingming withdrew his gaze and walked down from the roof of the building, returning to the middle of his own room within the building. It was an ordinary room of more than 30 square meters, and his temporary stronghold in the city of Ping'an County. The only furniture in the room was the desk and the bed. It was simple, but it was all still the only room that was still intact after he had searched over a dozen. The furniture in the other rooms, long ago, was in such disrepair that they couldn't even sleep. In the corner of the room, a huge black tactical backpack was on display. A normal tactical backpack can only hold a couple 100 kilograms at most. But this tactical backpack was hardened by Su Jingming, who had packed in more than 400 kilograms of stuff, causing the whole tactical backpack, the whole thing, to turn into a fattened version. It's a good thing I got the reinforced version, or else the tactical backpack wouldn't have been able to carry all that weight. Su Jingming walked to the corner of the wall and opened his tactical backpack, which stored some cleaned arm knives, tiger tendons, cat claws, and rhinoceros horns. These are the most valuable parts of a ferocious beast's body. At the very beginning, when you enter the city of Ping'an County, for every ferocious beast Su Jingming killed, he would collect the materials from the beasts cleanly. As it turned out, it quickly became apparent that there was too much stuff to fit in the tactical backpack, so when it came down to it, he collected only the most valuable parts of the ferocious beast's body. But even so, it still collected almost 400 kilograms of ferocious beast materials back. As for the exotic flowers and plants, it could be that Su Jingming didn't recognize many of them, or that they only grew within the forest mountains. Anyway, he hadn't seen a single plant in the time he'd been in Peace County. What's for dinner tonight? Su Jingming's eyes scanned inside the tactical backpack, eventually picking out a large tiger tendon. Duong. This tiger tendon was full of elasticity, and when Su Jingming gently held it like this, he couldn't stop the ends from shaking up and down. The tiger tendon was skillfully threaded onto a bamboo pole, followed by a flash of lightning, and the woodpile in the room was set ablaze, setting the bamboo pole on the firewood. It didn't take long for the whole tiger tendon with some blood and flesh to be roasted by the flame with a golden color and aroma. Su Jingming picked up the bamboo pole and took a bite on top of the tiger tendon. The popping soft texture as well as the aroma that filled his mouth made him nod in satisfaction, while bringing enough fresh water and energy bars for over a month. But this thing? Energy bars? Not much flavor at all. Fill the stomach can be. Long time to eat is really some cannot stand. Therefore, at the back, Su Jingming basically didn't even eat the energy bars, instead choosing the freshly baked ones. It was a shame he didn't have any condiments with him, though, or it would have been even better. When we get back to the supply base tomorrow, we'll buy a pot and a set of spices to keep on hand. When you want to eat meat, just pick a ferocious beast and kill it now. This made Su Jingming think of some fishing guys from his previous life. It's all about a fresh authenticity. Since there were barely many ferocious beasts left in Ping'an County, even if there were any left, they were just kittens. So Su Jingming didn't go out to hunt the ferocious beasts after the meal either, and trained in his room until 11 o'clock at night, when he lay down on his bed and went into a light sleep. Early the next morning, He set off in the direction of the supply base with a man-high tactical backpack on his back. August 17, 10 a.m. The early morning sun shone on the earth, and there were no clouds. Wilderness area entrance and exit not far in front of the source water recharge base. As usual, there were a large number of exalts entering the wilderness area from here, and a large number of exalts exiting the wilderness area from here. Among the crowd coming out of the wilderness area, there were small groups of richly harvested aliens with smiles on their faces. There was also the squad of Alterans who were supporting their seriously injured teammates, with heavy faces and obviously heavy losses. There were even some alien squads that directly brought back a corpse that had been gnawed beyond recognition. It's a brutal wilderness area where you never know when the unexpected is going to happen. Ha, Oldly, didn't you guys go to Pingan County the day before yesterday? How come you're back today? What? Did you find some big treasure? Found my ass. The city of Pingan County was taken over by a mysterious strongman. So let's come back to fix up and prepare for a new location. Oh, is that so? Then you can report this message to the base later. And you might even get some intelligence bonuses in exchange. The official shifter squads that guarded the entrances and exits of the wilderness area had long since seen shifters live and die. He was even able to joke and say hello to some of the alien squads he was familiar with. As he spoke, a massive black tactical backpack moved from the distance. It made the squad of Xenos guarding the entrance and exit faint. What's the situation? Tactical backpacks grow their own legs? It was only when they got closer that they realized that there was another tall, slender youth underneath the tactical backpack. Ha ha, what the hell? A tactical backpack this big? He wouldn't be carrying back the entire one-horned rhinoceros flesh and blood, would he? That's too silly, isn't it? And it's a good thing the tactical backpack can be held up so well. The capacity of an ordinary tactical backpack filled with stuff was only about 1 cubic meter, but this youth's backpack was directly propped up to 2 cubic meters. Such an unusual scene naturally drew the playful attention of the other exalted. Thinking that this was a newbie adventurer who wouldn't be able to collect ferocious beast materials, he brought back the entire beast. But after noticing the youth's aura, the shifters couldn't stop laughing. Second order upper. Such a powerful exalt had usually been in and out of the wilderness area several times, and it was impossible to bring back just one ferocious beast. In other words, that big bag could all be ferocious beast materials. With the strength of the upper second rank, the ones hunted should all be second rank ferocious beasts as well. Gee, by the way the straps are tight. It's at least 300 or 400 kilograms. If this large wave of ferocious beast materials is sold out, it would still be a huge profit? A group of alien energy users looked at the youth enviously, their gazes carrying respect for the strong. Solo travelers who dare to enter a wilderness area alone are generally very strong. Those who entered the wilderness area alone and brought back so many ferocious beast materials were even more extremely rare. Plus the other party looked so young. Maybe he was a top genius from some university. Such a heavenly pride is in existence that they dare not even think about. Amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the Xenos, Su Jingming walked into the supply base building. The weapons of the Ultrans usually weighed hundreds of kilograms. As a result, the elevators at the supply base are specially designed to withstand tens of thousands of kilograms. Su Jingming himself weighed more than 120 kilograms, plus the 260 kilograms of the Dark Cloud Blaster gun and more than 400 kilograms of ferocious beast materials. A total of more than 790 kilograms of weight. The elevator still carries together upward. It's just that everyone else in the elevator. It's obvious that the elevator is going to be a lot slower than it used to be. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor of the supply base, and along with Su Jingming stepping out, the crowd then inexplicably felt that the elevator was much lighter. The 6th and 7th floors of the supply base were places to acquire fierce beast materials. On the 6th floor lobby, there were 10 acquisition counters, and there was a line in front of each one. Su Jingming picked a line with fewer people and lined up. Without waiting a moment, it was his turn. Sir, what materials would you like to sell? The woman behind the counter asked with a smile. Second order ferocious beast material. Okay, what kind of second order ferocious beasts are they? How many materials are there? You can put them in the weighing tray next to you and weigh them. Oh, the ferocious beasts are a bit of a mixed bag, weighing in at about 400 kilograms. Over 400 kilograms? That much? The staff behind the counter froze slightly, not yet reacting. Up ahead, Su Jingming had then removed his backpack and dumped all of its contents onto the weighing tray. Whoa, 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 whoa. A large amount of ferocious beast materials came out in a brainstorm. Unlike the materials sold by other exalted, all of these materials were the essence of the ferocious beast's bodies. Tiger tendon, arm knife, rhinoceros horn, a huge pile of stuff, a small mountain of weighing pans straight out of the weighing tray, and the final weight is also shown as 423.5 kilograms. First, sir, please wait. You have an excessive amount of ferocious beast materials. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to inventory, and I need to call in some more people. The staff member behind the counter was clearly flustered and rushed to dial for backup. Not a moment later, 4 or 5 staff members came out from behind the hall, and the middle-aged man in the suit at the head was even more enthusiastic in extending his hand. Hello, I'm Joey, the supervisor in charge of the business in terms of acquiring materials for the 6 or 7 floors of the supply base. Su Jingming. Su Jingming nodded and reached out to shake his hand. Mr. Su is truly young and talented. To be able to hunt and kill so many ferocious beasts at such a young age truly takes my breath away. Just leave it to them over here, and make sure it's all accounted for all for you. Come on, let's go sit over there. Supply bases have always placed a higher value on powerful aliens, especially a young second-order upper alien like Su Jingming had a bright future ahead of him. Thus, this supervisor Zhao Yi, who was all at least a third-order alien, lowered his stance. Not only did he invite Su Jingming to the sidelines for a cup of tea and a chat, he additionally presented a platinum membership card for the supply base. Purchase anything in the supply base at a 10% discount. Sir, the inventory of your fierce beast materials is complete. Half an hour later, Su Jingming's inventory of all the ferocious beast materials was complete. Among them, 89 pieces of second-order upper fierce beast materials, 1 piece of 60, 000 to 80, 000 daxia coins, 107 pieces of second-order median ferocious beast materials, 50, 000 to 70, 000 daxia coins apiece, 221 pieces of second-order lower ferocious beast materials, 40, 000 to 60, 000 daxia coins apiece. There were also 34 pieces of peak first-order ferocious beast materials, 1 piece of 20, 000 to 30, 000 daxia coins. This caused Supervisor Zhao to secretly marvel. Good lord, this is the end of a whole nest of ferocious beasts? Thinking of this, the smile on Zhao Yi's face grew a point wider. These ferocious beast materials, totaling 24, 764, 000. Let's round it up. How about 25 million? That's how you make up the whole thing? Su Jingming glanced at Zhao Yi and nodded. Fine. The price, too, was about what he expected. Put it on the black market and the price is probably a little higher. But the supply base is an official channel, so naturally it's better to go through the official channel. Ding! Your Zhongxia bank account with the tail number 7043 arrived at 25, 000, 000, 000 with a balance of 29, 123, 400, 000. It didn't take long for the SMS arrival alert to sound. Su Jingming originally had a balance of more than 4 million, but now it had skyrocketed to 29 million in a flash. So it could be said that he had gotten rich straight away. With so much money, even Su Jingming, who had always been emotionally calm, was slightly agitated. Supervisor Zhou, I'll see you next time then. See you next time. Supervisor Zhao Yi waved goodbye. The enthusiasm on his face was not a fake. He was able to get nearly $1 million in commission for this order alone. After selling the ferocious beast materials, Su Jingming didn't have the slightest delay. He went straight to the second-floor restaurant, ordered a table of good food and feasted on it. Only what he didn't notice was that in the corner of the restaurant, a figure sitting in a wheelchair gave him a somber look. Then he turned his wheelchair and slowly left. A few minutes later, Supervisor Zhao Yi's office. Supervisor, the one who victimized me is back at the supply base. You must avenge me. On the wheelchair, Zhao Chunlin's face was incomparably hideous when he thought of the figure from earlier. Granted, he had survived the other guy a month ago, but with his pelvis completely shattered, he has been left with a lifelong disability. Even a psychic with healing powers couldn't cure it. Oh, it's that little guy at the top of the first rank you were talking about? Zhao Yi behind the seat raised his eyebrows. Then how do you want to take revenge? Isn't the Tiger Shark Squad back from their mission? Let the Tiger Shark Squad take action. I'll make his life worse than death. Zhao Chunlin was already overwhelmed by anger at this point. Zhao Yi couldn't help but frown at his words. This Zhao Chunlin, even though he was a parochial relative that he had arranged to work at the supply base, had acted more and more wildly in recent years. And having been outright wasted a month ago, there's almost no use for it now. Using the Tiger Shark Squad for him seemed a little less than worthwhile. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yi finally nodded. Fine, the Tiger Shark Squad is on loan to you, but from now on, we have nothing more to do with each other. Zhao Chunlin is his own person when all is said and done, and he has to look at the master when he hits the dog. If he doesn't help this time, how else will the others work for him? Of course, it's limited to helping this one time. Don't worry. After this job, I'll just leave Zhenshui City. Watching Zhao Chunlin driving away in his wheelchair, A wave of uneasiness suddenly surged in Zhao Yi's heart for no apparent reason, and he couldn't help but frown, then slowly stretch out. The Tiger Shark Squad was a second-order elite shifter squad, dealing with an upper first-order little guy. What could go wrong? After sending Zhao Chunlin away, Zhao Yi dialed a phone. Supervisor Wang, I've just found a nice alien on this side of the 6th floor. His name is Su Jingming. Wang Gang was the grand supervisor in charge of managing the entire source water replenishment base. It was also his immediate lead supervisor. Usually when any powerful alien was found, it needed to be reported to Wang Bao. Sometimes you get lucky and get some rewards. Su Jingming, wait for me to check the information. After a short period of silence, Wang Gang's voice sounded again. Only this time it implied some excitement. Supervisor Zhao, that Su Jingming you mentioned just now is very important to me. If he comes back to the 6th floor, you notify me immediately. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned at his words, then nodded. Understood. What kind of person can make the old king so excited? Zhao Yi subconsciously touched his chin after hanging up the phone. The only people who could access the information about the adventurers in the supply base were the Grand Supervisor as well as the General Manager. And he wasn't at that level yet. Though his heart itched, there wasn't much he could do about it. But since old Wang is concerned, it's never wrong to treat it more cautiously in the future. Zhao Yi didn't dwell on it much and quickly got into his work. The top floor of the source water replenishment base, the office of the Grand Supervisor. Looking at the information displayed on the computer, Wang Gang's eyes glowed slightly. I didn't expect another disciple of Yang Zhentian to come to my source water replenishment base. Through the information base of the source water replenishment base, he could only find out that Su Jingming came from the Magic City Alien Energy University. However, students from top universities like this one, Wang Gang would usually pay special attention to them, so he used his family's intelligence information system to check it out. It's a shock not to find out. This Su Jingming turned out to be the Magic City Exotic University, the new disciple that Patriarch Yang Zhentian had recently taken in. Realize that, for someone at his level, the nearby provinces and cities, what powers and strong people are there, is information that must be kept in mind. Otherwise, you won't even know it when you accidentally get in trouble one day. And this Thunder Pistol Yang Zhentian, whose rank had reached the upper 7th rank and had once killed an 8th-ranked ferocious beast across the ranks. For Wang Gang, it was naturally like a thunderclap. Not only could he not afford to mess with it, but the shifter family behind him could not afford to mess with it either. The disciples of the other side should likewise be treated with caution. If Zhao Yi is right, and this Su Jingming rank has really reached the upper 2nd rank, then his talent is even stronger than the original one. Lu Ming. No, this can't be said to be strong. It's simply demonic. Wang Gang leaned his back on the seat, his eyes flickering slightly. 18 years old at the top of the 2nd rank. No one would believe it if they said it. For such a demon, it was best to befriend him. Even if you can't make friends, you must treat them with great care and never offend them. Phew, that's enough food. In the 2nd floor restaurant of the supply base, Su Jingming, who had a full meal, called the waiter to settle the bill. The dishes at the supply base could not be described as expensive. Just a dozen or so dishes cost him 20,000 daxia coins. Even though some of the dishes inside were made from the meat of ferocious beasts, the prices of the dishes were at least 30% more expensive than outside at least. But Su Jingming, who had just earned a large sum of money, didn't care about these details. After paying the bill, he walked straight up to the 3rd floor of the supply base. Here, the supply base sells equipment. The Dark Cloud blaster gun in his hand was not going to be replaced for the time being, but his battle suit was torn from the previous battle. Instead of tinkering, just get a new set. Thus, Su Jingming spent $12 million and directly bought a set of B-ranked battle suit as well as battle boots. In addition, he also discovered that space rings were being sold over here, but the prices were surprisingly high. A cheapest space ring with a capacity equivalent to a small-sized suitcase was sold for upwards of $10 million. With such an expensive price tag, Su Jingming was still dissuaded even though he was extremely interested in the space ring. After all, such a small capacity spatial ring couldn't hold much at all, but more than $10 million. For the current him, he could still purchase a large amount of resources. In addition, the iron pots and spices that he wanted with all his heart were not available in the supply base. Su Jingming had to leave the supply base and head in the direction of the back streets. Back Street is a street not far from the supply base, opened up by the citizens of Jinsui City. It was different from the supply bases that only sold items for the exalted. Back streets are a little more grounded and have a little bit of everything. Outside the supply base, a dark corner where the sun doesn't shine, Zhao Chunlin's bloodshot eyes stared dead on at the figure leaving in the distance, his voice hoarse as he commanded the few people beside him. Your target is him. Break his arms and legs and bring him to me. It was a group of 5 people of 3 men and 2 women, each ranked at the upper 2nd rank. They were the Tiger Shark Squad, usually responsible for carrying out some of the missions issued by the supply base. Of course, occasionally I do some personal work for some supervisors who are well connected. Like right now. Got it. The leader of the Tiger Shark Squad was a man in his 30s with claw scars on his face and a fierce aura. The man nodded and followed silently with the remaining 4. Arriving at the backstreet, Su Jingming hadn't even begun to look for pots and spices when he received a call from Lu Wentao. Casually pressing connect, Lu Wentao's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Ming, your call finally got through. Just got back from the wilderness area. Why? What's up? Nothing, just wanted to talk to you. Ming. Lu Wentao on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed and asked immediately afterward. By the way, Ming, when are you going back to school? In half a month. Ha, it's going to be another half a month. Ah, then we can only wait for that guy Li Qingji to be arrogant for a while longer. Ming, you don't know. This Li Qingji is a freshman who just recently reported for enrollment. He is the provincial scholar of Qinghai province. This guy can be arrogant. The second order lower rank. On the other end of the phone, Lu Wentu was rambling on about what happened after Su Jingming left the school. During that time in school, because of breaking records and crushing Lei Zhu, in the freshman crowd Su Jingming was also considered a man of the moment. But now that he had entered the wilderness area for more than a month, the freshmen were gradually forgetting about him. A number of other strong freshmen are beginning to emerge. Su Jingming suddenly stumbled on his feet. What's wrong? Nothing, go ahead. Su Jingming's halting pace resumed again. However, while listening to Lu Wentao's gossipy information, a flash of blue-purple arcing thunder slightly leapt from the fingertips of his right hand. Once anything went wrong, the terrifying purple heavenly thunder would pour out. Be ready, the target is about to enter an alley. More than 20 meters behind Su Jingming, the captain of the Tiger Shark Squad, who was hiding behind a building, had a serious look on his face. At the same time, she instructed one of the women on the team, He Ji, analyze the target's strength. He Ji possessed mental class C-level psychic abilities, and her perception was extremely powerful. Once in the wilderness area several times, he had sensed the appearance of high-level ferocious beasts, thus avoiding them in advance. This time, though, it was only against a first-order upper-level alien. But when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. It is prudent to analyze the strength of the target before making a move. Captain, not that I'm talking about you, sometimes you're just too cautious. How much of a wave can a little guy at the top of the first rank make? A member of the team giggled. However, right at this moment, He Ji, who had utilized her mental faculty powers, suddenly let out a low cry. What a ferocious aura! What's wrong? What's wrong? The captain asked with a frown. See for yourselves. He Ji smiled bitterly, and with the help of her powers, shared her senses to everyone on the team. This is, the Tiger Shark Squad leader who gained perception was stunned. The world under He Ji's mental faculty psychic ability perception wasn't really that different from the ordinary world, but each creature blossoms with its own light, a light that is either weak or strong, representing different strengths. Instead, the light that blossomed from the tall figure in front was terrifying, like a small sun. It was so conspicuous in the mere glow of those around it that was like a pale fluorescent light, and such a glow was dozens of times stronger than that of him as the leader of the Tiger Shark Squad. This is the upper first rank? You're fucking kidding me! Captain Tiger Shark couldn't help but curse. With such a strong person, it would be easy for the group to destroy their entire squad. Intelligence error. Mission aborted. Go back to the supply base right now and settle the score with Zhao Chunlin. The Tiger Shark Squad leader's face was gloomy with terror. If it wasn't for his years of cautious habits that had given him extra eyes, or else once they did it, the entire squad would be waiting to be collected by someone else. And as the culprit Zhao Chunlin, they naturally will not let go. Crackle. Alleyway. Long since hung up, Su Jingming, who had the dark cloud blast gun in his hand and the purple heavenly lightning lingering around him, frowned. What happened? Why did you suddenly run away? As early as the initial phone call with Lu Wentao, he had sensed that someone was following him. That's why he purposely picked an alley where not many people walked, intending to seduce them out and take care of them together. As a result, I did not expect the other side to see themselves into the alley. Not only did not do it, but turned and fled. But this Zhao Chunlin fellow is still restless even after being in a wheelchair, and he even dares to continue to take shots at me. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. He had discovered Zhao Chunlin's presence when he was at the supply base. I just didn't expect that the other party not only didn't learn from their mistakes, but also dared to wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Forget it, we'll go back to the supply base to settle the score with him after we finish shopping. Shaking his head, Su Jingming reattached his lance behind his back, his body of thunder converging as he slowly stepped away from the alley. On this side of the supply base, he hadn't offended anyone except Zhao Chunlin. Therefore, the probability is that the group of people who followed just now were arranged by the other side to come over. Of course, it could be someone else you don't know, but it's okay. Zhao Chunlin. This guy is also a hidden danger to keep. Just take care of it by the way. Supply base. Inside a secret room in the underground parking lot. With a crisp slap, Zhao Chunlin was directly slapped away with his wheelchair. What's going on? Why are you guys hitting me? Climbing up from the ground, Zhao Chunlin, whose face was covered with blood, was confused. He was supposed to wait here for the Tiger Shark Squad to bring the people back and torture them himself. I didn't expect that. Not only did the Tiger Shark Squad not bring anyone back, instead, the captain even gave himself a direct slap on the wrist as soon as he came up. And you have the nerve to ask me? The information UTM gave me was faulty. The target isn't a first order upper level at all. It's a second order upper level. The Tiger Shark Squad leader's face was grim. And even the claw marks on his face were a bit grim. The remaining 4 members of the team also stared at Zhao Chunlin with unfavorable expressions. While they usually do the dirty work for their supervisors, that doesn't mean they're willing to risk their lives on a mission, especially with the knowledge that the other party possessed the strength to crush the entire squad. Second order. Upper rank? How is that possible? It's only been over a month. Zhao Chunlin's bloodied face was filled with shock. Humph. I don't care what the hell is going on. This mission ends here. At Supervisor Joe's, we'll speak for ourselves. The captain of the Tiger Shark Squad snorted coldly. Nor did he pay any attention to Zhao Chunlin, who had completely broken down emotionally, and directly turned to leave with his squad members. If it were not for the fact that the other party was a relative of Zhaoyi, it would have been more than just a slap just now. Back so soon? People taken care of? Supply base. 6th floor. Supervisor's office. Zhaoyi smiled as he looked at the Tiger Shark Squad and their group that walked in. Tiger Shark Squad. A second-order elite squad. Although they have interests in each other, they are all equal in status. There's a problem with Zhao Chunlin's intelligence. The target isn't a first-order upper, but a second-order upper. And according to EG's mental system psychic ability observation, the opponent's actual combat power is very strong. All of them are at least above the 3rd rank. That's why we didn't continue with this mission. The tone of the lead team was not very friendly. Sure, any other person would not have had a friendly tone in this situation. Second order upper? What's wrong with Zhao Chunlin? This can be mistaken. Zhaoyi frowned. A sudden uneasiness welled up in his heart, so he continued to ask, by the way, what's the name of Zhao Chunlin's target? Name? I don't know. Zhao Chunlin didn't give it to us. The leader of the Tiger Shark Squad shook his head. He pointed it out to us at the entrance of the base, but the target's features are rather obvious. He is about 5 feet 9 inches tall, has a strong body, and carries a dark golden spear that is over 2 meters long. Zhaoyi's heart thumped when he heard this. There were already fewer adepts who used lances, plus the rank of the upper second order and the dark gold color of the lance. Wasn't this the same Su Jingming who had been selling fierce beast materials on the 6th floor an hour ago? Finished. This is the person that the big supervisor is concerned about. And I'm arranging for someone to kill him? Zhaoyi's mind went blank inside. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he dialed Zhao Chunlin's number. What's the name of the man you arranged for Tiger Shark Squad to kill today? Zhao Chunlin on the other end of the phone seemed to have stabilized a bit, but when he heard this question, he was still slightly stunned. Name? I don't know. I struck up a conversation while selling drugs in the lobby. Stupid. How dare you send someone to kill without even knowing the name? Zhaoyi cursed and crushed the phone to pieces. He knew that Zhao Chunlin was a bit stupid. He just didn't expect the stupidity to come to even take revenge without knowing the relevant information beforehand. It seems I've been too indulgent with him these past few years. Zhaoyi sighed leisurely. He was promoted to base supervisor 4 years ago. Base supervisor is close to the very core of supply base power. There were a lot of people who flattered him, and along with that, Zhao Chunlin was also quite well taken care of. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Chunlin acts more and more carefree. Ended up in such a big mess. Supervisor Joe, is there a problem? The Tiger Shark Squad also saw that something was wrong with the situation, and the captain inquired with a frown. It's nothing, not much to do with you guys. By the way, during the tracking process, did the target ever spot you guys? Zhaoyi asked. We haven't been in his line of sight, but we can't rule out the possibility that the other side sensed us. The captain hesitated. If it was a normal second-order upper-level aberrant, the perception ability might not have been this strong. But the bad thing is, the other side is very unusual. Zhaoyi's face sank at his words, sighed, and said, okay, I got it. You guys go down. Since it's likely that Su Jingming has already found out, it's better to get through to the Grand Supervisor. After the Tiger Shark Squad left, Zhaoyi also walked out of the 6th floor office and took the elevator to the top floor of the supply base. Supervisor Wang. Busy? With a pleasing-like smile on his face, Zhao pushed open the office of the big supervisor Wang Gang. "It's Supervisor Zhou. What can I do for you?" The big supervisor, Wang Gang, was a lean man in his 40s. At the moment, he was sitting behind a desk, conducting official business. "Here's the deal." Zhao revealed a bitter smile and then began to recount what happened. "I had thought that by virtue of my supervisory status, and the fact that I had taken the initiative to admit that I was wrong, even if the Su Jingming was the one that the Grand Supervisor looked up to, there shouldn't be anything wrong with him. However, I didn't expect that the big supervisor Wang Gang, who heard the whole thing, was as gloomy as water. The strong aura belonging to a fourth-order alien had already permeated out, and the entire office was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, and the gaze he looked at Zhao carried the same incomparable shock and fury. Sending someone to attack and kill Su Jingming, how dare you? Inside the office of the big supervisor. Although Wang Gang tried his best to restrain his anger, however, anyone with a discerning eye could hear the shocking anger contained in the other party's tone, and as a human savant, Zhao was naturally no exception. And this reaction was clearly beyond Zhao Yi's expectations, so he couldn't help but frown slightly. "Supervisor Wang, it's just a little guy of the upper second rank. There's no need to get so angry, right? Just a little guy of the upper second rank?" Wang Gang was almost infuriated. An hour ago, he was still thinking about how to get on good terms with Su Jingming. I didn't expect this Zhao Yi to turn his head and land a backstab, so he simply clicked on Su Jingming's profile, holographically projecting it into midair, and coldly said, "This is Su Jingming's information. Read it yourself." Zhao Yi sniffed and hurriedly looked over. Scholar of Jiangnan Province, age 18, freshman of Magic City Alien University. A message with keywords appeared in the middle of his sight. "What? He's only 18? Zhao Yi was shocked. An 18-year-old second-order upper. What kind of concept is that? You know, the country's so many martial arts college entrance examination provincial scholar. The top of the sky is only one order up. Perhaps some year there will be a provincial scholar of the lower second order, but he had never even heard of the second-ranked upper provincial scholar, and a message he saw immediately afterward made his pupils shrink violently. Magic Capital Alien University, the Dean of the College of Arms. Yang Zhentian is his exclusive tutor? Trouble, this is trouble. Zhao Yi's face was ashen. If anything, the previous information still only indicated that Su Jingming was a demonic-level genius. That message, however, represented a behemoth standing behind Su Jingming, and such an existence, not to mention Yuanshui base city, the entire Yuanshui city couldn't afford to mess with it. After all, a patriarch-level character, even if he crushed the entire supply base, the country wouldn't say anything. Su Jingming, unexpectedly has such a background. Zhao Yi took a deep breath as a flash of determination appeared in his gaze. "Supervisor Wang, I know, Zhao Chunlin I will immediately dispose of, and definitely won't make things difficult for the base side. Supervisor Zhao, it's not enough just to deal with Zhao Chunlin." Wang Gang looked at Zhao Yi with a ghostly gaze. "You don't think no one knows about the things you've been doing at the supply base in recent years, do you? Someone, take Supervisor Zhao down to wait for the sheriff's department to investigate." "What, you want to take me along for the ride?" Zhao Yi was shocked and furious when he heard this. Before he had time to resist, he was taken away directly by the two fourth-rank alien power users outside the door who were in charge of protecting the safety of the big supervisor. The Tiger Shark squad needs to be dealt with as well, and in addition, on Su Jingming's side, a reparation gift has to be prepared as well. Wang Gang's eyes flickered. Although Zhao Yi, this idiot, had made a big mistake, but at least the Tiger Shark squad hadn't really put up a fight. If this matter is handled well, it is also not an opportunity to build a good relationship with Su Jingming. Half an hour later, in the hall on the first floor of the supply base, the aliens looked at the doorway in surprise. There, several middle-aged men in suits stood. One of them was a bit leaner, but stood at the front of everyone. The one at the front is the base's big supervisor. Wang Gang, right? That's right, it's him. Not only Wang Barge, the supervisors from other floors are here too. TSK, this is the situation. Is there some big shot coming over? It's possible. The aliens were talking. A small team of 4 was also looking over curiously from the lobby couch seats. These 4 people were all girls, and one of them was, quite literally, Wang Qian, who had once helped Su Jingming speak a month ago. All the supervisors of the base greeted him. This person's ostentation is really big, Wang Qian lamented. The source water supply base. The forces are intertwined. Just a supervisor position alone. There was no telling how many clans and forces were staring at it. In particular, the position of big supervisor is from a deep background of the son of the big family can be qualified. And now, these big supervisors, are actually stepping up. This is a rare scene. Never mind that. School starts in half a month. What are we doing next? Back to school. Or another trip to the wilderness area? Captain Yamusia said with a frown. Seeing the captain mentioning business, the team members all came back to their senses. And Wang Qian was also solemn. In half a month's time, it's still possible to hunt some ferocious beasts, but we can't target the upper second-ranked ferocious beasts anymore. It's still the same as before, with second-level, middle and lower-level ferocious beasts as the main hunting targets. The two remaining girl members of the team nodded along. Indeed, a second-stage upper-level ferocious beast is still a bit too much of a stretch for us. In the past, their squad's hunting targets had been the middle and lower second order. This month alone, he had tried to use the upper second-ranked ferocious beasts as his hunting targets. However, after entering and exiting the wilderness area twice in a row, the second-rank upper-level ferocious beasts didn't hunt many. The squad members fell back and almost had their lives endangered several times. Alas, our team is still missing a strong offensive player. If only we could have gotten that guy from Mordor Alien University on our team back then. When she thought of that tall and slender figure, Wang Qian couldn't help but sigh. The last 2 times I've been back to base city, I haven't met up with the other side either. In this case, the other person is probably just going back to school. The probability of meeting again in the future is low. Just as she was thinking that, a team member next to her was pointing in the direction of the doorway and exclaimed in shock. See Yao Tsing, isn't that the little brother from the Magic City Alien Energy University before? Where? Wang Qian subconsciously looked over and saw the upright figure carrying a long spear appear at the entrance of the base. However, the next moment, the big supervisor of the supply base, who was originally standing on the side, greeted him with a warm face. The supervisors greeted him? Wang Qian's eyes glazed over in disbelief. Even if the other party came from the Magic City Alien Energy University, there was no way they could have gotten such a solemn greeting, right? Even the big supervisor greeted him personally. It seems that this little brother's identity seems to be more than simply being a current student of the Magic City Alien Energy University. On the opposite side of the seat, Captain Yamushi also had a thoughtful expression on her pretty face. The other side, Su Jingming, who had just walked into the supply base, was enthusiastically brought to the VIP reception room on the top floor by Wang Bao. Inside the luxuriously decorated VIP reception room, there were only 2 people, Wang Gang and Su Jingming. And with Wang Barge's explanation, Su Jingming also understood the context of the matter. Student Su, I'm really sorry about this time. Wang Gang apologized with a sincere face. But don't worry, we will absolutely give you a satisfactory answer. It's just that by the time we found Zhao Chunlin, he'd already been silenced by Zhao Yi. Of course, we also contacted the sheriff's department, and there's quite a bit going on with Zhao Yi and the Tiger Shark squad. I believe they will spend the rest of their lives in jail when the results come out. Then I'll trouble Supervisor Wang. Listening to Wang Barge's words, Su Jingming nodded superficially. In his heart, he couldn't help but mentally marvel at the fact that he was worthy of being a ruthless person who could sit in the position of a big supervisor. The fact that his own men had settled so crisply was enough to make him unable to utter a single word of dissatisfaction. Sure, Su Jingming was also clear that just by himself, he certainly wouldn't be able to make the other party make it this far. Mostly, the other party had still investigated his information and knew that his teacher was Yang Jintian. As an apology, this is a special reparation gift for you from our supply base. The space ring on Wang Gang's right hand flickered slightly, and a black and gold colored card appeared on the table. This is the black and gold membership card of our supply base. From now on, your stay in our supply base will be free. Get 20% off any purchase. 2. Wang Gang explained with a smile. In addition to taking out a small box from his bag, opening the box and placing it on the desktop, a ring with an ancient shape was lying inside the box. In addition, this is a space ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter, and the same is a reparation. Source water replenishment base, penthouse lounge. Su Jingming on the sofa looked at the space ring inside the box with some surprise. Those who mastered spatial abilities were already rare, and if they wanted to attach spatial abilities to a ring, they would need to go through all sorts of complicated processes. The more space you attach, the more expensive it will be to build. Space rings with a capacity of 1 cubic meter were all officially sold for at least 50 million dasha coins. The fact that Wang Gang was able to bring out this ring as a compensation was enough to show the sincerity of the other party. Since Supervisor Wang is so kind, I'll take it. Su Jingming smiled faintly and didn't choose to refuse, accepting both the black gold card and the spatial ring. Wang Gang was also relieved to see this. At this point, it could be said that all the trouble Zhao Chunlin had caused had been perfectly resolved. Although he had given away a valuable spatial ring, it was worth it to exchange it for Su Jingming's approval. As for the group of people disposed of, Zhao Chunlin, it doesn't hurt. There are still quite a few people eyeing the 6th floor supervisor position, so just re-elect another one up there. Worthy of being Mr. Yang's student. He really does things with gusto. Speaking of which, I also know your senior brother Lu Ming. Wang Gang laughed and took the initiative to open a new topic. Oh, is that so? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. It was indeed something he hadn't expected. Yes, fellow student Lu Ming also originated from the water replenishment base side of the experience back then. As the big supervisor of the supply base, Wang Gang's emotional intelligence could not be said to be high. Using senior brother Lu Ming as the topic, he initiated a conversation. Even though there are only 2 people in the room, it still doesn't get cold. In this way, Wang Gang talked incessantly for more than half an hour. If Su Jingming hadn't taken the initiative to leave, the other party might have been able to talk for a day without stopping. Student Su, next time you encounter something, just contact me directly. I may not count for much in the Magic City, but this side of Zhenshui City, my words still carry some weight. Before leaving, Wang Gang also enthusiastically left his private contact information. It said that on this side of Zhenshui City, if you encountered anything, you could directly approach him to deal with it. This caused Su Jingming to feel a secret emotion. That's the power of context. If it were an ordinary second-order superior genius, it would be absolutely impossible to have such treatment. Leave the VIP reception room on the top floor. Su Jingming opened another room on the 18th floor of the supply base. Originally, he wanted to open a regular guest room, as before, but I didn't expect the staff at the front desk, seeing the black and gold card in his hand. Then, with trepidation, he voluntarily upgraded his room to a deluxe room. Thus, Su Jingming was given one of the best configured rooms in the entire source water replenishment base. The entire room is over 200 square meters, with a bedroom, bathroom, and recreation room. The decor is also very luxurious and the rooms are exquisitely furnished. The most stunning feature of the entire room, however, is the wide, floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the living room. Through this floor-to-ceiling window, you can overlook the entire outskirts of the source water wilderness area. Su Jingming stood by the window and looked down, and if he ignored the ferocious beasts rampaging within the wilderness area, the view below was still quite good, but he had more important things to do than the view out the window. Su Jingming withdrew his gaze and sat down on the living room sofa. Then he took out the Wang Gang gifted space ring with great interest and carefully observed it. From the looks of it, the space ring was no different from an ordinary ring. However, Su Jingming was sensing the spatial aura on this ring that he had detected back at the Magic City Alien University's Battle Technique Library. As for the way to use the spatial ring, it was also very simple. All one needed to do was to leave a mental power imprint on the spatial ring. Su Jingming's mental power was as high as 972 Hz, far higher than the 600-700 Hz mental power of an ordinary second-order upper exalt. This was the key to him being able to detect that the Tiger Shark Squad was following him. Su Jingming then quickly left his mental imprint on the spatial ring. The instant he left his mental imprint, a square piece of space with a capacity of about 1 cubic meter also appeared in his perception at the same time. This is the inner space of the space ring. Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly. He finally possessed this kind of magical contraption from a metaphysical novel as well. Next, he experienced the storage function of the spatial ring. Anything other than living things can be stored in it as long as it is physically touched. However, if you try to put in something with a volume greater than 1 cubic meter, it will also fail to store. This thing, the space ring, belonged to the category of things that one was looking forward to before getting it, but didn't feel much afterward. Su Jingming quickly grew disinterested after playing with the storage releases features for a short while. After placing the most important pills, fresh water, energy bars, and iron pots and spices that he had on him inside his spatial ring, then he took out his cell phone and dialed his teacher Yang Zhentian's number. Out of the wilderness area? Teacher Yang Zhentian's familiar voice rang from the other end of the phone. Well, it just came out today, and there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Su Jingming was able to get such an expensive reparation gift from Longbarge mainly because of Mr. Yang Zhentian's relationship. Therefore, it is still necessary to clarify the situation with the teacher on this matter. So he briefly described on the phone how he met Zhao Chunlin, what happened halfway through, and how Wang Gang handled it in the end. And upon hearing that Zhao Chunlin had actually arranged for a squad of second-order upper elite exalted to carry out an assault, the sound of thunderous arcs of electricity pulsing violently on the other end of the phone. Even the cell phone signal was a bit unstable. Su Jingming hastened to say that the elite squad had eventually given up on the mission. And only then did the anger on teacher Yang Zhentian's side calm down a little. It was only after Su Jingming had spoken about the outcome of the entire matter that a cold snort came from him. Humph, how dare I send someone to attack and kill you? Compensating for a spatial ring is considered light. If anything really happens to you, I'll raise their entire supply base. If Su Jingming died at the hands of the ferocious beast, Yang Jintian would never have any complaints. But if it's because his own people are putting cold knives in the back, Yang Jintian will never let go of anyone who is related. By the way, why did you say that the elite squad of the upper second order followed you to the alley? And why would they eventually abandon the mission? Yang Jintian on the other end of the phone was both grateful and puzzled. He was also a shifter who frequented the wilderness area back then, and knew of some shifter squads that were willing to do any dirty work for money. As long as a mission was taken on, it would not be given up at all if it was not met with some great difficulty. Maybe they realized that I'm also a second order upper. Su Jingming rubbed his nose. It could be clearly heard that Yang Jintian on the other end of the phone froze, but quickly reacted and asked, "You're already at the upper second rank?" "Well, just got promoted a couple days ago." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Yang Jintian's excited and elated voice rang out. Good. Worthy of being my Yang Jintian student. The progress of cultivation is even faster than it was back in my day. When we get back to school, your teacher will personally celebrate you." "Okay." Su Jingming smiled slightly. After this, he talked to the teacher for a little while longer before hanging up. Meanwhile, Yang Jintian, who was far away in the teacher's villa of the Magic City Alien Energy University, was in awe. After teaching at the Magic City Alien Energy University for decades, what geniuses had he not seen before? But he hadn't really seen any student who was able to directly ascend from the first rank upper level to the second rank upper level in a month. They say that a crisis between life and death is a catalyst for the strong. But in this disciple of mine, it's not even a catalyst anymore. It's a cheat. After reporting the situation with his teacher Yang Jintian, Su Jingming changed out of his battle suit with dark red bloodstains, walking into the bathroom clutching a set of clothes he had just bought on the backstreet. Although as a second-order alien who also practiced the thunder indestructible body, his body wouldn't produce too much dirt. Still, after a month, the skin was stained with blood and sweat and needed to be cleaned. Half an hour later, Su Jingming, who had changed into new clothes and was fresh, walked out of the bathroom. Then he sat down on the couch, took out his smartwatch, and tapped on the map. Buzz. With a soft sound, the map of the source water wilderness area was projected before Su Jingming's eyes. The Jinsui wilderness area is divided into two large areas, one of urban ruins and the other of forested mountains. The city ruins area, most of which were labeled due to the fact that the ferocious beasts were of a lower level and there were more adventurers exploring. The forest range area, on the other hand, was the exact opposite, with high levels of ferocious beasts and little information labeled on the map. Most of the ferocious beasts in the forest range region are above the third rank, and fourth rank ferocious beasts are not uncommon. If you go over there, the danger is a bit higher, but accordingly, the efficiency of acquiring alien energy points is also higher. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. His current rank was the upper second order. However, with the S-ranked supernormal ability Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder, as well as the addition of master-level gun techniques and numerous highly proficient battle techniques, the actual combat power was around the upper third rank. In addition, as an S-ranked body forging class battle skill, the special ability Thunder Extreme State added to the third level of the Thunder Indestructible body could not be said to be too strong. When he had just obtained the Thunder Extreme State, Su Jingming had tried it, and his entire body strength could almost be increased by 3 or 4 times. It was simply similar to the effect of the blood storming pill, and there are no side effects. And his A-ranked stance-type battle skill, Thunder Flash, had likewise been raised to advanced proficiency. With the Thunder Extreme State turned on, and then using the Thunder Flash, it was estimated that a peak 4th stage ferocious beast wouldn't be able to catch up with him. In the entire source water wilderness area, the highest-ranked ferocious beasts are only of the 5th rank, and their numbers are extremely rare. As long as I'm careful, there's not really much danger. Even if I'm really unlucky and encounter a 5th-order beast, it doesn't matter. The big deal is to get high on a blood-storming pill and then run for my life. In that case, we'll go straight to the forest range area tomorrow. After determining where we're going tomorrow, Su Jingming then directly leaned his back against the sofa, opening the holographic projection in front of him in a very relaxed posture and watching the video program, all the while casually unwrapping a packet of snacks that had been prepared in the room and eating them with gusto. People are not machines, after all. During the month in Ping'an County, Su Jingming spent his days in the company of ferocious beasts, his spirit constantly taut. Even sleeping at night is in a state of light sleep where any loud noise can wake me up at any time. It's also time to relax and unwind. Therefore, for all the rest of the day, Su Jingming is not going to use it for training. Oh, it's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Jingming on the sofa stretched and then leapt up from the sofa. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep lying down, but it was mealtime and time to eat. Eat. Su Jingming left the room with a brisk pace. Ever since he had been chewing on energy bars for more than 20 days straight in the wilderness area, he had huge expectations regarding the matter of eating. More than 10 minutes later, the second floor cafeteria of the supply base. It was the middle of mealtime and the restaurant was very busy. Many of the shifters were sipping their drinks and bragging about their exploits in the wilderness area. On one of the dining tables, the 10 or so dishes that Su Jingming had ordered were also placed one by one on top of each other, the aroma overwhelming the nose. Just as he was feasting, a group of 4 girls walked in from the direction of the restaurant entrance. One of the girls, after noticing Su Jingming, her eyes even lit up. With a slender stride, he was about to approach. Xiao Qian, what are you going for? Behind her, Yao Muxia pulled her to a stop. Go invite that little brother to join the team, Wang Qian said with gusto. It was so hard to meet that little brother from the Magic City Alien University again, so she naturally wouldn't let it go. Don't go, others won't agree. Yao Muxia shook her head. Why? We're at least a second-order mid-level team. It should still be very attractive to him. A first-order upper-level alien, Wang Qian said in disbelief. First-order upper? Look more carefully. Yao Muxia sighed. Isn't it the upper first order? Wang Qian looked over in confusion, and upon careful sensing, the breath on the other party was actually stronger than her. It's second-order upper? He advanced so fast? Wang Qian was shocked, and what followed was a huge disappointment. A second-order upper alien from the top university, Magic City Alien University. It's true that they wouldn't choose to join a small group like theirs. Forget it, let's not force our hands. Let's just directly hunt the low-grade ferocious beasts. Wang Qian withdrew her gaze with interest. It's just a shame that such a handsome little brother. On the other hand, Su Jingming hadn't noticed the presence of Wang Qian and the others. After dinner in the cafeteria and nearly a month's worth of fresh water and supplies such as energy bars, then he went back to his room to continue his kazoo, for barely getting a good night's sleep in the wilderness area. So it wasn't even 9 o'clock this night before Su Jingming laid down on his bed and quickly fell into sleep. This sweet sleep didn't wake him up until 9 o'clock the next morning. Phew, comfy. Su Jingming leapt off the bed, feeling like his entire body was in a better state than ever before. So after washing up, he changed into his brand new B-rank battlesuit, leaning the Dark Cloud Blaster pistol gun behind him. He stepped into the wilderness area once again, and his target this time is the forested mountain range area located deeper into the Sourcewater Wilderness area. The mountain forest area is almost 48 kilometers from the entrance to the wilderness area. However, Su Jingming was also too much stronger than the last time he entered the wilderness area, and there was no need to purposely avoid certain places in the town's ruins where ferocious beasts were entrenched. So it took him more than 5 hours this time, and he entered the forest area of the mountain range just after 3 p.m. Squeak dash, roar, squeak dash. The forested areas of the mountain range are much more pristine than the crumbling steel jungles of town ruins. The ground is overgrown with small grasses and bushes, and green trees as far as the eye can see. And now that it was summer, the cries of the robins were interspersed with the hissing and growling of the brutal beasts, but in perfect harmony. Kaching dash. In the forest, Su Jingming had just stepped on a dry branch. With that, his face changed slightly and he directly dodged to the side. It was also at this time that a light greenish-colored wind blade whistled out from the jungle, skimming over the spot where Su Jingming had just stood. Boom, boom, boom. This wind blade was extremely sharp, slicing off 3 or 4 trees one after another before gradually disappearing into the air. Roar. At the same time, a ferocious beast with light green hair all over its body and sharp eyes stepped out from the jungle. The appearance of this ferocious beast was somewhat similar to a wolf, but its size was much larger, and there was a faint green blistering wind lingering around it, causing the soft, light green fur all over its body to sway slightly along with it. Third-order fierce beast, blast dread wolf. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. When a ferocious beast reaches the 3rd stage, it won't just be able to use physical strength. Instead, they will gain special abilities similar to those of the alter ego. The blast wind dread wolf was a ferocious beast that lived in the forest and mastered the wind ability. The wind blade just now was also by one of its natural skills. Looking at the aura, it should be in the middle of the 3rd order. I just don't know how many exotic points can be gained after killing it. The S-grade purple heavenly divine thunder had already been summoned by Su Jingming, and blue-purple thunder lingered around his body. Just as he was holding the Dark Cloud Blaster gun in his hand, he was preparing to go up and hunt his first 3rd-order fierce beast. Suddenly there was a rustling movement in the side, accompanied by the sound of talking. A team walked out of the jungle and appeared in Su Jingming's line of sight. It was a heavily armed group of 6 men, each carrying a weapon and equipment. One of them, though, was carrying a heavy video camera on his shoulder in addition to his weapon. In addition, one of them wore a black slim-fitting battlesuit that accentuated her slender figure. The tall girl with waist-length silver-white hair is also very striking. Su Jingming also recognized the identity of the young girl at first. It was the same cyber goddess who had appeared at the supply base a month ago, Zhang Chuxian. It wasn't uncommon to encounter other shifters in the wilderness area. Previously, when he was still in Ping'an County, Su Jingming had encountered more than one wave of alter ego squads. As for Jiang Chuxian's group, apart from Jiang Chuxian himself, his aura was in the middle of the second order. The rest of the other 5 male and female bodyguard-like Xenos with breaths that were all in the middle and upper third order. According to the Adventurers' Convention of the Great Summer Kingdom, an alien in the wilderness area was not allowed to strike at other aliens. Once they are caught striking out at other Exalted, they will face extremely harsh punishments and will likewise be looked down upon by other Exalted. And so, most of the aliens followed this same guideline. But one can't be too defensive. In the face of Jiang Chuxuan's line of powerful third-order alien squads, Su Jingming naturally didn't dare to continue striking out at the Blizzard Dreadwolf, his eyes staring at them warily. However, this group of third-order aberrations with powerful breaths seemed as if they hadn't noticed Su Jingming, talking and laughing to themselves. The power of the blast wind lingering around this blast Dreadwolf is not weak. It should be of the middle third rank. A ferocious beast of this level is just the thing to take to Miss Jiang as strike material. Same old rule. Block its escape route first. The wilderness area. Whichever shifter finds the ferocious beast first, goes to whoever it is. Other exalts would be seen as provocative if they snatched the ferocious beast. However, this group of people clearly didn't have the second-ranked upper Su Jingming in their eyes. Jokingly, he was about to make a move on the blast red wolf in front of him. Su Jingming immediately frowned when he saw this. Before he could make a sound, Jiang Chuxian, who was standing playfully to the side, was the first to speak. Team Wang. This ferocious beast was discovered by the others first. Let's change the ferocious beast. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a lark's. Ms. Jiang, this is a ferocious beast of the middle third stage. It didn't seem right to leave it to this little guy in the upper second order. I'm afraid that as soon as we leave, this little guy will be bitten to death by the blast red wolf. At the forefront, the middle-aged man with a sword and shield said half-jokingly, Team Wang, I remember saying last time that I don't like robbing other people's prey to use as filming material, right? Jiang Chuxian frowned slightly. Upon hearing such unceremonious words, the middle-aged man at the forefront immediately stiffened his face. A trace of imperceptible viciousness flashed in his eyes, and then his face quickly returned to normal as he greeted the other team members with a smile. Since Miss Jiang isn't satisfied, then it's fine for us to go find the next ferocious beast. Soon, Jiang Chuxian and his group left Su Jingming's line of sight and disappeared in the middle of the jungle. A conflict that could have been averted. This Jiang Chuxian has a pretty good personality and knows how to think about others. Su Jingming rubbed his chin. Sure, it is also not ruled out that the other person is an internet celebrity who deliberately sets up his own persona in front of passers-by, but she doesn't seem to have much control over her team anyway. Based on the words Jiang Chuxian said, it could be clearly heard that their group had snatched other Exalted's ferocious beasts more than once. Moreover, Su Jingming was very close to the middle-aged man just now, and also noticed the hint of viciousness that flashed across the other party's face when Jiang Chuxian halted. However, none of this has much to do with me. Su Jingming's gaze condensed slightly. He doesn't pay much attention to the internet, and if it weren't for his high school best friend, Zhang Hao, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know who Jiang Chuxian is. In addition, Jiang Chuxian was able to enter the Magic City Alien University, and developing into a video blogger sitting on millions of followers. The IQ is certainly not low. The problems with the team are well known to herself, I'm afraid. Roar. At that moment, seeing that small team of Alterans with a powerful aura leave, the blast dread wolf that was originally hiding behind the trees, ready to escape at any time, jumped out once again. With a growl, he opened his bloody mouth. With a desire for fresh human flesh and blood in his eyes, he charged towards Su Jingming. At the same time, a series of 2 light green colored wind blades shot out from his body. Yo, you're more eager than I am. There was a flash of lightning. In just the blink of an eye, Su Jingming's figure disappeared from its original position, appearing in front of the Blizzard Dread Wolf across a distance of more than 30 meters. The A-ranked battle skill, Thunder Flash, was raised to advanced proficiency by him. Coupled with Su Jingming's strength at the top of the second rank, the limit breakthrough distance was as high as 54 meters. Roar! Faced with the sudden appearance of a human, the Blast Dread Wolf was startled. Before he could trigger the wind blade again, the low voice belonging to Su Jingming sounded once more. Lightning Blast Break. The Dark Cloud Blizzard gun filled with purple Heavenly Divine Thunder was already held in his hands, and under the Wind-type supernatural power enhancement attached to the Dark Cloud Blizzard gun's body itself, Thunder Light flared up at first, and the lance stabbed out as if it were lightning. Pust! In the next moment, the hard skull of the third-order medium Blast Red Wolf was directly stabbed through like a fragile watermelon. Then, With a bang, thunder exploded, and the entire head directly exploded. Ding! Kill 1 3rd order medium blast Dreadwolf, plus 34 alien ability points. A pleasant system beep sounded. Is the number of ability points gained from killing a 3rd ranked ferocious beast more than 30? Not bad at all. Su Jingming shook his lance, shaking off the residual blood from the tip. With that, the spatial ring on his hand flickered slightly, and a small dagger appeared on his left hand. This was a dagger made from a B-grade alloy that was extremely sharp. Because of the dagger's small weight, it wasn't expensive even if it was built with a B-grade alloy, and it only cost Su Jingming 790,000 daxia coins. And such a sharp dagger was naturally used to collect ferocious beast materials. The most valuable part of the blast red wolf was its silky fur, which was an excellent material for making coats. A complete wolf skin could even fetch a high price of 500,000 daxia coins. This was why Su Jingming chose to directly destroy the blast red wolf's head. The dagger slashed down close to the skin, and it took more than 10 minutes to peel off this wolf's skin in its entirety. The first prey was successfully killed. Next, go find the second prey. Casually throwing the wolf skin into the middle of his spatial ring, Su Jingming carried his spear and quickly left this place. 7 days later, 5 p.m. The summer sun was waving down with abandon, and the sky was cloudless for miles. Within the forested area of the mountain range interspersed with cicadas, 7 or 8 giant power apes traveled through the jungle. It's a ferocious herd of giant power apes and monkeys. They were seen on all fours, walking while their eyes scanned the surroundings hungrily. Obviously, they are searching for prey and preparing to feed. Suddenly, the leader of the giant power apes and monkeys walking at the very front stopped and sniffed his nose vigilantly. Sensing that something was wrong, it tried to give a roar of warning. However, right at this moment, only a whoosh sound was heard as a blue-purple thunder spear shot out from the jungle. Rumble! The spear was extremely fast, blasting the leader in the blink of an eye. Then blue-purple thunder exploded. Between the arcs of electricity jumping and flashing, a thunder mushroom cloud slowly rose. And this giant power ape leader, whose strength was as high as the upper 3rd rank, also fell to the ground with serious injuries after his entire body became scorched black under the explosive blast of this thunder spear. Ho ho ho! Hissing, the remaining giant strength apes immediately became flustered, sending out threatening roars in all directions. Then, a man with a dark golden lance in his hand, the tall human with thunder lingering around him, as if he were a thunder god, just walked out of the jungle. This shot of lightning spear actually failed to kill it in a direct second. The giant strength ape monkey deserves to be a 3rd stage ferocious beast known for its defensive power. Su Jingming shook his head. That giant ape leader would need to be patched up by himself later on. But for now, let's get rid of all you little fishes first. Thunder prison. Crackle. Accompanied by ear-piercing thunder. A thunder prison with a diameter of 20 meters just enveloped Su Jingming as well as all the ferocious beasts. One of the giant power apes attempted to break out, yet just the moment it came into contact with the thunder prison, its skin was electrified and scorched. Under the severe pain, it hastily retreated back. Not one of you can escape. Su Jingming's gaze flickered as lightning flashed, and with his spear in hand, he rushed into the group of giant power ape ferocious beasts. Thunder flash, lightning blast break, chain thunder guns. Su Jingming's gunplay nowadays had been promoted to the master level, reaching the category of being out of this world. Coupled with multiple A-ranked battle techniques, the strength was terrifying. Thus, the group of 3rd order giant power ape ferocious beasts that would terrify most alien squads. In just less than 5 or 6 minutes, they were all slaughtered one by one by Su Jingming holding the dark cloud blast gun. Who dash? Su Jingming stood upright on the grass with his lance in hand, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Around them, there was a field of corpses of giant power apes and monkeys, and their blood dyed the originally tender green forest grass into bright red, deep blue. Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Level, 2nd order upper. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 1317 blood, plus. Spirit, 981 Hz, plus. Skills, marksmanship, master. Boxing, intermediate plus. Thunder spear, advanced plus. Chain thunder lances, intermediate plus. Thunder flash, advanced plus. Thunder prison, intermediate plus. Lightning blast break, advanced plus. Body forging, thunder indestructible body, 3rd level. Ability points, 3267. Another 200 or so alien points added. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. It was true that the efficiency of acquiring exotic points in the forested area of the mountain range was much faster than over in the ruins of the city. In just 7 days, more than 3,000 alien energy points had been accumulated. But it's already more than 3,000 alien points, and I'm surprised the plus sign hasn't appeared after the rank yet. Su Jingming frowned slightly. The last time he advanced from the upper 1st order to the lower 2nd order, It cost him more than 200 alien energy points. The two subsequent advances to second order medium and upper respectively also cost 500 and 800 alien energy points. Originally, he thought that advancing to the third rank, 3000 alien energy points should almost be enough. I didn't expect it to be enough. To advance from the second to the third order, it might take 4000 ability points to do so, Su Jingming surmised in his mind. But even if there were enough alien energy points to advance, he wouldn't choose to level up. He was going to keep the alien energy points and use them to learn battle techniques when he got back to school. An S-class battle technique that can be learned by a second-ranked alien. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. For shifters, sometimes rank doesn't mean everything. Ranks and battle techniques work together to bring out the strongest combat power. Why did the outstanding students of the Magic City Alien University tend to be able to kill ferocious beasts or other aliens over the level? It was because they mastered stronger battle techniques and had more superior combat skills than ordinary adepts. Having a rank alone, without the proper battle techniques to go with it, was like a baby with a sharp knife, unable to maximize one's strength at all. This was why Su Jingming didn't use all of his exotic energy points to pile up levels in one go. Instead, it was boosted together with the battle skills and gun techniques. After all, with a solid foundation, the path of the strong can go longer. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the smartwatch on Su Jingming's wrist suddenly vibrated. He subconsciously tapped the map on his smartwatch. On it, in addition to the green point of light that represented his position, there appeared a white point of light that was constantly signaling outward. It's a distress signal? Su Jingming raised his sword brows slightly. The most important function of the smartwatch issued by this supply base, apart from the built-in map, is to send out a distress signal. At this time, the location information that was originally hidden would be exposed to all the alien smartwatches within 2 kilometers of the surrounding area. It's up to the alien to choose, to save or not to save. Of course, most of the adventurer teams that received the distress signal would go to the neighborhood to check out the situation before making a decision. The distress signal doesn't seem to be far from my side, so I can check out the situation nearby first. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jingming still set off in that direction. If it was merely a weak third-ranked ferocious beast, it wouldn't hurt for him to step in and help. If it was a powerful fourth-ranked ferocious beast, then there was nothing he could do to help. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the jungle of tall trees, the figure of a slender young girl with an athletic body jumped between the branches of the trees. The young girl had long silver-white hair and could span a distance of 7 or 8 meters with each jump. Yet even so, she continued to look back from time to time with a worried expression. And behind her, at a distance of about several hundred meters, it seemed that some kind of behemoth was rapidly running this way. The trees around them were also knocked down in pieces with the impact of this behemoth's run. This is trouble. The look on Jiang Chuxian's pretty face was incomparably grave. In the morning, she was working with her team of bodyguards to film the video of slaying a ferocious beast that needed to be released this week. However, he didn't expect that a fourth-ranked ferocious beast suddenly rushed out from the middle of the jungle. It caused her and the bodyguard team to be swept away. But luckily the fourth-ranked ferocious beast didn't come at her. That's why she got away with it. After this, she wanted to rejoin her bodyguard team. But he didn't expect that just now. After merely passing through a cave, he had attracted a third-ranked land-digging dragon that was coiled inside to chase him out. Realize that. However, all the ferocious beasts whose names were related to dragon were not vicious and extremely difficult to deal with. Such is the case with this earth-digging dragon. Although it was only a lower third rank, its combat power was even stronger than that of an ordinary upper third rank ferocious beast. What's more, the rank was only the middle of the second rank for her. Even if he was high on the blood-bursting pill, his strength would only just touch the lower third rank. There was no way to beat this land-digging dragon. Not only that, it couldn't even escape. In other words, she was in a situation of almost certain death. I can only hope that a squad of shifters will step in and help me when they see my distress signal. Jiang Chuxian pinned his only hope of survival on the distress signal, but she also knew that the odds of being rescued were slim to none. After all, there were already fewer adventurer squads that dared to enter the mountain forest area of the Sourcewater Wilderness area, and the distress signal would only appear in a 2-kilometer bearing around himself, and the possibility of being discovered by the adventurer squad was minimal. In addition, even if a small group of adventurers found the distress signal and leaned this way, after facing a terrifying beast like the earth-digging dragon, I'm afraid that they would all be scared to the point where they would directly not dare to appear. Only a squad of elite third-ranked Xenos like the one in her bodyguard team would dare to make a move. I'm afraid, if I had known, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to enter the forest area of the mountain range. Jiang Chuxian was a bit remorseful. The number of her followers on the video platform is growing fast. She then wanted to take advantage of the heat to shoot a set of videos of killing third-order ferocious beasts to increase another wave of fans. So that's why she entered the forest area of the mountain range. As a result, I didn't realize that now that there was an accident, there was no way to even secure my own life. Roar! The hissing of the earth-digging dragon behind him was getting closer and closer, and Jiang Chuxian, who had originally jumped between the branches of the trees, couldn't help but change his face after realizing the patch of grass that had appeared in front of him. The earth-digger dragon was large enough to weave through the forest, and could also use the dense trees to slightly slow down its running pace a bit, and with a treeless meadow ahead of her. Continuing on, the earth-digging dragons had nothing more in their way and would soon catch up with her. But when it comes to this moment, hesitating to stay where you are will instead lead to a quicker death. So Jiang Chuxian lightly bit her red lips and leapt down from the tall trees. Ice seal. Jiang Chuxian landed on the ground with a light stance. Then, a piercing coldness erupted with her at the center, froze everything in the surrounding 50 meters into ice. Crystal clear in the afternoon sun, the B-rank battle skill Ice Seal could freeze everything within a certain range around it. Combined with her natural type Ice-type A-rank supernatural ability Cold Ice Snow Spirit, this effect was formed. Let's hope this slows it down a little more. Jiang Chuxian's beautiful eyes gaze condensed, and with a slender stride, she began to flee once again. Roar! However, only a few breaths later, the roar of the earth-digging dragon resounded behind him once again. So fast? Jiang Chuxian subconsciously turned back. Then he saw the land-digging dragon, which looked like a panda in armor but was as tall as a 3- or 4-story building, rushing out of the forest. Kaching dash. The area she had just frozen up did not cause a single obstruction to this earth-digging dragon. The other party made a dash, and accompanied by a sound similar to glass breaking, the entire frozen area was then directly shattered, and ice shards flew about. It's over. There's no escape. When Jiang Chuxian saw this, he couldn't help but show a look of despair. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of electricity. A tall and slender figure with a long spear in his hand suddenly appeared in front of the land-digging dragon. Is he? Jiang Chuxian froze slightly, recognizing the other party as the youth he had met a week ago. But he's only at the upper second rank, so she couldn't help but slightly change her pretty face and chortled in a high voice. Run! This is a third-order lower earth-digging dragon. You can't beat it. However, the youth in front of him looked as if he hadn't heard, still standing there. Hey, why don't you listen to advice? Jiang Chuxian stomped his foot in annoyance. It was fine if she died alone. She didn't want to involve innocent passers-by. Thus, the cold aura around her body overflowed, and all of her A-class supernatural ability Cold Ice Snow Spirit erupted as she raced in Su Jingming's direction. At the same time, with a flip of her right hand, a second-grade Bloodstorm pill appeared in her jade hand. You go? I'll deal with it. Jiang Chuxian was about to take the Bloodstorming pill and start a final fight. The figure in front of him, however, moved, only to see terrifying thunderbolts lingering around him, and his right hand clenched in the void. A voice as majestic as a god rang out. Thunder Spear. Immediately afterward, the blue-purple thunder lingering around his body quickly converged over, forming a thunder spear. Then, with a dull sonic boom of bang, the thunder spear was thrown violently, hitting in an extremely precise manner within the large eyeballs of the earth-digging dragon in front of him. It went straight in over a meter deep. The blood flowed horizontally. Roar! The earth-digging dragon let out a roar of pain and flailed its forelimbs, trying to finish off the pesky human in front of it. However, the next moment, the entire thunder spear that didn't enter the eyeball just exploded. Boo! For a moment, along with the throbbing thunder arcs, red and white, spilled everywhere, and the headless corpse that had lost its brain control shook and collapsed with a loud thud. Too dead to die. The land-digging dragon was killed in seconds just like that? Not far away, Jiang Chuxian's almond eyes were glaring round, incredulously looking at this scene. She hadn't even swallowed the Bloodstorm pill in her hand yet. The reversal came too soon. In addition, although the eyeballs were one of the weaknesses of the land-digging dragons, very few aliens could attack the eyeballs. On the one hand, Diggerland Dragon will take the initiative to protect. On the other hand, the Digging Earth Dragon was agile and often dodged deadly attacks with a single dodge. However, this youth's thunder spear was as fast as lightning, making the Earth-digging dragon unable to dodge in time. So the sonic boom I just heard was not an illusion? Jiang Chuxuan's heart was a little confused. How much strength does it take to rub out a sonic boom with your bare hands? It took several deep breaths before Jiang Chuxuan's emotions calmed down. With rounded and slender thighs, she walked towards the tall figure in front of her. Whatever the other guy did to get there, at least it was the other party who saved his life. Still have to give a good and solemn thanks. Ding! Kill 1/3 order lower earth digger dragon. Plus 36 alien energy points. Listening to the system beep that sounded in his head, Su Jingming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was worthy of being a ferocious beast with the word dragon, and the alien energy points gained after killing it were all higher than those of an ordinary third-order lower ferocious beast. Hello, thanks for coming to the rescue earlier. At that moment, accompanied by a clear and pleasant sound of thanks, Jiang Chuxian appeared in front of Su Jingming. It had to be said that Jiang Chuxian deserved to be called a goddess. The body is curvy and the fullness of the chest can be proud of most of the girls. The round and slender legs underneath the body were even more slightly fleshy under the wrapping of the tight black battlesuit. Delicate melon face with a little after the robbery of the pale, but can be maximized to stimulate the man's protective desire. A show of hands. Anyone else would have similarly stepped in to help you. Su Jingming waved his hand. It was only after he reached the neighborhood that he realized that it was Kong Chulxian who sent out the distress signal. Sure, if it had been anyone else, he would have likewise given a hand. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chuxian shook her head, and then she stretched out her slender right hand, a nice smile appearing on her pretty face. My name is Jiang Chuxian. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. Just order me for anything in the future. She didn't promise any material reward, for she knew that no material reward could repay such a favor. Sure, if Su Jingming wanted it, she would fulfill it with her family's money. Su Jingming. Su Jingming reached out and gently shook her hand, and then his heart fluttered. I can't speak to the command, but a signed picture of you would be great. It was the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to get the autographed photo that Zhang Hao wanted so much, saving Zhang Hao from mentioning this every time he contacted him. My autographed photo? Jiang Chuxian was slightly stunned. I did not expect Su Jingming's request to be so simple. I thought there would be some more excessive requirements. Unfortunately, however, she is not in the habit of carrying around pictures of herself, so I couldn't help but apologize. I don't have the photo on me. Can I give it to you when I get back to the supply base? Jiang Chuxian was a bit remorseful. If I had known, I should have put a few photos in my space ring for backup. They don't take up much space anyway. It's okay. Su Jingming was in no hurry about it. That Zhang Hao guy couldn't contact himself lately anyway. Ha, you're from Mordor Alien University too? At that moment, Jiang Chuxian spotted the school emblem logo on Su Jingming's lance and couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Su Jingming nodded at his words, but did not deny it. I told you, an ordinary second-order upper-level alien can be so strong. It turns out to be my senior in the same school. Good day, senior. I'm Jiang Chuxian from the Magic City Alien University, Elemental College Ice Department Sophomore, 3, class. Jiang Chuxian already carried some goodwill towards Su Jingming, who had saved his life. At this time, after learning that the other party and he is the same school, suddenly eyes lit up, and the tone of speech is much more intimate. Senior? Su Jingming was slightly stunned and immediately reacted that this was a case of mistaking himself for an upperclassman senior based on his rank. Also, ordinary current students of the Magic City Alien University would not be able to enter the upper second order until their sophomore or junior year. Su Jingming had wanted to explain that he was only a freshman. However, the hot admiration in Jiang Chuxian's gaze for this senior of his was just too dazzling, so then he didn't have the heart to tell the truth, and nodded. Hello, schoolmate. Jiang Chuxian smiled sweetly and complimented. That said, you're really strong, senpai. Although this earth-digging earth dragon was only at the lower third rank, its actual combat power was similar to that of an upper third rank ferocious beast. I didn't expect it, but I was still given a direct second by you. Senior, you don't know. Between Jiang Chuxian's tone of voice, he spoke with a strong sense of admiration and worship. Of course, that's normal. Although she was also a student of the Magic City Alien Energy University, she was just an ordinary student. To be able to kill a second-ranked upper-level ferocious beast across one small rank was almost her limit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the bodyguard squad into the wilderness area. As such, she had always been more in awe of the kind of heavenly pride in the school that possessed the ability to kill ferocious beasts across ranks, especially since the senior in front of her had saved her life. On the other hand, listening to the series of words without pause, Su Jingming could sort of see that Jiang Chuxian belonged to the kind of girl who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Though she looks cold on the outside, she is unexpectedly talkative to her acquaintances. And in this series of words, Su Jingming also learned that the original Jiang Chuxian had gotten separated from her team of bodyguards, and that's why she was being chased by the land-digging dragons. By the way, senpai, where are you going to go next? After speaking for a while, Jiang Chuxian asked again. Just hunt the ferocious beasts over here. Su Jingming returned. So, can I stay with you for a while? Jiang Chuxian blinked her big clear eyes and inquired. With me? Su Jingming frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he still nodded. Okay, I'll take you over to the city ruins and then you can go back on your own. There were still 7 or 8 days left before school started, and he planned to stay in this mountain forest area the entire time. It was naturally impossible to bring a drag queen along, but sending her out of the mountain range forest area was possible. It would only take an hour or two anyway. We're all alumni of the same school, so we can still do this favor. Then thank you, senpai. Jiang Chuxian smiled sweetly, as stunning as 100 flowers blooming. By the way, senpai, are you going to take a look in the Diggerland Dragon Cave? There's probably some good stuff in there, or else the land-digging dragon wouldn't have just run right out after me like that when I just passed by there. Jiang Chuxian suggested. It wasn't the first time she'd gone into the wilderness area in order to shoot video footage, but it was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation, and she certainly didn't believe it when she said that there wasn't the slightest problem in that cave. Oh, Su Jingming's sword brows raised, and he instantly became interested as well. Alright, let's go take a look then. Indeed, places where powerful ferocious beasts were entrenched were likely to have exotic flowers and herbs present. During the period of time after entering the forest of the mountain range, he had also searched for some exotic flowers and herbs in the lairs of quite a few powerful ferocious beasts. This earth-digging dragon was not an ordinary ferocious beast, and there might be something good in its lair. Thus, Su Jingming first used his B-grade alloy dagger to cut off all the valuable parts of the land-digging dragon's body. Then he followed Jiang Chuxian to the land-digging dragon's lair. By the way, senior, what college are you from? Weapons Academy. Arms Academy. I know. Your Dean Yang Zhentian has a nickname called Yang Yan Wang. Come to that. Anyway, it's very fierce, that is. That's my teacher. Ha, sorry. I said it wrong. The video style of Kong Chuxian's videos on Netflix focuses on powerful one-hit kills. Paired with her long silver white hair and her cold ice powers, she could indeed be described as a frost goddess of the imperial type. But at this moment, Jiang Chuxian was really just like a cute schoolgirl, following Su Jingming around and talking non-stop. Su Jingming can accept Lu Wentao as a talkative roommate like that, and is naturally not averse to this kind of behavior from Jiang Chuxian. After all, compared to the brown man Lu Wentao, this was still a great beauty that was close to a perfect score in every aspect and pleasing to the eye. The two traveled through the jungle for 4 or 5 minutes. Soon, a cavern about 3 or 4 stories high appeared in the sight of the two. The cave was hidden behind thick weeds and bushes, and was not easy to spot unless you looked closely. Senpai, this is it. Jiang Chuxian's beautiful eyes lit up as she leapt forward. It's a shame the photographer wasn't there. Otherwise there would have been a change of style and an adventure video installment. Good. Su Jingming nodded, and the 2-meter-long dark cloud blast gun was already in his hands. At the same time, accompanied by ear-piercing thunderous sounds, bluish-purple heavenly divine thunder surged out. Although the earth-digging dragon had already been killed, no one was sure if there was another one in there. It's better to be careful. Thus, after using the violet heavenly divine thunder to form a thunder protection network around the two of them, it was only then that they took a step into the cave. What a powerful thunder! Looking at the thunderbolt that was close at hand, emitting a terrifying aura, Jiang Chuxian couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her pretty face. Just now, she had realized that Su Jingming's lightning powers were somewhat unusual. It was only now that she realized from close observation that the energy fluctuations emanating from the thunder were even more terrifying than she had imagined. I'm afraid that this random sliver of lightning can kill me in seconds. Not enough, this senior is also really low-key. I've never heard of him before at school. Jiang Chuxian secretly marveled, and at the same time decided to look up Su Jingming's information when he returned to see what kind of a character this was. As the cavern deepened, the light around it grew dimmer and dimmer. However, it was fortunate that Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder was there to illuminate the surroundings. Step, step, step. Inside the quiet cavern, apart from the sound of thunder, only the sound of the two men's footsteps rang out. After passing through an area that resembled the lingering odor of an animal's body, a sudden burst of fresh scent drilled into the two men's nostrils. It's the aroma of exotic flowers and herbs. Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he hurriedly accelerated his pace. After walking a distance of more than 10 meters, the originally narrow passageway suddenly opened up. This was a wide underground cave, and scattered around the cave were some bones of ferocious beasts that had been gnawed clean. A simple lair was also laid out in the rearmost position with animal skins. Only there were no ferocious beasts inhabiting that. In the very center of the cave, there was a small puddle of clear spring water. Around the spring, a number of oddly shaped grasses and flowers grow. Some are chilly, others are hot as fire. And the fresh fragrance that Su Jingming smelled came from exactly the same place. Grade B clear spirit grass, grade A flaming flower, grade C hypnotic grass. Before entering the wilderness area, Su Jingming had brushed up on his knowledge of exotic flowers and plants. At this moment, under the light of the violet heavenly divine thunder, he easily recognized the names of these 10 or so exotic flowers and herbs. It was also discovered that they were all rated C or higher. How is it that so many rare and exotic flowers and herbs are born here? Under great joy, Su Jingming naturally noticed the spring in the very center. Is there something special about this spring? Just as he was puzzled, Jiang Chuxian, who was on the side, let out a cry of surprise. Could this be an S-class Earth Spirit Spring? What is the Earth Spirit Spring? Su Jingming couldn't help but be slightly stunned at his words. When he was in school, he read more books on exotic flowers and plants. However, he didn't know too much about those other heavenly treasures. Sure, even if they didn't know the name, an S-ranked heavenly treasure was enough to indicate its value. The Earth Spirit Spring is a spring liquid that condenses the essence of the earth, and it is a holy medicine for healing for low-ranked aberrants below the 4th rank. As long as they are still breathing, they can almost always be saved. The effect may be weaker for high-level exalts above the 4th order, but it has the same strong healing effect. It's also rated as an S-class heavenly treasure for this reason, and it's very rare. Kang Chuxian stood next to the spring with his slender thighs. With that, he bent his knees and crouched down, his long silver-white hair hanging down. The fullness of her chest was also squeezed out by her knees in an extremely exaggerated shape. However, she was unconcerned, concentrating on stretching out her jade hand and gently pulling down a strange flower and plant closest to the spring. This exotic plant is shaped like a rice seedling, with extremely moist roots stained with fresh soil. The Earth Spirit Spring will nourish the nearby flowers and plants to metamorphose into exotic flowers and plants. Accordingly, these exotic flowers and plants would likewise be tainted with the scent of the Earth Spirit Spring. This B-grade clear spirit grass, the roots should be emitting a faint glutinous rice aroma. Now it is emitting the same clear fragrance as the spring water. So it seems that this is the Earth Spirit Spring correctly. Bringing the roots of this exotic plant close to the tip of her nose, Jiang Chuxuan's beautiful eyes glowed slightly after she sniffed out the scent. This series of words, however, caused Su Jingming, who was on the side, to give a thumbs up and praise. Awesome. I didn't expect you to have such in-depth research on the aspect of heavenly materials. It was a compliment from the bottom of his heart. Don't look at Jiang Chuxian, who merely recognized the origin of the characteristics of this spring water. The knowledge base required behind this can be extremely scary. Otherwise, at that time in school, he wouldn't have just roughly perused the books on exotic flowers and plants. That's true, but I got my 2nd grade apothecary certificate at school. Jiang Chuxian stood up like a small rooster, proudly sticking out his chest. The 2nd grade apothecary proved that there weren't many students in the entire Devil's Capital Exotic University who could test down. After graduation, with this certificate alone, they would be fought over by various forces and guilds. But then again, this small puddle of Earth Spirit Springs can all be prepared to produce at least 5 portions of S-ranked healing spring liquid. Jiang Chuxuan's eyes glowed slightly. There was almost no way to measure the value of S-class heavenly treasures with currency anymore. And the Earth Spirit Spring here, which could prepare 5 healing medicines, was a priceless treasure. Although these Earth Spirit Springs were worth a lot of money, Jiang Chuxian didn't feel greedy because of it. Instead, he looked towards Su Jingming with a smile on his pretty face and said softly, "Senior, then all these Earth Spirit Springs will be yours." Su Jingming was her savior, and if there was something good, it was natural to give him priority. 4 for me and 1 for you. And in addition, half of the exotic flowers and herbs here are also for one person. Su Jingming didn't make any pretense and directly assigned it. No one could have too much of an S-class heavenly treasure like the Earth Spirit Spring, but after all, it was Kang Chuxian who brought him here in order to discover it. Besides, without her, one wouldn't have recognized this as an Earth Spirit Spring. It's only right to give her a share. Then thank you, Senpai. Jiang Chuxian did not feel the slightest bit bad about such an unfair distribution. Instead, she was beaming with joy because Su Jingming was able to share her share. Such a reaction caused Su Jingming to nod secretly. That's a character that's already better than most girls. After all, the vast majority of the girls, when they had taken the initiative to meet the land-digging dragon themselves earlier, had simply turned and fled. It would never be like Jiang Chuxian, who came up pinching the blood-storming pill and still wanted to fight alongside himself. And the distribution of the Earth's spiritual springs at this time is enough to show that she has a high level of emotional intelligence. It's best to use jade bottles for the Earth Spirit Spring, otherwise it will easily lose its spirituality. It's a good thing I bought a bunch of jade bottles with nice styles earlier, or else I wouldn't have been able to do anything with it. On Jiang Chuxuan's fingers as white as scallions was a space ring. Only the ring bloomed slightly, and then 5 jade bottles slightly smaller than mineral water bottles appeared out of thin air. Senpai, let's come together. Just as Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian had a jade bottle each, they were about to fill it with the Earth Spirit Spring. A sound of human voices and footsteps suddenly came from far and near from the entrance of the cave. Captain, it's not me. What good could be in this cave? That's not necessarily true. Judging from the feces we saw when we passed by there just now, this should be the nest of a 3rd-ranked land-digging dragon. Oh, is that so? The lair of a dragon-like ferocious beast. That might actually have some good stuff. Accompanied by the sound of jokes and laughter, the group of people with military searchlights just entered Su Jingming and Jiang Chushuan's line of sight. It was a party of 5 men and women. At the head of the group was a tall, middle-aged man with a sword and shield, whose aura was at least at the upper 3rd rank. This line of people was Jiang Chushuan's original bodyguard squad. Phew, it's Team 1 you guys. You scared me. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Jiang Chushuan was outwardly relieved, but his heart couldn't help but thump. A team of elite 3rd order psychics. If they found this S-ranked Earth Spirit Spring, even if the other party was their own team of bodyguards, things could get extraordinarily troublesome. Although his heart was worried, Jiang Chushuan did not reveal any abnormalities on the surface, and even waved his hand to Su Jingming on the side. Senpai, it's okay, we're all on our own. The leader, Team Wang, was also slightly stunned when he saw Jiang Chushuan. Quickly responding though, his face immediately changed to a smile. Ms. Jiang, we were still looking for you everywhere. We didn't expect to meet you here. As he spoke, he quickly scanned the entire cave and soon found the puddle of spring water and more than a dozen exotic flowers and plants in the cave. Unable to help, his eyes narrowed and asked, "But Ms. Jiang, you guys, this is nothing. Just met a fellow senior on the way and stumbled into this cave. By the way, the quality of these exotic flowers and herbs are all pretty good. Let's share them all together as we see them." Jiang Chushuan smiled and explained, while taking the initiative to invite to share these exotic flowers and herbs. Her tone sounded very smooth, not a hint of panic in sight. However, only she knew that she was facing such a powerful group of 3rd-ranked Xenos. Anyone who reveals the slightest wrongdoing will face extinction. As a 3rd-order upper-level psychic, the Wang team were all veterans who frequented the wilderness area as well. It wasn't like he and his squad hadn't done anything similar to killing people to get rid of them. Provided, of course, that there is enough benefit to go around. In addition, with his rich experience, he naturally realized that the highest these exotic flowers and herbs could be was only grade A. It was only a grade A exotic flower, and it was not worth flipping off Jiang Chushuan, a video blogger with 10 million followers. After all, if the other person disappeared under his own protection, let's not mention the sheriff's department investigation, it would be very troublesome to deal with just those fanatical fans of Kong Chulxian. So with a smile still on his face, he nodded. "Oh, is that so? Then thank you, Ms. Jiang." Jiang Chushuan couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief at his words, luckily muddled through. However, right at this moment, a tall and thin man behind Team Wang suddenly spoke out. "Captain, there seems to be something wrong. That puddle of spring water in the center kind of looks like the S-class sacred medicine for healing. Earth Spirit Spring." Oh, Team Wang raised an eyebrow. This tall and thin man was a member of their squad who possessed auxiliary-type psychic abilities. He is also quite knowledgeable in recognizing exotic flowers and herbs as well as heavenly treasures. He said that it was an S-class Earth Spirit Spring, so it was basically a no-brainer. So he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at Jiang Chushuan with a smile. "Ms. Jiang, it seems you guys aren't being very honest. Ms. Jiang, it seems you guys aren't being very honest." Team Wang's voice echoed in this cave, and the remaining team members looked over with unfriendly faces. The tall and thin man who spoke earlier even took 3 steps to the spring. Without examining it for a moment, he rejoiced. "Captain, that's right. This is an S-class Earth Spirit Spring, and there are enough for 5 people. It's over." Still found out, S-class heavenly materials were of great use even to the top forces. There was no way that this group of 3rd-ranked adepts on the other side would share the S-ranked Earth Spirit Springs with the 2 2nd-ranked ones, themselves and their senior. Even if one got it wrong and angered the other party, it was questionable whether one could leave here alive. Thinking of this, Jiang Chushuan couldn't help but give up the last shred of luck. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Since you all can see it, Team Wang, then these Earth Spirit Springs as well as the exotic flowers and herbs will all be yours. We don't want anything. Senpai, let's go." After saying that, Jiang Chushuan reached out to pull Su Jingming next to him. However, he found Su Jingming standing in place as if he were a nail, unable to pull. "Senior, Team Wang and the others are all peak 3rd-ranked Xenos. We can't compete with them." Jiang Chushuan was instantly anxious and hurriedly said anxiously. This bodyguard team of hers was a 3rd-order elite squad, in which the captain and vice-captain were both peak 3rd-order experts. The remaining 3 people, their ranks were all at least 3rd-order intermediate as well. The strength of such a team was terrifying, and even if they faced a slightly weaker 4th-ranked ferocious beast, they would be able to maneuver around. Although Su Jingming was able to kill a 3rd-order lower earth-digging dragon in seconds, the disparity in strength was still too great against a team like this. "Schoolgirl, it's just a peak 3rd-order alien. I don't think I'm inferior to them." Crackle. Accompanied by a sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds, haunting Su Jingming's surroundings. The purple heavenly divine thunder, which was originally in a state of astringency, suddenly flared with thunderous light. At the same time, Su Jingming's black and white eyes were filled with an unprecedented coldness. What's more, even if we give them all the heavenly treasures, they won't let us go. From the moment the S-Class Earth Spirit Spring was exposed, the final outcome of both sides was already doomed. Ha ha, you brat. Although your tone is arrogant, your guess is correct. The head Wang team's eyes flashed coldly. Kong Chu Xian is a big blogger with millions of followers. Go back and casually put out a video to sell a tragedy. Then there is no way for their group to mix in the country in the future. It might even be pursued by the sheriff's department. In that case, it might as well be silenced right here. The remaining members of the team obviously knew this and spread out, blocking the entire cave exit. Jiang Chuxian's face suddenly changed when he saw this. The worst had still happened. Senior, there's no way out. Take the blood violence pill and prepare to fight for your life. Jiang Chuxian spoke softly, a hint of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. Afterwards, a dark red elixir appeared at her fingertips, which she directly tilted her head back and swallowed. Boom! An unhealthy flush surfaced on Jiang Chuxian's pretty face, and a powerful aura belonging to a third-stage alien erupted from her body. At the same time, a piercing coldness spread out from her body, causing the temperature of the entire cave to drop drastically. In the blink of an eye, it was down to the low teens below zero. Ice crystals formed in the cave overhead, and even the small puddle of Earth Spirit Spring surfaced a thin layer of ice. Leave Jiang Chuxian to me. Zhou Chong, you go and take care of her old flame first. Everyone else, just guard the cave entrance. Understood. A team member carrying a long knife walked towards Su Jingming with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The Wang team itself, however, was approaching Jiang Chuxian step by step. The rest of them stood there at the exit, ready to watch the show with smiles on their faces. MS. Kong, I'm sorry, you'll have to leave your life behind today. An icy smile surfaced on Team Wang's face, and two sharp teeth unexpectedly grew out of his mouth. At the same time, the muscles of his limbs swelled and grayish-yellow hairs grew at his bare skin. At the forehead, the hairs were even vaguely in the shape of a king. Enhanced Class Beast System's rank ability, Saber-Toothed Tiger. The animalized form can drastically increase the strength of one's physique in all directions, just by relying on this bestial form alone. He didn't even know how many ferocious beasts as well as human exalts he had killed. Captain, take it easy, don't get them all at once. At the entrance of the cave, a male member looked at Jiang Chuxian's delicate curves and said with a hot gaze, "Don't worry, you won't get killed straight away." Tin Wan licked his lips, and Jiang Chuxian, who was not far away, could not help but reveal a look of despair when he looked at this scene. The other party was surprisingly cautious, not only arranging separate team members to deal with themselves and the senior, but also having the remaining people guard the exit. There was no escape now, even if we broke out anyway. If I had known, I shouldn't have brought Senpai here, or I wouldn't have gotten him to die here with me. Jiang Chuxian's heart felt remorse. However, right at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from the side, followed by an extremely mournful and miserable scream. Zhou Chong, what's wrong with you guys? Dealing with a second-order upper-level psychic has made such a big mess. Tin Wang turned his head with a frown, and before he could finish his words, his pupils shrank, only to see that not far ahead, Su Jingming's lance penetrated through Zhou Chang's heart, picking off the air in an extremely impactful gesture. Zip, zip, zip. The terrifying thunder that filled the lance even more electrified Zhou Chang's chest along with his battlesuit. Team, Captain. Zhou Chong spat out two words with difficulty, then his head sagged helplessly, completely losing his breath of life. Su Jingming's lance then retracted violently, pulling it out from within the corpse. Only a poof was heard, and blood gushed out wildly from the aorta of the heart, and the body that lost its credentials in midair also fell heavily to the ground as if it were a broken doll. Looks like your team isn't very good either. The dark cloud blast gun in Su Jingming's hand shook slightly, and a gun chant was emitted with a buzzing sound. In conjunction with the lingering, bright and uncertain terrifying thunder that surrounded him, a powerful aura swept across the entire arena. Old Chow is dead? Su Jingming's kill happened in a flash. By the time the remaining members of the team reacted, Zhou Chong was already dead beyond repair. So one by one, they all glared angrily at Su Jingming. However, based on the good breeding of the team, they did not leave the spot despite the captain's command. Even though the guy Zhou Chong is only at the middle of the third rank, he can't be easily killed by anyone. Turns out, you're the one who's in the most trouble. Tin Wang took a deep breath, and his gaze became extremely dangerous. He then directly abandoned Jiang Chuxian, and with a flash of his body, he burst into front of Su Jingming and swung his sword with a fierce face. Since that's the case, let you be buried with old Zhou. Tiger Tsunami Chop. Roar. accompanied by a low tiger's whistle. The greatsword with a powerful sense of oppression slashed at Su Jingming with a stance that seemed to tear the air apart. However, Su Jingming was not the least bit unruffled, thunder surging under his feet as he directly dodged to the side with thunder flash. Boo! The big knife chopped the stone wall, and surprisingly, it directly blasted out a big pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Debris kept falling. Su Jingming couldn't help but frown at the sight. Judging from the intensity of the attacks alone, this peak third-order captain was indeed quite a bit stronger than himself. However, with thunder flash around, escaping was a bit troublesome, but it was possible to escape, and even bringing Jiang Chuxian along with him was no problem. It's a pity that I want all of this S-class Earth Spirit Spring as well as these exotic flowers and plants as well. Su Jingming took a deep breath, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly on that resolute and handsome face. Since that's the case, we'll have to exterminate all of you. Thunder extreme state. Boom! In the stunned gazes of Tin Wang and the others, countless blue-purple thunders bloomed with Su Jingming at the center. Crackle! The entire cave instantly became a small thunderstorm area in general, with lightning and thunder. The blue-purple thunder with a pale origin aura kept splitting down, splashing the soil. What made Tin Wang and the others feel even more alarmed was that Su Jingming's breath in the center of the thunderstorm was climbing and his height was also rising. 1 meter 9, 1 meter 9.5, 2 meters, 2 meters and 5. Boo! Su Jingming's upper body battlesuit directly burst open, and the resulting exposed naked upper body seemed like a work of art. Muscles are gnarled and full of violent beauty. At the same time, Su Jingming's cold, black and white eyes flipped violently. It transformed into a pair of blue thunder haunting, tyrannical, dragon-like vertical pupils. In the end, what was presented in front of Tin Wang and the others was a figure with blue-purple thunder lingering around its body. A terrifying figure that was more than 2 meters tall and huge, emitting a tyrannical aura as if it were a supreme dragon-like ferocious beast. What kind of monster is this? Looking at Su Jingming's tower-like figure, Tin Wang swallowed hard. The thunder extreme state attached to the third weight of the thunder indestructible body, an S-class body forging battle technique. While being able to maximize the strengthening of the body, it would also stimulate the essence blood of the ferocious beasts absorbed when shaping the foundation. To a certain extent, obtain some of the ability traits of that thunder fierce beast. For example, senior brother Lu Ming, the one he absorbed was the essence blood of the thunder giant wolf, a 7th order lower level ferocious beast. When the thunder polarity state is turned on, one gains the swift agility of the thunder giant wolf, as well as powerful perception. And the essence blood Su Jingming had absorbed came from a thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex of the lower 8th rank, and the absorption efficiency is an amazing 98%. Thus, it was only after starting the thunder extreme state that Su Jingming's body took on the general characteristics of a dragonization. This feeling of being full of power is awesome. Su Jingming could feel the powerful energy that filled his body, and an emotion called tyranny. However, it was different from the out-of-control tyranny when he had just molded his thunder indestructible body. Su Jingming's own consciousness was still very clear, and this was merely an emotional effect. Sure enough, increasing my strength will weaken the thunder Tyrannosaurus influence on me. Su Jingming mentally nodded. He could feel that his physique was more than 3 or 4 times stronger than it was just now. Not only that, but after opening the thunder pole state, his manipulation of his purple heavenly divine thunder supernatural ability could also be said to be at its peak. And so, just reaching out, then there was a piercing sound as a blue-purple thunderbolt struck down above the cave's exit location. Rumble! The location that was struck by the thunder instantly shattered, and debris fell, sealing off the entire exit. Playing God, but just turning on a special state. Tin Wang also reacted at this time from the ferocious aura Su Jingming had displayed, his face glowing fiercely as he raised his sword and was about to use his battle technique again. However, right at that moment, Su Jingming's figure moved. His speed was so fast that even Tin Wang only caught a mere remnant, so the uncontrollable face suddenly changed. No good. He subconsciously raised his left-hand round shield to protect himself. Block! The round shield managed to block Su Jingming's long spear that stabbed at him like a phantom, emitting an earth-shattering sound. However, before he could be happy, he felt a huge force coming from the round shield. It was a huge force he couldn't stop at all. The alloy shield that had been used to protect himself instead seemed to be a weapon that slammed into him. Boo! Under this huge force, his entire body flew backwards as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed truck. It didn't stop until it smashed on top of the cave wall, smashing a deep hole in the hard rocky cave wall, and the cracks that seemed like cobwebs spread quickly to the entire wall with him at the center. Worthy of a seasoned veteran, the reaction speed is really fast. Su Jingming, whose entire body was haunted by thunder, slowly retracted his spear, a faint smile on his face. This was an instinctive reaction honed by the experienced alien between life and death. If it were an ordinary third-order alien, he wouldn't be able to react at all and would be killed by a single shot. But while you're sick, thunder flash. With a flash of lightning, Su Jingming appeared directly in front of the smashed-out crater. Seek death. Inferno Claw. The remaining 3 members of the team naturally weren't just watching. The other third-ranked upper vice-captain who possessed an elemental-type fire-type C-rank ability, even more so, had his gaze fixed. A huge flaming giant hand coalesced out, slapping at Su Jingming with waves of heat. However, Su Jingming acted as if he hadn't noticed. Stretching out his left hand, he grabbed Team Wang out of the wall as if he were grabbing a small chicken. It was also at this time that the giant hand of flame arrived. Crackle! Su Jingming didn't even turn around as the thunder grid composed of purple heavenly divine thunder then intercepted the entirety of the flaming giant hand. Boo! The giant hand of flames merely fanned Su Jingming with a wave of heat before it was engulfed by the endless thunder. My Inferno hand, how is that possible? The lieutenant was shocked. The Inferno Demon Hands was his most proud B-ranked battle technique, reaching advanced proficiency under decades of long practice. Yet there was actually no way to even break through the opponent's thunder net? What kind of monster is this? And at this time, Team Wang, who had been grabbed out of the wall by Su Jingming, was likewise struggling and begging for mercy with his face covered in blood. Don't kill me, the Earth Spirit Spring is all yours. Plus I have hundreds of millions of dollars of personal savings all for you. The strength that could have crushed E-class alloys in the past seemed so powerless under Su Jingming's giant hand that resembled an iron clamp. It's too late to beg for mercy. Su Jingming's dragon-like vertical pupils that were filled with blue-purple thunder did not contain the slightest hint of emotional color. With that, his left hand slightly exerted force, only to hear a poof. The entire head of Team Wang burst open, bright red blood splattered in all directions, and a rich bloody odor spread out. Devil! Devil! The remaining 3 members of the team were also scared white. That vice-captain who possessed fire-type psychic abilities was even more unsteady as his legs trembled and he couldn't even stand up. The tyrannical pressure brought about by the top dragon-like ferocious beasts, as well as the visual shock of a captain of the same strength getting his head blown off, it had completely shattered his mental defenses. This, am I dreaming? On the side, Jiang Chuxian, who had already lost all hope, stared with wide almond eyes. Incredulously, he looked at Su Jingming, who stood there as if he were a god of thunder. It cost her 6 million dasha coins every time she invited this squad into the wilderness area. Each member of the team, when placed outside, is a strong person who can sit on the side, especially their captain Wang Chuan, with a peak rank of the 3rd rank, could almost be said to be invincible at the 3rd rank. However, at this moment, it was unresisting and was exploded by Su Jingming's head with one hand, and Su Jingming's true rank is only the upper 2nd order. That's too much. Jiang Chuxian couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. After attending the Magic City Alien Energy University for more than a year, she had never heard of any student in the school having such a battle record. She could also clearly see that Su Jingming was entering a special state. It's just that this particular state is just a little too strong and scary. In addition, the blue-purple thunder breath that Su Jingming lingered around his body emitted a distinctive and lurid aura. It's stronger than an A-class alien ability. Could it be level S? Jiang Chuxian thought of a possibility and couldn't help but breathe sharply, along with her towering breasts rising and falling. If it's an S-ranked psychic ability, then it all makes sense. Devil? I'm a bit more human compared to you murderous scum, aren't I? Looking at the vice-captain's fearful demeanor, Su Jingming shook his head. This group of people are just used to dominating other people's lives and deaths, but when it's their turn to have their own lives and deaths dominated by others, the reaction, however, was worse than ordinary. As if discarding trash, Su Jingming casually tossed the captain's headless body aside. A cruel smile then appeared on the stoic face. Next, it's your turn. Of the 3 remaining team members, except for the vice-captain who possessed a fire-type psychic ability, who was at the upper 3rd rank, the other tall, thin man possessed a healing type of psychic ability and basically had little combat power. The remaining woman was the same as their captain, and also possessed beast-based psychic abilities. When the 3 were united together, their combat power was quite impressive. However, under Su Jingming, who had turned on the thunder extreme state, even if the 3 of them had swallowed the blood violence pill at the same time, it was still a lopsided crushing state. Pust. After more than 10 minutes, the dark cloud blaster gun was pulled out of the last woman. Boo! The woman, with the fear lingering on her face, just collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, losing her breath of life. The last man. Su Jingming's blue-violet vertical pupils that didn't contain a hint of emotional coloring scanned the surroundings. Compared to 10 minutes ago, there were 5 more bodies in the cave. The methods of death varied from having their heads crushed to having a lance run through their hearts. Others, scorched black by lightning. More than a month ago, Su Jingming had merely beaten Zhao Chunlin into a serious injury. and the follow-up was taken care of by the big supervisor Zhao Yi. Therefore, this was considered to be his first real kill, and 5 kills in one breath. Before this, Su Jingming thought that killing would make him feel uncomfortable. However, the truth was that he, who had killed 5 people one after another, didn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. They are all people who deserve to be killed, so it's no pity to kill them. The expression on Su Jingming's resolute face did not change in the slightest. The lance was then flung, shaking off the blood stained on it at the same time. His plucked body slowly returned to its 1-meter-89 prototype, and his dragon-like vertical pupils, which were filled with lightning, slowly changed back to their original shape. The roiling thunder that originally lingered around his body disappeared into the air in synchronization. The thunder polar state is good to use, but it's just a bit consuming. A look of exhaustion appeared on Su Jingming's face. Nearly moving the thunder extreme state for more than 10 minutes was even more tiring than the 2 to 3 hours he had fought with the ferocious beasts. Sure, the increase in combat power that comes from opening the thunder polarity state is worth it. Senior, are you okay? At this time, Jiang Chuxian walked up with his slender thighs. During the battle just now, she, who had swallowed the bloodstorm pill, had also been using her cold ice ability to assist Su Jingming in his attacks. He even took advantage of the fact that the vice captain as well as the other person were being held back by Su Jingming, and used a long sword condensed by cold ice, personally killed the auxiliary psychic who was not a strong combatant. In fact, as the 10 million fan blogger who made the video of the murderous beast's kill, this was likewise her first kill, and the first time you kill someone, the senior faced with is so bloody. On the ground, corpses were displayed, blood was flowing, and it could even directly serve as the set of some restricted thriller movie. If it were an ordinary girl, suddenly faced with this scene, I am afraid that she would have vomited more than 3 or 4 times. However, Jiang Chuxian did not vomit even though her pretty face was slightly white. Instead, he made inquiries with a concerned look on his face. It's okay, just a little tired. Su waved his hand. Let's collect all the earth spirit springs and exotic flowers and herbs before resting for a while. Jiang Chuxian nodded, retaking out the jade bottle from his spatial ring, and joined Su Jingming at the spring. Fortunately, the earth spirit spring was not contaminated by the blood water. Looking at the spring water that was surrounded by exotic flowers and grasses and still clear in color, Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. As a S-grade heavenly treasure, the earth spirit spring could be considered very precious. Once it was contaminated by an impurity like blood water, it could not even be purified, and the efficacy of the medicine would be greatly reduced. It was precisely because of this that Su Jingming had purposely avoided this puddle of spring water during the battle just now. Although the earth spirit spring was fine, many of the surrounding exotic flowers and plants had suffered. In comparison, however, exotic flowers and herbs were not as golden as the earth spirit spring. Even if it's stepped on and broken, it still works. The amount of earth spirit spring was quite a lot, and Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian filled a total of 5.5 bottles with small jade bottles before scooping them all dry. And with it, a small crater appeared on the ground. When we wait a few decades, some more earth spirit springs might be condensed here. When the time comes, there's more to come. A smile emerged from the corner of Su Jingming's mouth. He then handed Jiang Chuxian one of the filled bottles, as well as the jade bottle that was half full. This is for you. Jiang Chuxian didn't expect that the extra small half bottle could also be given to him, so he couldn't help but be surprised. Thanks, senpai. However, just as she was about to reach for it, the effect of the blood violence pill suddenly faded, and her whole body was weak as her feet went limp. With a cry, she dropped into a sitting position. In the midst of the battle just now, that vice captain who had mastered the flame ability had once also struck an inferno demon hand at Jiang Chuxian. Although most of the flames were blocked by the thunder net formed by Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder. However, there was still a small portion of flames that scorched Jiang Chuxian's body. Despite her timely extinguishing with her cold ice ability, the battle suit was still somewhat torn, causing some spring light to leak out from her chest and thighs. At this time fell to sit on the ground, the tattered war clothes as if it could not wrap the chest of the fullness of the general, directly revealing most of the snow-white northern hemisphere. Jiang Chuxian naturally discovered this as well, and her pretty face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. And because of the side effects of the blood violence pill, her entire body was weak, and there was no way for her to use her spiritual power. It was naturally impossible to take out spare clothes from her spatial ring, just as she was feeling embarrassed and shy about it. Su Jingming's low voice sounded from the side. The side effects of the blood violence pill are very strong. I'll first take you to the side to rest. When she finished, a black men's t-shirt covered her sensitive spot. The entire person was then picked up by Su Jingming in a princess hug and walked towards the clean place next to him. Su Jingming's upper body battlesuit had simply exploded apart when he used Thunder Extreme State just now. Thus, Jiang Chuxian, who was being held in Su Jingming's arms, could clearly see the well-proportioned muscular curves that were close at hand, coupled with Su Jingming's strong manly aura. It made Kong Chuxian, a young girl who was in such close contact with the opposite sex for the first time. The pretty face that was already slightly red, was even more red like an apple. At the same time, she could feel her heartbeat speeding up suddenly, a feeling she had never experienced before pervading her heart. Just like that, in the midst of all the complicated emotions, Jiang Chuxian was lightly leaned against the cave wall and placed on the original soft beast skin layer of the earth-digging dragon. You rest here for a while, I'll go and collect all the remaining exotic flowers. It wasn't until after Su Jingming turned to leave that Jiang Chuxian came back to his senses from all those complicated emotions. Looking at the short black sleeves draped over herself, a pair of beautiful eyes had a vague autumn wave running through them. Senpai, that's really gentle. That said, Senpai is still a fan of mine. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuxian's heart surged with a touch of elation that he did not even notice. After spending a few minutes, Su Jingming finished collecting all the exotic flowers and herbs within the cave. Also a space ring was touched from the captain's body. Although there was the captain's spiritual brand on it, the other party was already dead. Under the impact of Su Jingming's powerful spiritual power, this spiritual brand that had lost its attachment was directly shattered. After Su Jingming left his mental imprint, a piece of space about 1 cubic meter in size appeared among his senses. Within this space, most of what was placed were potions and elixirs. There were also some battle technique secrets, cash, exotic flowers and rare ferocious beast materials. Beyond that, there is nothing else. The battle technique is only at C rank, and there's nothing good on this third order elite squad. Su Jingming shook his head. Sure, he also knew that most of the savings of these aliens were kept in banks. Without the code, that money can't be withdrawn either. Forget it, cheapen those banks and consider it a contribution to the country. Su Jingming put the newly acquired space ring onto his left hand. I'm afraid that the most valuable thing on this third order elite squad is this spatial ring worth more than $50 million. I wonder if these two 1 cubic meter space rings can be exchanged for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, it's a bit of a hassle to carry around a 2-meter long gun every time. Stroking his chin, Su Jingming then turned to Jiang Chuxian. The blood-storming elixir, a desperation elixir that was only taken by exalts at critical times, could allow exalts to gain most of the increase in their strength, but accordingly, the side effects are strong. A generalized weakness that lasts almost a month or two before it goes away. At this moment, Jiang Chuxian was in this state. Her whole body was weak and her pretty face was white. Seeing Su Jingming walking towards him, Jiang Chuxian reluctantly revealed a smile and spoke as if he had no strength. Hawk, Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can alleviate the state of weakness brought on by the Bloodstorm pill. Senpai can feed me some. It doesn't have to be much, just a small bite. Oh, Su Jingming's eyes lit up. Then he took out the small half bottle of Earth Spirit Spring and brought it to Jiang Chuxian's red lips and served it. With just a small mouthful, Jiang Chuxian's face flushed red as far as the eye could see. Phew, that feels better. The nourished Jiang Chuxian let out a long breath. But I'm afraid that if I want to fully recover, I'll have to wait for 3 or 4 hours. The Earth Spirit Spring was an S-class healing holy medicine though, and could heal some injuries almost immediately. But the side effects of the violent blood pill were not only limited to the physical body. It could be said that even the spiritual power was in a state of atrophy. Even after taking the Earth Spirit Spring, one would have to wait 3 or 4 hours before being able to move freely. Sure, if it was compared to the original 2+ month weakness period of the tyrannical Blood Dan, this was already considered very good. This is the first time I've learned that the side effects of the Bloodstorm pill can be eliminated. Su Jingming smiled at his words. Raising his right hand, he glanced at the time on the smartwatch on his wrist. It was past 5 in the afternoon when he found Kong Chulsun's distress signal. After this chain of events, the time, now, is 6:23 p.m. In 3 or 4 hours, at 90 o'clock at night, it will be too late in the day for a long run at that hour. Never mind, we'll just rest here in the cave tonight. It happens to be safer too. Su Jingming was more or less weak after having opened the Thunder Polarity state. After thinking for a moment, he was not going to go out to hunt the ferocious beasts again, waiting until tomorrow when he had fully recovered. But it's time to clean up a little inside this cave. Su Jingming's gaze condensed as he pointed his right hand toward the ground. Thunder Prison. Crackle. Purple heavenly divine thunder that carried the aura of the Tsong Mang origin surged out wildly, forming a thunder prison in front of him. Only this time it wasn't used to imprison the enemy, but to clear the grounds. As the thunder filled the air, the 5 corpses on the ground obliterated into ashes in an instant. That's much better. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. However, just at that moment, a faint hissing sound of a ferocious beast rang out from the direction of the beast skin nest. Ferocious beasts? Su Jingming's face changed slightly. and he arrived directly beside the beast skin nest with a lightning flash. Fixing his eyes, he noticed a nest of land-digging dragon cubs in the center of the nest. Several of the cubs were asleep, and only one appeared to have just awakened and was calling and teething. No wonder that land-digging dragon chased it straight out. So it has a cub. Jiang Chuxian, who was on the side, said indistinctly, "There are 7 or 8 ferocious beast cubs in a single litter, and when they grow up, there's no telling how many human exalts they'll plague. The reproduction power of ferocious beasts is too terrifying." Su Jingming shook his head. Fierce beasts were brutal by nature, and even for fierce beast cubs, most of them could not be tamed. Maybe the weaker and cuter ferocious beast cubs might even work as pets for powerful aliens. But this nest of land-digging dragons was so ugly looking that it had no use whatsoever. Thus, between the surges of lightning, the terrifying purple heavenly divine thunder devoured all of the earth-digging dragon cubs. Perhaps because the rank was too low, the litter of ferocious beast cubs killed did not allow Su Jingming to gain any ability points. "Prepare to rest. I'll take you out of the mountain forest area tomorrow." Speaking to Jiang Chuxian, Su Jingming then sat down on the ground. At this time, his entire body's supernatural energy was almost drained, which was the best time to practice the supernatural energy exercise method. Soon, he entered a state of sedation, constantly absorbing the yuan energy in the air to strengthen himself. Kang Chuxian, who was equally tired after the big fight, leaned lightly against the wall. It didn't take long to fall into a deep sleep. The next day, at 7:21 a.m., hidden in the exit of the cave in the dense jungle, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian walked out from it one after the other. Well, it's true that the air is still better in the mountains and forests. If there were no ferocious beasts, I could live here for a month. Jiang Chuxian stretched lazily, making her stunning side face appear even more crystalline like jade under the early morning sunlight. By now, she had been revitalized and changed into a brand new silver-white battlesuit. Su Jingming, who was on the side, also smiled faintly at his words. Because of the appearance of ferocious beasts, there were almost no mountain forests within the range of human activities. Such a quiet and elegant jungle can only be seen in the wilderness area. "Come on, I'll walk you to the edge of the forest." Su Jingming was carrying a tactical backpack with his Dark Cloud blaster gun in his hand. After determining his location through his smartwatch, then he set off in the direction of the city's ruins. "Okay, senior." Jiang Chuxian smiled cheekily and followed suit. The two of them ran through the jungle quickly, one after the other. On the way, Su Jingming even struck out to kill a few third-ranked ferocious beasts. An hour later, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian were still running on the road. Suddenly Su Jingming felt a vague vibration behind him from a large ferocious beast running, so he couldn't help but turn around and look. And then he found a tiger with a ferocious aura, as tall as a 2-story building, with flames all over its body leaping out of the jungle. 5th-ranked flaming tiger. Su Jingming was instantly startled. Before he had time to react, this 5th-order flaming tiger acted as if it didn't see them. With a wave of heat, as if it were a huge ball of fire, it leapt straight past. "Didn't spot us?" Su Jingming raised his sword brows. The blood and flesh of human aberrants was incomparably delicious to ferocious beasts, and there was no way that this 5th-order ferocious beast hadn't noticed the two of them. "Senior, looking at that ferocious beast, why does it seem like it's running for its life?" Jiang Chuxian said thoughtfully. "Escape?" Su Jingming frowned slightly. A 5th-ranked ferocious beast was considered a top overlord in the entire source water wilderness area. What ferocious beast could make it run for its life? Squeak dash. As he was thinking about it, accompanied by dense cries, a black pressurized piece of ferocious beasts, as if a tidal wave, surged out from the dense forest. These ferocious beasts were somewhat similar in appearance to rats, but their size was more than 40 centimeters long, and one of them had a breath of the first rank. It was like a tidal wave that made up the tide of beasts. "It's a rat wave." Su Jingming's face suddenly changed. The Iron Eater mouse was an extremely weak ferocious beast among the ferocious beast clans, with its rank generally being around the first rank. The combat power isn't very strong. Even ordinary people can be killed. However, once the iron-devouring rats formed a large-scale rat tide, even if a 6th-order powerhouse was accidentally surrounded, he would surely die. No wonder even that 5th-ranked ferocious beast had to flee for its life. Su Jingming didn't care about anything else, pulling on Jiang Chuxian to similarly start running for his life. In the jungle, densely packed iron-eating rats came furiously like waves. As a matter of fact, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian, a 2nd-rank upper and a 2nd-rank middle, the running speed far exceeded these iron-devouring rats that were only around the 1st rank, so there was no need to worry too much at all. However, after discovering the rat tide, Su Jingming's face suddenly changed, immediately pulling Jiang Chuxian and starting to escape. On the one hand, the Iron Eater is small and durable, and can keep running at full speed for 5 or 6 hours without stopping. Su Jingming's instantaneous top speed was around 63 meters per second, but it would only last for 10 minutes or so at most before it would be reduced to 45 meters per second. The further back he went, the slower he would run. After 2 or 3 hours of continuous running, the speed may be reduced to 36 meters per second, or maybe even lower. And the iron-eating mouse's running speed of 30 meters per second had been constant, so the further back it went, the more likely it was to be caught up. On the other hand, Su Jingming didn't know how big this rat wave was. In the event that a rat wave similarly erupted in the city's ruins area, then if you ran slowly, you would probably be surrounded and fall into a situation of certain death. Su Jingming didn't dare to bet. Therefore, one can only escape from the wilderness area as fast as one can. The Fierce Beast material and the Dark Cloud Blaster gun are too heavy and must be thrown away. Su Jingming, who was on the run, was about to drop his tactical backpack and lance. However, Jiang Chuxian, who was brought along beside him, was quick to say, "Senior, my space ring is big enough, put it here for me." She stretched out her jade hand and with a light touch, the tactical backpack and lance disappeared into thin air, and Su Jingming instantly felt a lot of relief throughout his body. It's too slow to pull and run like that. It's easier to just carry it. After saying that, Su Jingming couldn't care less if Jiang Chuxian agreed or not. With a cry of relief, she carried it directly onto her back. I have to say, Kang Chuxian does have a great body. The moment his delicate body pressed up, Su Jingming immediately felt the squeezing sensation of 2 full masses coming from his back. But now was not the time to experience this marvelous touch. Su Jingming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Schoolgirl, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up." The Jiang Chuxian on his back was originally still a little shy, but at the sound of his voice, he also knew that this was a critical moment to escape. Then he clasped his hands tightly around Su Jingming, and Su Jingming directly increased his speed, weaving through the jungle like a phantom, running in the direction of the town's ruins. And Jiang Chuxian's weight, which was only about 60 kilograms, didn't give him the slightest burden. If it were normal, one would have to be careful in the wilderness area to bypass the territory of the high-ranked ferocious beasts. But now, whether it was a ferocious beast or an alien, everyone was running for their lives. And so after spending just over half an hour, Su Jingming ran out of the mountain range forest area, and on the way, he also encountered quite a few ferocious beasts and xenomorph squads that were engulfed by the rat tide. Squeak dash! Squeak dash! The moment he rushed out of the forest area, Su Jingming realized that there were even iron-devouring rats roaming around the city ruins area outside. The number of these iron-eating rats was much less than the ones in the forest, but as one looked around, there were at least tens of thousands of them, and although the iron-devouring mouse was named iron-devouring mouse, as a ferocious beast, the iron-devouring mouse's most beloved thing was also flesh and blood, iron-eating for survival only as a last resort. As a result, iron-eating rats tend to devour any living thing except plants. Thus, when Su Jingming, who was carrying Jiang Chuxian, appeared in the middle of their line of sight, these iron-eating rats rushed up with their scarlet eyes open. The most troubling situation has still occurred, as a rat wave has also erupted in the town's ruined area. I don't know where so many iron-devouring rats have burrowed out from. Su Jingming took a deep breath, and in order not to fall into the encirclement, he couldn't think of anything else, and let out a low shout. Thunder extreme state. Boom! He once again transformed into an enhanced state of over 2 meters tall. While the thunder lingered, his speed was once again spiked, directly increasing to the terrifying category of 80 meters per second. If you look down from the sky, you can see it. Su Jingming was like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the dense swarm of rats in a hard way, and wherever he went, the iron-devouring rats, all of them, fell down with their bodies scorched black. Kill 1 first-order lower-level iron-eater rat, plus 2 alien energy points. Kill 1 first-order medium iron-eater rat, plus 3 alien points. A series of system beeps rang out in his head, causing Su Jingming to darken his face. The strength of the iron-devouring mouse was just too trashy. The alien energy points gained from killing it were surprisingly not even comparable to an ordinary peak incomplete rank fierce beast. Gotta pick up the pace some more. Thunder flash. Looking at the steady stream of iron-devouring rats that surrounded him, Su Jingming couldn't be bothered to spit on the trashy iron-devouring rats. Electricity flashed under his feet, instantly bursting out tens of meters. Just like that, while maintaining the thunder pole state and surging forward with thunderflash every now and then, Su Jingming carried Jiang Chuxian on his back and ran furiously in the direction of the supply base. Legions at your service. In units of 100. External defense. All shifter squads, get ready for battle. This time it's an unprecedented scale of rat tide. We must hold it. Regarding the movements of the ferocious beasts within the wilderness area, the site of the source water replenishment base had always monitored them. And so, Within the first hour after the wave of rats emerged within the wilderness area, the army station next to the source water supply base then moved instantly. A column of heavily armed soldiers with submachine guns just neatly stood guard in front of the source water replenishment base. On top of that, the alien teams were all standing by, ready to strike. The iron-eating rats also seemed to know that this side of the human base camp wasn't too easy to mess with, and were merely prancing around within the wilderness area. Even if there was an occasional small wave of rats bursting in towards the supply base side, it would be swiftly resolved by the team of Xenos. The scale of the rat tide this time is actually so huge. There are more than 300,000 iron-devouring rats to say the least, right? Under the main building of the supply base, the big supervisor, Wang Gang, was also a bit shocked. In previous years, it wasn't as if there hadn't been an outbreak of a rat tide, but at most, there were only less than 50,000 to 60,000 iron-devouring rats. And now, it's nearly quintupled. Looking around, the entire source water wilderness area was filled with iron-devouring rats almost everywhere. Now, I'm afraid that the source water wilderness area is going to be in the doldrums for a few months. The big supervisor, Wang Bust, couldn't help but sigh. After the outbreak of the rat tide, the ferocious beasts in the entire wilderness area would all plummet by at least 70% or more. Sure, with the terrifying reproduction speed of the ferocious beasts, it would only take 2 to 3 months for the original density of ferocious beasts to be restored once again. But in these 2 or 3 months, the number of exalts who went to the source water wilderness area to practice would likewise plummet. The profits that supply bases will be able to make this year will likewise be quite a bit lower. It's just a shame about those aliens deep in the wilderness area. I'm afraid most of them will be devoured. Wang Gang shook his head, and then he thought of Su Jingming, who had entered the wilderness area some time ago. Let's hope he didn't go too deep into the wilderness area. Otherwise, unless his teacher Yang Jintian personally takes action, no one will be able to save him. Just as he was thinking about it, the army and the team of exalted stationed in front of him suddenly let out a burst of alarm. Look! What's that? What terrifying thunder! Could it be a ferocious beast that controls thunder and lightning? Prepare for battle. Never let it impact base city. Only a blue-purple spherical lightning bolt was seen in the dense tide of iron-eating rat beasts within sight. With a terrifying aura that electrified the iron-eating rats along the way to a charred black color, it sprinted towards the supply base side at an extremely fast speed. Just when the army and the alien team thought that this might be a powerful thunder and lightning beast, but when he realized that it was vaguely a human figure inside, he couldn't help but stop his movements slightly. It was also at this time that this spherical lightning violently broke through the tide of iron-devouring rats. In one leap, he leapt up, spanning a distance of more than 20 meters, and smashed towards the square of the supply base. Boo! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the spherical lightning just smashed down on the plaza amidst the shocked gazes of the surrounding Xenos. The ground trembled slightly, smashing the square out of a deep pit at the same time. The blue-purple electric thunder gradually dissipated, revealing the figure inside. It was a 2-meter-tall youth with thunder and lightning arcs jumping over his swollen muscles, as if he was a tower of iron. His eyes were different from ordinary people, a pair of dragon-like vertical pupils without a hint of emotional color and filled with lightning. And on his broad back, he was carrying a relatively petite and stunningly beautiful young girl, and the powerful tyrannical aura lingering around the youth caused the breaths of the alienists in the entire square to lag. This person was none other than Su Jingming, who had run all the way back furiously with Jiang Chuxian. Looking around at this familiar supply base square, Su Jingming, who was surrounded by shocked crowds, couldn't help but let out a long breath. Phew! Finally back. With the thunder pole state turned on, Su Jingming ran at full speed. It took just under 40 minutes to reach the supply base from the ruined area of the city. This is a speed that is not too fast. Crap, this is actually a person? I thought it was a thunder and lightning beast. I have to say, this person's aura is truly terrifying. Say, why does the figure on his back look somewhat familiar to me? Within the first hour after the wave of iron-eating rats appeared, quite a few exalts within the wilderness area had already retreated back to this side of the supply base. As a result, the alien energy users in the square all looked at Su Jingming with shocked faces. As well, for this group of exalts whose general rank was only first or second order, Su Jingming's form was indeed a bit too fierce. However, Su Jingming didn't even care about these gazes. With a slight force from his right hand, he wrapped his arm around his waist and carried Jiang Chuxian down from behind. Reaching the supply base, we're safe. It then exits the thunder pole state and returns to its normal size. And his stoic, hard face was full of fatigue at that moment. In yesterday, just maintaining the thunder pole state for more than 10 minutes would have made him tired. And now, having maintained the thunder extreme state for more than 40 minutes, he had even exceeded the limits of squeezing his physical and supernormal abilities. The ability to rush to the supply base was sustained by a surge of will. Compared to Su Jingming, Jiang Chuxian, who had been put down on the side, was obviously in a much better state. Though halfway through when she was being carried, she would also cast her ice-cold ability to kill the Iron Eater rats around her. However, under the protection of Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder, the depletion of her supernatural energy clearly hadn't reached the point of being drained. Your classmate Su? Not far away. The big supervisor Wang Gang also recognized Su Jingming, who had exited the special state, and walked up quickly. With just a glance, he realized that Su Jingming was not in good shape. No, it can't be called bad anymore. It's just extremely bad. So he asked in a hurry, "Student Su, what can I do for you? I'm a bit tired after running all the way back from the mountain range side. Just open a room for me to rest." Su Jingming said tiredly. He's too tired. Just want to find a bed to lie down in and get a good night's sleep. And with the strength of the supply base side, it was unlikely that the Iron Eater rats within the wilderness area would break in. So, this side of the supply base is fairly safe. The mountain range area? The Grand Supervisor, Wang Gang, was immediately shocked at his words. The mountain forest area was more than 40 kilometers away from the supply base. According to this density of Iron Eater rats, even a fourth-ranked Exalt wouldn't necessarily be able to break out across more than 40 kilometers. Yet it was Su Jingming who did it. This couldn't help but make Wang Barge's appraisal of Su Jingming 1 point higher. The rooms are good, and there are plenty of empty ones right now, Wang Gang hastily said, then beckoned again, called 2 of the more strongly built staff within the supply base. You too, help Su to rest in the deluxe guest room on the 14th floor of the supply base. No need. I'll hold up the senior. You guys can just lead the way in front. Next to him, Jiang Chuxian said in a clear voice. In passing, he clasped Su Jingming's right hand to his chest and slightly assisted him. The big supervisor, Wang Gang, naturally recognized Jiang Chuxian, who had come from the Magic City University of Alien Energy and was also a blogger with millions of fans. I just didn't think the two would come together. Also, isn't Su a freshman at Magic City Alien University who just enrolled this year? Why is it instead that the sophomore conch claimed to call him senior? Although his head was full of doubts, the big supervisor, Wang Gang, quickly reacted. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for 2 staff members to lead the way. I can't believe the big supervisor personally asked about it. Who is this person? Hey, I do know something about it. His name is Su Jingming. A while ago, Supervisor Zhao Yi's department was all dealt with, and it seems like it was because of him. Really? He's that powerful? Say, didn't any of you notice that the girl next to him is the ginger goddess? Goddess, my goddess. Jiang Chuxuan's iconic long silver white hair was quickly recognized by the alienists present, and as the goddess of their hearts actually assisted a young man to leave, many of the alien power users immediately had their minds broken. On the other hand, upon reaching the guest room, exhausted to the extreme, Su Jingming did not think too much, directly fell asleep. This sleep was for an unknown period of time. When Su Jingming opened his eyes again, he realized that there was a pretty figure with long silver white hair sitting beside the bed. Senpai, you're awake. Jiang Chuxian, who had noticed the commotion, turned back, a flash of surprise appearing on her pretty face. How long have I been asleep? Su Jingming, who sat up from the bed, rubbed his temples. He could feel that he had fully recovered his physical abilities. The whole body is in even better shape than ever before. It must not be a short time to get back to such a state. Sure enough, he only heard Jiang Chuxian put up 2 fingers and said with a smile on his face, Senior, you slept for 2 days and 2 nights. If it wasn't for the physician who arranged for the senior to come over and say that the senior's health was fine, he just needed to rest, she was tempted to just feed senior an S-ranked Earth Spirit Spring. 2 days and 2 nights. That's a lot of sleep this time. Shaking his head, Su Jingming took out his cell phone from his spatial ring and tapped the screen. The time is now 2:10 p.m. And the date is August 27th. It's okay, there's still a few days before school officially starts. In the freshman competition of the Magic City Alien University, a large amount of rewards were often handed out to those with excellent results. For example, B-level cultivation resources, A-level cultivation resources, and a large number of credits. Thus, the freshman competition was something Su Jingming would definitely not miss. What's more, with his current strength, participating in the freshman competition could basically be said to be crushing. It's natural not to leave rewards unattended when you can get them easily. By the way, what's the situation in the wilderness area now? Su Jingming leapt off the bed and picked up the juice on the nightstand and drank it in one go. The rat wave has not yet faded and the wilderness area is still on lockdown. This side of the supply base has also been arranging troops to defend it, so you can come over to the window. Senpai. Su Jingming sniffed and joined Jiang Chuxian in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking outwards, one could see that the wilderness area was infested with blackened patches of iron-eating rats, and on this side of the supply base, there was also a large number of troops stationed, as well as a team of alter egos. I'm afraid the rat tide will continue for some time, even if it recedes. It was feared that the number of ferocious beasts within the source water wilderness area would also plummet, and as such, the efficiency of killing ferocious beasts would be greatly reduced. And it's not many days before school starts, so it's time to get back. Thinking for a moment, Su Jingming quickly decided on the next arrangement. Senior is going back to school? Just in time to come together. I'm also preparing to go back to school. Jiang Chushuan's eyes lit up. She also needed to go back to school as the summer drew to a close. Also, her elite third-order bodyguard squad. It was hired from a regular bodyguard company in Magic City. The fact that there was even a murderous overrun is also something to go back and question. Alright, then we'll leave in the afternoon. Su Jingming did not refuse. By the way, Senpai, here's the autographed picture you asked for. At this time, Jiang Chushuan's pretty face slightly reddened as she handed over a photo. The images chosen for the general signature photo are almost always screenshots from her past videos in the process of slaying ferocious beasts. The styles tend to be on the murderous, overpowering side as well. The one handed to Su Jingming was different. This is one of those photos that leans toward the everyday, even slightly more private. In the photo, Kang Chul-soon was sitting on the edge of the bed, her long silver-white hair slightly tied up by a black bow on each side of her left and right sides. She was wearing a simple white shirt and a short black skirt, with a pair of round, slender thighs that were perfectly wrapped in black knee-high socks. The absolute field thus presented is very tantalizing. And Jiang Chuxian's stunningly beautiful face as well as the curves of her slender body were all perfectly interpreted in this photo. This made even Su Jingming feel slightly awestruck. This was taken by my girlfriends while I was in my room on a research trip organized by my high school class. I thought I'd give Senpai a different autographed picture, so I picked this one. Jiang Chushuan's cheeks carried a touch of redness. In fact, the costume was given to her by her high school BFF to change into on a whim of bad taste, because the costumes were slightly revealing. They were kept after being filmed and not brought out until now. However, in the face of this exquisite photo, Su Jingming shook his head. Change it to a plainer one. Jiang Chushuan's heart tightened when he heard this. Before he could speak, he heard Su Jingming's voice ring out again. The autographed picture was asked for my high school friend. Something a little more generic would be better. After saying that, the photo disappeared from Su Jingming's hand and was stowed away in the middle of the spatial ring. That Zhang Hao guy. Mountain hogs can't eat fine chaff. So this photo, it's best to keep it for yourself. Jiang Chuxian had originally been a bit lost. After realizing this small action of Su Jingming's, it was only then that he recovered again and nodded slightly shyly. Su Jingming, who hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights, felt like he could eat an entire one-horned rhinoceros after waking up. So, after receiving the second regular autographed photo from Kang Chuxian, Su Jingming then went to the second-floor restaurant of the supply base and ate a large meal. It was only after eating a meal for 10 for an ordinary person that he finally considered his stomach full. On the opposite side, Jiang Chuxian's small mouth slightly opened wide as she looked at this scene with some surprise. Even though the aberrants ate more than ordinary people, it was rare to see an aberrant like Su Jingming who was able to eat a 10-person portion of dishes. However, when she thought about the change in Su Jingming's size after he turned on his special state, she was relieved. Also, the body didn't store that much energy, and it wasn't possible to turn on that strong of a form change. After the meal, Su Jingming sold all the fierce beast materials on his body again on the 6th floor of the supply base. This time, he had only spent a week in the wilderness area, and the number of ferocious beasts he had hunted was not that large. However, third-order fierce beast materials were much more valuable than second-order fierce beast materials. As a result, the materials were eventually sold for 8 million dasha coins. In reality, the valuation of this batch of ferocious beast materials was just 67 million. But that new supervisor on the 6th floor said he'd wipe a zero. It was eventually erased to 8 million. In addition, Su Jingming still had the exotic flowers and herbs that he had found within the land-digging dragon's lair on his person. In addition to sharing half of Kang Chushuan's, he didn't sell the remaining half. The Magic City Alien University has its own potion and elixir department. All one needed to do was to provide the raw materials and pay some processing fees to get a batch of refined pills. It's a waste to just sell the exotic flowers. After getting everything done, Su Jingming found Grand Supervisor Wang Gang again to say goodbye. After learning that Su Jingming was going back to school, the big supervisor, Wang Gang, had a look of regret since the rat tide on this side of the source water wilderness area will completely recede in a week at the latest. However, I'm afraid that the number of ferocious beasts within the wilderness area would have to wait for 2 or 3 more months before they could fully recover to their original level. When that time comes, I'll be hoping that you guys, Su and Jiang, will come over again. Definitely. Another moment of pleasantries was exchanged with the big supervisor, Wang Gang. Only then did Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian walk out of the supply base building and onto the square in front of the supply base. Due to the rat tide, quite a few alien squads had left the source water wilderness area and went to other wilderness areas. As a result, the square seemed a bit cold compared to previous days. The earliest high-speed train to Mordor is all at 6 in the afternoon, and by the time we get over to the high-speed train station, we may have to sit for a while longer. Su Jingming, who looked at the high-speed train ticket on his cell phone, said, it was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would take 2 hours to get to the high-speed train station in Zhenchuan City even by train. High-speed rail? No, I drove here. Jiang Chuxian, who was on the side, smiled faintly, took out the car key from his space ring, and pressed lightly on it. Didn't wait a moment. Accompanied by a low engine roar, a sports car with a streamlined body and a full body painted in ice blue. It just drove by with the envious gazes of the few shifters on the road, pulling up to the side of the road a short distance away with double blinkers. The scissor doors on both sides slowly opened. Limited to 1,000 units worldwide. The official price tag is in the tens of millions of dollars for the Messersch S80 ladies-only sports car. I didn't realize that you had one of these, schoolgirl, and it looks like it's equipped with a decent level of AI. Su Jingming sked. With Blue Star's level of technological development, it would be very simple indeed to make it driverless. It just needs to be equipped with an AI. It's just a level 5 AI. Jiang Chuxian spat out her tongue, then led Su Jingming to the sports car. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the engine started with a roar. The ice blue sports car took off and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. 6:20 p.m. Magic City, Jing'an District University Town. Along with the approaching date of the beginning of the school year, the Jing'an District University City is gradually lively, especially now that it's getting close to mealtime. The hot pot stores and restaurants down the street. It was packed with fellow dorm roommates who had returned from summer vacation and couldn't wait to kick off the potluck. You can also see students walking together in 2s and 3s, laughing and joking everywhere on the road, full of youthfulness. There is also a steady stream of students coming through the doors. Compared to the other 4 schools, the number of students coming out from the center of the university city, occupying the best location in the entrance of the Magic City Alien University, was much smaller. However, every student who walked out from it had their heads held high, with a faint touch of pride in their eyes. And some of the students from the rest of the schools who passed by the entrance of the Magic City Alien Energy University, not only did he not have half an opinion on this, but instead he had an envious look on his face. To be admitted to the Magic City Alien University, one did have the capital to be proud of. Boom! This was accompanied by a low sound of airwaves. An ice blue sports car, amidst the gazes of the pedestrians on the road, came quickly from a distance. For them who were still students, such a sports car was naturally an incomparably dazzling presence. Some students who knew about cars, but also understood the value of this car, and could not help but show their astonished gazes. In the midst of either envious or hot gazes, the ice blue sports car stopped at the entrance of Magic City Alien Energy University. Then a young girl, and a young man, stepped out of the sports car. The young girl had a slender figure and an absolutely beautiful and cold appearance. The most noticeable thing, though, was the beautiful waist-length silver-white hair behind her. The young man on the side was tall, with a resolute and calm face, and his body vaguely carried a fierce aura, with an extremely strong sense of oppression. Hiss, what a handsome little brother. Is he also a student of the Magic City Alien Energy University? This tall, upright figure with a vaguely oppressive and dangerous aura. I can so feel it. Unfortunately, it seems to have a girlfriend, and she's so pretty. Quite a few wonderful young girls looked at that youth with hot gazes. However, after discovering the stunningly beautiful young lady next to them, they all subconsciously developed a sense of self-humiliation. In contrast, some bloodthirsty male students, after scanning the diminutive young girl next to them, yet they all cast envious glances at the youth. Back, looking at the wide gate of the Magic City Alien Energy University in front of him, Su Jingming showed a look of emotion. A month and a half ago, he had traveled from here at the rank of First Order Upper. After a month and a half, he came back again, but his strength had changed drastically. Jiang Chuxian on the side also looked emotional. If I'm a little unlucky and don't meet the senior, then she'd have been buried in the wilderness area long ago and couldn't come back. Senpai, let's go. Jiang Chuxian pressed the car key and the ice blue sports car automatically drove in the direction of the Magic City Alien University garage. The two of them, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian, also stepped into the school. Senior, what section is your dormitory in? District 3. Zone 3 seems to be the one further in, right? I'm in Zone 2, which is a bit further out. Sector 2 is closer, so I'll take you back to your dorm first. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian walked through the campus. After not walking for a while, he arrived in front of Villa 103 in Dormitory 2 area where Jiang Chuxian was. Senpai, let's part here. If you need to use me for anything in the future, just ask. At the entrance of the villa, Jiang Chuxian said with some reluctance. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Su Jingming, who had saved her life 3 times in a row, but it left an indelible impression on her mind. Alright, I'll definitely trouble you when I have the chance, Su Jingming said with a smile. It's a deal. Jiang Chuxian nodded. The next moment, however, instead, she suddenly moved closer, tiptoeing slightly on her toes and bringing her pretty face up, accompanied by a fresh, virginal aroma that burrowed into the tip of her nose. Su Jingming felt a soft, warm touch on his left cheek. Before he could react, Jiang Chuxian was already standing shyly in front of him. It's a small token of appreciation for saving your life. Under the backdrop of the long silver-white hair behind her, Jiang Chuxian's pretty face was as delicate as a rose. Senpai, then we'll see you next time. After saying that, without waiting for Su Jingming to respond, he took a step with his rounded and slender thighs and ran into the villa as if he was escaping. Am I being forced to kiss? Looking at the slender figure that quickly disappeared inside the villa, Su Jingming first froze for a moment, then shook his head before he too turned to leave. Anyway, at least the experience was pretty good. Xian, you're back. Ha? Well, I'm going back to the bedroom first. On the other side, Jiang Chuxian, who had escaped into the villa, couldn't care less about his roommate's shouts. Run straight up to the second-floor bedroom and throw yourself under the covers. It took a while for the racing heartbeat to calm down. By the way, it says to go back to the school to check on the seniors. So it's now. Jiang Chuxian sat down in front of the computer. First, he entered the school's official forum and typed Su Jingming's name into the search bar. Someone with great strength like Senpai wouldn't be nameless to do so. Sure enough, on the projected page, a series of posts about Su Jingming appeared. It's just that the content of the article is very different from what she expected. It's all about freshmen breaking records and strongest in the first order and all that. Strange how it's all related to the topic of freshmen. Jiang Chuxian frowned slightly with her willow brows, extremely patient as she clicked into the posts one by one to check them out. And so it was, after scrolling through the posts for over 10 minutes, that she was shocked to realize Su Jingming was surprisingly a freshman who had just enrolled this year after taking the martial arts entrance exam. Senpai, so it's a freshman. Jiang Chuxian's expression was extremely wonderful, and then he murmured with a strange expression. It's just that a freshman at the top of the second order is a bit too outrageous. After entering the school, Jiang Chuxian had returned the Dark Cloud blaster gun on the way. Thus, Su Jingming walked all the way back to his Area 3, Villa 32 with the Dark Cloud blaster gun on his back. Kaching dash. The key was inserted into the lock hole and with a slight twist, the villa door opened. With a sweep of his eyes, the living room on the first floor of the villa was empty, and the training room was instead filled with gusts of sound. Knowing that Lu Wentao was training, Su Jingming didn't bother, carrying his backpack and carrying his lance up to the second floor. Placing the Dark Cloud blaster gun on the weapon rack in the training room, Su Jingming began to organize the items in his tactical backpack again. Although he had sold quite a few Fierce Beast materials over at the Sourcewater replenishment base, it still contained the materials needed to complete the school's mission. This flaming flower is required to complete an A-ranked quest. These 23rd order Blast Red Wolf skins are the best way to complete a B-ranked quest. School assignments can be picked up online, but the assignment materials that need to be submitted must be verified on-site at the school's assignment building. The closing time for the mission building is 9 p.m. It's 6:30 p.m. It's still early. That's why Su Jingming was prepared to go on a run later and submit all the mission materials. These materials, organized from the tactical backpack, were not a large amount. Su Jingming then smoothly put them all into his space ring. In addition, he also found the B-rank battlesuit from his tactical backpack that had exploded into the thunder polarity state inside the cave that day, causing the upper half of his body to crumble right into pieces. This battlesuit cost me tens of millions. Su Jingming's heart secretly regretted it. In order to maximize the non-restriction of the alien's movements, the battlesuits are tailored to the alien's physical qualities. Although he also possessed a certain degree of elasticity, the change in his figure after activating the thunder pole state was too great. This elasticity is not taught at all. Looks like next time I'll have to buy one of those special battlesuits for giganticized aliens. Otherwise, a battlesuit is scrapped every time we fight. So who's going to be able to handle it? Noteworthy, when escaping the rat tide, Su Jingming had similarly utilized the thunder polarity state. Only this time it was the normal top that held up. Instead, by the time he woke up from the supply base's big bed, his whole body had been changed into a robe prepared by the guest room. I don't know if it's the base staff, or if Jiang Chuxian changed it for him. Soon, Su Jingming finished organizing everything and opened his system panel again. Name Su Jingming. Rank, second order upper. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 1321 chi and blood, plus. Spirit, 987 Hz, plus. Skills, marksmanship, master. Boxing, intermediate plus. Thunder spear, advanced plus. Chain thunder lances, intermediate plus. Thunder flash, advanced plus. Thunder prison, intermediate plus. Lightning blast break, advanced plus. Body forging, thunder indestructible body, third level. Ability points, 3712. It's a pity that a rat wave was encountered in the back, or else we could have harvested even more alien energy points. Su Jingming shook his head slightly, but 3,700 or so ability points should also be enough to learn 2 S-rank battle techniques, right? After submitting the quest materials later, you can check out the battle technique library. For Su Jingming, this trip to the wilderness area was definitely considered extremely rewarding. Not only did his level and battle skills get a huge boost, even his hands had 2 extra 1 cubic meter space rings. Also, there is still close to $25 million lying on the bank card. By consuming all these resources on hand, I can still increase my strength a bit more, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Then he went to the bathroom and took a brief shower, before walking down to the second floor refreshed. Ming, you're back? Just as he walked to the living room, he ran into Lu Wentao, who was wearing loose training clothes and walking out of the training room. Just arrived. Su Jingming smiled. Compared to when he left, Lu Wentao has not changed much. It just seems a little darker. Then you didn't even say anything ahead of time. Or I could have prepared a reception table for you tonight. Lu Wentao laughed playfully, then glanced at the time. But it's still early, and it's not too late to get ready right away. What reception? I'm back from the wilderness area. Not from jail. Su Jingming laughed and cursed. Let's just go to the cafeteria. Just as I'm going to have a meal. I was thinking of picking you up, but it's good to be back. I heard the other day that a rat wave had broken out over at the Sourcewater Wilderness area. Called you several times and it said you were out of service. Thought something had happened to you. Lu Wentao sighed in relief. This time, with the rat wave, even the school put out a notice that something had happened to a number of seniors and sisters who had been practicing over there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about it. A rat wave did break out in the Sourcewater Wilderness area, but there's already an army and alien squad guarding that side, so I'm sure it won't take long to resolve it. Su Jingming nodded. During that time, he was still asleep, and his cell phone was placed in his space ring, so other people naturally couldn't call in. That's good. These rat tides, clean up sooner rather than later. With that, Lu Wentao was about to go to the cafeteria with Su Jingming. Suddenly, he was on his feet. It was discovered that Su Jingming's aura was a bit too powerful, even similar to those seniors and older sisters in the school. After carefully sensing it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Crap, Brother Ming, you broke through the second rank? Upper second order to be exact. Su Jingming nodded and briefly explained. Having encountered several life and death crises, I was lucky enough to not only succeed in escaping, but also obtain a breakthrough. Life and death crisis was indeed there, but the main reason the level could rise so quickly was the deep blue system at work. Of course, if he hadn't sold out to kill the ferocious beasts, he wouldn't have gained so many exotic points. Upper second order? Lu Wentao was shocked, and it took him a long time to react and give a thumbs up. Not bad for Ming, can't be judged by common sense. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not believe it if he had advanced from a first order upper to a second order upper in just over a month's time. But when placed on the demonic Su Jingming, it seemed to become believable. But can a crisis between life and death really raise your strength so quickly? It makes me want to try out the wilderness area too. Lu Wentao had been stuck at the upper first rank for a full half a year. Looking at Su Jingming, who had directly broken through a major rank after returning from a trip to the wilderness area, he was also a bit moved. Don't. I'm a special case. The wilderness area is dangerous. So if you want to go, it's best to wait for the second order. Su Jingming hurriedly stopped it. In fact, if it wasn't for the deep blue system's need for exotic points, he wouldn't have been able to enter the wilderness area in such a hurry. That's all I'm saying. It's not going to the wilderness area at this stage. Lu Wentao smiled cheekily. Su Jingming possessed S-rank psychic abilities, in addition to having the Dean of the Arms Academy as a teacher to teach him personally. Just because the other guy was able to spend over a month in the wilderness area and come back alive doesn't mean he can do the same. Especially with the rat wave that happened this time. So many seniors and juniors lost their lives in it. And yet, Su Jingming ran back unharmed, which was enough to say a lot. Also, he felt that even if he went to the wilderness area, he feared that there was no way to achieve such a terrifying boost as Su Jingming's. By the way, when you left, Did you not tell Song Choyun that you were going to the wilderness area? Brother Ming? Lu Wentao suddenly asked. Song Choyun? Su Jingming froze slightly, then nodded. I've only mentioned my trip to the wilderness area to you and my teacher. No wonder. Lu Wentao suddenly dawned on him, then scratched his head and said, she's come to our villa a few times in the meantime looking for you. Only all I've said is that you weren't there. She was a little surprised when I told her later that you'd gone to the wilderness area. Song Choyun, such a great beauty. He would have liked it to be himself that the other party came looking for. Unfortunately, not. Song Choyun is looking for me? Su Jingming nodded slightly. Then I'll ask her if she's up to something later. Next, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao went to the cafeteria for a meal together. With that, he separated from the other party and went to the mission building to submit all the mission materials he had in hand. The 3 B-ranked quests among them were all just killing 2nd and 3rd ranked ferocious beasts and collecting ferocious beast materials. Instead, that A-ranked quest required an A-ranked flame flower. Grade A exotic flowers and herbs were already scarce, and Su Jingming had been prepared to give up on this mission. But then among the exotic flowers and plants found in the cave, there happened to be this flaming flower. Thus, 3 B-rank missions and 1 A-rank mission were all submitted successfully. Jingming Su ended up with 871 credits. Among them, that A-ranked quest offered the most reward credits, a whopping 540 points. Of course, such a grade A flame flower would sell for a high price of $6 million outside. It's just that credits have more purchasing power than dasha coins, which translates to about the same. After submitting his mission, Su Jingming had wanted to make a trip to his teacher, Yang Zhentian. It turned out that the teacher's phone couldn't be reached, and it was only when he called the villa side that he found out from his housekeeper, Uncle Fu. The teacher left the school a few days ago and hasn't returned. Thus, after hanging up the phone, Su Jingming turned around and went straight to the battle technique library. The long-awaited S-ranked battle technique could now finally be learned. Student Su Jingming, welcome, Battle Tech Library. For Su Jingming, the S-class permission holder, the female teacher at the library's front desk continued to speak gently and warmly. Su Jingming explained his intentions and was soon taken directly into a separate reading room by the staff. Just like last time, Eva, help me sift through all the S-rank battle techniques of the lightning department. Su Jingming sat down on the sofa and reached out to poke the small light blue orb on the tabletop. Even though it was holographically projected out and not physical, Eva was still able to react to outside movements. As a result, only an angry face character emerged from Eva's rounded sphere, accompanied by a slightly cued voice ringing out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little guy, his mood changes quite quickly. Su Jingming couldn't help but smile. Sometimes he was wondering about this top AI Eva who was responsible for managing every aspect of the work of the Magic City Alien University. Is it possible that there is a real person behind it? Or how else could they have such a real emotional response? That said, it seems that the technological explosion on Blue Star happened just a few hundred years ago, not long after the emergence of ferocious beasts on Blue Star and the mastery of psychic powers by humans. I wonder if these have any connection to each other. When you go to Mr. Yang's place next time, you can stop by and ask. Su Jingming didn't dwell on it too much, looking towards the projection of the list of Lightning System S-rank battle techniques that Eva had sifted through in midair. Thunderjack Seal, S-rank condense thunder-based supernatural energy into a seal to strike, causing huge amounts of lightning damage. Note, this battle technique is limited to Thunder and Lightning System C-rank or higher psychic abilities, and level 2 or higher psychic ability learners. Running Thunder Fist, Grade S maximizes the liberation of the Exalt's lightning-based exotic energy, converging on the fist to strike. Note, this battle technique is limited to Thunder and Lightning System B-rank or higher psychic abilities, and level 3 or higher psychic abilities. Thunder Prisoner's Boundary, S-rank creates an unbreakable lightning boundary around the enemy, while constantly chopping down thunder in the boundary. Note, this battle technique is limited to Thunder and Lightning System B rank or higher psychic abilities, and level 3 or higher psychic abilities. S-class battle skills. Extremely precious. Even the Devil's Capital Exotic University, which was the top academy, had only included 20 or so Lightning System S-rank battle techniques, and among these 20-odd Lightning System battle skills, there were almost 10 battle skills that required more than the third rank to be learned. Thus, the S-rank battle techniques available for Su Jingming to choose to learn were actually just a dozen or so. Of course, this amount is quite a lot. If it were any other ordinary alien energy university, it wouldn't even be able to take out an S-rank Lightning System battle technique. S-class battle techniques. It concerns my combat power increase afterward, so I must choose carefully. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming carefully read the introduction on the list of battle techniques. From time to time, he would also have the staff send over the battle technique secret books originally for detailed reading and comparison. If it was an ordinary student, in the case of spending a massive amount of credits to purchase the next S-ranked battle technique to learn, it is naturally impossible for it to be allowed to take the original of other secret books and compare them. But Su Jingming was different. Possessing S-class permissions, all battle techniques were free to read. Then you can compare it with multiple books of battle skill secrets. An hour later, it was only then that Su Jingming finally left behind 2 of these 10 or so Thunderbolt system battle technique secrets originally. These 2 secret books were the Heavenly Thunder Art as well as the Underworld Thunder Armor. Heavenly Thunder Technique, S-rank, using one's own thunder and lightning faculty supernatural ability, mingling natural thunder and lightning to summon thunder in a designated direction. Remarks, above the second rank. Only those with A-class psychic ability can practice it. The power of the battle technique will be enhanced under thunderstorms. Underworld Thunder Armor, Grade S, uses the alien's own thunderbolts, compiled in a specific way, to form armor around the body to form a defense. Remarks, above the second order. Only those with A-class psychic ability can practice. These 2 battle techniques are the more refined of the S-class battle techniques that I can learn at the present time. Also, one favors long-range spell strikes and one favors melee fighting. Ultrons with enhanced class powers often have only close combat as a path to follow. Maybe an elemental alien, or a thunder and lightning or ice alien under the nature category. Instead, they can choose to go the spell battle technique route, or the close quarters fighting route. This, in turn, corresponded to the Elemental College and the Weaponry College of the Devil's Capital Alien University, respectively. People, in general, also tend to just choose to go one of these routes. This was because the cost of energy and time required to learn battle techniques was simply too great. If you don't specialize in one route, you could easily end up in an awkward situation where you can't reach the highs or the lows. This was equally true for the pride of the Magic City Alien University. But Su Jingming was different. As long as he had enough exotic points, he could learn all of his battle techniques in a flash. There will be no such thing as the cost of energy or time. So, for the 2 routes of battle techniques, spells and close quarters combat, Su Jingming's answer was, I want them all. Of course, right now it's still mostly close quarters fighting with lances as weapons. In addition, there was another reason for choosing Heavenly Thunder Technique as one of the skills to be learned in this S-rank battle technique. That is, the S-ranked battle skill Heavenly Thunder Technique was the predecessor battle skill to the SSS-ranked battle skill 10,000 Firmament Heavenly Thunder Lead. The so-called 10,000 Firmament Heavenly Thunder Lead was to rain down thousands of heavenly thunderbolts into a certain area for a sustained period of time. If one did not learn the S-ranked Heavenly Thunder Technique, it would be exponentially more difficult to learn the SSS-ranked 10,000 Firmament Heavenly Thunder Lead. 10,000 Firmament Heavenly Thunder Leader as the only SSS-ranked battle skill in the Lightning Department of the Magic City Alien University. Su Jingming was definitely going to learn it. Since this was the case, being the first to learn the S-ranked Heavenly Thunder Art was naturally very necessary for this. And if you want to add points with the Deep Blue system, you have to have a preliminary cognitive understanding of battle techniques to do so. Otherwise, if you only know a skill name, you naturally can't add points. Thinking of this, Su Jingming flipped open the secret book of the Heavenly Thunder Art and read it carefully. As an S-ranked battle skill, the Heavenly Thunder Art was incomparably profound, even much more so than the Thunder Indestructible Body, a body-forging battle skill that was also S-ranked. Not only did it involve the coordination of spiritual power with one's own lightning supernatural ability, but it also required the simultaneous invocation of the natural thunder in the heavens and earth. Because it was so esoteric, it took Su Jingming more than 6 hours. It was only after reading it 2 or 3 times over and over again that he gained an initial understanding of this battle technique. Good lord, this battle technique is so complicated. If I were to rely on myself alone, I wouldn't be able to learn it without a little more than half a year. Putting down the secret book, Su Jingming rubbed his temples with tired eyes. Reading this secret book of battle techniques was even more painful than when he was still a doctoral student in his previous life, when he gnawed on foreign specialized literature all night long. It was a good thing that the battle technique was now tentatively understood. Next, just leave it to the system. Deep Blue, add some to me. Ability points 1600. Heavenly Thunder Technique, Elementary. In a flash, Su Jingming directly comprehended about the release technique of the S-ranked battle skill Heavenly Thunder Technique. So, this is how the Heavenly Thunder Technique is released. Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly, but being in the reading room right now was obviously not a good place to experiment with the Heavenly Thunder Technique. When we leave the Battle Technique library, we can find an empty space with no one in it to try it out. However, the number of ability points required to learn S-ranked battle techniques was actually as high as 1,600. It's a good thing I have enough ability points, or else I wouldn't really be able to learn 2 S-ranked battle techniques. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At that moment, the holographic Eva, who had been standing by, warned, "Little Master, the time is now 1 in the morning. Please pay attention to rationalizing your time. It's already so late." Su Jingming frowned. "Forget it, then the other S-ranked battle technique. Just come back tomorrow to learn it." The initial understanding of the Heavenly Thunder Technique had taken him more than 6 hours. With the current mental exhaustion, I'm afraid that the time needed to learn the other Underworld Thunder Armor would be even longer. Since he had already gone back to school, Su Jingming wasn't too far behind, and there was no need to study all night. Thus, after calling the staff and returning the Battle Technique secret books, Su Jingming got up and left the Battle Technique library. Outside the Battle Techniques library, the night sky was starry, and a curved moon hung in the sky. The bright moonlight that blossomed from it was surprisingly a few points brighter than the lights on the side of the road. The Battle Technique library of the Magic City Alien University was open to students all night long. Although it was already past 1 in the morning, Su Jingming, who had walked out, still spotted a few students who had also left the Battle Technique library with him. Also, a few scattered students were heading this way, obviously heading for the all-nighter. That's the style of learning at the top colleges. Su Jingming nodded slightly and was about to head out. Suddenly, a loud and clear chirp rang out from the sky. Key dash. The chirping sound was extremely sharp, shocking Su Jingming's eardrums with some slight pain. A few other students not far away even let out a gasp of shock and covered their ears in an unpleasant manner. Su Jingming subconsciously looked up at the sky. Just see the bright moonlight. A full body feathers black, but the neck is a circle of white feathers. The sharp claws were huge, as if the eagle-like ferocious beast swiftly swept by. It's a flying bird-type ferocious beast, the white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. This kind of flying bird-type ferocious beasts do not dare to skim through the city airspace during the daytime, and specialize in picking the nighttime to demonstrate. Previously, during the night at the villa, Su Jingming had heard the chirping of these flying birds and ferocious beasts several times. Judging by the flight speed of this white-ringed black-feathered eagle, its rank would only be around the 3rd rank. Su Jingming's mind suddenly stirred. Wouldn't that be just the right thing to use to try out my Heavenly Thunder art? Saying that he would do it, Su Jingming's mental power began to operate in the manner recorded on the S-Class Battle Technique Heavenly Thunder Technique. At the same time, the purple Heavenly Divine Thunder was mobilized. Zip, zip, zip. A thin layer of bluish-purple thunder surfaced on the surface of Su Jingming's body, flickering and jumping, bright and uncertain. As the thunder jumped, the night's starry sky was surprisingly filled with dull thunders that sounded as if they echoed each other. Rumble, rumble. Why is it suddenly thundering? It doesn't look like it's going to rain, does it? The square in front of the Battle Technique library. The few students who had just regained their senses from the ear-piercing chirping of the white-ringed black-feathered eagle looked up to the sky with surprised expressions. Only under the starry sky, the moonlight was bright, and one could even clearly see the white-ringed black-feathered eagle hovering high in the sky. There wasn't a single dark cloud at all. And where is this thunder coming from? Just as several people were puzzled, Su Jingming, whose entire body was faintly haunted by thunder not far away, also raised his head slightly. Attention was focused on the white-ringed, black-feathered eagle in the sky, followed by a slow exhale. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Boom! The night sky suddenly became translucent, and along with the terrifying pressure, a blue-purple thunderbolt that ran through heaven and earth split down from the sky. It blasted at the white-ringed black-feathered eagle soaring in the sky. White-ringed black-feathered eagle. The feathers of the whole body are not only extremely strong in defense, but also non-conductive, plus the powerful body it possessed as a 3rd-order fierce beast. Natural lightning under normal circumstances wouldn't do much even if it struck it. However, the moment it came into contact with this thunder, it was as if it was no longer that powerful 3rd-ranked ferocious beast, but like a fragile sand toy. Without even having the time to utter a miserable scream, he directly died out in midair. Jabla! Only then did the deafening sound of thunder spread from afar. Ding! Kill a third-ranked intermediate white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Alien ability points plus 34. A system beep sounded in his head, and Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly. This is the S-ranked battle skill Heavenly Thunder technique. It had to be said that the power of the Heavenly Thunder technique was somewhat beyond expectation. He originally thought that the thunder would only simply split the white-ringed black-feathered eagle to death. However, he didn't expect that this shot of Heavenly Thunder would go down. But it actually achieved the astonishing effect of directly obliterating the entire ferocious beast in place. Even though the Heavenly Thunder technique has a few seconds of precasting shake, it's worth it with that power. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. As a second-order upper psychic, if he didn't use his battle technique, the limit of the distance his purple Heavenly Divine Thunder supernatural ability could spread out would only be about 15 meters. But the casting range of the primary Heavenly Thunder art was nearly 1 kilometer. In other words, as long as the enemy came within 1,000 meters of him, he could use the Heavenly Thunder technique to strike at long range. And as the level and battle skill proficiency increased, the attack range of the Heavenly Thunder art could be further increased. Also, it's a bit of a drain on the powers. Just this one shot of the Heavenly Thunder technique consumed almost a quarter of my supernatural energy. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Of course, this is a common problem with advanced battle techniques. When he leveled up, it wouldn't even be a problem. After testing the power of the Heavenly Thunder technique, it's time to go back to the dormitory and sleep. Yawning, Su Jingming stepped away. The other students in the plaza, on the other hand, were still astonished by the sudden thunderbolt. Flat Earth thunder. Surprisingly, the white-ringed black-feathered eagle was directly obliterated. Which high-ranked lightning system psychic has made a move? This is a third-ranked ferocious beast. Just outrageous. Since Su Jingming's movements were not obvious when he released his battle technique. Thus, the few students in the square did not suspect Su Jingming. There was only one tall and thin youth who looked at Su Jingming's departing figure, revealing a thoughtful look. The next day, Su Jingming got up early. After resting all night, he felt like he was thinking very clearly. In just 4 hours, I should be able to give a preliminary understanding of that other S-rank battle technique, Underworld Thunder Armor. After washing up and eating breakfast, a confident Su Jingming walked down to the second floor. Ming, going out so early. On the first floor, Lu Wentao sat on the living room sofa nibbling on bread. Well, a trip to the Battletech library. Su Jingming smiled and nodded. Just got back from the wilderness area and you're so hardworking. It's just not human. Looking at Su Jingming's tall figure as he hurriedly left, Lu Wentao couldn't help but smack his lips with emotion. In the wilderness area, in order to beware of ferocious beasts, the psychic of an alien was in a tense state at all times. Keeping your mind tight for a long time can be problematic. As a result, many aliens choose their favorite way to relax after leaving the wilderness area, like shopping with abandon, like clubbing and bouncing, and going to some high-end places to get massages and foot washes and such. Even if you don't have any great leisure options, you usually give yourself a few days off to relax your spirit. But Su Jingming was different. There was no way to see half a bit of slack from him. Last night, Lu Wentao practiced the exotic exercise method on the couch in the first-floor living room until after 12 o'clock at night, and he hardly didn't wait for him to come back. I would have thought that if I stayed so late last night in the Battle Techniques library, I would have gotten more rest this morning anyways, and now it's not even 7 a.m. and I'm rushing out the door again. No, I'll train to go later after breakfast. 2. Lu Wentao was somewhat irritated, and the speed of chewing the bread was sped up quite a bit. Outside the dormitory. Perhaps it's because it's close to the beginning of the school year, but almost all of the Zone 3 dorms, which are the freshman dormitory area, are already filled. It's still early though, but there were already a lot of students walking out in groups on the road. Today is August 28th, and the official commencement ceremony will be held on September 1st, and the new students are indeed almost here. The opening ceremony of the Magic City Alien University was held once every academic year. Each time, it is attended by incoming freshmen. During the ceremony, the teachers don't talk too much lip service, and the main content is related to the big freshman competition. This was what Su Jingming had heard from his senior brother Lu Ming earlier. That said, the last time I called my teacher, I heard from my teacher that elder brother went to the southwest to join the battle, and I don't know how things are now. For Lu Ming, the senior brother who had dutifully accompanied him in his training for over a month, Su Jingming still had great respect. Never mind, after I finish learning the battle techniques later, I'll give my senior brother another call. I didn't get through last time, so I don't know if it'll be the same this time. Shaking his head, Su Jingming didn't think much of it and headed out along the road. As the distance to the exit location from the dormitory area shortened, the road gradually became more crowded with students. These were freshmen who hadn't been enrolled in school for long, and some of them had even just enrolled yesterday. Although they had gone through the baptism of the martial arts entrance examination, they were all still teenage girls around 18 years old after all. Many of the students were looking around curiously, as they joked and chatted with their roommates. All of them are also with the expectation and longing for the commencement ceremony, as well as the future life of the college. Compare that to these tender freshmen who spent over a month in the wilderness area, with 5 lives accumulated in his hands and having experienced the life and death crises of the rat tide. Su Jing, whose expression was calm and cold, was clearly a bit out of place. Coupled with his 5'9" height, he looked even more eye-catching when mixed in a crowd whose average height was only about 5'7". However, it didn't draw any strange looks. Instead, it caused some of the freshman girls to whisper and sneak glances from time to time. Su Jingming didn't care about this, still walking forward with steady steps. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar slender figure in the crowd of students walking ahead of him. It's Song Chiuyun? Su Jingming raised his sword brows. It wasn't that he was purposely paying attention, but Song Chiuyun's slender curvy body was hard to forget after seeing it once. It's even more characteristic compared to the backs of these girls around. The girl who was noticed by Su Jingming's sight seemed to have noticed something as well as turned her head, revealing a delicate melon face. Sure enough, it was Song Chiuyun, whom I hadn't seen in over a month. Song Chiuyun, who had turned her head, had a flash of surprise appear on her pretty face when she spotted Su Jingming, and this stunning smile, like the blooming of 100 flowers, caused some of the male students around them to be dumbfounded. Song Chiuyun took 3 steps against the flow of people and arrived in front of Su Jingming. Student Su, long time no see. When did you come back? Her beautiful eyes just looked straight up. Yesterday. Su Jingming smiled back. Only got back yesterday. So that means you've been over in the wilderness area for almost a month and a half. That's quite a long time. Song Chiuyun's heart sighed with emotion, then blinked her big clear eyes and asked, Student Su, you should still remember that you promised to spar with me before, right? Song Chiuyun is a more serious person. Thus, it had always wanted to know the source of the ferocious beast aura on Su Jingming's body. Unfortunately, the other guy hasn't been in school for the past month or so. She couldn't find a chance to cut and probe either. Cutting? Su Jingming was slightly stunned, remembering that he had indeed promised the other party on the day he left the Magic City Alien Energy University. But are you sure you want to spar with me? What? I'm also the top student of Chuan Province, so don't underestimate me. Song Chiuyun's willow eyebrows rose slightly. Chuan Province, with a resident population of more than 0.8 billion, is a major education province in the same way as Gangnam Province. As many as 400,000 students take the Wukko Advanced Placement exam each year. The fact that Song Chiuyun was able to step over these 400,000 people to get the provincial top prize in Sichuan Province was proof of her great strength. If it were a month ago, for such an opponent, Su Jingming might still be able to raise some interest, but now that he has a second-order upper, and just a first-order upper Song Chiuyun cut, it is simply bullying. However, since he had already promised the other party before, Su Jingming naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Alright, I know. Let's find some time later and we'll cut a deal. Su Jingming nodded. Finding time in the back? Right now. It was hard to meet Su Jingming again, so Song Chiuyun naturally wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Sure, another time is fine if you have something important to do. Song Chiuyun added with a smiling face. What a thunderous nature. Worthy of being from Sichuan Province. Su Jingming said in his heart. But it's just a passing thing anyway. It doesn't take much time. So he didn't refuse anymore and nodded. That's fine for now. So where are we going? Over to the actual ring? Don't bother. Just go to the training room on the 2nd floor of your dorm. Seeing Su Jingming agree, Song Chiuyun's eyes immediately lit up. Okay, so your clothes. Su Jingming was a little hesitant. Song Chiuyun was currently wearing a floral dress, so when she cut up later, she would definitely be naked. Why don't you go back to your dorm and wait for me? I'll go back and change into a battle dress and come over to you. Song Chiuyun seemed to be very much looking forward to this battle, and with a slender stride, she trotted over in the direction of her dormitory. Is it so desirable to spar with me? Su Jingming couldn't figure it out. By the time Su Jingming returned to Villa 32, Lu Wentao on the sofa just happened to finish chewing the bread and couldn't help but wonder. Ming, why are you back? Song Chiuyun is going to be looking for me to spar later, so I came back to wait for her first. Su Jingming explained. Song Chiuyun? Lu Wentao froze slightly, then smiled and said, the time she's found the villa while you've been gone. It seems like she's been trying to spar with you as well. Su Jingming was instantly delighted at his words. I'm sure it's not the first time I've been approached. This Song Chiuyun, shouldn't she be a fighting maniac? Su Jingming rubbed his chin. The way things were going before the project, It's very possible. However, Song Choyun didn't realize that you've broken through to the second rank. Brother Ming? Lu Wentao was curious. I don't think I've found out, or I wouldn't be in such a hurry to cut me off right now. Su Jingming shook his head. Exalts could roughly detect changes in each other's auras, but there was no way to accurately sense rank. For example, last night, Lu Wentao was able to detect that he had broken through to the second rank, but had no way of knowing that he was at the upper second rank. Also, if one could not sense it with their mental powers, they would not notice the change in breath. Just now, Song Choyun should just not have used her spiritual power to probe. So it is. Lu Wentao nodded, then asked expectantly, Ming, can I go watch the battle later? Of course. Su Jingming didn't refuse. Great. Lu Wentao's eyes glowed slightly. In Sichuan province, Song Choyun was a notorious genius girl. Since the awakening of his psychic abilities at the age of 16, he has been above the crowd of geniuses in Sichuan province. The 6th high school in Rongcheng, where he was from, was also under Song Choyun's shadow for a long time. If only I could see Song Choyun suffer for myself. When we go back to Sichuan province on vacation, we can still have a good blowout with those high school classmates. The man who beat that genius girl Song Choyun was my roommate. Choyun, aren't you going to the center of Magic City? Why are you back again? The other side. Song Choyun had just returned to the dormitory and was similarly met with inquiries from her roommate. Xia Dongxia, Su Jingming is back, and I have an appointment with him to spar later. Song Choyun returned. Su Jingming is back? Lak Dongxia's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. So did he find out that you advanced to the second rank? No. Oh. Song Choyun smiled and said, she had broken through to the second order lower a few days ago, and no one but her roommate and her teacher knew about it yet. Thus, she deliberately tightened her aura to prevent Su Jingming from detecting anything unusual. And although the main reason for this cut was to figure out why Su Jingming carried the aura of a ferocious beast, but she was also interested in Su Jingming's own strength. The Great Summer Kingdom only produces an S-class ability once every few years. I wonder if I can defeat him if I'm one major rank higher. Song Choyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. More than 2 months have passed since they reported for enrollment, and it's not like the new students don't know everything about each other anymore. Among other things, the news that Su Jingming possessed S-rank lightning-based psychic abilities had been published on the student forum a month earlier. While the freshmen were shocked by this, there was still no one who regretted it more than Lei Zhu. If he had known that Su Jingming possessed S-rank psychic abilities, he wouldn't have even tried to provoke him at that time. In addition, as a provincial scholar in Sichuan province, Song Choyun had her own arrogance. He wanted to personally try out Su Jingming, an S-rank alien ability awakened person, to see what he could accomplish. Sure, she also had the self-awareness that she definitely couldn't defeat her opponent under the same rank. But in the case of a higher order, it's not so sure. Cheer up, Choyun, I'll accompany you there later. Although Lak Dongxia was eating Su Jingming's face, but now that her best friend's roommate is fighting, she naturally chooses to support her roommate. Also, she wanted to see that always calm and collected Su Jingming. What kind of expression would Song Choyun have after realizing that she was a second order lower? That must have been fun. Thinking of this, Lak Dongxia's face cannot help but emerge a bad smile. Ding dong, the doorbell to Villa 32 rang. It should be Song Choyun and the others arriving. Su Jingming got up from the sofa to open the door. Since the $10 million plus B-ranked battlesuit had been scrapped, he was now wearing the same D-ranked battlesuit from before. The door to the villa opened, and it was indeed Song Choyun and Lak Dongxia who stood at the door. Lak Dongxia on the left is wearing a casual outfit. On the other hand, Song Choyun, who was on the right, was wearing a silver-white battlesuit. Song Choyun's body was already in good shape, wrapped in a silver-white tight-fitting battlesuit. It looks even more like a proud and full breast and straight and long legs. Paired with that delicate face, it exudes a deadly seductive aura. And that, in turn, made Su Jingming certain. Sure enough, Song Choyun's body was a little better than Jiang Chuxuan's, just like a ripe peach. Here we go. Song Choyun's beautiful eyes vaguely exuded a burning battle intent. Student Su, long time no see. I hope you won't lose too badly later. Next to her, Lak Dongxia also greeted with a smile. Just so sure I'll lose? Su Jingming raised his sword brows. Let's go. Up to the second floor. Second floor training room. Su Jingming and Song Choyun were 6 meters apart, standing opposite each other. The dark cloud blaster gun was already being held in Su Jingming's hands, while Song Choyun on the opposite side had yet to take out her weapon. There's no way to defeat me without using a weapon. Su Jingming smiled faintly. Weapons? Of course I have. Song Choyun smiled sweetly, and the light of the space ring on her finger flickered slightly. Subsequently, a square sky painting halberd appeared out of thin air and fell into her hands with a slightly heavy weight. The tip and blade of the halberd Under the sunlight shining in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, glowed with an eerie cold light. And this square sky painting halberd was about 2 meters long, with a thick halberd pole. A strong sense of contrast was formed with Song Choyun's slender figure. Square sky painted halberd? Su Jingming on the opposite side was also slightly surprised. His lance would have been considered a colder weapon. And the weapon, the square heavenly painted halberd, was still a bit colder, not to mention still being used by a fair maiden. Hey, 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 hey. In the corner of the training room, Lu Wentao and Lak Dongxia, who were acting as spectators, each vaguely wore a bad smile on their faces. Ming, autumn rhyme, is a sure winner. Student Su, prepare to begin. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely. Blocking. The square heavenly painted halberd was pestled on the ground by Song Choyun with a heavy sound. The entire villa training room was made of E-grade alloy, which was extremely strong and would not normally be damaged. And judging from the heavy sound made by the Fong Tianhua halberd smashing into the alloy ground, the weight of this square halberd was all at least hundreds of kilograms. It was hard to imagine how such a heavy weapon was danced by Song Choyun's slender jade hands. At the same time, an aura that belonged exclusively to second-ranked adepts erupted from her body. Second order lower? So it's a breakthrough. No wonder you're so confident in trying to defeat me. Su Jingming also noticed the change in Song Choyun's aura. And then a faint smile appeared on his resolute and hardened face. But it's not like I've been standing still for over a month. Crackle. Accompanied by the sound of leaping thunderous arcs, the S-ranked supernormal ability Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder surfaced on the surface of his body. At the same time, an aura that was several times stronger than Song Choyun's also fully erupted. Second order upper? How is this possible? Lak Dongxia in the corner's eyes glazed over, feeling like her worldview had been turned upside down. A little over a month ago, Su Jingming had only just advanced to the first rank upper level. In theory, it would take at least 4 or 5 months to break through from the upper first rank to the lower second rank. But in just over a month, Su Jingming had not only broken through the second rank, but had also reached a staggering upper second rank. Hey, I've been saying for a long time that your Choyun can't beat our Ming. Lu Wentao smiled smugly. The upper second order rank, plus S-ranked psychic abilities. He couldn't even think of anyone among the freshmen who would be able to have a fight with Su Jingming. Even this talented girl from Sichuan province. Second order. Upper? Song Choyun on the opposite side was also confused. She still wanted to suppress Su Jingming a bit with her rank, but she didn't expect to be suppressed instead. Also, we're all provincial champions. How come you're advancing so much faster? Well, want to continue? Su Jingming smiled slightly. There was an indescribably powerful sense of oppression emanating from the slight leap of thunder around his body. Song Choyun lightly bit her red lips, somewhat torn. If it continued, then needless to say, it would definitely be a lopsided crush, or even an instantaneous kill. If you don't continue, but after all, you've come all this way, it's not too good to just give up. After thinking for a moment, Song Choyun still nodded her head through clenched teeth. Go on. But immediately afterward, he added with a serious expression, but you can't push too hard. She still remembered how miserable Lei Zhu was in the ring last time. That ruined arm. I heard it hasn't fully recovered until now. Su Jingming almost laughed out loud at his words. Worthy of being the top student in Sichuan province, he can bend and bend. Don't worry. I won't take the initiative. Just come as you are. The Dark Cloud Blaster gun was collected and turned behind Su Jingming. If he had taken the initiative, none of it would have required too much tedious skill. Thunderflash gets in close and lances out to take the opponent down. In fact, with this common combo pairing, he didn't think any freshman could block it, even those other provincial winners. After all, with his current strength, the counterparts should be sophomore and junior seniors. Playing with this group of freshmen is totally crushing. Oh, Song Choyun's beautiful eyes glowed slightly. Classmate Su, then don't regret it. Morning glory. Boom. A light golden light that seemed like the morning sun burst out from Song Choyun's delicate body. The light was not blinding, but rather as warm and genial as a spring breeze. But underneath this gentleness and warmth lay a faint aura of danger. This is the A-ranked light ability, Morning Glory. Su Jingming was also curious as he observed the bright light that lingered around Song Choyun. Light-based psychic abilities, like lightning-based psychic abilities, belong to the same natural class of psychic abilities. As for why it's not categorized under elemental psychic abilities, it was because elemental-type powers only included the 4 basic elements of water, wind, fire, and earth. Others, such as thunder, light, cold, and so on, are categorized as nature-based psychic abilities. Of course, although they all belong to the same natural type of psychic ability, light and lightning, too, are 2 very different kinds of psychic powers. Halberd technique flare. Inside the training room, it was accompanied by Song Choyun's chirping cry. The square heavenly painted halberd in Jade's hand was covered by a layer of light golden light, and the resulting sharpness emitted was even colder. Strengthening weapon-type battle techniques? Su Jingming raised his sword brows slightly. This type of battle technique was relatively cold, and this was the first time he had seen it. Immediately after that, Song Qiuyun charged. Her slim and slender figure dragged a thick square heavenly halberd. It seemed disproportionate, but there was an inexplicable sense of harmony. Halberd technique, light flame gravity slash. On the square heavenly painted halberd, the light fiercely brightened, and was then wrapped in a crimson flame. The blade of the halberd drew an icy arc in the air and chopped down viciously towards Su Jingming. Block! Su Jingming merely swept his lance and blocked the appallingly powerful strike. Not even the rhythm of breathing changed. Using light-type powers to induce flames is indeed a good battle technique, but it's a pity that the power is inferior. Su Jingming shook his head. The flames on the war halberd would only erupt to deal damage after hitting the enemy, but Song Qiuyun's battle halberd was swept away by himself, and he lost the rhythm of his subsequent attack. Beautiful! In the corner, Lu Wentao waves his fist excitedly. Song Qiuyun's this battle technique had defeated many people in Sichuan province in the beginning, but he didn't expect it to be easily blocked by Su Jingming. Again, halberd technique, bright gale slash. Song Qiuyun was unwilling to do so, and his square sky painting halberd chopped one after another like a wild wind, and the morning light around his body cooperated to inspire dozens of light blades. From a distance, it looked as if there were countless phantoms attacking towards Su Jingming. Dang, dang, dang. As if machine gun fire rang out with dense crashing sounds, Su Jingming broke through all of the attacks with just that one lance. No, no, the war halberd is too slow and not powerful enough. You need to practice more. Su Jingming had a wanton smile on his face. The long spear in his hand was like a phantom, accurately blocking every chopping blow and alien energy light blade perfectly. That's the beauty of masterful marksmanship. With gunplay alone, one could achieve the effect of an opponent using a battle technique. Su Jingming's breath was steady on this side, while Song Qiuyun on the opposite side was breathing more and more rapidly. Dang! Finally, after another loud crash sounded, Song Qiuyun was no longer able to maintain this high-speed chopping attack, and pulled back to the side with her square sky painting halberd. With a big breath, her full breasts rose and fell with her. The right hand that held the war halberd was even trembling slightly. It's too big, the difference is just too great. Halberd technique bright gale chop was an A-ranked battle technique that could send out chopping strikes continuously, and in that short period of 2 or 3 seconds, the total number of chopping strikes produced by the Morning Glory's light blade in conjunction with the Fong Tian painted halberd was hundreds of times. Ordinary aliens would either just dodge out of the way or use a more powerful battle technique to break the move. However, Su Jingming had stiffly defused hundreds of chopping strikes simply by using that long spear. It was only after a while that Song Qiuyun's breath calmed down and she asked with a long breath, "I'm afraid that your proficiency in this gun technique is not just as simple as advanced, is it?" When she was 8 years old, her family let her choose a weapon, and she instantly picked the strangely shaped Fong Tian paint halberd. Since then, it has been practiced daily for 10 years. The proficiency is even more advanced. But even so, Song Qiuyun could still feel a powerful oppressive force that he simply could not resist from Su Jingming's lance. Guess right. Su Jingming, who held a long spear in his hand, grinned. "My marksmanship is at the master level." Grandmaster level marksmanship? Song Qiuyun was slightly stunned. The proficiency of weapon skills, at the stage of beginner to advanced, could still be improved with constant practice, but in order to enter the master level, one must be extremely talented. Su Jingming was only 18 years old, and he already possessed master-level marksmanship. This talent, it was simply demonic and terrifying. S-ranked psychic abilities, coupled with perverted cultivation talent and comprehension talent. How else can this be surpassed? A bitter smile appeared on Song Qiuyun's delicate melon face. Jade hand of the square sky painting halberd also reclaimed the space ring, decisively admitted defeat. "I admit defeat. I can't beat you." Though the moment Su Jingming revealed her rank, she knew she was bound to lose. But this all-encompassing crush still caused her severe frustration. After all, he or she is at least a foot more than 400,000 candidates of the provincial first prize. Admitting defeat at this? In addition to the halberd technique, you should have other light spell-type battle techniques, right? Why don't you try using them all together? Su Jingming asked with a smile. Song Qiuyun's teacher was the dean of the Elemental Academy, and naturally, the means of attack would not be limited to melee combat killings. Forget it, there's no point in using it. Song Qiuyun shook her head. The power of a spell-type battle technique had a great deal to do with the strength of the mental power and the level of the supernatural ability. Su Jingming was a second-order upper. His mental strength was definitely stronger than his own, and he also possessed S-class psychic abilities. After one's other spell-type battle techniques were released, There might not even be a way to break through the opponent's lightning protection net. Why make it harder on yourself? After a pause, Song Choyun spoke again with a smiling face. But when it's said to be a sparring match, it's actually you, Su student, who acted as a chaperone. Tell you what, how about I buy you lunch at noon as compensation? Good. Su Jingming was not going to refuse since. Okay, then we'll see you at noon. Xia, let's go. Unfortunately, it seems like you're still a bit more powerful, Su-san, so I'll see you next time. Lak Dongxia smiled cheekily, then followed Song Choyun and left. Only after the two women left did Lu Wentao in the corner run over with excitement. Brother Ming, it's true that you're the strongest. It's not easy. As a candidate who also came from Sichuan province, he deeply understood Song Choyun's terror. Even the many celestial pride of Sichuan province all agreed that Song Choyun was simply not someone of her age that could be defeated. But now, the spell is finally broken. Fortunately, Song Choyun's strength isn't very strong either. Su Jingming shook his head and placed the Dark Cloud blast gun back on the weapon rack. Song Choyun isn't very strong? I'm afraid only you, Brother Ming, would feel that way. Lu Wentao sked. Song Choyun, who was the top student in Sichuan province, definitely ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength among this class of freshmen, but she's leveled up pretty quickly. She's at the lower second rank. Su Jingming said thoughtfully, even the first tier of freshmen tends to enter the second rank 2 or 3 months after the start of the school year. Compared to them, Song Choyun's progress was much faster. Fortunately, with Song Choyun's origin, this progress is normal. Lu Wentao hemmed and hawed, then mysteriously said, Brother Ming, I don't think you know Song Choyun's family origin yet, right? What? Song Choyun's background is not simple? Su Jingming raised his sword brows slightly. That's for sure. Lu Wentao nodded heavily and said tightly, you should know Song Daoyuan from your high school history textbook, right? Song Choyun is his great-granddaughter. Song Daoyuan, that 8th-ranked grandmaster with S-rank light-based psychic abilities? This grandmaster was a powerful person who was active 80 years ago. Unfortunately, he was later severely injured in a battle with a ferocious beast, and his potential was exhausted, preventing him from continuing to break through to the 9th rank. In high school history textbooks, there is a special chapter about Song Daoyuan. Yes, that's him. Lu Wentao smiled and said, although Grandmaster Song Daoyuan has many children, but the first-class talented granddaughter Song Choyun got the most love. Ever since he was young, he had been conditioning his body with various pills and exotic flowers and herbs that had no side effects, and also practicing the top exotic exercise method. It's normal for the cultivation speed to be faster than others. In Sichuan province, the great master Song Daoyuan, who possessed S-class psychic abilities, had a thunderous reputation. The other party's great-granddaughter, Song Choyun, was also known to many people. So it is. Su Jingming was suddenly dazed. No wonder Song Choyun was able to buy with impunity the last time she went to the center of Magic City. And there is also a large-capacity spatial ring that can hold a 2-meter-long square heavenly halberd. So it turns out that the background is so deep. After learning about Song Choyun's background, Su Jingming didn't stay in the villa for much longer, and once again set off for the battle technique library. As expected, it only took 4 hours. As he had predicted, Su Jingming then roughly understood the cultivation method of the Underworld Thunder Armor, an S-rank battle skill. The next step is to utilize the Deep Blue system and continue to add points. Ability points 1400 Stygian Thunder Armor, primary. Just for a moment, Su Jingming then completely mastered the Underworld Thunder Armor, an S-ranked battle skill that ordinary adepts needed to learn for most of the year. Phew, after adding points to the Underworld Thunder Armor, I don't have many ability points left. Su Jingming subconsciously opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Rank, 2nd order upper. Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder, yes. Physical, 1321 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 987 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunnery, Master. Heavenly Thunder Art, Beginner. Underworld Thunder Armor, Beginner. Boxing, Intermediate plus. Thunder Spear, Advanced. Chain Thunder Lances, Intermediate plus. Thunder Flash, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus. Lightning Blast Break, Advanced. Body Forging, Thunder Indestructible Body, 3rd level. Ability points, 712. The 2 S-class battle techniques before and after cost Su Jingming a total of 3,000 alien energy points. As a result, the alien ability points on the system panel suddenly shrunk to 712 points. There aren't enough alien points left, but the Source Water Wilderness area side won't open for another 2 or 3 months. So where do I go next to slay the ferocious beasts and harvest the alien energy points? Su Jingming frowned slightly. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Summer Kingdom, there weren't too many wilderness areas around the Magic City. The Sourcewater Wilderness Area is the closest wilderness area to the Magic City. Of course, the Devil's capital was near the sea, and there were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the sea, but the constraints of the sea are too great, and when he goes down to the sea, I am afraid that he will not be able to utilize 10% of his strength. Probably the only way to electrocute weak oceanic ferocious beasts in the sea was to use the purple heavenly divine thunder. But the current purple sky god can only spread out about 15 meters. Very inefficient. Eva, open the map and search the wilderness area near Mordor. With a buzzing sound, a holographic projection of a map surfaced in front of Su Jingming. At the very center of the map is Mordor, with 3 other glowing locations. Each represents the 3 wilderness areas closest to the Magic City. The first one is the Sourcewater Wilderness Area. The other 2 wilderness areas that are slightly further away are the Yangchang Wilderness Area and the Tongxiang Wilderness Area. These 2 wilderness areas, one north of Mordor and one south of Mordor. The distances are all around 140 kilometers. Within the Tongxiang Wilderness Area, the highest-ranked ferocious beasts are only of the 3rd rank. Although the number of ferocious beasts was large, they were extremely scattered. The Yangchang Wilderness Area is rather similar to the Yuan Shui Wilderness Area, but the highest grade of ferocious beasts is as high as the 6th rank. It's very dangerous. Su Jingming thought for a moment and quickly came to a decision. In that case, both wilderness areas can be visited separately when the first week of classes is over. After all, it is a top college and you should be able to learn a lot in the courses that the school has set up. Of course, if the course sucks. Su Jingming also didn't mind skipping class directly and spending that part of his time hunting ferocious beasts. Jingle bells. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone, the name of the caller displayed on it was his sister-in-law Su Qingwan. Little aunt? Su Jingming then remembered that he had forgotten to call her when he left the wilderness area yesterday, so it was a quick click to connect. Ha, got through? Ming, are you done with the intensive training over there? Little Aunt Su Qingwan's surprised voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Well, it just ended yesterday. Whoa, how was the set? It's great. Su Jingming made small talk with his little aunt after a long time, and he also learned from the other party that his cousin, Tang Chi, would be arriving in Magic City at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Okay, I'll pick up Sister Chi at the high-speed train station then. Just hung up a few minutes later. Su Jingming, who was preparing to test the power of the Underworld Thunder Armor, received another call from his cousin Tang Chi. It's true that mother and daughter are on the phone all at once. Shaking his head, Su Jingming picked up the phone again. Jingming, I'm right next to Mom. I just heard you finished your intensive training? Cousin Tang Chi's crisp and pleasant ringing from the other end of the phone. Well, it just ended yesterday. The college entrance exam intensive training arranged by the school when I was in high school was exhausting enough for me. And the intensive training of your Magic City Alien Energy University must be even more exhausting. Don't bother picking me up tomorrow. Just rest in the dormitory. I'll come with my companion. That's okay. I don't have anything else to do tomorrow anyway. Before crossing over, because of that withdrawn personality of the predecessor, the relationship with his cousin Tang Chi is not too good or too bad. After crossing over, Su Jingming moved to his sister-in-law's Jinghu neighborhood. With more contact between the two sides, the relationship with cousin Tang Chi has only gradually become closer. So, after chatting slightly with his cousin Tang Chi on the phone for a few minutes, Su Jingming hung up the phone. This is finally the time to try out the S-ranked battle technique I just learned. Su Jingming's gaze condensed slightly as his heart fluttered. Underworld Thunder Armor. Crackle. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, purple heavenly divine lightning rapidly surged onto the surface of Su Jingming's body. However, unlike in the past, these thunders weren't just scattered around the surface of the body. Instead, a blue-purple thunder armor coalesced at an astonishing speed. On the battle armor, thunder that seemed to liquefy constantly jumped and swam, crackling. Su Jingming, who was wrapped in the thunder armor, felt even more securely drawn. Gathering the underworld thunder armor consumed almost 1/5 of my alien energy. It lasts about half an hour or so and has a decent range. Even if the thunder armor broke somewhere during the battle, it could be replenished with the violet heavenly divine lightning, without having to recoalesce. What's more, the thunder armor is even more all-around defensive than the battlesuit. Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly. Ordinary battlesuits were usually made from the skins of ferocious beasts and were very tough, able to stop the sharp claws of ferocious beasts from slicing into the flesh. However, the tens of thousands of pounds of impact force generated by the sharp claws of the ferocious beast, the battlesuit was unable to weaken too much. Compared to the ferocious beasts, the human physique was simply similar to that of a baby. Even if the battlesuit blocked the tearing damage, the impact was enough to be fatal. This was why, even if they were wearing battlesuits, Exalts didn't dare to face up to a single claw strike from a ferocious beast. However, The underworld thunder armor was all different, and it was able to greatly cut down on this part of the impact. For example, the 10,000 kilograms of impact force caused by a ferocious beast's claw strike was weakened by the thunder armor. Probably only a mere 1,000 kilograms would act on Su Jingming. Impact cuts of up to 90%. This was the hegemony of the S-class battle skill Underworld Thunder Armor. And that's just the primary proficiency. The cuts increase further as proficiency increases. Sure, the Thunder Armor also had a tolerance limit. If the impact exceeded that limit, while the Thunder Armor shattered on the spot, all the impact force would also be applied to the flesh without reservation. As for what the limit of the impact force that the Thunder Armor could currently withstand was, Su Jingming would also have to test it before he could know. Also, the thunder that wanders above the Underworld Thunder Armor, it will also automatically strike back at the attacker. It's the equivalent of wearing an anti-armor. Su Jingming was very satisfied with this. Once the Underworld Thunder Armor is worn, hitting me is the same as hitting yourself. No matter how you do the math, you can't lose. What's more, he would have been wearing a battle suit. The enemy's attacks, after being weakened by both the Underworld Thunder Armor as well as the battle suit, whether or not it could ultimately cause damage to his own powerful physical body that had been practiced to the third level of the Thunder Indestructible body was still a question. Turning on the Thunder Extreme state and then condensing the Underworld Thunder Armor. I don't know what kind of astonishing intensity my defense will rise to. Su Jingming was vaguely looking forward to it. With that, he pulled out his cell phone, ready to check the time. I didn't expect the lock screen interface, but there was an extra message from the teacher, Yang Zhentian, who had just sent a message not long ago. Meet me at the villa sometime. Teacher's back? Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he hurriedly got up to leave the reading room. Teacher's villa, building 23. Su Jingming had just walked in and found his teacher Yang Zhentian's tall figure sitting on the sofa. On the coffee table, a cup of tea was steaming languidly. Teacher. Su Jingming stepped forward and respectfully said, Upper second order. Sure enough, it's right. As a 7th order upper alien, Yang Zhentian, who had huge mental power, had discovered the change in Su Jingming's rank at a glance. Unsatisfied, he nodded. Sit down. When did you get back? Yesterday. Su Jingming sat down across the sofa and smiled back. Aside from the rank, it looks like you've had a good haul of other gains. Killing people? Yang Zhentian asked with interest. If anything, Su Jingming before going to the wilderness area was still slightly young. Then the current Su Jingming exuded a stern and dangerous aura that people of his age generally did not have. Such an aura was something that could not be condensed by killing more ferocious beasts. There was a squad that tried to kill someone and I killed them back. Su Jingming explained briefly. Then with a heartbeat, he took out a bottle of Earth Spirit Spring from his spatial ring. That's right, teacher. The student has harvested some S-grade Earth Spirit Springs in the wilderness area. There are a total of 4 bottles in quantity. You can have this one. S-class Earth Spirit Spring? Yang Zhentian raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. I don't know how many times the source water wilderness area has been searched by those high-ranked Xenos. You're still lucky to find the Earth Spirit Spring. It's not enough that for an exalt of my level, the healing effect of the Earth Spirit Spring is not as good as a grade A 7th grade elixir. This Earth Spirit Spring? Keep it to yourself. For an alien below the 4th rank, the Earth Spirit Spring was an extremely effective holy medicine for healing wounds. However, the healing effect would be much worse for a 4th order or higher exalt. Sure, he was already satisfied that Su Jingming could have this mindset. After a pause, Yang Zhentian added, however, you can give a bottle to your senior brother Lu Ming. Shifu, what happened to him? Su Jingming was slightly stunned. Something went wrong in the war in the southwest, and he was hurt badly. Yang Zhentian said in a deep voice. In the few days after leaving the school, I am going to the southwest to pick him up. Hurt bad? Su Jingming frowned and was about to continue pursuing the question. The living room led to the passageway of the villa's open-air backyard, where senior brother Lu Ming sat in a wheelchair and was pushed in by Uncle Fu. Only his face was pale, his legs were lost beneath him, and his right arm was empty at the only remaining left arm, likewise bandaged, looked miserable. Shifu, seeing Su Jingming, senior brother Lu Ming reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Senior? Su Jingming's face was startled, and he dabbed up, coming to his senior brother Lu Ming's side. Only then did he realize that Lu Ming's injuries were far more than just physical. The original aura of the peak of the 3rd rank had unexpectedly fallen to the point where it was not even as good as himself. What's going on? Didn't yesterday's news report say that the battle in the southwest was a great victory under the leadership of 8th Order Grandmaster Wan Linyang? Su Jingming frowned. Any battle related to ferocious beasts would be specifically supervised by an inspector team, and it was unlikely that there would be any misrepresentation of the results of the battle. Since it was a great victory, Lu Ming, who was a peak third-order exalt with the third level of the Thunder indestructible body. Even if he was injured, he couldn't be this miserable. A big win? Elder brother Lu Ming's emotions immediately flared up, and his eyes burned with a bearish fury. If it weren't for us, the Ash Guild, acting as bait, could he, Wang Linyang, have won so easily? The guild has more than 2,000 whole exalts. Less than 100 of them survived in the end. To think that this comrade and brother, who had been together for more than a month, had died so tragically in front of him. Lu Ming closed his eyes in pain as 2 lines of tears slid silently down his cheeks. Uncle Fu, take Lu Ming down to rest. Yang Zhentian sighed. Teacher, what is senior brother? After senior brother Lu Ming was pushed away by Uncle Fu, Su Jingming asked with some hesitation. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment and explained. The ferocious beasts ravaging the southwestern side has lasted for a little over half a year, and a month ago 8th Order Grand Master Wang Linyang was sent forward to suppress it. I had thought that I would soon be able to put this matter to rest once and for all. However, he did not expect that the 7th-ranked upper ferocious beast commander within the group of ferocious beasts seemed to have realized the danger. It had been hunkering down and merely arranging for a wave of beasts to attack. In this way, the battle was stalemated for more than a month. At the back, Wang Linyang just couldn't wait any longer. It was arranged that Lu Ming's Ash Guild would go deep into the wilderness area and act as bait. Sure enough, it fished out that 7th-rank upper-level ferocious beast, and the final decapitation was accomplished by Wang Linyang. However, the Ash Guild, who had no prior knowledge of the situation, suffered equally heavy losses under the siege of the 7th-ranked ferocious beasts as well as a large number of 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. With a guild of over 2,000 people, less than 100 people ended up surviving. Lu Ming himself was severely injured, and if he hadn't opened the Thunder Extreme State, I'm afraid he would have died long ago as well. The Ash Guild? A connection to the Ash Society that elder brother joined? Su Jingming keenly spotted the point. There's a connection. The Ash Guild, which is the parent guild of our school's Ash Society. Almost nearly 100 of the 2,000 or so combat members of the Ash Guild graduated from our school. Also, those other members, they are all good. During that time on the battlefield, the Ash Guild was one of the guilds that killed the highest number of fierce beasts, and it had long been memorized by that fierce beast commander. Otherwise, there's no way to act as bait and fish it out. Yang Zhentian's eyes flashed with cold light. It was due to this approach that Wang Linyang had already been court-martialed by the families of those fallen exalts from the Grey Guild, and the side of the Devil's University was also lashing out. But as an 8th Order alien, and having only just gotten credit for it, in the end, I am afraid that the disciplinary action against Wang Linyang will not be very strong. An elite guild of over 2,000 people can be used as bait. This Wang Linyang is ruthless enough. Su Jingming's sweaty hairs stood on end. In the eyes of this 8th Order Grand Master Wang Linyang, I'm afraid that Lu Ming and the rest of them, the low-ranked exalts, were all pawns that could be sacrificed. It's hard-hearted enough. With Wang Linyang holding down the fort, the fierce beasts in the southwest couldn't make much of a wave at all, using the army to slowly nibble away. Sooner or later you can take it. It's just a matter of consuming more supplies. And yet they had to use bait in a hurry, leading to the tragic deaths of so many people. Yang Zhentian let out a cold snort as terrifying thunder flashed around him. I fought him yesterday, and even though I didn't end up fighting, he was just as bad. In addition, tomorrow I'm going to take Lu Ming to another patriarch who possesses a healing class ability to heal his wounds. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in your freshman competition. Got it. Su Jingming nodded in understanding. Originally, he had wanted his teacher, Yang Zhentian, to make a move to try out how much impact his underworld thunder armor could withstand at maximum. But looking at this situation, it wasn't suitable for testing battle techniques either. Thus, after leaving behind a bottle of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, Su Jingming turned around and left the villa. After this serious injury, I wonder if senior brother will be able to regroup. Su Jingming, who had left the villa, walked down the road, but his mind was still thinking about the tragic situation his senior brother had just experienced. A cleric-level healing class alien is able to achieve the healing effect of regenerating a severed limb. Therefore, Lu Ming was still able to recover. But how are the newly grown legs and right arm any better than the original? In addition, the root of the thunder indestructible body that his teacher, Yang Zhentian, had molded for him originally existed in his physical body. Suffering such a serious injury, the thunder indestructible body was considered to be a large part of the body that had been nullified. In addition, Lu Ming's thunder indestructible body had also reached the 3rd level. Newly grown limbs, too, have to be re-exercised, waiting for the whole body to recover to the level of the 3rd level of the thunder indestructible body again. I don't know what year or month it will be. Let's hope that senior brother can carry through this blow and regroup. Shaking his head, Su Jingming then didn't think any more about it. This time, the matter involved the Grandmaster, and there was nothing he could do to provide too much help other than taking out a bottle of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring. On the bright side, at least Sifu didn't die a horrible death in the wilderness area like the others. Live and let live. It was already 12 noon when he walked out of his teacher Yang Jintian's villa. On the way, Su Jingming then received a call from Song Qiuyun inviting him to dinner. So after the rendezvous, they went together to the university town, to a restaurant called Qingyiju, Qingye Residence, a more upscale place to spend time in a university town. For 2 or 3 people, a meal would cost thousands of daxia coins, but to both Song Qiuyun and Su Jingming, this was considered ordinary. How many of you, sir? The two of them, Song Qiuyun and Su Jingming, were charming and delicate with a slender figure, a tough-looking, tall man. Walking together, they are like golden children, very easy to attract the eyes of people around. Thus, as soon as the two of them walked into the Clear Elegance residence, a waiter warmly greeted them. 2. Noticing the lines of sight vaguely cast by the hall's diners, Su Jingming added with a slight frown, "Get us a private room." Su Jingming had originally just come out of the wilderness area. The long hours of killing made him naturally carry an icy fury, coupled with the pressure that was uniquely belonging to a dragon-type ferocious beast that was created after absorbing the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's essence blood. A frown at this moment instantly caused this ordinary waiter's body to tremble slightly, and he hurriedly said, "There are elegant rooms upstairs. You two please follow me." After saying that, he hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. TSK, Mr. Su, don't be so mean, you're scaring the other waiters. Song Qiuyun and Su Jingming walked up the stairs. After entering the private room, Song Qiuyun opened her mouth with a smiling face. By now she had changed out of her battle dress and was wearing a simple white lady's t-shirt, plus a pair of light blue skinny jeans. She was seen leaning her back lightly against the seat, the full curvature of her breasts on display. "I mean?" Su Jingming was slightly stunned. "I've always felt that I have a kind face and treat people amiably." This is Su Jingming's true self-perception of himself. Sure, if his words were to be heard by Jiang Chuxian, it would be a different story. Hey, don't go too far. When you were in the ring, you poked Lei Zhu's shoulder blade with one shot. How come I didn't see you being amiable anymore? Song Qiuyun couldn't help but spit. Lei Zhu, that was self-inflicted. Su Jingming was non-committal. It's natural to treat your enemies differently. Also, regarding this point, Song Qiuyun did not refute it, and a nice smile emerged on her pretty face. Barely counts you as amiable. Then, after a pause, Song Qiuyun asked the biggest doubt she had always had in her heart. "But why? I can feel a strong aura similar to that of a ferocious beast from you?" Originally, Song Qiuyun had planned to explore the answer to this question in the morning's cut, but Su Jingming was too strong, and she couldn't find any clues at all. But she was really curious, so she took the opportunity of this dinner invitation to ask directly. "But if this involves some of your secrets of any kind, you don't have to give them to me. I'm just a little curious," Song Qiuyun added. "Make it clear that you are not deliberately probing Su Jingming's privacy." Fierce beast scent? Your perception is sharp. Su Jingming smiled faintly and didn't hide it. "It's probably because I absorbed the ferocious beast's essence blood to cultivate my battle skills." In fact, he realized this himself after entering the wilderness area. Generally speaking, low-ranked ferocious beasts with insufficient intelligence, upon seeing a human, they will directly attack regardless of the difference in rank. However, when Su Jingming was in the wilderness area, he had felt the fear of himself from some ferocious beasts on more than one occasion. This was an emotion that would only arise when a low-ranked ferocious beast sensed the aura of a high-ranked ferocious beast, absorbing ferocious beast essence blood? So that's how it is. Song Qiuyun suddenly came to a realization at his words. There were some battle techniques that did require the absorption of ferocious beast essence blood. In that case, it seemed that the famous S-ranked body forging battle technique of the head of the Armament Academy, Yang Jintian's thunder indestructible body, was also the same. The biggest doubt in her heart was solved. Song Qiuyun was in a happy mood and handed over the menu with a smile. "Go ahead, order all you want, it's all on me. Then I'll be polite." "Oh," Su Jingming said with a smile. "You're welcome, it's just one meal. Can you still make me poor?" Song Qiuyun said with a smiling face. With the assets at her disposal, she would have no problem buying the entire restaurant. Although he verbalized that he was not polite, Su Jingming just roughly ordered only about 30,000 dishes. Only the portions were counted according to 11 people, 10 for him and 1 for Song Qiuyun. After the order was placed, the dishes were quickly served and the two began to talk over their food. "Speaking of which, your halberd technique has reached an advanced level. So why don't you go to the Arms Academy and instead choose the Dean of the Elemental Academy as your teacher? My family has already arranged for me to have a melee teacher, which is why I wanted to choose an elemental mentor." I see. So you're thinking of going the dual route of melee spells then? You could say that. But for now, although it was from the family of a great master, but Song Choyun did not have a ladylike temper on her at all. Instead she was lively and lovely. What surprised Su Jingming even more was that Song Choyun had eaten 3 servings of the dish all by herself. It wasn't comparable to him yet, but it was a very large meal in the shifter community. However, looking at Song Choyun's perfect body with a convex front and a curved back, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a secret emotion in his heart again. It's an innate talent. Meat grows where it's supposed to. After the meal, Song Choyun wants to go to the city center with her best friend, Chia Dong Xia, and invites Su Jingming to join her. But Su Jingming, who had already been there once, was naturally not too interested in this. After politely refusing, he returned to the villa's training room to train in the alien energy exercise method as well as in physical fitness and battle techniques. In the afternoon, I went out for a dinner with Lu Wentao and came back to continue training again. And so it was, until 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. It was only then that Su Jingming changed into a casual dress and left the villa, preparing to go to the Magic City high-speed train station to pick up his cousin Tang Chi. Magic City high-speed rail station. Air travel is not safe due to the fowl-like ferocious beasts that skim the skies from time to time. Therefore, most people are choosing to travel by high-speed rail, and as the most important transportation hub of Mordor, Mordor High-Speed Railway Station is full of people coming and going all the time. Due to the large number of people, the fish are mixed. Inside the high-speed railway station, there were also squads of Xenos specializing in security patrolling back and forth. The G103 train from Jiangcheng to Mordor is about to arrive at the station. Please pay attention to the safety of all travelers and get off in an orderly manner. The G103 train from Jiangcheng to Mordor is about to arrive at the station. Please pay attention to the safety of all travelers and get off in an orderly manner. The gentle voice alert on the radio sounded as another high-speed train arrived. Along with the hustle and bustle, travelers and students, either carrying suitcases or backpacks, poured out of the train in torrents. Mordor, it's here. Phew, this time it's going to be fun. Mom, look over there. What are those badges? So pretty. Those are the emblems of different universities in the Magic City. Like this? Then I'm going to take a university in Mordor in the future too. Some travelers and students arriving in Mordor for the first time looked around excitedly. Today is August 31st, the day for new students to enroll in major universities and colleges. On this side of the high-speed rail station, the colleges and universities have naturally set up their pickup points long ago. At each pickup point, the name of the respective school is written as well as the school logo. One of the top colleges is the Magic City Alien University. Attracts the most attention with its extremely ornate sword and thorn rose school crest. Accompanying the crowd were 2 women and 1 man, 3 young people around 18 years old, talking to each other while dragging their suitcases off the train. The girl in the very center of them was tall and cold-looking. The pair of straight legs under the super short pants were white and somewhat glowing. It drew slight sideways glances from the surrounding pedestrians. The other girl next to her, who was petite and had a cute face, was looking around curiously. As for the boy at the end, he had short hair and a handsome appearance. In the very center is Tang Chi, the 2 on the left and right, but Meng Di and Zhou Mingyang. All 3 were students of the rocket class of the first high school in Jiangcheng, and were similarly admitted to universities on the Magic City side. So, it was arranged to come over on the same high-speed train, worthy of being a top college. Even the school logo is more gorgeous than our school. Zhou Mingyang looked at the high-speed rail station, the freshman pickup point of each university to build. Cannot help but out of the voice of emotion. He and Meng Di, both of whom were accepted into the Jing'an Alien University. Although Jing'an Alien University was likewise within the Magic City University City. However, the ranking in the national university rankings was quite a bit higher than the Linjiang Exotic University that Tang Chi was in. That's normal, too. After all, he and Meng Di, a 2nd place in Jiangcheng and a 4th place in Jiangcheng. Tang Chi is only the 12th in Jiangcheng, of course, and the one who rose like a comet from Jiangcheng. It was nothing compared to the Magic City Alien University that Su Jingming, who had eventually gotten the top prize in Jiangnan province, was attending. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Tang Chi at the side, "Is Su Jingming really coming to pick us up?" "Really good at picking up. He told me all about it on his cell phone." Tangji rolled her eyes. It wasn't that she was impatient, but Zhou Mingyang had already asked no less than 7 or 8 times while on the high-speed train. As for why this is so, the reason is simple. After Su Jingming had won the Jiangnan Provincial Scholarship and received this great honor that had never belonged to Jiangcheng in the past, almost all of the city's middle and high school students look up to him as a role model and idol. Even this Zhou Mingyang, who had once competed with him in the same examination center, was no exception. I seem to remember that Su Jingming went to enroll in school just a few days after the results were announced, right? This has been over 2 months in school. How much do you think he'll improve? At that moment, Meng Di, who was on the side, curiously said, Su Jingming possesses S-rank psychic abilities, and the psychic exercise method the school gave him must be of the top kind. 2 months should be enough time to become a first-order alien. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mingyang returned. It's about what I thought. It should be in the lower or middle of the first order. Mundi nodded along. Tang Qi, who was on the side, sniffed but didn't say anything. Already accustomed to the miracles created by Su Jingming, she always felt that things would not be as simple as they thought. Qi, just as the three were secretly speculating, accompanied by a voice tinged with laughter, a young man squeezed out of the crowd and appeared in the middle of the trio's line of sight. The young man was tall, with a calm aura, wearing a simple black t-shirt and pants. It was none other than Su Jingming who came over from the school side. Seeing her cousin Su Jingming appear in front of her eyes, Tang Qi was slightly stunned and surprisingly didn't react at first. Sister Qi, I haven't seen you in over 2 months, and you don't even recognize your cousin? Su Jingming half-jokingly took the suitcase from her. It was only then that Tang Qi reacted, her pretty face slightly reddening as she hurriedly denied it. No, I just didn't expect you to change so much and didn't react. She was telling the truth. 2 months ago, although Su Jingming had taken the top prize in Jiangnan province, however, both the appearance and temperament are slightly young, and can be seen at a glance as a high school student. But the current Su Jingming was all different. The body is much stronger and taller than ever before, not to mention, even his breath was very calm and steady, vaguely exuding a faint sense of oppression from the higher-ups. Facing such a Su Jingming, Tang Qi actually felt as if she had seen those powerful alien mentors in her high school, unconsciously restrained. Obviously it wasn't even like this over 2 months ago. A lot has really happened in the last 2 months or so. Su Jingming nodded and didn't explain much. At this time, Zhou Mingyang next to him smiled and greeted. Grand Scholar Su, long time no see. On the phone yesterday, Su Jingming had learned from her cousin Tang Qi that she would be traveling to Magic City with Zhou Mingyang and another girl from the same school. Therefore, he was not surprised by Zhou Mingyang's appearance. For this Zhou Mingyang, who he had met in the martial arts entrance exam and was worried that he couldn't deal with the ferocious beasts and wanted to help out together, Su Jingming also had a little goodwill. Thus, in the face of Zhou Mingyang's teasing, Su Jingming smiled back. Light Wind Sword Zhou Mingyang, long time no see. Hearing Su Jingming mention the title Light Wind Sword, as if being lifted up from his black history, Zhou Mingyang's face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Brother, I'm begging you, don't call it that again. Su Jingming couldn't help but guffaw at this. Alright, then I'll just call you by your name from now on. To add to the gimmicky nature of the martial arts entrance exams, provinces and cities tend to place various titles on local genius candidates. Such a title would be almost black history in general by the time the martial arts entrance exams were over. Hello, I'm Meng Di, who's in the same class as Tang Qi. When you were in the exam room, your wonderful performance in the very core area, Zhou Mingyang, and I saw it clearly. Meng Di also inserted herself and introduced herself while extending her right hand. At the same time, there was an undisguised sizzle in her gaze toward Su Jingming. After not seeing him for more than 2 months, that Su Jingming, who had risen like a comet, was actually quite handsome and powerful again. So you were on the roof then, too. Su Jingming smiled and shook her hand. It was then, in the very core, that he spotted from a distance several drones hovering on the roofs of buildings in the distance. Thinking that there should be Zhou Mingyang in there, I didn't expect this Meng Di to be one of them. Come on, let's walk and talk. After the introductions, Su Jingming, who was considered a half-host, led the three of them outside together. We all came from Jianchang, and we all also used to take the exam within the same examination center. There's a lot to talk about and it's not awkwardly cold. It didn't take long for everyone to get acquainted with each other. Cousin Tang Qi, on the other hand, was slowly becoming less restrained, occasionally letting out a silver bell-like laugh when talking about interesting topics. On this side of the Mordor high-speed railway station, colleges and universities have arranged buses to transport new students directly to their schools. But since Su Jingming had come over, everyone naturally wouldn't spread out to take different schools' buses. Thus, after walking out of the Mordor high-speed railway station, the four of them took a cab on the side of the road and headed straight to Mordor University City. That said, we were just guessing your rank when we got off the highway. Now that I look at it, Jingming, you should be at the upper first rank. In the car, Cousin Tang Qi said with a smile, her personal trainer, who was a first-order medium alien. Su Jingming's aura was even stronger than her personal trainer's, and that should be at the upper first rank. At the same time, there was some pride in her heart. Sure enough, the cousin wasn't as easy as he thought. First rank upper Worthy of being a top college. This cultivation speed. Simply. Zhou Mingyang and Mang Di also revealed envious looks at the same time. Before the martial arts entrance exam, they had gone through a great deal of effort to advance to the lower first rank. 2 months had passed, and their levels had barely increased in the slightest. But Su Jingming had already metamorphosed from an awakened to a first-order upper alien. How could this not make them envious? Sure, they also knew that in addition to the school's training, this could not be separated from Su Jingming's own efforts. First-order upper? Su Jingming in the co-pilot's seat was slightly stunned, thinking that the mental power of the few people who were only at the lower level of the first rank was not strong enough to accurately perceive the rank. He smiled and explained, I broke through the first-order upper a month ago, and I'm now a second-order upper shifter. Regarding his own rank, whether it was in school or in front of his friends, Su Jingming had never meant to hide it. After all, in the Magic City Alien University, where the celestial pride is abundant, the only way to obtain more resources is to show one's strength and potential. Keeping your strength hidden and trying to hit the ground running at a critical moment is the dumbest thing you can do. A true celestial pride is to show off his sharpness, competing on the same stage as other heavenly prides, vowing to trample the others underfoot. The kind of person who is keen on pretending to be a pig for a long time, can easily become a pig for real, though by common sense, his advancement breakthrough was somewhat ridiculously fast, and there was almost never a precedent for such a thing. But so what? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. He was originally an S-class alien ability awakened person that was rare to see in the entire Great Summer Country for several years. So what happened to practicing faster? In the back seat of the cab, the three of them, cousin Tang Chi, were stunned at the words, upper second order? One must know that even the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau was only at the middle of the second order. It's only been 2 months, and Su Jingming is even stronger than the director of education? Did we hear him wrong or did he say it wrong? Thus, cousin Tang Chi couldn't help but ask, Jingming, are you really a second order upper? Su Jingming smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Raising his right hand directly, a wisp of thunder arc slightly leapt at his fingertips. This thunder arc was extremely weak and tiny, as if it could go out at any time. However, the three people in the back seat coincidentally felt an extremely dangerous aura from this strand of lightning. Goosebumps rose straight up all over his body, and a fine sweat broke out vaguely on his forehead. It's the body's instinctive response to a deadly threat. More importantly, Su Jingming's breath thus exposed. It was clearly several times stronger than the second-ranked commander outside the original martial arts high school examination center. This aura, it really is an upper second rank. Tang Chi, Zhou Mingyang, and Mang Di, a look of awe-like shock appeared on their faces at the same time. In Jiangcheng, where alienists were rare, second-ranked alienists were able to create their own private martial arts schools and start alienist families. Zhou Mingyang's dad was a second-order mid-level psychic. Even Zhou Mingyang's biggest goal was to rank up to the upper second order by the time he graduated from university. Tang Chi and Mang Di more or less had the same mindset. It would be a burn to reach the upper second order before graduation. However, Su Jingming, who hadn't been seen for just over 2 months, had accomplished what they had needed a full 4 years to accomplish. How are they not shocked? It was only after a long time that cousin Tang Chi spoke out with emotion. Jingming, if you return to Jiangcheng to take up your post now, I'm afraid that the director of the Education Bureau will have to give up his position for you. Sure, she knew it in her heart. Many positions within Jiangcheng that they would never be able to access in their entire lives were within reach for Su Jingming. And the other guy doesn't even look at it. Say, should we ask for an autograph in advance? Otherwise, we won't even be able to get it if we want it when Su Jingming becomes a Zongmaster later on. Zhou Mingyang joked, and Meng Di on the side chimed in. Yeah, oh, collect it, wait a decade or so. You might be able to sell it for a high price. If you want, I can write you later. In response to his partner's jokes, Su Jingming did not reject them and nodded with a smile. The scenery outside the window quickly swept by, and various jokes and laughter rang out from time to time inside the car. However, Zhou Mingyang and the others in the back seat, when they looked at Su Jingming, their gazes were vaguely tinged with emotion. They knew that Su Jingming, who possessed S-class psychic abilities and had also won the top prize in Jiangnan province, would soar after entering the Magic City Psychic University. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon. After arriving at the Magic City University City with his cousin Tang Chi, Su Jingming took them to the Qinya residence for a midday meal. Only then were they sent to their respective schools. Jingming, go back. I'll just go in and report by myself. At the entrance of the Linjiang Alien University where people came and went, cousin Tang Chi carried her suitcase and waved goodbye. The Jingyan Alien University, where Zhou Mingyang and Mang Di were located, was a bit closer and had been sent to the school just now. Okay, Ki, Just contact me on my cell phone if anything happens after that. Su Jingming nodded. He watched his cousin Tang Qi enter the school before withdrawing his gaze and turning to leave. After picking up my cousin, it was time to go back and continue training next. Within the Magic City University City, there were a total of 5 exotic colleges and universities. They were Magic City Alien University, Jingyan Alien University, Linjiang Alien University, Zhouyang Alien University, and Jinshan Alien University. All 5 colleges have freshman check-in and enrollment dates of August 30th and August 31st. As for commencement ceremonies, they vary from college to college. The opening ceremony of the Magic City Alien University, on the other hand, was held on September 1st, at 9 a.m. The location, the 3rd playground at the Magic University. September 1st, 8:12 a.m. Villa 32, Student Zone 3 Dormitory, 2nd floor training room. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Jingming's upper body was naked, and the purple heavenly divine thunder lingered around him, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. The dark cloud blast gun in his hand stabbed out one after another as if it were a phantom. Su Jingming's muscles weren't as scary as an extreme fitness enthusiast's, but instead were very well proportioned. With every shot, these well-proportioned muscles, slightly tightened, presented the ultimate sense of power. Such a body is definitely the best body that countless wonderful young girls long for. Ming, it's almost time to gather. Lu Wento's shouts came from downstairs. Coming. Su Jingming returned the favor and went to the bathroom to take a brief shower. He then put on his battlesuit, casually slung his dark cloud blaster behind him, and walked down to the 2nd floor. It was announced last night in the freshman megagroup that after the commencement ceremony is the freshman competition. Therefore, every new student needs to gear up for commencement. Ming, let's go. Downstairs, Lu Wentao similarly put on his equipment, and the two of them walked out of the villa together. Dormitory Area 3 accommodated more than 1,000 freshmen of this session of Magic City Alien Energy University. So, when Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walked out of the villa, outside, there were already a number of freshmen walking in battle dress and carrying weapons. Unlike regular colleges and universities that automatically assign colleges and classes upon enrollment, Magic City Alien University, you need to choose an academy after the freshman competition. The current freshmen don't have a college group or class group, except for a large freshman group. As a result, none of them know each other very well. Most were walking in dormitories, 2 by 2. On the way, Su Jingming also met Song Choyun as well as Lak Dongxia, who were also heavily armed. However, unlike last time, Song Choyun was wearing a lighting-colored battlesuit this time. This caused Su Jingming to feel a secret emotion. As expected of a rich woman, pricey battle dresses are changed as well as regular clothes. As for the exaggeratedly shaped Fall Tian paint halberd that he saw last time, it was still placed in the middle of the spatial ring. As for Lak Dongxia, who was next to Song Choyun, she was also wearing a battlesuit. Only the weapon she carried was a pair of sharp alloy claws. Both of you have weapons that are rather different from the normal girls. Su Jingming smiled. The average girl would choose a longsword or dagger as a weapon, and even those who chose a greatsword were rare. Even if they chose knife weapons, they were all thin and good-looking tang knives. The large, roughly shaped swords have never been popular with them. As for Song Choyun and Lak Dongxia, a square sky painting halberd and an alloy sharp claw, both very rare weapons in the girls group. Haven't you heard? The weirder the look, the faster you win. And this time I'm aiming for the top 50 in the freshman competition. The quirky Lak Dongxia smiled cheekily. My goal is a bit higher than Kasumi's. I want to take 2nd place in the freshman competition. Song Choyun, who was on the side, also said with a smiling face, and this smile that blossomed on her delicate face caused many male students on the road to cast stunning gazes. 2nd in the big competition? What? You don't want to fight me again? Su Jingming was instantly happy when he heard this. This was a direct softening. You can't beat them anyway, so why make a fool of yourself? Song Choyun, who was the top student in Sichuan province, was not half embarrassed. Su Jingming possessed S-class psychic abilities, and his rank had also reached a staggering 2nd-order upper level. The 1st place in the freshman competition is definitely his. Sure, if she hadn't fought Su Jingming beforehand, she might have actually had to try it at the freshman competition. But since she had already been crushed once in the last cut, she was guilty of not being crushed a 2nd time. She's not a masochist. On the side, Lu Wentao, who was also from Sichuan province, was shocked when he heard this. Was this still the genius beauty girl who had suppressed the entire Sichuan province's heavenly pride in the past? How can you be so docile? However, it was also true that with Su Jingming's current strength, it was difficult for others to entertain any thoughts of resistance. Thinking of this, Lu Wentao couldn't help but say with a smile, with Sister Rhyme's strength, there's basically nothing wrong with taking 2nd place in the freshman competition. According to the information I have so far, among the freshmen in our class, only you, Brother Ming, and Li Qingji have reached the second rank. Li Qingji screams ferociously, but in reality, he isn't much stronger. Sister Rhyme, you should be able to finish crushing easily. Li Qingji, the one you mentioned on the phone last time, the provincial scholar of Qinghai province? Su Jingming raised his sword brows. Song Qiuyun was able to break through the second stage so quickly because there was a powerful family behind her as background support. For Li Qingji to advance to the second stage before Song Qiuyun, it shouldn't be simple either. That's right, that's him. Lu Wentao nodded. This guy, he has long arrogantly put out the word that the newcomer king of this freshman class is none other than him, but that was based on the fact that he was the only second ranked among the freshmen. He surely couldn't have imagined that both of you, Brother Ming and Sister Rhyme, had broken through to the second rank. Words can't be said so fully. It's still necessary to see Li Qingji's strength at the freshman competition. Song Qiuyun didn't let her guard down in the slightest. Sure, she has pride of her own. In this freshman competition, she wouldn't lose to anyone other than Su Jingming. Magic City Alien University. There were 4 playgrounds. Of these, playground number 3 is the biggest one. In the middle of the playground, there was not only a huge 1000m x 1000m ring, but also an audience that could hold tens of thousands of people around it. At this time, playground number 3, before Su Jingming and the rest of the freshmen arrived, there were quite a few people sitting in the audience, including teachers, as well as seniors and older sisters. I've heard that there's an S-rank psychic awakening among this class of freshmen. I wonder if it's true or not. It should be true. It seems to have been accepted as a disciple by King Yang Yan. Yang Yanwang has very high standards for accepting disciples. He usually doesn't accept disciples before the freshman competition, so it seems that this is true. An S-ranked psychic awakening? I remember that the last S-ranked ability awakener in our school was years ago. Yes, except that one was an S-ranked ability awakening in the spirit department, entered the tactical academy, and went to the Grand Guild as a commander after graduation. And this time it's an S-rank in the thunder and lightning department. Lightning? Isn't this a proper strong attack type ability? It seems like this freshman competition will be very interesting. Hey, last year we fought to the death in this ring. This time it's finally our turn to watch the battle. In the audience, many seniors and sisters were discussing in low voices, and were quite excited about this freshman competition. After all, the Magic City Alien Energy University hadn't had a new S-class alien energy awakened enrolled for several years. Xian, I didn't expect you to be interested in the freshman competition as well. I thought you didn't like watching this kind of competition. In one corner of the audience, 2 girls had also just sat down. One of the 2 girls had a cold appearance, a slender figure, and possessed waist-length silver-white hair. It was none other than Zhang Chuxian, who had returned to school with Su Jingming a few days ago. In the face of his roommate's slightly surprised inquiry, Zhang Chuxian didn't explain much, but only laughed lightly. I just wanted to come by and make sure of one thing. Hearing is not believing. Although she had already understood Su Jingming's identity on the school forum, she still wanted to see it live. In the audience, apart from those who were watching, and students like Zhang Chuxian who had come to watch the battle with a personal agenda, the recruiters of the various clubs at the Magic City Alien University were also all pumping their fists and jumping into action. According to the agreement of the Union of Societies, the recruitment of societies must wait until after the freshmen's big competition before it can be carried out in a unified manner. This group of them were waiting for the freshman competition to end and absorb fresh blood into their club. Listen carefully, our optimal target is the top 50 freshmen in the freshman competition. Of course, there are good prospects who perform well during the tournament, and the same can be absorbed. So each of you must watch the battle carefully and make sure. In the Spirit Fox Club, Su Man, the vice president in charge of this recruitment task, was giving instructions to the members. As an elite club, their primary target was naturally a provincial top student like Su Jingming. Of course, the top 50 of the freshman competition, or students who performed well, were likewise targets for their absorption. At this time, a group of 5 people joked and walked into the audience and sat down not far from the Spirit Fox Society. Glancing at the tall and thin youth at the head of the group, Su Man could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yuan from the Meteorite Star Society? Why is he here too? Apart from Su Man, the other club's recruiting members were similarly a bit surprised after noticing the youth at the head. Magic City Alien University. There were hundreds of large and small clubs. There are quite a few elite societies similar to the Spirit Fox. However, to say which clubs in the Magic City Alien University were powerful, the Meteorite Star Club was definitely considered one of them. The Meteorite Star Society, which didn't have many members, had less than 200, but every member was an elite of the elite, and excluding the freshmen who had been absorbed. Their ranks were all at least in the upper second order. The vice president, moreover, could only be held by a peak third-order psychic. The president of the Meteorite Star Society had even reached an astonishing fourth rank, and the tall and thin youth named Wu Yuan just now was the president of the Meteor Star Club. Look over there, the Ash Society's people are here too. Ha, that wouldn't be Wee Ha, the president of the Ash Society, would it? That's him, but isn't he out on a mission? How come he's back too? Accompanied by a low cry, a group of 6 people came up from the other direction of the audience. At the head of the group was a young man dressed in a black power suit, with a terrifying bloodthirsty aura permeating his body. The president of the Ash Society is here too? Suman was likewise a little taken aback. Similar to the Meteorite Star Society, the Ash Society was likewise a giant in the Magic City Alien Energy University. Almost all of the high-ranking battle power in the entire school was divided between these two clubs. Like the Meteorite Star Society, the vice president of the Ash Society also needed to be at the peak of the third rank to serve. For example, Lu Ming was the vice president of the Ash Society, and the president of the other party, Wei He, was likewise a fourth-order alien. Generally speaking, fourth-order aliens almost never stayed in school to attend classes, but instead were out on missions for long periods of time. In school, they are also rarely seen. And now, the fourth-ranked bigwigs of the two societies were gathered together at the same time. Things were definitely not simple. That's right, S-Class Alien Ability Awakener Su Jingming. Suman's beautiful eyes lit up, quickly understanding the reason, while her heart couldn't help but sigh slightly. The Ash Society and the Meteorite Star Society were the two societies at the pinnacle of the Magic University. If the other party had arranged for ordinary recruiters to come, their Spirit Fox Society might have been able to compete for this rare S-Class Alien Ability Awakened person. But now that the heads of the two major societies had personally led their teams here, it was clear that they would absorb Su Jingming at all costs. Their Spirit Fox Club, in the eyes of ordinary students, was an elite club with a third-order upper-level psychic as its president. But in front of the two major societies, Meteor and Ashes, it was simply not enough. Forget it, try to get the other provincial first-place winners later. Shaking her head, Suman made a quick decision. Unlike the loss of a club recruiter like Suman, the rest of the audience was nevertheless interested in the arrival of these two pinnacle clubs of the school, the Ashes Society and the Meteor Star Society. I wonder which one that S-Class Alien Ability Awakened person Su Jingming will choose. I've heard that the Ash Society's parent guild suffered heavy losses some time ago, and along with it, the Ash Society seems to have suffered quite a bit. In that case, it seems that Su Jingming should be choosing the Meteor Star Society. It's not necessarily true. Su Jingming's senior brother, Lu Ming, is the vice president of the Ash Society, so maybe he'll still choose to join the Ash Society. As a top university, the clubs of the Magic City Alien University were naturally more than just a simple group of students. Behind almost all elite societies, there is assistance from forces in the community. Behind the Meteorite Society, for example, was the massive Meteorite Guild, and behind the Ash Society stood the behemoth that was the Ash Guild. But the Ash Guild had suffered a heavy blow some time ago, losing most of their combatants, leaving only the logistics staff at the base camp. The Ash Guild was the backbone of the Ash Society. Now that the Ashes Guild had suffered a great deal of damage, along with it, the influence of the Ashes Society in the school had plummeted quite a bit, compared to the Meteorite Star Guild with its strength intact as well as the Meteorite Star Society. It was naturally that much weaker. Accompanied by the chatter of the older students in the audience, one after another, the new students entered the playground. Su Jingming, as well as the 4 of them, Song Qiuyun, also walked in at this moment. It's a ring? Looking at the giant ring on the playground that was 1,000 meters in length and width, Su Jingming was stunned. Good lord, there's a lot of school land, but it's not so built up, is it? I've heard my teachers say before that the freshman competition will have 100 big melee, so it's normal for the ring to be bigger. Song Qiuyun smiled faintly. 100-man melee? That does require a larger ring. Su Jingming drifted off. The teacher took his senior brother out to heal his wounds, causing him to have no place to ask about the tournament system of the freshman competition even if he wanted to. The current system for the freshman competition can be described as a double whammy. Come on, let's go over to the podium. The opening ceremony, since it will not be held in the ring. In front of the podium there was also an open space where the new students gathered. When the 4 of them, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, walked over, there were already almost 500 to 600 heavily armed freshmen in the open space. Not far in front of them, on the podium, there were already teachers seated as well. Aside from Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, who was not present, the deans of the other 4 academies were all present. In addition, the teachers of the courses were seated according to the different faculties. Unlike the kind of teachers responsible for enrollment work like Zhang Chaoyang, the grades of these instructors in charge of classes were all at least at the 6th rank or above. At the very front of the podium seats, there is also a separate seat reserved, only now it is still empty. Since there were no college classes, the open space was not divided into specific areas. Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, the four of them, then casually found an empty space to stand, waiting for the commencement ceremony to begin. As the number of students in the podium clearing continues to grow, the time soon came to 9 o'clock sharp. It was also at this time, buzz, a soft voice suddenly sounded. The crowd of freshmen looked up, but saw above the podium. The space was as if it had been suddenly cut open, forming a door. Next moment, a slender woman in a long red classical dress with a tearful mole at the corner of her eye walked out barefoot. The cold and stunningly beautiful face carried a faintly majestic color. This is space-based psychic ability? She's that vice principal who sits in the battle technique library? Su Jingming in the clearing was secretly shocked, and immediately deduced the identity of the other party. I just didn't realize that the vice principal was so young. By the looks of it, it was only just 25 or 6 years old. Sure, alien physique is strong, aging slows down, and the age deduced by guessing based on looks is not really accurate. But it's safe to assume that the vice-chancellor will never be more than 40 years old. The freshmen were more than a little surprised to be confronted with the sudden appearance of this beautiful woman. However, there were not many people in the clearing who made loud comments, and it was even much quieter than just a moment ago. After all, anyone who could enter the Magic City Alien Energy University was not a fool. Discussing the other party under the eyes of such a powerful person. Wasn't this looking for death? The woman in red stepped barefoot in midair, her red dress fluttering and her long hair cascading in the wind. To introduce myself, my name is Ling Frost, one of the school's 3 vice principals, and I'm usually in charge of guarding the battle technique library. As the principal was away from the school, the other 2 vice principals had important matters to attend to. Therefore, I will preside over this freshman commencement ceremony. The woman in red opened her mouth coldly, her voice echoing throughout the playground. First of all, I would like to welcome you to the Magic City Alien University. Your freshman class, with a total of 1,024 students, includes a total of 6 provincial top students. There are 56 people with grade A psychic abilities, 832 with grade B psychic abilities, and 135 with grade C and D psychic abilities. In addition, there is also an extremely rare S-class alien ability awakened person. Speaking of this, Su Jingming from below felt that this vice principal named Ling Frost's gaze seemed to have swept his own. Before that, the freshmen and older students had learned on the student forum that there were S-class alien awakenings among the freshmen enrolled this time. It didn't show much emotion of surprise to get official confirmation from the school at this point. Ling Frost's voice in midair was crisp. It has been 213 years since the founding of the Devil's University, and in these 213 years, we have not only produced future patriarchs, great patriarchs, and even martial saints, and a large number of high-level psychics have been trained. It can be said that after entering MU, if you work hard, you will always break into a world of your own. And the Magic University will surely become even more glorious with your participation. Vice President Ling Frost's voice belongs to a relatively cold and clear kind. But the freshmen on the playground are still listening to their hearts pounding. 7th Order Grandmaster, 8th Order Grandmaster, 9th Order Martial Saint. This is the ultimate goal for which they aspire. In order for you to get better and stronger, the school distributes resources every school year based on your ratings. The ratings range from D to S. There are 5 levels, and each rating has a different amount of resources that can be accessed each school year. There are opportunities to change ratings at the freshman competition, as well as at the end of each school year at the BI test. After a pause, Ling Frost continued. In addition to these free distribution resources, schools have resources that require conditions to be met in order to access them. For example, the Battle Power List. From the 1st rank to the 4th rank, a total of 4 lists. As long as you enter the Battle Power List of the more advanced rankings, the same can also get a lot of resources. In addition, you should all be aware of the importance of credits. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 Dacia coins. At our school, we only recognize credits, not Dacia dollars. Credits can be earned by completing quests, or climbing the battle list. I'm just going to briefly mention these related things here for those who want to know more about them. Just ask the counselor of each class when the classes have been divided. Grading system, credit system, battle list, mission system. It feels like there's so much competition in Magic University. Someone in the crowd of freshmen whispered in emotion. Indeed, just listening to these brief descriptions, one feels a heavy weight laying on one's shoulders. Yeah, might as well do away with these systems. It would be fairer to us. Someone complained. Fair? Lingfrost in midair seemed to have heard this as well, and his breath changed violently. The aura belonging to an 8th Order Grand Master was in full force, and the red clothes rubbed and rustled. With her hair flying behind her, the strong sense of oppression caused the entire playground to go silent. When did I ever say Mordor was fair? Lingfrost said word for word while slowly sweeping his gaze downward. Every freshman who came into contact with her gaze felt as if they had been stabbed by a nail and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her. We are a top university and the state throws a lot of resources at us every year. It's not that we're expected to produce a bunch of first and second order ordinary aliens. Instead, they cultivate top-notch powerhouses that possess the potential to be strong enough to intimidate a party in the future. Strong men must be born through harsh competition. Whether it's credits, battle technique secrets or cultivation resources, you all need to fight and grab them. Fairness is the comfort zone of the weak, and there has never been fairness in the Magic University. The strong eat all. That's the norm. Some of the freshmen fell into silence after Vice Principal Lingfrost's words. Obviously, this slightly cruel competition system of the Magic University was beyond their expectations. However, there were also many freshmen with glowing eyes and high fighting spirit, and Su Jingming was one of them. With such a competitive mechanism, it seems that I've come to the right place for this Magic City Alien Energy University. Su Jingming couldn't help but nod secretly. Indeed, only such a system can produce top-notch powerhouses. It would be the silliest thing to do to divide the resources equally among every student. Sure, it's not as if the school has given up on other less gifted students. The resources fixed to be given out each academic year based on the ratings are enough to upgrade these students as well. Fair? Where in the world is fairness? When we go into battle in the future, are we going to tell those high-ranked ferocious beasts to specialize in hitting same-ranked aberrants and not to hit you? Isn't that funny? On the podium, the president of the Elemental Academy, Kongqing Xue, couldn't help but shake her head slightly. That's an idea that's just too naive. Isn't that what freshmen do? After a year? No, just 6 months. They get it. A teacher chuckled. Anyway, in our school, you'd better not have the idea of hiding your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you can get from the school. That's enough about the school system. Next, I'll focus on the freshman competition later on. Freshman competition. Seeing Lingfrost mention the key point, the freshmen on the playground all focused as well. This freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the 100 Grand Melee. The venue is the ring behind you, and an AI, Eva, will be in charge of counting the number of enemies each person defeats during the battle. In the end, the 5 who defeated the highest number of enemies advanced to the second stage of the tournament. There are 10 rounds in the first stage, from which the 50 people who advance to the second stage are ranked overall based on the number of enemies defeated. After the total rankings are ranked, each person has 3 chances to initiate a challenge, and a successful challenge replaces the other person's ranking. Lingfrost slowly said, regarding the rewards for this freshman competition, it is arranged like this. For first place, you will receive a space ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, a copy of Grade A cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. For the second place, 1 set of A-ranked battlesuit, 1 B-ranked cultivation resource, and 900 credits. For the third place, 1 set of B-grade battlesuit, 1 B-grade cultivation resource, and 800 credits. These are the rewards for the top 3 places, and I won't go into too much detail about the rewards for the other places. Hearing these rewards, the freshmen on the playground became excited. A 10 cubic meter high-capacity space ring. How much is this going to sell for? Shallow, this can't be bought with money at all. Speaking of which, this space ring should have been made by the vice principal with her own space-based psychic ability, right? Would it carry her body odor inside? Crap, there are perverts here. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reward for the first place was much more luxurious than the second and third places. After all, a 10 cubic meter space ring couldn't be bought with money. Sure, for them freshmen, the second and third place awards were good enough. If converted into great summer dollars, all of these rewards were at least worth tens of millions. As a result, many of the new students were eager to try it out, especially some of the provincial top students among them, whose eyes were glowing. Also, this freshman competition has the opportunity to change your rating privileges. The top 50 finishers in the freshman competition will receive A-level privileges. The first 200 to 50 will receive B-level access and the first 500 to 200 will receive C-level access. As for the rest of you, you get D-level access. Lingfrost's voice rang out once again, yet it caused some of the new students to ask questions in confusion. The highest you can get is A-rank access? What about S-rank? Many of the new students knew that Su Jingming, an S-class alien awakening, possessed S-class authority. S-rank privileges are assessed individually by the school, and do not appear in the freshman competition awards, or in the end-of-school-year comparison tests. Lingfrost said faintly. Well, that's all I have to say. This is the end of the opening ceremony. I wish all the students get a good grade in the freshman competition. Dean Sun, I'll leave it to you next. Good. Sun Qingxue, the president of the Elemental Academy on the podium, nodded slightly and got up to walk to the front stage. The red-robed figure belonging to Vice Principal Lingfrost also then stepped into the void and disappeared. This caused some of the male students below to lose their minds. Rest in place for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the freshman competition will officially begin. Before that, though, I'd like to remind you that all of our deans, as well as our mentors, will be observing each of you in the ring. Students who perform well will be taken in as exclusive disciples by the teachers, so please be sure to cheer up. The director of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qingxue, was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Compared to Vice Principal Lingfrost's coldness, her voice was much softer. Yup, there are also exclusive mentors for selection at the freshman competition. Looks like we're going to have to put our best foot forward this time. Let's hope a teacher notices me, or I'll be in trouble later. The speed of strength enhancement for students with an exclusive tutor and those without was not at all at the same level. As a result, many of the new students were secretly energized, preparing to perform with all their might in the freshman competition later on. The four of them, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, as well as Lu Wentao and Xia Dongxia, had already found their own exclusive mentors as early as during the summer vacation. There is no need to worry about this. Naturally, in comparison, they are still more concerned about the race rewards. The first place actually gets a 10 cubic meter space ring. The school is really generous too. This was something Su Jingming didn't expect. He was worried that the 2 1 cubic meter rings on his hands wouldn't fit the lance. And it just so happened that the school sent him a super large capacity space ring. Vice Principal Ling possesses spatial faculty powers, and a 10 cubic meter spatial ring is nothing to her. Song Qiuyun, who had already taken out the Feng Tian painted halberd from her spatial ring, said with a smile. In fact, her family had a long-standing relationship with a spatial psychic, and this space ring on her hand with a capacity of up to 30 cubic meters was made by the other party. Fair enough, Su Jingming nodded slightly. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Sun Qingxue, the dean of the Elemental Academy, also stood on the podium once again. The first stage of the freshman competition is about to begin, so please get ready. On the playground, the freshmen who were still talking individually were suddenly in a state of solemnity. There are 10 rounds of sparring in the first stage. Now draw the students for the first round of sparring. Accompanied by Dean Sun's voice, a holographic projection of the top artificial intelligence Eva appeared on the podium. Still a dorky, cute little ball. Asterisk asterisk Eva. The small orb shifted slightly, and then light like a spotlight was cast down. More than 100 freshmen were selected from the freshmen in the playground below. Those chosen by Eva are the students who will participate in the first round of sparring. All of you get in the ring. More than 100 heavily armed freshmen just walked onto the huge ring. Ha! Li Qingji, this guy is also in the first round. Lu Wentao was surprised. Su Jingming followed the line of sight and saw a youth standing in the ring. He has long, wild black hair and a strong, athletic build. Su Jingming's height of 5 feet 9 inches was already considered tall, but the other party looked even taller than him. In addition, he carries a large, blood-red knife with him. It seemed to detect the sight. Li Qingji turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Jingming, he even smiled recklessly and made a provocative movement of wiping his neck. This guy. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Before, when he heard Lu Wentao say that Li Qingji was arrogant and cocky, he didn't quite feel it. But when you look at it like this, it does seem wildly out of place. Song Qiuyun likewise saw this action and couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes flash slightly, her jade hand tightening the square heavenly painted halberd in her hand. Lu Wentao, who was on the side, almost laughed out loud when he saw this. Nice guy, picking on anyone but the one you can't mess with the most. It's a good thing, right? Even the second one you can't mess with is holding a grudge. I hope you won't be abused too badly by Ming and the others later. Lu Wentao couldn't help but mourn for this death-defying provincial scholar of Qinghai province. Before the match officially begins, let me emphasize again that you don't have to worry about a death or injury if you strike too hard. The ring is monitored at all times by Eva, the top artificial intelligence, which automatically generates a protective shield in the event of a possible life-threatening situation. And we also have a professional medical team, and the dean of the Auxiliary Academy, who has A-ranked healing faculty powers, is here as well. As long as they're not decapitated, they can be salvaged. After saying his final exhortation, Dean Sun waved his hand. Eva, prepare to begin. Okay, activate the energy defense shield. With Eva's lovely voice, the entire edge of the huge ring rose up as a transparent energy wall that resembled water waves. The wall of energy closed in at the top, forming a huge square energy shield. In this way, Any attack fallout would not reach the nearby audience. Please, everyone in the ring, please get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the start was sounded, all the freshmen in the ring erupted their breath and used their powers. The freshmen, who were originally quite normal, suddenly had a sudden change in their picture. Roar! Some of the Ultrans who had used the enhanced beast system alien ability let out a pharaoh-like hiss as their bodies half-beast. Rumble! There were also elemental aliens, some with flames lingering around them. Some had waves of water lingering around them, some condensed earth shields, and others had wind blades whistling around them. In addition to that, there were also giants after their bodies were giganticized, carrying large swords over 2 meters long to fight. There was also someone else whose eyes were slightly closed, and the students who entered the 5-meter range around him, but all of them fell down with a bang without exception. This is a strong psychic. To be able to enter the Magic City Alien University, they were all geniuses from various provinces and cities, and the battle movements that erupted were extremely extraordinary. However, among this group, the brightest is undoubtedly still Li Qingji, the provincial scholar of Qinghai province. The aura of the second rank lower level was as conspicuous as a crane above this ring. Hiss, who is that? It's actually broken through to the second rank already? It seems to be Li Qingji, the provincial scholar of Qinghai province. So it's the provincial scholar. No wonder. The freshmen on the playground were shocked and talking, and the older students in the surrounding audience were also a bit surprised. Among the freshmen of their year, there had never been a second-order alien, and for a second-order alien to suddenly appear among this group of first-order aliens was tantamount to a lion trespassing into a flock of sheep. It was also true that this first round of melee of hundreds of people ended in just half an hour. Li Qingji, the provincial champion of Qinghai province, finally advanced to the second stage of the competition with a proud record of defeating 36 people in a row. 36. Su Jingming, as an S-class alien awakened, I wonder if you can surpass me in the first stage. After walking out of the ring, this Li Qingji didn't forget to show off in front of Su Jingming. This guy, hopeless, Lu Wentao, who watched Li Qingji leave, couldn't help but stroke his forehead. I've seen death, but I've never seen such a thorough death. As for such bragging, Su Jingming himself didn't react too much. In his opinion, this behavior of Li Qingji was as childish as a child. President, Li Qingji has broken through the second stage. Should we make him our first target? Audience, someone in the Meteorite Society asked. Su Jingming, who possessed S-class psychic abilities, was their first target for absorption, but psychic ability level was one aspect. Breakthrough speed was also another indicator to consider. And Li Qingji, who was the first to break through to the second rank than Su Jingming, already has the credentials to be listed as a prime target for absorption. No need. President Wu Yuan shook his head and smiled. Su Jingming isn't as simple as just one rank up either. Oh, you have inside information. President? The girl who spoke earlier's eyes lit up. Not exactly inside information. I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Yuan shook his head without explaining too much, thinking back to the scene he had seen in his battle technique library in the early hours of the morning a few days ago. The thunder that was like divine punishment was simply not something that someone like Li Qingji could compare to. President, I hate the Riddler. The girl's gaze was sultry. Ha ha, we'll find out later anyway. Don't be too anxious. President Wu Yuan guffawed. The first round of the first stage of the freshman competition has ended, and the members for the second round are now drawn. The medical team guarding the side of the ring moved quickly to take the severely injured and immobile freshman out of the ring. The AI, Eva, on the other hand, opens up the second round of the tournament for personnel selection. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hundreds of pillars of light appeared one after another amongst the crowd of new students in the open space, and Su Jingming was enveloped by one of them. Of the four, he was the only one chosen. As luck would have it, it was my turn in the second round. Su Jingming smiled faintly as he drew the dark cloud blast lance from behind him and held it in his hand. Go for it, Mr. Su. Although Su Jingming's crushing was a foregone conclusion, Song Choyun and Chia Dongxia still cheered with smiling faces. Brother Ming, show that guy Li Qingji how powerful you are. Lu Wentao was also a bit excited. Good. Su Jingming nodded and followed the others to the ring. Crap, it's Su Jingming. How is it so unlucky to be in the same round as him? This is the end. One of the advancement spots has been taken, so we can only fight for the remaining 4 spots next. Fortunately, it's not unlucky. Just now and Li Qingji divided into the same round. That's called miserable. Though since a month and a half ago, Su Jingming had been in a virtual state of disappearance. However, the freshmen were still quite fearful of this Jiangnan provincial scholar who had broken the boxing strength record, comprehensively crushed Lei Zhu, and possessed S-class psychic abilities. So, after getting in the ring, the freshmen all hid as far away as they could, making the 50 meters around Su Jingming a no-go zone. Think it's okay to stand far away? Naive. Su Jingming shook his head. And there was also a vague sense of wariness surging in his cold, parted eyes. That's the new disciple that Dean Yang took in some time ago? That's right. It's him. The S-Class Thunder and Lightning System's psychic ability Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder awakened. The aura looks pretty good. Very stern. On the podium, the dean and teachers were also quite concerned about Su Jingming, who had awakened his S-Class psychic abilities. When they saw their opponent appear in the ring, they talked about it. I heard that he was only an awakened before enrollment, and he advanced to the upper first rank in just over a month of enrollment. This cultivation speed, it's really frighteningly fast. Indeed, if it wasn't for the huge gap before, maybe he would have entered the second stage just like Li Qingji. Yeah, is this sent? High-ranked psychics with strong mental powers. At close range it was almost as if one could sense the rank of a low-ranked alien with just a sweeping glance. The distance between Su Jingming and them was now almost 200 to 300 meters, and it required the deliberate use of spiritual power to perceive the rank. However, the teachers were shocked when they didn't sense it. Su Jingming's rank had unexpectedly reached a staggering upper second rank. What the hell? How did Su Jingming's level rise so much? A teacher with a teacup almost didn't spit out the tea in his mouth after sensing the rank. The rest of the deans and teachers were equally shocked. Old Yang, this guy, such a significant news, but also did not say a word in advance, but also really can hide. Dean Sun also couldn't help but be shocked, just as the teachers on the podium were shocked by Su Jingming's rank. In the ring, the energy defense shield rose and the voice of the AI Eva sounded in sync. Will everyone in the ring for the second round please get ready? 3, 2, 1, start. Same as the previous round. The moment the match began, the freshmen in the ring erupted with their respective supernatural abilities and auras. Sure enough, compared to fighting with ferocious beasts, I still prefer fighting with humans. Feeling the surging fluctuations of various alien powers and energies around him, the corners of Su Jingming's mouth rose slightly as he was full of battle spirit. Purple divine thunder, rumble, accompanied by a dull thunderous sound. Blue-purple thunder containing the aura of the Kangmang origin blossomed. At the same time, an aura that far surpassed that of all the freshmen in the ring suddenly erupted from Su Jingming's body. Boom! The aura belonging to a second-order upper-level psychic erupted out in the wide ring. That strong sense of oppression caused the movements of those who were killing and fighting in the ring to stutter. This is a second order. The aura of an upper-level alien? Some freshmen swallowed hard and subconsciously looked towards the source of the scent emanation. Then he saw Su Jingming standing there with a dark golden spear in his hand and lightning lingering all over his body, as if he were a god of thunder. It's Su Jingming. He's actually a second-order upper alien. The moment the freshmen in the ring were all shocked. One must know that Li Qingji's second-order lower was already amazing enough. But in the blink of an eye, an even more perverted second-order upper-level alien had popped up. How does that make anyone else play? Among them, some of the freshmen who were only at the middle of the first rank were even a bit skeptical. Is this the freshman competition I'm participating in? Also a freshman, how come you're more than one big step above me? Due to Su Jingming's sudden outburst of breath, the freshmen who were originally fighting in the ring unexpectedly fell into a state of skepticism at the same time. In fact, not only the freshmen in the ring were skeptical, even the older students in the audience were a bit confused. Crap, upper second stage? This is the fucking strength a freshman should have? I tolerated the second rank lower. Why is it that the second rank upper is popping up now? Nima, how do you embarrass me, a junior who has only just entered the upper second order? In particular, the seniors and sisters among them who had spent 2 or 3 years to enter the upper second stage were crying without tears. It feels like I've spent all these years living on a dog. Upper second order? The Society of the Falling Star. The girl who had spoken earlier was instantly startled, and then immediately reacted and looked at the president. Wu Yuan. President, you already knew? Sort of. President Wu Yuan nodded and smiled. Now you see Su Jingming's potential, don't you? Aha! Su Jingming is still our #1 target for absorption, and will recruit according to the original plan after the freshman competition. The girl nodded heavily. A corner of the audience, the white-haired girl, Jiang Chu Xian, looked at the upright figure in the ring and couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes light up. It's really you, Hokage. No, it should be called Hokage. I can't believe he lied to me for so long. No, I must go to him later. Thinking that she would be able to see Su Jingming again later. A nice smile surfaced on Jiang Chu Xian's pretty face. Second order upper. Looking at the ring with the hand holding the long spear in an upright position, Li Qingji's face was very ugly. Originally, what he wanted was to utilize his strength at the lower second rank to finish crushing Su Jingming, and then stomping on the others' S-ranked aliens' fame throughout the school. Maybe even get the school to upgrade their privileges to an S rating. But now the strength that the other party had erupted, It made him completely break this thought. However, after seeing a certain slim figure in the ring, Li Qingji's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Jingming, Su Jingming, if it were any other round, you would have really won, but it just so happens that that guy is actually in the second round as well. I'll see what you'll do later. An extremely relaxed smile appeared on Li Qingji's face, as if with that person, Su Jingming was bound to lose. Together with me, there are a total of 103 freshmen in this round. In that case, let's push all the way across. In the ring, Su Jingming held his spear in his hand and was preparing to launch an onslaught. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the ring. Gentlemen, Su Jingming is a second-ranked upper-level psychic who also possesses S-rank psychic abilities. If we let him break through, we'd all be kicked out of the game. Since that's the case, why don't we unite together and eliminate Su Jingming first? It was a magnetic male voice that rang out of nowhere. This voice was full of compulsion, and the offer in the words even made the eyes of the freshmen, who were originally a bit stunned, glow slightly, and were very interested. The voice carries a strong compulsion. A psychic alien? Su Jingming frowned, keenly realizing that there was something wrong with the voice. Just then, the male voice rang out once more. There are a total of 103 of us present. Excluding Su Jingming, there are 102 of us. Even if Su Jingming is a second-order upper-level alien, 102 against 1. We'll have to wear him out even if we consume him. Also, my name is Shi Liao. I have mental class as psychic abilities, and I've gathered almost 20 people. As long as the rest of you guys listen to my command as well, then I guarantee that I will absolutely take down Su Jingming at the smallest possible cost. You guys have to think clearly. Defeating an S-ranked alien is not a chance that comes along often. As these words fell, Su Jingming clearly noticed that the eyes of the freshmen around him were slightly reddened. The gaze that looked at him was surprisingly charged with a burning intent to fight. If you don't fight, you're waiting to be kicked out. But if you fight, you might still have a chance. Fuck it. I'll do it. Defeating an S-class alien may only be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll do it too. Shilio, tell us what we should do. Under the compulsion of Shilio's voice, in the ring, all the freshmen except Su Jingming had actually joined together. There's something about this Shilio, really letting him unite the freshmen. This is a bit of a problem for Su Jingming. I'm afraid he'll flip this round. I remember that Shi Liao is Dean Long's disciple, right? It's really powerful. On the podium, the teachers were all a bit surprised. Originally, he thought that Su Jingming, who was at the top of the second rank, would be able to advance at will in this first stage of the tournament, but who knew that there would be such an accident in the middle of the tournament? In addition, there were quite a few teachers who looked enviously at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the dean of the Tactical Academy, Long Ku, and Shi Liao was the disciple he had taken in some time ago. Xiao Liao, this is purely just luck. Don't take it seriously. Long Ku, the dean of the Tactical Academy, smiled. This statement, half of it was modest, and half of it was really because Shi Liao was lucky. But where Su Jingming wasn't an S-ranked exalt and didn't burst out with the aura of a second-ranked upper exalt, Shi Liao couldn't even pull the other freshmen onto the same page so easily. Luck is also considered part of strength, but Su Jingming is in deep trouble. I'm afraid the joke would be a bit too big if an S-class alien ability awakened person couldn't even pass the first stage of the freshman competition. A teacher hesitated. If there were only 100 or so ferocious beasts in the ring, it would still be easy to solve. But now the ring was filled with over 100 shifters. Strengthening class, elemental class, auxiliary class, spiritual class, all kinds of psychic abilities are available. And all of these people are also talented people from all over the place. Now that they were united, and with Shi Liao acting as their commander, they could simply be considered a small warband with almost no flaws. For such a 100-man battle group to try to eat a second-order upper-level exalt, it was simply a handful. Of course, Su Jingming wasn't an ordinary second-order upper alien. Next, it's all about which side is better. While the dean's teachers on the podium were talking to each other, Su Jingming was also finally able to search for the source of the sound from hundreds of meters away using his powerful spiritual power. This was a teenager with a slim figure, even less than 1.7 meters in height, and a very clean-cut look. He wore a black battlesuit and carried no weapons in his hands. However, there were more than a dozen figures, either male or female, with powerful auras guarding him around. Shi Liao, an A-ranked psychic alien. Somewhat interesting. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. To be able to enlist all the other freshmen so quickly, this Shi Liao was quite something. Su Jingming, if you had found me and finished me off before I said a second word, it still might have broken the game. But now that everyone has decided to obey me, you won't have a chance anymore. Seemingly noticing Su Jingming's line of sight, Shi Liao raised his head slightly, a smile surfacing on his clear face. 1 against 102. How are you going to turn it over? Flip-flop? What makes you think I'm the underdog? Su Jingming's sword brows slightly raised, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dark cloud blaster gun was lightly inserted into the ground, followed by an empty grip with his strong right hand. Thunder Spear. Endless blue-purple thunder was converging towards his palm, and the shape of a thunder spear gradually emerged. Melee system adepts go on top. Long-range system adepts release their attacks directly, and auxiliary system adepts increase their status. Seeing Su Jingming begin to coalesce his attacks, Shi Liao hurriedly commanded. In fact, the best way to command these 100 people is to divide them into 5 groups of 20 depending on their alien ability pairings. Then he launched a steady stream of attacks against Su Jingming in the form of a wheel battle. But after all, this was a team that had only just been integrated, and there was no way to do such fine command. They can only be swarmed by them based on their alien ability category. The chance to defeat an S-class alien. Ha ha, charge charge charge. So what if you're an S-class alien? Today is the moment to pull you down. Aside from the dozen or so Xenos guarding around Shilio, the rest of them all launched themselves at Su Jingming at the same time. Thus, an extremely rare scene took place in the ring. More than 80 exalts were actually launching various attacks on one person at the same time. Boom! Behind them, hot fireballs and wind blades that seemed to cut through the air attacked towards Su Jingming. At the front, an alien who held a weapon in his hand and exerted his strengthening system ability excitedly charged towards Su Jingming. In addition, there were various colors of light blooming on this group of people. That was an increased status applied by auxiliary-type psychics. Su Jingming, who was in the midst of condensing his thunder spear, suddenly felt his body sink, and even his thinking slowed down a bit. Even the coalescence speed of the thunder spear became slow. Is it a negative status inflicted by an auxiliary-class alien? Looking at the crowd of exalts charging at him from the front, Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much for me. The thunder spear in his right hand was finally condensed. On the surface of the thunder spear, it was as if liquefied thunder, splitting and snapping while emitting a terrifying might. It's Su Jingming's A-rank battle technique thunder spear. Quickly organize a defense. Seeing that the distant Su Jingming thunder spear had finished converging, Shi Liao hastily hissed. The Xenos guarding around him also quickly assembled a human wall in front of Shi Liao. The one in the lead was a first-order upper exalt with elemental class earth and exotic ability. Even more so, he utilized his supernatural ability to coalesce a huge wall of thick earth to protect everyone. Su Jingming, I advise you not to think of dealing with me, and first take care of the enemies around you. Shi Liao, who was protected within the crowd and felt safe, let out a shout. The newborn exalts were all at least 50 meters away from Su Jingming. If these only first-order melee system adepts wanted to charge in front of Su Jingming, they would need at least 2 or 3 seconds. However, Su Jingming's current situation was still dangerous, and the distance between the exalts and Su Jingming kept shrinking. There were even a variety of elemental energy attacks slashing through the midair. In this situation, Shi Liao did not think that this thunder spear of Su Jingming would prioritize shooting at himself. However, in the face of Shi Liao's threat, the tall and slender figure hundreds of meters away did not falter for a second. With that, the strong right hand that held the thunder spear in his hand exerted a fierce force. Boo! Accompanied by ear-piercing explosions, thunder spears shot out towards here as if they were lightning. It's a sonic boom? Shi Liao was slightly stunned. Before he could react, there was a loud boom. It was the thunder spear that crashed into that giant wall, and the thick, giant wall that Shilio had high hopes for was tougher than an E-grade alloy. Under the powerful impact of the thunder spear, it was as if it had blown apart like paper mache. Under the impact of the shattered earth, several of the surrounding exalted who were relatively close were directly smashed in the head. However, that's not all. Buzz. The thunder on the thunder spear suddenly went berserk and shone brightly. Not good. It's going to explode. Shi Liao's face was horrified. The light impact was so terrifying. If this thing explodes again, all of them will die. Just as he was despairing over this, a transparent energy defense shield emerged on each of them. At the same time, the voice of the AI Eva came to his ears. Danger, danger, unstoppable energy impact detected. Life threatened. Energy defense grid automatically activated. Rumble. It was at this time that the thunder spear exploded. Accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations, the ground trembled and a thunderous mushroom cloud rose in place. What a commotion. Crap, can you believe it? I actually saw a mushroom cloud in the ring. Shi Liao and the few of them wouldn't be dead, would they? From Su Jingming throwing the thunder spear to the thunder spear erupting, it happened in an instant. At this time, none of the newborn exalts had charged within 20 meters of Su Jingming yet. After noticing the movement, he subconsciously looked back. Then he saw a shocking scene. Only hundreds of meters away, except for Shi Liao and the others who were protected by the energy shield, the surrounding ground, as if plowed over by missiles, was full of craters. There were still remnants of thunder and arcs of electricity flickering and jumping inside. I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Su Jingming. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Shi Liao was confused. He didn't expect that with just one battle technique, Su Jingming would eliminate his entire group of people. The power, it was just too strong. Subconsciously, Shi Liao had some regrets. If he didn't mess with Su Jingming, with his strength, he would definitely be able to advance. Now that he was eliminated without even defeating a single enemy, the second stage of the freshman competition was already out of his reach. But it's no use regretting it now. Don't mind me. Keep launching the attack, Shi Liao shouted. Although their group was eliminated, there were still more than 80 freshmen on the field, still a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, after consuming so much time, the long-range attacks from the aliens had arrived. Shi Liao subconsciously looked toward the front. Rumble, crackle, flames, lightning, wind blades, all sorts of elemental attacks exploded. Sure enough, Su Jingming's figure had been completely engulfed by various elemental attacks. Even if I'm eliminated, I'll still drag you along, Shi Liao snorted coldly. The 1-for-1 result was acceptable. However, right at that moment, a low voice rang out from the front. No matter how many mole crickets there are, they can't bite a giant dragon, and your efforts will be futile in the end. Crackle! It was accompanied by the sound of strong thunder surging. In the shocked gazes of Shi Liao, as well as the surrounding freshmen, Su Jingming's tall and strong figure stepped out from the flaming thunderbolts. He was seen holding a dark golden lance in his hand, and blue-purple thunder filled the area around him, forming a dense grid. All flames, thunder, and even wind blades were blocked out. Not only did it not manage to cause the slightest damage to him, but instead, it was like a foil, bringing him a sense of unrivaled toughness. A simple use of psychic energy can isolate all elemental energy attacks? How is that possible? Shi Liao's pupils violently shrunk to the size of pinpoints. If Su Jingming had used a certain powerful battle technique to isolate all attacks, he might have been able to accept it somewhat. But this was clearly a basic use of psychic abilities that all elemental class psychics would use. Yet even so, it still gave a sense of despair that could not be broken through. Is this an S-ranked psychic ability? A feeling of powerlessness rose in Shi Liao's heart. Let him unite all the aliens. But in the end, in the eyes of others, but still just a mole cricket. And this horrible performance by Su Jingming caused an equal uproar from the teachers as well as the audience. Crap, what terrifying thunder! Other people's elemental attacks are simply ineffective. Is this the power of an S-ranked psychic ability? Just outrageous. Ha! More than 100 people against one person, and they can't even give the slightest bit of pressure. That said, the power of this A-class battle skill Thunder Spear is too great, isn't it? The older students in the audience thought things were going to go differently after Shi Liao organized the freshmen together. However, this series of actions by Su Jingming had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. Some of the lightning-type adepts who had also learned the A-rank battle skill Thunder Spear were even more surprised. Su Jingming's Thunder Spear was ridiculously powerful. It was as if the Thunder Spear they had learned was a fake. I knew it. Senpai, he's fine. Looking at the upright figure in the ring, the white-haired girl Jiang Chuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color, not even realizing that she had called her by the wrong name. Having seen Su Jingming in his full strength, she naturally didn't feel that this group of freshmen would pose any threat to Su Jingming. Jiang Chuxian wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Song Qiuyun on the playground was the same. Only her right hand encircled her chest as she looked at Su Jingming, who had stepped out from the flames and lightning, the delicate and flirtatious melon face with a faint smile. It was too naive to think of defeating Su Jingming with just that. In contrast, the teachers at the podium exploded. Powerful Thunder Spear. The proficiency level is at least advanced. A sonic boom was created when he threw the Thunder Spear. His instantaneous speed definitely reached more than twice the speed of sound. His physique is too powerful. Extremely skillful in the use of lightning-based psychic abilities. The simple Thunder Net does not have the slightest gap. He must be practicing diligently in his spare time. They were all experienced, high-level psychics. Just from a single shot of Thunder Spear, as well as a Thunder Net, it was revealed that Su Jingming was far too powerful than they had imagined. Take for example the Thunder Spear, an A-ranked battle skill. Any ordinary alien practicing to advanced proficiency would need at least 3 or 4 years to do so. But Su Jingming, who had only been enrolled in school for more than 2 months, had already mastered it all to an advanced level of proficiency, which was something they could never have imagined. In addition, the strength of Su Jingming's physique was beyond their expectations, that he could rub his bare hands together twice the speed of sound. Genius, absolute genius. It's hard to beat him in this round. Just how many other cards does Su Jingming have that we don't know about? As it is usually Dean Yang Jintian who gives individual lessons to Su Jingming. As such, The only impression the teachers had of Su Jingming was the 7 words S-Class Alien Ability Awakener, and they knew nothing else. Even the opponent's second-order upper strength had only just been revealed, and the strength Su Jingming had slightly displayed nowadays had already surprised them. On the contrary, Dean Yang Zhentian was not present, so there was no way to ask for more information about Su Jingming's key strength. Therefore, for Su Jingming's full strength, they are like cats that smell fishy, but they have no other avenue of understanding, only to put his eyes on the ring and continue to follow the battle, despite Ashilio's cries for another offense. But deterred by Su Jingming's terrifying might, coupled with Shi Liao's elimination, his spirit-based psychic ability that possessed the ability to compel him became ineffective. Thus, the ring turned out to be such a bizarre picture. More than 80 people surrounded one person, but they all hesitated. Don't dare to go on? Then I'll let me do it. Su Jingming's gaze condensed, and in a flash of electricity, his figure with a long spear in his hand instantly disappeared in place. Boo! When it reappeared, there was already one person screaming miserably and spitting blood from his mouth as he was sent flying. What speed! I didn't even see how he struck. No, it's easier to scatter and get crushed. We must unite. The remaining freshmen also reacted quickly and decided to join forces anyway. As a result, the elemental system adepts in the rear unleashed spell-type battle techniques. The melee system adepts also surrounded towards Su Jingming with fierce faces. That's what makes it fun. Su Jingming had a wanton smile on his face as he advanced instead of retreating. That tall and slender body just rushed into the crowd. Long-range elemental attacks were completely blocked by the lightning net that lingered around the body, so there was no need to worry about them at all. The melee weapon attacks of the surrounding Xenos were likewise all blocked by his long spear. Dang, dang, dang! A series of weapon clashes rang out, and the Dark Cloud Blizzard gun transformed into a black phantom under Su Jingming's dance, and every alien who attempted to fight Su Jingming, whether they were using battle techniques or ordinary slashes, all of them would not have the slightest resistance at all under the huge force transmitted from their own weapons, and would be blasted backwards and fly out. You're slashing at the wrong angle. Your speed is too slow. Your strength is too poor. No, no, too weak, too weak. Su Jingming did not utilize a single battle technique, and even the purple heavenly divine thunder was merely used to defend against long-range attacks. But even so, the third weight of the thunder indestructible body gave him a strong physique, plus out-of-this-world mastery of marksmanship. Surprisingly, none of these freshmen were able to cross paths with him a second time. It was the same even if the opponent had a support system psychic who was constantly providing an increase, and he himself was still suffering under the effects of the negative status. And so, Su Jingming pushed his way across the room for just under a minute. He was the only one left in the entire wide ring. Filed under, the 260-kilogram Dark Cloud Blaster gun was heavily mortared on the ground, and the ground shook slightly as it let out a low sound. Su Jingming scanned the circle around him. The hundreds of other freshmen besides himself, either they fell to the ground with serious injuries, or they were protected within by the defense shield provided by Eva. Too weak. Su Jingming's resolute and calm face carried a deep disappointment, although he had known that with his current strength, he would just crush these freshmen. But what he didn't expect was that even if all the hundreds of freshmen united, surprisingly, it didn't even have the intensity to get him warmed up. In response, some of the surrounding freshmen who were close by were a bit tearful. Nice guy. Beat us up like this and actually thinks we're weak. The second round of the first stage is over. The advancer is Su Jingming, and the number of people defeated is 102. The figure of artificial intelligence Eva is holographically projected halfway across the ring. At the same time a droll expression of hesitation surfaced on that cute spherical body. The 4 remaining advancers are, with the exception of Su Jingming, all 102 of them had 0 enemy strikes, and none of them were able to advance. Thus, the AI Eva simply couldn't pick another 4, excluding Su Jingming, who advanced the other 102 people as the 11th round of the tournament, and rematched to select 4 more people. On the podium, Sun Qingxue, the president of the Elemental Academy, stood out at the right time and announced. At the same time, he cast a satisfied and appreciative glance at Su Jingming. It had to be said that this battle was wonderful even for her as the dean, and along with the final result announced by Sun Qingxue, the veteran students in the surrounding auditoriums were immediately hotly debated. Crush. Absolute crushing. It's the first time I've seen a freshman competition where only one person advances. Su Jingming's strength is indeed strong. Just wait. Those clubs will have to beat the brains out of their dogs later on in order to steal Su Jingming. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that in that battle just now. Su Jingming hadn't used his full strength at all. But even so, the other party still managed to finish crushing over 100 people in just less than a minute. Such a record had never been seen in the entire history of the founding of the Magic City Alien Energy University. I remember this part of the freshman competition started more than 40 years ago, didn't it? Yes, the previous record high, also set by an S-class alien, ended up defeating a whopping 87 freshmen. It took much longer though. It took almost 6 or 7 minutes to get it done. So it seems that Su Jingming did break our school record. On the podium, the teachers were also talking with smiles on their faces. The record of 87 set by the previous S-class alien was because he had fought up to the point of defeating 87 people alone. But Su Jingming was a completely different story. A record 102. Because that was all the rest of the freshmen in the ring had. He could have set even higher records had he been given more freshmen. No one knows where his limits are. I don't know how Director Yang trained him, but Su Jingming's marksmanship is already at the master level, isn't it? A tutor from the Armament Academy Sked. Masterful. You're not mistaken? Sun Qingxue, the dean of the Elemental Academy, was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked after him. It's not wrong. Su Jingming's marksmanship is that of a master. Another tutor from the Weaponry Academy nodded in agreement, his tone tinged with emotion. College of Arms. With over 30 instructors in total, including the dean, there were only 9 people whose weapon use skills were at the clan master level. The remaining 20 or so tutors were only just at the master level in terms of proficiency. That is to say, in terms of weapon proficiency alone, Su Jingming can serve as a mentor position at the Weapon Academy of the Magic University. Grandmaster level spear techniques. It seems that Su Jingming truly possesses an extremely high level of talent when it comes to weapons. Dean Sun's gaze flickered slightly. Realize that Thunder and Lightning system abilities are possessed of 2 routes of development, melee combat killing and long-range spells. Originally, she had wanted to wait for the freshman competition to end and then fight for it to see if she could pull the other party into the Elemental Academy. However, Su Jingming's marksmanship was so superb that he clearly had a better future in the weaponry department. So naturally, there was no need for this. No matter what, with Su Jingming's current strength, he's at the crushing level for the other freshmen. Although there was still the second stage of the freshman competition, Dean Sun didn't think that there were any freshmen who could be stronger than Su Jingming. That's good. So we won't have to worry about this semester's 3-school freshman study trip, Dean Sun said silently in his mind. Brother Ming, well done. Su-san is as tough as ever. When Su Jingming stepped out of the ring, the surrounding students cast scornful gazes if anything. On the other hand, Lu Wentao, Song Qiuyun, and Lac Dongxia all smiled and congratulated. Lu Wentao, in particular, was the most excited. You didn't see it, Ming. That guy Li Qingji's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color after you eliminated Shirlu. Nice guy. I feel like he could learn our Sichuan opera face changing. Su Jingming sniffed and swept his gaze, quickly spotting Li Qingji in the crowd of new students. It was just that he no longer had the arrogance he had just had, and after noticing Su Jingming's line of sight, he even turned his head away very quickly. This made Su Jingming unable to help but laugh a little. Turns out this guy is a bully and a paper tiger. For this kind of person, Su Jingming originally had no interest in even making a move, but Li Qingji's earlier actions were too arrogant to be tolerated. Forget it, let's challenge him once in the second stage later. I have 3 chances anyway. Shaking his head, Su Jingming smiled and looked at the 3 of Song Qiuyun. It's up to you guys next. No problem. I can't wait a bit. A flash of burning battle intent surfaced on Song Qiuyu's pretty face, and paired with her charming features, it was surprisingly harmonious in an inexplicable way. The first stage of advancement should be no problem. Lu Wentao and Lac Dongxia were also eager to try. The ring on playground number 3 was made of some unknown alloy. Even though Su Jingming's thunder spear had left many craters on it, it still quickly returned to its original state. After carrying the inoperable freshman down from the ring, the AI EVA announced the start of the 3rd round. The second round of the first stage of the freshman competition has ended, and the members for the 3rd round are now drawn. The game continues. Without the presence of Su Jingming, the remaining rounds are much more normal. The freshmen were almost all in a state of even strength. And even if there was a stronger freshman, it wouldn't be so strong that it would be the kind of thing that would crush them. So, these next few rounds averaged around 40 minutes. Lu Wentao came on in the 3rd round after Su Jingming, and his strength was naturally not bad with his mental class A-level psychic ability. Finished with a win over 9 people and a 4th place finish in the round to advance. Song Qiuyun's roommate, Xie Dongxia, was up in the 6th round. She possessed an enhanced beast-type A-rank psychic ability, somewhat similar to Tang Qi, a cat-type beast psychic ability. After opening his powers, he was extremely fast and swift. Combined with the alloy steel claws in her hands, it was extremely lethal. In the end, the advancement was accomplished by defeating 12 people and placing 3rd in the round. As for Song Qiuyun, she was a bit later, not being drawn to play until the 8th round. My turn. Song Qiuyun smiled faintly and walked up to the ring under Su Jingming's gaze. and her slender figure with a square halberd in her hand instantly attracted the astonished gazes of the new students. It's Song Chio-yoon, the provincial scholar of Sichuan province. Using a square halberd as a weapon is really rare. Most of the new students had enrolled early, and had naturally heard about Song Chio-yoon, the prettiest girl among the new students, for a long time. But what they didn't expect was that such a delicate and fair maiden was using such a rough weapon as the Fong Tian paint halberd. This body, this look, superb. I didn't realize there were such pretty schoolgirls among this year's freshmen. I unilaterally declare that she is the new generation of goddesses in our school, a different focus than the freshmen. The older students who saw Song Chio-yoon for the first time were naturally attracted by that proud appearance as well as her figure. Meanwhile, in the ring, the 8th round of the match had officially begun. Morning glory, dazzling light blossomed from Song Chio-yoon's body, and the aura belonging to a second-order lower-level aberrant burst out in full force. Another second order. What's going on? So many second ranks in this freshman class? Fortunately, it's only the lower second rank, not as perverted as Su Jingming. The older students who had just been immersed in Song Chio-yoon's beautiful face were suddenly shocked. In previous freshman competitions, the peak of the first order was already the strongest, but this year, 3 second-order exalts had emerged one after another. This would have been unthinkable before. However, there are some older students who find it acceptable. After all, there are already freshmen at the top of the second order, so 1 or 2 more at the bottom of the second order is nothing. Song Chio-yoon, the top student of Sichuan province, possesses light A-class psychic ability. List her as the second absorption target. Meteorite Star Society, President Wu Yuan mused. What about Li Qingji? The female member of the community next to him asked. Li Qingji, temporarily listed as the third absorption target. Wu Yuan spoke. What Li Qingji possessed was a reinforcement class A-level psychic ability, and compared to the light system's psychic ability, the reinforcement system's psychic ability development potential was not as strong. Naturally, Song Chio-yoon's priority was a bit higher. Judgment of Light, Morning Glory Phoenix Dance, Halberd Technique Flare, Halberd Technique Light Flame Gravity Slash. It was different from the last time he was beaten by Su Jingming in the villa's training room and lost his confidence. In the ring, Song Chio-yoon, who was dual cultivated in object and law and held a square sky painting halberd in her hands, came out with all sorts of battle techniques. Wrapped in the light of the morning sun, she fought as if she were a female goddess of light. Even the sun's rays past 2 in the afternoon couldn't stop her dazzlingly slender figure. The entire battle, in the end, only took less than 10 minutes to end. Song Chio-yoon also finished the round in first place with 45 kills to advance. How about that? I'm not doing too bad. Song Chio-yoon stepped down from the ring and appeared in front of Su Jingming with a smile on her face. Impressive indeed. A good combination of spell-based and melee combat techniques. Su Jingming nodded with a smile. That's true. I've been training hard every day too. Song Chio-yoon proudly straightened her towering breasts. After the 9th round, the 10th and 11th rounds were soon to follow. An hour later, the first stage of the freshman competition was all completed. Seeing this, Dean Sun also stood up from his seat. Walking up to the stage, he opened his mouth. The first stage of the freshman competition is over. Below, the results as well as the rankings will be distributed. Buzz. Under the holographic projection of the artificial intelligence EVA, in mid-air, a huge list recording the results of all the new students as well as their rankings slowly coalesced out. First place, Su Jingming. Number of people defeated, 102. Second place, Song Chio-yoon. Number of people defeated, 45. Third place, Li Qingji. Defeated, 36. Fourth place. In this freshman class, the rankings of all the freshmen were listed. Among them, at the bottom of the list, were students who did not even beat one person and merely received a 0 score. And Su Jingming's achievement of defeating 102 people alone was what kept him firmly in first place. The first stage of the freshman competition ends. Next, the second stage of the freshman competition begins, the free challenge. Dean Sun on the podium said aloud. Each of you have 3 chances to challenge any one of them, and the challenged party cannot refuse. Note that freshmen outside of 50 cannot challenge those within 50. In addition, the AI EVA will determine the winner and loser of each match, and the winning side will then have the option of replacing the other side in the rankings. Rumble. As the words fell, the giant 1000M x 1000M ring on the playground. Surprisingly, it was split evenly into 100 small 100M x 100M rings. Okay, start your challenges. As Dean Sun's words fell, the freshmen on the playground suddenly became excited. I want to challenge the 760th place. EVA. I'm going to challenge for 254th place. I'm going to challenge for 34th place. The first stage of the freshman competition was a 100-man melee. Again, both beat only one person. but were ranked higher because of the earlier rounds of the tournament. For such a situation, the freshmen would naturally not feel that it was the other side that was better than them, and so the challenges have begun. As for this rule of being outside the 50th place and not being able to challenge those inside the 50th place, they didn't find it unreasonable. After all, being able to stand out in 100 people's melee itself represented the extraordinary nature of their strength. Soon, a large portion of the 100 or so rings that had been divided up were then already occupied. It's worth noting that the freshman top 50, similar to Lu Wentao and Xia Dongxia, are also welcoming their respective challenge players. As for the top 3, Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun, and Li Qingji, since the ranks were all at the second rank, naturally no one dared to challenge themselves. Su Jingming, on the playground, looking at Su Jingming's figure not far away, Li Qingji had to give up even though his heart was not willing to do so. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and he was simply no match for him. Then should we challenge the second Song Qiuyun? Li Qingji shifted his gaze to Song Qiuyun next to Su Jingming. While there is only a one-place difference between third and second place, the rewards are all over the map. It's not bad to move up a spot. Song Qiuyun has A-ranked psychic abilities and is good in battle skills, just as he was secretly estimating the difference in strength between the two sides. However, he suddenly realized that Su Jingming, who was not far away, turned his head and revealed an amiable and friendly smile towards himself. At the same time, the voice belonging to Su Jingming rang out. Eva, I'm going to challenge the third-place winner, Li Qingji. Li Qingji's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he shouted in a loud voice, Su Jingming, you're in first place. Why did you challenge me in third place? Dean Sun didn't say that it had to be a low ranking to challenge a high ranking. Su Jingming looked at Li Qingji with a wry smile. Besides, you don't think that I'm something that can be provoked at will, do you? What's the situation? Su Jingming took the initiative to challenge Li Qingji, and the two of them have a conflict? A freshman noticed the situation over here and was surprised. Hey, don't know, right? Earlier in the first stage, Li Qingji made a provocative neck-wiping gesture towards Su Jingming to come. Someone who had seen that earlier scene explained. Good fellow. So wild. No wonder Su Jingming initiated the challenge. The freshmen around them were suddenly confused by what they were hearing. Everyone is a freshman. In the hot age of 18 or 19, even an ordinary provocation could start a big battle, let alone an action like wiping the neck. Eva has assigned ring number 74 for this fight, so please come up to the stage as soon as you can. At that moment, a holographic projection of the AI Eva's subbody appeared beside Su Jingming. Represents that this challenge did not violate the rules and was successfully established. Good, then I'll see just how powerful this S-class alien of yours is. Although his heart was reluctant, according to the rules of the freshman competition, Li Qingji had no way to refuse. He could only snort coldly and carry his greatsword. Standing on top of ring number 74 with Su Jingming, underneath the stage, in addition to Song Qiuyun, there were hundreds of other new students who had gathered around. After all, this was the first battle between second-ranked adepts in the freshman competition. Please prepare both sides. In the 100m x 100m ring, Su Jingming and Li Qingji were 40 meters apart, standing opposite each other. Holographic projection of Eva in the very center for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. Roar. Li Qingji let out a pharaoh-like hiss, and his eyes quickly transformed into an amber color. The hair quickly became fluffy, the color changed to a dark red, and the figure swelled up a whole lot. Enhanced Class Beast Lineage A rank ability, Berserk Blood Lion King. After turning on his powers, his already stout body stood as if he was a tower. Su Jingming, you forced me. Li Qingji's hissing voice rang out, his bloody hair flying behind him, his hand holding a long sword as he ran towards the side. It's not that I forced you. It's your arrogance that caused the trouble. Su Jingming snorted coldly. Between the flashes of lightning, the figure holding the dark golden lance in his hand had disappeared into thin air. What speed? Li Qingji's heart was shocked. Before he could react, Su Jingming's tall and slender figure appeared in front of him. Immediately after that, there was a gunshot shadow that attacked. How dare a thunder and lightning system exalt fight me head-on? I'm looking for death. As a strengthening alien, Li Qingji was quite confident in his physical strength. Seeing that Su Jingming hadn't even used the iconic Thunder Spear for a long-range attack, he actually dared to fight in close combat, so he couldn't help but swing his sword with a scowl on his face. Berserk Lion Slash. The blood-red greatsword tore through the air, emitting a sound as if it was the roar of a rabid lion as it hacked out. The Wild Lion Slash was an A-ranked battle technique that he had practiced to intermediate proficiency. With this chop, he even had the confidence to fight with peak second-order ferocious beasts. Taking down Su Jingming was naturally no big deal. Dang! The greatsword slashed into the lance, making a loud, earth-shattering sound. However, the imagined power crushing did not appear. Instead, the recoil from the hilt shocked him and made his tiger's mouth bleed. The power is actually stronger than me. Li Qingji was shocked. He himself was an enhanced class alien with his powers turned on. How is it that one's physical qualities can't compete with a lightning-type psychic? Purple Divine Thunder. Su Jingming was also too lazy to talk more nonsense with him. Accompanied by ear-piercing thunder, the blue-purple thunder quickly engulfed Li Qingji whole. Too much energy fluctuation triggers Eva's protection mechanism. Thus, he did not release the violet heavenly thunder with his full strength. But even so, Li Qingji, who was engulfed by the thunder, felt a sharp pain that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Under the severe pain, even the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang as he couldn't hold it steady. Immediately afterward, his entire body fell to the ground as well, rolling around in pain as lightning raged throughout his body. Ouch! It hurts! This burst of wailing was so loud that the freshman under the ring heard goosebumps. Li Qingji is a reinforcement class second stage alien. Even he can't top it. How painful should it be? Gotta hurt to the bone, right? Looking at the tall figure haunted by thunder in the ring, the freshman under the stage coincidentally floated the same thought. Scary Su Jingming, don't mess with anyone in the future. This match, Su Jingming wins. In the case of a lopsided battle, the AI Eva will likewise judge the match. Thus, after Su Jingming's purple heavenly divine thunder raged for more than 10 seconds, Eva then judged the match to be over, and Li Sungji was protected by an energy defense shield. Pity. Looking at the charred silhouette within the energy shield, Su Jingming shook his head regretfully. He wanted to be electrified for a while longer, but those 10 seconds or so of pain should be enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. Su Jingming wasn't a murderous person. Under his control, although the purple heavenly divine thunder brought extreme pain to Li Qingji, it was not fatal. This was also mainly to make Li Qingji learn from his mistakes and curb his temperament. Otherwise, with that arrogant character of the other party, when they graduated into guilds and warbands, they might be done in by other high-ranking aliens one day. This was all for his sake, and Li Sungji should even say thank you if he knew about it. On the opposite side, Li Qingji, who was protected by the defense shield, naturally didn't know this thought of Su Jingming's. At this moment, he had just slowed down from the endless pain and panic, breathing heavily. Alive! Alive! His face wore the joy of having survived a robbery. In that moment, he really thought he was going to die. Subconsciously, he looked up and realized that Su Jingming was walking towards the bottom of the ring. This originally arrogant provincial scholar was unexpectedly inexplicably relieved. However, right at this moment, a euphonious voice rang out from under the ring. Eva, I'm also going to challenge the third place winner, Li Sungji. Eva, I'm also going to challenge the third place winner, Li Sungji. Before Su Jingming could step down from the ring, he heard Song Qiuyun's voice ring out. A fragrant wind then hit the ring, and Song Qiuyun, dressed in a lighting-colored tight-fitting battlesuit, lightly leaped onto the ring. You want to challenge me too? Li Qingji, who hadn't yet slowed down, was instantly confused. Yes, even if I am arrogant, but I only made provocative gestures to Su Jingming. How did I provoke you too? Li Qingji didn't slow down, but the other freshman under the ring could see something. His eyes kept sweeping back and forth between Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun. There's something fishy. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two, especially some of the male students. Seeing Song Qiuyun and Su Jingming standing together, in the back of his mind, he was clearly envious and his teeth were chattering. But on the surface, he was still only able to cast a harmonious and friendly gaze at Su Jingming. The foregone conclusion is there, so they can't afford to be careless. He hasn't recovered yet, so take it easy. Su Jingming wasn't too surprised by Song Qiuyun's sudden appearance. He can kind of see that this is a combatant. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Just go down and leave this place to me. Song Qiuyun's delicate features carried an excited wariness, challenging Li Qingji. On the one hand, it was true that the other party's provocative actions made her a little upset. On the other hand, she would like to find an opponent of the same level for a good fight. After all, this Su Jingming fellow was too perverted. Fighting him wouldn't feel a single bit of the thrill of battle at all. It would just be one-sided abuse, and since the others were too weak, she had no choice but to come to Li Qingji. On the opposite side, Li Qingji, whose entire body was scorched by electricity, finally reacted. Hey, you two are playing catch with me? But he was now in severe pain all over his body, and the skin all over his body was 8 times ripe if not 9 times ripe. Though with his own powerful physique, he could recover from such an injury in 4 or 5 days of nourishment. But it's certainly not a fight now. Song Qiuyun naturally saw that Li Qingji was in a bad state, so she smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'll fight you again in an hour. And in the meantime you can seek treatment from the tutors at the Auxiliary Academy. The second stage of the freshman competition, the free challenge match. may see the emergence of a situation where someone is challenged consecutively. In order to prevent people from exploiting the situation, it is allowed for the challenge to return to full strength before starting the challenge. The Auxiliary Academy. The instructors with healing powers were all at least 6th ranked. For an injury like this, it would take less than 2 minutes to heal it completely. Eva. The second stage of the freshman competition allows mentors to treat students, right? Just in case. Song Choyun still confirmed. Yes. Eva nodded dully. As the provincial scholar of Qinghai province, Li Qingji was somewhat delirious even though he was beaten by Su Jingming, but he also knew that Song Choyun was the same as himself, also at the lower 2nd rank. When it recovers, it's not really certain who will win or lose. So, after taking a deep breath, Li Qingji agreed. Okay, I'll fight you in an hour. Eva, take me to therapy. The paramedics who had already been waiting on the sidelines quickly stepped forward and carried the seriously injured Li Qingji down. Without a big battle to watch, the freshmen around them dispersed. Song Choyun likewise leapt down from the ring. Stepping with her round and slender thighs, she came to Su Jingming's side, a bad smile on her pretty face. It's done. You'll see how I beat him up later. Su Jingming smiled at his words. The heart couldn't help but feel 3 seconds of silence for the charred and blackened Li Qingji on the stretcher. As an opponent who had fought both Song Choyun and Li Qingji, he could clearly perceive that Song Choyun was a bit stronger. Li Qingji might have a more powerful physique. The one available was a large sword, and the proficiency of the sword technique was only intermediate. But Song Choyun was using a thick square sky painting halberd, and her halberd technique had reached advanced proficiency. In a close combat fight, it was definitely Song Choyun who was a bit tougher. In addition, Song Choyun's proficiency in spell-type battle techniques was even more incomparable to Li Qingji. Su Jingming could already imagine the image of Li Qingji being violently beaten by Song Choyun. Sure enough, when an hour later, when Li Qingji, who had regained his full strength, confidently stood in the ring with Song Choyun, instead, it ushered in Song Choyun's lopsided crushing, the exquisite halberd technique, as well as the endless stream of light spell-type battle techniques, made him simply exhausted. Thus, after only 10 minutes, Li Qingji was defeated once again. The winner of this match is Song Choyun, accompanied by the voice of the AI Eva. Under the ring, the buzz of the freshman resounded once again. The Song Choyun who is dual cultivating in materialism and magic is indeed a bit more powerful. Li Qingji's strengthening type abilities are inherently weak against this kind of nature-based abilities. Speaking of which, he's really miserable. He just got beaten up and healed on the front foot, only to be beaten up again and seriously injured. The freshman looked at the figure covered in blood in the ring with odd eyes. It was expected that Li Qingji, who had shown amazing strength in the first round, would be the newcomer king of this freshman class, but I didn't expect to come out on top and follow it up with 2 consecutive tough losses. Sure, they were also clear that it wasn't that Li Qingji wasn't strong enough, but that those 2 opponents were really perverted. Why do you think the 2 of them aren't fighting? Looking at the figure of Su Jingming and Song Choyun leaving in the distance in company, a freshman wondered. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a couple that likes to fight each other? Besides, do you think Song Choyun can beat Su Jingming? The fellow freshman next to him rolled his eyes. Yao! The freshman who had spoken earlier was suddenly enlightened and nodded his head. As the strongest first and second place finishers, Su Jingming as well as Song Choyun fell into a state of inactivity after fighting with Li Qingji. On the other hand, Lu Wentao and Lak Dongxia were both very busy, either challenging others or being challenged by others. And the 100 rings on the playground were almost always full. And just like that, time passed quickly. 4 hours later at 6 p.m., the entire second phase of the freshman competition officially ended. All freshmen were arranged in front and back in order in Playground 3 according to their respective redetermined rankings, the strongest first among the new students. Su Jingming, who was the king of the newcomers, naturally stood at the front of the group. Behind him was the slender Song Choyun. The third position is still Li Qingji. It was worth mentioning that seeing Li Qingji being defeated twice in a row, both of which were still seriously injured, then a top 10 freshman challenged him. Li Qingji was already harboring a vicious anger, and seeing that someone actually dared to take the initiative to come to his door, so then he also unceremoniously beat him into a serious injury, and took a good breath of air. In addition, Lak Dongxia moved up to 26th place, while Lu Wentao dropped to 39th place, and Lei Zhu, who had challenged Su Jingming, eventually proved his strength by getting 9th place. The free challenge is complete, and the freshman competition is officially over. On the podium, Dean Sun's gentle voice rang out. Your grading privileges, as well as credit awards, have been issued and can be viewed by logging on to the school's website. The rewards of battle clothes and cultivation resources for the top 10 will be distributed to their respective dormitories tonight, so please pay attention to checking for them. The freshman competition is over. whether you're happy with your rankings or not. The grading privileges will not be changed again until at least the end of your comparison test for the school year. Also, freshman classes will officially begin in 2 days, so please check your schedule and don't miss any classes. After making a brief summary, Dean Sun paused and immediately announced, "The freshman competition is over, and we will now begin choosing an academy. On behalf of Elemental Academy, I'll be the first to state the terms of our academy's inclusion. Our academy only admits students with elemental-type psychic abilities, as well as natural-type psychic abilities such as lightning, ice, light, and darkness. Here you will have the opportunity to explore the nature of elemental class powers and the chance to see elemental class powers at their most extreme. Welcome to choosing our academy. Elemental-type powers, that condition alone could brush off a large number of people. In fact, this type of alien, later on, can completely achieve the kind of degree of the mage inside the online game. By utilizing his supernatural energy from a great distance, he could inflict a large swath of killing power on the ferocious beasts. Many freshmen, for roles similar to the Master of Laws, are very eager. Unfortunately, out of the 1,000 or so freshmen, there were probably less than a third of them who possessed elemental-type psychic abilities. After the Elemental Academy finished, it was the turn of the Weapon Academy. As the Dean Yang Zhentian was not present, the one who walked out was a young woman with a lithe physique. I'm Zhou Hui, the Vice President of the Weapon Academy, and our academy aims to combine psychic abilities and weapons to utilize greater power. In our academy, you can see the most extreme training methods, the most brutal weapon practice techniques. Of course, a strong physique is essential in order to utilize the power of the weapon. Therefore, our academy, likewise, is able to produce the toughest physiques. The Weapon Academy, which mainly cultivates the close combat killers. The students of the Arms Academy were also the most numerous among the 5 academies of the Magic City Alien University. Throughout the school, almost half of the students came from the Arms Academy, and as Vice President Zhou Hui said, the teaching methods at the Arms Academy are extremely rigorous and extreme. Otherwise, Dean Yang Zhentian wouldn't have ended up with the nickname Yan Yan Wang. After the Elemental Academy and the Arms Academy successively announced the teaching philosophy of their own academies, the Dean of the Tactical Academy, Long Ku, also stepped forward immediately afterward. We, at the Tactical Academy, aim to train tactical types to command operations. Those with psychic powers can choose our academy. Of course, if you feel that you are a quick-thinking alien of other faculties, you may likewise choose our academy. But just to be clear in advance, our college program requires a lot of thinking skills. Subsequently, if you fail to keep up with the course, you will suffer the consequences. Unlike the deans and vice-deans of the Elemental Academy and the Arms Academy, this dean of the Tactical Academy, Long Ku, did not emit too strong an aura around him, yet none dared to underestimate him. After all, at the same level of rank, a tactical commander was much more precious than a combat alien, and to be able to serve as the dean of the School of Tactics at the Magic City Alien University, this Long Ku was naturally not simple. Not only did he possess A-class psychic abilities, his rank had reached the middle of the 7th order. What's more, he had once commanded battles on the front line many times, leading the war group to overthrow ferocious beast swarms that numbered up to 1,000,000. Magic City Alien University. There are 5 major colleges. They are the Elemental Academy, the Weapon Academy, the Tactical Academy, the Auxiliary Academy, and the Logistics Academy. After the first 3 colleges, the deans of the Auxiliary College and the Logistics College also started the introductions of their respective colleges one after another. The Auxiliary Academy is for students who have only awakened auxiliary-type psychic abilities. As for the Logistics Academy, it was recruiting some of the aliens who were willing to take the route of equipment manufacturing and apothecary. As for the category of psychic ability, there is no limit. Of all the 5 colleges, the Auxiliary and Logistics colleges have the smallest number of students, yet they remain 2 important core parts of the school. After all, any adventurer squad needed to have an auxiliary class alien. In addition, many of the equipment and elixirs sold by the Magic City Alien University came from the Logistics Academy. Without the Logistics Academy, some of the equipment and potions on the Magic University's official website would be at least a small half as expensive. Alright, the introduction of the 5 colleges is over. Fill out the college application on the school's official website. Dean Sun on the podium said. The playground. Everyone, including Su Jingming, took out their cell phones, logged on to the school's official website, and began to fill out the college application. Su Jingming had already chosen Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, as his exclusive tutor, and the academy he naturally chose was the Weaponry Academy. Also, that doesn't mean he can only listen to the Arms Academy's program. Going forward, he also had the option of dabbling in the Elemental Academy's classes.
Class assignment is complete. S-rank cadet Su Jingming. Your class is the freshman 2 class of the College of Arms, and the class counselor is Su Yu. Once the college is selected, the school's official website automatically assigns classes as well as counselors and pops up a reminder box. Looking at the prompts on his cell phone, Su Jingming also probably understood. The Magic City Alien University didn't place all the top-ranked people together like the high school rocket class. Instead, classes are randomly assigned. But yeah, college is all about open classes and everyone has the same lecturers. And there was no need to impact the martial arts entrance examination. So naturally there was no need to set up any rocket classes. Jingming, which class are you assigned to? Song Choyun behind him spoke out. Freshman 2 class of the Arms Academy. What about you? Su Jingming returned. Elemental Academy Freshman 3. Actually, Song Choyun could go to both the Elemental Academy and the Weapon Academy. It was just that her halberd proficiency had already reached an advanced level, and she would inevitably not be able to break through to the master level in a short period of time. In addition, she also wanted to learn more spell-based battle techniques, which was why she chose the Elemental Academy. Li Qingji, who was in the third position, was instantly relieved even after hearing that Su Jingming was in Class 2 of the Arms Academy. It's a good thing he's in Class 4, or else he'd be in the same class, and the pressure wouldn't be straight up all over the place. 3 minutes later, the division ceremony was almost over. Dean Sun stepped up to the stage again. The division is over. And tonight, the counselors in each of your classes will be pulling you into your class groups one by one. In addition, students who performed well in the freshman competition would also receive an invitation from their exclusive mentors to take on disciples tonight. Check the news and don't miss it. Alright, this opening ceremony as well as the freshman competition is officially over. So everyone go back and rest. Dean Sun simply announced the dismissal of the team. So the tired freshmen made their way out to the playground exit as best they could. On the way, one can't help but chat about the day's battles and rankings. Between the words, some were happy, while others sighed. This freshman class is much more fierce than ours. Indeed, especially the number 1 freshman, Su Jingming, which is already at the upper second rank. In another year or two, I'm afraid I'll be able to suppress all the students in the entire school. Horrible. Thankfully in 2 more years I'll be graduating. Spectators seating around the playground. The older students couldn't help but feel for each other as they got up to leave. Once a heavenly pride like Su Jingming rose to prominence, he was bound to be the brightest of the new stars. All the others of his contemporaries had to serve as companions. The veteran students watching the battle got up and left, but the recruiting members of the major clubs, who had been waiting for almost a day, were on the move. Ordinary clubs, naturally, are not picky, as long as there are new students joining. The elite clubs, on the other hand, are all headed straight for the top 50 freshmen. Instead, the 2 pinnacle societies, Ash as well as Meteor, were both heading straight in Su Jingming's direction. On top of that, in the audience, the white-haired slender figure of Jiang Chuxian. After bidding farewell to her roommate, she also got up with anticipation on her pretty face and walked towards the playground. It's finally over. Come on, let's go out for a meal. Walking towards the crowd at the exit of the playground, Su Jingming smiled at Song Choyun and the others. From the opening ceremony at 9 o'clock in the morning to the end of the freshman competition now, there hadn't been anything to eat in between. Granted, as a shifter, it's okay to eat one less meal, but Su Jingming's meal itself was larger than average, and he had experienced a few battles in the middle of it. I didn't consume much energy, but I was a little hungry by now. Fine, how about a treat from you, the newcomer king? Song Choyun winked playfully. No problem, you guys order whatever you want when we get to the restaurant later. Su Jingming said with a smile. He was also in a good mood after getting first place in the freshman competition and was about to have a spatial ring with a capacity of up to 10 cubic meters. Ming's treat? Must have a drink later then. Lu Wentao and Lac Dongxia were also wearing smiles on their faces. Let's go then. Or go to the Qingye residence. Ever since the last time he had eaten with Song Choyun, Su Jingming had felt that the food at that place tasted good. Yesterday, I also took my cousin and the girls there. So naturally, I'll choose the best place for tonight's dinner. Just as Su Jingming was deciding where to eat, a group of 4 people walked quickly in the distance. The tall and thin youth at the head even greeted from afar. Student Su. Wait a moment. You are? Su Jingming looked at the visitor suspiciously. The man was vaguely emitting a strong aura, but he didn't recognize himself. The tall and thin youth smiled and said, Introduce myself. I'm the president of the Meteor Star Society. Wu Yuan. The Meteor Society? Su Jingming's sword brows slightly raised, and he had heard about one of these 2 pinnacle clubs in the school. I just didn't expect the other party's president to come straight to me. Is it a club recruitment? Su Jingming also recalled at this time that last time,
Senior brother Lu Ming had said that the school's clubs would only unify to recruit new members after the freshman competition.
Sure enough, he only heard Wu Yuan say immediately afterward, "The main reason I approached you, Su, this time is to invite you to join our club." Of course, as the school's only S-rank student nowadays, as well as an S-rank alien ability awakened person, we, the Meteor Star Society, are also very sincere. As long as you join our club, you'll immediately be in the position of vice president, and you'll receive a fixed 100 credits every semester, as well as a B-rank resource. Also, our society's resource pool will be open to you, and you'll be able to take a free copy from it every month. Vice President. The few surrounding freshmen who were passing by immediately revealed envious looks upon hearing this. For those of them, they need to pay dues to join the club, not to mention the fact that they might have to do hard labor for a while after they get in. But others just straight up throw out the vice president position for recruiting and even get free resources every semester and month. This difference in treatment is like one in the sky and the other in the ground. Also, the Meteor Club is one of the pinnacle clubs in the school. Based on this resume of the vice president alone, when he graduated in the future, he would be able to enter some elite battle groups and guilds. Vice President, Wu Yuan, your Meteor Star Society is a bit too stingy, isn't it? At that moment, another voice rang out from not far away. Oh, and what terms can you, the Ash Society, come up with? Wu Yuan looked towards the group of people walking over from not far away. The leader of the group was the president of the Ash Society, Wei He. Unlike the gentle Wu Yuan, Wei He's aura was extremely oppressive. Looking at him, it was as if he could feel the cold aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This kind of aura was also clear to Su Jingming. It was naturally formed by practicing in the wilderness area for a long period of time and killing a large number of ferocious beasts. Naturally, it's better than yours, Wei He faintly replied back, then turned his head to look at Su Jingming. Su Jingming, if you come to our Ash Society, you can directly become the reserve president. When I graduate, the Ash Society, it's yours. In addition, the resources that the Meteorite Society has, we, the Ash Society, have the same, so you don't have to worry about that. Prepare for the president. Wu Yuan's heart stuttered. This position, indeed, is better than what he offered? Even he couldn't make the same offer. After all, behind the Meteor Star Society stood the Meteor Star Guild, and the Meteor Star Guild had already made arrangements for the next succeeding president. It's not even up to him as the current president. Even if Su Jingming possessed S-class psychic abilities, the earliest he could take over the position of president would only be in the next term. Definitely can't do it to the side of the Ash Society and take over in the next term. I'll go. The Ash Society is out for blood. It seems that the Ash Guild behind them has indeed suffered heavy losses and is in desperate need of fresh blood. If Su Jingming agrees, I'm afraid Ko will be the youngest president in the history of the Ash Society, right? Some of the freshmen around them obviously knew what the position of reserve president meant as well. While enviously discussing, there were even freshmen who couldn't wait to be Su Jingming themselves and then agree in one breath. Vice President, Reserve President. After a moment of silence, Su Jingming spoke. I need time to think about it, and I can only give you an answer in a few days. The clubs at the Magic City Alien University were all relatively loose organizations, and as an ordinary member of a club, the clubs don't care too much if you participate in the activities in the clubs or not. But a vice president, or even a reserve president, certainly can't be so casual. He wasn't averse to joining a club, but it wouldn't do to take up too much of his time because of it. In his previous life, when he was still in college, he had participated in the student council. He even became student body president his senior year. When he became president, a series of things ensued that took up a lot of his personal time. Nowadays, it is natural not to make the same mistake again. Okay, here's my personal number. Any questions about the position can be directed to me. The president of the Ash Society, Wei He, didn't seem too surprised by this and directly gave Su Jingming his contact information. Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteorite Star Society, naturally followed suit and exchanged good contact information with Su Jingming. Before leaving, Wu Yuan, as well as Wei He, also gave Song Choyun, Lu Wentao, and Chidong Xia an invitation to join the club. After all, it was in the top 50 of freshmen, and within the club's goal of absorption. Of course, what was given to Song Choyun's trio was an ordinary club member position, and there was no special treatment or anything like that. Faced with the invitations from the two major societies, the three Song Kians didn't make an immediate decision, but promised to go back and think about it. The Fallen Star Society and the Ash Society, the two pinnacle societies, don't seem to suit me very well. Lu Wentao, who had watched the two groups of people leave, was somewhat distressed. Although these two societies were pinnacle societies, they also operated in the wilderness area as adventurer squads. didn't serve much of a calendaring purpose for him, a psychic alien who had decided to go the commander route. Capstone societies aren't that great, just pick the one that suits you, Su Jingming said with a smile. Of course, the Pinnacle Society is strong, so if you can, it's better to choose the Pinnacle Society. It's just that Lu Wentao takes the tactical command route and has to be a bit more particular. After parting ways with the two Pinnacle Societies, on the way, Su Jingming's group encountered a variety of other society invitations. At first he was patient and would listen to the club presentations, but as more and more members of the club's recruiting committee came around behind him, he uniformly answered that he would wait until he went back to think about it carefully. And so it was. From the playground podium to the exit, a short distance of more than 1,000 meters, the four of them walked hard for almost 20 minutes or so before they came out, and at the same time, they had a bunch of extra flyers in their hands about the profiles of the various clubs. If you don't know, you'll think it's some kind of shopping mall that's having a sale and handing out flyers, but these club invitation flyers are many clubs that freshmen can only dream of. We have so many clubs at school? Shaking his head, Su Jingming casually stuffed all these flyers into his spatial ring. Anyway, there's still time, so I'll read it slowly when I get back to my dorm. Finally, we're out. Let's go. Let's go to Qingye residence. Su Jingming, who was carrying a long spear on his back, led the way. However, without walking for a while, Su Jingming spotted a young girl figure by the side of the road. This young girl had a stunningly beautiful face, only slightly cold. Behind her, a head of long silver white hair fell down to her waist, mirroring the pale, slender thighs under her short black skirt. This person was none other than Jiang Chuxian, who had left the audience. She seemed to have been waiting here for a while, after seeing Su Jingming. Then with a happy face, he walked up with a slender step and said with a smile, "It's been a long time, Hokage." She purposely added a bit of emphasis when she read the word schoolmate. Su Jingming also did not expect to meet Jiang Chuxian here, and after a slight freeze, he quickly reacted and smiled lightly. "Hello schoolteacher." This senior sister, 2 words called very natural, cannot hear any abnormalities. The opposite side of the Jiang Chuxian are listening to the froze. Is this? A tinge of doubt surfaced on Song Choyun's pretty face. She's senior sister Jiang Chuxian, whom I met in the Jensui wilderness area some time ago. Su Jingming introduced himself with a smile. Lu Wentao, who was on the side, heard the words but rubbed his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. As a Pepsi, he naturally recognized Jiang Chuxian, a video blogger who was little known within the Magic City Alien University. It's just that the other woman has always been high-strung, much less heard of her having any intimate relationship with any member of the opposite sex. But now what was that vaguely gentle smile on Jiang Chuxian's face? What about the promised iceberg beauty? The promised high spirits? But then again, not bad for Ming. Everyone else went to the source water wilderness area this time and didn't even bring back their lives. But Ming not only came back safely, but also made the acquaintance of such a great beauty. Where's the justification for this? Hello guys, I'm Jiang Chuxian from Elemental Academy's sophomore class 3. Jiang Chuxian greeted him graciously while sweeping his gaze over the 3 Lu Wentao in turn. Although she had noticed Song Choyun in the audience, but up close, she still couldn't help but be in awe. What a pretty girl! Not only was her appearance absolutely beautiful and delicate, but her body was also exquisite and curvy and alluring. As an internet blogger with millions of followers, Jiang Chuxian is still relatively confident in her body appearance. But facing this Song Choyun, she couldn't feel any confidence, and even had an inexplicable urge to stick it to her. Sticky? Hiss, what a scary girl, to be both male and female. Jiang Chuxian's heart fluttered, and he hastily stopped this bold idea. Hello schoolmate, I'm Su Jingming's classmate, Song Choyun. Although she felt that this schoolmate was looking at her with a somewhat strange gaze, Song Choyun still greeted her in a friendly manner. Hello senior sister, I'm Lak Dongxia. I'm Ming's roommate, Lu Wentao. Xia Dongxia and Lu Wentao followed suit and introduced themselves as well. We're going out for dinner now. Do you want to join us, school teacher? Since they all happened to meet, Su Jingming invited in passing. Good. It just so happens that I'm hungry too. A sweet smile surfaced on Jiang Chuxian's pretty face. Although Jiang Chuxian was a sophomore sister, she was just less than a year older than Su Jingming's few. Plus, Jiang Chuxian, as a senior sister, had a lot of things that Su Jingming and the others, who were freshmen, didn't understand. So there was small talk all the way, and everyone was in harmony with each other, without the awkward atmosphere of strangers suddenly joining in. Brother Ming, since it's your treat, is it alright if I ask for a few bottles of Inferno wine? Qingye residence, one of the private rooms on the 2nd floor. After a few people finished ordering food, Lu Wentao was ready to order wine again. You still really want to get me drunk? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Alien physique is strong, General white wine beer is like a drink for them. They will not get drunk even if they drink more. The yen fruit wine was different, brewed with yin-yang exotic fruit, which not only enlivened the qi in blood, but also brought drunkenness to the exalted. Of course, the price was also several times that of ordinary liquor. A full 10,000 daxia coins a bottle. That's right, it's not easy for everyone to get together. How can we not have some wine? Lu Wentao smiled cheekily. The heavy freshman program was starting in 2 days, and he wanted to take advantage of this last minute to relax and unwind. I'm fine with that. It's up to the schoolgirls if they want to drink it or not. Su Jingming looked towards the Jiang Chuxian girls. Sure, I don't have class tomorrow anyway. The white-haired girl, Jiang Chuxian, lightly laughed. In fact, she kinda wanted to see what kind of state this powerful schoolmate would be in when he was drunk. We're okay with that. Song Choyun and Lak Dongxia also nodded slightly. Okay, let's start with 5 bottles then. The efficiency of Qingye residence was quick. Not a moment after Lu Wentao ordered the wine. A table full of dishes, as well as 5 bottles of Inferno wine were then served, to celebrate the end of the freshman competition. Cheers! The 5 briefly clinked glasses and then chatted as they ate. With Lu Wentao present, the atmosphere at the dinner table was very lively. After 50 years of drinking, Jiang Chuxian and Song Choyun gradually became familiar with each other, unlike the strangers they were when they first met. By the way, Senior Jiang, can you tell us how you and Jing Ming met in the wilderness area? Song Choyun, who had a faint drunken blush on her pretty face, asked curiously. Lu Wentao and Lak Dongxia also revealed curious expressions. Could be. Jiang Chuxian did not refuse, slowly recounted. At that time, my team and I went into the wilderness area to shoot material, by chance. Next, Jiang Chuxian briefly recounted how he and Su Jingming had met, including the fact that Su Jingming had saved his life 3 times. Of course, Su Jingming's name for her schoolmate was not something she mentioned. This was a secret that belonged between the two of them, her and Su Jingming, and there was no need to tell it in public. Third-ranked elite adventurer squads seizing treasures, boundless waves of ferocious rats. The source water wilderness area is actually this dangerous? When Jiang Chuxian finished recounting how he and Su Jingming had met, Lu Wentao and several others, including Song Choyun, were somewhat shocked. They had all gone through the martial arts entrance exam and fought to the death with ferocious beasts. But the impression of the wilderness area was just that the number of ferocious beasts was higher and their level was higher. However, he didn't expect that in the wilderness area, not only did he need to beware of high-level ferocious beasts, but he also had to beware of human psychics. Even if they were lucky enough to get through both unscathed, a sudden rat wave would be enough to send most people to their deaths on the spot. Wilderness area. It is indeed dangerous. Lu Wentao couldn't help but voice out his feelings. If Su Jingming were to be replaced with himself, I'm afraid that he would have already died beyond repair. But then again, after that description, he finally realized why that high-strung Jiang Chuxian was as gentle as if he were looking at his lover when he looked at Su Jingming. A hero saves the day and is born to die together. So many buffs stacked up. If he had been Kong Chuxian, he would have fallen long ago. It's just that things don't seem to be going well. Sister Chiu Yun has a bit of a crush on brother Ming too. What's even more troubling is that everyone is now getting together for dinner. Also, Kong Chulsian didn't happen to show up this time just to declare his sovereignty, did he? Thinking of this, Lu Wentao couldn't help but feel a little numb, subconsciously stabbing Lak Dongxia on his right. He whispered, later we'll both go first. The more delicate-minded Lak Dongxia naturally discovered this tricky situation. But this kind of thing, even as a bosom friend, she could not help but look at Song Choyun herself, so she nodded slightly in understanding. Inflammatory fruit wine, for the average second-order psychic, is considered a more potent alcoholic beverage, but Su Jingming, who had cultivated his S-class body forging class battle technique Thunder Indestructible Body to the 3rd level, had a physique that was far too much stronger than the average second-ranked aberrant. Thus, when Jiang Chuxian and the others were all a bit drunk, Su Jingming was still acting like nothing was wrong. Brother Ming, I'll leave school sister and sister rhyme to you. I still have a few things to do with Lak Dongxia, so I'll leave first. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Wentao, who hadn't had much to drink, as well as Lak Dongxia, decisively ran away. After saying that, the two of them quickly got up and left the private room as if they were avoiding a high-grade ferocious beast. What's with these two guys, running so fast? Su Jingming took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was now 9:30 p.m. They arrived at 6:30 p.m., which meant that the meal lasted nearly 3 hours or so. Sure enough, drinking delays. Su Jingming shook his head. If I hadn't been drinking, the meal would have been over in an hour. Tops. What's more, drinking was drinking, and due to his strong physique, there was no sense of drunken experience at all. Guys, it's almost time. Let's go back to school.
Su Jingming got up and looked at Song Choyun as well as Jiang Chuxian. The two women were both in a state of great drunkenness, their pretty faces as red as ripe red apples. It was just that Song Choyun was a bit more flirtatious, while Jiang Chuxian was slightly colder, but the same was true of the eyes that flowed in autumn waves, so rich that they seemed to be able to come out of the water. Sister is a little bit unable to walk, can schoolmate help me? The drunken Jiang Chuxian seemed to have completely let go, his right hand playing with the tips of his white hair and saying in a petulant manner. Su Jingming had a black line. He was about to speak when his left arm suddenly felt a surprisingly full and bouncy softness. Turning her head, it was Song Choyun who tightly hugged her left arm to her chest, her head buried low, her voice soft. Jingming, I can't walk anymore either. Since none of you can walk, it's not too late to wait until you've sobered up a bit. Su Jingming nodded and was about to sit down when he didn't expect his right arm to be similarly held by Jiang Chuxian. It's okay, as long as you hold us up. You can go back. Are you sure? Okay. Well then, I'll take you back. It was said that drunken women could not be messed with, and Su Jingming had finally experienced it this time. Faced with the demands of the two women, he had no choice but to leave the Qingyao residence with the assistance of one on each side. Song Choyun and the white-haired girl Jiang Chuxian, both of them were first-rate great beauties. So in the process of leaving, Su Jingming, who was embraced by the left and right, inevitably ushered in the envious gazes of some of his male compatriots around him. And before that, Su Jingming eyeballed this conclusion that Song Choyun's body is a bit better than Jiang Chuxian's. This is verified in the slightly different fullness of the left and right sides. Of course, even with a slightly worse right side, the fullness of the pressure coming from it is not comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Jiang Chuxian, Song Choyun, Su Jingming, just like that. Su Jingming managed to send both women back to their respective dormitories and returned to his villa when he did. Instead, he found that in the living room on the first floor, in addition to his roommate Lu Wentao, there was also a young woman of 27 or 28 years old. Seeing Su Jingming return, the woman hurriedly stood up from the sofa and smiled. Student Su. Hello, I'm Su Yu, the counselor of your freshman class 2 in the Arms Academy. Your reward for the freshman competition has already been sent over by me. Each class at Magic City Alien University is assigned a counselor. Unlike instructors who attend classes, tutors are just responsible for notifying some class matters and organizing some class activities. Simply put, it's a senior point hitter. As a result, counselors don't tend to rank too high. Take this Suyu for example. His breath had only just entered the third stage. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Jingming said politely. Good day Su. Then I'll officially give you this safe that needs to be opened with your fingerprints. Yo. Counselor Suyu smiled and handed over a silver and white safe. When Su Jingming took the safe, he heard Suyu say immediately afterward, by the way, this is our class group for class 2. You can add it by the way. I'll post any future announcements directly to the group. Also, here's my contact information. So after that, no matter what happens at school, you can contact me directly to help you out. Su Jingming took out his cell phone, separately added into the class group of freshman class 2. Plus the contact information of Counselor Suyu. Alright, I have another classmate I need to notify, so I'll go first. After finishing everything, Suyu also left in a hurry. Brother Ming, how's it going? No conflict broke out just now, right? After the Counselor Suyu left, Lu Wentao came up with gusto. The left eye is an 8 and the right eye is a trigram. Conflict? Where is there any conflict? Su Jingming was puzzled. At the same time, he placed the silver white safe in his hand flat on the coffee table. Song Choyun and senior sister Jiang, Lu Wentao hurriedly said anxiously. Where did the two of them come into conflict? I sent them back to the dorm and came back. I can't believe there's no conflict. So harmonious? Lu Wentao's eyes widened. This wasn't quite how he imagined the plot would unfold. After thinking about it, a moment of clarity rose in his heart. It's worthy of Ming, so it's all taken care of. Dropping. Permission passed. Su Jingming was unaware of Lu Wentao's inner thoughts. After he placed his finger in the fingerprint-sensitive area, the safe opened in response. What came into view were two items. One was a ring, and the other was an elixir. The ring is gorgeous and the exterior color is a regal white gold. The other pill, on the other hand, was the size of a glass marble, dark as ink in color, emitting a medicinal fragrance if nothing else. These two items were none other than the 10 cubic meter spatial ring for the first place winner of the freshman competition as well as the A-grade cultivation resources. Su Jingming picked up the ring and after leaving his mental imprint on it, he indeed sensed a 10 cubic meter piece of space. This is finally a way to stop carrying weapons around every day. With a flash of the ring's shimmering light, the dark cloud blaster gun, which was lightly leaning against the side of the sofa, was put into the middle of Su Jingming's spatial ring. I have to say, Ming, you're a bit of a diamond in the rough.
Looking at the 3 rings on Su Jingming's right hand, Lu Wentao joked with some vague envy. As a top 50 freshman, he was also rewarded, but it was only 400 credits. It wasn't even comparable to Su Jingming's reward for being the first freshman. Of course, he was well aware of the life and death crises Su Jingming had gone through in the wilderness area, and this was what he deserved. There does seem to be a bit too many rings on the hand. Check with the equipment department tomorrow. They're supposed to be recycling the gear. Su Jingming originally had 2 1 cubic meter space rings on his hands. One was given by the Grand Supervisor of the Source Water Replenishment Base, and the other was obtained from the squad of third-order elite Ultrans that he had killed. Nowadays, since there was a space ring with a larger capacity, these other 2 were naturally unused. Also, there's no instruction manual on what effects this elixir has. Su Jingming frowned slightly. It stands to reason that the school should not have made such a cheap mistake. Recognize the potion? Easy. Eva, come out. Lu Wentao directly called Eva out. Eva, take a look at what this elixir is. Okay. A light blue light bloomed from the holographically projected Eva, wrapping the entire elixir. It didn't take long to get the results. This is the 5th grade pill concentration pill produced by the potion department of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Useful for 5th order and lower psychics. Can only be taken once. Can greatly enhance mental power after taking it. Rated as an A-class cultivation resource. Eva still has the ability to analyze elixirs? Su Jingming was shocked. I also found out about it after purchasing a potion once on the school's official website. Lu Wentao smiled and explained. And not only pills, but ferocious beast materials and exotic flowers and herbs. Eva can identify them all. Also, as an AI, all of these features should be there. Su Jingming also reacted. Unfortunately, the top AI, Eva, is exclusive to the Magic City Alien University. Otherwise, he was tempted to get one on him. This way, in the future, there was no need to memorize the characteristics of those heavenly treasures. Just let the AI directly recognize them. No, the market may have already introduced this type of AI. When you have time later, you can look it up on the school's official website. There's a market and there's a demand for it. And it's hard to make a top-notch AI like Eva. AI that can be used just to recognize exotic flowers only should be available. After all, last time Su Jingming had seen Zhang Chushuan's AI that could perform autopilot. Phew, me too. I'm going up first. Okay. After confirming that the stuff was fine, Su Jingming carried the safe to the training room on the 2nd floor of the villa. Prepare to take this 5th grade heart condensing pill straight away. Before taking the elixir, Su Jingming deliberately looked at his attributes on the deep blue system. Physical, 1321 Qi and blood, plus. Spirit, 987 Hz, plus. Physical and mental. The 2 basic attributes of a psychic. The higher the base attribute of the 2 psychics with the same psychic ability, the longer the psychic ability lasts and the more powerful it is. And these 2 main attributes, in addition to the usual exercise, the only way to get a boost was to advance. Take pills, take heavenly herbs, or consume exotic flowers and herbs. It's just that each rank of the alien has a maximum attribute cap, as if it's a genetic lock. After reaching the limit of attributes, the only way to get a boost is to break through the rank. Otherwise, no matter how much you exercise, you won't be able to get a boost. When he was still at the upper 1st rank, Su Jingming had tried it. At most, they could raise their Qi and blood as well as their spiritual power to 600 points, and then they could not raise it again. The plus sign after the system panel attributes disappears. Of course, there were very few ordinary first-order Ultrans who could touch the limits of their attributes. Su Jingming only found out the secret because of the deep blue system. In addition, the value of the base attributes that can be exchanged for exotic points decreases as the level increases. When the system was first acquired, 1 alien point corresponded to 0.2 attributes, but when one enters the 2nd stage, 1 ability point can only correspond to 0.1 attribute now. Su Jingming guessed that it might be because after entering the 2nd stage, his physical and mental strength was too strong, making it even more difficult to raise it than the 1st stage, while the breakthrough from the upper 1st order to the 2nd order consumed 200 psychic points. The physical as well as the spiritual went up by 200 points as well as 150 points respectively. These 200 exotic points, if directly exchanged for basic attributes, could only be exchanged for 120 Qi blood or 120 spiritual strength points. Thus, exchanging alien points for basic attributes became a deal that wasn't cost-effective. Therefore, even if he had any exotic points left over now, he would only accumulate them there instead of using them to enhance his basic attributes. 5th grade heart condensation pill. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've taken this kind of pill. Su Jingming took out the heart condensing pill from the safe, and after observing it slightly, he took it in one gulp. Boom! Not long after swallowing it into his abdomen, Su Jingming felt his mind clearing up quite a bit. Subconsciously, he opened his system panel. Physical, 1321 Qi in blood, plus. Spirit, 1037 Hz, plus. Spiritual power added 50. It's broken 1000. Su Jingming's eyes glowed slightly. Because of practicing the S-ranked body forging technique, Thunder Indestructible Body. His physical body had always been even stronger than his mental strength. The physical body had broken 1000 early on, but the spiritual power, which had not broken 1000 until now, was in a relatively backward state. Of course, compared to the 700 or 800 spiritual power of an ordinary second-order upper-level alien, this was already considered demonic. A grade A cultivation resources 5th grade concentration pill, which boosts mental power by 50, or the equivalent of 500 alien energy points. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. 500 alien energy points. He would have to kill dozens of second-order ferocious beasts in the wilderness area to accumulate them. After taking the pills, Su Jingming then prepared to transfer the contents of those two 1 cubic meter space rings again, since there was no way for the things in the space rings to directly transfer to each other. Thus, Su Jingming had to place the entire thing on the training room floor first. There weren't many things, just 3 bottles of S-grade Earth Spirit Springs, and some healing pills, antidote pills, and other elixirs. In addition, there are some exotic flowers and 2 photos of Kong Chulsoon. 1 formal, 1 private. I almost forgot. The pictures haven't been mailed out to that Hao guy yet. Looking at the time on my cell phone, it wasn't even 10 p.m. With Su Jingming's understanding of Zhang Hao, he was definitely still awake at this hour, so he decisively dialed his phone. Beep, beep, beep. After 4 rings, the phone was picked up and Zhang Hao's voice rang out on the other end of the line. Hey, Armin. What's up? It could be clearly heard that Zhang Hao was using an external amplifier, accompanied by more than one intense keyboard sound. Playing a game? Why don't I call you back later? This intense keyboard sound could be heard as soon as Su Jingming heard it. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I can operate them with my eyes closed. Okay, then I can say I got the autographed photo you asked for. Send me an address and I'll courier it to you tomorrow. What autographed picture? Zhang Hao on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. Crap, you really got me a signed photo of Goddess Kong? It could be heard that Zhang Hao was very emotional, and even the intense keyboard sounds were covered up quite a bit. Say nothing. When we return to Jiangcheng during winter vacation, I'll be high and low enough to treat you to a good meal. Then we have a deal. Don't you dare back out. What's a meal compared to Goddess Ginger's autographed photo? You can eat all you want when the time comes. Okay, then we'll get together over winter break. Don't worry, I'm a small eater. After chatting with Zhang Hao for a while and declining his invitation to hack together next game, Su Jingming hung up the phone. Games? It feels as if they haven't been touched again for a long time. Su Jingming's face showed emotion. Like most college students, he spent most of his free time in games during his college years in his previous life. It was only my senior year that I uninstalled the game for grad school, but to my surprise, the back end of my graduate school career was so busy that I haven't touched it since. All of them have also been busy since crossing over to the Blue Planet. Even breaks are rare, let alone having to play games. Speaking of which, it was the ordinary college life of his dead friend Ahao that Su Jingming aspired to. It's just that he's naturally insecure. With the existence of such terrifying creatures as ferocious beasts, the leisurely, ordinary college life had long been ruled out for him. It's 10 o'clock at night, so you can train for 2 hours before going to bed. Also, get rid of this collection of exotic flowers on hand. It looks like we're going to have to make a trip to not only the equipment department, but also the pharmacy department tomorrow. Su Jingming's gaze stared slightly, and after he went to the bedroom to change into a loose training outfit, then he carried his dark cloud blaster gun to the training room and began his training. Early the next morning, Su Jingming followed his usual routine after completing his morning training. Then he went to the courier station and sent the signed photo to Zhang Hao, followed by a trip to the equipment department of the Magic University, as these two 1 cubic meter space rings did not originate from the Magic City Alien University. Therefore, the equipment department does not recycle with credits, only with Daxia coins. Each ring is a $35 million Daxia recovery price. 2 together is 70 million. That's obviously a far cry from the official merchandising price of 50 million apiece in the outside world. However, Su Jingming also knew that there was no way to compare this kind of recycling to the official selling price of goods. After all, the item you buy back from the store will be priced just as heavily even if you pass it on to the next person as is. Also, he had checked on the internet last night, and most of the private buyers were recovering just about $33 million. At this price, it's more than fair. And so, when he left the Magic University outfit, his bank card had a staggering balance of over $95 million. In addition, with the rewards given out yesterday, he still had 903 credits on his student account. If they were all converted into Dasha coins, his assets would be more than $110 million. Finally saved enough for a small goal, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Of course, for an alien, strength was what mattered. Therefore, all this money, resources, have to be consumed as soon as possible. As far as he was concerned, having a $10 million on his bank card would be enough for most situations. Check out the apothecary department, get rid of all the exotic flowers and herbs, and buy some suitable pills along the way. Like the equipment department of the Magic University, the pharmacy department is a separate building. After Su Jingming indicated his intention to the front desk staff, he was led up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is the floor for acquiring exotic flowers and herbs. If you wish to purchase pills, you can take the elevator to the 5th floor. The staff member introduced himself respectfully. Su Jingming nodded slightly in understanding. With that, he stepped out of the elevator and stepped into the 3rd floor lobby. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong aroma of herbs. At the same time, Su Jingming swept his gaze, and the entire hall was suddenly visible. This place was somewhat similar to the Fierce Beast Material Acquisition Office on the 6th floor of the Sourcewater Replenishment Base. There are several rooms for acquiring exotic flowers and plants, and couches for lounging, only instead of a queue. Here it takes the form of a call. Su Jingming took a queue slip number from the machine and then sat down on the couch to wait. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning, which was considered early, but there were already almost 30 or 40 people waiting on this 3rd floor. Su Jingming saw a squad of adventurers wearing bloodied battlesuits that seemed to have just returned from the wilderness area. It's only the 14th turn, and I'm 43rd, so I'm afraid I'll have to wait at least an hour or so. Su Jingming frowned slightly, not expecting there to be so many people over here. Of course, he could have chosen to wander upstairs, but no amount of wandering would have lasted more than an hour. But it's okay to practice for a while. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingming's eyes closed slightly. Straight away, he began practicing the exotic exercise method, absorbing the free yuan energy in the air. In fact, there were quite a few other aliens in the hall that did what he did, and the ones playing with their cell phones were the minority. After practicing like this for more than half an hour, suddenly a voice with a slight hint of surprise rang out from the side. Hey, schoolboy, you're here too? Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, he found Jiang Chuxian standing playfully not far away from him. Seeing Jiang Chuxian, a flirtatious smile surfaced on Su Jingming's resolute face. So it's the schoolteacher, all sobered up from last night? Woke up early. Jiang Chuxian's small face reddened, obviously thinking of the scene last night when she forced Su Jingming to assist her. Those strong, powerful arms still impress her to this day. After a pause, she asked curiously, by the way, are you here to sell the exotic flowers you found in the cave last time? Not exactly. If I can find an apothecary willing to help me refine it into a pill or potion, that would be fine. Su Jingming nodded slightly. Although having an apothecary process it into an elixir or potion would cost a certain amount of processing fees and would require replenishing the leftover materials, but this was also better than directly selling exotic flowers and herbs for credits or dasha coins. You're looking for an apothecary? Don't you think there is such a wonderful and beautiful apothecary near you? The white-haired girl Jiang Chuxian's eyes lit up. Coughing softly, he puffed out his chest, almost writing on his face that the apothecary in his mouth was himself. Aren't you an amateur? Su Jingming revealed a suspicious look. Who said I'm an amateur? Well, at least I've gotten a second-grade apothecary certificate, and it's still easy to refine some second-grade pills. Jiang Chuxian hastily retorted. Also, I'm not going to go to the wilderness area to shoot material in the future, and specialize in the apothecary route. Specializing in the apothecary route? You don't make videos of slaying ferocious beasts anymore? Su Jingming froze slightly. After the last crisis, I realized that the wilderness area might not be the right place for me. Jiang Chuxian straightened her skirt and sat down beside Su Jingming, her pale legs under her short black skirt crossed and folded. Of course, the videos will still go on. It just shifted to the everyday style of filming the making of potions and potions. Shift your video style? Then I'm afraid you'll have to drop a huge wave of fans. Su Jingming mused. Who says it isn't? A complex look surfaced on Jiang Chuxian's pretty face. She was an orphan whose parents had both been buried in the midst of a beast wave back when she was in her teens. The fact that she was able to get into the Magic City Alien University was all due to her awakened cold and ice A-class alien ability, as well as her own hard work. After attending college, without the support of her family, her financial situation could be considered very tight. It was an accidental upload of a video of her slaying a ferocious beast that made her explode, being able to endorse battlesuits and weapons for a decent income. But in reality, she didn't actually like being in the wilderness area for long periods of time.
much less like dealing with the hired elite shifter bodyguard squads. In contrast, she preferred the life of a person who specialized in potion books and focused on refining pills. And this time, the events in the Jensui wilderness area had revealed her own wonkiness. Not even a team of bodyguards can do a good job of controlling it. If the video of the ferocious beast continues to be taken, such an incident is likely to happen again. It's not every time a tough guy like Su Jingming saves the day, so it was only after a few days of deep thought that she finally made this choice. Of course, she wouldn't be a pure apothecary, and her daily training and exercise would still be maintained. Cheer up and good luck with your transformation, Su Jingming encouraged. Judging from Kong Chushuan's large-capacity spatial ring, as well as the limited-class sports car, she must have earned quite a lot of money because of the video shoot. The sky is the limit. In the face of great benefits, even if you know there is danger, not everyone can be as hasty as Jiang Chuxian either. I'm a bit surprised though, can a cold and ice alien also become a pharmacist? Su Jingming was a bit curious. According to his common sense, shouldn't it be an elemental fire alien who could take the apothecary route? After all, the higher the quality of the pills and potions, the more they needed higher temperature flames for smelting. It's obvious at first glance that you don't know much about pharmacy. Jiang Chuxian also recovered from her complicated emotions at this time and explained with a smiling face, there are specialized enchanted crucibles or alchemical furnaces that can convert energy-type powers into flame. The stronger the ability, the higher the temperature of the flame, and your lightning-based ability can likewise go to refining medicine. So it is. Su Jingming drifted off. After a pause, he took out 9 wooden boxes from his spatial ring and placed them on the sofa in order. All the exotic flowers and herbs I have on me are here. See which ones you can take to refine pills, and take whatever you can use. You really want me to help you? Jiang Chuxian was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted and smiled sweetly. Since you trust me so much, then I'm not going to be polite. Yo! After saying that, he began to pick out the exotic flowers and herbs in the wooden box. Grade C hypnotic grass is one of the ingredients for refining the entrancing pill, and grade B clear spirit grass is an ingredient for refining the awakening pill. As a second grade apothecary, the pills Jiang Chuxian could refine weren't too many, but as it happened, all these exotic flowers and herbs were what she needed to refine her elixir. I can use all of these materials, and I'll give you the finished elixir a week later. The white-haired girl, Jiang Chuxian, put all the wooden boxes into her spatial ring, feeling that she had been trusted. She also carried a faint warmth in her gaze towards Su Jingming. Such a demeanor would definitely blow the minds of some people who were familiar with her iceberg beauty temperament. Then I'll wait for your good news. Senior sister, Su Jingming said with a smile. The most valuable grade A flame flower in this batch of exotic flowers and herbs in his hand had already been submitted as a quest material when he first returned to school. The remaining ones were all just B and C ranked materials as well, which could be handled by ordinary second and third ranked apothecaries. Since this was the case, he was a little more comfortable leaving it to Jiang Chuxian to refine. At least you don't have to worry about misrepresenting material loss. By the way, here's the list number I got half an hour ago. Take it. Su Jingming, who had no more exotic flowers on hand, naturally didn't need to queue up and directly shoved the queue slip number to Jiang Chuxian. I'll check upstairs. Su Jingming got up and prepared to leave. However, Jiang Chuxian also followed with her round and slender thighs. Anyway, it's going to be a while on this side, so I'll go up with you. It's okay. The two walked up to the 5th floor together. On the 5th floor was the elixir sales office, with a wide array of elixirs and potions that dazzled Su Jingming. If you were alone, you wouldn't really know what to buy. Luckily, there was Jiang Chuxian, a second-grade apothecary, following him around. At her suggestion, Su Jingming spent almost 600 credits on a batch of elixirs that aided in strength growth. He then parted ways with Jiang Chuxian and walked out of the pharmacy department building alone. Just as he was about to return to the villa, he received a call from his teacher. Yang Zhentian, Jingming, we're back. Can we come over now? Yes, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Su Jingming then hurriedly rushed in the direction of the teacher's villa. Teacher returned. That senior brother Lu Ming's injuries should have been healed. In addition, it was also finally possible for the teacher to try out the extreme strength of his S-rank battle technique Underworld Thunder Armor. Teacher's Villa, Block 23. In the villa hall, besides the teacher Yang Zhentian as well as his senior brother Lu Ming, there was another man and a woman. Hanging up the phone, Yang Zhentian smiled at the man and woman. Jingming will be here later. The total number of his disciples still in school is 4. They were Lu Ming, a senior, Su Wei, a junior, Tong Yu, a sophomore, and Su Jingming, a freshman. These two people were Su Wei and Tong Yu. This was because Su Jingming hadn't met these other two senior brothers and sisters. So Yang Zhentian took the opportunity of Lu Ming's healed return now to call everyone together for a gathering. When I didn't go back to school, I saw quite a bit of commotion on the school's official forums about this little mentor of mine making a scene. Su Wei, a junior, said with a smile. He was a tall, thin young man with an affable face, with crunchy bangs and a calm demeanor. I saw it too. Sophomore Tonyu nodded with the same smile. She was the only girl of the few, tall and pretty, and her skin was a healthy wheat color. That said, senior brother Lu, is junior brother really as demonic as you say? Tonyu looked curiously at his senior brother, Lu Ming. As early as a month or so ago, she had heard senior brother Lu Ming talk about Su Jingming on the phone. What with an essence blood fit of 98%, a breakthrough from awakened to first order upper in a month, and learning 4A ranked battle techniques in one breath. It's said to be so godlike that it's almost too demonic to be true. It was only a pity that both she and her senior brother, Su Wei, had only returned to school last night, thus missing out on the freshman competition. There was no way to know the specifics of Su Jingming's situation. You'll find out later. It will absolutely blow your mind. Senior brother Lu Ming was still sitting in a wheelchair, but his legs as well as his right arm had grown out. There was just a slight pallor to his face. He seemed to be less grumpy in his mood, and responded with a light smile in the face of Tonyu's inquiry. Yeah, then I'll have to confirm it later. Tonyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. The girls were very close to each other as siblings, before Su Jingming had even arrived. As the youngest junior sister, she had often been the target of her senior brother's teasing. This also led to her tending to not quite believe some of the things her elder brother said. Junior brother should indeed be strong, but senior brother might have also exaggerated some of his claims. Tonyu's mind darkened. This is the most reasonable speculation. P.S. After reading it you can go along and click a catalyst. Oh, thank you. Dean, Jingming is coming over. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming entered the villa's living room under the guidance of Uncle Fu. Teacher. Su Jingming bowed respectfully to his teacher, Yang Zhentian, and at the same time noticed an unfamiliar man and woman in the living room. Jingming, come, let me introduce you. This is your senior brother Su Wei, and this is your sophomore sister Tonyu. It was only after the teacher Yang Zhentian's introduction that Su Jingming realized that this was his senior brother and sister, so they politely called out as well. Senior brother Su, senior sister Tong. No matter where you go, polite people always win the favor of others. Thus, Su Wei, as well as Tonyu, both had a very good first impression of Su Jingming's junior apprentice brother. Su Wei, who had a calm disposition, directly stood up from the sofa and smiled lightly. Hello young master, I've long heard that the teacher has taken on a new student. It's just that I was busy out there over the summer vacation and didn't return to the school until yesterday. By the way, here's my meet and greet gift for you. 4th grade Yuan energy pill. After taking it, it can drastically increase the efficiency of absorbing Yuan energy when practicing the exotic exercise method. It counts as a B-grade cultivation resource. Senior brother Su Wei handed over a small wooden box. At the same time, senior sister Tongyu also laughed lightly. I didn't prepare any gifts, so I'll just transfer 200 credits to you directly. Just a moment ago, she had already asked for Su Jingming's student account from her senior brother, Lu Ming, so he took out his cell phone and transferred 200 credits directly to it. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Receiving the gift, Su Jingming politely thanked him. Then he looked at his senior brother, Lu Ming, and queried, aren't you healed? Senior brother Lu, why are you still sitting in a wheelchair? It's not as simple as you think. With newly grown legs, the internal nerves haven't fully closed yet. It will be 2 or 3 days before you want to be completely free. Senior brother Lu Ming shook his head. 2 or 3 days, that's okay. Su Jingming nodded. It was only Blue Star that had a healing psychic. If it were in his previous life, the rebirth of a severed limb would have been tantamount to a mirage. Let's not talk about that. Your senior sister Tong was just now doubting that what I said was false. Tell her yourself. After you entered the school, did you master 4A ranked lightning system battle techniques one after the other? Facing his senior brother Lu Ming's inquiry, Su Jingming could not help but smile and nod his head. Senior brother Lu was right. Holy shit, this is actually real? Before elder sister Tong could say anything, elder brother Su Wei was the first to speak out in surprise. So you, senior brother Su, also feel that senior brother Lu has exaggerated the truth. Senior sister Tongyu silently spat out a sentence, then stared at Su Jingming. While advancing at a high rate in rank, one can still master so many A-ranked battle techniques in a short period of time. Can you share your experience with us? Sister, I also want to learn. Tongyu was very curious. One should know that she had also only advanced to the upper second rank some time ago, deeply aware of the hardships of breaking through the equal steps. However, Su Jingming was not only on par with himself in terms of rank, mastering more A-grade battle techniques than she. The senior sister who had been initiated for a year first.
Where was she going to justify this? No particular experience. I'm naturally perceptive.
Battle techniques can basically be learned by watching them a few times without wasting too much time.
This thing called enlightenment is something that you may not be able to learn.
Senior sister.
Su Jingming hesitated. The deep blue system was the equivalent of his gnosis.
Except that this perverted gnosis needed to be effected after killing a ferocious beast.
Junior master.
Solid. Tongyu covered his chest with his right hand,
feigning injury.
In his heart, he was very satisfied with this answer from Su Jingming.
Talent was talent.
And she hated it when some people blamed their own talent on effort.
Isn't that bullshit? Which one who could get into the Magic City Alien University didn't work hard? If effort alone is enough, how come there are still so few fourth-ranked aliens in that school? I've always been more than satisfied with Jingming's level of enlightenment and effort.
The teacher,
Yang Zhentian,
also inserted himself, looking at Su Jingming with a smile on his face. I said on the phone before that I'd throw you a celebration banquet when you returned. But I was delayed later because of your senior brother Lu's business.
We'll make up the celebration banquet for you later. And by the way,
we'll also congratulate you on getting the first place in the freshman competition.
Even though I wasn't there yesterday, I found out about your wonderful performance from Dean-san last night.
It's okay, it's just that they're all too weak. Su Jingming smiled humbly.
By the way, teacher, I want you to help me experiment with a battle technique.
What battle technique?
Senior brother Lu can't move well. Isn't this still mine? There's no need to bother the teacher.
Su Dafeng said.
S-rank battle technique Underworld Thunder Armor. Su Jingming blinked and hesitated.
Elder brother Su Wei was only merely at the lower third rank, and there was mostly no way to break through the defense of the Underworld Thunder Armor.
Underworld Thunder Armor? S-rank battle technique?
Su Wei sucked in a breath of cool air.
Well, excuse me. Classroom cottage backyard. Open air training ground. Yang Zhentian and Su Jingming stood opposite each other, while Su Wei, Tongyu,
and the wheelchair-bound Lu Ming
watched the battle from the sidelines. You guys say that junior brother he really learned that S-class battle technique? Su Wei couldn't help but ask.
As a thunder and lightning system exalt,
he had likewise seen this S-class battle skill within the battle skill library, but with only A-rank access. He needed 30,000 credits to learn this S-rank battle skill. As such,
he had only read the brief description of this battle skill,
but even so,
the might of this battle skill was already enough to make him salivate. It was just that he didn't expect Su Jingming, who had enrolled in school 2 years after himself, to say that he had already learned this battle technique.
From what I know of Su Jingming, he won't talk big. Lu Ming spoke in a deep voice. Alright, I finally understand what senior brother means by demon in your mouth.
1,000 emotions rose in Su Wei's heart. If not witnessed with his own eyes, he was bound to not believe that the school actually had a demon like Su Jingming.
Underworld Thunder Armor. In the center of the open-air training ground, Su Jingming's gaze was slightly condensed. Blue-purple lightning lingered around his body, condensing a whole set of ethereal purple armor.
There were constantly thunder and electric arcs that jumped and flowed on the surface of the thunder armor that seemed to liquefy.
Sure enough, it's the S-class battle technique Underworld Thunder Armor. Yang Zhentian also didn't expect Su Jingming to bring himself such a big surprise again. Crackle.
Surprised, Yang Zhentian's A-grade thunder and lightning system supernatural ability Wind Fire True Thunder, whose breath was countless times stronger than Su Jingming's, suddenly burst out. With that, the intensity of his breath was instantly lowered.
Jingming,
I'll try with the intensity of a peak third-order alien first.
Yang Zhentian obviously knew Su Jingming's perversion as well,
and directly suppressed his alien power might to the peak of the third rank.
Jab. Crimson thunder suddenly burst onto Su Jingming's thunder armor without leaving even a trace, and the impact force generated by the thunder eruption,
after being weakened by 90% of the underworld thunder armor,
acting on Su Jingming's flesh was simply worthless. Teacher, raise the power some more. It's not strong enough, Su Jingming shouted. Okay, next up is twice the power of the peak of the third order.
The crimson thunder that had once again doubled in strength came roaring in,
still failing to leave a single trace on the armor. Again, 4 times, 6 times,
accompanied by ear-piercing thunderous sounds. A reddish-red thunder that was even more powerful than before continuously bombarded Su Jingming's body. The power of each thunderbolt was enough to be fatal for Su Wei and Tongyu.
Yet Su Jingming acted as if he were nothing, bathing in the red thunder. For this scene, Lu Ming, who was sitting on the wheelchair, had an odd expression on his face. Why does it feel as if I'd become the unit of measurement? The villa's open-air training ground was constantly roaring with crimson thunder. Finally, after the teacher, Yang Zhentian, had raised his own supernatural power to 10 times the peak of the third order, it was only then that the underworld thunder armor finally couldn't withstand the power and shattered with a rumble. Nice, very good, Yang Zhentian, whose body was covered in converging thunder, laughed out loud. The strength of the attack of a fourth-order lower-level aberration is only about 10 times that of a peak third-order. In other words, Jing Ming, your underworld thunder armor. It all takes at least a fourth-ranked exalt to break through the defense. Realize that. The fourth-rank alien he was talking about here wasn't even an ordinary fourth-ranked alien. All of them must have at least A-rank psychic abilities to do so. If they were to face lower B-rank or C-rank powers, the lower fourth rank wouldn't necessarily be able to break the defense. Of course, in contrast, if it was an attack made by the same S-class alien, that might simply require only the peak of the third order, or the middle of the third order to break the defense. S-ranked battle techniques coupled with S-ranked psychic abilities can reach such a terrifying level? Su Wei, who was watching the battle from the side, sucked in a breath of cool air. Su Jingming, who was only at the upper second rank, was already able to cross 2 major ranks and defend against the attacks of a fourth-ranked aberration. What kind of demonic combat power is this? The battle technique test is over and it's about time. Let's go. Let's go out to eat. Yang Zhentian, who was in a good mood, looked at the time and realized that it was already 11:32 in the morning. The reception he'd booked was at 12 noon, and it would take a little more time on the road to walk there just in time. Teacher, wait a little longer. That wasn't my limit just now. Su Jingming hurriedly shouted. Still not your limit? Yang Zhentian was slightly stunned, before he had the chance to pursue the question. Then he heard a booming sound, and an aura that was several times stronger than just now erupted from Su Jingming's body on the opposite side of the room. With that, Su Jingming's entire body drew up to 2 meters, and his eyes transformed into blue-purple dragon-like vertical pupils. Strong and pale blue-purple thunder, centered on him, spread out violently. This is Thunder Polar State? The teacher, Yang Zhentian, was immediately startled, and the several people at the side, Lu Ming, also revealed an unbelievable expression. Thunder Extreme State? Jing Ming's thunder indestructible body has been promoted to the 3rd level? Crap, junior brother is so raw? The gentle and calm Su Wei couldn't hold back any longer and burst into a rare foul language. The cultivation of the thunder indestructible body was in addition to daily hammering the body with one's thunder and lightning-based supernatural ability. There are also some extra special body refining potions that can be utilized to speed up the progress. He's been out on assignment almost all the time for the last 2 months or so of summer vacation. The resources gained from completing the mission were all used on cultivation as well. Among them, a large portion was devoted to the cultivation of the thunder indestructible body. Yet even so, he had only entered the 3rd level of the thunder indestructible body a few days ago, and had just grasped the thunder extreme state. The senior sister next to Su Wei, Tong Yu, also had a shocked look on her face. Her thunder indestructible body is only just the 2nd weight. I told you why your flesh can easily withstand the impact of the weakening. It turns out that the thunder indestructible body has entered the 3rd level. Yang Zhentian laughed out loud, and the crimson thunder lingered around him again. Then let's continue. 12 times the peak power of the 3rd rank. The booming thunder sounded again. 14 times. 16 times. After Su Jingming had opened the thunder extreme state, his physical strength and supernatural power had been enhanced in all directions. Teacher Yang Zhentian had used 20 times the strength of a peak 3rd order alien before finally breaking through the defense of the underworld thunder armor. 20 times. That's equivalent to the strength of an attack by a 4th-ranked intermediate alien in order to break the defense. Yang Zhentian said in surprise. It was worthy of being a thunder indestructible body that was molded with SS-grade thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex essence blood. After opening the thunder extreme state, it was surprising that one could obtain a nearly 10-fold increase in strength. Trouble teacher, Su Jingming, who had withdrawn from the thunder extreme state, let out a long breath. This is always a good way to know what level of defense you've reached. Going forward, with the underworld thunder armor turned on, any attacks from less than a 4th-ranked aberration could simply be ignored. If the thunder extreme state was turned on in passing, then he wouldn't even be afraid of an attack from a 4th-order lower-level aberration. Jing Ming, for you to be able to make it this far is really a bit beyond my master's expectations. Yang Zhentian walked up with a smile on his face. Generally speaking, students would ask him for guidance when learning battle techniques, but Su Jingming was good and learned it straight away. Of all his many students, Su Jingming could be said to be the one that saved his ass the most. I'm also just a little more talented than the others. Su Jingming smiled and said, Teacher, let's go when I change my clothes. He was wearing a normal top that had disintegrated when he opened his thunder extreme state just now. As for the pants on his lower body, they were also a bit tattered, only that he had used the purple sky divine thunder to block the critical areas. Then, under the cover of the purple heavenly divine thunder around his body, he took out the short sleeves and long pants that he had prepared long ago from his spatial ring and changed himself into them. For this scene, the few people who were senior brothers and sisters had nothing to be embarrassed about. When they had changed their clothes, the group of 6 people, including Fu Bo, left the villa jokingly. Riding in his teacher Yang Jintian's SUV, he set off for his hotel in the center of the Magic City. Senior brother Lu, both the Ash Society and the Meteor Society have extended invitations to me. Which one do you think I should choose? Car. Su Jingming thought for a moment, but still inquired to his senior brother, Lu Ming, regarding the choice of societies. The Society of the Falling Stars. Lu Ming didn't even think about it and directly replied, Senior brother Lu, I thought you would let junior brother into your Ash Society. Su Wei was a bit surprised. When he thought about it, he had been invited to join the troupe by his senior brother, Lu Ming, in an extremely gracious manner. It's just that he didn't think the Ash Society was for him, so he didn't get in. I didn't expect that nowadays. Senior brother Lu Ming would let go of an even more outstanding junior brother. If nothing goes wrong with the Ash Guild, of course I want junior brother to join our society. But now that the Ashes Guild has suffered a heavy blow, it is still questionable whether it can continue to exist, and the Ashes Society will likewise be affected. Naturally, it's no match for the Meteorite Society, and the intact Meteorite Guild behind it. Lu Ming shook his head. In fact, the Ash Guild was facing suppression from all sides of the Wang Linyang family because they were gathering evidence to report Grand Master Wang Linyang. After all, Wang Linyang is an old 8th Order Grand Master, and his family's power is huge, so the intensity of this kind of suppression can't be said to be small. He didn't want Su Jingming to join the Ash Society to get into this muddy water. With your character, Kumi, I would have thought that you would have chosen not to join the club. Yang Jintian in the passenger seat smiled. In his opinion, Su Jingming had always preferred to act alone, whether he was training or entering a wilderness area. Doesn't really seem like someone who enjoys joining a club. I really do have this idea. If the clubs take up too much of my personal time, I'd rather not add any of them. Su Jingming mused. Don't worry about that. Both the Ash Society and the Meteor Society are relatively lax about the restraints within the societies. Lu Ming said with a smile, especially since the 4th-ranked alien, who was the president, was almost always busy with his own business. Just as a signboard in general, the president will only appear when he has to. How is joining someone else's club any less freeing than creating a new one yourself? Yang Jintian on the co-pilot arranged it directly. Jingming, you stay in the club for a year or two, and when you're a junior or senior, you can start creating your own club. Upon graduation, these people will be the first class you'll have to form your force. Forming a force? Teacher, that's too much trouble. I don't even have that idea. Su Jingming shook his head. Trouble? It's only trouble if you don't have a force of your own. Yang Jintian said in the tone of a person who had been there. Master, I also held the same idea as you when I was young. And what's the result now? You need to do everything yourself no matter what. By way of analogy, most of the thunder and lightning beast's essence blood used in shaping the foundation of your thunder indestructible body was obtained by me personally hunting and killing them. If I had my own forces, none of this would even need to come out of my own hands. Jingming, you have to remember that the reason for forming forces is so that they can go and gather resources in your place. It gives you more time to focus more on your own practice and not get caught up in chores. When you reach the sovereign level, you'll know the pain of running around the world for a little bit of cultivation resources. Yang Jintian's gaze was tinged with emotion. He was never able to break through from sovereign to grand sovereign. It was most likely because when he was young, he was in the prime of his cultivation, but he spent it all on constantly searching for resources. If he had had his own power at that time, then everything would have been much simpler. Su Jingming was slightly stunned at his words. He really hadn't thought of this. Although he had a system that allowed him to directly raise his rank and battle skills without the hassle of resources. You can kill the ferocious beasts and get the ability points, but you still need to do it yourself. If one had forces that belonged to them, let them collect the ferocious beasts and then let them unify and kill them afterwards. Wouldn't that greatly increase the efficiency of harvesting exotic points? Thinking of this, Su Jingming couldn't help but nod slightly. Teacher, I understand. The day after the celebratory dinner with the teachers and senior brothers and sisters, the freshman program at the Magic City Alien University officially began. Freshman classes are still full, basically going from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. The curriculum is also morose and encompasses many things. There were history lessons about the origins of ferocious beasts and the recovery of yuan energy, as well as practical combat lessons using weapons to practice against each other. There was even an anatomy class that explained the different weaknesses of ferocious beasts and how to do ferocious beast material collection. In the first week, the freshman course at the Arms Academy, Su Jingming didn't miss a single class and listened to the whole thing. Even went next door to the Elemental Academy to dabble in a few sessions. Needless to say, being top colleges, these courses were extremely well narrated by the instructors. It was even useful for Su Jingming. Just for example, In the history class that recounted the origins of the ferocious beasts, Su Jingming learned. It turns out that hundreds of years ago, when the blue planet gushed with meta-energy, beasts mutated into ferocious beasts, and humans began to awaken their supernatural abilities at the same time. Many relics of ancient civilizations have also been found deep underground. Most of the developed technological products of present-day Blue Star evolved from the technological products excavated from the remains of the ancient civilization. Even the alien detection devices are off the remains of civilization. In addition, the description of the weaknesses of the ferocious beasts in the anatomy class was an eye-opener for him, realizing that when he was in the wilderness area before, he had wasted a lot of effort on killing the ferocious beasts. If dealt with according to the corresponding weaknesses of different ferocious beasts, it was entirely possible to achieve the effect of killing them in one hit. As a result, the anatomy class was also listed as a course that Su Jingming had to listen to, a rich and useful program. He couldn't help but be secretly impressed. Exalts raised in this manner could be considered the top of the line in any aspect, not at all comparable to the kind of social class alien who dropped out of high school and started hanging out in the wilderness area. And while the richness of the freshman program surprised Su Jingming, he was also a bit stumped. Originally, he had planned to give up some unimportant courses so that he could have more time to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness area, but now it seems unlikely that you'll want to shed courses on a large scale without it. So, after much deliberation, Su Jingming decided to give up his classes every Friday. After school on Thursday afternoons, they went straight to the wilderness area and stayed until Monday. This gives you 3 days a week to hunt ferocious beasts and harvest alien energy points, being able to maximize the school curriculum, as well as systemic alien points. Say it and do it. On the Thursday afternoon of the second week, Su Jingming, who had finished his last class, left the school wearing a brand new, purchased, B-rank special battlesuit that wouldn't burst because of his expanding figure. As for the lance, it was placed directly into the spatial ring. It's worth noting that the Dark Cloud blaster gun was purchased at his first rank up, just a D-grade alloy for the barrel and a C-grade alloy for the head. Now that he was ranked at the upper second stage, his thunder indestructible body was exercised to the third level. With a greatly enhanced physique, this lance no longer suited him, so he recycled the Dark Cloud blaster gun to the equipment department of the Magic University for 260 credits. Although the administrator in the equipment department who sold the lance kept saying that no one would use it if they recycled it back, so they would have to melt it down, but Su Jingming still felt that this guy was a bit dark. After all, at that time, he had purchased this Dark Cloud blaster gun for 480 credits. It only ended up being only 2 months old, and it discounted the price by almost half. Sure, the quality of the equipment produced by the equipment department of the Magic University was still relatively recognized by Su Jingming, so the back spent another 1,000 credits to repurchase a personalized lance. This long spear was called the Green Sky Black Jiao Gun, and the shaft was made of a C-grade alloy, while the tip of the spear was made of a B-grade alloy. The overall length was his preferred 2 meters 1, and the exterior color was an understated black and blue. The weight, on the other hand, is a staggering 500 kilograms. Of course, to Su Jingming, this was not worth mentioning. Previously, he had used 600 credits to purchase a batch of elixirs, and now he had spent another 1,000 credits at once. This left him with less than 300 points of his originally abundant credits all of a sudden again. So he took the time to go to the Thunder Martial Arts Center, broke the record for punching power of a second-order alien and got a reward of 800 credits. It was because the ferocious beast ecology over in the Sourcewater Wilderness area had not yet recovered. So the wilderness area Su Jingming went to this time was the Tongshan Wilderness area that had been planned before. The highest-ranked ferocious beast in the Tongshan Wilderness area was only of the 3rd rank, and Su Jingming was practically walking sideways after he went over there. But the ferocious beasts in the Tongshan Wilderness area were extremely scattered, and most of the time within the wilderness area was spent searching for ferocious beasts. So, 3 days later on Monday, it was only when Su Jingming returned to school that he gained 900 alien energy points. On Thursday of the 3rd week, Su Jingming left school again. This time, we went to the Yangchang Wilderness area, which is located north of the Magic City. Compared to the Tongshan Wilderness area, the ferocious beasts in the Yangchang Wilderness area were of a higher level, although there were equally first and second order ferocious beasts. But the highest-ranked ferocious beasts reached the 5th rank, and there were even people who said that there were 6th-rank ferocious beasts hidden inside. Thus, after entering the Yangchang Wilderness area this time, Su Jingming had to keep a much lower profile, moving forward carefully along the way, avoiding areas where there might be high-level ferocious beasts entrenched. Even so, when Su Jingming returned from the Yangchang Wilderness area, he still harvested 1,700 exotic points. Thus, Su Jingming fixed the Yangchang Wilderness Area as the wilderness area he would visit afterward. In this way, every week from Monday to Thursday, Su Jingming attended classes at school, absorbing all kinds of knowledge as hungrily as a sponge. It wasn't just the weaponry academy. Sometimes he would dabble in the elemental academy as well, and as soon as school was out on Thursday, he would gear up and head to the Yangchang Wilderness Area. Also, the funds on his bank card, and the school credits. It was also used by him to purchase resources to use with his cultivation training, and he was continuing to get stronger. As for his behavior of missing classes and dabbling in classes, the lecturers did not say anything even though they saw it in their eyes. Su Jingming, as an S-ranked student, possessed S-ranked psychic abilities, and was also the favorite student of Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Arms Academy. Having gotten a first place for freshmen again, he could be said to be a resounding signboard of the Arms Academy. It's natural to default to whatever the other person wants to learn. And just like that, 2 months went by in a flash. Tuesday, November 3rd. It was a beautiful day. On the Elemental Alien Mastery course, Su Jingming, dressed in simple casual clothes, stood on the podium at the bottom of the staircase classroom. Crackle! The purple heavenly divine thunder that emitted a terrifying and dangerous aura lingered around him. Under his manipulation, it kept changing forms, or it coalesced into a lifelike thunder snake, or formed a mighty sharp spear. Between the flashes of thunder and lightning arcs, it was extremely agile. Nice. Next to him, the Elemental Academy teacher in charge of teaching praised. You've progressed quickly during this time, and have been able to freely manipulate elemental powers to form random shapes. Perhaps it won't be long before you'll be able to enter the state of condensing your lightning powers into liquid. The lecturer looked at Su Jingming with undisguised admiration in his gaze. The powers of an alien often require a long period of training before they can be used skillfully, and the higher the rank of the psychic ability, the harder it is to control. It is said that if you want to wear a crown, you have to bear the weight of it. If A-rank psychic abilities were barn-bred horses that needed to be tempered, then S-rank psychic abilities were wild horses that were extremely difficult to tame. But now, this wild horse was as docile as a pony in Su Jingming's hands. It's a pity. If only Su Jingming was from our Elemental Academy. Although he knew it was impossible, the lecturer still couldn't help but think so. The other freshmen in the latter classroom seats also whispered when they saw this. Manipulating alien energy to form random shapes. This Su Jingming is too perverted, isn't he? Speaking of which, isn't he from the Arms Academy? How come he comes to dabble in our Elemental Academy's Elemental Mastery course every time? Oh, not just Elemental Mastery. He can be found in most of our Academy's classes. So voluminous? The freshman program is already full. Where did he find so much time to come to our Elemental Academy for classes? Time is like a sponge. Squeeze there will always be. Not to mention that some of the textbooks of Su Jingming Weaponry Academy are just directly absent. Also, what kind of role is this? You guys are afraid you don't know. He leaves school every Thursday after class and stays in the Yangchang Wilderness Area until Monday, right? On the seat, a freshman who knew something about Su Jingming revealed to the people around him. Crap, I told you how I never met him at school over the weekend. So he went to the wilderness area. The surrounding freshmen were stunned, but some continued to ask questions. So he doesn't even take weekends off? Rest? The freshman who spoke earlier showed disdain. Not only does Su Jingming not rest on weekends, he even trains late during the week. Several times my friends and I have come back from a late night dinner out. It's close to 12 o'clock at night. All the while passing by his villa, I still saw the lights on in the second floor training room, and there were figures flickering inside. Crap, that's awesome. That's awesome. The surrounding freshmen marveled. Although they couldn't do it themselves, it didn't affect their admiration for Su Jingming. What are you all muttering about? You guys would be lucky to be at Su Jingming's level before your sophomore year. How dare you mutter? The classroom instantly quieted down with a roar from the lecturer. Only then did the lecturer say to Su Jingming with a gentle face, "Student Su, the demonstration is over. Go back to your seat. Okay, let's continue the lesson. Just now Su demonstrated for us." The lecturer continued to lecture, and Su Jingming didn't care about the gazes cast by the freshman as he went straight back to his seat. 2 months. Finally, I've practiced the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder to the point where I can manipulate it freely. Su Jingming, who had returned to his seat, said silently in his mind. He had originally thought that his manipulation of his powers was fine enough, but I didn't expect that after taking the course on Elemental Alien Manipulation at the Elemental Academy. Only then did I realize that I was still a long way from being a fine operator. Therefore, for the past 2 months, he has practiced according to what was taught in the course and asked this lecturer for advice from time to time. With his efforts, his level of control over the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder had finally reached a relatively high level. Speaking of which,
It's surprising that the system can't add points to the proficiency of manipulating powers. This was something Su Jingming hadn't expected. Subconsciously, he opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Rank, second order upper, plus. Ability, purple heavenly thunder, yes. Physical, 1452 chi and blood, plus. Spirit, 1107 Hz, plus. Skills, gunnery, master. Heavenly thunder art, beginner plus. Underworld thunder armor, beginner plus. Boxing, intermediate plus. Thunder spear, advanced plus. Chain thunder lances, intermediate plus. Thunder flash, advanced plus. Thunder prison, intermediate plus. Lightning blast break, master plus. Body forging, thunder indestructible body, 3RD plus. Ability points, 13134. Compared to 2 months ago, Su Jingming's system panel hadn't changed much. It's just that both physical and mental have been raised by almost 100 points. Of course, most importantly, yes, the alien energy points reached a staggering 13,000 or so. I'm surprised the plus sign hasn't appeared after the column for alien abilities though. Did I guess wrong? Or is it just not enough alien ability points? Su Jingming frowned slightly. As early as a month ago, when his ability points accumulated to 6,000 points, he could choose to enter the third stage. But the moment he was about to tap the plus sign, it suddenly occurred to him, since the levels and battle skills on the panel can be upgraded with the addition of ability points, that doesn't make sense that powers can't be upgraded. After all, S rank was not the limit. There were higher SS as well as SSS rank psychic abilities on top of that. Once the idea came to me, it was all over the place. So Su Jingming temporarily pressed down his desire to advance, accumulating his ability points to see if a plus sign would appear after his ability. However, it remains unchanged to this day. Save up another month's worth of alien points, and if the plus sign doesn't appear, then give up on this attempt and just use it to level up, Su Jingming said in his heart, although he hadn't used any of these accumulated alien energy points at all. But compared to 2 months ago, his strength had still increased by more than double. This could be clearly felt when entering the Yangchang wilderness area and fighting the ferocious beasts. The increase in strength was partly due to the fact that he was constantly exercising. At the same time, the daxia coins and credits were also used to purchase cultivation resources for consumption, resulting in an increase in both chi and blood and spiritual power. On the other hand, the school program has benefited him, learned how to finally use his powers to minimize consumption, and how to target the weaknesses of ferocious beasts with a single blow. Clang! The lesson continued for another few minutes. The bell rang for the end of the class, and the lecturer announced, "Okay, that's it for today's lesson. Class dismissed." The students got up and left, and Su Jingming followed the crowd outside. Just got out of class. In the corridor outside the classroom, a tall young girl figure with a delicate and charming appearance and a slender and voluptuous figure was already standing outside waiting. The passing freshman more or less understood for whom the young girl had come. Knowing that his strength was far inferior to this second-place freshman, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to go up and make a fool of himself. Jingming, your finesse in manipulating the lightning system's supernatural energy has risen quite a bit. Seeing Su Jingming walk out of the classroom, Song Choyun's pretty face revealed a touch of moving smile as she walked over. She had been here for a while, so naturally, she had seen the part of Su Jingming's demonstration on the podium. It does seem to have improved slightly in the meantime. You call that a slight improvement? It all compares to a month's worth of my training. Song Choyun subconsciously spat out. However, it was a good thing that she had gotten used to Su Jingming's demonic nature and quickly returned to normal, smilingly saying, by the way, the customary annual freshman study trip is coming up in a week, and a notification announcement should have been sent out recently. As our number one freshman, you certainly can't run away. The so-called study tours are actually schools getting students out of the classroom and school. A special event held to enter a real social environment and experience firsthand the cultural and social conditions of different regions. Sure, the average college study trip tends to have its destination in some historic city. Unlike Mordor Alien University, the research trip was in a wilderness area. Also, it's not just the Magic City Alien University. Both Qingjing Exotic University and Jincheng Exotic University would place their new students in the same place. All the freshmen from the 3 top colleges gathered together. Naturally, for more than just a study trip. Often they are also accompanied by tournaments that are used to test the caliber of freshmen at each other's colleges. Study trips are all voluntary, but most freshmen don't turn them down. With your nature, you're sure to be involved as well. Song Choyun swore with conviction, looking like she knew Su Jingming well. Su Jingming also sniffed with some anticipation. The destination of the study trip was in the wilderness area, which was a good opportunity to harvest alien energy points, so he would not refuse. In addition, he was also eager to see what kind of heavenly pride the new students recruited by the other 2 top universities were. Just as Song Chyo-yoon had guessed, the school issued a notice announcement related to the study trip that afternoon. The study trip will leave a week later on November 10th.
It lasts for 1.5 months and is based on the principle of voluntary participation, with the option to participate or not.
But every freshman who participates receives a 20-credit base award.
If you do well on the study trip, there are additional credit awards.
And at the same time the announcement was made,
Soo Jingming and Song Chyo-yoon,
the top 50 of the freshman competition, had also received the school's meeting notice in tandem.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. Conference room on the first floor of the 2 academic buildings of the University of Magic. After being notified,
the top 50 freshmen assigned to different classes in each college came together after a long time.
It's been a long time. It's okay.
It's all classes in those buildings,
and you occasionally run into each other after class. People talk to each other, without fighting. After experiencing the freshman competition, there was more or less some understanding between each other. Also, the ones that make it into the top 50 freshmen at Magic University,
all of them were provincial champions from various provinces and cities, or the top few heavenly talents. Once you graduate from the University of Magic, you have a bright future ahead of you.
More friends, more roads. This is the perfect opportunity to accumulate contacts. Naturally, no one will miss it.
Among them was Li Qingji, the provincial scholar of Qinghai province who had once been brutally beaten by Soo Jingming as well as Song Chyo-yoon in turn. He had also long lost the arrogance he had during the freshman competition,
and had a friendly attitude.
Being the social junkie that he is,
Lu Wentao also chats with people around him. Among our group, it's true that there are still the most people from the Weaponry Academy. Who says it isn't? After all, Soo Jingming is all from the Arms Academy.
It was only after this reminder that the crowd realized that the tough freshman number 1 had not yet arrived.
1-2. Jingming didn't come with you? Someone asked towards Lu Wentao. Ming went to the Elemental Academy to dabble in classes. We weren't together. Lu Wentao smiled back. In fact,
since the division of the college class is over, he also rarely moved with Soo Jingming anymore because of the different courses.
Don't worry. With his nature, he will definitely come. Someone smiled and spoke.
Although everyone was scattered in different colleges,
with the existence of the school's official forum,
the news was pretty well informed.
Naturally, he knew that Soo Jingming would go to the wilderness area every week.
There is no reason why such a battle-hardened man would not attend such an event.
In addition,
the study tour has a freshman strength competition.
Soo Jingming, as an S-rank cadet,
was also the number 1 combatant among the freshmen.
Even if he himself didn't want to go, the school wouldn't allow it. That said, with Soo Jingming around, we can basically lay flat. Someone said half-jokingly, the last 4 consecutive years of freshman study tours have seen the Devils take first place. It's just this year's edition that will complete the glorious achievement of 5 consecutive titles. If this study trip was a failure, then I'm afraid that they, the freshmen, would take a lot of blame. By all rights, they people should be under a lot of pressure. But there's the perverted Soo Jingming in. Pressure? What pressure? It doesn't exist alright. However, just at that moment,
a tall figure that hadn't been seen for a long time,
yet had left a deep impression, walked in.
The students who were still discussing enthusiastically subconsciously closed their mouths as their gazes looked towards this person.
Soo Jingming, the first of the freshmen.
Compared to the freshman competition,
Soo Jingming's aura was much stronger again.
Especially those clear and godly cold eyes. There were vague flashes of essence.
Soo Jingming's aura was powerful, but the crowd didn't ignore the slender figure following behind the other party. Song Chyo-yoon, freshman's second man. This figure,
who had become a goddess-like figure in the hearts of many freshmen since she first enrolled in school, was obediently following behind Soo Jingming at this moment. Although neither party has announced anything publicly, the freshmen have long been defaulting to the fact that the two are having an affair. It wasn't too surprising to see both sides appear together.
Hello Ming. Jingming, coming. After a brief moment of silence,
the freshmen immediately greeted each other warmly.
Soo Jingming's power and self-discipline are there for all to see.
For such a character, everyone was naturally willing to make friends.
Jingming, this study trip can't be done without you. Li Qingji,
the provincial scholar of Qinghai province, was also smiling. He had been depressed for a long time since he was beaten up in the last freshman competition. From time to time, I do some soul-searching.
Was I really too cocky?
It was indeed too much of a wild goose chase to bring yourself into Soo Jingming and find a stranger comparing himself to a neck-wiping gesture.
After realizing this, his character was much more restrained, and he found Soo Jingming later to sincerely apologize. In fact, not only Li Qingji, but Leiza had also apologized to Soo Jingming for his reckless behavior after he figured it out. In the face of the crowd's warm greetings, Soo Jingming responded one by one. When his eyes swept over Li Qingji and Leizu, he also nodded slightly in greeting. Su Jingming was not a narrow-minded person. He didn't have much of a grudge against Lei Zhu or Li Qingji, and both had paid the price for their behavior. So when confronted with their apologies, both chose to accept them. 10 minutes later, as the conference hall gradually filled up, buzz, a soft sound suddenly rang out. The crowd looked up, only to find that the space on the podium became blurred, forming a door. Seeing this iconic ability, the crowd knew who was coming. Sure enough, the next moment the portal opened wide. A woman wearing a long, light black coat that resembled a hanbok, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, stepped out barefoot into the void. Hurrah! It was that great master vice principal with spatial faculty powers, Ling Frost. The crowd could not help but be shaken in spirit, never expecting that it was actually the vice-chancellor who came to personally preside over the meeting. Vice Principal Ling Frost stepped on the void with his feet, his long coat fluttering in the wind as he swept his gaze over all the new students in the conference hall in turn. There was a slight pause on Su Jingming before he withdrew it, and then a slightly cold voice resounded in the conference room. I am chairing this meeting, which is mainly related to research and study tours. Eva, unfold the map. Buzz, pale blue virtual light, projected from the ceiling of the conference hall, converged in midair into a miniature version of the blue planetoid. The destination of our current study trip is the city of Shunan, located in Qian province. With a wave of Ling Shuang's jade hand, the map of the blue planetoid quickly zoomed in, eventually fixing itself on a city in the southeastern part of the Great Summer Country. To be precise, it's a wilderness area deep in the mountains of Shunan City in Qian province, also known as Devil's Cave No. 7. The virtual map perspective shifted from a bustling city to dense forests and mountains. Countless scarlet eyes were hidden within them, and even if they were projected out virtually, one could still feel that fierce and brutal aura. Sure enough, it's in the Devil's Cave, though there were tidbits of news related to it long before that. But when the real spot was announced, the crowd still couldn't help but sigh and be shocked. Areas where ferocious beasts ran rampant were generally referred to as wilderness areas. But there are some wilderness areas where the number of ferocious beasts is surprisingly high due to the vastness of the area. It has been known as the Devil's Grotto since it has caused countless alien powers to fall into it. Vice Principal Lingfrost didn't care about the crowd's reaction and continued. For this study trip, I am personally leading the trip and all the colleges are also arranging for mentors to attend. Also at stake on this study trip is the allocation of a group of resources to our school, which will require you and the freshmen from the other two colleges to compete with each other. The competition is somewhat similar to the martial arts entrance exams you took, ranked according to the number and rank of ferocious beasts killed. The top 50 rankings were recorded as valid scores, with 34% for the first place, 23% for the second place and 19% for the third place. The remaining 47 split the remaining 24% equally, averaging about 0.51% each. That is, the more people who make it into the top 50, the more resources the school can allocate. Of course, it's the more than one-third share of first place that counts. Just get first place and you get the championship. After a pause, Lingfrost's pair of clear eyes had looked rather admiringly at Su Jingming, who was positioned right in the center. It's about the honor of our Magic University's 5 consecutive championships. Su Jingming, as the number 1 freshman, is it okay if I give you this task? No problem. Su Jingming nodded. The voice is low and smooth, giving a sense of reliability. Very good. Vice Principal Lingfrost was very satisfied with Su Jingming's answer. Yet the next moment was a turn of phrase, but I'm going to talk to you in advance. According to the latest news, for the purpose of this study trip, Xinjiang Alien Energy University had brought in an outsider who also possessed S-Class alien energy. You may face some challenges. Xinjiang Alien University has an S-Class too? Where did the S-Class come from? In the last few years, other than Brother Ming, I haven't heard of any new S-Class alien awakened people appearing in our dossier. As Vice Principal Lingfrost's words fell, the freshmen were somewhat taken aback. S-Class alien ability awakened people were extremely rare, and it was impossible for one to appear out of nowhere. Aside from Su Jingming, the last time there was an S-Class alien awakening in the Great Summer Country was 3 years ago. That was a descendant born into a 9th-ranked martial saint family, and people trained directly under the family elders. Didn't even take the martial arts entrance exams to attend any of the alien universities. This S-Class does not come from my country of Daxia, but is an exchange student that Xinjiang Exotic University brought in from the country of Indo. Lingfrost waved her jade hand. The holographic projection screen then formed a tall, black and yellow-skinned youth that was very characteristic of the Indigo country's appearance. His name is Kiran Rao, and he possesses Reinforcement Class S rank psychic abilities, ranked at the lower 3rd order. Lingfrost had just finished her introduction, and the crowd of freshmen were suddenly stunned. What the hell? Lower 3rd order S rank? Did I hear wrong or did the teacher say wrong that there can be a freshman who can reach this level? So a freshman subconsciously raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, are you sure he's a third order lower?" "Okay, that's what Eva gathered." Lingfrost nodded slightly and added, "Unlike you guys, though, he's already 20 years old." 20 years old? No wonder. That's a full 2 years more cultivation time than us. The crowd snapped to attention, but some sputtered. 20 years old is considered a freshman? This isn't martial arts at the Qingjing Alien University. Indochina has a different system than ours. They don't go to college until they're 20 years old over there. So this Kiran is really TND considered a freshman. A freshman couldn't help but curse as he explained. Originally, he thought that with Su Jingming, the first person of the second-ordered upper level of the S-ranked freshman, this study trip could be casually crushed. But the sudden appearance of this third-order lower S rank was the one that directly pulled this study trip to hellish difficulty. Someone subconsciously looked at Su Jingming. However, he found that the other party's expression remained flat, as if this third-order lower S class was not the slightest threat to him. In fact, Su Jingming really thought so. So what if they're both S-class? It was only a mere one major rank higher than himself, and fighting across ranks was something he had long been accustomed to, with 3 S-ranked battle techniques in hand, plus master-level marksmanship, as well as many highly proficient A-ranked battle techniques. He had plenty of confidence in himself. Even if this S rank was powerful, there was no way to do cross-rank combat. Big deal. Just spend some alien points and level up. Also, this time, the rankings were based on the number of ferocious beasts killed versus their rank. In this matter, he prided himself on not losing to any of the freshmen. Even if it's a third-order S rank, it's still the same. On the podium, looking at Su Jingming, whose expression remained composed, Vice Principal Lingfrost couldn't help but nod slightly. It would have been a dishonorable thing for top colleges and universities to bring in foreign aid for study tours, but Qingjing Alien University still chose to do so for 2 reasons. One was indeed due to the fact that Su Jingming, a freshman who possessed S-class psychic abilities and also had a rank of the upper second order, was putting too much pressure on them. The other is that because the resources are at stake this time, all 3 universities want to get the first place and have the priority of allocation. Sure, since the freshmen don't know the inner workings behind this, they will definitely feel that it's unfair, and it's not unusual for them to even protest. As the number 1 freshman, Su Jingming, who was under the most pressure, reacted so flatly, not even showing a hint of dissatisfaction. It was enough to prove the strong confidence he possessed in his own strength. Even if you're the same S-class, do you possess the confidence to fight beyond your rank? It's worthy of being the best S-rank student in our school in recent years, and it's not in vain that I agreed to exchange SS-ranked resources for you in the first place. Vice Principal Lingfrost's eyes carried a faint touch of relief. Well, that's the general picture of this study tour. There are still the last 7 days left, so hurry up and get ready. After saying that, Lingfrost's slender figure stepped barefoot into the light door and disappeared. For Su Jingming, this meeting was just a small episode. After the meeting that day, he went back to his busy schedule of classes, and on Thursday, he still went to the Yangchang Wilderness area to harvest a wave of alien energy points. Just like that, time passed in an instant, and it soon came to the night before they set off for the 7th Demon Cave. Crackle, crackle, training room on the 2nd floor of Villa 32. Su Jingming's upper body was naked as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Terrifying blue-purple thunder spread and jumped across his body, constantly strengthening his physique. The light of the entire training room was bright and uncertain due to the flickering thunder arcs. The strongly muscled and well-proportioned upper body was a work of art against the light. Violent, yet with an inexplicable beauty. After an unknown amount of time, Su Jingming's body was covered in thunder and convergence. Exhaling softly, and there was a vague lingering of lightning in his slowly opening eyes. "Sister, next time you come over you can just call me." A low voice rang through the training room. "I'm not afraid of interrupting your training." Accompanied by a crisp voice, Zhang Chushuan's slender figure walked in from the doorway of the training room. She was seen wearing a simple lady's t-shirt as well as a short black skirt, and her long, silvery white hair cascaded down to her slender waist. A pair of round and slender thighs, which were even whiter under the black short skirt. Like Song Qiuyun, Zhang Chushuan's legs were not as slender as chopsticks. Rather, it was slightly fleshy, and if you wore stockings, you could call it the killer kind. What did schoolteacher want to see me about? Su Jingming smoothly took out a t-shirt from his space ring and put it over himself. Over the past 2 months, the exotic flowers and herbs he had collected from the wilderness area would be handed over to Jiang Chuxian to refine. If the concocted elixir is useful to you, keep it. If it doesn't work, it's resold to the school's pharmacy department. It was just that he was about to go to the Devil's Cave, so he didn't let Jiang Chuxian refine any more pills this week. Seeing Su Jingming put on his clothes, Jiang Chuxian seemed to have some regrets, but quickly reacted. Bending down, a pair of clear eyes leveled with Su Jingming, his expression playful. What, can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Su Jingming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his words. Recently, Jiang Chuxian seemed to be getting more and more skinny. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that as Jiang Chuxian's stance pressed down, the proud fullness hidden under the short-sleeved t-shirt. Surprisingly, a small half were exposed. As far as the eye can see, they are all snow white, and there is even a faint touch of pink. Yikes! Jiang Chuxian also noticed Su Jingming's line of sight and let out a delicate cry, her small face slightly red as she immediately stood her body straight. This is something you have to pay attention to, senior sister. Otherwise it's not good to be taken advantage of by others for nothing. Coughing lightly, Su Jingming stood up from the ground. Who else but you could take advantage of me? Jiang Chuxian subconsciously retorted. Then realizing that the words were ambiguous, the little face that was already a bit reddened suddenly turned as crimson as blood. Alright, down to business. Aren't you going to the demon cave tomorrow? This is the elixir I prepared for you. Jiang Chuxian decisively chose to change the topic. Her spatial ring flickered slightly and 7 or 8 small porcelain bottles appeared on her right hand. The antidote pill, healing pill, alien energy recovery pill, and the awakening pill, all of which are of the 2nd grade, with 20 pills inside each bottle. Jiang Chuxian explained the 8 small porcelain vases as if they were his family's favorite, and then shoved them all into Su Jingming's hands. This should be enough for you for the next month or so. You made all this? It was only then that Su Jingming realized that Jiang Chuxian's pretty face had a smattering of dark circles under her eyes, and her entire body radiated a sense of exhaustion. I haven't had a lot of classes lately, so I had nothing to do, so I refined a batch out. Jiang Chuxian slightly lowered her head, her fingers as white as onions unconsciously playing with her hair. Hard work. Su Jingming nodded slightly, storing all the small porcelain vases into his spatial ring. In the future, don't stay up all night making pills. Continuous output of alien energy. Even if you're a 2nd-ranked alien, you'll still be unable to top it. Besides, I can buy these pills outside. Hearing the concern in Su Jingming's words, Jiang Chuxian emerged with a faint smile, then confidently said, how can the pills bought outside be as good as the ones I personally refine? The pills I make, I'll make sure that every one of them is full of potency. In addition, I have prepared 2 copies of each type of elixir. And for the other one, you will be the one to take it to Sister Qiu-yun tomorrow. Sister Qiu-yun? When did you two get so close? Su Jingming said suspiciously. He knew that Jiang Chuxian and Song Qiu-yun had exchanged contact information during the last party. I just didn't realize that their relationship was progressing so quickly, with a tendency to become BFFs. Not telling you. Jiang Chuxian raised his chin proudly and then said, in addition, this batch of pills is not free to refine. Oh, when the study trip is over, you have to give me all the exotic flowers and herbs that you have collected. What about Song Qiu-yun? Not for Sister Qiu-yun's. You're still making a distinction here? What? Not convinced? After chatting with Jiang Chuxian for a while longer, Su Jingming sent her back to her dormitory. When you go to the Devil's Den, it must all be about safety. Good. At the entrance of Jiang Chuxian's villa, Su Jingming waved goodbye. After sending Jiang Chuxian's slender figure into the villa and disappearing, he subconsciously took out this batch of pills from his spatial ring. There are a total of 8 bottles of pills, 20 pills per bottle, totaling 160 pills, and they're all still 2nd grade. Trying to refine it within the last week, it's impossible to do so without staying up all night for 3 or 4 days. The light from the street lamp in front of the villa shone down, dragging Su Jingming's long body, a long shadow on the ground. In terms of value, a 2nd grade elixir, at an average of 60,000 apiece, would be 9.6 million. This value was not worth mentioning either to him or to Jiang Chuxian. But why did Jiang Chuxian still have to refine it himself? Just to save some money on processing? Any fool knows that's not the reason. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Su Jingming naturally understood that this condensed Jiang Chuxian's feelings towards himself. In fact, not only Jiang Chuxian, Song Qiu-yun, who came to his side whenever he had the chance, also carried the same meaning. As a normal young man who was only 18 years old, in the prime of his life, his youthful energy and blood surged. It would be impossible to say that one didn't have feelings for 2 such beautiful young girls, but nowadays he is too busy. Every day is either training, classes, and trips to the wilderness area, and there's no time for love. At the root of it, it was still Su Jingming who felt that he was too weak. Now is not the time. When the strength becomes stronger, then we can consider all this. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming's eyes regained their determination. Taking the elixir back into his spatial ring, he then turned around and left with a steady pace. We're going to Cave 7 tomorrow, so we have to make final preparations tonight. Magic City Alien University. The freshmen of this class totaled 1024. and 856 people eventually signed up for the study trip. All 856 of these people converged on Playground 3 at 9 a.m. on the day of November 10th. As this study trip, it is going to last about a month and a half. As a result, most of the freshmen dragged a suitcase full of various clothing with them, in addition to their battle dress and equipment. And those like Su Jingming and Song Choyun who possessed spatial rings were since lightly loaded. By the way, Choyun, this is the elixir that your senior sister refined for you. In the corner of the playground, Su Jingming, Song Choyun, as well as the four of them, Lu Wentao and Chia Dongxia, gathered here. Su Jingming suddenly remembered the pills in his spatial ring, so he took out 4 bottles from it and handed them to Song Choyun. Sister Chu Xian told me last night that you didn't even give it to me on the way. I thought you were going to take it all for yourself. Song Choyun blinked her eyes in a half-joking manner and extended her slender hand to include the elixir in her spatial ring. It seems like you two are really close. Su Jingming sked. That's for sure. Song Choyun proudly straightened her chest, then scanned the surroundings and said in doubt, but why did the school notify to meet at the playground instead of going to the highway station? Rhymesan, this you don't know. Our study trips, all use airplanes. Oh. Next to him, Lu Wentao hemmed and hawed. An airplane? It's not like there's a paved flight path on this playground. Su Jingming, who hasn't paid much attention to the way the study tour travels, was also a bit surprised. Besides, there's over 800 people here. How are we going to load them up in an airplane? Did it fly several round trips, or several planes together? Just as he was puzzled, Lu Wentao suddenly looked up to the sky and said excitedly, "Coming!" Su Jingming subconsciously looked up, and then saw an extremely shocking scene. In the distant sky, an incomparably huge flying machine shaped like a rugby ball broke through the layers of clouds and sailed out from the sea of clouds. The exterior of this flying machine was a black and gold color, glowing with an icy cold light under the early morning sunlight, with no wings on either side. It's more like a blimp than an airplane. Crap, what a big flying machine. Is this the airplane we're going to take? So cool. The appearance of the black blimp similarly caused the playground crowd to gasp in surprise. In the surrounding audience, there were seniors and sisters who had already seen it once, and they also had the same shock on their faces. Is this a technology we can master at this stage? Su Jingming felt that he was already high on Blue Star's technological development. However, when faced with this huge airship, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This is a dirigible excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization, and I've heard that there's an anti-gravity device on it that our scientists haven't even cracked until now, Lu Wentao said emotionally. It is definitely every boy's biggest dream to be able to pilot such a handsome blimp. Unfortunately, however, due to the complex operating system of the blimp, only AIs of level 2 or higher can nowadays pilot and control it. Rumble. The massive black blimp came to rest on the playground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, 8 hatches opened in the midsection of the airship, and long vertical steps automatically protruded from them to the ground. Space flickered, and Vice-Chancellor Ling Frost's figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the dirigible. All freshmen, board the ship. Crisp voices echoed across the playground as the crowd of freshmen immediately began boarding the ship. Su Jingming's few people also mingled in the crowd and headed forward. In just over 10 minutes, all the mentors, as well as the new students, all entered the interior of the airship. Spatial 2-year boundary. Ling Frost in midair chanted, and the aura belonging to an 8th Order Grandmaster erupted in full force. Long hair flew behind him, and a strange spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire airship. After a few moments, the entire huge airship, surprisingly, became as illusory as a mirage. Who dash? Ling Frost lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before his figure disappeared into thin air and appeared inside the dirigible. Eva, get going. Her voice was slightly tired. Captain Eva copy. Soldier class blimp. Launch. Rumble. The roar of the anti-gravity engine rang out, and the black blimp carrying all the new students as well as the instructors slowly lifted off. However, unlike just now when the landing broke the sea of clouds apart, this time when it lifted off, it was as if the airship was not in the same space as the clouds. Without making a single impact on the clouds, it just lifted off into the air and went away. Shunan Supply Base, Qian Province. As the only supply base adjacent to Devil's Cave No. 7, and unlike the source water supply base, which has only one building, there is a range of complexes here. Walking among them, besides the adepts from all over the great summer country, there were also hordes of battle groups and guild members. In other cities, very rare 2nd and 3rd order aberrants abounded here. In front of the main building of the Shunan supply base, there was the largest fountain square in the entire city of Shunan. The large fountain square was artificially divided into 2 parts by gun-toting soldiers, and a squad of powerful aliens. While one side was crowded, the other side was extremely empty.
Only a handful of people in suits stood there with solemn expressions, as if waiting for something coming. The woman at the head of the group, with a plump figure and pretty face, dressed in urban professional clothes, looked up into the sky. A black dot, appearing in the sky, zoomed in quickly from far away. What eventually appeared in the sight of the crowd was a huge blimp. While the exterior of the airship is black and gold, a sword emblem wrapped in rose thorns is painted on the side. It's the arrival of the Magic City Alien Energy University. Everyone get ready for the reception. A line of neatly dressed staff members walked out of the main base building under the astonished gazes of the surrounding passing aliens. Stand by respectfully. Boom! The huge airship landed on the square. The head hatch opened, and Vice Principal Lingfrost and a group of tutors stepped out from it. Immediately afterward, the hatch in the midsection opened and the students walked down the steps. Hello, Principal Ling. Welcome all of you from the Magic City Alien University to my Shunan supply base. The base supervisors, who had long been waiting on the sidelines, immediately greeted them. This way, we have prepared dormitory buildings for students arriving from each school. The students can go ahead and place their luggage and equipment. As for Principal Ling and all the teachers, please follow us to the banquet hall. The teachers from Aoikyo Alien University have arrived, and we've set up a welcoming banquet for all of you. The plump woman at the head, who seemed to be a big supervisor, introduced herself. Meanwhile, uniformed staff have also begun to orient arriving students. Vice Principal Lingfrost nodded slightly, so the large group split in two. Vice Principal Lingfrost and the teachers were taken to the banquet hall. The many new students, on the other hand, were taken to the dormitory building to place their luggage as well as equipment and other items. Shunan supply base. Here, Su Jingming, who stepped down from the airship, looked around curiously. On this side of the supply base are clusters of buildings, but from the entrance of the wilderness area backward, it was forests and mountains spreading for an unknown number of kilometers. But then again, this blimp is pretty fast. It's only been less than 2 hours, and you've already flown from Mordor to Qian province. Lac Dongxia smacked her lips. Can it not be fast? We didn't dodge a single flying bird at all along the way. It can be said that we arrived in a straight line. Lu Wentao excitedly said. Principal Ling is worthy of being an 8th order grandmaster with spatial system abilities. That's awesome. Su Jingming also revealed a look of yearning when he heard this. When flying in the sky, the entire airship seemed to exist independently of this space. The various flying bird-like ferocious beasts encountered along the way attempted to attack the airship. Yet how could it not be attacked? But it wasn't this spatial ability that he aspired to. It was the feeling of soaring freely through the sky. After the Thunder indestructible body enters the 6th level, it can randomly acquire one of the abilities of melting the essence blood of ferocious beasts. I melted the Thunder Tyrannosaurus essence blood. I don't know if I'll be able to gain the ability to fly when the time comes. Su Jingming's heart was tinged with anticipation. Students, please follow me. At that moment, a uniformed staff member greeted us with a warm smile on his face. Come on, let's go to the dormitory first and put our bags down. Su Jingming's few people followed the staff away, making their way forward into the complex ahead. After a few minutes, it enters an area with a beautifully landscaped man-made lake. Eventually, it stopped in front of a tall building on the lake. Around them, there were a total of 6 tall buildings like this one, each of which was incomparably huge. 6 tall buildings, occupying most of the perimeter of the artificial lake. It was only after the staff's introduction that Su Jingming and a few others learned. Each college had 2 accommodation buildings, and the ones corresponding to the Magic City Alien University were buildings 1 and 2. When they were on the road just now, the staff had used the student IDs of Su Jingming's several people to complete the authentication. Several of their rooms were within building 1, the one in front of them. Here are a few of your room cards. There are cafeterias on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th floors of each dormitory. The cafeteria serves food 24 hours a day at no charge. Also, there is a large training ground next door for you to warm up and train. The staff member briefly explained a few things, and after issuing the room cards to Su Jingming's several hands, he respectfully left the front of the building, except for the magic students who had just arrived. The adjacent buildings, 3 and 4, were similarly filled with young students coming and going. Those were the freshmen of Qingjing Alien University, who were going to arrive a bit earlier. Come on, let's go in too. Su Jingming's few people entered inside building 1, the Magic City Alien Energy University. This time, had a total of over 800 people. Even if they are divided into 2 buildings to live in, more than 400 people will have to be allocated to each building. With such a large number of people, staying at a typical hotel would definitely be crowded. However, the accommodation building provided by the Shunan supply base was very spacious, and there were more than 24 elevators on the 1st floor alone. Each elevator is also serviced by a dedicated elevator attendant. The rooms of the 4 were different. with Lu Wentao and Xia Dongxia one on the second floor and the other on the fourth floor. Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun's rooms, however, were both on the fifth floor, and they also happened to be on opposite sides. Su Jingming is at 504, while Song Qiuyun is at 505. The dormitory building was naturally not comparable to the Villa of Magic University, but the room was also slightly wider than an ordinary hotel, about 30 square meters. Su Jingming took out the household items from his spatial ring and put them away, changed into a loose training outfit, and walked out of the room. However, just out the door, Song Qiuyun was seen walking out from the opposite room, similarly wearing a simple training outfit. Where are you going? Go to the training ground. I knew it. Song Qiuyun's pretty face flickered with a hint of cunning, and she said with a smiling face, I'll join you. The large training ground was right next to dormitory building 6, and the two of them, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, had just entered. It was then noticed that there were already quite a few people in the common area of the first floor hall, each training in their own way. One of them, a tall young man with black and yellow skin, drew gusts of cheers from the surrounding students with his training maneuvers from time to time. That's an S rank from Oikyo Alien University? That very indigo country's characteristic facial features made Su Jingming recognize it at once. The opponent was none other than that Kiran Rao. Kiran seemed to have sensed the unusual sight as well, and when he subconsciously turned his head, he spotted Su Jingming not far away. Su Jingming of the Magic University? Surprisingly, Kiran speaks fluent Chinese, and unlike the ordinary Indians, they did not carry any curry flavor, as if they were pure daxia countrymen. Next moment, Kiran's figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was in front of Su Jingming. Hello, I'm Kiran Rao from Oikyo Shifter University. Nice to meet you, just call me Kiran. He had a friendly smile on his face. That's Magic University's #1 freshman, Su Jingming? I've heard that he's already at the upper second rank. So it's true. Awesome. And unlike Kiran, Su Jingming is just 18 like us. 18 years old at the top of the second rank. It's really breathtaking. Who says it isn't? If we didn't have Kiran, we'd definitely be pinned to the ground this time. The freshman of Qingjing Exotic University had obviously gotten the relevant information about Su Jingming beforehand, and recognized him at a glance as well. Although both sides were not in the same school, the crowd of freshmen maintained enough respect and awe for this powerful S-class. On the other hand, facing Kiran, who had taken the initiative to come forward, Su Jingming was still a bit surprised. I didn't realize the gringo was quite polite. It seemed that he had also lived in Daxia for some time, or else he could not have mastered Chinese so well. However, at that moment, Kiran spotted Song Qiuyun next to him and his eyes lit up. Without waiting for Su Jingming to reply, he turned around and greeted Song Qiuyun warmly. This beautiful lady must be Song Qiuyun. Nice to meet you. Okay, forget I said anything. Su Jingming immediately darkened his face, and across the room, Kiran followed up with a Western-style gentleman's salute. When he finished, he reached out his hand as if he wanted to take Song Qiuyun's right hand and lightly kiss the back of it. Song Qiuyun's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she was about to speak out to stop her, when she saw Su Jingming's large hand grabbing a step ahead of her, and gripping it directly. Kiran-san also seems to have learned some Western manners? Su Jingming's resolute face wore a harmonious and friendly smile. Kiran froze slightly and subconsciously nodded. I've been studying in Ikoku until I awakened my powers. So it is. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed as he released his right hand and patted his shoulder. In our daxia, this Western etiquette is not popular. You'd better change it in the future. After saying that, he left straight away. Song Qiuyun followed beside him obediently, and never looked at Kiran squarely from the beginning to the end. Magic Big S rank. Good strength. Kiran lifted his right hand, which already had deep red marks on it. If what he possessed wasn't an S-rank enhancement system psychic ability, or not a third-order psychic, that grip just now was enough to shatter the entire bones of his palm. I don't know where he got so much strength for a lightning system. Looking at Su Jingming's departing figure, Kiran murmured darkly in his native tongue. Instead, when he swept over Song Qiuyun's slender back, a hint of fire and greed flashed through his eyes. The genius girl of the Song family in Sichuan province was truly extraordinary. If you can handle her, you will never have to think about your cultivation resources afterward. A private training area is available on the training grounds. After Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun explained their intentions to the front desk staff, they were given a free training room of about 100 square meters. Jingming, can we spar for a while? Inside the training room, the smile on Song Qiuyun's face hadn't stopped since Su Jingming had stopped Kiran for himself. At this moment, the pretty face even asked with a light smile. Could be. Su Jingming didn't reject it as a warm-up. Okay, but you can't use your full strength. Song Qiuyun took out a black hair band from her spatial ring and tied the head of hair behind herself into a high ponytail. Immediately, He took up the slightly exaggeratedly styled square sky painting halberd, and there was a slight bright light emanating from its circumference.
Fine. You can't stand it with full power. Su Jingming carries his lance and launches a charge. Most of an hour later. No, I can't. Song Qiuyun stood still, panting heavily. Sweat from the intense battle dampened her training clothes.
The result was that the originally loose training clothes were now fitting her body like a second skin. It outlines the curves of the slender body and the full curves of the chest. Looking across the table as if nothing was wrong, with not even a drop of fine sweat coming out of his forehead,
Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun was somewhat skeptical of life. You have such good stamina? It's not bad. It lasts over 2 hours at full combat.
Su Jingming took out his cell phone and looked at the time.
It's almost 12 o'clock. Take a break and continue after lunch.
After Song Qiuyun had recovered some of her physical abilities a little, the two of them walked out of the private training room.
Outside in the public training area, Kiran had long since disappeared, and Su Jingming didn't care too much.
Since he had already come to this side of the Devil's Cave, Su Jingming naturally wanted to take a look around. So after leaving the training hall, he didn't go back to the dormitory to eat either.
Instead, he went outside and found a restaurant labeled Qian Province Specialties and ate a big meal.
It must be said that compared with the food of Mordor in Jiangnan,
the dishes of Qian Province are indeed much hotter. However, to Su Jingming, a second-order upper-level alien, it didn't have much of an effect.
As for Song Qiuyun, who is originally from Sichuan Province, she is even more enjoyable to eat.
After the meal,
Su Jingming had wanted to take a look around the neighborhood. I didn't expect to be stopped just as soon as I stepped out of the restaurant. The one who blocked the road was a middle-aged man with gold wires, looking civilized, but with an incomparable fervor on his face. The ferocious beasts are extinguishing the world, and the last great destruction is coming. Only the Most High God of Heaven can save the earth.
Join us and become one of us.
The middle-aged man seemed as if he had actually seen a god. His expression was maniacal, and he didn't need them to pick up the conversation.
Speaking to himself, the fierce beast master is about to descend, and the world will be reduced to a paradise for the fierce beasts.
Only God in heaven. Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun simultaneously frowned at the sight. Due to the ravages of the ferocious beasts, there are religions all over the world that propagate end-times rhetoric.
This man is, quite obviously,
a fanatical religious man. This side of the magic cave is highly congregated with altered beings, mixed with fish and dragons,
and it's not surprising that there's an active religion. Su Jingming shook his head and left with Song Qiuyun in a roundabout way.
There is little danger in such men, though they are extremely zealous in preaching the doctrine. And since this kind of thing is usually under the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department,
he doesn't need to worry about it. Just as he was thinking that,
a little girl's scream suddenly came from behind him.
When Su Jingming subconsciously looked back,
he realized that the middle-aged man from earlier seemed to be in a state of emotional collapse.
Why don't you guys always believe me? Because of the middle-aged man's maniacal expression.
The little girl in the family of 3 who had just walked out of the restaurant was directly frightened and cried out.
I get it. Surely you didn't pay enough to feel the pain of the cut.
The middle-aged man violently pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket, and then his right arm rose a full circle.
With a hideous expression,
he stabbed at the little girl. Only when you perceive pain will you understand the greatness of the God of Heaven. Since this happened so suddenly, there were also Alterans among the surrounding pedestrians who noticed this scene though.
However, the distance was too great, yet it was too late to render aid.
This little girl's parents are also obviously just ordinary people.
However,
it still reacted quickly and subconsciously protected the little girl's body. Just as this dagger was about to plunge into the left chest of the foremost mother,
a low voice rang out. Seek death.
The mother had just heard the voice when she saw the tip of a black and blue-colored spear that was haunted with lightning,
stabbing into the middle-aged man's head. The hard skull, at this point, was as fragile as a watermelon, and it directly burst. Bright red blood, interspersed with unknown contraptions, splattered away. Boo!
The headless body shook and fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the floor like ketchup. There was also some white brain marrow mixed in, and the rich smell of blood spread out at once.
Ordinary people who were suddenly confronted with such a bloody scene would inevitably be unable to hold back their vomiting.
But the mother just twisted around anxiously and held her crying little girl close to her.
Umbra, don't cry. It's okay. Although the little girl's father was also pale, he was at least able to speak, and looked at Su Jingming with great gratitude. Thank you, little brother, for your righteousness. Without Inin, we as a family don't know how to live. A show of hands. Su Jingming waved his hand. With a shake of the lance in his hand, the blood at the tip of the lance was flung to the ground as much as it could be, and then it was put into the middle of the spatial ring. The religious people on this side of the Shunan supply base are so rampant that they dare to riot and kill?
Song Choyun beside Su Jingming also came back to her senses from this sudden turn of events. Instead of reacting to the fallen body, he asked with a furrowed willow brow. We don't know what's going on. We've met a lot of these religious people. It's usually just a matter of preaching doctrine and not getting your hands dirty. The girl's father said bitterly. If not, the family would have rushed away at the first sight of the religious disciple. We're from the sheriff's department. Everyone stand still. At this time, a team of 5 people wearing uniforms rushed from not far away, and the square-faced strong man at the head even shouted loudly. The existence of the sheriff's department is somewhat similar to the police sassafras department in the previous world, only with more power. Also, the sheriff's department patrols in normal cities usually only have one shifter and the rest are normal people. But this team was different. It was full of second-order psychics. The square-faced burly man at the head of the group's aura had even vaguely reached the peak of the second stage. The sheriff's department is finally here. Some cultists just went on a murderous rampage. Yes, it's fortunate that that little brother made a move just now. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Make sure you find out which religion this is and uproot him. Passers-by who witnessed the whole thing naturally defined the behavior as cultist. When they saw the arrival of the sheriff's department, they rushed to talk about what had happened. What no one noticed, however, was a middle-aged man hidden in the crowd. After the sheriff's department arrived, they looked deeply at Su Jingming before turning away silently. One by one, just now this man was. 2 members of the team covered the headless body with a piece of white cloth, while a few others sought information from surrounding passers-by. The burly square-faced man at the head of the group then came straight to Su Jingming's front. Hello, I'm Zhou Jian, the captain of the patrol squad of the Supply Base's Security Bureau. Is it convenient to get acquainted with you? The burly man naturally saw that Su Jingming's aura was powerful. While taking out his ID to identify himself, he spoke in a very polite tone. If it were any other person, no matter what the reason, when a person is killed in the street, they are always taken back for questioning first. Could be. Su Jingming nodded slightly and briefly described what happened with him. Captain, the matter has been investigated. A moment later, a team member also came next to Zhou Jian and whispered. Good. Zhou Jian told his team members to stand down and murmured. What happened was just as you said. It's customary for us to take you back for a statement, but you're supposed to be a student from one of the top colleges coming over here on a research trip, right? Those who dared to come to this side of the Devil's Cave were all experienced and seasoned exalted. Young people like himself and Song Choyun were very rare, and it wasn't surprising that they could be recognized for their identities. So Su Jingming nodded and didn't deny it. Sure enough, the smile on Zhou Jian's face after confirming his identity grew 1 point wider. You 3 top colleges and universities choose one randomly between several magic caves as a study trip destination every year. I didn't realize until a while ago that our choice this year was our 7th magic cave. Since you're still on the study trip, things don't have to get so messy. You guys can leave now. No signatures or anything like that? Su Jingming was a bit surprised that the name of a top university was so good. No, the law enforcement recorder I have here has already recorded what you just dictated. Also my colleague has statements from passers-by that this has absolutely nothing to do with you. You were just forced into action. Zhou Jian pointed to the small camera pinned to his chest. Then I'll trouble Captain Zhou. It's no trouble. We didn't do our job properly. It's us who are bothering you. After learning what happened, Zhou Jian expressed his gratitude to Su Jingming. The remaining few teammates left with the headless body. Professionals who followed later also counseled the little girl's family. As for the little girl's father, he was also slowing down at this time. One enthusiastically pulled at Su Jingming, saying that he was a merchant who engaged in exotic flowers and plants and had to pay money in return. Su Jingming didn't shrug it off a few times, thinking that his sister-in-law also engaged in this business. Solely, he gave him his sister-in-law's contact information and asked him to just take care of the business when he had the chance. That's how we were able to get away. I didn't expect you to be so violent. Jingming, a direct blow to the head. On the way back to the training hall, Song Choyun sked. Usually the aliens, they pick the heart. It's very rare to see a shot like Su Jingming's that explodes the head. The same mother who stood in the way of the little girl. Otherwise, the scene of the headshot just now would have to leave that little girl with a considerable psychological shadow. Get used to it, Su Jingming faintly said. Song Choyun stared wide-eyed, feeling as if she had heard some extraordinary news. When I hunt ferocious beasts, I usually pick the head to kill, so that I can maximize the materials on the beasts. Su Jingming added. It was really because he had hunted too many ferocious beasts during this period of time, causing him to practice subconscious reactions. In fact, just now, after the gun was discharged, he also realized this problem for the first time. It seems like we still need to restrain ourselves in the future, and pick on the heart when dealing with human aliens, Su Jingming said silently in his heart. He didn't know if he was affected by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus essence blood, but every time he exploded his head, he inexplicably felt enjoyment. If it was used to deal with ferocious beasts, it was nothing, but if it could be used to kill human psychics, it would be a bit bloody. After all, not all aliens could accept the scene of blood and brain flowers flying in unison. Song Chio-yun, faced with that scene just now, could not throw up, are considered to be mentally strong. So that's what scared me. Song Chio-yun patted her high breasts with some afterthought. Ultrons who liked to explode their heads were all very rare existences in their Song family's group of warlike Ultrons. Just as the two were talking, a column passed in the distance. The team, totaling about 20 people, wearing a uniform white and gold battle suit with a clean white winged emblem on the chest of the suit. Each of them carried a weapon with them, and their breath was condensed. The most striking thing was their strong auras. Each of them was surprisingly above the 4th rank. The tall youth at the head of the group's aura was even at the peak of the terrifying 4th rank. It's someone from the Glory Battle Group. Which squad of the Glory Battle Group is this? The aura is surprisingly so powerful. The 12th squad. I think, that's who's been active on this side of the Demon Cave lately. Glory Warband. It was one of the more famous warbands in the south-central part of the Great Summer Kingdom. The various squads under its command are active in various wilderness areas in the south-central region. This squad was, indeed, the 12th squad under the Glory Battle Regiment. The strength was extremely strong, and the ranks of the players were all at least 4th order. Just as the onlookers were talking, the captain of the 12th squad, a tall, serious-looking young man, after spotting Song Chio-yun not far away, a smile of surprise unexpectedly surfaced on his face. Missy? Bingo? Song Chio-yun also spotted the youth, and a flash of surprise appeared on her pretty face. You guys wait here for me. The youth turned back to his teammates and came straight to Song Chio-yun with a flirtatious-like smile on his face. Missy, what a coincidence to meet here. Bingo. If you keep calling me that, then I'm going to call you by your nickname too. As if being referred to Black History, Song Chio-yun hastily stopped it. Ha ha, rhyme, you're still as unflappable as before, the youth said with a smile, and then was a bit puzzled. But didn't you go to school at the Magic University? Why are you over here in the Magic Cave? Research trip. Ah, thanks to Brother Bin. You're still a graduate of Qingjing Alien Energy University. Song Chio-yun spat. Study tours? The youth was slightly stunned before he reacted. Also, it's November. It's time for top colleges to schedule study tours. Right. A smile spread across Song Chio-yun's pretty face as she introduced Su Jingming. Jingming, this is my cousin Li Bin. Graduated from Qingjing Exotic University. Now it's the Glory Warriors, the captain of the 12th squad. The Song clan was very large, but most of the family children grew up together as children and were very close. This cousin, Li Bin, is a relative with whom she is on good terms? It's the lieutenant. Lieutenant. Li Bin coughed lightly and hastily added. This would definitely get a hard extra practice if the captain heard about it. Okay, Lieutenant Li, I know. Song Chio-yun deliberately dragged out her voice. Then she introduced Su Jingming again. This is Su Jingming, my classmate and friend. Su Jingming? Li Bin had long noticed the youth with a distinctive aura, and his eyes couldn't help but light up at his words. You're that S-rank from the Magic University? Long time no see. Did not speak before? Li Bin also counted on the breath condensation, or a powerful high cold. But when he spoke, the whole paragraph collapsed, and at this time, he was even very excited to shake hands with Su Jingming. Made it seem like he was some kind of rare animal. Bingo! You're quite well informed. You know all this? Song Chio-yun was quite surprised. This cousin of hers, who had always given people the impression that he was unreliable, didn't expect to actually know Su Jingming as well. Little rhyme. You don't know. Those top battle groups have long been eyeing Su Jingming, just waiting for him to graduate so they can pull him into the battle group. Our Glory Battle Group is still the same. And as the vice captain, I've even heard that name I don't know how many times. Li Bin subconsciously spat out, then swept his gaze between the two. Ha, just the two of you out alone? What, is there a problem? Song Chio-yun's willow eyebrows slightly raised. No problem. Of course. Li Bin waved his hand with an exaggerated expression. Yet the next moment he was giving Su Jingming a thumbs up. Brother Jingming, awesome. This is the first time I've seen Ryan go out alone with the opposite sex. It just so happens that my great-uncle's family is still short of a suitable son-in-law, and I see that you are quite good. Before Li Bin could finish his sentence, he sensed Song Chio-yun's line of sight that seemed like it wanted to kill. Ahem, Brother Jingming, then we'll talk alone next time. Also, good luck to you Magic University in getting a good grade on your research trip. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Coughing lightly, Li Bin decisively chose to bolt. You're a funny cousin. Looking at Li Bin who led the team away, Su Jingming couldn't help but think of his high school nemesis Zhang Hao.
Both are equally somewhat amusing attributes. If the two run into each other, they should make good friends. It's okay, just not very reliable some of the time. Song Chyo-yoon let out a long breath. If I let my cousin Lee Bin stay a little longer, I might say something more outrageous. Come on, let's get back to the training hall. Good.
Just as Su Jingming and Song Chyo-yoon returned to the training hall to continue training,
Shunan Supply Base Complex. Inside a remote villa,
a lean man wearing a gray robe with a blood moon emblem on his back, embracing a bone as white as jade, he just floated in the middle of the villa's living room out of thin air.
Archbishop, I'm back.
A middle-aged man walked into the villa and knelt down on one knee in front of the gray-robed man.
The gray-robed man slowly opened his eyes, and a low voice rang out. Is the information clear? Back to the Archbishop. It has been scoped out clearly, and the Demon University's S-class rank has indeed reached the upper second order. The middle-aged man looked respectful. All of them were still awakened at the time of the martial arts entrance exam, and this is less than half a year ago, and they've already reached the upper second order.
The gray-robed man's eyes had a brilliant light flickering in them.
If we let this kind of demonic figure grow up, it will be the heaviest blow to us. In a month's time, my Heaven's Destiny sect will announce our existence to the world.
Then let all the elites of the three schools,
including Su Jingming, and that S-rank in Indo,
become sacrifices to my religion. The gray-robed man's voice carried a bloodthirsty killing intent,
and then a small black instrument appeared in his hand. In addition,
there will be divine blood coming out of the devil's cave.
This is the divine blood indicator.
You are responsible for arranging for people to recover it.
Remember, don't use the name of the celestial order.
Understood. The middle-aged man took the instrument and respectfully retreated, and the villa soon fell into silence again.
On the other hand, Su Jingming and Song Chyo-yoon were back in the training room, and no more sparring, but rather training individually. It didn't leave until 5 p.m.
when we were notified to gather for a meeting. The place to gather for the meeting was in the square in front of the Shunan Supply Base.
In addition to the freshmen from the Magic City Alien Energy University, the other freshmen from the Jincheng Alien Energy University,
and the Qingjing Alien Energy University had also arrived.
The three schools, combined, have almost 3,000 freshmen. But standing in this square, it didn't feel crowded at all. At the forefront of the plaza, in addition to the vice principal Lingfrost, there were two other people, a man and a woman. The aura was equally powerful,
and it should be the lead teachers from the other two colleges.
Hello students of the three schools, I'm Su Ping, the vice president of Qingjing Exotic University. This study tour, in addition to, the person in charge of presiding over this meeting was the vice chancellor of Qingjing Alien Energy University. The hosting content was just about the same as what Lingfrost had said at school in the first place, ranked according to the level, number, and type of ferocious beasts killed. As long as they entered the top 1,000 of the three schools, they would be rewarded. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. The top three were even allowed to pick any one of the three schools' collection of battle techniques to learn. Plus, it's a joint award for all three schools. There are a number of rewards for our school when you win a place. For example, the Magic City Alien University would directly award 10,000 credits to the student who got the first place in the overall ranking. Sure, it was clear to all the freshmen of the Magic University that this reward was something that only Su Jingming would have the chance to get. And with the S-rank of Aoikyo's alien outcasts around, that chance was still pretty much up in the air. Also, to emphasize once more, the images of you slaying the ferocious beasts within the demon cave will all be recorded among the smart bracelets that have just been distributed. If you are found cheating by the smart bracelet, once manually confirmed, then you will face extremely serious punishment. All the freshmen from the three schools in the square at this time, all of them received a smart bracelet that was responsible for recording the number and types of ferocious beasts killed and tallying the results. It's just that, unlike the WKCSE, the rankings are not updated in real time. After all, the 7th Devil's Cave was extremely vast and wide, and the signal was not enough to cover it. Score rankings will only be displayed after returning to the supply base and returning the smart bracelet to the tally machine. The tournament during this study tour will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. On December 10th, 1 month later, the scores will be tallied at 9 a.m. I hope that everyone is enthusiastic about killing the ferocious beasts during this period. Sure, it's also important to live within your means. Okay, that's it for today. Everyone dismissed. After the vice-chancellor of Qingjing Alien University announced the dissolution, the freshmen from the three colleges didn't leave it at that. Instead, they shouted with excitement. The 5-member squad of the Qingjing Alien Energy University is still short one auxiliary alien. The rank requires an upper first order. From this or any other school, a 2-person elite squad, requiring absolute offensive psychic abilities, rank A or higher. Of course, I don't mind if an S-class would like to join me. There is no restriction on teams during this study tournament.
Most freshmen also know that the top rankings are simply not available to them. So they simply treated it as an opportunity to practice, and they all started to invite teams. Even some of the social junkies have started inviting up freshmen from other schools.
For a moment, the entire square was a bit crowded. Brother Ming,
our class 2 is going to form a couple of adventure squads to move around the outskirts of the Devil's Cave.
Do you want to join us? At this time, a tall girl found Su Jingming and asked with anticipation in her eyes. I won't be joining together. Class president, you guys can just team up.
Su Jingming said with a smile. The girl's name was Ding Yu and she was the class president of his class too. She is usually the one who assists the counselor along with the big and small activities of the class. According to the rules of the Magic University, the class president was supposed to be the strongest person in the class. However, Su Jingming naturally had little interest in this kind of position that wasn't too useful for strength enhancement and would instead take up a lot of time.
The final position was taken by Ding Yu,
who had gotten 16th place in the freshman competition.
Regarding Su Jingming's refusal, although class president Ding Yu had expected it, he still couldn't help but feel a little lost when it was actually confirmed. But she hid it well and didn't show this emotion. Instead, she waved her fist in encouragement. Since there's no way to team up together, I wish you first place. Ming, pass that S rank from Qingjing hard. Definitely.
Su Jingming had a smile on his face. After learning that Qingjing Alien Energy University had S-ranked external assistants with ranks as high as the third order.
In fact, most people don't think much of him. They just don't say it on the surface.
Only those who were on better terms with him, and those who usually attended classes together in this class,
remained unquestioning about it. Ding Yu, the squad leader, is one of the determined ones. Alright then, I'll keep looking for my teammates. Bye Ming. Ding Yu waved his hand away. Song Qiuyun, who was on the side, however,
blinked her eyes and looked curiously at Su Jingming.
Are you still planning to go into the Devil's Cave tomorrow, or are you going to do it alone?
I'm aiming for the middle of the Demon Cave, and moving with others will slow down progress.
Su Jingming nodded.
The 7th Devil's Cave was divided into different regional zones, with most of the outer area being ferocious beasts of the 1st to 3rd rank. The central region was dominated by ferocious beasts of the 3rd to 5th orders. With his current strength, he could at most deal with a 4th stage lower level ferocious beast. It was possible to escape even in the face of a 5th ranked ferocious beast. So naturally, it was best to go to the central region, middle of the Devil's Den. Song Qiuyun's pretty face was tinged with emotion. She was sure that if she dared to enter the middle of the Devil's Cave right now, she would basically only have a dead end. After a pause, she asked again with some anticipation. But walking from the periphery of the Devil's Cave to the center of the Devil's Cave should all take a day or two on the road.
And in the meantime, can I join you? With me?
Su Jingming's sword brows slightly raised,
and after a moment of thought,
he still nodded his head in agreement.
Yes.
Although Song Qiuyun was only at the lower 2nd rank, her true fighting strength was almost enough to deal with the middle 2nd rank ferocious beasts, and even the weaker upper 2nd rank ferocious beasts could be killed. It wouldn't be much of a liability to bring her along in the outer areas, but that would slow down the time to get into the center by about half a day. And based on the aura of that S-class observed in the training hall in the morning, although the opponent's breath was indeed strong, it was not condensed and cold enough, proof that this Kirin hasn't actually been walking around the wilderness area for long. For such a person, even if it was a 3rd ranked S rank, he still had the confidence to carry out crushing. A half-day delay can't hurt. Good. Then when you have to leave tomorrow, you can just ring my doorbell. Song Qiuyun's eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon, and her delicate features looked very cute even at this moment.
After determining to move together tomorrow, Su Jingming returned to the arena to continue training. Instead, Song Qiuyun separated from Su Jingming and went straight into the main building of the supply base.
Like the Jensui supply base, the top floor of the main building of the Thuanan supply base is also the location of the office of the Grand Supervisor as well as the VIP reception room. It was usually not open to the public, yet Song Qiuyun pulled out a black and gold card. After swiping at the sensor inside the elevator, he took the elevator to the top floor. Whoa! The elevator door opened and Song Qiuyun walked out of it with a slender stride. Waiting by the elevator, the two bodyguard-like figures seemed a bit surprised by Song Qiuyun's arrival. Still, he quickly responded and respectfully shouted, "Eldest Miss." Song Qiuyun nodded slightly and lightly entered the office of the big supervisor, the only thing behind the desk in the exquisite and luxurious office. Sitting there was a beautiful woman with a pretty face who was in the middle of an office, and she is the big supervisor of the Shunan supply base, Zhou Ying. Seeing Zhou Ying, a nice smile surfaced on Song Qiuyun's face. "Auntie, I'm coming." Rhyme? Zhou Ying, who raised her head, also had a look of surprise on her face. Hastily getting up and leaving her seat, She pulled Song Choyun to sit down on the sofa and pretended to be annoyed. You girl? I thought you forgot about your sister-in-law when you got a little boyfriend. Song Choyun smiled and suddenly her small face slightly reddened. Auntie, what are you talking about? I was just busy with something else. Still pretending. Your bingo has told me. It's that Su Jingming, right? Although Joing was already in her 40s, her appearance was still beautiful, and at this time, her face was even more vaguely flirtatious with a smile. No, I haven't even gotten to the end of my relationship with him yet. Song Choyun, the powerful second-place freshman of the Magic University. Under the sister-in-law's flirtation, it is surprisingly made a pretty red face, squirming and playing with the hair. Ha ha, rhyme, you're still as cute as ever. Joing covered her mouth and let out a delicate laugh, so she stopped teasing her and talked about business. You're going into the Devil's Den tomorrow, aren't you? The Devil's Cave is dangerous unlike normal wilderness areas. It just so happens that Squad 12 is over here, so let them accompany you in tomorrow. Don't bother, I'll be fine on my own. Song Choyun, who had slowed down from her shy emotions, hurriedly waved her hand in rejection. What kind of trouble is it to use our own Legion team? Joing raised her willow eyebrows slightly. She's telling the truth. The entire Glory Warrior Regiment was under the Song family in Sichuan province. Song Choyun, as the daughter of the current family patriarch, not to mention this small detachment. It's just a matter of words to mobilize an entire warband. Even the entire Shunan supply base Song family was a major shareholder. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to be a major supervisor here. Auntie, no need. You'll be penalized by the school if you're caught cheating. Besides, my dad already gave me the guardian talisman. It'll be fine. Song Choyun's jade finger pointed to the necklace on her white neck. The necklace's appearance was a glistening white color, vaguely emitting a faint milky light as well as a thick energy fluctuation. A guardian talisman? So brother-in-law has already given it to you. So it's true that there's no need for anyone else to protect it. Only then did Joing let out a sigh of relief. And then a flirtatious smile surfaced once again on her flirtatious face. What about that little boyfriend of yours? Do you need auntie to arrange for protection? Song Choyun didn't bother to correct her sister-in-law's name. And after pondering for a moment, she seriously said, Jing Ming, he's very strong, and there's no need to specially arrange someone to protect him. In reality, she was worried about these people hiding in the shadows and trailing all the way. It's fine if you don't get caught, but if you do, I'm afraid it's not easy to explain. Also, he's already in the upper second rank, plus S-ranked psychic abilities. As long as we don't go deep into the Devil's Den, there won't be any major problems. Joing nodded slightly, then said with some regret, but it's just a shame that this year, Xinjiang Alien University has hired outside help. Otherwise, your little boyfriend would definitely be number one. He'd be no one with outside help. Song Choyun had a serious expression. Oh, you're that confident in him? Joing was a bit surprised. The Seventh Devil's Cave, as one of the extremely dangerous wilderness areas that the Great Summer Kingdom was known for. Not only were there domestic adepts known to come, but there were also quite a few adepts who came from abroad. As a Sixth Order alien, and also as the base's grand supervisor, she had met several S-class alien awakenings, and all the same, they're all S-class psychic powers. Exalts with a high rank were basically crushed for those with a low rank. Not to mention the fact that the lower third order was a full major order stronger than the upper second order. Whether it was a one-on-one battle or killing a ferocious beast, there was a huge gap. You don't believe me, auntie? Then do you dare to make a bet with me? Song Choyun's delicate face carried full confidence, and in her clear and pleasant voice, there was a touch of feigned cunning hidden. 10 minutes later, Song Choyun, who had reached some sort of agreement with her sister-in-law Joing, with slender legs, he walked out of the main building of the supply base with satisfaction. Back at the training arena, Su Jingming's private training room where he is located continues to train, because he was going to enter the wilderness area the next day. Su Jingming didn't train until too late. It was just after 10 o'clock in the evening that he walked out of the private training room with Song Choyun. There were quite a few people still in the public training area in the hall at this time. Compared to the afternoon, there were still more people in the wide hall. The sounds of various training sounds and alien energy haunting were mixed together in a cacophony of sound. In this situation, having two people walk out of the private training room should be less likely to draw attention to themselves. But Su Jingming and Song Choyun, one was nearly 1 meter 9 in height and had a powerful and stern aura. The other was also delicate in appearance, with a slender and attractive figure. Placed in the crowd, they were all extremely noticeable. So, the two had just stepped out of the private training room and attracted a lot of attention. That's Magic University's S-Class. Su Jingming? That's him. The breath is too strong. TSK, if KYU hadn't hired outside help, then the first place would definitely be his this time. Yeah, but then again,
Magic University and Kyoto University both have S ranks.
And it's just us in Jincheng that's the worst.
Not a single S rank. Inside the arena,
the freshmen of Magic University naturally knew this freshman king of their own. Listening to the chatter of the surrounding freshmen from Beijing University as well as Jin University, he vaguely showed a proud expression on his face.
KYU brought in outside help, but it was also to get to number 1,
which is nothing to sneeze at.
So the freshmen of Kyoto University were also smiling.
It was only the freshmen from the Jincheng Alien Energy University who had bitter faces.
Their school didn't have a single S rank and was destined to lose the competition for the title. Nima, we want an S rank too. Su Jingming,
I'm looking forward to your performance when the competition starts tomorrow, and I hope you don't fall too far behind.
Kiran, the S rank of Kyoto University, stood in the crowd of freshmen of Kyoto University with a look of victory.
Oh, I do hope you're not too far behind me.
Su Jingming raised his sword brows slightly. He returned salty and did not wait for Kiran to reply, taking Song Qiuyun and leaving straight away. Still dare to be tough? When the competition ends in a month, I'll see how you can still be tough. Gazing at Su Jingming's departing figure, Kiran snorted coldly.
It was as if he had already seen Su Jingming's total score lagging far behind his own a month later.
The mind was even whispering to itself in its native tongue. In addition, I'm going to show you Daxia the toughness of my Indigo Kingdom's S-class by crushing it.
Since the game officially starts at 9 o'clock. So the next day, Su Jingming woke up and washed himself before training briefly in his room for a while.
It wasn't until 8:30 a.m.
that I put on my battle dress and boots and walked out of my room. The rest of the equipment and supplies were all kept in the spatial ring. It is worth noting that,
when he was in school, since he had to go to the wilderness area every week, Su Jingming was too lazy to prepare supplies every time.
Therefore, he had enough fresh water resources and energy bars stored in his spatial ring to survive for 3 months.
Of course, the cookware and various spices came with a set. 10 cubic meters is a lot of space.
And this whole thing only takes up about 2/3 of that space when you do the math. The other third of the space, he planned to use to hold the collected fierce beast materials.
Ding dong! Su Jingming came to the door of the opposite room and pressed the doorbell next to it. Coming!
Song Qiuyun's crisp voice came out from within the room.
Without waiting a moment, the door to the room opened and Song Qiuyun's slender figure walked out with it. Unlike yesterday, her black hair wasn't tied back in a high ponytail. Instead,
they were coiled together and gently stuck in place with a light green hairpin.
This also makes it easier to move around the wilderness area.
Her training clothes were also changed to a light ink-colored,
form-fitting battlesuit. As if it were a second skin, it clung to her skin, revealing a proud bust,
a perfect waist-to-hip ratio,
and those long, slender legs with a slight hint of flesh.
Paired with Song Qiuyun's already flirtatious appearance, it exuded even more deadly temptation.
Let's go. A nice smile surfaced on Song Qiuyun's pretty face.
By the time Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun arrived at the square in front of the main building of the supply base, there were already quite a few new students there. Most of the people, in small groups of 4 or 5, each carried their own weaponry and equipment,
with a backpack behind them.
There were also elite 2-man squads like theirs,
and even more solo travelers like Kiran, only in extremely rare numbers. Actually bringing a woman along? Kiran could see the two of them, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, from a distance.
The black and yellow face with the characteristics of the Indigo country could not help but show a hint of disdain.
Although he coveted Song Qiuyun's family background, even if he wanted to be courteous, it would be after the match.
If he were in his place,
he would never bring a procrastinator into the demon cave. Little Rhyme actually went into the devil's cave with Su Jingming. No wonder she didn't let the squad follow. In front of the main building, sister-in-law Zhou Ying's mind drifted off, and then her eyebrows were gently furrowed again. But this girl, alone with Su Jingming in the Devil's Cave, won't do anything else. Inside the wilderness area, there is a crisis. It's easy for two lonely men and women to develop some passion after a life and death crisis.
Su Jingming in particular was tall and robust, and his features were resolute and hard. The body exudes a fatal attraction to women, but Rhyme herself has a sense of propriety, so it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about Song Qiuyun's own nature,
sister-in-law Zhou Ying was slightly more at ease. The time passed quickly, and soon it was 9 o'clock sharp.
Go, depart. Our squad strives to kill a second-ranked ferocious beast.
The Devil's Cave. I'm coming.
The freshmen on the plaza scrambled into the entrance of the wilderness area,
and Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun followed into it as well. The 7th Devil's Cave was, in essence, an area that was similar to the Sourcewater Wilderness area's mountain forest, but in terms of area, it is hundreds of times more vast. Su Jingming and the rest of the freshmen, almost 3,000 of them, still seemed crowded at the entrance, but the deeper you go in, the fewer peers you have around you. The two of them, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun,
entered the Devil's Cave and headed towards the central region. The outermost part of the Devil's Cave was the location closest to the human base camp, where no ferocious beasts with a slight amount of intelligence would move around. As a result, the only ones active in the outermost periphery were some first-order ferocious beasts with low intelligence that acted only on instinct. On this journey forward, Su Jingming and Song Choyun didn't waste too much time on these first-order ferocious beasts, and only killed some of the ones that blocked the way in passing. Although in order to take care of Song Choyun, Su Jingming's running speed slowed down slightly, but Song Choyun's own speed wasn't slow, and after the two of them had traveled forward within the Devil's Cave for a small amount of time, in the surrounding jungle shrubs, there were already very few first-order ferocious beasts, basically all second-order ferocious beasts. However, they were all second-order ferocious beasts that had fallen alone, and the ferocious beast groups were all rare. It took another hour or so of running before they finally encountered the first group of second-ranked ferocious beasts in the jungle. This was a group of iron-haired pangolin fierce beasts, about 10 in total. The hair on each pangolin was as black as ink and about the size of an ordinary sedan. Like iron thorns, it rushed into the sky. In fact, these hairs of the iron hair pangolin are tougher than E-grade alloys. If a human alien were to take a hit head-on, he would definitely be zapped with holes all over his body. A normal alien's battlesuit wouldn't be able to protect against this kind of piercing damage. Roar! Looking at the human aberrant, these second-order iron-furred pangolins immediately stirred. The head crouched down and let out a threatening hiss. Let me do it. Su Jingming was not going to let go of the opportunity to harvest his ability points, and his body was filled with thunder. Carrying a dark green lance, he charged into the group of iron-hair pangolin fierce beasts. Song Choyun also knew that these second-order ferocious beasts couldn't pose the slightest threat to Su Jingming, so he didn't make a move either, and stood aside playfully to watch the battle. Rumble! Seeing that a human actually dared to take the lead in launching an attack towards himself, more than 10 iron-hair pangolin armors unexpectedly rolled into what looked like a tire at the same time. Next moment, these 10 or so huge tires with hard iron teeth slammed towards Su Jingming. The trees and rocks along the way were crushed under the powerful kinetic energy, as well as the hard iron hair. Most Alterans, faced with such a group of difficult tire forms, would choose to avoid the front for the time being. However, Su Jingming, who was carrying his lance, did not have the slightest change in his countenance. The pace of the charge even quickened by a point. The athletic figure was like a phantom as it weaved through the tires of the iron hair pangolin swarm. At the same time, the lightning lingering green sky-black jiao gun in his hand kept stabbing out. Pust, pust. Each shot hit precisely on the small head that the iron-furred pangolin was trying so hard to hide. In just a few moments, 4 or 5 iron hair pangolin armors had already fallen into a pool of blood. Every shot is straight to the weak point. Song Choyun, who was watching the battle from the side, sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her beautiful eyes slightly widening. Realize that iron-haired pangolin with a hardback full of iron hairs. Weaknesses are in the soft belly, and in the head. However, under the tire rolling form of the iron hair pangolin, the soft abdomen was all but hidden, and there was no way to attack it. The other head weakness, on the other hand, is exposed, but the iron hair pangolin's head was extremely small, and it was in a state of high-speed rotation. Even if you know this weakness, you still can't attack it. However, each of Su Jingming's shots hit precisely on top of this head weakness. Not a single miss, all in seconds. This wasn't just something that could be done with a high rank. This also required an extremely terrifying battle intuition. Moreover, Su Jingming's alien energy loss throughout the process was almost negligible. It could be said that every bit of energy in one's entire body was perfectly controlled without the slightest waste. If a group of second-order upper-level aliens were allowed to enter the wilderness area without any supplies, relying on this delicate ability to manipulate her powers as well as her battle intuition, Song Choyun was certain that Su Jingming would definitely be the one to survive the longest. Under Su Jingming's strong suppressive power, it was only 10 seconds or so. These 12 second-order iron hair pangolin armors all fell down, the blood if like a stream converging and seeping down, coloring the surrounding tender green grass bright red, killing 12 second-order iron hair pangolin armors and harvesting a total of 276 exotic energy points. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded slightly. It was worthy of being a devil's cave. With a large number of ferocious beasts, he hadn't deliberately killed anyone along the way. Just killing the ferocious beasts that he happened to come across had reaped more than 400 exotic energy points. When we enter the middle of the Devil's Cave and the ferocious beasts increase in level, the efficiency of harvesting alien energy points will further increase. Roughly speaking, this month, all of them would be able to gain at least 30,000 alien energy points. I wonder if I'll be able to raise the level of my powers by then. Right now, the Deep Blue System panel had about 13,000 alien points. And there was no way to raise the alien ability if he had to scrape together another 30.
000 alien points.
Then Su Jingming would have no choice but to level up first.
Unfortunately, the Deep Blue system had responded to his questions except on the first day. The rest of the time it was like a dead machine,
only mechanically broadcasting the alien ability points gained from killing the ferocious beasts.
Otherwise,
you can just ask the system if the alien ability can be upgraded and how many alien ability points are needed to upgrade.
Because of this, Su Jingming felt that the Deep Blue system's level of intelligence was not even as good as Blue Star's lowest level artificial intelligence. No, can't say it's not as good. Is simply not comparable. The Deep Blue system has no intelligent elements at all.
If I find out where the system came from sometime in the future,
High and Low will have to spit a few words with the system maker. Su Jingming shook his head. With that,
he took out the A-grade alloy dagger from his spatial ring and prepared to collect the ferocious beast materials.
Let me help you. Song Choyun also came over,
similarly taking out a dagger and crouching down beside Su Jingming.
That being said, Kajimaki, you're different from many other Thunderbolt Exalt I've seen.
Whoa! The sharp dagger sliced off the sharp claws of the iron hair pangolin with extremely silky smoothness, while the blood flowed horizontally.
Song Choyun, the Song family's eldest miss, did not show the slightest discomfort. Oh, what's different? Su Jingming revealed an interested expression,
the dagger in his hand slicing off his other claw at the same time. The other Thunder and Lightning Exalts have always been a bit more licentious about the use of their powers. Jingming, you however are very restrained and cautious about the use of your powers.
Song Choyun laughed softly. Thunderbolt. The first impression one gets is wild, wanton. Most Thunderbolt Exalted left the same impression on others. But Su Jingming was different, although the feeling she got was still strong and stern. However, it seemed to be missing a touch of the dominance and wildness that any lightning system psychic would have. Sure, if this thought of hers had been heard by Zhang Chuxian, who had seen Su Jingming use the Thunder Extreme State to kill 5 people in a row, absolutely flabbergasted. Hui Qingming, convergence? Can the two be connected?
Su Jingming smiled faintly at his words and didn't explain much.
In fact, he could also massively use the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder to kill this group of ferocious beasts.
It could be the power of the Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder. And dealing with such a group of second-order ferocious beasts was tantamount to a big deal.
Moreover, after the Purple Heavenly Divine Lightning Bombardment,
9 out of 10 of the body tissues of this second-ranked ferocious beast that didn't have a strong defense would be scorched black and carbonized.
There was simply no way to collect any more fierce beast materials from its body.
Thus, for ferocious beasts below the 3rd rank, he tended to use his lance to kill them. Both conserve exotic energy and kill more efficiently. This was also a lesson he had learned in more than 2 months of walking through the wilderness area. After all, the longer the range, only the more ferocious beasts can be killed. With Su Jingming and Song Choyun both collecting, it took less than 3 minutes to collect the ferocious beast materials. Sure, the material on the iron hair pangolin was not only the sharp claws, but also the single iron hair on their body. It's just that iron hair is so troublesome to collect that you can't get it done without an hour. They entered the Devil's Cave this time in order to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and accumulate points. Naturally, you won't waste too much time on collecting materials. That's why only the most valuable claws were collected. It's worth noting that this batch of iron-haired pangolins, judging by the smart bracelet, it was a kill done by Su Jingming alone, so he ended up with 1,200 points. After resolving this batch of ferocious beasts, the two continued to rush towards the central region of the Demon Cave. Along the way, most of the ferocious beasts encountered were kills accomplished by Su Jingming.
Song Choyun didn't really strike too many times, but even so, when the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark when the two found a cave to rest in. Song Choyun still couldn't help but feel exhausted all over and her muscles ached. The close-fitting battle dress that was still clean and tidy when we left in the morning. In addition to being stained with some ferocious beast blood, she was also stained with a lot of sweat, making her whole body a little sticky. On the other hand, Su Jingming, who was also sitting cross-legged on the ground, had his back straightened. Not a trace of fatigue was visible on that angular and resolute face. Jingming's physical strength. It's so good. Song Choyun already didn't know how many times she had voiced such a sentiment. But this time, looking at the robust figure not far away, she did not know what to think of. Suddenly her face slightly red, round and slender legs gently closed. You have a fever? So red in the face? Looking at Song Choyun, whose face was slightly flushed, Su Jingming wondered. With her second-order alien physique, she shouldn't have a fever. Is it because we're in a hurry today? No. Nothing. Maybe the energy bar was a little spicy earlier. Only then did Song Choyun come back to her senses, her small face becoming more and more flushed. Energy bars come in spicy flavors? Su Jingming was a bit surprised, but didn't care about the details and smiled. Go to bed early. I'll keep watch tonight while you get some more rest. I'm fine with it. Just switch to me for the second half of the night, Song Chyo-yoon said in a hurry. No, you're too tired today. I'm not much of a drain, and I have no problem keeping watch all night. Su Jingming shook his head. In fact, the performance of Song Chyo-yoon, who was only a second-order lower-level alien, was already very good. On this journey today, in addition to running, they were fighting the ferocious beasts, and there was hardly any rest time. He had originally thought that Song Chyo-yoon would not be able to hold out in the afternoon, but he did not expect to have survived until now. Nothing consuming? Song Chyo-yoon was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked. So can today match the intensity of your fight over in the Yangchang wilderness area alone? No more than that. Su Jingming shook his head. The frequency of battles is much lower, and the intensity is even about a third of what it normally is. Only a third of the intensity of the battle? Song Chyo-yoon's delicate and charming features were covered in shock. Jesus, just a third of the intensity of the battle, and without having struck out many times himself the entire time. He was already tired like this. If he were to switch to Su Jingming's maximum battle intensity, then I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to last an hour, right? At that moment, Song Chyo-yoon suddenly realized a problem. That is that one never seems to have seen Su Jingming in full bloom. Whether it's the usual sparring sessions or the school's freshman competition, Hui Jingming all but pushed and crushed his way across the board. Everyone in Devil's University knew that Su Jingming was strong, but no one knew where his limits were. Subconsciously, she felt that her earlier assessment of Su Jingming's fighting style was somewhat biased. After all, how could one talk about evaluation when they hadn't even seen Su Jingming's state of full strength? Unfortunately, there's no way for me to move together in the back. Otherwise, it's still possible to see Jingming in his full glory. Song Chyo-yoon sighed silently in her heart. Before entering the Magic University, she had never imagined that she would one day be pulled so far apart by a peer. But when we go back to school, we can ask Sister Chu Xian about the situation. After making the decision, Song Chyo-yoon, who felt exhausted all over, could no longer support herself and yawned. Jingming, then I'll go to sleep first. When he finished, he lay down lightly on the blanket spread on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. And after Su Jingming had trained for more than 2 hours using the top exotic exercise method, he also closed his eyes slightly and entered a light sleep. Early the next morning, after awakening, Su Jingming as well as Song Chyo-yoon continued their journey. They were moving fast, and by 7 p.m., they were just over 3 hours away from the center of the Devil's Cave. It's going to be dark soon, so let's find a place to rest and set out tomorrow, Su Jingming said after looking at the sky. The dark nights are when the ferocious beasts are most active. Some high-level ferocious beasts would choose this time to come out from the depths of the demon cave and start hunting. As a result, the magic cave was much more dangerous at night than during the day, and was not suitable for continuing the journey. On the other hand, he who had been running around for a day, constantly slaying ferocious beasts, also needed to rest. Good. Song Chyo-yoon nodded obediently. Buzz. Su Jingming tapped the smart bracelet and a map was projected. The periphery of the Devil's Cave was labeled with the various terrains and the distribution of ferocious beasts on the periphery map due to the fact that the greatest number of exalts were exploring it. If they wanted to rest, it would be best to find a cave that was the safest. There seems to be a pool of water nearby. Su Jingming's eyes suddenly lit up. The water sources in the wilderness area are where the ferocious beasts gather the most. When he was in the Yangchang wilderness area, he liked to squat next to the water source. In this way, there would be a steady stream of ferocious beasts sent to his door for him to kill. This place isn't far from us, so we can go and kill another wave of ferocious beasts before it gets dark. Chyo-yoon, let's go. Su Jingming hurriedly rushed over there with Song Chyo-yoon in a hurry, but when they reached the vicinity of the waterhole, they were greatly disappointed. There was indeed a clear pool of water here, but there wasn't even a single ferocious beast drinking water in the vicinity. What's going on? It's impossible that there isn't even a single ferocious beast near the water source. Su Jingming, who was hidden behind the tall trees, frowned slightly. Roar! Right at this moment, a huge second-ranked armblade tiger emerged from the jungle on the opposite side. Eyes scanned the surroundings, and steps were taken cautiously towards the tam. As it came to the edge of the pool, it was about to lower its head to drink. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of water arrows shot out from within the pool of water. The second-ranked armblade tiger had no time to react, and in an instant, it was penetrated by water arrows through its body, with dozens of extra bloody holes in its body. He only had time to let out a miserable hiss before he collapsed on the spot and lost his breath of life. Whoa! The clear water of the pool fluctuated violently, and a giant crocodile as large as a small car swam out of the pool. Coming to the edge of the water pool, he opened his bloody mouth and began to enjoy this arm-blade tiger that he had just killed. No wonder not many ferocious beasts dare to come over here to drink.
It turns out to be inhabiting a terrifying ferocious beast like the source water giant crocodile.
Su Jingming was suddenly dazed.
The source water giant crocodile was an amphibious ferocious beast, though it was active underwater most of the time. Most of the ranks are around the second or third order.
This source water giant crocodile, on the other hand, was different, with its equal rank reaching the lower fourth rank. Even more so,
he had mastered a natural skill similar to group water arrows in general.
It's a fourth-ranked ferocious beast.
Song Choyun also sensed the rank of the ferocious beast and couldn't help but change her face slightly.
It's amazing that we can even meet fourth-ranked ferocious beasts in the periphery of the demon cave. Jingming, let's go.
The fourth-ranked ferocious beasts had strong perceptions, so it was impossible to say that the two of them had already been discovered. So Song Choyun hurriedly pulled Su Jingming to leave.
However,
she found that the other party was still standing steadily in the same place. There's no need to be in a hurry.
Although the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts are strong, it's not like there's no way to deal with them.
Su Jingming had a relaxed expression.
During that period of time in the Yangchang wilderness area, he had killed more than one fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Song Choyun was slightly stunned. If it were any other second-order upper-level alien, she would definitely think that the other party was bragging. But she knew that with Su Jingming's character, it was unlikely that he would tell a lie.
Is it that exclusive battle technique that Dean Young taught you? Song Choyun's beautiful eyes glowed slightly. Ever since she had learned of the source of the ferocious beast aura on Su Jingming's body, she had specialized in understanding this battle technique of the Dean of the Arms Academy, knowing that this was a body-forging type of battle technique. However, this also meant that Su Jingming needed to fight this fourth-ranked ferocious beast head-on.
Positive tussle. Song Choyun looked at the giant crocodile in the distance whose mouth was covered with sharp teeth, whose entire body was covered with scales and armor, and whose body size was huge, emitting a monstrous bloodthirsty aura. Looking again at Su Jingming, who was merely dressed in battle clothes, his heart still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Just as she was thinking about whether or not to simply lend her guardian talisman to Su Jingming, Su Jingming, however, shook his head with a smile.
Although the body-forging type battle techniques that my teacher has imparted to me are good,
they are still inferior against the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. He's telling the truth.
Currently, there was only one battle technique that he used to kill fourth-ranked ferocious beasts with the highest efficiency.
The S-ranked Heavenly Thunder technique. Not that body-forging class battle skill? Song Choyun blinked her big, clear eyes, somewhat unsure. Instead,
Su Jingming's eyes were slightly closed as he concentrated all his mental energy and mobilized his purple heavenly lightning.
Crackle! The lightning light on the surface of Su Jingming's body flickered. At the same time,
there were surprisingly bursts of dull thunder in the sky.
The giant crocodile by the pool seemed to have realized something as well, stopping eating and looking at the sky in disbelief. It's going to rain? Song Choyun hadn't noticed anything unusual and subconsciously looked up. Instead, I realized that the sky at sunset was slightly orange and red. But where were the dark clouds? Just as she was puzzled, Su Jingming's low voice suddenly rang in her ears. Heavenly Thunder technique. It was at this time that the orange-red sky suddenly became translucent. Next moment,
in Song Choyun's shocked gaze, a blue-purple thunder as thick as a bucket, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that was like extinction, split down in a manner that penetrated through heaven and earth. Jab! Deafening sounds of thunder rang out as it blasted straight at the giant crocodile. A fourth-order source water giant crocodile, its entire body covered in densely packed scales. The defensive strength of the scale armor formed by the combination of these scales was comparable to a C-grade alloy.
And it doesn't conduct electricity, doesn't conduct heat. Just breaking through this layer of scale armor's defense would cause many elemental-type aberrations a headache. However,
under the bombardment of this lightning, this thick scale armor was like papier-mâché,
and was pierced through in an instant, with his entire body becoming scorched black. Immediately afterward, that huge body was swallowed up by the roiling thunder, followed by a crash to the ground. Until the last moment, it didn't even realize where the enemy was. It just lost its life completely. Ding! Kill 1 4th order lower source water giant crocodile. Alien energy points plus 213. Listening to the system beep in his head, the corners of Su Jingming's mouth, who was the instigator, rose slightly. 213 exotic energy points. This source water giant crocodile was considered to be one that gave more exotic energy points even among the 4th order lower ferocious beasts. Alien ranks, from the 1st to the 3rd, are known as lower ranked aliens. The 4th through 6th orders are known as middle order exalts. As for why it was called that, it was because when a psychic went from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, their strength would get a qualitative breakthrough. With the same level of psychic ability, the strength of a 4th order lower psychic was more than 10 times stronger than a 3rd order peak psychic. This is equally true for ferocious beasts, and the judging of the Deep Blue system's ability point acquisition varies approximately according to the law of strength.
The alien energy points gained from killing peak third-order ferocious beasts ranged from 40 to 50, and the alien energy points gained from killing lower fourth-order ferocious beasts ranged from around 200 to 220. The 213 exotic energy points obtained from this source water giant crocodile were already relatively large. Sure, the consumption was also great, consuming almost a third of Su Jingming's alien energy. The source water giant crocodile is dead. Let's go. Go over and take a look. This wasn't the first time he had killed a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. That was why Su Jingming's expression barely fluctuated as he took the lead towards the pool. But Song Qiuyun on the side was different. The first time she saw this kind of scene, she felt like her worldview had been turned upside down. Born into a great master family, it wasn't that she hadn't seen geniuses before, and she was even a genius herself who had crushed her peers across the province. However, she had never seen a genius as demonic as Su Jingming. Surprisingly, he was able to cross two great orders and kill a fierce beast of the lower fourth order with the strength of the upper second order. And it's still seconds. No one would believe me if I told them. So, this is your true strength. Song Qiuyun took a deep breath, her breasts wrapped in the tight-fitting battle suit rising and falling slightly. He waited for his emotions to stabilize a bit before taking a step towards the pool. Just as he walked over, he saw Su Jingming looking at the charred corpse in front of him with a regretful expression. The most valuable thing about the source water giant crocodile is this scaly skin, but unfortunately it was all destroyed. The skin of a fourth-order source water giant crocodile, if it was stripped off in its entirety, could be sold for $20 to $30 million, to say the least. It's not just the skin that's worth money. A fourth-ranked ferocious beast, all of its body is treasure. Song Qiuyun said with a smiling face, who says it isn't? But my spatial ring isn't big enough, so if I shove this whole giant crocodile in there won't be much room left. When there was only a 1 cubic meter space ring, Su Jingming felt that a 10 cubic meter space ring was already large. But as the number of times he went in and out of the wilderness area increased, he felt that the 10 cubic meter space ring wasn't quite enough. Put it here with me, my space ring is big enough. I'll give it back to you when we get back to the supply base. That's fine, then I'll leave it at your place for now. Su Jingming nodded. Song Qiuyun, who had received the consent, also stretched out her jade hand and stuck it on the body of the source water giant crocodile. The spatial ring then slightly bloomed with light, and the entire giant crocodile was included in it. How large is the capacity of your space ring? Su Jingming said with some curiosity. Since entering the wilderness area yesterday, Song Qiuyun had also collected quite a few ferocious beast materials, and yet, I've never even seen her say that there wasn't enough capacity. It's not big, just 30 cubic meters. Song Qiuyun smiled cheekily. 30 cubic meters is a lot. Su Jingming sked. Not bad for a little rich girl from a family of great masters. 30 cubic meters isn't even a big deal. The ferocious beasts living in the neighborhood should all know the ferocity of this water source. The number of ferocious beasts that came to drink water was also scarce, so there was no point in staying here any longer. Come on, let's go find a cave to rest in. Su Jingming opened the map on his smart bracelet and prepared to see what caves were nearby, but I didn't realize that my score in the upper right corner had risen by a full 10,000 points. A fourth-ranked lower-level ferocious beast has such a high score? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. He had thought that at most 5,000 points would be good. It's not like anyone can kill a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. It's normal to have a higher score. Song Qiuyun laughed softly. In fact, due to the huge strength gap between the fourth rank and the peak of the third rank, she was even a little skeptical that, in addition that S-class third-order alien Kirin, is not even able to kill the fourth-order ferocious beast. Fair enough. Su Jingming nodded slightly and quickly found a location on the map labeled as the Ringed Earth Grizzly Bear's Den. Let's go here. Ringed Earth Grizzly Bears usually use caves as lairs. Can we wait a little bit before we go over there? Looking at the clear pool of water not far away, Song Qiuyun said with some hesitation. What's the problem? Su Jingming said suspiciously. No problem. Song Qiuyun hurriedly waved her hand, her pretty face slightly reddening as she whispered. It just so happens that there's a pool of water over here, and I'd like to take a simple bath. If it had been any other day, she would never have been so eager, but the intensity of the battle in the past 2 days was just too great, making her whole body a little sticky. Su Jingming sniffed with sudden clarity. In the wilderness area, bathing is a great luxury, because the vast majority of water sources were inhabited by a large number of ferocious beasts nearby. It was impossible to get close, either that or wash it with the drinking water you have with you. For Song Qiuyun, who possessed a high-capacity spatial ring, it might be possible to do so, but now that there is such a readily available pool of water, it is natural that one would not have the luxury of bathing in drinking water. Wait, let me first confirm that there are no other ferocious beasts in the pool. Su Jingming nodded slightly and took a step to the edge of the pool to take a closer look. The area of this pool was not large, and it was about the size of a circle with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The depth was quite deep, about 3 or 4 meters, and the spring was so clear that you could see to the bottom at a glance. However, just in case, Su Jingming still bent his knees and crouched down, thrusting his right hand into the water of the pool as the purple heavenly lightning violently erupted. Crackle! Blue-purple thunder immediately filled the entire pool of water, while the water of the pool was churning, in addition to stirring up some weeds at the bottom of the pool, as well as making the water of the pool slightly cloudy. It didn't seem to have changed much. There shouldn't be any other ferocious beasts. Su Jingming's body was covered in converging thunder. However, right at this moment, a series of bubbles suddenly rose from the center of the pool that had gradually become calm. Immediately after, a scarlet color seeped up from the bottom of the pool. In just a few moments, it rendered the entire pool of water as if it were blood. In the air, an odor of blood immediately filled the air. However, unlike the ordinary smell of blood, this smell of blood even carried a faint fragrance. At the same time, Su Jingming also felt a fatal attraction emanating from this blood-red pool of water. Is this? Su Jingming's face revealed a horrified expression. The attraction was as if it came from the body's instinctive desire, trying to absorb all this blood water into his body. In the middle of the dense jungle, a group of 6 people were walking quietly. The slanting sun shone through the leaves, creating an orange-red patch of light on them. The group of 6, all dressed in black hooded robes, had large blood moon emblems on their backs. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was also holding a black instrument in his arms. A faint red glow flickered from this black instrument, guiding their way forward. Bishop, which lord's divine blood are we recovering this time? One of them, speaking to the middle-aged man at the very front, asked. The blood of the ancient dragon god. The middle-aged man at the head said indifferently. Surprisingly, it's the blood of the dragon god. The man who spoke earlier had a frenzied expression. When we get this divine blood, my Heaven's Destiny sect will have another powerful divine blood messenger. Hearing this, the expressions of the few people around them were somewhat eager. Once monitored for good fit with divine blood, then, after absorbing the divine blood, one could leap into becoming a divine blood messenger with great power within the sect. Shut up, we are the Blood Moon Cult. The middle-aged man's face turned cold. If I hear any of you say the wrong name of the religion again, shoot on sight. The bishop is a man of his word and kills whoever he says he will. The remaining 5 then all looked aghast and nodded their heads in a hurry. Yes, Buzz. At that moment, the faint light on the instrument in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly rose and became scarlet. It colored the dimly lit forest around them a bright red. The divine blood has actually come out early? The bishop at the head of the group's face changed slightly, and it was too late for him to think about why the divine blood had come out early. After carefully observing the instrument, he then quickly said, the place is not far from us, only about 8 hours away. No rest tonight. Full speed ahead. Led by the bishop, the group quickly traveled through the dense jungle and gradually moved away. On the other side, by the pool of water, in the face of an intense longing that springs out of thin air, with his strong willpower, Su Jingming pressed it to the bottom of his heart. Could this blood water be some heavenly treasure I don't know about? Su Jingming frowned slightly. Some heavenly treasures that condense the essence of heaven and earth would indeed trigger an instinctive response in the human body. What's going on? The water in the pool turned blood red? Song Choyun also noticed the amazing scene and couldn't help but walk up quickly. Just now, I also just used the violet heavenly divine lightning to clear the water of the pool, and it suddenly changed. Su Jingming simply explained. Feeling the longing within himself, he couldn't help but subconsciously ask, Choyun, can you feel this pool of blood attracting you? Attract me? No way. Song Choyun shook her head and squatted at the edge of the pool, her beautiful eyes looking into the water. But according to the feedback I got from my A-rank psychic ability Morning Light, this blood water carries a very strong aura of ferocious beasts, and it's also a bit similar to that strange ferocious beast aura you have. A bit of a resemblance to my scent? Su Jingming instantly thought of the SS-ranked resource he had absorbed, the 8th order lower thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex essence blood. Could it be that this is also the essence blood of a dragon-type ferocious beast, and that's why I'm reacting? Su Jingming bowed his head and thought, if this was the case, then it meant that absorbing this blood water should not be bad for you, but rather beneficial. Feeling the increasingly intense hunger and thirst coming from his body, Su Jingming couldn't care less. Choyun, I'll go in and try, and if you find anything wrong, pull me out immediately. After saying that, he stepped straight into the water of the pool. Whoa! The moment Su Jingming stepped into the water of the pool, the entire pool seemed to boil. A stream of bright red blood, as if it were a python, gushed out furiously towards Su Jingming's body. His body, like a traveler who had been thirsty for 10 days and nights in the desert seeing fresh water, frantically absorbed this blood water. Su Jingming himself, on the other hand,
felt a strong sense of comfort. Then, without even noticing it himself, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and around his body, blue and purple thunder flashed. It was as if endless amounts of blood and water were winding up, eventually forming a giant blood-colored cocoon that wrapped Su Jingming in its entirety. This all happened in a flash of lightning, and by the time Song Qiuyun reacted, at the edge of the pool, there was only such a huge blood-colored cocoon left. Kajamusha? Song Qiuyun blinked her eyes and saw that there was no reaction coming from the blood-colored giant cocoon, so she couldn't help but slightly knit her eyebrows. It looks like Jingming has come across a chance of his own, and it doesn't seem to be able to move. Looking at the blood and water that was still being continuously fed into the giant cocoon, Song Qiuyun looked up at the gradually darkening sky again. Immediately, he gripped the square heavenly painted halberd tightly in his hand. His beautiful eyes gazed slightly, silently guarding in front of the giant cocoon. The night passed quickly, as the first rays of the morning sun poured through the clouds. In front of Song Qiuyun, in front of the blood-colored giant cocoon, there were already more than a dozen corpses of ferocious beasts, and the originally blood-red pool water was as if it had been filtered once, showing only a light red color. Fortunately, the strongest ferocious beast that appeared last night was only at the lower third rank. Song Qiuyun didn't dare to put down the square heavenly halberd on his right hand, merely stretching out his left hand to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead. Last night, she kept her attention in a heightened state of concentration all night. It was dark and late at night, and she didn't dare to use her powers with abandon. Otherwise, once the A-ranked psychic ability Morning Glory is turned on, the light that was like a small sun would attract all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. So, last night's battle was slightly more grueling, especially that third-order lower one-horned rhinoceros among them. It took her more than half an hour to solve it. It's a good thing this isn't in the central region, or I wouldn't have lasted even an hour last night. Song Qiuyun looked back at the pool of water that was getting lighter and lighter in color, and a touch of delight appeared on her pretty face. It looks like this should be over for Jingming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just at that moment, a series of 6 black figures emerged from the jungle. The bishop in the lead spotted the blood-colored giant cocoon by the pool of water with a glance, and couldn't help but frown slightly. This wasn't the first time he had recycled divine blood either. How could divine blood be in such a form? With a sweep of his eyes, the bishop spotted Song Qiuyun standing at the edge of the pool of water with a wary look on her face. She's the second-place winner of that magic university? The bishop also recognized Song Qiuyun's identity, and his heart grew stranger. What's going on? Why is a freshman from the University of Magic here? There are no ferocious beasts here, and the water source is polluted. So if you all want to get water, I suggest going elsewhere. Song Qiuyun stared at the line of 6 with a wary gaze. As the Song family's eldest young lady, she naturally knew well that in the wilderness area, there were more than just ferocious beasts to guard against. That's supreme divine blood. How dare you use the word polluted to describe it? As if he had been insulted in some way, one of the men became a little unstable on the spot. Leave her alone and take the blood cocoon behind her first, the bishop said in a deep voice. The divine blood was the first goal of their trip. As for this genius of the magic university, since he had met it, he would just deal with it later in passing. Yes. The remaining 5 nodded respectfully and leaned around towards Song Qiuyun with their weapons in hand. Oops. This group of people were actually rushing towards the strange blood water. Song Qiuyun felt tricky when she saw this. This line of 6 people. The one at the head was a 4th-order alien. The weakest of the remaining 5 were all at the middle of the 3rd rank, and were simply not something she could deal with. Couldn't care less. Song Qiuyun lightly bit her red lips, her jade hand faintly caressing the necklace on her neck. Boom! The necklace blossomed with light, accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations, and a giant energy shield was quickly propped up. It enveloped Song Qiuyun as well as the blood cocoon formed by Su Jingming. A black-robed man swung his sword at it. Instead, he ended up being shocked by the powerful recoil and fell back a few steps, and he could not help but show a shocked expression on his face. What is this? A guardian talisman that originated from the ruins of an ancient civilization? The bishop's eyes blossomed with greed. This kind of guardian talisman was extremely rare and could only be produced in the ruins of ancient civilizations. Can be reused many times. The guardian shield held up after each activation was enough to withstand several fatal attacks from high-level aberrations. It can be considered a life preserver. If you know what this is, why don't you retreat and waste your time here for nothing? Song Qiuyun snorted coldly. Oh, as far as I know, the guardian talisman has a duration. We're not in a hurry anyway, so it's okay to wait here a little longer. A teasing smile appeared on the bishop's face, and surprisingly, he just sat down in place with the remaining 5. A look of waiting to the end. Then take your time. Song Qiuyun put on a disinterested look on the surface, but her heart was anxious. The other party was right. This guardian talisman would only last for an hour or so at most.
when the duration is over, it will need to cool down for 12 hours before it can be used again. In addition, she also had a space runestone in her hand that also came from the ruins of an ancient civilization. When activated, it can teleport up to 3 people up to 100 miles away. However, the blood cocoon Su Jingming had formed was too large, and there was no way for her to take this special runestone along with her. And with Su Jingming in this current state, she didn't dare to interrupt rashly. Thus, Song Choyun could only hope that Su Jingming would awaken within this last hour. However, things didn't go the way she thought they would. More than an hour later, the shield disappeared into the sunlight, while Su Jingming still did not come out of the giant cocoon. I told you, the shield has a duration. The bishop had a greedy smile on his face as he led the 5 men towards Song Choyun. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the guardian talisman first, otherwise, I guarantee you'll die an ugly death. Facing the line of 6 people who walked up, Song Choyun also looked grave as she took out a 3rd-grade blood-storming pill from her spatial ring. At the same time, the A-class supernormal ability Morning Glory exploded from her slender and delicate body, operating to the extreme. However, just as Song Choyun was about to engage in a final fight to the death, a low and powerful voice came out through the giant cocoon. It echoed through the clearing for a long time. Yeah, why do I get the feeling it's going to be you guys who die?